When Chen Ming woke up, he found himself in a real survival game world. He started with a car, resources depended entirely on scavenging, and an unknown road ahead. Here, good and evil intertwined. Chapter 1. Entering the Game World. Welcome to the Road Survival Game World. If you want to survive, remember the game rules. 1. Every player starts with an upgradable vehicle as their means of transportation. 2 resource boxes will randomly appear on the road, so collect them as much as possible. It's key to survival. 3. Upgrade your vehicle. As much as you can, higher level vehicles will help you survive more safely. 4. Each player has a wristband that displays a function panel. Friendly reminder, random dangers can occur in the game, so don't get out of your vehicle lightly. If a player dies in the game, it will be real death. Have fun playing. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Chen Ming's mind was filled with question marks as he looked around in confusion. In front of him was a straight asphalt road, with endless desert stretching out on both sides. A gentle breeze stirred up the yellow sand, slapping against his face with an almost unbearable sting. The sun blazed down from the sky, and the heat made him sweat profusely. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Chen Ming leaned out the window and exhaled a heavy breath. Is this a dream? Or have I really entered this so-called game world? He tried to recall what he had done, and after a moment of thought, he only remembered playing games all night long before dozing off. Now, he found himself in an unknown car. The heat made him sweat even more, confirming that he was indeed in a game world. He scanned the vehicle with his eyes. Nodding in satisfaction, he thought to himself, not bad. At least it's not a junker. His gaze fell on the wristband. He raised his left hand to look at it, unsure how to use it, and muttered, "They give me a wristband but don't explain how to use it. What a ripoff." He tried to see how to activate the wristband with his right hand, and as his finger touched it, a virtual panel popped up. It displayed vehicle level, 1 upgradable durability, 100 fuel, 100 units max, 100 units upgradable, consumes 1 unit per kilometer storage, 1 slot max, 1 slot, upgradable. Next page. He navigated to the next page, which showed a chat interface divided into world channel, area channel, team channel, squad channel, friend chat, and trade chat. He clicked to the next page again, which included crafting, enhancing, friends list, inventory, and marketplace. He first entered the world channel. The interface resembled games he had played before, with messages scrolling by mostly pleas for help and complaints, with little useful information. Then he switched to the regional channel, where there were uniform gray avatars and unnamed IDs. The messages scrolling by were similar to those in the global channel, mostly lacking any useful information. They mostly consisted of pleas for help, venting frustrations, and boasting. Chen Ming originally wanted to see if any gaming experts were sharing insights to help him get started quickly. He then switched to the team channel, which was devoid of messages. Looking at the empty channel, he felt that once he formed a team, it might finally be useful. The friends in the squad likely felt the same way. Next, he switched to the crafting interface, which was empty. To craft items, he needed blueprints and materials. So he switched again, this time to the trading post. However, no one was trading there at the moment. The trading platform indicated that players could trade without incurring fees, which Chen Ming thought was a pretty good feature. As for the friends list and inventory, he hadn't collected or added any friends yet, so he decided not to look at those. Regarding the enhancement function, he had no materials at the moment, so it was useless. After getting a general understanding of the features in the wristband, he exited the interface. Having browsed through the wristband's functions, he didn't know what to do next, so he decided to go gather supplies. After all, if he didn't collect materials quickly, others might react first and get ahead of him, which could be dangerous. Moreover, he had stayed up all night, gaming, and had eaten a little something earlier, so he wasn't feeling very hungry at the moment, but that might change. He didn't have the resources to spare anyway, especially with unknown dangers lurking. The sooner he gathered supplies, the better his chances of survival would be. He felt it was time to act. Chen Ming started the car, pressed the accelerator, and drove into the unknown ahead. After traveling a short distance, he felt good. The road was wide and not congested, with no speed cameras or police checkpoints for drunk driving. He kept the car's speed around 40 miles per hour, not wanting to miss any supply crates. His eyes darted back and forth, scanning the surroundings for any signs of supplies. Suddenly, a wave of heat mixed with sand hit Chen Ming's face, and he reluctantly closed the car window and prepared to turn on the air conditioning to cool down. After searching, he realized there was no such function, which left him speechless. He couldn't help but exclaim, "A level 1 car truly lives up to its status it can drive," but that's about it. Since he couldn't use the air conditioning, he had to crack the window open a bit, otherwise he might suffocate in the car. Out of nowhere, he spotted a cubic box not far from the roadside. which caught his attention. Was this a supply crate? Chen Ming hit the brakes, stopped the car, and cautiously got out. He approached the crate, pondering whether to open it or not. He had no idea what was inside and didn't dare to recklessly open it. What if something aggressive came out? That would be a disaster. As he circled the box, inspecting it from every angle, he still couldn't make sense of it. Then, with a decisive slap of his thigh, he resolved to just open it. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are in the hands of the heavens. Let's do this. As soon as his hand touched the box, a square prompt appeared from his wristband. Would you like to open the box? Yes. The supply box flashed with light, then vanished, revealing its contents. 5 bottles of mineral water and 5 small loaves of bread. Wow. It turns out I'm not that unlucky after all. He immediately grabbed a bottle of water, opened it, and took a big gulp. Refreshing. After downing a large swig, Chen Ming shouted, as if he were drinking not just water, but a bottle of happiness. Normally, he wouldn't touch such generic products, but today was different. Then he picked up a small loaf, tore open the packaging, and began to eat. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he quickly stashed the remaining food and water in the car. After finding the first supply box, Chen Ming felt a surge of confidence. Even though he didn't know when he would find the next box, at least he could conserve his energy for a while. Just as he was about to drive off, an electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind. System binding successful. A system? A system. Chen Ming was momentarily stunned. Then his face lit up with excitement. If there was a system, his chances of survival would increase significantly. System, are you there? No response. Chen Ming tried again. System, are you there? Still no reply. Did I just imagine that? He wondered. Forget it, he thought. Finding another supply box is the priority. With that, Chen Ming pressed the gas and continued driving north, leaving behind the season that had you. As he drove, he started singing, his voice echoing down the highway, a cacophony of noise. Not bad, not bad. I sing just as well as Jay Cho, he reassured himself. While he was humming away, he spotted another supply box. Drawing from his previous experience, he skillfully parked the car and approached the box. Just as his hand made contact, a sudden voice startled him. The supply box is empty? Are you sure? Can you confirm that, system? Chen Ming asked the system, but still received no response. Grumbling, he complained, what's up with this system? Who designed it to be so annoying? With that, he opened the box, and it flashed with light, but revealed nothing. Wow, really nothing? Does that mean I just got to cheat for X-ray vision? How nice. Not seeing anything inside, Chen Ming quickly returned to the car and drove on. After about an hour of driving, he finally found another supply box. Skillfully, he parked the car and approached the box, using his finger to touch it and check its contents with the system. The supply box contains 10 cans of beef nice. Chen Ming shouted. He quickly opened the box, and it vanished in a flash, transforming into 10 cans. Great, I won't starve anytime soon, he thought as he grabbed the cans and returned to the car. This time, instead of driving immediately, he chose to rest. He opened his wristband and switched to the chat panel. The World Chat channel had significantly fewer complaints now, and people were starting to exchange useful information. Anyone want to team up? Come with sincerity. Who has food? I'm looking to buy. Who has water? Please sell some. Messages streamed by, and Chen Ming noticed that they had already started discussing trades, a stark contrast to just a few hours ago. So he decided to try trading as well. He opened the trading interface and listed 2 small loaves of bread. 2 small loaves weighing 100 grams each price. What? There's a price? He looked closely at the trading interface and found he had 100 points. Switching back to the chat channel, he asked, how many points do you all have? Soon, the number 100 flooded the chat. Looking at the high-tech interface in front of him, Chen Ming thought that everyone was starting from the same point and set a price of 80 for the small loaves. Chapter 2. Searching for supplies and trading. After listing the small loaves, Chen Ming exited the interface and closed his eyes to rest. Before long, he received private messages. Your small loaves are too expensive. Can you lower the price? I have other supplies. Can I trade you for your small loaves? He saw several other messages from different people and began to reply to them one by one. During the exchange, he filtered out most of the insincere people who were just trying to take advantage. He settled on someone who seemed genuinely interested in the small loaves. In the early stages of the game, resources are scarce. Pricing them too low would be a loss. Chen Ming sent a message. But your price for the small loaves is really too high. I have oil resources. Can we trade? The other party replied to Chen Ming's message. How much oil do you have? 50? 100? Chen Ming inquired again. You don't need to worry about that. I have oil resources. If you are sincere, I think we can establish a long-term resource exchange. This survival game world requires a lot of various resources. Okay, what price are you offering? As long as it's not too outrageous, we can trade. Chen Ming sent a message. How about 20 units of oil for your 2 small loaves? The other party replied. Chen Ming thought for a moment and found it feasible, so he sent a message agreeing to the trade. Then he asked the other party, how do we exchange? Just add each other as friends, and we can trade resources. The other person responded. So, Chen Ming withdrew the small loaves from a market and sent a friend request, which the other party accepted immediately. The resource exchange was completed quickly. When Chen Ming looked at the card in his hand, he was puzzled. Is this oil? How do I use it? Not knowing how to use it, he could only ask the other party. They replied that it was an oil card and that he just needed to touch the card to his wristband to use it. After watching, Chen Ming decided to give it a try. Sure enough, it worked. He wasn't being scammed. With 83 units of oil, things didn't seem so urgent. Currently, he was low on water, but food was not an issue for now. He still needed to upgrade his vehicle, weapons, and oil supply. It felt like chatting online. Nobody could see anyone and nothing would happen. But if he encountered someone one day, it would be different. Conflicts and violence could arise. After all, human nature is the hardest to test. As Chen Ming watched the sun slowly set, he immediately thought about buying a blanket or a coat. He operated his wristband and noticed he had just one friend in his contact list. Do you have any extra blankets or coats? He sent a message. Yeah, what's up? Are you planning to sleep now? But it's still bright out, came the reply. It's really cold in the desert at night, don't you know? By the way, Chen Ming, what about you? He responded. Lin Shun, came the reply. After learning the other person's name, Chen Ming changed the contact from unnamed to Lin Shun. He grabbed a bottle of 500 milliliters of water and requested a resource exchange with Lin Shun. Soon enough, Lin Shun sent him a military coat and a blanket. Did you get that water and the little bread from a supply box? Lin Shun inquired. Yeah, I got lucky and opened a supply box, Chen Ming replied. You're really lucky. I can't seem to get any food from the boxes. All I get are nundable items. I must be the unluckiest one. Lin Shun lamented about his bad luck. You're doing well too. You have plenty of resources. Chen Ming sent a reassuring message. The two continued to chat back and forth. As the sky gradually darkened, their conversation came to a halt when Chen Ming mentioned he wanted to get some rest. Dressed in the coat, he stepped to the roadside to relieve himself. You might wonder why he didn't take care of it during the day. It was because if someone happened to pass by, it would be quite embarrassing. After taking off the coat and wrapping himself in the blanket, he felt warm despite the temperature still being high, but it would soon cool down. As time passed and the temperature dropped, a bored Chen Ming, without his phone, opened the world chat channel to see discussions about trading blankets and coats. Good thing I had foresight, or I'd end up freezing and getting sick, he thought to himself. After watching for a while and finding it uninteresting, he switched to the regional chat channel, which was buzzing with trading conversations. Chen Ming glanced at the number of participants in the top left corner and exclaimed, wow, 1/10 of them have already died. He remembered there were initially 10 billion people, and just a few hours later, 1/10 of them had perished. Most of the remaining players were struggling as well. He had initially thought this survival game was just a game, but now he realized he had been careless. The ways other players died were varied: dehydration, heat-related deaths, fatal car crashes from speeding, or being killed for their supplies. Seeing so many people had already died sent a chill down Chen Ming's spine. At the same time, he felt grateful for his good fortune in having food and drink, which kept him from easily succumbing to death. Wrapped in his blanket, he peeked at the chat with a mix of boredom and amusement. Gradually, sleepiness overcame him, and he exited the chat channel to get some rest. A night passed without incident. The next day, Chen Ming woke up to the glaring sunlight streaming in. He flipped back the blanket and crawled to the driver's seat, buckled his seatbelt, and sat in the seat, slapping his cheeks to wake himself up. After a while, he was fully alert. Just as he was contemplating whether to have breakfast first or drive to search for a supply box, a pop-up window appeared. Game system notification. Congratulations to the surviving players for successfully passing the beta test. The open beta version 1.0 is now live. Version update notice. The drop rate for supply crates has increased by 10. Looking at the game notification, Chen Ming felt speechless. It seemed that those who died yesterday didn't even make it through the beta test. As expected, noobs die quickly. Hey, does this mean I'm not a rookie? Thinking about this, Chen Ming couldn't help but feel a little smug. While he was still pondering, Chen Ming was interrupted by the game system and immediately decided to eat breakfast while driving. The car moved slowly as Chen Ming held the steering wheel with one hand and a piece of bread with the other. He quickly finished 2 small loaves and drank the leftover water from yesterday. The car's speed picked up slightly. After about 10 minutes of driving, he spotted a supply crate. Not wanting to waste time, he didn't open it right away, but instead brought it into the car. He decided to collect all the crates he found throughout the day and open them all at once. By the end of the morning, Chen Ming had gotten in and out of the car 3 times, now totaling 4 supply crates. After several hours of driving, he started to feel a bit tired and took a break in the driver's seat. "Do you have any food left?" Lin Shun sent a message. "I have 2 cans of beef, why?" Chen Ming replied. "You actually have beef cans? You're so lucky," Lin Shun exclaimed. "Lin Shun, then let me have one, I'm starving. He'll give you some fuel cards in return." Lin Shun, "How about 50 fuel units for 1 can?" "Sounds good," Chen Ming replied. Once they reached an agreement, the 2 of them traded directly. "How many cans do you actually have?" "It can't be just 2, right?" Lin Shun asked while eating. Chen Ming, "Definitely more than 2. If I give them all to you, you'll starve." He thought to himself that having a resource monster who didn't haggle over prices was quite nice. Before he knew it, it was noon. Chen Ming opened a can of beef and paired it with the small bread. "Ah, so delicious," Chen Ming said contentedly. After filling up, he continued his journey to search for supply crates. "Time to use my nunchucks, hee ha ha." Singing while driving, Chen Ming seemed unusually excited, with his loud voice echoing all around. Suddenly, a notification sound made him stop. A supply crate is hidden 10 meters to the left of the vehicle. Dig through the sand on top to see it. "Wow, the system, it's not just X-ray vision, but also radar," Chen Ming exclaimed. He got out of the car and looked around, seeing no danger. He slowly walked towards the crate. When he reached the location, he crouched down and gently began to clear the sand with his hands, but the scorching sand made it difficult to dig. Since he couldn't dig it out by hand, he thought of another method. Suddenly, he remembered there was a code in the car. He quickly ran back to the car, grabbed the coat, and returned to the crate's location. Wearing the coat backwards, he used it as an insulator to start digging. After a few tries, he finally saw the crate. Chen Ming hugged the crate and headed back to the car. Once inside the car, he carefully inspected the crate, noting that it was different from the previous ones. While the earlier crates were cubic, this one was rectangular. Due to the limited space inside the car, it was almost full. With no other choice, Chen Ming decided to open the boxes early. The first box contained bottled water, a total of 20 bottles, each 500 milliliters. The second box held a gas card worth 100 units. The third box contained a small air conditioning blueprint, and the fourth box revealed a watermelon knife, measuring 60 centimeters in length. Chen Ming pulled out the knife and tapped its blade with his finger, producing a clear and resonant sound, before sheathing it again. The items from these 4 boxes were basically what Chen Ming wanted at the moment, but he was even more curious about what the rectangular box might contain. As his finger brushed against the box, he used the system to check the information. Function Vehicle Blueprint, Vehicle Space Technology Blueprint? Were these? They sound impressive. Chapter 3. Challenges and Opportunities. Upon seeing the information provided by the system, he immediately opened the box, which shimmered and then vanished, revealing 2 blueprints. He picked up the blueprints, and the wristband prompted him to confirm if he wanted to use them. Yes. As the blueprints disappeared, he stared blankly at his hand that had been holding them. Is this a ghost? All right. Chen Ming suddenly remembered the wristband. He quickly navigated the device to switch to the crafting interface. As expected, it's in manufacturing. Chen Ming exited the interface. Looking at the abundant supplies, he felt an inexplicable sense of happiness surge within him. He turned around, quickly organized the supplies, and continued driving. However, by the afternoon, he had only collected 1 supply box. Nevertheless, Chen Ming wasn't too disappointed. He felt that having anything at all was enough. Being overly greedy wasn't too good. As the sun slowly set and night fell, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a faint glow over the earth. Chen Ming climbed out of the driver's seat and made his way to the back seat. Lying down under the blanket, he opened the chat interface to sneak a peek. Just as he was about to do so, he felt a sudden urge, realizing he needed paper but found none. So, he turned to Lin Shun for help. "Do you have any paper? I need to take care of a personal matter." Lin Shun quickly replied, "I don't have any either. Try looking in the trading market." Seeing this, Chen Ming had no choice but to search the trading market. His fingers swiped up repeatedly, and after about 20 attempts, he finally found someone selling paper. A large bag of paper was priced at only 5 points. After purchasing the paper, Chen Ming immediately put on his coat and walked towards the nearby desert. After walking about 5 meters, he dug a small hole with his foot, took off his pants, and squatted down. Since he didn't have a phone, Chen Ming could only sneak a peek, and his actions and demeanor were no different from when he used to check his phone while in the restroom. Soon, he finished his personal business, used his foot to cover the hole with sand, tightened his coat, and headed back to the car. Once inside, Chen Ming didn't continue sneaking peeks, but instead sat in a daze. His eyes were blankly fixed on the soft moonlight, unsure of how to proceed on the road ahead. Sleepiness soon overtook him, and he covered himself with the blanket and drifted off. A night without incidents. Woken again by the sunlight, Chen Ming rubbed his face in an attempt to wake himself up. He wished that this was all just a dream, but unfortunately, it wasn't. Although he had gathered quite a bit in the last couple of days, the supplies he currently had were far from enough to survive in this game world. He needed to collect a substantial amount of resources to make it. With high temperatures, gentle breezes, and yellow sand, the road stretched endlessly before him. Driving on the highway required constant focus, as no one knew what might happen next. After all, the game world was not as forgiving as people imagined. The car continued to drive forward, and after traveling a short distance, he noticed a vehicle stopped in the middle of the road with a man standing beside it. The man, excited to see Chen Ming, raised his arms and waved, shouting, "Hey, can you help me out? I'm out of gas. Can you spare some fuel?" Chen Ming looked at the situation, unsure of what to do, but he steeled himself and decided to get out of the car. He put on his coat, concealed his knife within it, opened the car door, and stepped out. However, he didn't pull the car too close, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters. In this chaotic world without order or legal constraints. Even though this game had just begun, most people couldn't bring themselves to kill, but caution was always wise. Who knew if the other party might harbor deadly intentions? As soon as the man saw Chen Ming step out, he rushed toward him. With no other option, Chen Ming drew his knife and shouted, "Stop. Don't come any closer. Just say what you need." Chen Ming observed the man's physique. He appeared somewhat frail and didn't seem very threatening. However, he remained vigilant. Some people might look weak, but could still pose a serious danger. "Do you have any spare fuel?" "My car's out of gas," the man asked. "What do you have to trade for it?" Chen Ming shouted back. "Man, I've had a rough day. I haven't found a single supply box all day," the man replied, sounding desperate. "Sorry, I can't help you," Chen Ming said, preparing to head back to his car. "Please, just help me out this time, and I'll repay you later," the man pleaded. Hearing this, Chen Ming couldn't help but scoff. "Are you kidding? Talking about favors in this game world?" Realizing the man was just trying to mooch off him, Chen Ming turned to walk away. Just as he was about to open the car door, he saw the man charging at him. Not knowing what the man intended, Chen Ming brandished his knife, swinging it in the air as a warning. "If you come closer, I want to hold back." The man, seeing the knife, decided to back off. Chen Ming quickly got back into the car, pressed the accelerator, and drove past the man's vehicle. After this little encounter, Chen Ming felt uneasy. He thought to himself that if things were already like this, killing and looting would likely become a daily occurrence in the near future. Would he be able to kill when the time came? Well, one step at a time, he decided. The car kept moving, and Chen Ming occasionally scanned his surroundings for any supply boxes. The hot weather prompted him to remove his coat and take sips of water to stay hydrated. Suddenly, a voice chimed in his ear. "Their SA supply box, 20 meters to the right." Hearing the prompt, Chen Ming immediately stopped the car, got out, and walked towards the supply box with his coat. He soon arrived at the location, using the coat as an insulator to dig through the sand, carefully excavating bit by bit. After digging down nearly 30 centimeters, he discovered a round sphere and immediately picked it up, heading towards the car. Once inside, he opened the box without hesitation. A flash of light engulfed the box, and it vanished, revealing an object that resembled a water pump used for bottled water. Chen Ming stared at the object, unsure how to use it. As he picked it up to look for instructions, his wristband provided a description. Level 1 water collector. It collects 100 milliliters of water per hour. You'll need to provide your own container for storage. It has an on-off function to choose whether to collect water or not. Seeing this, Chen Ming exclaimed, "Wow." He then analyzed the previous supply boxes. The cubic boxes generally contained everyday supplies, occasionally yielding some blueprints, while the rectangular boxes had only provided blueprints so far. He would need to open a few more to know what else they held. The round sphere, however, directly produced useful equipment, and he would have to gather more to uncover its potential. Having this device meant unlimited access to water, and in the current environment, water was the most crucial resource. Without it, one either had to trade for resources or face dire consequences. Chen Ming operated his wristband and inquired of Lin Shun, "Do you have any water containers?" Lin Shun didn't respond immediately. Chen Ming remained patient and waited. About 10 minutes later, Lin Shun replied, "Yeah, I opened some water yesterday. I sold some." but I kept 2 containers for myself. What do you need them for? I've got a lot of bottled water, and I want to consolidate it into 1 container to save space. Chen Ming responded, what can you offer me? Right now, I only have water and canned food. You don't need water, so how about I give you some canned food? Sounds good. How about I give you 1 can in exchange for 40 units of fuel cards and a container? Okay. Chen Ming felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the other party agree. We won't have to worry about water anymore. The trade was quickly completed. As soon as he got the container, he placed the water collector on the bottleneck and pressed the switch. Seconds passed with no reaction from the collector. And just as Chen Ming thought it might need power or some other source to function, it sprang to life. A drop of water fell into the container. Seeing the water flow, he finally relaxed and set the container aside to let the collector do its job. After driving about 10 kilometers, Chen Ming noticed the fuel gauge was nearing empty. He stopped to refuel using his fuel cards. Once the tank was full, he continued driving. 2 kilometers later, he encountered a 4-lane road, which left him uncertain about which way to go. A prompt sound echoed in the vehicle. Lane 1, no risk, no resources. Lane 2, high risk, no resources. Lane 3, low risk, low resources. Lane 4, high risk, high resources. Looking at the system's prompts, She felt a sense of clarity. He pondered whether to choose the no-risk option or the low-risk one. First, Lane 1 could only serve as a backup, and Lane 2 was out of the question. Lane 3 and Lane 4 were 50-50. After much thought, he made his decision, Lane 3. As the car headed towards Lane 3, the wristband chimed. Do you want to choose Lane 3? Yes. 10-kilometer challenge begins. Challenge? This was the first time Chen Ming encountered a challenge after 2 days of survival. Not knowing what to expect, he decided to slow down a bit. The first kilometer passed without incident, and Chen Ming even got out to collect 2 supply crates. However, as he began the second kilometer, the temperature started to rise. Overwhelmed by the heat, he found himself drinking water frantically. Unable to endure the high temperatures, he poured water over himself in an attempt to cool down. Once his body temperature dropped slightly, he quickly accelerated the car. The kilometers flew by, but the difficulty gradually increased. Winds picked up, whipping up clouds of yellow sand. As the sand stung his cheeks, he had no choice but to roll up the windows. Chen Ming focused intently on driving. When he passed by a supply crate, he didn't hesitate to keep going. Despite their allure, life was more important. Thus, Chen Ming's car sped through the scorching heat and swirling sands, continuously consuming bottled water. Each kilometer marked a slight increase in difficulty. Just when he thought he might not make it through the challenge, the wristband's notification chimed again. Congratulations, player. You have reached the finish line and completed the challenge, earning a supply crate as a reward. Chapter 4. Abundance of supplies and bloodshed. Seeing the notification on his wristband, Chen Ming immediately rolled down the car window to let in some fresh air. As he watched the road passing by, he couldn't help but utter a classic line from Chinese culture. The water supply had run dry, and he felt a pang of regret for not choosing the risk-free option number 1. However, he found some solace in having obtained 3 supply crates. Although he was out of water for the moment, he figured that as long as he waited for the water collector to gradually gather more water and used it sparingly, he could still save a lot. With that thought in mind, he eagerly prepared to open the crates. It's time for the thrilling moment of unboxing again. In the car, he chanted to the crates, "Please, help me out here." The light flickered and then vanished, revealing a crate. A crate transforming into a crate. What kind of trick is this? The crate looked ordinary, with no markings indicating its contents. He had no choice but to open it, and was greeted with a bounty of small bread rolls. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30, he counted, finally exclaiming, "This is amazing." Next, he opened the second crate, which shimmered briefly before revealing a handgun. Chen Ming's face lit up with excitement as he picked up the gun. It felt as exhilarating as a eunuch embracing a maiden. He toyed with the handgun, having only seen replicas on TV before. Now, holding a real gun in his hands, he felt compelled to study it carefully. Minutes passed as he gradually familiarized himself with the gun's structure. Then, he aimed at the sandy ground outside and attempted to shoot. Bang! The firepower seems impressive. The range is decent too, but I need to practice my aim. He removed the magazine and counted the bullets, only 6 in total, before putting the magazine back in. Although the ammo was limited, it could still be a lifesaver in a critical moment. He placed the gun on the passenger seat and then opened the third crate. Once again, the light flickered and the crate transformed into a blueprint. Level 2 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. He immediately used the blueprint, watching it disappear. He accessed the manufacturing interface on his wristband, where displayed. Level 2 Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint requires 1 vehicle core and 10 metal materials. Vehicle core? Metal materials? Chen Ming was baffled by these items. Forget it, I'll definitely need them later. He thought to himself. After finishing with the crates, he reorganized the supplies in the car. He stowed the small bread rolls in the trunk, while canned beef, a blanket, and a coat were placed on the back seat. The water collector and bucket were positioned at the foot space of the rear seat. He tried to maximize the limited space in the car, thinking that upgrading the vehicle might provide a bit more room. After an exhilarating challenge in the afternoon, Chen Ming felt somewhat fatigued. Although the sun still hung high in the sky, he didn't want to push forward any longer. He opened the interface to find a flurry of messages in the world channel. Curses, trades, and cries for help were scrolling past. As he read the messages, he decided to send one of his own. Has anyone just gone through a challenge? The message quickly got buried under new ones. Chen Ming, frustrated by the message being overshadowed, exited the channel. He wanted to wait and see if anyone would reach out to him, but after a long while, no one did. Realizing that it was futile, he switched to his friend's list and sent a message to Lin Shun. Did you participate in the challenge too? Lin Shun replied with a question. Yeah, I wasn't very lucky and burned through a lot of resources. Chen Ming responded. Lin Shun, I had a better experience. Sailed through without any issues, just no resource boxes. How about you? Chen Ming, I actually found 2 resource boxes, but the journey was too perilous. I almost didn't make it. The two continued to chat back and forth. During their conversation, Chen Ming learned that the track numbers were the same for everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4, with no preferential treatment. Time passed slowly as Chen Ming lurked and chatted. As night fell, Chen Ming quickly had a meal and sat in his car, reflecting on how slow resource collection felt after the challenge. He worried that he might not last much longer if things continued this way. So, he began searching for resources in the trading market, planning to spend his points on something useful. Chen Ming used up all 95 of his remaining points to buy water, clothes, and a towel, then jumped out of the car to take a quick shower. After showering, he quickly dried off, put on his clothes, crawled back into the car, and covered himself with a blanket to start lurking again. He first entered the world channel, where the messages were still flying. Then, Chen Ming noticed that many people were discussing the track challenge. Some had passed through without risk, while others, like him, had low-risk experiences. Of course, there were also messages about high-risk deaths. He switched to the regional channel to lurk, glancing over the messages and feeling the unpredictability of fate. He was grateful to still be alive. After lurking for a while, he checked the time on his wristband. 21:31. It was time to sleep. As Chen Ming was about to exit the interface and prepare for bed, he received a system notification. A vehicle will pass 985 meters behind you. Huh? A car is coming? Chen Ming, intrigued by the system alert, put on his coat, grabbed his knife and handgun, and got out of the car, hiding nearby to see if anyone would approach his vehicle. 5 minutes later, the occupants of the car spotted Chen Ming's vehicle and stopped. They waved at Chen Ming's car, but when he didn't respond, they got out. One of them, seeing Chen Ming's supplies through the car window in the moonlight, became greedy and began to pry open the car door. Meanwhile, Chen Ming lay on the sandy ground like a predator, watching the person attempt to break into his car, slowly crawling and pulling out his handgun, ready to shoot. To avoid alarming the intruder, he made minimal movements, planning to shoot when the person opened the door and started grabbing the supplies, as that would be the moment they had the least time to react. Although Chen Ming's movements were small, the sound of his clothing brushing against the sand still caught the intruder's attention. The man looked around, but found nothing unusual, thinking he was just too nervous, and continued to pry the door open. Meanwhile, Chen Ming, believing he had been spotted, crawled forward. Just as he was about 3 meters away from his car, the system suddenly alerted him. Hostile target initiating a ranged attack. Reacting immediately to the warning, Chen Ming rolled to the left, and when he looked back, he saw a hammer had landed where he had just been. Feeling a rush of fear, he thought to himself that without the system's warning, he would likely be in serious trouble right now. Noticing that the enemy had missed their shot, Chen Ming quickly drew his pistol and fired. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, but instead of hitting the target, he ended up shooting his own car. Realizing that his opponent had dodged and his car was now damaged, he wasted no time and began to pursue. The man, seeing Chen Ming brandishing a gun, started to maneuver around the car while pulling out a knife, preparing to counterattack. When Chen Ming saw the knife, he stopped his pursuit and maintained his distance, slowly advancing with his gun in hand. The man, hiding behind the car, spoke up. "Hey friend, I see this a bit of a misunderstanding." Chen Ming, hearing this, sneered and retorted, "Is prying open someone else's car door a misunderstanding?" The man replied, "I thought this car was abandoned, so I was just taking some supplies. In this game world, resources are scarce, and it's reasonable to take what you find." Chen Ming shot back, "That's reasonable. So I guess it's also reasonable for me to point a gun at you now, right?" The man replied, "Well, then there is nothing more to discuss." Chen Ming stated there was never anything to discuss. With that, Chen Ming moved closer, gun in hand, while reaching in his coat to grab a knife, preparing to throw it as a feint. Unexpectedly, the man acted first, throwing a small knife at him. Chen Ming quickly dodged the incoming knife and threw his own. The man, focused on evading Chen Ming's knife, momentarily forgot about the gun. Seeing the man distracted, Chen Ming rushed in and fired. Bang! Bang! The first shot missed. The second hit the man in the thigh, and the third struck his waist. The man felt a surge of intense pain throughout his body and attempted to crawl away. Sensing the man was trying to escape, Chen Ming fired again. Bang! Bang! 2 shots pierced through. After executing these actions, his mind went blank. Looking at the bloody scene before him, he felt a wave of nausea and couldn't help but vomit nearby. After heaving for a while, he felt somewhat better. He walked over to the car and wiped his face with a tissue. Having never taken a life before, he reflected on his actions and wondered why he had suddenly become so cold-blooded, killing decisively without a hint of hesitation. Was he a monster, just waiting to be activated? He shook his head, trying to rid himself of such terrifying thoughts. He glanced at the man's car, intending to collect the supplies. Just as he took a couple of steps, the vehicle vanished, and the body transformed into a crate. Chicken dinner? Chen Ming thought to himself that it was better to directly loot the loot rather than search for things. He walked straight to the box and began to loot. Inside, he found a 5-liter bucket of water, a box of instant noodles, and a 300-unit oil card. After the vehicle disappeared, it left behind a transparent, glass-like cube emitting a faint glow. Indeed, the poor scavenges for chicken dinners while the rich go for deliveries. After looting, he headed back to his car, sat in the driver's seat, and started the engine. Having just killed someone, his emotions were complicated. He drove at varying speeds, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. After driving for a while, Chen Ming stopped, but his mind was still restless, even more agitated. He wanted to vent his feelings, but didn't know how. So, he got out of the car and shouted into the open space. Each shout made him feel more alive, providing a release. He couldn't believe he had killed someone. That person was a living being, yet he hadn't hesitated for a moment before acting. His upper body slumped against the hood, his vacant eyes gazing at the moon. A few minutes later, feeling somewhat calmer, he got back into the car. He took off his coat, covered himself with a blanket, and closed his eyes, forcing himself to fall asleep, thinking that if he could sleep, he could forget about what had happened. Later that night, while he was asleep, Chen Ming had a nightmare. He dreamt that the person he had killed had turned into a ghost seeking revenge on him. He was soon jolted awake by the nightmare. Pushing the car door open, he leaned over onto the sandy ground and vomited. After a few seconds of retching, he found himself dry heaving. He turned back to the car, grabbed a bottle of water, rinsed his mouth, and after spitting out the mouthwash, he felt a little better. He desperately wanted to forget that feeling, but it clung to him like a parasite, invading his mind and body. Instead of going back to sleep, Chen Ming sat in the car, staring blankly. Minutes passed, and he still couldn't calm his emotions. Frustrated, he opened the chat channel, hoping to distract himself from the discomfort of having killed someone. As he scrolled through the messages, he gradually became absorbed, and the unsettling feelings in his mind began to fade. In the messages, some people started forming teams. Others discovered that they could loot supplies after killing, and there were also some trade offers. Seeing this, Chen Ming felt the situation suddenly became dire, especially when he realized that some people were willing to loot after killing. In this lawless and morally bankrupt game world, the dark side was like a forest engulfed in flames, spiraling out of control. He needed to strengthen his abilities, otherwise he would truly be in danger. Not wanting to die, Chen Ming began to strategize and crawled back to the driver's seat, preparing to drive. After buckling his seatbelt and stepping on the gas, he set off to search for supply boxes. Although it was still dark and visibility was low, Chen Ming bravely hit the road. Chapter 5. Chen Ming takes it seriously. As Chen Ming drove, he pondered his situation. First, water resources were stable, and food was not lacking in the short term. But in the long run, it was still scarce. He needed to raise some poultry and grow vegetables, but farming and ranching would require a lot of land. Otherwise, it would just be a dream. Suddenly, he recalled the blueprint for the space. Could it serve this purpose? He also needed medicine. People could get sick, and, without medication, the mortality rate would rise. He had to acquire some drugs. Initially, he could spend some money to buy them, but as time went on and the situation developed, he could easily be cornered, leading to difficulties down the line. He also needed to upgrade his vehicle. Based on his past gaming experience, monsters or challenges would likely increase in difficulty. His previous challenges were a prime example. Right now, he was probably still in a beginner-esque protection period. But once that was over, luck might not be on his side anymore. There was also the issue of weapons. There would inevitably be violence, and weapons were essential for survival. He needed other tools too, like air conditioning units, refrigerators, pots, and other household essentials. Lost in thought, a notification pinged. 3 supply boxes located 100 meters to the left. Upon hearing the alert, Chen Ming quickly turned left, reaching the location in just a few seconds. On the sandy ground were 3 types of supply boxes: cubic, rectangular, and cylindrical. Just as Chen Ming was about to pick up a supply box and load it into his vehicle, the game system announced an update. Game update notification. The public beta version 1.1 of Road Survival is now live. Update details: added buildings, vending machines, and NPCs. A journey challenge mode will be available every 2 days, participation optional. Another update? Chen Ming wondered internally. He felt as though the game was designed by a novice, rough around the edges, as if anything that came to mind was added. After reviewing the update details, he loaded the 3 supply boxes into his vehicle and turned back onto the road. As he drove along the highway, Chen Ming scanned for more supply boxes. He wasn't sure if the game had been updated or if his luck had simply run out, but he didn't find any more boxes that morning. With no other options, he decided to open the 3 supply boxes. The first box contained a total of 20 apples. The second box revealed a blueprint for a level 2 vehicle, and the third box contained a shotgun with 5 bullets. Upon discovering the level 2 vehicle upgrade blueprint, Chen Ming immediately decided to use it. As the blueprint vanished from his hands, he activated his wristband, switching to the enhancement interface. Level 2 Vehicle Blueprint. Upgrade materials required: 1 vehicle core, 10 metal materials. Seeing that he needed these materials to upgrade his vehicle, Chen Ming suddenly remembered the cube left behind after he had taken a vehicle last night. When he picked up the cube to test with the wristband whether it was a vehicle core, the wristband provided a prompt. Detected require material for Level 2 Vehicle Blueprint. Would you like to use it? Use. The vehicle core disappeared, and the wristband issued another notification. Insufficient materials required for Level 2 vehicle upgrade. Please supplement. Seeing that the materials were insufficient, Chen Ming switched to trading and specifically searched for metal materials. After exchanging 2 cans of beef, he obtained 10 metal materials and upgraded his vehicle. Bracelet. Vehicle upgrade requires 1 minute. Please wait. Bored. Chen Ming waited, and the minute passed quickly. Bracelet. Vehicle upgrade successful. Current level 2. Storage 2. Fuel 23. Maximum 200. Durability restored to 100. Bracelet. Congratulations, player. You have successfully upgraded your vehicle. Vehicle functionality permissions have been unlocked. The bracelet function is now bound to the player's soul, and the bracelet has disappeared. Players no longer need to operate through the bracelet interface. Enjoy your game. As the voice prompt finished, the bracelet on Chen Ming's arm vanished. At the same time, another voice emerged. Vehicle, would you like to bind? Yes. Chen Ming immediately confirmed the binding as the voice appeared. Once the voice ceased, he began to process the series of information. Chen Ming thought he was a legitimate player after surviving the public beta, but he realized that upgrading his vehicle was what truly made him a legitimate player. Before that, he was still a black market player. Knowing that the bracelet's functionality had transferred to his soul, he set that aside and explored the newly unlocked vehicle features. The Vehicle-S features were straightforward. The first was that he could name the car, and once the smart system was installed, he could communicate directly with the vehicle. The second feature was the ability to modify the vehicle by installing various equipment. At this point, Chen Ming suddenly understood. He had thought he could use blueprints directly, but it turned out he had to upgrade the vehicle to unlock permissions before he could use the blueprints for modifications. After upgrading the vehicle and digesting all the information, Chen Ming began organizing his supplies. Once he finished, he set off on a quest to search for supply boxes. The vehicle upgrade made Chen Ming's driving much more comfortable. In a good mood, he hummed a tune while driving. After the past few days of turmoil, he gradually reduced his anxiety. He couldn't tell if it was because the game had been updated that made supply boxes harder to find, or if his luck had simply worsened. Throughout the morning, apart from the initial 3 supply boxes, he and T found any more. Meanwhile, Chen Ming noticed that the weather wasn't as hot as before. Opening the bracelet as friend interface, he inquired with Lin Shun, "Have you noticed that supply boxes are harder to find, and the weather isn't is hot?" After waiting for 10 minutes, Lin Shun replied, "Lin Shun, not really. I feel like the supply boxes are the same. The weather has changed, and isn't is hot. By the way, have you encountered any NPCs?" Chen Ming, "Not yet. And I feel like this game was designed by a novice designer. It's quite rough, as if they just added whatever they thought of." Lin Shun, "Have you upgraded your vehicle?" Chen Ming, "Yes, I upgraded. What about you?" Lin Shun, "I upgraded too." Chen Ming, "After the upgrade, the features increased, and the bracelet is gone. It's now bound to the soul." The two of them were sharing the information they had. Chen Ming sent a message saying he would take care of his biological needs and then closed the interface. He got out of the car, quickly took off his pants, and relieved himself in one go. After solving his biological issue, he returned to the car to have lunch. Once he finished eating, he continued his search for supply boxes. After driving about 3 kilometers, he spotted a vending machine ahead on the left. Seeing the vending machine, Chen Ming couldn't help but wonder why the system hadn't alerted him. However, as soon as he got out of the car, the system's voice chimed in. "This is a vending machine containing food and drinks, which can be purchased with points. However, if you can crack the password located on the back of the machine, you can get them for free. But be warned, if you enter the wrong password, the vending machine will explode." What? Free stuff? That's amazing. But the system warns that entering the wrong code will cause an explosion, Chen Ming thought to himself. Knowing that he could get something for free, he walked around to the back of the machine and saw a square panel, which he promptly removed. To his surprise, he found a digital interface that resembled a C4 detonator. Chen Ming was speechless, thinking that at least they could have given him a riddle or something. He needed a question to guess the answer or solve it. Password cracking in progress. Crack successful. The password is 1236988745. When Chen Ming heard the system announce that the password had been cracked, he couldn't help but exclaim that the system was like a father to him. Knowing the password, he entered it as provided by the system. The vending machine responded, "Password correct. You can purchase supplies for free." Upon receiving the vending machine's confirmation, Chen Ming immediately bought all the supplies available inside. With the supplies gone, the vending machine vanished, leaving a pile of goods on the ground. Chen Ming quickly picked up the supplies and loaded them into the car. Chapter 6, Multiplayer Dungeon Challenge. Chen Ming began counting the supplies in the car. 23 small loaves of bread, 1 can of beef, 220 fuel cards, 1 handgun, 1 bullet, 1 shotgun with 5 shells, 20 packs of instant noodles, 20 apples, 10 liters of water, 50 cans of porridge, and 50 bottles of soda. The bucket with a water collector was full, so Chen Ming traded an apple with Lin Shun for another bucket to continue collecting water. Lin Shun didn't mind that Chen Ming only gave him an apple for the water bucket. While sorting through the supplies, Chen Ming suddenly remembered that his knife was missing. "Hey, where's my knife?" "All right, I threw it away during that fight with that guy and forgot to pick it up." Chen Ming felt a pang of regret. After a moment of lament, he decided to sell the soda at the trading post, listing 30 bottles for 10 points each. Once he finished, he continued driving in search of supply crates. The repetitive and tedious search for supply crates over the past few days was starting to annoy Chen Ming. The threat of death compelled him to keep looking. Unfortunately, today's search didn't yield any crates. After an entire afternoon of burning through a lot of fuel, he still hadn't found anything. Chen Ming pondered whether the supplies had run out and were now only available for trade or from vending machines. To verify this theory, he opened the chat interface and discovered that the supply crates were still accessible. Those vending machines just sell supplies and 1T affect the crates. Could it be that I've exhausted my luck? Chen Ming thought to himself. Forget it. I'll try again tomorrow. After concluding his thoughts, he closed the chat interface and prepared to eat and rest. As Chen Ming was eating, the sky darkened. The moon hung high in the sky, and he noticed the temperature dropping faster than in previous days. He sensed that the game was starting to throw some curveballs his way. After finishing his meal, he decided to rest. Remembering the incident with the man trying to break into his car, he drove about 500 meters into the sandy area and parked. Wrapping himself in a blanket, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, a loud crash woke Chen Ming. Not knowing what was happening, he quickly grasped his gun. Since he was 500 meters away from the road and it was night, he couldn't see what was going on. He opened the trading post to check how many bottles of soda he had sold. To his surprise, all 30 bottles had sold out, earning him 300 points. He bought a pair of binoculars to get a better look. Through the binoculars, he saw two cars that collided on the road, and two blurry figures were fighting. After watching for a while, Chen Ming noticed that both parties were already battered and bruised, prompting him to quickly start his vehicle and drive towards them. Even while trying to take a nap, someone was delivering a package. Chen Ming thought to himself. The 500-meter distance was covered in under 10 seconds with the accelerator floored. He drifted to a stop, opened the car door, and aimed his shotgun at the two men, firing 2 quick shots. The shotgun's close-range AoE effect knocked both of them to the ground, incapacitated. With his knife gone and not wanting to waste bullets, Chen Ming sat in the front of his car, patiently waiting for the two to bleed out. Having experienced killing once, Chen Ming no longer rejected the notion of this cannibalistic game world. The swift shift in his mindset allowed him to blend into this jungle law game world. After 2 players died and turned into loot boxes, Chen Ming began to loot, only to find the boxes empty. He wasn't too surprised. After all, not everyone is wealthy. 2 vehicles had vanished, leaving behind 2 vehicle cores, which he picked up and returned to his car. He drove into the sandy area, wrapped himself in a blanket, and continued to sleep. A few hours passed. The sky gradually brightened. The sun's rays warmed Chen Ming's face, waking him up. He grabbed his water bottle for some basic hygiene, quickly washed up, and ate a bit of bread to fill his stomach. Thus began his day of searching for supply crates. Chen Ming drove the car at a slow pace, deep in thought. He believed his upgrade speed was currently among the top tier, and it was time to gather materials to use the vehicle blueprints and space blueprints. Before long, he encountered a cube-shaped box. Skillfully, he got out to grab it and continued on his way. An hour passed, and Chen Ming had only found 1 box. Just as he was contemplating whether to keep moving or check the box, the game system's voice announced, "Dungeon mode initiated. Players can choose whether to enter the dungeon." The dungeon is a multiplayer setting, starting a match when 1,000 players join. Note, selection time is 30 minutes. Serious warning. The dungeon is fraught with countless risks. Players should proceed with caution. After the announcement, Chen Ming opened the chat interface to see how many players were participating. "I'm in. I'm going to take a shot at the dungeon. Staying here, I'll starve sooner or later. Might as well try my luck. If I die, it'll be a relief." Someone said first, "I think it's better to stay here and wait for rescue. As long as we don't participate, at least our lives are safe." The chat channel clearly split into 2 factions. One group advocated for trying their luck in the dungeon, while the other insisted on staying put, waiting until the next day to search for supplies on the road, thus minimizing risk. Both sides argued passionately, unable to persuade one another. Watching the chaotic discussion in the regional chat, Chen Ming shook his head and exited the chat panel. He was determined to try his luck in the dungeon. For others, the dungeon might be filled with danger, but for him, someone with a system, it might not be the case. Since the hint system could help him avoid dangers, it might be just as useful in the dungeon. If the hint system could guide him through the risks in the dungeon, then the challenge time would be an excellent opportunity for resource gathering. Moreover, he had compelling reasons to enter the dungeon. After contemplating, Chen Ming chose to enter the dungeon. As he made his selection, a portal appeared in front of his car, and he drove through it. Upon entering the dungeon, he heard the game system's voice again. "Matching players. Please wait." After hearing the system prompt, Chen Ming waited quietly. The sky in the dungeon displayed the number of players entering, rapidly counting up from 0. Before long, the player count reached 1,000. Once it hit that mark, the game system's notification chimed again. "Attention all players, please prepare. The dungeon challenge will begin in 5 minutes." The dungeon was packed with vehicles, and among them, Chen Ming was just another unremarkable one. He was getting ready, filling up his tank, loading his gun into his inventory for easy access, and placing a few bottles of water in the passenger seat. After making his preparations, Chen Ming quietly awaited the start of the challenge. Inside the dungeon, some players were forming teams, others were cursing, and some were chatting to relieve their tension. The 5-minute preparation time quickly passed. Dungeon challenge starts. Challenge details. This is a 100-kilometer race segment. The route features buildings, vending machines, NPCs, and fierce beasts. The top 10 finishers will receive rewards. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. While everyone else hit the gas and sped off, Chen Ming chose to stay still and wait. Why was he waiting quietly? Because his system had given him a crucial tip. System, players, please do not rush forward. The challenge will naturally shrink the storm area based on the speed of your vehicle. The faster you go, the quicker the storm will close in. With this system notification, Chen Ming began to strategize. He planned to drive slowly for the first 50 kilometers, increase his speed for the next 40 kilometers, and then sprint for the final 10 kilometers. He also sent a message to Lin Shun. Chen Ming, did you enter the dungeon? If you did, take it slow for the first 50 kilometers, speed up for the next 40, and then sprint the last 10. Otherwise, when the natural storm closing starts and you're driving fast, you won't be able to slow down and will definitely crash. After sending the message, Chen Ming slowly drove his vehicle forward. He kept the chat interface open, waiting for Lin Shun's reply. After a while, Lin Shun responded. Lin Shun, thanks. Your advice is really helpful. If I hadn't received your tip and had rushed to compete for a top 10 finish, I would have definitely crashed. But how did you know about the storm closing? Chen Ming, because I was the last one to start my vehicle, and behind me is the dust storm. I noticed that when I drove quickly, the storm closed in faster. When I slowed down, it also slowed down. Just focus on driving. We can chat after the dungeon ends. Lin Shun, okay. Chen Ming leisurely drove his vehicle, keeping the dust storm at a steady 50 meters behind him. He was exploiting a game bug by managing his speed, preparing to unleash his full intensity after the first 50 kilometers. Chapter 7. Life and Death in the Copy. Chen Ming drove for 3 kilometers and spotted a building in the distance. Next to it, there were dozens of vehicles parked. But he didn't stop and continued on. Inside the building, those searching for supply crates noticed the sandstorm was about to engulf them. Some who were closer to the cars reacted quickly, jumping in and driving away, while those inside the building had no time to escape and were swallowed by the storm. The game system prompted Chen Ming. Congratulations, player. You have used the sandstorm to eliminate other players and earned rewards. Rewards will be calculated after the copy ends. Upon seeing the system notification, Chen Ming couldn't help but feel delighted, thinking to himself, so that's how it works. Realizing he could use the shrinking storm to take out others, he began to strategize on how to eliminate more players. He started testing. By stopping or slowing down for a few seconds, he figured out how to maintain distance from the sandstorm. After several attempts, he finally determined that the storm would shrink its range to the last vehicle within 5 seconds, maintaining a distance of 50 meters. The allure of the top 10 rewards was high, but Chen Ming understood that rewards meant bloodshed, and everyone entering the copy would fight fiercely for them. Knowing he could use the shrinking storm to eliminate others, he wasn't in a rush to compete for a top 10 spot. Chen Ming gradually accelerated, and the sandstorm behind him kept pace with his speed. As he sped up, he began to catch up to the vehicles ahead. The drivers in front of him, seeing the sandstorm closing in, immediately accelerated as well, and Chen Ming followed suit. During this acceleration, he realized that the others had reached their speed limit and couldn't go any faster. He deduced that they probably hadn't upgraded to level 2 vehicles yet. Without hesitation, he floored the accelerator and overtook them. The incredible speed made Chen Ming's heart race. The wind howling past him filled him with exhilaration. After passing the others, he continued to drive at high speed. The others were quickly engulfed by the rapidly approaching sandstorm. When Chen Ming glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the other vehicles being swallowed up, he began to slow down. As he decelerated, the game system notified him. Current surviving players, 500. After reading the message, he checked the time and exclaimed, wow. Half the players are already dead in just about 20 minutes. He gradually slowed down, allowing the sandstorm to ease up a bit. Driving leisurely, he took in the scenery along the way and occasionally snacked, feeling more like a tourist than a participant in a dangerous game. He didn't encounter anyone else on the road. Chen Ming thought that the remaining survivors must all have level 2 or even level 3 vehicles. With this realization, he adopted a nonchalant attitude while driving. After all, he had already earned rewards by eliminating some players, so there was no need to compete for the perilous top 10 rewards. Those vying for the top spots were either seasoned players or formidable teams. After driving 50 kilometers, the game system chimed in again. Congratulations, player. You have traveled 50 kilometers. Ahead are 5 branching paths. Different choices will lead to different outcomes. Chen Ming chuckled. Now, that's clever. Meanwhile, Chen Ming received a hint from the system. Please choose the leftmost path. Although the leftmost path is difficult to traverse, it is safe and will not be engulfed by the shrinking sandstorm, and there are supply boxes along the way. Following the system's advice, Chen Ming immediately chose the leftmost path. As he drove down this road, it seemed as if the sandstorm ignored the leftmost path and surged toward the other four forks instead. Knowing he wouldn't be swallowed by the storm, Chen Ming decided to stop and take a break. He leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. After dozing off for 5 minutes, he got out of the car to stretch and loosen up his body. Initially, he wanted to suggest to Lin Shun to take the leftmost path as well, but he wasn't sure where Lin Shun had progressed to, so he decided against it, feeling it would be hard to explain why. Once he felt that his body wasn't as stiff from driving for so long, Chen Ming returned to the car, had a snack, and continued on his way. The road was narrow and, unlike before, was not paved with concrete, but rather just gravel. However, Chen Ming didn't mind and drove slowly. After traveling about a kilometer, he spotted a hexagonal supply box and stopped to collect it. He got out, grabbed a supply box, and returned to the car to continue on his journey. Along the way, he kept finding more supply boxes until he filled his vehicle to the brim. After counting, he realized he had collected around 20 supply boxes. Chen Ming, feeling satisfied, headed towards the finish line. 40 minutes later, Chen Ming finally arrived at the destination, noticing that all eyes were on him. At the same time, the game system announced, "Congratulations to the surviving players for completing the dungeon challenge. Reward for the top 10 will now be distributed." Chen Ming was indifferent to the rewards. His main concern was his own safety. He made his way towards the teleportation portal, while others began preparing to fight for the top 10 rewards, paying little attention to Chen Ming as he left. After passing through the portal and exiting the dungeon, the game system chimed in again. "Congratulations, player, for using the sandstorm to eliminate competitors and earning 10 car cores, 10 functional stones, and 10 space stones." Chen Ming was eager to use his rewards immediately, but decided to open the supply boxes first to prevent anyone from seeing what he had collected. He drove deeper into the desert, stopping after 3 kilometers to begin opening the boxes. He placed the supply boxes on the ground and opened them one by one, revealing various types of supplies: food, equipment, weapons, clothing, and upgrade materials. The food included raw pork, raw lamb, and raw beef, all of which couldn't be eaten directly. The equipment consisted of a refrigerator, an air conditioner, a washing machine, and an air circulator. The weapons included 2 machetes, a handgun, a bulletproof vest, 3 sets of clothes, and finally, 100 metal materials. Chen Ming decided to upgrade and modify his car first, using the functional vehicle blueprints to enhance it. He used all 10 functional stones in one go, and then applied the space stones to further modify the vehicle. However, due to the modifications made to the functionality, there wasn't enough metal material. So, Chen Ming decided to sell the food he couldn't finish, and it got snatched up the moment it was listed. With some points in hand, Chen Ming immediately used all of his points to buy metal materials. After making the purchase, he expanded the space of his vehicle. Vehicle, the space has been expanded. Please set how to enter the internal space. The vehicle prompted, function currently in use 110. Chen Ming thought for a moment and decided to place the access setting in the middle of the back seat. Vehicle, settings completed. Once everything was set up, he began arranging the interior of the space. The area was about 100 square meters. After selling some food and water, he bought renovation materials and transformed the space into a bedroom, a kitchen, and a bathroom, which included a shower. After the design was completed, he waited for an hour for the internal modifications to finish. Then he installed an air conditioner, washing machine, refrigerator, air circulation system, and water collection system inside the space. Once the installation was done, the vehicle provided a voice prompt. Vehicle, daily equipment consumes 10 units of fuel. Seeing this, Chen Ming wasn't concerned about the consumption rate, as he currently had several hundred units of fuel on his card. Finally, before preparing to rest, he placed other items into the space. Chapter 8. The Death of a Friend in the New World after finishing his tasks. Chen Ming simply had a bit of bread and water before heading into the space to sleep. Lying on the bed he bought from the trading post, he quickly drifted off. A peaceful night passed. At 10:23 a.m., Chen Ming woke up naturally, propped himself up on the bed to clear his mind, and within a few minutes, he was fully awake. After a quick wash and having something to eat, he prepared to drive out and look for supplies. He crawled from the back seat to the driver's seat and started the car. As the car moved slowly, Chen Ming glanced at the chat messages. The biggest topic in the chat was yesterday's dungeon challenge. Some were bragging, some were relieved, and others were being sarcastic. Switching to the friends list, he saw Lin Shun's dim avatar and couldn't bring himself to believe that his friend was really dead. Didn't he make it through yesterday's challenge? For a moment, Chen Ming struggled to accept that this friend he had never met was gone. Life truly is unpredictable. One moment, everything is fine, and the next, it's all over. The death of his friend left Chen Ming feeling a bit down. Since entering the game world, Lin Shun was the only person he could really connect with, and his passing made Chen Ming cherish his own life even more. After processing his sadness, he continued driving in search of supply boxes. The car was equipped with air conditioning and an air circulation system. So Chen Ming no longer needed to open the windows for fresh air. He could simply adjust the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature. Suddenly, the game system prompted, "Game update. Public beta version 1.2 is now live. Update details. A new world has been added, a snowy landscape. Available for teleportation every 7 days." After reading the message, Chen Ming felt that the game was offering more and more side quests. He didn't have strong feelings about the new map, as it was unfamiliar territory. He had no idea about the potential dangers or their severity. So he continued on his way. After driving 5 kilometers, he encountered a vending machine. Chen Ming skillfully got out of the car and approached the back of the machine, waiting for the system to crack the code and unlock it. The vending machine vanished, leaving behind a solar charging device. Chen Ming picked up the device and headed back to the car. Once he obtained the device, he installed it in the car and discovered that it could charge using sunlight, but the car still ran on gasoline. Chen Ming opened the trading post to look for an energy converter. After searching for 5 minutes, he finally found one. After negotiating with the seller, he exchanged food for resources. He then used the remaining food to trade for a battery. After installing the energy converter and battery, the solar charging device began to show its benefits. First of all, the issue of fuel for the car was no longer a concern in this desert map. The energy consumed by the equipment on the car was also resolved. Now, he only needed to keep a portion of the gasoline for when he ventured into the snowy area. The excess could be sold to buy other resources. Chen Ming pressed the accelerator and drove forward, his right hand gripping the steering wheel while his left rested casually against the window, humming a tune by Jay Cho. After traveling for about 5 kilometers, he encountered a car. A woman had parked her vehicle in the middle of the road, beckoning to him with a flirtatious gesture. Chen Ming stopped his car about 20 meters away, unaware of the situation. He quickly donned a bulletproof vest and readied his shotgun, staying alert inside his vehicle. She tossed her windblown hair and said, "Hey there, handsome. Iemeli minuts. Could you do me a favor? My car broke down, and I could really use your help to fix it." Upon hearing her words, Chen Ming rolled down his window and replied, "Miss, we don't know each other, and there is no reason for me to get involved. How about you just move your car and let us both go our separate ways, pretending we never met? What kind of talk is that, cutie? My car is broken down, and I'm just asking for a little help. What could my intentions possibly be?" She said this while subtly revealing her shoulder. Wow, she is trying to seduce me right off the bat. Something is definitely off. I have to admit, Li Min had her charms, and she knew how to use them well, obviously trained for this. If it weren't for the life-and-death experiences I had gone through recently, I might have fallen for it. This is a game world, after all. If this were like the journey to the West, Sun Wukong would have come out and knocked her out with a stick, because where would a beauty appear in such a desolate place? Initially, feeling down after the loss of my friend Lin Shun, I didn't want to resort to violence today, so I tried to reason with the woman. However, she kept getting closer, continuing her seductive tactics. Watching her actions, I suddenly recalled a meme of Teacher Luo. In this situation, what crime should be judged? Execution. Immediate execution. Feigning thought, Chen Ming tucked his gun into his coat and got out of the car. As he approached Li Min about 5 meters away, he pulled out his handgun and fired 3 quick shots at her upper body. Li Min, hit by the bullets, displayed an expression of disbelief. Chen Ming remarked, "Isn't it surprising that your seduction failed? In a normal world, I would have definitely fallen for your trick. But you forgot this is a game world where death can happen at any moment. How could someone who comes here easily trust others?" After Chen Ming finished speaking, Li Min transformed into a box. He then began to loot the box, retrieving a pair of used panties, 2 pairs of used stockings, 100 small buns, a pound of raw pork, a short knife, a kitchen knife, and 60 bottles of 500 milliliters water. After examining Li Min's loot, he couldn't help but admire her ruthlessness. These supplies were likely obtained from taking down a few people. He loaded the small buns, pork, knives, and water into his car, stuffing them into his storage space. The used panties and stockings were listed for sale in the trading market, and as soon as they went up, they were snatched up instantly, bringing in 700 credits. Chen Ming marveled. I can't believe these things sell for 700 just like that. Due to Li Min's death, her car became the core of the vehicle, which Chen Ming took with him. Once back in the car, Chen Ming replenished the water supply and continued searching for supply boxes. 2 hours passed. Chen Ming had not found a single supply box. During lunchtime, he grabbed some small bread and water to fill his stomach. After satisfying his hunger, he began to make plans. What he needed now was space stones to create an area for farming and planting, which would completely solve the food issue. Relying on small breads and canned foods wasn't sustainable. Warm meals were what he craved. Next came the issue of weapons. The car needed to be equipped, as did he. Once he achieved complete self-sufficiency, he could focus all his energy on upgrading the vehicle. Just as Chen Ming was about to take a break, the game system sent a notification. Would the player like to participate in a 10-kilometer road challenge? Without hesitation, he accepted the challenge, just like last time, choosing a low-risk, low-resource route with the system's assistance. Unlike before, this time there were fewer resources available to make the journey comfortable. Chen Ming easily passed the road challenge, collecting 5 supply boxes along the way. Upon opening the boxes, he received an electromagnetic stove and frying pan set, 10 pounds of bok choy, a pack of pickled vegetables, and 10 metal materials. After gathering the supplies, Chen Ming began to take inventory and organize everything. 150 small breads, 10 pounds of bok choy, 1 pack of pickled vegetables, 2 watermelon knives, 4 sets of clothing, 1 pound of fresh pork, 10 metal materials, 2 handguns with 5 bullets, 1 shotgun with 1 bullet, 50 bottles of 500 milliliters of drinkable water, and 5 buckets of usable water, 5 liters each. Chapter 9. Temporary updates and copies after inventorying the supplies. Everything was returned to its designated place. The likelihood of encountering other players increased, while the chances of finding supply crates decreased. In other words, the encounters with players in the same channel meant that any supply crates that could be found were likely taken by others. With this thought in mind, Chen Ming couldn't help but vent to the game world. They're sneaking in patches again. A few days ago, it felt like a single-player game where you could only meet others within the same local network. Now, it's gradually opening up for everyone to encounter each other. At the same time, challenge dungeons are being rolled out, along with a brand new snowy world. Once his thoughts settled, Chen Ming drove forward, intending to play a cunning game. The game system then notified him. Temporary update. Public test version 1.25 is now live. New content includes the appearance of outdoor dungeons and various flora and fauna. After quickly skimming through the update notes, he continued on his way. About 20 kilometers into his drive, a system prompt alerted him. There's an outdoor dungeon 300 meters to the left. He quickly turned the steering wheel and headed towards the dungeon. Arriving at the dungeon, he donned his bulletproof vest, wrapped himself in a coat, and armed himself with a knife and a gun. Following the system's instructions, he began to dig through the sand. Just after a few digs, he felt himself sinking. Chen Ming tried to back away, but it was too late. With a thud, he fell into a pitch-black stone chamber, surrounded by dark brick walls covered in dust, a testament to the passage of time. About 2 meters away, there were several decaying wooden doors, and he wondered what lay behind them. Above him was the ceiling, but it was damaged from age, and it was through this opening that he had fallen. The ceiling was over 3 meters high, and with no climbing gear, there was no way for him to get back up. Without any lighting tools, visibility was extremely limited. Chen Ming opened the trading interface and purchased a headlamp. He then queried the system. Hey, is there a way out of here? The system replied, just keep walking straight. Reach the end of the corridor and avoid entering the rooms on either side to get out. Chen Ming asked, is there any danger? The system responded, as long as you don't enter the rooms on the sides of the corridor, there won't be any danger. However, you want to get any supply crates or rewards. Note, you must enter the 5th room. There's a key to exit the dungeon inside. All right then. Chen Ming hesitated, debating whether to leave or to check the side rooms for supplies. After some thought, he decided to go into one of the rooms for supplies. He tilted his body and asked the system about the room's contents. After being informed that there was only a snake inside, he kicked the door open, which fell to the ground with a loud crash, raising a cloud of dust. He heard a rustling sound on the floor, which sounded like a snake slithering. Drawing his machete, he swung at the snake. The snake, seeing Chen Ming's attack, dodged slightly while opening its mouth to reveal sharp fangs, lunging at him. The snake's body soared into the air. Upon seeing this, Chen Ming immediately crouched down and thrust the tip of his knife toward the snake. The snake, unable to maneuver in midair, was impaled on the blade due to the impact. Chen Ming pushed the knife down further, ensuring the snake was pinned to the ground, then took out another knife to chop off its head. After the head was severed, the snake's body struggled for a few seconds before finally going still. Once the snake was dead, Chen Ming sheathed his knife and leaned against the wall, waiting for the dust in the room to settle. A minute passed, and the dust fell to the ground. Chen Ming walked into the room, which contained only a table with a supply box on it. Seeing the supply box, Chen Ming didn't rush over to grab it. He was cautious, fearing that it might be a trap that could catch him off guard. He asked the system, "Is there any danger?" The system replied, "No." With the system's response, Chen Ming took the supply box and exited the room. He inquired about the situation in the second room, and the system informed him that there was a single zombie inside. The zombie moved slowly, but being scratched by it could lead to infection. Armed with this knowledge, Chen Ming kicked open the door and stepped back a few paces. The zombie inside let out a low growl. Chen Ming stood ready outside the door with his knife. When the zombie noticed the door was open, it lumbered toward him. As it approached, Chen Ming felt a moment of weakness, but seeing the zombie's slow speed, he regained his confidence. Chen Ming delivered the first strike to the zombie's arm, causing it to fall to the ground. The second strike severed the other arm, yet the zombie continued to advance toward him. With a third blow, Chen Ming struck the zombie's head, and the body collapsed. After the zombie fell, he wiped the knife against the wall, attempting to remove the stains. After a few unsuccessful attempts, Chen Ming opened the trading interface and bought a cloth and some disinfectant. He first wiped the knife with the cloth and then disinfected it. He entered the room and retrieved the supply box. 3 rooms remained. Chen Ming decided to investigate all of them at once. In the third room, he spotted a tiger, which he chose to skip. Given his current strength, entering would be tantamount to a death wish. The fourth room was swarming with wasps, which he also avoided. Without protective gear, he would be stung to death. The fifth room was essential for him to enter because it contained the key to his side quest. However, the room was filled with desert army ants. The system warned him that the ants wouldn't chase him immediately. They had a 30-second activation time. Understanding the situation, Chen Ming refrained from recklessly opening the door and instead went down the corridor to scout. After about a minute, he reached the end of the corridor and found a locked door. He then sprinted back to the entrance of the fifth room and counted the seconds, estimating it to be around 20. Chen Ming took a moment to rest and bought a bottle of water from the trading interface. After resting, Chen Ming kicked open the door and entered the room, covering his face as a cloud of dust enveloped him. Squinting his eyes, he grabbed the keys and a supply box from the table before sprinting away. At that moment, the game system's notification sounded. Desert Army ants activated. Will start attacking nearby targets in 30 seconds. Time ticked away, and by the 19-second mark, Chen Ming reached the end of the corridor. He picked up the keys and unlocked the door, which took 3 seconds to activate and another 3 seconds to open. He dashed to the ground level, taking 5 seconds to get there. Just as he was about to catch his breath, he felt a tremor coming from beneath the ground. Remembering the Desert Army ants, he disregarded his fatigue and ran straight for the vehicle. After covering 50 meters, he yanked open the car door and jumped into the driver's seat. Tu rushed to buckle his seatbelt. He slammed on the accelerator and sped onto the road. After driving just 10 meters, Chen Ming stopped to fasten his seatbelt, only to see in the rearview mirror that the army ants were rapidly closing in on him. The system alerted him that he needed to be at least 10 kilometers away from the army ants to avoid being chased. Hearing this, Chen Ming floored the gas pedal, and the car surged forward with the army ants hot on his tail. Determined to catch him, a massive wave of army ants followed like a brown river, with some faster ones already climbing onto the back of his vehicle. The ants began to gnaw at the car, and a warning flashed that the vehicle's durability was dropping. Chen Ming felt a pang of regret. After all, a man's 3 treasures are money, a car, and women. Chapter 10. Escape from pursuit and forming a convoy in order to shake off the army ants. Chen Ming pressed the accelerator to the floor. The car surged forward, creating a bit of distance from the relentless swarm. The speed was exhilarating, like thunder, and it made Chen Ming's heart race. He wanted to slow down, but with the army ants hot on his tail, he had no choice but to keep driving at high speed. After about 4 kilometers, he encountered another vehicle. The car jolted up and down, and faint groans could be heard from inside. The occupants, sensing something was amiss as Chen Ming's car roared past, hit the gas to catch up and inquire about the situation. As the two vehicles drew closer, Chen Ming noticed the other driver rolled down their window. In a state of heightened alert, he quickly drew his gun, ready to fire. The driver, startled by Chen Ming's actions, was a woman who spoke first. "We saw you speeding and thought something serious was happening, so we decided to follow you." Hearing her explanation, Chen Ming lowered his gun but remained vigilant. He simply said, "There are desert army ants behind us." Upon hearing about the army ants, the man driving replied with a phrase laced with cultural references. "So what should we do now?" Chen Ming responded, "We need to create a distance of 10 kilometers to shake off the army ants." Understanding the situation, the man fell silent and focused on driving. After 10 minutes of high-speed driving, they finally managed to escape the army ants' pursuit. The three of them pulled over. The man spoke first. "My name is Lu Hong, and this is Su Jingjing. What is your name, and what happened that made the army ants target you?" Ignoring their questions, Chen Ming entered the trunk of his vehicle, grabbed a piece of raw pork, and bought a Molotov cocktail. He then placed the meat on the sand about 5 meters behind the car, where it attracted the army ants that had climbed onto the vehicle. Once all the army ants were on the pork, Chen Ming turned to Lu Hong and asked, "Do you have a lighter?" "I do." Lu Hong quickly got out of the car and tossed a lighter to Chen Ming. Catching it, Chen Ming ignited the Molotov cocktail and smashed it to the ground, igniting a fierce blaze. The flames consumed all the army ants. Puzzled, Lu Hong asked, "Why'd you burn the army ants?" Chen Ming explained, "Desert army ants are different from other ants. They don't build nests and are constantly on the move, eating wherever they go. They leave nothing in their wake. If we don't burn them now, they'll just reproduce after they finish the pork, which could pose a significant threat." After hearing Chen Ming's explanation, Lu Hong finally understood. "What about the ones that didn't catch up with us?" "That's not our concern," Chen Ming replied, tossing the lighter back to Lu Hong as he prepared to return to his car. Just then, Lu Hong called out to him. "Is something wrong?" Chen Ming asked. "Brother, can we travel together?" Lu Hong requested. "Chen Ming, you already have company. You don't need me." "Lu Hong, it's fine. We can all hang out together." Upon hearing Lu Hong's words, Chen Ming's expression resembled a confused emoji. Internally, he thought, "These two are quite playful. I've somehow become the happy link between them." Realizing that Chen Ming misunderstood, Lu Hong clarified what I meant was, "We can form a team and survive together in this game world." After considering Lu Hong's suggestion, Chen Ming thought forming a team was a good idea, but he wondered if these two were reliable. Observing that they didn't seem to have strong offensive capabilities, he asked the system internally, "Hey, will you alert me if I'm in danger?" "System, don't worry, I've got your back." With that reassurance, Chen Ming told Lu Hong that he was on board. He then opened the chat interface to add Lu Hong and Su Jingjing as friends. It didn't take long for the request to be accepted, and Chen Ming sent out an invitation to form a team, which they both quickly accepted. "Please name the team, Captain." Chen Ming thought for a moment and decided to name the team the Transparent Ones. "Congratulations, player. You have successfully named your team." After the team was formed, Lu Hong asked, "What is your name, bro? I need to know how to address you." Chen Ming replied, "Chen Ming. Since we formed a team, let's grab a bite together." He then led the two of them deeper into the desert. The three of them sat on the ground, eating small bread with pickled vegetables. Lu Hong was quite the chatterbox, sharing stories of their experiences over the past few days while Chen Ming listened quietly. Initially, Chen Ming thought they were a couple, but it turned out they weren't. They had only met on the first day in the game when Su Jingjing got out of the car to collect a supply box and was almost robbed by someone else who was trying to force her to applaud him. Lu Hong happened to be there and saved her from that man, and from that moment on, Su Jingjing stuck with Lu Hong for survival. As night fell, Chen Ming prepared to sleep. Before going to bed, Lu Hong handed him a repair card, which could restore 30 of the vehicle's durability. Chen Ming felt a bit moved, but he wasn't the type to easily show emotions. He got into the car and used the car to repair it. Just as he was about to enter the room to sleep, he heard the neighboring vehicle moving up and down with faint moaning sounds. Chen Ming was taken aback, thinking, "Can you two not be so loud? Is this how you treat a single guy?" He considered intervening but decided against it and went into the room to sleep, leaving a message in the team chat wishing everyone a good night. The night passed uneventfully. At 7:30 a.m., Chen Ming woke up, quickly washed up, and went to the restroom before stepping out of the room. He grabbed some small bread and water, ready to have breakfast with his two new teammates. As soon as he got out of the car, he was greeted by an awkward scene. Su Jingjing was showering early in the morning. Chen Ming leaned back in the car, waiting for about 10 minutes before getting out. Estimating the time, he felt that Su Jingjing should have finished her shower by now. So he grabbed some food to share with them. During breakfast, the three of them sat in silence, tacitly avoiding any mention of what had happened that morning. Perhaps the breakfast atmosphere was too heavy, so Su Jingjing broke the silence, saying, Ming, if you saw it this morning, then you saw it. I don't mind. Lu Hong asked, what did you see? Su Jingjing replied, just that I took a quick shower this morning, and Ming saw me. Lu Hong responded with an O. Chen Ming thought to himself, oh, is that it? Aren't you supposed to be angry? Shouldn't you question me about it? Though he thought this, Chen Ming couldn't bring himself to say it out loud. He turned to Lu Hong and asked, don't you mind? Lu Hong replied, what's there to mind? It wasn't intentional on your part. She didn't tell you she was showering. Besides, in this game world where death can happen at any moment, what does it matter? Who knows? One day I might kick the bucket and need you to look after her. At that moment, Lu Hong stood up and said, Ming, let us talk over there. Not knowing what Lu Hong was up to, Chen Ming let himself be guided away for a private conversation. Lu Hong asked Ming, tell me, are you a virgin? Chen Ming replied, yes, so what? You're not going to make fun of me, are you? Lu Hong said, of course not. I just think you should find a woman to share your life with. Chen Ming was left speechless. Lu Hong added, then let Su Jingjing teach her a few tricks. Chen Ming struggled to suppress a smile, thoughts of indecent scenarios flashing through his mind before he quickly returned to normal. Oh, why are we even talking about this? He thought to himself, wondering if this was some kind of new seduction technique. How many people could resist such temptation? He decided to stop dwelling on it and began planning the development of their convoy. After some discussion, the three of them agreed that all supply crates on the road would be split evenly, and what they could drive out would depend on their luck. Since Lu Hong and Su Jingjing were a pair, they would only count as one share. With their plans settled, the three of them got into the car and hit the road. Chapter 11. The ever-changing game world. The three of them drove for a kilometer when the game system prompted them. Game version update. Public beta version 1.3 is now live. Update details. The bi-daily 10-kilometer challenge has been replaced with a daily multiplayer dungeon challenge of 100 kilometers. A new dungeon, a multiplayer maze dungeon, has also been added. Participation is optional, with a maximum of 1,000 players allowed. As expected, it was pretty much what Chen Ming had thought. Previously, they were in a beginner's protection period, but now the real game had begun. The outdoor dungeons, multiplayer challenges, the presence of flora and fauna, and new maps had all enriched the gaming experience. Initially, Chen Ming felt that this game was a cheap knockoff created by a rough designer. Now, however, the updates felt like the designer's mentor had stepped in to help patch things up. After reviewing the update details, the trio continued their journey. 20 minutes later, they encountered a building. They discussed in the vehicle channel and decided to enter the building to search for supply crates. After fully arming himself, Chen Ming stepped out of the car. Upon seeing that Lu Hong and Su Jingjing were empty-handed, he asked, don't you have any weapons? Lu Hong and Su Jingjing replied, we do. With that, each pulled out a small knife. Seeing the knives, Chen Ming thought they would struggle to even cut a watermelon. He handed them his watermelon knife, simultaneously testing whether they might stab him in the back. He pretended to walk ahead, leaving his back exposed to them. The three of them entered the building, which had 3 floors and an interior structure resembling a shopping mall. They searched aimlessly for half an hour, but found nothing. The team sat down on the floor to drink water and eat, discussing their situation. After the chat, they continued to the 2nd and 3rd floors. An hour and a half passed, yet they still had no luck. At this point, Lu Hong spoke up. Ming, do you think this place hasn't been searched by anyone? Chen Ming replied, it shouldn't have been. If it had been searched, there would definitely be some signs. Think about the entire building. Where is there evidence of someone having been here? Lu Hong thought for a moment. You're right, but that is strange. If it hasn't been searched, where are all the supply crates? Suddenly, Su Jingjing, who had been quiet, said, could there be some kind of mechanism or secret passage here? Chen Ming, struck by her words, asked the system, hey, can you scan the entire building? System, yes. After the system replied, it immediately began scanning the entire building. Chen Ming pretended to be deep in thought, not wanting to reveal the system to the others. Seeing Chen Ming in contemplation, the two remained silent, sitting quietly on the ground as they awaited his decision. System, scan complete. Then, a 3D simulation of the building appeared in Chen Ming's mind. Chen Ming took 2 minutes to carefully examine each layer. Finally, he He found a block partition in a small room on the third floor. Understanding the situation, Chen Ming asked, "Did you find anything unusual while searching for the supply boxes?" The two of them thought for a moment and replied that they had not. After hearing their response, Chen Ming said, "I noticed a partition in a small room, but I was focused on finding the supply boxes at the time and didn't pay it any mind. Should we go check it out now?" Chen Ming asked them. "Of course, otherwise, these past few hours will have been for nothing," Lu Hong replied. Su Jingjing added, "But isn't it usually dangerous to explore places like that?" While they were discussing, Chen Ming asked his system if there was any danger, and it informed him that there was none. Chen Ming said, "Let's go take a look. If it's dangerous, we'll run." With that, the three of them headed toward the small room Chen Ming mentioned. After walking for 3 minutes, they arrived at the door of the small room. Chen Ming spoke up, "Jingjing, you keep watch outside. If anyone or anything else approaches, shout for us to run. Lu Hong, you come in with me." Once this was arranged, Su Jingjing stood guard outside while Lu Hong and Chen Ming entered the small room. Together, they lifted the partition, revealing an opening large enough for one person to pass through. Chen Ming said, "I'll go down first, then you follow." He climbed down the ladder and reached the secret chamber in a few seconds, and then Lu Hong followed. The secret chamber was dimly lit with low visibility. Chen Ming had bought 2 headlamps, wearing one himself and giving the other to Lu Hong. The two of them used the light from the headlamps to inspect the chamber. It was small, only about a dozen square meters. After looking around, they spotted 5 supply boxes on a simple table. As they approached to take the supply boxes, the game system chimed in. "Secret chamber quest activated. Players must solve the puzzle to exit the chamber." Just as the system notification ended, the door to the chamber closed. Lu Hong, seeing the door shut, turned to Chen Ming and asked, "What do we do now?" Chen Ming replied, "Don't panic. Let's look around and observe our surroundings." The code for this kind of secret chamber is usually within the chamber itself. He also sent a message to Su Jingjing. "We're trapped in a secret chamber. You should enter the small room and close the door to hide for a bit. I have a feeling some other people or creatures might show up." Upon receiving the message, Su Jingjing entered the small room and closed the door, waiting. Chen Ming began to work on the puzzle. Of course, he wasn't going to do this mentally taxing task himself. He let his system handle it. After understanding Chen Ming's intention, the system provided him with hints. Pretending to observe, Chen Ming formulated some ideas to decode the puzzle. With the system's guidance, he successfully unlocked the secret chamber. The two of them grabbed the supply boxes and exited the chamber. As soon as they crawled out the door, they saw Su Jingjing hiding behind it. Chen Ming asked, "Is there any situation outside?" Su Jingjing replied, "No." After hearing this, Chen Ming told them to leave the place quickly. The three of them hurriedly left, and just as they stepped out of the building, it vanished. They looked back at the disappearing structure, but didn't stop. They got into their vehicle and drove away. After traveling a short distance, they stopped the car. The three of them got out and divided the supplies they had obtained. Chen Ming took 3 boxes, while Lu Hong took 2. Once they finished distributing the supplies, they opened them up. Inside were all kinds of food. Chen Ming found 50 cans of congee, 100 bottles of soda, and 10 pounds of lettuce. Lu Hong found 5 pounds of pork and 5 pounds of beef. Chen Ming shared 20 cans and 40 bottles of soda with them, as these were non-perishable items. Lu Hong gave all his pork and beef to Chen Ming. He had learned during their chat yesterday that Chen Ming had modified the vehicle, which now had a refrigerator to keep the meat from spoiling. After distributing the supplies, the three of them felt quite hungry. At that moment, Su Jingjing's skills came into play. She was the only one among them who could cook. After purchasing some scallions, ginger, garlic, seasonings, and noodles from the trading post, Su Jingjing started preparing a meal. She made a simple dish, and Chen Ming sat on the ground, holding a bowl of noodles, exclaiming, "Finally, I get to eat something warm." Lu Hong asked, "Haven't you eaten before?" Chen Ming replied, "I can't cook. Even if I tried, it would be a waste of food." Lu Hong was left speechless. The three of them chatted as they ate, and soon enough, they finished their meal. As the sky gradually darkened, they began to plan their next steps. Chapter 12. Re-entering the dungeon. Chen Ming was the first to speak. The probability of encountering supply crates in the wild has decreased. Now, we only come across 1 or 2 occasionally. If we want to find a lot of supply crates, we have to look for wilderness dungeons or enter larger dungeons. The days of joyfully scavenging for supply crates are gone for good. This is likely due to the player's lackadaisical attitude in the first few days, which prompted frequent updates to the game, pushing players to become more competitive. Additionally, the chances of encountering other players have significantly increased. After hearing Chen Ming's words, the two of them were at a loss for what to say. Chen Ming continued, "We need to participate in more dungeons and search for wilderness dungeons. We should arm ourselves as much as possible and make ourselves stronger. By now, everyone should at least have vehicles that are level 2 or above, and they're definitely in teams." Sensing their unease, Chen Ming suggested, "Let's get some rest. We'll deal with everything else tomorrow." He quickly cleaned up the remnants of their cooking and eating before getting into the vehicle. Lu Hong and Su Jingjing, feeling drowsy after Chen Ming's remarks, climbed into the vehicle to sleep. The night passed quietly. The next morning, at 7 a.m., Chen Ming's system alerted him that a wild boar was approaching their vehicle. Woken by the system notification, Chen Ming grabbed a short knife and got out of the car. After waiting for 40 seconds, the wild boar appeared in his line of sight. Chen Ming, seeing it, hid behind the car and messaged Lu Hong to come out and help. Startled awake by the message, Lu Hong grabbed his knife and got out to assist Chen Ming. The two exchanged looks and playfully taunted the wild boar, trying to wear it down. Provoked by their antics, the wild boar became furious, stopped running back and forth, and charged straight at Chen Ming. Chen Ming sprinted a few steps and jumped into the car just in time. The charging boar, propelled by its momentum, got its head stuck in the wheel. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Hong rushed over and thrust his knife towards the boar's head. Chen Ming reacted quickly as well, jumping out of the car to stab the boar's head. The boar, having been stabbed twice, thrashed violently. Chen Ming and Lu Hong held it down firmly, not allowing it to escape. The boar struggled less and less as it bled out, but the two didn't dare to relax, fearing their efforts would go to waste. A few minutes later, the boar finally ceased moving. Exhausted, the two of them didn't care if the blood on the ground would stain their clothes. They collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. At this moment, Su Jingjing finally emerged from the vehicle and, hiding by the side of the car, asked, "Is the pig dead?" Lu Hong replied, "It's dead, completely cold." After resting up, the two of them worked together to pull the boar out from under the wheel. Chen Ming then proceeded to butcher the meat, and once he was done, Lu Hong took out some vacuum-sealed bag from the vehicle to package the meat. They ended up with 10 bags, which they stored in the fridge. After their butchering session, the two men changed into a fresh set of clothes. Following this little adventure, the friendship among the three of them grew stronger. They then sat down to eat breakfast, finishing their meal in less than 10 minutes. Continuing their search for supply crates, the three of them drove aimlessly in 2 cars. After a whole morning, they hadn't found a single crate. It seemed like they had no choice but to enter a dungeon, Chen Ming thought to himself. With this plan in mind, Chen Ming opened the supply crate he had found last time in the sand. 3 crates disappeared, and he received a rifle, 100 rounds of ammunition, a handgun with 50 rounds, and a piece of technological armor. Chen Ming quickly loaded the rifle and handgun with bullets, then stored the excess ammunition in their room. The technological armor resembled a wristband, and when Chen Ming put it on, it immediately bound to him. Armor binding alert. Energy 100. The user's energy will decrease when attacked. Once energy is depleted, it must be recharged to be used again. Can be recharged with fuel cards or electricity. After reading the message, Chen Ming decided to test it out. He cut his hand with a knife. After making a small incision, he felt no pain, and the wristband indicated that his energy remained at 99.9. It seemed that the energy decreased based on the severity of the injury. After taking care of these things, he rolled down the car window and said to Lu Hong and the others, "Let us enter the dungeon. There are really fewer supply crates now. It seems the game is quietly patching things up." Lu Hong and the others didn't understand what Chen Ming meant by quietly patching, but they agreed to enter the dungeon nonetheless. Once they had both agreed, Chen Ming opened the interface to apply for entry into the dungeon. "Would you like to enter the dungeon?" The game system prompted them. All 3 selected yes, and a portal appeared before them. They drove into the portal. After entering, Chen Ming asked if they had done this dungeon before. When Lu Hong and the others replied no, Chen Ming informed them about the 100-kilometer challenge in the team channel. There's a half-hour wait now. Once it's full, there will be 5 minutes of preparation time. Don't talk to other players. It's pointless. Just follow my lead when driving. When we start, don't rush to compete for the top 10 spots. Just listen to my instructions. After reading Chen Ming's message in the team channel, Lu Hong sent an okay response. To prevent Lu Hong and the others from being attacked without being able to retaliate, Chen Ming handed Lu Hong a handgun with 10 rounds. 10 minutes later, the dungeon was full. The game system announced, "Countdown, 5 minutes until start." Chen Ming, already prepared, observed his surroundings, and noticed that this group was quieter than the last one. Only a few were chatting, while most were silent. Chen Ming knew that those who weren't talking had already formed teams, but he didn't care about that. The 5 minutes passed quickly. The game system alerted. 100-kilometer challenge begins. The top 10 will receive rewards. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. The game system's alert sound had just ended, and apart from Chen Ming and Lu Hong, all other vehicles moved forward. However, Chen Ming and Lu Hong's car remained stationary. After a minute, Lu Hong couldn't hold back any longer and asked Chen Ming, Ming, are we moving? Chen Ming looked around and saw that they were the only ones left, then replied, let's go, keep up with my speed. The two cars moved along leisurely, with a sandstorm trailing closely behind them. Seeing the storm, Lu Hong felt the urge to speed up, but Chen Ming stopped him. The sandstorm will maintain a distance of 50 meters from us. It won't engulf us. As long as we keep this speed, we're fine. The faster we go, the faster the storm will follow, Chen Ming explained. Trusting Chen Ming, Lu Hong decided to go along with him, and the three of them in two cars continued at a slow pace. As they passed by a building with a vending machine, they didn't stop to search for supply boxes. They noticed that no one else had gotten out to grab any supplies either. It seemed everyone had learned their lesson this time, likely vying for a spot in the top 10 for rewards, Chen Ming thought. After 5 minutes of slow driving, they encountered two convoys engaged in a fight. The transparent team that came across the brawling convoys chose to ignore them and sped through. Once Lu Hong accelerated, he was marked as the last car by the sandstorm, which then picked up speed as well. The fighting convoys had no time to react before being engulfed by the storm. Congratulations to player Lu Hong for using the sandstorm to eliminate other competitors and earn rewards. Rewards will be calculated at the end of the instance. The game system notified Lu Hong. A grin spread across his face as he realized he could earn rewards this way. He glanced at Chen Ming in front of him, thinking, Ming must know that the sandstorm can be used to take out other players for rewards too. Suddenly, he felt a cold sweat break out. Chapter 13. Entering the basement and battling the spider after the sandstorm engulfed the fighting convoy, Chen Ming and Lu Hong slowed down their vehicle. Once the storm settled, the two cars continued their journey. Along the way, they occasionally encountered boxes on the road. Chen Ming knew these were the remnants of people who had perished. But with the sandstorm looming behind them, he refrained from stopping to loot. After driving for 20 minutes, they came across several damaged vehicles that were unable to move. Inside were men and women who called out for help as Chen Ming and Lu Hong passed by. Chen Ming ignored them and pressed on, while Lu Hong seemed inclined to stop. Confused, Chen Ming looked at Lu Hong. Lu Hong's convoy channel. They look pretty pitiful. Let's help them out. Chen Ming replied. The sandstorm is right behind us. We can't help them. After a fruitless discussion, the two ultimately decided against the rescue and continued onward. Chen Ming's convoy channel. Anyone who participates in the dungeon must bear the consequences themselves. Upon seeing the message, Lu Hong fell silent. Chen Ming understood he was feeling uneasy but chose not to say anything. 20 minutes later, they encountered 5 forks in the road. Chen Ming's convoy channel. Follow me down the far left, the dilapidated road. Lu Hong said nothing and simply followed Chen Ming down the leftmost path. When they reached the end of this road, Chen Ming stopped, and Lu Hong looked on in shock as the sandstorm swallowed the other 4 paths. Luong, hast du nicht? Asked Chen Ming. How did you know this road wouldn't be consumed by the sandstorm? Chen Ming replied. Last time, in a panic, I stumbled onto this road and found it was safe from a storm. Lu Hong inquired. Is this road safe? Chen Ming responded. It was safe last time, but I can't say for certain now. After all, this game world can change at any moment. He then had the system scan the road, and a few minutes later, it informed him that the route was safe but devoid of supply boxes. To find supplies, they would need to enter a dungeon located along this road. Is the dungeon safe? Chen Ming asked the system. The dungeon is a basement, containing only a large spider created by a mad scientist. Chen Ming asked, what abilities does the large spider have? The spider moves quickly, can leap, has sharp fangs that are venomous, but does not produce webs. Its weaknesses are strong light and fire. It's afraid of strong light and fire? Knowing the weaknesses made things easier. After finishing his conversation with the system, he told Lu Hong to eat something first. The three of them sat down briefly to have some canned porridge before hitting the road again. Chen Ming drove cautiously at the front, with Lu Hong closely following behind. After traveling nearly 10 kilometers, they encountered no dangers and found no supply boxes. Chen Ming's team channel. This road has changed, but not completely. Lu Hong's team channel. What do you mean? Chen Ming's team channel. This road is safe, but the supply crates are gone. It seems they've been turned into a dungeon scenario, and you'll need to enter the dungeon to get the supply crates. Lu Hong's team channel. So how do we find the dungeon? Chen Ming's team channel. We should be able to find along the road. Lu Hong's team channel. Okay. Chen Ming drives slowly ahead, occasionally turning his head to look around, pretending to search for the dungeon. Lu Hong follows closely behind, also looking around. After driving another 2 kilometers, the system alerts Chen Ming that he is about to find the dungeon. At this moment, Chen Ming starts to act, pretending to see the dungeon. He quickly turns the car around and heads toward it, and Lu Hong follows suit. After driving about 200 meters, both cars come to a stop. Chen Ming, fully geared up, gets out of the car, and Lu Hong follows, leaving Su Jingjing in the vehicle. In front of Chen Ming and Lu Hong stand a makeshift small house. Chen Ming turns on his headlamp, shining the light inside the small house to assess the situation. After a quick search, they find a metal door leading to a basement. Chen Ming hesitates to pull the door open directly, fearing a giant spider might come out. He instructs Lu Hong to find a rope to tie to the handle, and then they step outside the small house, gently pulling on the door. Although their movements are cautious, the door creaks loudly, having endured who knows how much time. A chill rises from the underground, making both of them shiver, followed by a faint scuttling sound. Why is it so cold down there? Chen Ming furrows his brow. The two of them remain alert, exchanging a knowing glance before they drop the rope and draw their guns, aiming inside. They aim for a few seconds, but there's no movement, and they dare not let their guard down. Chen Ming says to Lu Hong, "You keep pulling the rope while I watch inside. Remember to pull gently." Upon hearing Chen Ming's words, Lu Hong picks up the rope again and gently starts to pull. As the door moves, the creaking sound returns, accompanied by the scuttling noise. Suddenly, a large limb shoots out, almost stabbing both Chen Ming and Lu Hong. The giant spider is incredibly fast, and they don't have time to react. But thankfully they are outside. Once Chen Ming observes the giant spider closely, he realizes that its body is barely larger than the small house's entrance. Chen Ming takes aim with his rifle and instructs Lu Hong to drop the rope and shoot as well. Bullets rain down on the giant spider, injuring it, and the wounded creature retreats into the basement. Seeing the situation, Chen Ming decided to go down and kill the giant spider. He returned to the car and put on his military coat, preparing to head down. Lu Hong followed him, but Chen Ming stopped him. "Chen Ming, your gear is too basic. You should stay here." Lu Hong thought to himself, "Great, I'm being dismissed." However, he didn't say this out loud. He simply replied calmly, "Just be careful. That spider looks like it packs a serious punch." "Chen Ming, don't worry, you know me." With that, Chen Ming walked into the dark and eerie basement, raising his alertness to the highest level. The beam of his flashlight swept back and forth as he moved, illuminating the unsettling shadows. This basement, devoid of sunlight for years, gave off an indescribable sense of unease, Chen Ming thought. He moved cautiously, using minimal motions, while internally asking the system for help to scan the basement and locate the giant spider. The system informed him that the spider was at the deepest part of the basement. Although the system indicated the spider's location, it had also warned him about its fast-crawling speed. As Chen Ming advanced carefully, he felt the spider had sensed his presence and was coming towards him. The spider moved quickly, and the system urged him to dodge. Reacting swiftly to the warning, Chen Ming rolled to the side and shot at the spider. Hearing the gunfire, Lu Hong wanted to rush down to help Chen Ming, but hesitated, fearing he might interfere, so he resolutely waited. Running out of rifle ammunition and unable to reload in time, Chen Ming tossed his rifle aside and pulled out his handgun. He fired several rounds, hitting the spider's body, which let out a painful roar. With both the rifle and handgun empty, Chen Ming drew his knife and engaged in close combat with the giant spider. In the basement, Chen Ming dodged left and right while swinging his knife at the spider's legs. After striking the same leg 7 or 8 times, he finally severed one of its limbs. Exhausted and panting, he lamented how out of shape he felt. The spider, now missing a leg, moved even faster. Several times, its remaining legs struck Chen Ming, tearing through his military coat but leaving him unharmed. His armor absorbed the spider's attacks. Realizing he couldn't defeat the spider quickly, Chen Ming immediately turned and ran for the exit. Chapter 14. Killing the spider and upgrading the vehicle. Chen Ming, who had just sprinted out of the basement, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Perhaps the giant spider had learned its lesson and didn't follow him out. Lu Hong approached and asked, "What is the situation? Did you kill the spider?" Once Chen Ming caught his breath, he replied, "Not yet. This giant spider is tough. I fired off a full magazine from my rifle and a full clip from my handgun, and I only managed to injure a bit. I even fought it for a while and managed to sever one of its legs. I left both guns down there." Chen Ming sat up, took off his coat that had been damaged by the spider's stingers, and said to Lu Hong, "If I hadn't activated the inner armor, I might have been a goner." Lu Hong gasped at the sight of the ruined coat. "Is that spider really that ferocious?" "Yeah," Chen Ming confirmed. He stood up, returned to the vehicle, and used the fuel card to recharge the inner armor. Once the armor's energy reached 100, he got out of the car and began to strategize with Lu Hong on how to kill the giant spider, snacking and drinking water as they discussed their plan. At first, Chen Ming didn't care much about killing the spider. He thought he could simply forfeit the supply box. However, it became necessary to deal with it since he had left both guns inside the basement. Suddenly, Chen Ming remembered that the system had indicated that the giant spider was afraid of fire, which sparked an idea. He walked over to the large iron door and carefully untied the rope. Then he bought a canister of gasoline from the trading post, cut it open, and soaked the rope in gasoline, leaving just a small part dry enough for him to hold without getting burned. After shaking off the excess gasoline, he armed himself with a knife in one hand and the soaked rope in the other, donning a flashlight as he entered the basement. Lu Hong handed his handgun to Chen Ming and waited outside. This time, Chen Ming didn't tread carefully like before. Instead, he intentionally made noise to lure the giant spider. Sensing his presence, the spider quickly scuttled toward him and attacked. Chen Ming dodged to the side, swinging his knife while attempting to whip the rope around the spider. The first attempt failed, but Chen Ming didn't get discouraged. He kept swinging the rope, and after several tries, he finally managed to ensnare the spider with it. However, he knew that just soaking the rope in gasoline and lighting it wouldn't necessarily kill the spider. So after wrapping the rope around the spider, he ran out to grab the gasoline. While running, he shouted for gasoline. Upon hearing him, Lu Hong quickly grabbed the gasoline canister and handed Chen Ming a lighter. Armed with gasoline and the lighter, Chen Ming dashed back into the basement. As the spider struggled, he splashed gasoline on it and then bought a wooden stick from the trading post, dipped it in the gasoline pooling on the ground, and ignited it with a lighter. Finally, he hurled the flaming stick at the giant spider. Gasoline ignited quickly, and the giant spider, engulfed in flames, struggled even more violently. It managed to break free from its bindings and charged toward Chen Ming, intending to take him down with it. Realizing the spider's intention, Chen Ming swiftly ran outside. As he ran, he shouted for Lu Hong to get away. Lu Hong, waiting outside for Chen Ming's news, quickly retreated. After Chen Ming had left the basement, the giant spider followed him out but got stuck in the door. In the end, the raging fire consumed the giant spider. A few minutes later, Chen Ming, holding a knife, cautiously probed the spider's corpse, fearful that it might not be completely dead. After poking it several times with no response, he used the knife to cut the giant spider into pieces and drag them out. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get through the door. Chen Ming and Lu Hong, wearing headlamps, entered the basement, where the temperature was very low. Chen Ming immediately went to search for two guns, while Lu Hong observed the surroundings. Just as Chen Ming found the guns, he heard Lu Hong retching. "Yuck!" Chen Ming, upon hearing the vomiting, went to look for Lu Hong and found him after a few steps. He helped Lu Hong, who was on the floor, and asked, "What did you see that was so disgusting?" Lu Hong didn't respond, but pointed ahead with a finger. Chen Ming followed Lu Hong's gaze, and when he saw what was there, his scalp tingled, and he suddenly felt the urge to vomit, though he managed to hold it back. Chen Ming saw several glass containers filled with various species of dead creatures, humans, animals, and insects. Suppressing his nausea, Chen Ming searched for supply boxes and soon found one. He continued to search but scoured the entire basement and found no more supply boxes. Not finding any more, Chen Ming called Lu Hong to leave. The two exited the basement and got into their vehicles to leave. Chen Ming communicated over the team channel, saying they should complete the 100-kilometer challenge first before opening the supply box. Lu Hong had no objections, and the two vehicles sped off. 40 minutes later, after a bumpy ride, they finally reached their destination. The game system notified them that the top 10 would receive rewards. Chen Ming signaled Lu Hong to speed away from the instance. The two vehicles quickly left that treacherous place, not bothering about the others. After exiting the instance, they drove another 3 kilometers before stopping. Chen Ming asked over the team channel, Lu Hong, how many rewards did you get from the sandstorm? Liu repeated, I got 5 functional stones and 5 spatial stones. After receiving this information, Chen Ming opened the supply box he had obtained from the basement. The box vanished, transforming into blueprints for a level 3 vehicle protection enhancement, and vehicle weapon installation. This was truly a delightful surprise. Chen Ming had just been wondering why there was such a large giant spider, but only one supply box. It turned out the rewards were so generous. Chen Ming quickly entered the room and took out some food to sell. After a few minutes, the food was bought, and he received some tokens in return. He used all the tokens to purchase metal materials and gave a portion to Lu Hong for upgrading their vehicles. Then he upgraded his own vehicle to level 3, but the remaining materials were insufficient for further upgrades, so he stored them in the room. As the 2 vehicles were being upgraded, Chen Ming and Lu Hong sat on the ground while Su Jingjing cooked. Before long, Su Jingjing finished preparing the meal, and the vehicles were also upgraded. The level 3 vehicle now featured an initial smart system, which would help Chen Ming drive more effectively. The 3 of them sat on the ground, eating and discussing everything that had happened that day. After finishing their meal, Chen Ming suggested they take a break to prepare for the maze dungeon in the afternoon. They rested in the car for 3 hours, and when they felt refreshed, they got ready to enter the dungeon. Realizing they didn't have enough supplies, they sent Lu Hong to the trading post to buy more. 10 minutes later, the 3 were ready. Chen Ming applied to enter the maze dungeon, and Lu Hong and Su Jingjing chose to join him. A portal appeared ahead, and the 3 drove into it. Once inside the portal, they were still waiting for the player count to reach 1,000. Perhaps because it was a new dungeon and not many players were aware of it. Many were hesitant to enter, fearing they might not be able to exit. However, there are always those who seek fortune in danger. After an hour, the player count finally reached 1,000. Once the required number was met, the game system sent a notification. Please prepare to start the challenge within 5 minutes. The 5 minutes passed quickly, and then the countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. Chapter 15. The Transparent Squad enters the maze instance. The 3 of them adhere to their usual practice, waiting until everyone else had left before moving forward. The Transparent Squad slowly drove behind the other teams, while Chen Ming operated the vehicle and instructed the system to scan the maze. The system indicated that the maze was quite large and would require some time to complete the scan. The trio aimlessly wander around, making left and right turns, sometimes driving into dead ends, only to reverse and continue on their way. Occasionally, they encountered members from other teams, but no one spoke. Everyone preferred to stick to their own path, as few were willing to waste time chatting with strangers. After wandering like headless flies for about 10 minutes, the system provided a notification. Maze scanning complete. Chen Ming stopped, and Lu Hong followed suit. Chen Ming began to examine the 3D simulation map in his mind. After careful observation, he decided it would be better to rely on the system for navigation. Straining his eyes for too long could lead to blindness, he thought. Therefore, Chen Ming drove according to the system's instructions, with Lu Hong closely following behind. Chen Ming's clear and decisive driving actions caught the attention of others, especially those teams known for their predatory tendencies. Sometimes, people could be blind to the obvious. When Chen Ming's vehicle moved, those following him assumed he must possess some kind of special treasure to guide him through the maze. The number of vehicles trailing behind Chen Ming began to increase, but he paid them no mind, as the system had informed him that the maze was starting to shrink. This maze was different from the morning's instance. The road challenge instance shrank due to a sandstorm, while in the maze, the surrounding environment would change. Although this shrinkage wouldn't cause immediate death like the sandstorm, it could disorient people until they were utterly exhausted. Chen Ming sent a message to Lu Hong, urging him to stay close and not fall behind. The first wave of shrinking began, and the maze started to shift. Those following Chen Ming had not yet realized they were losing their way due to the maze's alterations. A few minutes passed, and, as Chen Ming drove leisurely, those further back began to notice they had lost sight of him. Frustration grew, leading to complaints and even physical altercations among them. Gunfire erupted throughout the maze, prompting Chen Ming to draw his handgun and trade it with Lu Hong, providing him with a means of self-defense. Suddenly, a vehicle sped past several others and opened fire on Chen Ming. Anticipating this, Chen Ming had already pulled out his rifle in response, and before the assailant could react, he shot them down. Realizing the situation, Chen Ming understood that this person had been sent as cannon fodder to test him. Chen Ming's inner thoughts. It seems some people can't hold back any longer and want to eliminate me for the supplies. After witnessing Chen Ming's swift and decisive action in taking down the attacker, all the teams near him fell silent, choosing to quietly follow behind him for the time being. Chen Ming paid no attention to what others thought. However, if anyone dared to lay a hand on him, he would show them what true cruelty meant. The car continued to drive, weaving through turns for about 15 minutes before stopping at an iron gate. Chen Ming took out a small megaphone given to him by Lu Hong and shouted to the vehicles behind him, "This is a sub-dungeon within the maze. There should be plenty of resources inside, but our transparent team won't be participating. You're on your own." As soon as Chen Ming finished speaking, a stir went through the crowd. Many people found Chen Ming quite likable for not competing with them over the sub-dungeon. After saying that, Chen Ming drove away from the sub-dungeon and continued towards the destination. His words tempted some people to head into the sub-dungeon, while others, primarily concerned about their safety, chose to continue following Chen Ming. Lu Hong's team channel. Ming, when did you become so generous? You found a sub-dungeon and didn't even compete with them. Chen Ming's team channel. Am I really that generous? Lu Hong's team channel. You're not. Chen Ming's team channel. Then that is settled. Lu Hong's team channel. But why did you tell them there was a sub-dungeon without competing? Chen Ming. I casually observed and felt it would be similar to the sub-dungeon this morning, probably filled with some large, terrifying monsters. Did you forget about that giant spider from this morning? Lu Hong's team channel. Right. How could I forget that ferocious spider? This sub-dungeon is probably even worse. Chen Ming. No matter, let us just get out of here first. Lu Hong. Okay. About 5 minutes later, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted from a maze. Chen Ming knew it was the group of zombies activated by those who had entered. He quickly informed Lu Hong through the team channel to accelerate and catch up to his car. As soon as he sent the message, he pressed the gas pedal and moved forward. The convoy, seeing Chen Ming speed up, instinctively accelerated as well. They zigzagged into a basement, which the system had indicated to Chen Ming as a shortcut. Aside from Chen Ming and Lu Hong, 7 or 8 other vehicles followed them into the basement. Chen Ming stopped and got out of the car, closing the door behind him. The others, unsure of what was happening, quietly remained in their vehicles, hesitant to get out. After securing the door, Chen Ming moved several chairs to block the entrance. The dim basement became pitch black once the door was shut. Chen Ming put on a headlamp, casting a faint light into the dark space. At that moment, someone spoke up, "Big brother, what is going on?" There are some terrifying creatures up there that were drawn out by the people who just entered the sub-dungeon. Let's hide here for a moment, Chen Ming explained. Upon understanding the situation, everyone expressed their gratitude to Chen Ming. Chen Ming ignored the situation and began to observe his surroundings. After a quick search with no findings, he decided to take the shortcut suggested by the system. There was a lever on the wall, but it was locked and required a password to use. A piece of paper was posted on the wall with the following message. Please write down the name of the creature in the picture. Duck-headed, horse-bodied, butterfly-winged. Upon reading it, Chen Ming realized it was referring to the duck-horse butterfly. He couldn't help but feel speechless, thinking that the designer must be quite bored. Despite his disdain, he still provided the answer. Congratulations, player, you have successfully solved the puzzle. Chen Ming pulled the lever, and a door opened at the end of the basement. Seeing the door open, the 7 or 8 vehicles immediately rushed toward it. Chen Ming returned to his car and drove towards the newly opened door. He paid no mind to their opportunistic behavior and leisurely followed behind them. After driving for a while, he sensed that this was a tunnel that ran straight through the basement. He continued to drive at a slow pace. The system informed him that there was a special supply box located at a slightly raised mound about 100 meters ahead on the lower right. Hearing about a special supply box instantly perked Chen Ming up. He accelerated, reaching the spot in no time. Chen Ming parked, got out, and asked Lu Hong to buy a shovel for digging. Once Lu Hong returned with the shovel, Chen Ming began to dig. He dug a few times, and after about 10 seconds, he heard the sound of metal striking the supply box. Realizing what was happening, Chen Ming quickly cleared away the surrounding dirt. After a few more digs, the supply box was fully uncovered. He picked up the box and returned to his car. Lu Hong witnessed the entire process, unsure of what to say. He had a lingering feeling that Chen Ming was a mysterious person. Chapter 16. Conflict and Death. Chen Ming continued driving forward, with Lu Hong closely following behind. After traveling for about a kilometer, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, signaling that they were exiting the tunnel. Once out of the tunnel, They found themselves once again in a maze, along with other convoys moving faster than theirs. The members of these other convoys looked at them with curiosity as they emerged from the tunnel and approached to ask questions. "How did you find your way here?" one of them inquired. Chen Ming casually replied, "We accidentally stumbled into the tunnel." A man stepped forward and introduced himself. "I'm Zhao Su, the captain of the Pioneer Convoy. Interested in joining my team?" Chen Ming responded, "I'm Chen Ming. Sorry, but I've already formed my own team." Zhao Su didn't seem upset by Chen Ming's rejection. Instead, he said, "Maybe we can cooperate in the future." "Sure, I'm open to cooperation when the opportunity arises," Chen Ming replied. After Zhao Su finished speaking, he took a few steps back and stopped the conversation, returning to discuss their plans for leaving the maze with his team. He didn't feel much about the rejection, but nearby, some of his companions murmured about Chen Ming not knowing his place. Once the conversation ended, Chen Ming, Lu Hong, and Su Jingjing shared some bread in their vehicle before continuing on their way. Zhao Su watched them leave without saying a word. Lu Hong, over the team channel, asked, "Do you think they'll come after us?" Chen Ming replied, "I don't think so, but the morale in his team doesn't seem very united. I can sense a subtle tension in their atmosphere. Let us stay alert." Following the system's directions, the two vehicles moved forward. Before long, Zhao Su's convoy caught up with them. Sensing another vehicle aligning with theirs, Chen Ming pulled out his pistol, ready to shoot. Upon turning to look, he saw it was Zhao Su, and he looked at him in confusion. "Friend, I see you just drove off. Did you receive some kind of guidance?" Zhao Su asked. "Not really, just wandering around," Chen Ming replied. "Let us cooperate. How about we split the rewards evenly?" Zhao Su proposed. "The temptation of rewards is quite strong. It can easily make people envious," Chen Ming remarked. Zhao Su understood what this meant, but he was not one to give up easily. "How about this? As long as we cooperate, I can agree to some terms as long as they are reasonable," he insisted, determined to secure the rewards. The previous two challenges over 100 kilometers had yielded him a substantial amount of material rewards, so he was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. After contemplating, Chen Ming said, "Let us do this. If our two convoys work together, we won't take any of the rewards for ourselves. But you need to give us 300 units of metal materials. 300 is too much. How about 150? Zhao Su Gao De." Chen Ming thought to himself. It's clear he has been raised with a sense of negotiation typical of Huaxia culture, trying to cut the offer in half right away. 200 is my bottom line. Otherwise, we won't cooperate, Chen Ming stated firmly. Chen Ming directly offered a fixed price. After considering it, Zhao Su said, 200 units for 200, but you'll only get them at the destination. Both of them, engaged in their first collaboration, had their own calculations in mind. Chen Ming replied, "Deal." Once he received Chen Ming's response, Zhao Su announced the agreement in the convoy channel, instructing all members of the Pioneer team to follow Chen Ming's vehicle. Thus, the Pioneer team moved at a moderate speed, trailing behind Chen Ming. Under Chen Ming's guidance, they avoided dangerous traps and beasts. Whenever they encountered a dungeon along the way, Chen Ming would stop and ask if they wanted to enter, but Zhao Su would decline, stating that while the rewards inside were tempting, the risks were too high to make it worthwhile. After an hour of driving, they were finally approaching the destination. Chen Ming informed Zhao Su that they were close and told him to prepare for the transaction. Soon, Zhao Su handed over the 200 metal materials to Chen Ming. However, just about 100 meters before reaching the destination, another convoy blocked their path to rob them. Zhao Su looked closely and recognized it was his old rival, the Viper team. Upon seeing the Viper team, Zhao Su immediately shouted to Chen Ming, "Up ahead is the Viper team. They're notorious for their pillaging and destruction." Hearing this, Chen Ming stopped immediately and pulled out his gun, preparing for a confrontation. The two convoys faced off, and the leader of the Viper team, Qin Hang, spoke first. "Oh, isn't this the Pioneer team? Looks like our paths have crossed again." Seeing the situation, Chen Ming didn't want to get involved in their conflict and signaled to Lu Hong in the convoy channel to retreat and stay out of it. Zhao Su confronted Qin Hang, saying, "Qin Hang, are you looking to fight here?" As the two faced off, Chen Ming and Lu Hong quietly backed away. By the time they had moved to the rear, negotiations between Qin Hang and Zhao Su had fallen apart, and they were gearing up for a fight. Lu Hong messaged in the convoy channel, "Aren't we going to help? We just collaborated." Chen Ming replied in their channel, "This has nothing to do with us." Suddenly, gunfire erupted, but miraculously, no one was injured or killed. Both sides positioned their vehicles sideways, creating a barrier to shoot from. Observing the situation, Chen Ming realized that it wouldn't be resolved quickly, and he had no intention of getting involved. Both sides were armed with handguns, and with the vehicles acting as cover and the distance between them, while the gunfire was constant, it only left bullet holes in the cars without penetrating them to cause harm to anyone. Zhao Su messaged Chen Ming, "Friend, help us out. This Viper team is robbing us. If we're at a disadvantage, you won't be safe either." Chen Ming replied, "This is your grudge with them. It has nothing to do with me." Seeing that Chen Ming wouldn't help, Zhao Su realized he wanted something in return. Zhao Su then offered, "How about 50 metal materials?" Chen Ming responded, "It's not just about the metal materials." Zhao Su pressed on, "Then what do you want?" Chen Ming stated, "What I wanted I've already received." Seeing the message, Zhao Su was infuriated and realized he would have to rely on himself. The two sides exchanged gunfire for nearly 10 minutes. Perhaps due to the fact that the Viper squad frequently raided others, their logistical resources were much stronger than Zhao Su's. Gradually, Zhao Su's side began to weaken, and the Viper squad's rear vehicles started to advance. Seeing this, Zhao Su signaled his teammates to retreat, and both sides initiated a chase and escape operation. Meanwhile, Chen Ming and Lu Hong, noticing the situation, tried to take a detour to reach the finish line. However, after being rejected by Chen Ming, Zhao Su drove straight towards Chen Ming and Lu Hong's vehicle, attempting to drag Chen Ming down with him. Following the principle of capture the leader first, all members of the Viper squad focused their attack on Zhao Su's car, while Lu Hong's vehicle was also surrounded. Gunfire from the Viper squad rained down on Zhao Su. Chen Ming and Lu Hong's vehicle got caught in the crossfire as well. Chen Ming's car was a level 3 vehicle, which provided enough defense to withstand the close-range gunfire without bullets penetrating the doors. In contrast, Lu Hong's vehicle was only a level 2, and he didn't have time to pull Su Jingjing into the safety of the vehicle. He could only push her into the space for protection. However, this came at the cost of him being shot. Seeing this, Chen Ming opened the car door, got out, and began firing his rifle. After the previous training in the dungeon, Chen Ming's shooting skills had improved significantly, and he managed to take down all the attackers coming after Zhao Su. With Lu Hong injured, Chen Ming became enraged, losing his composure and shooting at anyone he saw. The Viper squad quickly retreated upon witnessing this relentless gunman with a rifle, but no one could outrun a bullet. After several magazine changes and a hail of gunfire directed at the vehicles, the battle concluded in less than a minute. Chapter 17. Dividing the servers and temporary challenges. The demise of the Viper team. As soon as Chen Ming saw the Viper team fall, he rushed to Lu Hong's vehicle to check on him. Opening the door, he found Lu Hong bleeding profusely. Without hesitation, Chen Ming sold 50 metal materials to purchase medical supplies and bandages. Lu Hong turned his head weakly toward Chen Ming and said, "It's you, Ming." Ignoring Lu Hong's words, Chen Ming pulled him out of the car and tore off his shirt to treat his wounds. Lu Hong said, "It's no use. The bullet has pierced my internal organs." Chen Ming replied firmly, "I will definitely save you." Lu Hong continued, "I think I'm done for. Please take care of Jingjing for me. I feel so tired, so sleepy. I just want to take a nap." With that, Lu Hong's heartbeat stopped, and his body vanished, turning into a box. Chen Ming was stunned to see Lu Hong transform into a box, his heart skipping a beat. Tears streamed down his face as he picked up his rifle and walked towards Zhao Su's vehicle, opening fire. Zhao Su didn't have time to react and was shot dead by Chen Ming's bullets. The remaining members of the Pioneer team were thrown into chaos. Chen Ming glanced at them, shook his head, and did not shoot again. He shouted, "Get lost!" Hearing Chen Ming's command, the others didn't hesitate for a second and immediately drove away. After Lu Hong's death, his vehicle vanished, leaving behind a core component on the ground. Su Jingjing, who had been hiding in the vehicle-less space, was ejected when the car disappeared. Seeing the core left behind, she realized Lu Hong was dead. He had died saving her, and she hated her own weakness for not being able to help him. Without Lu Hong, she thought she might have died long ago. Chen Ming returned to his vehicle and slumped in front of it, softly saying, "Just take the box from the ground and come with me." Hearing his words, Su Jingjing began collecting the items. After about half an hour, she finally finished gathering everything. Such a bountiful haul would normally be a cause for celebration. But Lu Hong's death left Chen Ming heartbroken. After collecting all the supplies, Su Jingjing walked over to Chen Ming, holding the core that had once been Lu Hong's vehicle. "Take it with you." Chen Ming glanced at the core in her hands and replied, "Just put it in the room." Without saying a word, Su Jingjing got into the car. After a moment of sadness and disappointment, Chen Ming returned to the vehicle and drove towards the finish line. Congratulations to player Chen Ming for being the 10th vehicle to reach the finish line and receiving a reward. The game system notification startled Chen Ming, and he thought to himself, this maze dungeon is ruthless. It eliminated over 300 players. He was also puzzled by his own system. Chen Ming asked the system, why didn't you warn me that only the top 10 can survive? Players outside the top 10 will be directly eliminated. The system replied, you're safe. You don't need my warning. Chen Ming retorted, you're so sweet, aren't you? The system responded, if you insult me again, I won't give you any more warnings. Chen Ming said, I'm really angry. Gritting his teeth. The system replied, Su Jingjing can help you cool down. Chen Ming replied, aye. The system added, if you can't argue, just be quiet. In his mind, Chen Ming thought, fine, you win this round. Not wanting to dwell on the system any longer, he headed towards the portal that had appeared. After passing through the portal, Chen Ming continued driving for a while, which was his old habit. Su Jingjing, sitting in the passenger seat, wanted to speak, but hesitated when she noticed Chen Ming's bad mood. Sensing her desire to say something, Chen Ming said, go ahead, say what you want. Su Jingjing said, can you not leave me behind? Chen Ming asked, why do you say that? She replied, I know I'm just an optional addition for you, maybe even a burden. Before, it was because of Lu Hong that you didn't feel it. But now that I'm with you and can't help you at all, over time you'll get annoyed with me and eventually abandon me. Chen Ming reassured her, I promised Lu Hong I would take care of you. Su Jingjing asked, when? I didn't hear that. Chen Ming replied, just now when Lu Hong died. I promised it to myself. After hearing this, Su Jingjing fell silent. The car stopped in the sandy area, and feeling irritated, Chen Ming went to take a shower. He quickly rinsed off and came out, changing into a comfortable outfit. After Chen Ming finished showering, Su Jingjing threw his clothes, which were left outside the bathroom, into the washing machine. However, the washing machine didn't have a drying function, so the clothes came out damp. After tossing the clothes in the washer, Su Jingjing went into the kitchen to start cooking, while Chen Ming transformed the space into a living room and bought a set of furniture and dishes for eating. Chen Ming waited silently, neither helping nor speaking. 15 minutes later, a bowl of noodles was freshly prepared, and Chen Ming quickly finished eating. He then bought a bed, pillow, and bedding for Su Jingjing from the trading post so she could sleep comfortably. After that, Chen Ming tried to sleep, hoping to forget all the unpleasantness of the day. The night passed without incident. At 7 a.m., Chen Ming woke up, used the restroom, and washed up. As he came out, he saw Su Jingjing busy in the kitchen. He quietly sat down. Suddenly, he felt that having a woman in the house wasn't so bad after all. Su Jingjing prepared a simple yet hearty breakfast, and Chen Ming quickly finished eating. Just after finishing a meal and preparing to drive in search of supply crates, the game system notified him. Congratulations! There are now 5 billion surviving players. Game version updated. Public beta version 1.4 is now live. Update details include server segmentation, with servers divided into 10,000 regions. As a notification, your server location will be displayed as Zone 1, and so on. The new Snow World server is similar to the Desert World. Each major region starts with the same number of players. Temporary challenge activated. Running from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. The challenge involves extreme heat sandstorms, where players must avoid the storms. All regions and channels will be active simultaneously, with no cross-server interaction. After digesting the update details, Chen Ming prepared supplies to tackle the challenge starting at noon. He opened the panel to check his region and found himself in Zone 9998. Unusually, Chen Ming had not gone out to gather supplies that morning. Instead, he had been busy shopping in the trading hall, purchasing a bunch of materials to upgrade vehicles. He enhanced the defense of his blueprint vehicle and also bought materials to create mounted weapons, which he then installed on his vehicle. After completing all of this, he began loading bullets into his gun and the vehicle-mounted weapons. Finally, he took out a supply crate obtained from the tunnel in the maze dungeon and opened it, discovering a blueprint for a space vehicle. Space Vehicle Blueprint allows the vehicle to enter an alternate dimension for 1 hour, with a 24-hour cooldown and 100 energy. Awesome! A legendary blueprint. Chen Ming quickly bought the required materials, and once he had everything, he immediately used the blueprint. Vehicle modification in progress. Please wait. Estimated time, 1 hour. After preparing everything, Chen Ming had Su Jingjing sit in the passenger seat as an observer. Time ticked away. Vehicle modification successful. The supplies he had gathered in the maze were now all consumed, but Chen Ming felt it was worth it. After all, dying and turning into a supply crate would only benefit someone else. Chapter 18. The temporary challenge begins. Before long, it was noon, and the game system announced. Temporary challenge starts. Chen Ming started his vehicle to assess the situation. After driving for a while, he noticed that more and more cars were appearing around him. What's going on? Why are there so many cars? Has the desert map been compressed after the division? From single player to LAN, and now to an online mode, where players confront each other directly. One T that lead to chaos everywhere. Chen Ming thought to himself. He turned to Su Jingjing and said, "Check how many players are in our region." Su Jingjing quickly opened her wristband to check and relayed the information to Chen Ming. 48, 561 players. Chen Ming replied, "Can you calculate how many players that is on average across 50 billion and 10,000 regions?" Su Jingjing responded, "About 50,000 players." Chen Ming's internal monologue. Over 1,000 people have died this morning. He then asked, "Have you seen anything interesting in the regional chat?" Su Jingjing operated her wristband to check and informed him. Some players are temporarily teaming up, while others seem to be pretending to team up to lure others in for a kill and loot. There are also players cursing and arguing in the chat. But it's all pretty pointless. After getting a preliminary understanding of the situation, Chen Ming asked Su Jingjing to grab the binoculars from their room to observe the surroundings. His vehicle had been modified, giving it a defense level that could withstand rifle fire. Only heavy weapons like bombs, grenades, landmines, and rocket launchers could penetrate its armor. Still, Chen Ming remained cautious. After driving for a while, Su Jingjing informed him that a few cars had collided. One vehicle was damaged beyond repair, and its occupants exited the car. A few others took the opportunity to flee. The two men who got out were muscular. One wielded a knife while the other had a gun. The armed man opened fire, and with a few shots, he killed the occupants of the car. The deceased and the vehicle turned into loot boxes and car cores. The man with the knife saw Chen Ming's vehicle and arrogantly ordered him to stop. Ignoring them, Chen Ming drew his gun and fired. With his exceptional marksmanship, he took down both men with just 2 shots. Congratulations, player. You have defeated other players. The resources from the deceased players can be temporarily stored in the game system's warehouse. Note, using the temporary system will incur a fee, withholding half of the resources as rent. The game system notified Chen Ming. Chen Ming thought that as quite costly. However, he decided to proceed with it. After using the system, the loot boxes and car cores disappeared, and a temporary warehouse appeared on his panel, displaying the resources he had obtained. After advancing 3 kilometers, Chen Ming encountered 2 more vehicles. One was immobilized with a woman inside, while the other car, upon seeing her, rushed to pry open the door. One of the men said while undressing, "Bro, this woman looks pretty good. It's been a few days since I've had some fun. We should enjoy ourselves first." As the burly man spoke, he continued to take off his pants. Hearing the conversation between the 4 men, the woman burst into tears and pleaded, "Please, don't kill me. I'll give you everything in the car. Just let me go." The man referred to as Big Brother replied, "We haven't had a good time in a while. If you let us have our way with you, we'll let you go." The woman cried even louder upon realizing they intended to take turns with her. Chen Ming rushed forward, pulling out his gun and firing. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots rang out, each one hitting its mark. If this were a video game, scoring 4 headshots in quick succession would surely earn him the admiration of his friends, calling him a boss. But this was the real world, and there were no friends around to cheer him on. After the men fell, the woman turned to Chen Ming and said, "Thank you, Big Brother. Can you take me with you? My car is broken." Chen Ming didn't respond immediately, but turned to Su Jingjing and asked, "What do you think?" Su Jingjing replied, "If you don't mind, I think it's fine to take her along." Chen Ming said, "Then let us take her." After their discussion, he asked the woman, "What's your name?" "Su Lan." She replied. As she got out of her car, she realized that aside from wanting to save herself, she was also attracted to Chen Ming's looks. Even if he had some unreasonable demands, she might be willing to accommodate them. Once Su Lan got into the car, Chen Ming added her as a friend and invited her to join the transparent team. After the addition was complete, a game system notification popped up, detected that team member Su Lan's vehicle is damaged. Choose to repair or disassemble. Disassemble. Su Lan decided without consulting anyone else. Disassembly successful. Obtained 1 car core. The entire area was filled with violence, and Chen Ming understood that the era of the survival of the fittest had truly begun. Soon, only the strong would remain, leading to a brutal struggle between large and small teams. Chen Ming asked Su Lan, "Can you bandage wounds?" "Yes, yes, yes." Su Lan quickly responded, eager to prove her worth and not be seen as useless. Inside, she thought, "Thank goodness I learned how to bandage wounds before entering this game world. Otherwise, I would have been abandoned." After receiving Su Lan's confirmation, Chen Ming began to strategize their team composition. He was the main attacker. Su Jingjing could cook, and Su Lan could bandage wounds. The manufacturing and mechanical tasks could be handled by blueprints without needing extra manpower, thus occupying one slot. All they needed was one more secondary attacker to round out their team. Once they had enough materials and blueprints, they could set up a production line and ensure they would never run out of weapons and equipment. As they drove along, Su Jingjing warned Chen Ming about a dust storm ahead, and that vehicles were turning back. Chen Ming quickly executed a U-turn, causing the two women to scream in fright. Ignoring their panic, he slammed on the gas to speed away from the storm. "Strap in and hold on tight," he shouted. Behind them trailed over 40 vehicles, jostling for position, some firing guns, while others took the opportunity to accelerate past. Bullets occasionally struck Chen Ming's car, but its high defense meant they only left shallow dents on the exterior. Seeing several convoys engaged in chaos, Chen Ming decided against continuing on the road. He swerved the steering wheel, heading toward the sandy terrain in an attempt to escape both the vehicles and the dust storm. Internally, he questioned the system. "Is there a safe zone available?" The system replied, "No safe zone during temporary challenges." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Ming began to dart around, trying to avoid the storm. An hour passed, and, as he zigzagged aimlessly, Chen Ming discovered there were multiple dust storms, almost as if the game was intentionally forcing all players into action. It felt like a trap, with violence erupting everywhere. It was brutal. Several players attempted to eliminate Chen Ming for his supplies, but he managed to take them down. His resources were gradually increasing, but the thought of half being deducted as warehouse rental fees made his heart ache. With no clear direction, Chen Ming's car continued to weave about. Annoyingly, he was constantly harassed by other vehicles. A convoy was hot on his tail, and unable to tolerate it any longer, he activated the vehicle-mounted weapon to retaliate. The weapon was a machine gun installed on the car, and as he drove, he operated the gun, firing wildly. The sight of the machine gun sent the pursuing convoy into a panic. Realizing they were up against a formidable opponent, it was too late for them. Bullets rained down, piercing through the vehicles closest to Chen Ming, while those further back quickly turned around to flee upon witnessing the destruction. Once the convoy retreated, Chen Ming and Su Jingjing switched places. Su Jingjing took over driving, while Su Lan acted as an observer. Chen Ming focused on the touchscreen panel to control the machine gun. Chapter 19. The challenge ends, and entering the snowfield, the vehicle roared to life, speeding down the highway. Chen Ming immediately opened fire on the first car he encountered. In just half an hour, he had taken out over a dozen vehicles. The few who managed to escape quickly began warning others over the regional channel to flee from any car armed with a machine gun. Some people, undeterred by the warnings, sought out Chen Ming, eager to confront him head-on. However, after the bold ones met their demise at his hands, no one dared to challenge him again. Meanwhile, the game system seemed to revel in the chaos, introducing a mini-game, Area 9998, temporarily joining the cat and mouse game. Cats, the invisible car squad. Mice, other vehicles or players. Cats earn rewards for killing players, while mice earn rewards for killing cats. This time, the invisible car squad gained notoriety in Area 9998. Seeing the announcement, Chen Ming instructed Su Jingjing to stop and wait for others to come find him. After 10 minutes of waiting without any players appearing to hunt him down, Chen Ming decided to seek out others instead. Like a bandit, he roamed the map, chasing down other players. His vehicle, with its high attack and defense, left others feeling powerless. As time passed, would have been a chaotic battlefield transformed into an eerie calm. Thanks to Chen Ming's dominance, Wei could no longer find anyone to chase. He directed Su Jingjing to drive towards the sandy area. Checking the player count on the panel, he saw there were still 472 players left. Over 10,000 had perished in the impromptu challenge. If this had been the first day for Chen Ming, he might have felt fear and discomfort, but after so many encounters with death, he had become numb to it. Once they stopped, Su Jingjing went into the kitchen to cook, while Su Lan tidied up the room. Chen Ming took a shower, and by the time he finished, dinner was ready. At precisely 6 p.m., the game system announced, "Congratulations to the surviving players. Each player will receive a supply crate." Meanwhile, Chen Ming was able to settle his supplies in the warehouse. After completing the settlement, he withdrew the supplies from the warehouse. The three of them organized their resources in the room, taking half an hour to finish. Once done, Chen Ming immediately used a space stone to open up a new area, transforming it into two large rooms, one for farming and the other for raising livestock. He also decided to sell off some surplus supplies and exchange them for a blueprint for a lathe. After using the blueprint, he set up a small room in Space 1 to manufacture weapons. He then bought some lights from the trading post for illumination, as well as a large sun lamp to light up the farmland and the farm. Everything is going too smoothly, Chen Ming thought to himself. A sense of crisis began to creep in. He felt that the game system might target him soon. With 3 people in one vehicle, their growth rate surpassed that of most players, making them potential targets. Forget it. I'll deal with future issues when they arise. After coming to a realization, Chen Ming opened the supply box for the temporary challenge reward. A burst of light emerged as he opened the box, revealing a blueprint. Chen Ming picked up the blueprint to take a closer look. Level 4 vehicle blueprint. He was taken aback by this reward. The materials required for the Level 4 vehicle blueprint were not just the core components and metal materials, but also a smart chip. Chen Ming searched the marketplace for the smart chip, but couldn't find one, so he decided to put the blueprint away for now. As the sky gradually darkened, the quiet surroundings made Chen Ming, who had been highly focused all afternoon, feel a bit drowsy. Ignoring the 2 women, he went to his room to sleep. The 2 women continued chatting and snacking, laughing for a few hours before they also went to bed. While Chen Ming was sleeping, chaos erupted in Area 9998. The players who had been pursued by Chen Ming banded together to help each other, and since Chen Ming had stopped his pursuit, they began to show their true colors. That night, apart from Chen Ming, the entire area was far from peaceful, with gunfire, car crashes, and shouting echoing until dawn. At exactly 7 a.m., the game system's notification sound rang out, detected that some major regions no longer have players, merging with other regions. Game version updated, public beta version 1.5 launched. Due to the snowy world currently being unoccupied, it will merge with the desert world, and a wasteland city world will be added. A single-player dungeon has been introduced, featuring a puzzle-solving quest. An hour later, the 3 of them woke up. Chen Ming was the first to check the version update details, while Su Jingjing went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast with Su Lan's help. After washing up and having breakfast, they set off for a new day. As Chen Ming drove for a while, he spotted a building with some people gathered around it, having set up a small marketplace. Some were even selling items at stalls by the entrance. Intrigued, Chen Ming stopped and approached to ask, "How much are the items?" A vendor selling decorative items quickly stepped forward and said, "Hey there, come check out my accessory shop. The decorations we make have some really great uses." Hearing this, Chen Ming led the 2 women into the shop with the vendor. The store was filled with a dazzling array of items, each serving different purposes. After browsing for a bit, Chen Ming picked up a pendant and asked, "How much for this?" The shop owner replied, "This is just an ordinary decoration, not worth much. If you want it, I can give it to you." Chen Ming liked the pendant, so he said to the shop owner, "It's not easy to run a business. You should still give something in return." He took the pendant and handed the owner 20 points in coupons. Su Jingjing and Su Lan picked out a few items as well, with each of them buying one accessory. After satisfying their curiosity, the 3 of them drove away. Su Jingjing said, "These people are really impressive. They can set up shops and sell things in the game." Chen Ming replied, "It's quite normal. People are very adaptable. After all, we need to survive. Only by surviving can we have hope." After aimlessly wandering for 2 hours, Chen Ming began the 100-kilometer challenge. Now, the 100-kilometer challenge has become a routine task, with many people attempting it every day. Once inside the challenge instance, Chen Ming waited quietly. Perhaps due to the chaotic challenges from yesterday, there weren't many participants in today's 100-kilometer challenge. After a few hours, they couldn't even gather 1,000 people. Finally, feeling impatient, Chen Ming applied to leave the instance. Frustrated, he started wandering around until he came across a bridge. Chen Ming asked the system where it led, and the system informed him it was a snowy area. He turned to the others and asked, "Should we enter the new map or turn back?" "Let's go into the new map," Su Jingjing suggested. Chen Ming didn't ask Su Lan and pressed the accelerator, driving straight ahead. The car began to cross the bridge. The temperature on the bridge was neither too high nor too low, but but the cold from the snowy area made Chen Ming a bit cautious. After about 20 minutes of driving, they finally arrived in the snowy landscape. Chapter 20. Entering the snowfield and challenging the cryptic dungeon game system notification. Congratulations, player. You have arrived in the snowfield and earned a supply crate reward. Wow, I can earn rewards like this? I should have come here sooner, Chen Ming thought to himself. Upon arriving in the snowfield, Chen Ming immediately purchased 3 military coats. Although the temperature inside the car was comfortable, he knew he would eventually have to step out into the cold. The surroundings were blanketed in white snow, so he also bought 3 pairs of sunglasses to guard against snow blindness. As the vehicle continued onward, the icy roads made it easy to skid. System notification: 20 snow wolves are approaching the vehicle. Chen Ming stopped and waited for the wolves to arrive. 5 minutes later, the pack appeared before him. He swiftly operated the machine gun and mowed down 8 wolves in an instant. The remaining wolves, witnessing the sudden loss of their pack members, quickly retreated. Instead of pursuing them, Chen Ming got out of the car, dragged the dead wolves to the side, and began to butcher the meat with a knife. He processed the wolf meat and took it to the trading post to sell, handling everything quickly before getting back in the car. It's freezing outside, but for now, there's no one around. This place is waiting for me to develop it, and the danger level has increased. Plus, without sunlight, the charging device is temporarily unusable. Fortunately, I still have over 10,000 units of fuel, which should last a long time, Chen Ming mused. At the trading post, he purchased a blueprint for camouflaging vehicles and then acquired the materials to use it. With the camouflage function activated, Chen Ming immediately implemented it. Vehicle notification: camouflage function deducts 1 unit of fuel for every hour of use. He then entered the room to let Su Jingjing cook while he opened the chat interface to check the situation. Chen Ming noticed that there were fewer lone wolves around and more car convoys. It seemed the era of convoys was upon them. I wonder if I should team up with a convoy when the time comes. A lone wolf can only accomplish so much, Chen Ming pondered. Suddenly, he thought of the spring and autumn period and the warring states period, realizing that it might not lead to a fragmented power struggle. Time for dinner. Su Jingjing's voice interrupted Chen Ming's train of thought, but he didn't mind. The 3 of them gathered around the dining table. Su Jingjing asked, "What's our next move?" Ming? Chen Ming replied, "First, we need to scout this map, and then we should get a radar. Otherwise, it's too easy to get lost in this icy wilderness." Half an hour later, after finishing their meal, the trio set out to explore the snowfield. Chen Ming turned off the camouflage function and drove forward, instructing the others to use binoculars to keep an eye on their surroundings. After driving slowly for 20 kilometers, Chen Ming realized that the snowfield initially resembled sandy terrain. But as they ventured deeper, it transformed dramatically. Unlike the flatness of the sandy area, the snowfield featured not only flat ground, but also mountains. Chen Ming decided to drive into the mountains to assess the situation. The mountain roads twisted and turned, and Chen Ming drove exceptionally carefully, afraid of veering off and tumbling down the mountainside. He stopped every 10 minutes to take a breather, and by the time he reached the top, it was already dark. He encountered a single supply crate along the way. It seems there won't be any supply crates on the road anymore, Chen Ming thought to himself. The long drive had left him exhausted, so he activated the camouflage function and entered his room to rest. Just as he was about to fall asleep, Su Jingjing walked into his room. "Chen Ming, is something wrong?" "Su Jingjing, I'm here to give you a massage." Chen Ming, "All right, come on in." With that, Chen Ming lay down on the bed to relax, while Su Jingjing gently massaged him. Within a few minutes, Chen Ming fell asleep, and Su Jingjing quietly continued her massage. After a while, she covered him with a blanket and left the room. Outside, the 2 women lay on the bed chatting until they slowly drifted off to sleep. A peaceful night passed. At 6:43 a.m., Chen Ming woke up feeling refreshed after a good rest. Since the 2 women were still asleep, he quickly washed up and had a small piece of bread. Armed and equipped, he directly entered the decryption dungeon. A flash of white light appeared as Chen Ming entered the dungeon. Player Chen Ming has entered the dungeon. There are a total of 5 levels in the decryption dungeon. Complete all 5 levels to receive rewards and exit. After reading the prompt, Chen Ming began to observe his surroundings and realized he was in a room. He asked the system if there was any danger. "System, no danger, but if you fail to decrypt all 5 levels, you will be trapped here permanently." With this information, Chen Ming started to move around the room, searching for clues. After looking around, he found that the room contained only a bed, a few boxes, and a door. He needed to find a key to get out. Chen Ming decided to rely on his intelligence to navigate through the dungeon. The first level was relatively simple. He quickly found a key in one of the boxes. However, having just the key wasn't enough. He also needed a code to proceed. Chen Ming rummaged through the boxes and found 3 pieces of paper. The first paper had several questions on it, simple math problems that Chen Ming solved quickly. However, he was puzzled as to why the problems were so easy. He then picked up the second piece of paper, which had colorful dots on it. After a brief glance, he grabbed the third piece of paper. This one had a large square filled with many smaller squares, which Chen Ming found confusing. System. If you align the 3 pieces of paper, you'll find the answer. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming arranged the 3 pieces of paper side by side and finally noticed that the color transitions on the second paper matched the corners of the smaller squares on the third paper. He then used the answers from the first paper to determine the final colors. After learning the password, Chen Ming inserted the key and pressed the color code to unlock the door. Stepping out of the room, he found himself in another identical room, which indicated he had entered the second level. This room had an additional table and 3 more doors. Instead of rushing to find a way out, Chen Ming carefully observed the 3 doors. At first glance, they appeared quite similar, but upon closer inspection, he noticed the differences. The left door was missing a piece in the upper left corner, the middle door was intact, and the right door had no doorknob. After examining the doors, Chen Ming began to search for items. His efforts led him to find a small wooden block, a small hammer, and a key. Finally, he discovered a locked drawer in the table. He attempted to insert the key, but it didn't work. Realizing that the key was not the right one, Chen Ming understood that there must be another key, so he continued his search. After a few minutes of searching without success, he sat down on the floor to think. After a moment of contemplation without any results, he picked up the key again, deciding to try it on the left door. Just as he inserted the key and prepared to turn the doorknob, a system alert popped up. Do not open the door and enter the room, or you will be trapped in an infinite loop until death. The message startled Chen Ming, causing him to pause and swallow hard. This was the most dangerous situation he had faced yet. It felt like a twisted version of a door-opening trap. Chen Ming questioned the system. Why would I get stuck in an infinite loop? The system replied, you haven't repaired this door yet. Entering the room without fixing the door will trigger a bug set by the room, trapping you inside and causing you to loop infinitely. Upon reading the message, Chen Ming picked up the small wooden block and began to repair the door. He gently hammered the block into place, and, after 2 minutes, he had successfully fixed the door. Chen Ming asked, Dad, can I go in now? The system responded, yes, you can. Upon receiving the confirmation, Chen Ming turned the doorknob and stepped inside. Chapter 21. The decoding in progress. As Chen Ming opened the door, he stepped back a bit, expecting to encounter danger inside the room. However, to his surprise, there was nothing threatening. He took a moment to observe and then propped the door open with a box. After doing this, Chen Ming entered the room, which was somewhat dimly lit. He put on a headlamp and began to examine his surroundings. The room contained a bed, a table, and a few boxes. A chill ran down Chen Ming's spine. No wonder the system mentioned that players could get trapped in this bug. The layout of this small room was identical to that of the larger one. If he hadn't listened to the system and fixed the door, he felt he could have been stuck in this room, endlessly looping until death. Now, Chen Ming was beginning to grasp the power of this game world. He sensed an increasing intensity. However, he couldn't figure out whether the game aimed to eliminate all players or create a realm filled with strong individuals, or if in the end, it would come down to a single victor or a winning team. What Chen Ming feared most was the possibility of only one player winning in the end. That would be incredibly cutthroat. He shook his head, trying to dispel such terrifying thoughts. Focusing on the task at hand, he began to take the decoding quest seriously, inspecting the boxes, but found them empty. He searched the bed but found nothing there either. Moving to the table, he rummaged through the drawer and discovered a key. Without hesitation, he exited the room, ready to use the key on the large room's table. Chen Ming inserted the key and turned it, successfully unlocking the drawer. Inside, he found another key. He picked it up and approached the door to the middle room, preparing to unlock it when the system prompted him. To open the door to the middle room, you must knock rhythmically on the door, which serves as the door opening password. The password can be found in the left room. Chen Ming sighed, thinking, what hassle. He re-entered the left room to search for the password. After some searching, he finally found a series of dots on the underside of a few boxes. Having forgotten the arrangement, he had to rely on the system for the password. Knock, 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 knock. Knock. Knock knock. Knock knock knock. Knock 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 knock. Knock. Knock knock knock. Chen Ming memorized the rhythm and then stepped out to the door of the middle room, starting to knock. Knock. Knock knock knock. Knock. Knock knock. Knock knock knock. Knock 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 knock. Knock. Knock knock knock. After knocking, Chen Ming turned the door handle, stepped back, and pushed the door open. As the door swung wide, he cautiously observed the area, detecting no immediate danger before stepping inside. He similarly propped the door open with a box. Inside the room, there was only one large box that required decoding to open. At this point, Chen Ming was feeling overwhelmed and didn't want to think any longer. He decided to let the system handle the decoding. System 5546691. Chen Ming entered the code provided by the system, and the box indicated that the password was correct. He opened the box, which contained only a door handle. Chen Ming picked up the handle and exited the room, inserting it into the door on his right. He then asked the system, "What do I need to do to open this door?" The system responded, "Not this time." After hearing this, Chen Ming immediately turned the doorknob, took a step back, opened the door, and propped it open with a box. Once inside the room, Chen Ming saw another box and had the system crack its code. After entering the password provided by the system, he received a key. At that moment, Chen Ming looked at the key in confusion, unsure of where it was supposed to be used. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure out its purpose. Chen Ming thought to himself, "Something's off. Normally, I should be able to open the room on the right to proceed to the next level, but there's only a box in that room. Inside the box, there's just a key, but I can't find anywhere to use it." Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, and goosebumps covered his arms. Could it be that I need to find an invisible door to use this key? At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Hey buddy, do you need me to tell you the answer?" Chen Ming replied, "I really need it. Please tell me." The system responded, "That door is the one you entered when you started this level. Just insert the key from the inside, and you can move on to the next level." Chen Ming exclaimed, "Whoa, that's creepy." Following the system's instructions, he closed the room door, inserted the key, and then opened the door again. He stepped inside and received a notification that he had entered the third level. Chen Ming continued to observe the room, which was now a large space with no small rooms, beds, or tables. In the center was a lever, and the walls on either side were adorned with strange murals. Chen Ming attempted to decipher the murals, but, after a long time with no success, decided to let the system take over. The system said, "This level requires you to memorize the murals on both sides and then apply for a limited time puzzle challenge." Chen Ming sighed, "I can't remember that." The system replied, "Hey buddy, have you forgotten you have an incredibly talented dad?" Chen Ming thought, "Right, with a dad like that, why should I worry?" With that reassurance, Chen Ming began the challenge and pulled the lever in the middle. At the same time, a game notification sounded, indicating that the puzzle challenge had started, with a time limit of 10 minutes. There was a pole next to him that could be used to pick up pieces of the tile puzzle. Chen Ming exclaimed, "Only 10 minutes? That's tight." He quickly grabbed the pole, and as the challenge began, the wall tiles depicting the murals fell off. Chen Ming started piecing the puzzle together. With the system's guidance, he worked on one piece at a time, and as the seconds ticked by, he finally completed it with just 20 seconds to spare at 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Exhausted, he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. After resting for a while, Chen Ming stood up. Once he was on his feet, he noticed a door and walked over to it. The game system notified him that he had arrived at the fourth level. Chen Ming continued to observe. This room was bare, with only what appeared to be a door at the front, but it had no doorknob or keyhole. Chen Ming was completely at a loss and decided to let his father help him. System: in this room, you need to find the button to proceed. Chen Ming: quick, tell me where the button is. System: the button is on the ceiling. Chen Ming: Dad, are you sure you're not joking? It's on the ceiling. System: of course, son. As your father, how could I ever deceive you? Chen Ming: how am I supposed to reach it? There's nothing like a stick here. System: just do as I say and you'll reach it. Following the system's instructions, Chen Ming lay down on the floor and closed his eyes, thinking to himself that he needed to activate the button. Just as he finished that thought, he felt himself being lifted instantly. When he opened his eyes, he saw the floor compressing upwards. The room that was originally 5 meters high was now only 50 centimeters. Chen Ming reached out his finger and pressed the spot indicated by the system. The floor slowly descended, and Chen Ming asked the system, "Dad, if I hadn't laid down, would I have died instantly?" System: yes. 30 seconds later, the floor had fully lowered. Chen Ming stood up and walked into the room that had already opened its door. The game system announced, "Congratulations, player. You have completed the challenge and earned a reward." Hearing the game system's voice made Chen Ming alert. He knew he had only passed 4 levels, and there was no way he could have completed the 5th level already. Realizing this, he felt a chill run down his spine, shocked by this escape room's complexity. "Chen Ming, Dad, how do I get through the 5th level?" System. The 5th level is a psychological chamber. You need to speak about something that you can't let go of in your heart. Chen Ming, I don't understand. System. You need to express something that has been weighing on your mind. Chen Ming got it. Taking a deep breath, he began to recount an event. He talked about Lu Hong's death, and tears streamed down his face as he finished. Suddenly, Chen Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him, and his body felt lighter. The game system announced, "Congratulations, player, you have solved all the escape rooms. Simply think about leaving the escape game to exit the chamber, and you will receive 5 supply crates as a reward." Chen Ming immediately focused on leaving the escape game. In a flash of white light, he found himself back in the car. Chapter 22. Finding a partner. When Chen Ming returned to the car, he was surrounded by Su Jingjing and Su Lan, who were eager to know where he had been. Chen Ming replied, "I saw you two weren't up yet, so I went to challenge a decryption dungeon. But that dungeon is truly terrifying." Upon hearing that the decryption dungeon was frightening, the 2 women immediately felt uneasy. Noticing their discomfort, Chen Ming tried to reassure them, pretending to be hungry and suggesting he should quickly prepare something to eat. With the topic diverted, the 2 women headed into the kitchen, while Chen Ming began to open the supply crates. All 5 supply crates were opened, yielding 2 smart chips, a bullet manufacturing machine, 2 hatching eggs, a ton of black soil cards, and a bag of rice seeds. Chen Ming used the land cards in the farm, set up a chicken coop, laid down some straw, and prepared a small box for hatching the eggs. The bullet manufacturing machine was placed in a small room he had cleared out, and the smart chips, along with core metal materials and blueprints, were used to upgrade the car. He also planted the rice seeds, which indicated a harvest in 10 days. With the extra smart chips, Chen Ming integrated them into his armored wristband, enabling an intelligent AI system for his armor. After waiting for an hour, the car signaled that the upgrade was complete. Chen Ming connected the car's smart system with the armor system and named the 2 AIs. He called the car Xiao AI and the armor Xiao Bu. Once everything was set up, he went into the room to have a meal. The 3 of them enjoyed a simple meal while chatting animatedly. After finishing their meal, Chen Ming started driving. Now that he had the smart AI, he no longer needed to drive himself. The car moved forward smoothly under the AI's control. About 10 minutes into the drive, it began to snow. Without the AI system, Chen Ming would have had to concentrate intensely while driving, but now he felt much more at ease. As the snow fell heavier, it eventually became so thick that movement was impossible. Reluctantly, Chen Ming instructed the AI to stop. Bored, he opened the chat interface and peeked at the screen, where he saw a convoy entering the snowy terrain. However, since they had suddenly decided to venture into the snow without proper winter gear, they were struggling. They began discussing their situation in the chat channel. Seeing a business opportunity, Chen Ming purchased some materials and used the machine to manufacture air conditioning units and air circulation devices, preparing to sell them to the convoy. In the regional channel, he messaged, "Friends, do you need air conditioning units and air circulation devices?" His message was quickly overshadowed by others, but the convoy still managed to find him. The convoy leader sent Chen Ming a friend request, which he accepted immediately, and then sent a trade invitation. The other party declined, informing Chen Ming, "We have 10 vehicles. Do you have enough equipment?" Chen Ming replied, "Absolutely." The convoy then sent Chen Ming a trade request, which he accepted and listed the devices. And the other party was generous enough to pay him 10,000 points. Seeing that the other party wasn't negotiating, Chen Ming felt that a long-term partnership could be possible. Chen Ming, "Hey friend, I'm Chen Ming. What's your name?" "Huang Ge Ying Huang Ge." "Friend, are you also in the snow? Are you with another team or going solo?" Chen Ming, "I'm also in the snow. I've formed my own team." Huang Kai initially wanted to invite Chen Ming to join his team, but upon realizing that Chen Ming already had one, he dropped the idea. "Chen Ming, I think our 2 teams could collaborate and navigate the game world together." Huang Kai, "If you're sincere, I believe we can work together." As time passed, the snow gradually lessened. Having tasted the sweetness of trading, Chen Ming repeatedly used the lathe equipment to manufacture air conditioners and air circulation machines for sale. An hour later, Chen Ming reaped a bounty of 200,000 points. Huang Kai, who had been keeping an eye on the trading post, noticed the equipment being listed and quickly sold out. He couldn't help but exclaim that Chen Ming was raking it in. With over 200,000 points, Chen Ming began a shopping spree. First purchasing a blueprint for vehicle energy armor, then a radar blueprint, followed by all the necessary materials to install them on his vehicle. He also bought plant seeds and a large quantity of metal materials. The snowfall outside made Chen Ming feel that this map was significantly more challenging than the previous one. He was certain that if the danger continued to escalate, the number of players dying in this map would far exceed those from the last one. The game system subtly hinted at the increased difficulty. The vehicle was covered in snow, so Chen Ming didn't need to activate the camouflage device. Inside his room, he chatted with two women, and their bond grew deeper, making the women increasingly bold towards him. They both knew they would eventually end up with Chen Ming, just not at this moment. That night, after dinner, the three went to their respective small rooms to sleep. As Chen Ming was closing his eyes, he felt someone slip into his bed. The movement was cautious, but it still woke him up. He whispered, "Who is it? What do you want?" "Sulan, it's me." "Sulan, brother, it's too cold at night. I can't sleep alone. I came to warm up with you." Chen Ming thought to himself, "Just say you want to be close to me. It's not that cold when my air conditioner is set to a comfortable temperature." He didn't push her away, but casually remarked, "So, you're craving my warmth, huh?" Sulan's face turned bright red as she replied, "Oh, brother, you see through me." "Chen Ming, come on, get under the covers and sleep. We have to drive tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Sulan climbed into bed and wrapped her arms around Chen Ming. He felt a slight chill and thought that this girl really had poor physical resilience. "Chen Ming, you can hold me, but don't get too handsy." "Sulan, okay, brother." The two of them didn't fall asleep right away, chatting intermittently until their voices faded away. It was a night without incident. The next morning, Sulan woke up to find herself draped over Chen Ming like a koala, her face flushed red as she slowly detached herself from him. Just as she pulled away, Chen Ming woke up, which made Sulan's face turn even redder, resembling a kettle about to boil over. Chen Ming pointed a finger at the top of Sulan's head, intending to give her a light poke to wake her up, but somehow, Sulan ended up sucking on his finger. Chen Ming was baffled. Sulan was flustered. What just happened? This situation nearly made Sulan's mind explode. Chen Ming quickly retracted his finger and said, "Get up, wash up, and have breakfast." With that, he immediately left the room. Sulan let out a scream, wrapping herself in the blanket and thinking, does he enjoy playing like this? It feels so awkward. If he likes it, I could play along too. Meanwhile, Chen Ming felt that Sulan's mind was filled with all sorts of inappropriate thoughts. After washing up and having breakfast, they stepped out to begin their day. Chen Ming first warmed up the car to melt the snow. While waiting, he chatted with Huang Kai, who informed him that they had encountered wolves and had used a lot of bullets to fend them off. They were now in urgent need of more ammunition. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming immediately activated the equipment to manufacture bullets. He produced 3,000 handgun bullets to sell to Huang Kai. Making 3,000 bullets required only 30 pieces of metal. After receiving the bullets, Huang Kai thanked Chen Ming and handed him a blueprint for a sausage-making machine. Chapter 23. New teammates and challenges after a night of heavy snowfall. The ground was blanketed with thick snow, making it difficult for Chen Ming to drive. But he needed to venture out to assess the situation. The car moved slowly under AI control, while Chen Ming opened the trading post to look for anti-skid blueprints. After searching for over 10 minutes, he finally found them. He purchased the blueprints immediately and put them to use. With the anti-skid devices installed, the car's tires gained traction and no longer slipped as easily as before. 3 hours later, the car descended from the mountains and reached flat ground. Chen Ming noticed two convoys in a firefight, but he chose to ignore them and drove straight past. The two convoys didn't pay him any attention either. And Chen Ming couldn't help but feel a bit astonished by the scene. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. His car was under attack. Fortunately, the vehicle remained intact, and he continued driving. Chen Ming grabbed his binoculars to scan the area and soon spotted a sniper about a kilometer away taking shots at him. A sniper. Chen Ming felt a sense of foreboding, but standing idly by was not in his nature. He activated the car's weapons system and fired a burst in the direction of the sniper. Chen Ming wasn't sure if he could kill the opponent, but firing a warning shot was enough to let them know he was not to be trifled with. Once the sniper realized Chen Ming was using vehicle-mounted weapons, they recognized the transparency team and quickly retreated, no longer pursuing him. With the threat gone, Chen Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the other party had a sniper rifle made him want one as well. Without hesitation, he entered his workshop to fabricate one. He ended up creating two types, one for personal use and another as a vehicle-mounted weapon. He also wanted to make a rocket launcher, but the equipment indicated it was not possible, so he had to abandon that idea. After failing to snipe Chen Ming, Chen Shui began to follow closely behind him. Initially, she only aimed to take out a lone wolf for supplies, as her resources were running low. However, upon realizing that he was part of the transparency team, she wanted to join them. She believed that, despite their appearance of being just a single vehicle, the transparency team was the strongest in the area. Moreover, the fact that her sniper rifle couldn't penetrate Chen Ming's vehicle piqued her interest even further. The radar on Chen Ming's vehicle detected Chen Shui tailing him, but he paid little attention, thinking that the sniper rifle was ineffective against his car. However, he couldn't understand why she was following him. After driving for about a kilometer, he could no longer tolerate her persistent pursuit and decided to stop. Once he halted, Chen Shui accelerated to catch up and parked beside him. Chen Ming rolled down his window and asked, "Is there something you need? You've been following me for quite a while." Chen Shui replied, "My name is Chen Shui, and I want to join your team." Chen Ming countered, Chen Ming, you tried to snipe me, and now you want to join my team?" Chen Shui responded, "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. My supplies are running low, and it's rare to find supply crates in the wild. Even when I do find them, they don't always contain food." Chen Ming thought for a moment and said, "We can trade. I can provide you with food, and you can exchange it for something else." Chen Shui replied, "I'm on my wit's end right now. I've run out of supplies to make this sniper rifle." Chen Ming responded, "That makes it difficult for me." The two fell silent for 5 minutes, and just as Chen Shui thought Chen Ming was unwilling to let her join the team and was about to leave, Chen Ming said, "You can join, but don't get any funny ideas. I could take you out easily." Chen Shui replied, "No way. I would love to have a logistics boss." Chen Ming continued, "Hold on, I have another condition. You need to come to my vehicle. Yours is too low level." Chen Shui said, "A level 2 vehicle is decent, right?" Chen Ming replied, "I have a level 4 vehicle." Chen Shui exclaimed, "Wow, that's impressive." Chen Ming immediately invited Chen Shui to join the team. She brought her limited supplies and dismantled her vehicle to take the core into Chen Ming's car. As soon as she got inside, Chen Shui felt a warmth that was far superior to her own vehicle. Chen Ming then issued commands to the vehicle, allowing Su Jingjing, Su Lan, and Chen Shui to operate it, but he retained the highest authority. Chen Shui was amazed by Chen Ming's operations, marveling at how advanced his vehicle was. Chen Ming activated the camouflage feature and took Chen Shui into a room. She was so stunned by Chen Ming's wealth that she couldn't speak. After introducing the three women to each other, Chen Ming focused on his own tasks, letting them chat. After a while, he brought out a sniper rifle for Chen Shui, who exclaimed, "You're amazing." She couldn't help but feel that the sniper rifle she had worked so hard to create was easily taken out by him. She realized it was a new model, and the fact that they had a sniper rifle meant they could have shootout. The captain was just too wealthy. At the same time, Chen Ming pulled out a vehicle-mounted sniper rifle, and Chen Shui was left speechless by the number of times she had been shocked. Chen Ming installed the vehicle-mounted sniper rifle in the car and manufactured a batch of bullets, loading them into the magazine for future needs. With a full team of 4, Su Jingjing prepared a sumptuous lunch, and everyone enjoyed it thoroughly. After a midday break, they set off on their journey again. Chen Ming was in the driver's seat, with Chen Shui in the passenger seat, while the car's AI took control. Chen Ming observed the surroundings. After failing to find any supply crates, he decided to enter a 100-kilometer dungeon challenge. Chen Shui didn't oppose. Instead, she was eager to see the strength of the transparent team. They entered the portal and quickly filled the 1,000 person capacity. Next, there was a 5-minute preparation time. Chen Ming checked everything and waited quietly. 5 minutes later, the countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. A large number of cars sped forward, and Chen Ming, adhering to the old rules, waited until everyone else had left before starting his own journey. Chen Shui was puzzled, but didn't ask any questions. This 100-kilometer challenge was different from the past. Previously, they had traversed a desert map, but this time the first half was sandy terrain and the second half was covered in snow. Just like before, A sandstorm was trailing behind them, but it kept its distance and didn't engulf Chen Ming's vehicle, which surprised Chen Shui. She had participated in these challenges before, but had never encountered this situation. In the past, they had always driven at high speed and had no idea that a sandstorm could be exploited this way. Chen Ming said, "You operate the vehicle-mounted sniper rifle and take out someone. Let me see your skills." Last time, while moving at a moderate speed, he had been sniped by Chen Shui, but hadn't paid attention to her abilities. Now he wanted to see what she could do. Chen Shui replied, "Just watch." With that, she began to operate the sniper rifle, aiming at a vehicle ahead of them. Bang! The first shot slightly missed its mark, but hit the wheel instead, causing the vehicle in front to slow down immediately. Rather than thinking Chen Shui's technique was lacking, Chen Ming felt impressed by her strength. Using a vehicle-mounted sniper rifle was different from a regular sniper rifle, and she was doing quite well for her first attempt. Just as Chen Shui prepared for a second shot, Chen Ming stopped her. "That car is already damaged. The sandstorm will take care of it." Upon hearing the command, Chen Shui refrained from shooting again. Chen Ming thought to himself, "This girl is quite obedient." He accelerated past the slowing vehicle, while the sandstorm quickly caught up and engulfed it. Chapter 24. The end of the challenge and Chen Ming's confusion as the vehicle drove further. The temperature dropped significantly. Inside the car, Chen Ming felt comfortable and was oblivious to the changes outside. After driving for over 10 minutes, he occasionally spotted boxes on the road, along with the corpses of wolves and lions. It seemed the battle had been fierce, Chen Ming thought to himself. He urged his AI companion, Xiao AI, to accelerate. Within 5 minutes, they encountered a small convoy. Chen Ming paid little attention to them, but the convoy had taken notice of him. They formed a circle around his vehicle, trapping him inside. The leader of the convoy demanded that Chen Ming surrender his supplies, threatening to eliminate him otherwise. Chen Ming glanced at them and responded, "Come on, let me see what you've got." The small convoy, realizing that Chen Ming was not taking them seriously, ordered their members to draw their guns and open fire. In an instant, gunfire erupted, but Chen Ming's vehicle remained unscathed. "Pathetic, you guys are really weak," Chen Ming remarked. With that, he activated his vehicle's onboard weaponry and began to fire back. The members of the convoy quickly realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. "Fall back," the convoy leader shouted, but it was too late. The machine guns swept across the area, and the vehicles closest to Chen Ming exploded. The ones on the periphery began to retreat, but Chen Ming activated his vehicle-mounted sniper rifle for precision shots. In just 1 minute, the entire convoy was annihilated. Unfortunately, he couldn't get out of the car to collect the supplies, which left him feeling a bit regretful. After covering 50 kilometers in no time, Chen Ming arrived at a familiar fork in the road, but this time there were no safe routes. The last 50 kilometers were through snow-covered terrain. He casually chose one of the paths, but a sandstorm did not follow him into the latter half of the journey. Not long after starting the second half, it began to snow, and a strong wind picked up. The further he drove, the heavier the snowfall became, quickly blanketing the surroundings in white. Snowflakes danced in the air, and ahead was a single road, now covered by a thin layer of snow. However, Chen Ming sensed that traversing this snowy landscape would not be straightforward. Just as the desert had its sandstorms, the snowy terrain likely had its own natural disasters. As soon as he finished contemplating, the snow behind him began to churn violently, resembling an avalanche. Curious if it would maintain distance like a sandstorm, he observed the approaching avalanche. However, reality proved different. Rather than keeping its distance, the avalanche drew closer due to Chen Ming's relatively slow speed. Realizing he couldn't exploit a bug, Chen Ming immediately instructed Xiao AI to accelerate. Upon receiving the command, she sped up, creating some distance from the avalanche behind them. The vehicle's speed gradually increased, and the avalanche receded further away, but Chen Ming remained on high alert. The system prompted Chen Ming, "There's a large pit 1 kilometer ahead. You need to accelerate to pass through." After hearing the news, Chen Ming asked Xiao AI to speed up again. They quickly covered a kilometer and then soared over the big pit at high speed. After Chen Ming leaped over the pit, the avalanche sped up and caught up with him. Chen Ming set Xiao AI to autopilot while he entered the cabin to grab some food and water. He and Chen Shui quickly finished their meal and resumed monitoring the surroundings to guard against any new developments. The vehicle sped along, soon catching up with the main group. The vehicles ahead, seeing the avalanche approaching, all accelerated, but their vehicles were not as high level as Chen Ming's, so they couldn't compete. Initially, Chen Ming was being chased by the avalanche, but now it was them being pursued. The idea of, if the companion dies, the monk will live blossomed in the minds of others, and some began to deliberately cut off other vehicles, attempting to block the avalanche's rolling speed. Others crashed into Chen Ming, trying to squeeze him out with multiple vehicles. However, Chen Ming responded by spraying bullets with his machine gun. Once he eliminated the surrounding vehicles, no one dared to provoke him anymore. With vehicles colliding in front and the avalanche pressing from behind, those remaining began to cease their infighting and sped forward under the pressure of the avalanche. Meanwhile, Chen Ming, in his fast-moving vehicle, contemplated the rewards for finishing in the top 10. He had never received a reward in previous attempts, but now he was determined to claim one. Chen Ming's vehicle raced ahead, and he completed this latter part of the journey in just 40 minutes. Congratulations to the players who reached the finish line in the top 10 and earned rewards. Chen Ming then quietly waited for the others to arrive at the finish line. After 15 minutes, all players had reached the end. As soon as the instance ended, Chen Ming exited the dungeon, while the remaining players began to kill each other for loot, leading to yet another massacre. After preparing himself, Chen Ming entered the maze instance, but waited for an hour without anyone joining him, so he had to exit. Finally, he moved on to the puzzle instance and entered alone. Repeating his daily tasks, he obtained 5 supply boxes before night fell again. The monotony of each day left Chen Ming feeling somewhat fatigued, unsure of how to proceed on the road ahead. After dinner with the 3 others, he lay in the vehicle staring at the sky, lost in thought. He felt confused, but he knew he had to carry on, as someone had given him a hint about when it would all end. Chen Ming asked, "Can you give me a spoiler about the ending?" The system replied, "How you navigate the path is up to you. I can't dictate your thoughts." Chen Ming pressed, "Really? You can't?" The system responded, "It's more interesting to find your own way." Would it still be engaging if someone told you the answer in advance? Chen Ming retorted, "So you do know the ending." The system confirmed, "I know the ending, but I won't tell you." Chen Ming asked, "So, am I going to die or make it through?" The system replied, "You will make it through." Chen Ming, "You know how to make empty promises." System, "I don't need to make promises, and you don't need to believe them." Chen Ming laughed heartily, feeling much better, and then went to his room to sleep. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Chen Ming woke up to find that 3 women had also awakened. They were having breakfast, and Chen Ming joined them at the dining table. After casually eating a bit, he left the room to prepare his car, only to discover that the snow had melted. He got out of the car to check the situation and felt the temperature rising. This made him alert. So he got back in the car and opened the chat interface, where he found people in the region complaining about the heat. Chen Ming quickly asked the system, which informed him that it was a day with double sunlight and the temperature was 1.5 times the usual level. The game system then displayed, "Today is a high-temperature day, with temperatures at 1.5 times the normal level." After reading this, Chen Ming felt he was quite lucky. Although he wouldn't die from the heat, the energy consumption of his car would increase. Seeing this as a business opportunity, he immediately bought a large amount of metal materials and started mass-producing air conditioning units for sale. However, as soon as he sold a few, he faced backlash from others, accusing him of taking advantage of the situation. Why is it always him with so many resources? Did he kill a lot of players to get them? Exactly. While everyone else is struggling, he is the only one profiting. There must be some conspiracy. Everyone, be careful not to let him fool you. Let us stop with the conspiracy theories. I want to say a few fair words. We are all players here. Even if we can't work together, let us not kick someone when they're down. This guy has provided so many air conditioning units. I think it would be better if he didn't charge for them, and instead shared them, so we can all get through this disaster together. We're all in this game world. We're like neighbors. Let's not be so selfish. Yeah, wouldn't it be better to get through the high-temperature day together? Why treat everyone like crops waiting to be harvested? Do you only feel happy if everyone else dies? Seeing the sarcastic comments in the chat, Chen Ming chose to ignore them. Chapter 25. The sudden heat wave. At this moment, Chen Shui glanced at the chat interface, worried that Chen Ming might be overwhelmed and leave the room, so she went to comfort him. Chen Ming, however, confidently asserted that after years of navigating the internet, he'd seen it all and was well aware of the antics of the trolls. He speculated that these people were simply unable to endure the situation any longer and were resorting to these tactics in a bid to gain access to his air conditioning units, or perhaps even planning to exploit the situation for their own benefit. There were conspiracy theorists, those playing the victim, and opportunists flaunting their resources to manipulate the less informed and financially struggling individuals. In essence, It was a bunch of self-serving people trying to prevent Chen Ming from profiting while they attempted to cash in themselves. While anyone with a modicum of common sense could see through their foolishness, many who were in desperate need of supplies fell for it. Stirred by the rhetoric, they blindly rallied behind the cause, unaware that the schemers were busy profiting from the chaos. Chen Ming currently had 50 air conditioning units at his disposal, but he was unfazed. Worst-case scenario, he could stockpile them and sell them to newcomers when the server merged. Initially, everyone thought that after such a dramatic exchange, even if he didn't give the air conditioners away for free, the prices would plummet significantly. However, Chen Ming was not one to be easily swayed. He promptly took the units off the market and made a statement in the regional channel. Since everyone thinks the prices are too high, I'll just take them down. Wishing everyone a very happy day, his decisiveness left everyone in the area dumbfounded. It was a scorching hot day with temperatures reaching 70 degrees outside. If they couldn't buy air conditioners from Chen Ming, their only options would be to purchase from others or rely on electric fans, which were ineffective in such extreme heat and could potentially be dangerous. As Chen Ming's air conditioners vanished from the market, those who had been spreading conspiracy theories began to sell their own air conditioning units. Although their stock was limited, they were quickly snatched up. Meanwhile, those left without air conditioning flooded the chat with requests for units. The individuals who had just profited began contacting Chen Ming, asking him to sell to them. Chen Ming refused and started to threaten and entice them. Eventually, he was so disgusted that he simply blocked them. In retaliation, they began to slander Chen Ming in the chat, accusing him of lacking compassion for not sharing his air conditioners with other players. Those who were unaware of the full story were easily incited to join in the attacks against him. Fed up, Chen Ming closed the chat interface. After all, it wasn't him suffering from the heat, so why should he care? Chen Ming decided to let his virtual assistant, Xiao AI, take the lead. The weather was perfect for a stroll in the snow, and although this outing would consume resources, he figured it was a good way to clear his mind given his fluctuating mood. He purchased an electronic keyboard from the trading post and began to play and sing. However, his singing was utterly horrendous. Unable to tolerate the cacophony, Chen Shui quickly retreated to her room. While he was lost in self-satisfaction, he encountered a convoy that attempted to rob him. Just as they were about to demand supplies from Chen Ming, they recognized him and immediately cleared the way, leaving Chen Ming baffled. Chen Ming remarked, "I see you were about to rob me, so why the sudden stop?" One of the convoy members replied, "You're a big shot. Who would dare to rob you?" Seeing their quick recognition, Chen Ming decided to let them off the hook and drove away without a second thought. The convoy leader sighed in relief. "Good thing I know what the boss's car looks like. Otherwise, we would have been done for." Those who arrived in the snowy area were all smiles, while those in the desert were in tears. After Chen Ming stopped selling air conditioners, those without AC were complaining in the chat, hurling all sorts of insults. The selfish individuals began to face backlash, with the chat filled with angry comments directed at them. However, some of them seemed to have anticipated the backlash and feigned ignorance. Lurking in the chat, suddenly, someone suggested that they could escape the heat by heading to the snowy area, igniting a fire of hope among the crowd. Thus, those without air conditioning started searching for a way to the snow, while the game system introduced a temporary escape game. This game featured cracks forming in the sun-scorched ground, and players needed to avoid these fissures, or they would be swallowed by them. However, this was of no concern to Chen Ming, who was enjoying a leisurely trip. Upon hearing the news, Chen Shui left the room to inform Chen Ming of the situation. Chen Ming thought to himself, what are they trying to do? Kill everyone with a mad dash under the blazing sun? This is quite the stunt. It must be said, the game system had a clever way of driving players to the snow. Since they were unwilling to go there voluntarily, it compelled them to do so. Suddenly, the snow became a hot commodity. Some players were lucky and found the bridge to the snowy area quickly, while others, less fortunate, searched endlessly and ultimately perished from the heat in the desert. Bored, Chen Ming decided to list air conditioners again in the trading market, and within 5 minutes, they were sold out. He then put the rest of his air conditioners up for sale. This round netted him 300,000 points, filling his pockets nicely. In a good mood, Chen Ming didn't let his assistant Xiaoi drive. He simply had her wait in the back to take over seamlessly when he wasn't driving. Suddenly, the system alerted him that there was a supply crate 300 meters to his left, prompting Chen Ming to turn his vehicle toward it. Upon arrival, Chen Ming got out and was about to grab the supply crate when the system warned him of a poisonous snake lurking beneath it. drawing his watermelon knife. He poked the crate, and the snake sprang out, aiming for him. Chen Ming quickly retracted his knife and swung it, severing the snake's head, its body twisting on the ground before coming to a stop a few seconds later. He kicked the snake aside and picked up the supply crate before getting back in the car. Chen Ming currently has 6 supply boxes, and he plans to open them all at once. However, his luck is average this time as he only finds ingredients: pork, beef, lamb, lettuce, oysters, water spinach, and 20 bottles of red wine. He puts everything away in his room for storage. Soon after, he encounters 2 people who have just arrived in the snowy area. They are venting their frustrations after a harrowing experience. Chen Ming chooses to ignore them and continues on his way. Today is a warm day, and the snow is gradually melting, making the road increasingly smooth, showing signs of becoming a proper highway. As the road improves, more vehicles appear in the snowy landscape. Those who have just come from the desert still carry some heat, but after a while, the warmth fades and newcomers to the snow begin to seek out winter coats. Unfortunately, Chen Ming lacks clothing manufacturing equipment. Otherwise, he could have made a profit. Nonetheless, he doesn't feel regret about it. Chen Ming's vehicle continues onward, gaining notoriety from numerous small skirmishes, and with players in the region spreading the word, no one dares to bother him anymore. With no disturbances, his mood improves significantly, and he begins to stock up on fuel cards. After accumulating a batch of fuel cards, he asks Su Jingjing to prepare a lavish feast to reward himself. After a hearty meal, Chen Ming feels pleasantly full and satisfied, and as he looks at his gradually filling figure, he decides it's time to start exercising and strengthening his body. He sets up a room for workouts and purchases fitness equipment, beginning his training. Meanwhile, he has Chen Shui teach Su Lan and Su Jingjing how to shoot. Chapter 26. Version update and server merger time flies, and it's another morning. Chen Ming goes through his usual morning routine. Game system notification. Public test version 1.6 is now live. Update content includes the addition of a new map, the Prairie, automatic server mergers in some regions with low player counts, and the introduction of a survival dungeon, available solo or in teams, with a maximum of 4 players. This update felt a bit underwhelming to Chen Ming. Wow, they actually merged regions. That's great. My region was in such dire straits. Most of our players were practically gone. I could only talk to myself in the sparse regional chat, and now I finally see some real players. Where are you all from? Anyone up for teaming up? A foreign woman typed in the chat. That's so sad. Come join us. We have over 40 people here. Welcome to team up and survive together, replied someone from Japan. Chen Ming noticed the chat and saw that 2 non-Chinese players had merged into his region. It seemed there was a group of over 40 players, and he planned to take out those little baka, a Japanese term for foolish or stupid, next time he encountered them. After all, the baka who were dead were the good ones. The regional chat was a mix of languages, but the game system automatically translated everything, allowing everyone to understand each other. Knowing there were foreign players excited Chen Ming. He felt like he had found a new purpose. He didn't care whether he would survive until the end anymore. As long as he could take down at least 1 baka before he died, he would be satisfied. While Chen Ming was deep in thought, a player from Russia walked by. Artyom, hello, Davorich, do you have any alcohol? Chen Ming, I have some wine. Would you like red wine? Artyom, oh, Davorich, having something is better than having nothing. Chen Ming pulled out 20 bottles of red wine from his supply box and handed them over, thinking it would be a nice way to make a friend since he wasn't fond of drinking. Artyom, seeing Chen Ming's generosity, gave him a single-use rocket launcher in return. Chen Ming was stunned by this unexpected trade. Red wine for a rocket launcher. How absurd. He immediately added Artyom as a friend, promising to share any wine he had. Artyom also mentioned that he would share any good weapons he found with Chen Ming. After their chat, Artyom happily left, and Chen Ming was also in high spirits. When Chen Shui came out of her room and saw the rocket launcher, she was astonished and quickly asked Chen Ming where he got it. He told her it was a gift from a Russian player. Now, Chen Ming's team consisted of 4 members. Since his sniping skills were average, he opted for a rifle instead and let Chen Shui take the sniper role, while Su Lan operated the machine gun and Su Jingjing handled logistics. Chen Ming informed them that things were different now. It wasn't just Chinese players anymore, but foreigners as well. And the jungle law among foreigners was even more ruthless than with the Chinese players. Chen Ming expressed that if he encounters the little bastards, he would definitely take them down. The 3 women also stated that if they come across the little bastards, they would do the same. The area now has a population of over 50,000, and it's no longer just people from Huaxia. There are various nationalities present. Chen Ming had previously asked the system if the map had been compressed, and the system confirmed it hadn't been compressed, but rather the probability of encounters had increased. With the scorching days behind them, the temperature gradually dropped today, leading to a soaring demand for air conditioning units. After being disgusted by a previous experience, Chen Ming decided not to sell air conditioners this time. He started driving around aimlessly, not finding any supply boxes along the way. But he was used to it by now. After advancing 3 kilometers, he stumbled upon several small convoys engaged in a fierce battle. Some individuals who recognized Chen Ming's vehicle quickly fled in fear of being taken out by him, while a small guy, after waiting a moment, stealthily slipped out of his vehicle. He looked around to ensure no one was watching and quietly began to scavenge the unclaimed supply boxes. Seeing that Chen Ming had taken out the small guy, others who hadn't left yet also turned around and got out of their vehicles to loot the supplies. Soon, 7 or 8 people surrounded the supply box, fighting over basic materials, food, and water. Chen Ming simply watched them without intervening, shaking his head before driving away. Such scenes had become commonplace, and after he left, those people began to brawl among themselves. The system notified him of a wilderness dungeon on the right, prompting Chen Ming to turn around and head toward it. Upon arrival, Chen Ming activated the disguise function and had Chun Shui follow him into the dungeon, while the other 2, being too weak, were left behind. After preparing everything, the 2 got out of the car. Following the system's prompt, Chen Ming kicked at the snow, revealing a mechanism button, which he then pressed with his foot. Chun Shui was about to say something, but hesitated at his actions. The mechanism activated, the ground cracked open, revealing a staircase. The 2 descended the stairs. After walking for a few minutes, they arrived at a stone door. They put on their flashlights and began searching for the mechanism. Before long, Chun Shui found it. After pressing the mechanism, they stepped back a few paces, and the stone door slowly opened, releasing a chilling gust of wind. The 2 tightened their coats, not rushing inside, but instead observing the surroundings. Chen Ming threw a stone. But whether it was bad luck or just a coincidence, the moment the stone hit the ground, the sound of arrows being released filled the air. Chen Ming immediately pressed Chun Shui down. The barrage of arrows lasted for about 30 seconds before stopping. They had reacted quickly enough to avoid injury. Once the silence returned, Chen Ming stood up, followed by Chun Shui. He noticed that the arrows had embedded themselves in the stone and instantly grew alert, sensing that this dungeon would be quite challenging. He turned to Chun Shui and asked, "This dungeon doesn't seem simple. Should we continue?" Chun Shui replied that they could proceed. Thus, the 2 did not retreat, but instead moved forward slowly. After about 10 minutes, they encountered another stone door. Frustrated, Chen Ming decided to ask the system for help. Following the system's prompts, he found a mechanism and activated it. This time, he didn't trigger any traps. After successfully opening 5 stone doors based on the system's guidance, he finally arrived at the last location. Chen Ming entered a stone chamber measuring 50 square meters, which was even colder than the outside. Once inside, the stone door closed behind them. Chen Ming turned to the system and asked, "How do we get out of this chamber?" The system replied, "You need to solve 3 questions to obtain the key to leave." Chen Ming scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted the 3 questions. Not wanting to think too hard, he asked the system to crack them for him. After the system provided the answers, it warned Chen Ming that he needed to grab the supply boxes immediately after answering the 3rd question and run out of the chamber, or he would be buried alive. Without hesitation, Chen Ming opened the marketplace and bought a small sack and some rope in preparation. He tackled the questions one by one and soon solved them all. Just then, the game system announced that the chamber was starting to collapse. Chen Ming quickly stuffed 2 supply boxes into the sack, tied it around his waist, and pulled Chun Shui as they fled. They sprinted at full speed and managed to escape the chamber with just 5 seconds to spare. Exhausted, they collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 27. The sudden blizzard. After resting well, the 2 returned to the car, relying on its warmth to get comfortable. A short while later, they encountered a convoy of small-time players. Without hesitation, Chen Ming accelerated forward and opened fire with his machine gun. The small-time players focused their attacks on Chen Ming, but the power disparity was too great. Their vehicles were only level 3, while Chen Ming's was level 4. With the additional defensive enhancements on Chen Ming's vehicle, the difference became even more pronounced. The battle lasted only 5 minutes before it ended, leaving just 2 vehicles to escape. Chen Ming chased after them and instructed Chen Shui to take a shot. Using the vehicle-mounted sniper rifle, Chen Shui fired 6 shots in quick succession, taking out both of the small players' vehicles. Chen Ming was thrilled, although he missed out on a lot of loot due to the chase. He didn't care at all. Nothing made him happier than taking down those small-time players. At that moment, the game system announced, "Congratulations to all surviving players. Today is Disaster Day, and this map has prepared a special disaster for you, a blizzard. Note, a powerful cold front will sweep across the roads, dropping the current temperature to -30°C, with a decrease of 1°C every hour, continuing until midnight." Upon seeing the game system message, Chen Ming couldn't help but exclaim a traditional saying. It was just past 1 p.m., and with 10 hours of low temperatures ahead, he estimated that many players would likely perish. After the system announcement, the temperature plummeted suddenly from -5 degrees to -30 degrees. Chen Ming decided not to drive anymore and headed into a nearby building. As soon as he entered, he saw 3 women lamenting their lack of a 4th player for mahjong. So, he joined them for a game. After playing mahjong all afternoon, Chen Ming lost continuously and felt like he was about to crack. However, he didn't let it bother him. While Chen Ming and the others laughed and enjoyed their time, those with scarce resources were crying out for help. Those who had once followed the trend to criticize Chen Ming were now regretting their choices, as Chen Ming had stopped selling air conditioners while others were selling them at exorbitant prices. Compared to the players who were being taken advantage of, Chen Ming was doing quite well. Outside, the snow was falling heavily. At the rate it was coming down, the snowfall had already reached a depth of 1 meter by afternoon. With such accumulation, ordinary vehicles couldn't move without tools, and even stationary cars would consume fuel. With the snow depth reaching 1 meter and vehicles immobilized, the most popular items in the trading market were military coats and blankets, along with hot drinks. Although not everyone had resources as abundant as Chen Ming's, those who had survived until now had found ways to endure the blizzard. At that moment, a message from Artyom popped up on Chen Ming's screen. "Davaliris, do you have any air conditioners?" Chen Ming replied, "Yes, but they need to be made fresh." Artyom responded, "How long will that take?" Chen Ming, "1 minute is enough." Artyom, Davarich, help me make one." Chen Ming quickly headed to the machine shop and grabbed an air conditioner and an air circulation machine. After about 2 minutes, he sent a trade invitation to Artyom. The two quickly completed the trade, with Artyom receiving the air conditioner and air circulation machine, while Chen Ming got the rocket launcher blueprint. Immediately after obtaining the blueprint, Chen Ming used the machine shop to start manufacturing, while also producing a batch of ammunition. Soon, the metal materials ran low. Chen Ming stopped production, organized his things, and headed to his room to prepare for sleep. As night fell, the snowfall ceased, but the thick layer of snow had rendered the roads impassable. This sudden blizzard felt like a punishment for players who defied the designer's intentions. A night passed without incident. The next morning, Chen Ming followed his usual routine of washing up and having breakfast before heading out. However, the snow had covered his car, forcing him to wait until it melted before he could drive. The temperature had dropped back to -5 degrees. After waiting for a while and realizing the snow wasn't melting quickly enough, he had to ask his AI assistant, Xiao AI, to increase the car's temperature to help melt the snow. Thus, the entire morning was wasted on snow melting. At that moment, Huang Kai sent a message expressing his need for bullets. Chen Ming traded some of his stockpiled bullets with Huang Kai in exchange for some point vouchers. Huang Kai then informed Chen Ming that he had encountered 2 foreign convoys engaged in a shootout, and later took the opportunity to loot their supplies after they left. With the addition of foreigners, the competition became fiercer. Chen Ming decided to collaborate with Huang Kai and expressed his intention to do so. Huang Kai welcomed Chen Ming to join his convoy. He then asked Huang Kai for his current location, and Huang Kai sent him a pin. With the location in hand, Chen Ming set off towards Huang Kai. For hours later, he finally located Huang Kai. When Huang Kai saw Chen Ming's vehicle, he was astonished, realizing that the person he wanted to collaborate with was the most powerful player in the area. Huang Kai, "Boss, you're so strong already. Do you still need a partnership?" Chen Ming, "Collaboration is still necessary. I've been resisted when trying to sell items in the trading hall. Sometimes I need teams like yours to help. In the future, if I have extra items, I'll let you sell them, so you can earn more income too." Huang Kai's convoy was small with only 10 vehicles, but they were all loyal brothers who had fought alongside him since the start of the game. To show his sincerity, Chen Ming generously offered them a handgun, a rifle, ammunition, and some equipment needed for vehicles. In return, Huang Kai presented Chen Ming with the blueprints for his entire team, totaling 3: a rice cooker, a water heater, and vehicle armor for tank protection. With these blueprints in hand, Chen Ming instructed Huang Kai's team to purchase large quantities of metal materials. Once everyone had drained their point vouchers to buy the metals, Chen Ming used the machine shop to start manufacturing. After waiting for 5 hours, Chen Ming successfully manufactured the vehicle armor needed for both teams. Everyone then proceeded to install the tank protection armor on their vehicles. At the same time, they also received a rice cooker and a water heater, significantly improving their survival safety and slightly enhancing their quality of life. The Huang Kai team remarked that having a strong ally is great, but since they had just started collaborating and were not familiar with each other, they refrained from excessive communication to avoid any misunderstandings. Chen Ming shared his plan with Huang Kai, which was quite simple: to lure the Xiaobega team and eliminate them. Huang Kai agreed and informed Chen Ming about the Xiaobega team's tendency to ambush other foreigners. Just as Chen Ming had suspected, the Xiaobega team was notorious for their plundering. That night, Chen Ming asked Su Jingjing to prepare a feast for more than 10 people. The 4 members of Chen Ming's team were busy cooking, while Huang Kai's team consisted mainly of people who were not very skilled in the kitchen. 40 minutes later, a sumptuous meal was ready, and both teams gathered their vehicles together, sitting in a circle to enjoy the meal. Laughter and jokes filled the air, and there were even some talent performances. At that moment, everyone forgot about the harsh realities of the game world. Chapter 28, Collaboration and the Journey Challenge. After a bit of fun, the group quickly returned to their vehicles due to the cold weather. Chen Ming began to share some intel with Huang Kai, such as the fact that during the first half of the 100-kilometer journey challenge, they could take their time driving, but during the second half, they should speed up due to the risk of avalanches. He also mentioned that only the top 10 cars would survive the maze, while the rest would be eliminated directly by the game. He even shared strategies for the decoding segment. After receiving this information, Huang Kai took notes and sent a backup to his teammates, reflecting on how the wealthy often risk their lives for success. He realized that the decoding segment could wipe out his entire team. After exchanging intel, everyone went to sleep. The next morning, Chen Ming woke up, washed up, and had breakfast before stepping outside for some fresh air. Gradually, everyone else woke up, and after some time, they were ready to set off. Chen Ming sent a collaboration invitation to Huang Kai's team, Tianming. Huang Kai accepted immediately, and the game system notified them. Congratulations! The two teams have successfully collaborated. Chen Ming then asked Huang Kai, "Shall we head to the 100-kilometer challenge?" Huang Kai thought for a moment and replied, "Let us go." Chen Ming applied to join the dungeon as a team, and the game system sent an invitation to Huang Kai. Huang Kai instructed all his teammates to accept the invitation, and a portal appeared for both teams to enter. Once through the portal, they saw participants from various countries. Despite the language barrier, the system's translation feature allowed everyone to communicate without issues. Chen Ming and Huang Kai's cars were among them, and Chen Ming noticed that aside from them, everyone else was foreign, so he advised everyone to ensure they were well prepared. Soon, the participant count reached 1,000, and the game system began its countdown. 5 minutes later, the game started. During those 5 minutes, Chen Ming devised a plan. He would position his car at the back to shield against sandstorms, while Chen Shui would use a mounted sniper rifle to take out targets, and the others would provide suppressive fire up front. As teams from various countries advanced, Chen Ming and Huang Kai targeted a team of troublemakers. It wasn't long before the troublemakers revealed their true nature, opening fire on nearby teams. Chen Ming felt a surge of excitement. He had been worried about initiating conflict and drawing everyone's ire, but now the troublemakers had made the first move, giving him the chance to take them down as a champion of justice. He quickly messaged Huang Kai to accelerate and take them out. Upon receiving the message, everyone sped up, with Chen Shui operating the sniper rifle and Huang Kai's team firing their rifles. Chaos ensued as the scene erupted, and other participants quickly accelerated to distance themselves from the conflict between the troublemakers and the Chinese team. After being attacked, the troublemakers quickly redirected their focus toward Huang Kai and Chen Ming's team. Gunfire erupted between the two sides, but due to the distance and the external armor on Huang Kai's vehicles, they sustained no damage. The Foot Basin Chicken team had a better lead vehicle, while the others were fairly average, gradually putting them at a disadvantage. Both sides continued to advance while exchanging gunfire for about 10 minutes. Once Chen Ming's team had significantly damaged the foot base and chicken vehicles, they stopped firing and redirected their attacks towards the better-equipped enemy vehicles, while Chen Shui provided precise sniper support. The foot base and chicken team had the numerical advantage in vehicles, while Chen Ming and Huang Kai's side had the upper hand in equipment. After Chen Shui took out 4 enemy vehicles with her sniper, the foot base and chicken team started to abandon their weaker units to protect their main force, leaving a few members behind as a desperate squad to obstruct Chen Ming and Huang Kai's main team, allowing the rest to escape. This was an old tactic of the foot base and chicken team, using a warrior spirit to rally a few hot-headed youths into a suicide squad. 6 vehicles were left behind to engage in combat with Chen Ming and Huang Kai. Huang Kai expressed a desire to chase down the main enemy force, but Chen Ming insisted they should first eliminate the remaining vehicles. After a brief moment, Huang Kai decided to focus on taking out the enemy vehicles that had stayed behind. With 11 vehicles attacking 6, the stranded squad began a suicidal charge, ramming their vehicles into Huang Kai's team. However, Huang Kai's team was armored and sustained minimal damage. In contrast, the enemy vehicles suffered damage as they crashed into the front of the armored vehicles. Huang Kai's team concentrated fire on the 6 vehicles, and within just 3 minutes, they had taken them out. With a sandstorm closing in, no one stopped to collect supplies. Everyone accelerated to pursue the fleeing enemy vehicles. They did not encounter any more foot base and chicken vehicles along the way, but the temperature dropped, signaling that they were approaching a fork in the road. 5 intersections appeared, and unsure of which path the foot base and chicken team had taken, they randomly chose one. Chen Ming initially wanted the system to provide guidance. Under normal circumstances, he would have pursued, but with heavy snow ahead and an avalanche behind, he needed to ensure the survival of Huang Kai's team. Moreover, he couldn't explain how to guarantee that the chosen path would lead to the foot base and chicken team, so he abandoned the idea. The convoy entered one of the roads, with a sandstorm subsided, only to be replaced by an avalanche. As the convoy accelerated, they traveled a distance without encountering the foot base and chicken team, which left everyone feeling somewhat disappointed. The avalanche continued to grow, and the ground had frozen, making it easy to slip, prompting the convoy to drive with extreme caution. The only sounds were the wind and the engines of the vehicles. Meanwhile, heavy snow began to fall from the sky, and the chaotic snowfall obscured visibility to the point where it was nearly impossible to see ahead. Chen Ming led the way, with everyone following closely behind. After advancing for 20 kilometers, the system alerted him to an ambush ahead. Chen Ming immediately inquired whether it was a player-made ambush or part of the game scenario. The system confirmed it was part of the game. Is there really an ambush under a natural disaster? This is ridiculous. This frustrating scenario has been sneakily revised. Chen Ming quickly notified Huang Kai to keep everyone on high alert. Just as the convoy reached the ambush point, they were met with an attack from a small enemy squad. Rifle bullets poured out, with most of them blocked by Chen Ming, while only a few struck Huang Kai's vehicle and those of the others. This squad emptied their magazines and switched to new ones, and Chen Ming immediately opened fire with a mounted machine gun. A burst later, he wiped out the entire squad. At the same time, the system warned that more squads were ambushing from behind, and their weapons were becoming more advanced as time went on. Chen Ming messaged Huang Kai, urging everyone to accelerate. Throughout the journey, Chen Ming's vehicle withstood most of the attacks from squads. The members of Huang Kai's convoy grabbed their weapons to fight back when suddenly 5 rocket launcher rounds hit Chen Ming's vehicle. Chen Ming was startled as the vehicle's durability dropped by 5. He quickly instructed Huang Kai's convoy to maintain some distance and pulled out his binoculars to spot 5 rocket launcher setups. Chen Ming immediately took out his own rocket launcher and had Chen Shui counterattack. After firing 1 round, she was hit by 4 in return. Chen Ming decided to take the hits from the rocket launchers and eliminate all the setups. Chen Shui fired continuously, and after 4 shots, she finally destroyed all 5 rocket launcher setups. Chen Ming's vehicle had absorbed a total of 15 rounds of bullets, resulting in a 15 durability loss, which pained him a bit. Huang Kai, witnessing Chen Ming trading fire with the rocket launchers, couldn't help but admire his prowess. Once the rocket launcher setups were taken out, they were no longer under attack. Chen Ming immediately instructed Huang Kai's convoy to speed up. After 30 minutes, they finally reached their destination. Just like before upon arrival, they immediately headed to the teleportation portal. Chapter 29. Leaving the snowy land and entering the wasteland city, the cold of the snowy terrain and the occasional blizzards made Chen Ming feel that this environment was far more dangerous than the desert. Moreover, the armed squads and rocket launcher setups encountered in the instance made him believe that, given the nature of this game world, they would definitely be added to the regular maps to ensure the safety of the others. Chen Ming explained the situation to Huang Kai and then waited for the team to come to a decision. 5 minutes later, Huang Kai turned to Chen Ming and said, "We can't stay in the snow any longer. Should we head to the wasteland city or the prairie?" Chen Ming replied, "I want to go to the wasteland city. What about you?" Huang Kai said, "I was initially thinking of the prairie, but since you want to go to the wasteland city, let's go there." Chen Ming thought to himself, "What happened to your principles?" If Huang Kai knew Chen Ming's thoughts, he would probably say that keeping principles was less important than staying alive. After reaching a consensus, everyone found a spot to stop. Huang Kai's convoy disbanded, and all members joined the transparent team. With Chen Ming as the captain and Huang Kai as the vice captain, they all shared a single team channel, making it much faster to relay information directly than passing it along. Once they found a good location, they parked, and Chen Ming set up a large pot to cook. With everyone working together, they quickly prepared a communal meal. Soon, they gathered around happily eating, sharing stories, and telling jokes. Someone even imitated a popular character, singing and dancing, which had everyone laughing. In that moment, the cold and the threat of violence were forgotten. However, happy times are always fleeting. At 10:25 p.m., feeling that it was getting late, Chen Ming suggested that everyone get some rest since they needed to find the way to the wasteland city the next day. After quickly cleaning up the leftovers, everyone returned to their vehicles. A quiet night passed. The next morning, as usual, Chen Ming, an early riser, greeted everyone in the team channel. While everyone was sluggishly getting ready, Chen Ming made a simple plan. He assigned weapons, forming rifle squads, sniper squads, and rocket launcher squads. Then they hit the road. On the way, Chen Ming directed the convoy to practice formations. Rifles on the outside, rocket launchers in the center, and snipers interspersed. After a few rounds, everyone became skilled in the formation, which had Chen Ming at the front, followed by the rifle squad, the rocket launcher squad, the sniper squad, and finally Huang Kai's vehicle. Once they practiced enough, they began searching for the route to Wasteland City. Chen Ming asked the system for directions. The convoy proceeded according to the System S instructions, which informed them that the air in Wasteland City contained a lot of toxic gases, requiring protective gear. Chen Ming immediately opened the trading post to search for protective suits. He couldn't find any suits, but did come across blueprints to craft them. However, the seller wanted a level 4 vehicle blueprint in exchange. Chen Ming had to search for a level 4 vehicle blueprint, spending about 20 minutes to finally find one. However, the seller was asking a steep price of 50,000 points per blueprint. Despite the high cost, Chen Ming decided to buy it. After all, he had the money. After purchasing the blueprints, Chen Ming immediately exchanged them with the seller of the protective suit blueprints. Once the exchange was complete, he quickly bought the necessary materials and prepared to use the lathe equipment for manufacturing. However, the lathe indicated that the category was different and could not be used for production. Seeing this, Chen Ming opened the trading interface to look for equipment capable of making protective suits. After about 3 minutes of searching, he found what he needed. He made the purchase and set it up right away, but the game system notified him to wait for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, a brand new garment machine was ready. With the equipment in hand, Chen Ming immediately began the manufacturing process. The system informed him that he could create an air conditioning unit and an air circulation machine to be installed on the armored wristband, which would automatically help maintain his body temperature and ensure proper air circulation. However, he first needed to use a functional stone to activate the features on the wristband. This operation stunned Chen Ming, and after hearing the prompt, he executed it without hesitation. With both machines running simultaneously, Chen Ming faced significant energy consumption. Following the system's suggestion, he bought a solar charging panel and an energy conversion device to install on the wristband, allowing for extended usage during sunny conditions. The armored wristband now had multiple functions: temperature regulation, air purification, charging, and energy conversion. After completing all these tasks, he produced 13 sets of protective suits. Chen Ming instructed the convoy to stop and distributed the protective suits to everyone, explaining that they were heading to the Wasteland City map, which was likely a city after the war and would contain a lot of toxic gas. Inhaling these gases could cause irreversible damage to the human body. After Chen Ming's explanation, The team members took their protective suits and returned to the vehicle to continue their journey. Under Chen Ming's leadership, the transparent team drove for 3 hours before finally locating the bridge leading to the wasteland city. As they approached the bridge, they saw the dim sky and the harmful gases emanating everywhere. After driving for 2 kilometers, they finally arrived at Wasteland City. Just as they descended the bridge, they encountered a person in a protective suit holding a gun who stepped forward and said to the transparent team, "Halt." The team was confused, but stopped nonetheless. Chen Ming got out of the vehicle without wearing a protective suit, which astonished everyone present. The person on the opposite side was also surprised to see someone who appeared unfazed by the danger of not wearing a protective suit. Chen Ming approached and asked, "Is this area off limits?" The other person replied, "It's not that you can't enter, but our city is currently in a state of conflict, and we are concerned about spies infiltrating." Understanding the situation, Chen Ming responded, "We are outsiders here only to seek a way to survive." As soon as he finished speaking, the game system notified him, "Congratulations, the transparent team has entered Wasteland City." Each team member receives a supply box. The city is divided into 2 major factions, the cooperative faction and the predatory faction. Note, once a faction is chosen, it cannot be changed. Chen Ming was unsure which faction to choose and decided to consult the system. Chen Ming, "Dad, which one should I choose?" System, "I suggest choosing neutral. That way, neither side will attack you at will." Chen Ming, "Isn't there that raider faction? Choosing neutral will get me attacked, right?" System, "You can think of it like the situation in Warcraft. Your units are green mouse, neutral, yellow mouse, allied, and red mouse, enemy. Neutral units only become hostile when they attack other factions." Seeing the system prompt, Chen Ming immediately chose the neutral unit. Once selected, the people in front of him instantly changed their attitude and allowed them to enter the city. After being granted access, Chen Ming returned to the vehicle and told the others not to attack the people here. As long as they didn't attack anyone, they would be safe. Huang Kai's convoy channel. Why can you get out of the car without wearing protective gear? Chen Ming's convoy channel. I was lucky before and found an armored bracelet in a supply box. Just now, while making the protective suit, I had a sudden idea to see if I could install an air conditioner and air circulation system on the armor, and it actually worked. Huang Kai's convoy channel. Everyone was genuinely envious and grateful for having hitched a ride on a lucky star. Chapter 30. Searching for the wasteland city. Upon entering the city, Chen Ming immediately noticed the countless bullet holes around him. Ignoring them, he pressed on. 10 minutes after the convoy entered the city, Chen Ming found a spot to stop. He traded food and ammunition for information with the local inhabitants. From the NPCs, he learned that there are 5 wasteland cities, 1 each for the mutual aid faction and the raider faction, with the remaining 3 currently vacant. Supplies can be occasionally scavenged from these 3 empty cities, and every 5 days, supply crates are airdropped in all 5 cities. The toxic fumes are emanating from one of the vacant cities, but due to ongoing conflicts, no one has ventured to investigate the situation. After gathering this basic information, Chen Ming found an open area to park. Due to the toxic fumes, no one exited the vehicles, and everyone had to fend for themselves when it came to food. After eating, Chen Ming decided to step out and scout the surrounding environment, leaving the others to wait in place. To avoid drawing attention to himself, he crafted another set of protective gear and donned it before exiting the vehicle. As Chen Ming walked for a while, he witnessed a group of people beating up an individual. It seemed to be a common sight, as the onlookers barely spared him a glance before returning to the harassment. Not wanting to stir trouble, Chen Ming chose to walk away. Only after distancing himself did he realize that, although they were part of the mutual aid faction, there was a darker side hidden within this group. Wandering aimlessly, Chen Ming tried to get a sense of the city's situation. After a while, he returned to the convoy. On the way back, he reflected on the background setting of the wasteland city. He began piecing together some insights about the faction divisions and speculated that when other players enter this map, they will have to choose factions. The disparity in numbers and equipment between factions could create an imbalance, making the impact of their choices even greater than he had anticipated. As night fell, Chen Ming recalled the importance of staying within the safety of their convoy instead of wandering outside, which reminded him of the vacant city. However, what worried him most was the impending disasters. In the previous 2 maps, players had the opportunity to prepare for disaster days. It seemed that this time, the situation might be closely tied to the NPCs. In some ways, this indicated that the variables in this map exceeded those of the first 2. leaving even Chen Ming uncertain about what the player's arrival would bring. Having experienced the extremes of the previous maps, combat had become second nature to the players. As long as there were sufficient rewards, they would willingly engage in battle. After walking for a bit, Chen Ming returned to the vehicle and shared the information about this map with the others via the convoy channel. As night deepened, Chen Ming suggested that everyone else get some rest while he took the first watch. At 2 a.m., a sudden burst of gunfire erupted. Chen Ming quickly drew his weapon and sent a message through the convoy channel, urging everyone to wake up and be on guard. He crouched on the roof of the vehicle, using binoculars to observe, and saw two squads exchanging fire about a kilometer ahead. People with light sleep donned their protective suits and got out of the vehicle, quietly asking, "What happened?" Chen Ming replied, "About a kilometer ahead, two squads are exchanging fire. We should be the first ones to arrive in this area. It looks like the two sides are engaged in combat." Liu Yan asked, "Should we go take a look?" Chen Ming responded, "Protect yourselves and don't get involved in their war." After saying this, he instructed the others to return to the vehicle. The rest only had standard bulletproof vests, so it was safer for them to stay inside the car. Chen Ming's decision made everyone feel that he was a reliable leader. He didn't recklessly put his team in danger out of curiosity or for personal gain. The gunfire continued for 20 minutes before finally stopping, and Chen Ming kept a watchful eye. The mutual aid faction emerged victorious, while only 3 members of the plunder faction managed to escape. Once he saw the fleeing individuals, Chen Ming knew the battle was over, so he informed the others that it was safe and returned to the vehicle to rest. A few hours later, the sky brightened, but it remained dim due to pollution. This time, Chen Ming chose to sleep in the car instead of entering a room, and though he didn't sleep well, he had no choice. He needed to be ready for any situation. As time passed, the members of the transparent team gradually woke up. After a simple breakfast, Chen Ming asked if anyone wanted to search the abandoned city, and everyone agreed with his idea. Chen Ming then had the system scan 5 wasteland cities. 10 minutes later, a 3D simulation of the 5 cities appeared in his mind, with each city about a kilometer apart. After the scan, Chen Ming learned that the NPC population in the 5 cities exceeded 1 million, with over 400,000 in each of the 2 main cities, and a small number camping in the abandoned ones. The transparent team set off towards the other cities, and their neutral status allowed them to receive a friendly welcome. After driving along the broken road for a kilometer, they arrived at an abandoned city. This city was even more dilapidated than the 2 populated ones, with signs of battle everywhere. Perhaps due to the lack of residents, the NPCs that had fought here seemed indifferent to the area. The vehicle stopped in an open area, and everyone except Su Jingjing and Su Lan got out. Everyone was fully armed. Chan Shui carried a sniper rifle while the others held rifles, moving cautiously forward. Chen Ming had the system provide timely alerts, and after taking a few steps, they found a supply crate. Chen Ming opened the map in his mind and discovered that there were quite a few supply crates. He instructed half of the team to collect the crates while the other half kept watch. In no time, they had gathered all the supply crates from the open area and loaded them into the vehicle. After unloading the supplies, they set off again, and after 5 minutes of advancing, they hadn't encountered any more supply crates. Chen Ming thought that the previous open area must have been untouched. Just as he was contemplating this, a squad appeared, and Chen Ming noted that they were from the plunder faction. A person emerged from the raider camp and asked the transparent squad, "Did you find any supply crates?" Chen Ming immediately replied, "We just arrived here and haven't found any supply crates yet." The raider squad, not seeing any crates with Chen Ming and his team, turned and left. Chen Ming understood that this was part of the game's mechanics. As long as they didn't engage or didn't have any supply crates, the raiders wouldn't attack them indiscriminately. Just as the transparent squad was about to distance themselves from the NPC, they heard gunfire. Chen Ming pulled out his binoculars to assess the situation and soon spotted 2 factions exchanging fire. Knowing the situation, Chen Ming decided not to intervene and ordered everyone to leave immediately. The gunfire didn't last long before it ceased, but Chen Ming sensed the danger level in this wasteland city and returned to the vehicle. On the way back, he noticed that food and weapons were in short supply here, and he happened to have these valuable commodities. Gunfights could break out anywhere, so Chen Ming needed to ensure the safety of his team as everyone hurried back to where the vehicles were parked. Chapter 31. Avoiding and eliminating NPCs after returning to the vehicle's location. Everyone got in and headed towards the mutual aid camp city. Upon entering the city, they found a vacant spot to park. The team channel buzzed with conversation, but Chen Ming was lost in thought. He felt that this map was quite complex. Logically, all 5 cities should have inhabitants, yet only 2 were populated, while the remaining 3 had sporadic residents. He wondered if the 3 vacant cities posed some danger, or if the forces were divided to avoid being wiped out, or perhaps they were simply left for players. While Chen Ming pondered, gunfire erupted again, lasting for 10 minutes before it ceased. This caught Chen Ming's attention. He thought the raiders had no reason to continuously invade the mutual aid camp, especially since there were many supply boxes in the 3 vacant cities. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. Perhaps it was due to the game mechanics that the raiders were compelled to invade at certain times. A bold and terrifying thought crossed Chen Ming's mind. He suddenly recalled the Disaster Day events, where the desert and snowy conditions were driven by natural forces. This map had more inhabitants than the previous 2, namely NPCs. And with the faction divisions, raiders invaded daily, with little time difference. Perhaps they were currently safe because there were only a few players, and the game mechanics hadn't been triggered yet. The initial players might be on guard against skirmishes between the 2 factions, but over time, they would likely let their guard down. Once a steady influx of players entered and their numbers reached a certain threshold, the factions could potentially shift to include both NPCs and players. The once so-called mutual aid camp would likely turn into a raiders' camp, leading to a clash between players and NPCs. If that were the case, the player-NPC battles would resemble a disaster day. And Chen Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Chen Ming thought to himself, at that point, it would be well-prepared NPCs against unsuspecting players, a truly daunting scenario. With these thoughts, he immediately informed the team channel about the situation, urging everyone to be cautious and not to expose their information recklessly. The group was taken aback by Chen Ming's insights, praising him for his thoroughness. System, well done, you've improved. Seeing the system commend him, Chen Ming felt no joy. Instead, he grew more vigilant. The system's praise seemed to validate his concerns. The team engaged in discussions in the channel, and ultimately, Chen Ming decided they should rest for the day. They would pretend to search for supplies in the vacant cities tomorrow and not return. After realizing this, Chen Ming felt it was time to expand the size of their team. They finished their day's activities earlier than usual, but Chen Ming chose to keep watch. Again, around 2 or 3 in the morning, gunfire erupted, reinforcing his beliefs. Once the shooting stopped, he finally fell into a restful sleep. The next morning, everyone woke up to the sound of gunfire. After a quick wash-up, they skipped breakfast and hit the road. Perhaps the NPCs sensed something, as a small squad began to trail them. However, the vehicles of the transparency team were far superior to those of the NPCs, and they quickly created some distance. Even so, Chen Ming remained vigilant and instructed the team to gradually accelerate. They were driving towards the furthest city to set up camp. After traveling about 5 kilometers, they reached the farthest city. Before long, a squad from the mutual aid camp also arrived at the city. Just as I thought. They came to keep an eye on us, Chen Ming thought to himself. He communicated a plan to his teammates over the team channel. They would pretend to search for supply crates and look for an opportunity to take out the NPCs. If they let the NPCs return and inform others of their location, they could find themselves in danger. This time, the 3 women in Chen Ming's vehicle also got out. Under Chen Shui's guidance, Su Jingjing and Su Lan had improved their shooting skills significantly, and it was time to put them to the test. Once ready, everyone got out of the vehicle, pretending to search for supply crates. They slowly lured the NPCs deeper into the city. When they reached a relatively good area, the transparency team feigned searching for supply crates and then turned to ambush the NPCs. After sending a message to attack the NPCs in the team channel, the transparency team opened fire immediately. The NPCs were caught off guard and quickly eliminated by the transparency team. After the NPCs were defeated, they didn't turn to crates, but simply vanished. Once the NPCs were dealt with, the team began to clean up the scene before heading back towards their vehicle. They walked for about 8 minutes before returning to their car's location. Everyone got in and left that spot, then drove deeper into the city. As they moved forward, Chen Ming contemplated the need to consider the natives in addition to battling other players. Soon, the transparency team reached the edge of the city, where there was a road leading out of the map behind them. This was the backup route that Chen Ming had prepared, as he feared that if over 1 million natives were to chase them at once, they would surely perish inside with their current strength. The transparency team parked their vehicles in a scattered formation to avoid crowding in case of an emergency. After parking, The team split into two groups, one to search for supply crates and the other to guard the base. Chen Ming stayed behind to guard while Huang Kai led the search for supply crates. An hour later, the search team returned with their arms full. Due to the exhaust fumes, they could only open the supply crates inside the vehicle. Whether it was a setting of this map or just their luck, all the crates they found contained only food materials. Looking at the information sent by the search team, Chen Ming fell deep into thought. Chen Ming's inner monologue. Huang Kai only picked up airdrop supply crates. If they all contained food, then where did the natives get their weapons? Additionally, the Journey Challenge introduced rocket launchers, but in the past couple of days, only rifles and handguns have been spotted. This doesn't align with the typical expectations of a wasteland city, where one would expect to find better weapons. Is this just a deceptive tactic to lull players into a false sense of security? After some reflection, I shared my thoughts with others. The weaponry on this map is surprisingly outdated, which makes everyone cautious of high-damage weapons like rocket launchers. The remaining players set up basic military defense positions around the spot where the convoy parked. Chen Ming also discussed with Huang Kai about possibly expanding the team. But Huang Kai pointed out that while food isn't a pressing issue, there's a significant shortage of upgraded vehicle weapons and equipment. Once everything was in order, they entered the decryption dungeon in batches to grind for rewards. When everyone finished the dungeon and opened the supply crates, the results were disappointing, yielding mostly basic materials. However, Chen Ming didn't complain, as he believed that as the demand for upgraded materials increases in the future, these basic materials would become valuable commodities. Stockpiling them now could be greatly beneficial for their future development. Chapter 32. The Wasteland City gradually understood by Chen Ming just as they were preparing to rest. Chen Ming's system alerted him that a convoy from the Foot Basin Chicken Nation was approaching. Chen Ming immediately ordered his team to be on high alert and to take defensive positions at their primary defense line. 5 minutes later, the Foot Basin Chicken convoy arrived. Chen Ming's tactic was to initiate with rocket launchers, followed by rifle fire for cover, while snipers would take precise shots. As soon as the Foot Basin Chicken people spotted the convoy of the Translucents, they were met with fire from the rocket launcher team, causing a panic among the small Foot Basin Chicken soldiers. The rifle team then employed a crossfire strategy, and within moments, the Foot Basin Chicken convoy suffered the loss of 10 men and 5 vehicles before they could even react and draw their weapons to counterattack. Chen Ming's team leveraged their vehicles and the terrain to suppress the enemy, but the Foot Basin Chicken had 60 personnel and decent equipment. Initially stunned by the surprise attack, they gradually regained their composure. Led by Chen Shui, the sniper team took up high ground for precise shooting. When the Foot Basin Chicken soldiers spotted the snipers from Chen Ming's team, they contemplated retreating, but the rocket launcher team was already targeting their vehicles. Almost every rocket damaged a vehicle, and after losing their front line, the Foot Basin Chicken began to abandon their cars to save their leaders, leaving a portion to engage with Chen Ming's team while the rest turned to flee. Seeing this, the Translucents quickly concentrated their fire on the remaining Foot Basin Chicken soldiers. Chen Ming immediately distributed rocket launchers to everyone. In an instant, the entire team transformed into an RPG-wielding force, firing off 15 rockets to eliminate the remaining Foot Basin Chicken soldiers. Once they dealt with the Foot Basin Chicken, they swiftly raced towards their vehicles to pursue the fleeing ones. The Foot Basin Chicken convoy was speeding ahead, while the Translucents were hot on their heels. Chen Ming's vehicle led the charge, drawing fire away from the others. All the bullets from the Foot Basin Chicken were absorbed by Chen Ming's vehicle, leaving the rest of the team unharmed, allowing them to fire rockets once more. As the Foot Basin Chicken convoy tried to escape, they bunched up closely together, maximizing the area of effect of the rockets. After several rounds of rocket fire, the number of Foot Basin Chicken vehicles dwindled rapidly. Lacking heavy firepower, the Foot Basin Chicken could not penetrate Chen Ming's vehicle nor effectively retaliate. After a 10-minute pursuit on the highway, the Foot Basin Chicken convoy was completely annihilated. After defeating the Foot Basin Chicken convoy, Chen Ming instructed his team to quickly loot the spoils and leave. The team hastily gathered supplies and expressed their excitement over their newfound wealth. They drove back to their position, where everyone divided the loot. They collected a significant amount of food and materials, and Chen Ming spent some of his resources to purchase blueprints for level 4 vehicles at the trading post, providing the team with upgrades. Simultaneously, he equipped the others with radar devices and used the landmine blueprints to manufacture mines at their machine shop. Once the mines were ready, He casually buried them a short distance from the vehicles, marking the spots to avoid stepping on them. Today, we wiped out a group of players known as the Foot Basin Chicken Team and looted them until they were rolling in wealth. The only downside was that the air in the wasteland city was filled with toxic fumes, making it impossible to cook and celebrate. Everyone just had a simple meal and took turns resting. That night, we didn't stay at the mutual aid camp, and thankfully, there were no firefights. Bored, Chen Ming started to eavesdrop and saw the Foot Basin Chicken Team members blasting their own country's players in the chat, only to be collectively attacked by players from other countries who accused them of hypocrisy. A heated argument broke out in no time. At the same time, Chen Ming noticed some changes in his area. He had originally been in Zone 9998, but now he was in Zone 9910. The interface indicated that the subsequent areas had been merged and were no longer displayed. Now, there were desert, snowy wasteland, city, and grassland areas appearing, and new maps were expected to be updated in a few days. Currently, there was mostly snow, a little desert, and only a small part of the city was accessible. Otherwise, it would trigger a disaster day. There should also be a small portion of grassland. Chen Ming always felt that the city was more complex than it seemed and likely concealed some unknown situations. He needed to investigate, and he planned to start exploring the city tomorrow. Lost in thought, Chen Ming soon fell asleep. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Chen Ming woke up to find that the concentration of toxic fumes had increased, and he immediately realized that more players were gradually arriving. The map's difficulty was rising, and the escalating danger made Chen Ming even more determined to explore the vacant city. After freshening up, he quickly grabbed a bite to eat and prepared for his investigation. He sent a message in the team channel indicating he would be going solo to explore the city before getting out of the vehicle. Once outside, Chen Ming requested a 3D simulation of the city from the system and asked it to scan for any hidden dungeons or laboratories. The system informed him that there was a research facility located 1 kilometer from the camp. With this information, Chen Ming moved toward his target. He walked slowly and cautiously, paying close attention to his surroundings. After about 20 minutes, he finally reached his destination. Chen Ming entered a small building riddled with bullet holes and activated a mechanism. The door opened, and he switched on his flashlight, carefully making his way inside. He instructed the system to check for any dangers in the research facility, which informed him that there were a few humanoid monsters contaminated by the toxic fumes. Confused by the message, Chen Ming sought clarification from the system, which explained that excessive exposure to the fumes could transform players into monsters. Chen Ming was taken aback by the game's harsh mechanics. Players unaware of the risks could end up becoming humanoid monsters from inhaling too much toxic air. Suddenly, he thought of his teammates and realized they needed an air purifier. Otherwise, the constant back and forth from the vehicle would lead to inhaling some of the toxic fumes. As Chen Ming was preparing to head to the research facility, Huang Kai sent a message that their convoy was under attack and they were fighting back. Chen Ming had no choice but to abandon the research facility and immediately ran back to the camp. When he arrived, he only heard a few gunshots before it all went silent. Chen Ming quickly inquired if anyone was injured, and everyone replied that they were fine, though the vehicle's durability had significantly decreased. Chen Ming opened the trading post and bought some repair kits for the team to fix the vehicles. He also remembered that his own vehicle had been hit by a rocket launcher previously, so he took a repair kit for his own vehicle as well. After fixing the vehicle, he started searching the trading post for blueprints for air purifiers. After 40 minutes of searching, he finally found someone selling the blueprints. He spent 5,000 game points to purchase them, and then returned to his vehicle to craft them. He successfully manufactured 12 air purifiers after waiting for an hour. He distributed them to the others and instructed them to install the purifiers, warning them that excessive exposure to exhaust fumes could turn them into humanoid monsters. Upon learning about the existence of these humanoid monsters, Chen Ming realized that on disaster day, it wasn't just NPCs hunting them down. Humanoid monsters would likely pursue them as well. The thought weighed heavily on him as he realized that the danger level of this map exceeded his expectations. Chapter 33. Chen Ming trapped in the laboratory at this moment. Chen Ming just wanted to quickly assess the situation in the city. If the level of danger exceeded what the convoy could handle, he would have to consider making an early exit from this map. Perhaps leaving would mean losing something that could make the convoy stronger, but it was better than dying here. Chen Ming also installed an air purifier on his armor, and as soon as the device was up and running, he immediately felt a significant improvement in air quality. The overwhelming events of the past couple of days had left Chen Ming feeling a bit overwhelmed. Tonight, he decided not to keep watch, opting to rest and recharge for another descent into the research facility tomorrow. After explaining the situation to his teammates, he headed into his room to sleep. During the night, the members of the transparent team took turns resting. Some players who had entered this map stealthily approached the transparent team's camp but triggered landmines as soon as they reached the perimeter. A series of explosions drew the attention of the transparent team, and under Huang Kai's leadership, they launched an attack on the intruders. After taking out 2 groups of players, no one dared to approach the camp again. The fallen players turned into loot boxes, and Huang Kai instructed his teammates to loot them. Lu Yin remarked, "Looks like someone delivered a package, and it's quite a haul." Li Wenjie added, "Absolutely. They see our camp, and instead of keeping their distance, they try to ambush us." After looting, they quickly returned to the camp and swapped out personnel for the night watch. The camp had been visited 5 times that night, all by players trying to deliver loot. At precisely 7 a.m., Chen Ming woke up. As he got out of bed, he felt sticky all over and headed to the bathroom for a quick shower. Afterward, he grabbed a small piece of bread while checking the chat messages. More and more players were arriving in the wasteland city, and some, unaware of the toxic fumes, had absorbed large amounts and turned into monsters. It wasn't until these transformed individuals began attacking players that the danger of the fumes became apparent. Suddenly, protective suits became a hot commodity, and Chen Ming immediately instructed Chen Shui and the others to manufacture more suits for sale. After filling his stomach, Chen Ming checked his weapons and then stepped out of the vehicle. He exchanged a few words with his teammates before slowly making his way toward the research facility. Along the way, he encountered various players setting up camp, and he couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of people. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by gunfire. Chen Ming was shot at, but his armor absorbed the impact. He quickly drew his weapon and fired a volley, taking out the shooter. The attacker turned into a loot box, but Chen Ming didn't bother to collect it. Instead, he called out to the others, "If you want to deliver, I'm game. If you want supplies, come pick them up yourselves." With that, he ignored what the others were thinking and swiftly left the area. After shaking off the other players, Chen Ming arrived at the entrance of the research facility. He took a moment to rest, then double-checked his gear before putting on his flashlight and stepping into the facility. He walked along the stairs for about 5 minutes before seeing a large door. Chen Ming didn't know what material it was made of, but he felt that no conventional firearms could open it. After searching the area for a button or switch, he had no choice but to ask the system for help. The system informed him that there was a camera above the door, and he could only enter if the camera successfully recognized him. He asked the system if it could hack the camera, and it assured him that it could easily decrypt it. While waiting for the system to complete the decryption, Chen Ming leaned against the wall, ready to react in case of an ambush when the door opened. A minute passed, and the system announced that the decryption was successful. Then the door slowly opened. Chen Ming held his gun and watched the entrance, but when the door fully opened, there was no danger as he had imagined. The quiet environment made him even more alert, so he threw a stone forward, which immediately triggered a laser trap. Looking at the chaotic laser grid ahead, Chen Ming felt a bit overwhelmed. He was relieved he hadn't rushed in blindly, or he would have likely been killed. He quickly asked the system if it could disable the laser trap. The system replied that it could, but it would take 10 minutes. Confused, Chen Ming questioned why it would take so long to disable a single laser trap. The system explained that it wasn't just disabling this one, but all the laser traps in the vicinity. After hearing the explanation, Chen Ming silently deducted points from the system. While the system worked on decrypting the laser traps, Chen Ming remained vigilant, keeping an eye on his surroundings. He occasionally took a sip of water to relieve his stress. 10 minutes later, the laser traps were finally disabled. Chen Ming continued forward, observing his surroundings. The walls bore some scratch marks and were riddled with bullet holes. This situation gave him the eerie feeling of being in a real-life Resident Evil game. Suddenly, a shadow appeared, prompting Chen Ming to raise his gun and fire, emptying his magazine. Once the target fell, he cautiously approached. Chen Ming pulled out his knife and prodded the creature, discovering it was a monster contaminated by toxic gas. To ensure it was dead, he decapitated it with his knife. After severing the head, he wiped the blade clean with a cloth and reloaded his magazine before moving on. After about 3 minutes of walking, he encountered 2 pathways. Not wanting to waste time, he asked the system for assistance again, which advised him to take the right path. Upon reaching the door, Chen Ming pushed it slightly and quickly stepped back, as 2 monsters charged at him from behind the door. He sprayed them down with gunfire, eliminating both. He similarly decapitated them and then reloaded his ammunition. After passing through 2 small rooms, he pushed open another door, and this time, no monsters attacked him. Chen Ming surveyed the surroundings and noticed some blueprints and written information on the table. He picked up the text and began to read. 5 minutes later, he finished reading the information and prepared to leave. However, it seemed that the monsters in the research facility had been drawn to him and were now gathering around. The system alerted him that he was being surrounded, prompting Chen Ming to draw his knife and prepare to fight his way out. The monsters had weak bodies, and Chen Ming could take down nearly one with each strike. However, there were too many of them. After slaying 30, he was left breathless and had no choice but to switch to his gun. After firing off a series of precise shots that eliminated over 20 more monsters, he felt a growing sense of danger and decided to retreat to the innermost conference room, shutting the door behind him. Leaning against the heavy door, he reloaded his weapon, his breathing gradually calming as he pressed his ear against the door to listen for any sounds outside. The scratching noises outside began to diminish, leading Chen Ming to deduce that the sounds had attracted the monsters, similar to a zombie situation. Perhaps they were zombies after all. All he could do now was wait, hoping the monsters would disperse from the door so he could make a quick escape. The waiting was tedious, so he opened the chat interface to gather information. The messages revealed that some players had also encountered monsters, and a portion of them had been scratched and subsequently transformed into monsters themselves. Other updates mentioned that supply crates in the desert map had increased, while in the snowy areas, squads armed with rifles occasionally attacked players. Those currently in the snow were doing everything they could to escape, while life was comparatively easier for those in the desert. With no way to exit in the short term, Chen Ming informed his teammates in the convoy channel about the situation, advising them to remain vigilant and defend camp. Chapter 34. Escape and upgrade vehicles. 10 minutes had passed. Sensing that there was no movement outside, Chen Ming gently opened the door just a crack to check the situation. When he saw that the monsters were still lurking outside, he had no choice but to close the door again. Looks like I have to kill some time, he thought to himself, and then settled down to rest in the room. As he rested, he reflected on the information he had gathered from the files. The documents indicated that the wasteland city was once a beautiful place, but due to resource scarcity, people began to prey on each other, leading to war. A scientist had tried to end the conflict by researching ways to regenerate resources, but his efforts failed and instead resulted in the creation of devices that polluted the environment. Under the toxic fumes, people transformed into monsters. Chen Ming found the scientist's intentions commendable, but the poorly made devices that caused harm were disgusting. The game had quite an elaborate setting for the wasteland city, perhaps due to the presence of NPCs, or maybe to make it challenging for players to survive here. Chen Ming ate some small bread to stave off hunger and then opened the door a little again to observe outside. There were fewer monsters roaming around, but a few still lingered. To ensure his safety on the way back to camp, he decided to wait a bit longer. Feeling physically exhausted, he casually leaned against the wall and closed his eyes for a short nap. About half an hour later, Chen Ming woke up. After feeling refreshed, he stood up and gently opened the door. This time, there were no monsters in sight, so he quietly moved outside. After walking for about 2 minutes, a monster suddenly sprang out, causing Chen Ming to hold his breath in fear. The creature passed right by him without attacking. This confirmed that the monsters relied on sound to locate their targets. This was crucial information. Realizing this, he took careful, deliberate steps, moving steadily towards the exit. What should have been a short distance took Chen Ming a painstaking 40 minutes as he treaded cautiously with each step. Finally, he reached the door and immediately reported his safety to his teammates. Before leaving, he asked the system to help close the outermost door. Once outside the research facility, Chen Ming made his way back to the camp at a slow run. He didn't encounter any other players or monsters during his journey, and after about 10 minutes, he finally returned to the camp. The people there gathered around him, eager to hear what had happened. Chen Ming explained everything in detail while asking Su Jingjing to prepare a meal. He shared the situation he faced at the research facility with his teammates and laid out a plan. The strategy was to minimize outings, take turns keeping watch, and prioritize safety. If things went awry, they would make a run for it. Back in the vehicle, Chen Ming manufactured several air purifiers. Once they were ready, he placed the purifiers around the camp. After filling up the fuel, the purifier began to operate, and the air in the camp started to be cleaned by the equipment. Chen Ming felt that although he was wearing protective gear, the increased exhaust would inevitably be inhaled into his body. Only having good air in the camp would make people feel a bit safer. The air in the camp gradually improved, making those on guard around feel much more comfortable. Chen Ming and Huang Kai were discussing strategies. Chen Ming, I didn't encounter any attacks on my way back. Did the camp face any attacks while I was gone? Huang Kai, no. Someone in the channel reached an agreement that we wouldn't attack each other for now, unless absolutely necessary. Chen Ming, that's good. At least it means fewer troubles. The biggest dangers here are the local inhabitants, the monsters, and the exhaust fumes. The monsters I encountered in the lab were attracted by sound, but I feel like these monsters can evolve, much like the zombies in Resident Evil. Huang Kai, given what you described, we're currently in a highly dangerous situation. Over the past 2 days, I've observed other teams in combat. Most of them are using rifles and handguns, with only a small portion using sniper rifles. I haven't seen any heavy firepower yet. Chen Ming, not seeing heavy firepower doesn't mean it isn't there. Perhaps someone is trying to appear weak to claim this area. Huang Kai, claim his place? That's impossible. There are NPC monsters everywhere, and too much exposure to the fumes could turn you into a monster. Chen Ming, true on the surface. It doesn't seem worthwhile to occupy this place, but don't forget about the airdrops every 5 days. If the supplies in the airdrop are rich enough, it's still worth taking over. I can't say it would make us significantly stronger, but at least it would give us some leverage. Huang Kai, today is the 3rd day since we arrived in the city, and there haven't been any airdrops in these 3 days. So, the next airdrop should come the day after tomorrow, and the fighting will likely be intense then. Chen Ming, I'll check the lab again tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. Everyone should stay in the camp and not venture out. If the situation looks bad, we'll run. After briefly planning, the two paused their conversation. The dim sky often made it hard to distinguish between day and night. Chen Ming sat in the car and activated the radar, which would detect anyone approaching. The guards were paired up, each group on duty for 3 hours, but Chen Ming stayed close to the guards, fearing a collective ambush. He also manufactured a batch of landmines, and after completing them, buried them outside the camp. Simultaneously, he searched the trading post for blueprints for machine guns, and after 5 minutes, he found them, purchased them, and distributed them to his teammates. With some free time, Chen Ming suddenly remembered that he had a few supply boxes he hadn't opened yet, so he decided to check them. Upon opening the supply boxes, he obtained blueprints for a level 5 vehicle, a mortar, and grenades, along with 100 pounds of pork. Chen Ming built 2 refrigerators to store the meat, and then manufactured the mortar and grenades. He immediately began gathering the materials needed for the level 5 vehicle blueprint, spending half an hour searching and purchasing what he needed. Once the materials were sufficiently gathered, he immediately upgraded the vehicle. The game system notified him that the upgrade would take 5 hours. With this information, he got out of the car to chat with the guards and strengthen their bond. After a few hours of casual conversation, he returned to the vehicle. The game system then announced, "Vehicle upgrade successful." After the upgrade, Chen Ming began to inspect the vehicle. The defense of the level 5 car had increased, and the basic artificial intelligence had evolved into a true intelligent AI, while the vehicle's fuel consumption had decreased. Xiao AI, "Hi, dear master, do you see my strong frame?" Chen Ming, "I do, it feels very reassuring." While chatting with Xiao AI, Chen Ming received a message from Artyom. "Artyom, Davlik, do you have any alcohol?" Chen Ming, "I'm sorry, but I haven't found any alcohol in the supply crates lately." Artyom, "That's really unfortunate, Davlik." Chen Ming, "You could check the trading post. There is plenty of alcohol for sale there." Artyom, "Oh, Davlik, I bought up all the alcohol at the trading post, and now it's overpriced. It would be foolish to buy it there now." Chen Ming, inner thoughts. "How much alcohol did you buy to drive up the price?" Artyom, "Let's not chat for now, Davlik. Another group is attacking my vehicle, and I need to deal with them." Chen Ming realized that Artyom was likely in the snow, where the cold weather would make drinking appealing, and, being from the big country, he was probably better adapted to the cold environment. After ending the conversation, Chen Ming prepared to sleep, wanting to rest early to be in good shape for his trip to the research facility the next day. It was a night without incident. Chapter 35. The sudden night raid. Early the next morning, Chen Ming, as usual, completed his morning routine and prepared his supplies before leaving the camp fully equipped. He headed towards the research facility and encountered other convoy camps along the way, which seemed relatively harmonious for now, but that wouldn't necessarily be the case tomorrow. Ignoring the others, Chen Ming walked straight to the research facility and entered through the previously closed door. Having been here once before, Chen Ming, now experienced, decided to clear out the monsters on the periphery first before delving deeper, so he wouldn't end up surrounded like yesterday. He took out his knife and tapped it against the wall. Within seconds, a few monsters were drawn in by the sound. With swift precision, he dispatched them. He repeated this tactic, luring out and killing monsters for about 10 minutes. Feeling a bit fatigued, he paused to drink some water and took a short break before continuing. After 20 minutes, the perimeter monsters were cleared. Chen Ming stepped into the research facility. Having already explored the right side yesterday, he now prepared to check the left side. He inquired with the system, "Is there any danger inside?" The system responded, "There are 3 checkpoints in the left passage. The first 2 checkpoints contain ordinary monsters, while the third checkpoint has an elite monster, which is 10 times stronger than a normal one." Chen Ming asked, "Can I kill it with my current weapon's damage output?" The system replied, "Yes, but you will be injured. It is not recommended to face the elite monster alone." Chen Ming inquired, "Wait, why is it classified as elite and not as a boss?" The system explained, "Currently, it's a normal day, and we haven't reached disaster day yet. This elite monster will not evolve into a boss-level monster." "Oh, I see," Chen Ming responded. "This must be the most hidden one. If I take out this elite monster now, won't that mean there will be no boss-level monster when disaster day arrives?" The system clarified, "If you defeat this elite monster now, according to the game system's settings, a stronger boss-level monster will be born on disaster day." Chen Ming thought to himself, "Defeating this one will only lead to the birth of something stronger. It's better to leave this weak one alive." Understanding the situation, Chen Ming prepared to leave, but the system informed him that there was a device at the third checkpoint that could be deactivated, which would reduce one source of waste gas emissions. Chen Ming indicated that he had an air purifier, so whether to deactivate it or not didn't matter much. Seeing Chen Ming's intention to leave, the system reminded him again that when disaster day arrived, he must return to this location to retrieve the equipment blueprints inside. Confused, Chen Ming asked the system, "Are the blueprints here very advanced?" The system explained, "In the game setting, the wasteland city was once technologically advanced, but due to a lack of resources, humans turned on each other in a struggle for survival. Pollutants from industrial waste contaminated the environment, rendering advanced technology obsolete, with blueprints left undiscovered and ultimately buried in various research facilities." Chen Ming thought to himself, "I understand now. I'll take the blueprints when the opportunity arises. But now is not the time." With that, he decided not to dwell on the matters at hand and left the area. On his way back, Chen Ming opened the chat interface to check messages from other players. Some had joined the raiders, infiltrating their ranks to plunder resources from other players and NPCs in a mutual aid camp. Others had joined the mutual aid camp, resisting the raiders' NPCs and players. There were also those who formed temporary camps for self-defense after joining factions like the Stealth Brigade. Suddenly, he noticed a team leader rallying players in the chat, preparing to raid a camp. Chen Ming immediately sent a message to his team, warning them to be on guard and informing them that someone was organizing a raid in the chat interface. After sending the message, he hurried back to the camp, feeling certain that someone was trying to take advantage of the chaos. It was clear that some were fishing in troubled waters, and it was a matter of who could outsmart whom. The influx of players into the wasteland city had caused the number of lootable supply crates to dwindle. Though the current state seemed relatively peaceful, Chen Ming knew it was merely the calm before the storm. Tomorrow was the day for airdrop supply crates, and he considered the possibility that it could turn into a disaster day, as the game system could update at any moment. Before long, Chen Ming returned to the camp and immediately sought out Huang Kai. He informed him about a boss lurking in the research facility and instructed all team members to run if they sensed anything amiss tomorrow. After giving his instructions, he got into a vehicle and began mass-producing ammunition in preparation for the next day. After several hours of crafting bullets, he distributed them evenly among his team and also created a batch of bulletproof vests for everyone. From a high vantage point, Chen Ming used binoculars to scan the surrounding area and noticed a small building where shadows were moving. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a monster. Chen Ming suspected that tomorrow might indeed be disaster day, as monsters were gathering in the vicinity. After some contemplation, he decided to leave the city at noon the next day and head toward the next map. After casually observing for another 10 minutes, Chen Ming descended from his elevated position and asked Su Jingjing to prepare a meal for everyone to share. The two women quickly prepared a simple dinner, and the group finished eating in a hurry, resting and remaining vigilant as needed. As darkness fell, the absence of moonlight left them reliant on their own lights for illumination. Chen Ming purchased streetlight blueprints from the trading post and crafted some to place around the camp. He went to bed early to prepare for the airdrop day ahead. Several hours had passed when Chen Ming, deep in sleep, was jolted awake by the system's alert sound. Monsters were gathering to attack the players, and all NPCs had turned into raiders, launching assaults on the players. Chen Ming thought to himself, didn't they say the fifth day was the airdrop day? Logically, it should be during the daytime. Why are they attacking the camp now? Did the game system move up the timeline? Or are these creatures part of the same group as the mutated beings, all enemies to the players? Upon receiving the system notification, Chen Ming quickly sent a message to his team, instructing everyone to gear up and stay vigilant. The members of the transparent team sprang into action, donning their gear and quickly checking their weapons before settling into their vehicles, ready for what was to come. 3 minutes later, gunfire erupted from other camps. Chen Ming grabbed his binoculars and saw that monsters had breached another camp, starting a massacre of players. He watched as hordes of monsters attacked another team's camp. While that team began to lay down suppressive fire with machine guns, mowing down the monsters in large numbers. However, more and more monsters continued to charge toward the camp. Suddenly, Chen Ming realized that these monsters were likely just cannon fodder for the players, with a real threat, the natives, still on their way. The monsters had arrived first to distract and draw in the players, watching the chaos unfold before him as other players battled the monsters. Chen Ming had a thought. Perhaps the airdrop supplies were leftovers from players who had perished, but they could also be part of a supply crate set by the game system. Chapter 36. Airdrops in Disaster Day in the Wasteland City. As the number of monsters increased, they continuously attacked various camps. Gradually, Chen Ming noticed that monsters were starting to approach his camp. The moment the monsters got close, they were blown up by landmines, and the recurring explosions attracted even more monsters. Seeing the large groups of monsters drawn to the sound of the explosions outside his camp, Chen Ming quickly ordered his team to leave the camp and head towards a route that led to other maps. He stayed behind to provide cover. The members of the Transparent Squad drove away in an orderly fashion, while Chen Ming operated a mounted machine gun to shoot at the monsters, with Xiao AI automatically following the convoy. After they had driven for a while, the system informed Chen Ming that he could exploit a bug. Chen Ming, how do I exploit the bug? System, by making noise at the edge of the map to attract monsters, you can use the map boundary to kill them. Chen Ming, won't the monsters come out? System, according to the game world's rules, monsters can only exist within the Wasteland City. The route connecting the two maps does not belong to either map, so you can use the boundary to exploit the bug and kill monsters. Chen Ming, there's such a trick? System, indeed, there is. Feeling pleased, Chen Ming pretended to discover that monsters couldn't leave the city and instructed his teammates to turn back. The members of the Transparent Squad collectively turned around and drew their guns to shoot at the monsters. Safely killing monsters while exploiting the boundary felt incredibly satisfying for the squad. At that moment, the game system prompted, "Congratulations to all players in the Wasteland City. Today is both Airdrop Day and Disaster Day. The world has prepared a disaster for players, which will remove cooperative factions, turning all non-player units into raiding factions. Additionally, monsters polluted by toxic gas will indiscriminately attack any target that is not their kind. Players who survive in the Wasteland City will receive supply crate rewards. Note, players can also earn rewards by killing monsters and the original inhabitants of the Wasteland City." Chen Ming thought to himself, just as I expected. Now everyone else is either fleeing or being attacked by endless original inhabitants and monsters. Meanwhile, the Transparent Squad could safely survive by exploiting the boundary and wait to collect their rewards when it was all over. Chen Ming began directing his teammates, allowing them to take turns killing monsters so that everyone could earn rewards. With a total of 14 people, they divided into 7 teams of 2, switching teams every half hour while others stood guard around the area. After an hour of alternating kills, suddenly a small convoy broke through the monster encirclement and headed toward the Transparent Squad. Fearing being shot by the Transparent Squad, they shouted not to fire. Once they crossed the boundary and realized the monsters weren't pursuing them, they stopped and prepared to communicate with the Transparent Squad. Chen Ming stepped forward and asked, "What's the situation inside?" Jeju said, "Big brother, the native residents inside are attacking players like crazy, and the monsters attack anyone they see, whether it's players or natives." Chen Ming pondered this, but was interrupted by Jeju. Jeju asked, "Can we follow you and stay behind to kill the monsters? We want to earn some rewards." Chen Ming replied, Sure, but don't think about attacking us to get the supply boxes. Do you see our firepower? You'll be taken down very quickly. Jeju responded, understood. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare. Jeju saw the firepower of the transparent team and had no thoughts of rebellion. The weapon gap was just too significant. Then Jeju's team began attacking the monsters, while Huang Kai turned to Chen Ming and asked, "Why let them stay and kill monsters? We don't have enough spoils as it is." Chen Ming explained, "They're just 3 people with 1 vehicle, armed with pistols and rifles. Their firepower is too weak to pose a threat to us, and they seem capable of luring monsters away from our convoy. If they don't lure them, they can still serve as cannon fodder." Hearing Chen Ming's words, Huang Kai didn't argue, but kept a wary eye on them. Chen Ming knew what Huang Kai was thinking, but chose not to address it. The firepower between the 2 teams was vastly different. A large number of monsters were being taken down by the transparent team's personnel, while only a handful were being defeated by Jeju's team. In the city, there was a large raptor team that initially planned to hold their ground until the disaster day passed, expecting that the players inside the city would either die or leave. Those who remained could then claim the city's supply boxes. However, someone in their team discovered a bug on the chat interface and reported it to the captain. The raptor team leader immediately instructed the members to leave the city and head to the outskirts to exploit the bug and kill monsters. The raptor team leader thought it best to reach the border, exploit the bug to kill monsters, and then quickly return to the city to seize supplies. Given their team's strength, no one in this area would likely contest them. They needed to minimize casualties and resource consumption. It would be foolish not to. However, due to their large size, their movements weren't very convenient. The Raptors directed their teammates to split up. One team moved forward to clear the path. Another team held the rear, and a third team drew attention. The Raptor team did not encounter the transparent team, but reached another border checkpoint. After the transparent team killed a batch of monsters, they stopped seeing any more monsters. Chen Ming curiously took out his binoculars to observe the situation in the city and noticed that the monsters seemed to have been attracted away by something. However, he didn't dare to go in and investigate directly. He just waited quietly. Chen Ming speculated that it might have been the natives who drew the monsters away. The monsters attacked indiscriminately, while the natives in other cities had now turned into raiders. Initially, they might have killed players in their own city, and once there were no players left, they would begin to move into these vacant cities to hunt for players. At that moment, Chen Ming hesitated about whether to enter the border checkpoint to check the situation. Suddenly, he remembered there was a boss at the research institute, so he abandoned the idea of entering the city. Just then, a series of loud noises caught his attention. He immediately took out his binoculars to observe what was happening ahead. He noticed that in the city across from him, there was a vehicle with 4 burly men inside, sporting beards and bald heads, wearing sunglasses. They were accompanied by several flamboyantly styled shammade individuals riding motorcycles, each of them hanging a peculiar handgun at their waist. This convoy was cruising around, battling monsters in the city, occasionally turning back to shoot and kill the creatures. Seeing the reckless way they were playing, Chen Ming thought to himself, aren't they worried about flipping over? He contemplated that most convoys had likely discovered the bug in the system, entering a temporary period during which they wouldn't be attacked by the natives or monsters. In this time frame, those aspiring to rise in rank would stop at nothing. Before the day of disaster, things were peaceful, and the leaders held authority. Now, with the emergence of natives and monsters attacking players, resulting in injuries and deaths among team members, chaos had ensued. People would resort to various self-preserving actions to survive. This was a time for reshuffling. Every convoy member had their own little schemes. When their leader was alive, they could only aspire to be a small team leader or a lowly lackey in the convoy, exploited by others. But now, if the convoy leader were to die or go missing, who would inherit the leader's legacy? Resources, followers, women, these were all tempting prizes. Who wouldn't want to obtain them? Who wouldn't want to live a better life than before? This was also the best time to take a shot in the dark without being blamed. After all, if the leader was out of the picture, it created an opportunity for someone to step up. Nobody would care who fired the shot. They would only use that dirt to attack others in their quest for resources and status. Not all convoys were as peaceful as the transparent convoy. After all, Chen Ming genuinely shared resources with his team. Most other convoys had leaders hoarding large quantities of supplies, while their members lived in poverty. This inequality in resource distribution was exacerbated during the day of disaster. Chapter 37. Re-entering the city and acquiring the blueprints at this moment. Whoever can establish their authority first and rally others to help them rise to power will have the greatest advantage. In this game world, resources are precious, and everyone is living in tight circumstances. Those who wish to ascend lack the strength, and if the strong fall, chaos ensues until a new powerhouse emerges. The large convoy is busy maintaining order among its members, while the smaller convoys are embroiled in fierce battles, creating a chaos even worse than on Disaster Day. Chen Ming is unaware of the skirmishes among other convoys. He simply waits quietly for a notification from the game system. Jeju ponders for a moment and addresses the Transparency convoy, saying, "Boss, are you still recruiting? Our previous convoy was scattered, and now we have nowhere to go. Can we join your convoy?" Chen Ming turns to Huang Kai and asks, "What do you think?" Huang Kai replies, "They can serve as cannon fodder. Let's first incorporate them as peripheral members." In the Transparency convoy, Chen Ming and Chen Shui are the main firepower. Chen Ming is not particularly enthusiastic about team management, while Huang Kai is an excellent manager. Thus, their unspoken roles have been established. Chen Ming commands in battle, and Huang Kai handles the interpersonal relationships among the team members. After hearing this, Chen Ming nods and says, "All right." He then invites Jeju and her companions to join the Transparency convoy. Upon entering the Transparency convoy, Jeju exclaims, "Wow, it's actually the Transparency convoy." She feels incredibly lucky to have joined such a prestigious team. After waiting for half an hour, Chen Ming starts to lose patience. He decides to enter the city and test the newcomers at the same time. After briefing Huang Kai, he asks Chen Shui to set up her sniper rifle and fully arm themselves before stepping out to approach the newcomer's vehicle. Jeju, confused, asks, "What's going on, boss?" Chen Ming gets into the vehicle and replies, "You drive us in. I'm going to check the situation." Taking the order, Jeju drives slowly into the city. A bit apprehensive, once inside, they see that the wasteland city appears as if it has just experienced a war, with signs of devastation everywhere. Chen Ming notices the absence of supply crates, indicating that the airdrop time has not yet arrived. Opening the chat interface, he sees a flurry of messages in the channel, and only then does he realize the state of the other convoys. Is the fighting that intense? Chen Ming thinks to himself. At the same time, to weaken the strength of the other convoys and disrupt their morale and cohesion, he sends a message instructing Chen Shui to sell a batch of weapons. Following Chen Ming's directive, Chen Shui grabs a collection of handguns and rifles to sell. Within moments of listing them, they are sold out. Those who purchase the weapons, driven by their desire for firepower, become even more ambitious. Particularly those who previously only had cold weapons suddenly find themselves armed with firearms, each planning to eliminate others to seize their resources. The already fragile relationships within the convoy completely shattered due to Chen Shui's weapon sales, and the dark seeds of evil hidden in people's hearts fully bloomed. Within the large convoy, conditions were relatively good, and with the strength of the various team leaders, no one dared to fire the first shot. However, in the smaller convoys, the differences were minimal, and some who could no longer contain themselves took action. Bang! Once the first shot was fired, the second quickly followed, and chaos erupted along the borders as groups turned on each other. For those looking to rise in power, this was the perfect opportunity. Chen Ming didn't take advantage of the chaos. Instead, he instructed Jeju to drive to the Research Institute. Upon learning that other convoys were either fighting or fleeing from monsters and indigenous people, he decided to take the chance to enter the institute and grab the blueprints. When they arrived at the entrance, Chen Ming asked Jeju and the others to wait at the entrance while he parked the vehicle in a narrow alley and covered it with a cloth. He handed them 3 rifles and then headed into the institute. Since Chen Ming had cleared out the monsters last time, he was able to enter swiftly. The system informed him that the boss had been released due to game mechanics, and now was the best time to act. In about 3 minutes, he reached the room where the boss was contained. He quickly searched the small room and finally found a locked box. Ignoring the lock, he grabbed the box and made a quick exit from the institute. Just as he was about to step outside, he heard Jeju whisper, "Boss, don't go out yet. There are monsters outside. Let's wait a moment." Chen Ming paused and immediately pressed himself against the wall. The system alerted him that the boss was outside. His movement caught the boss's attention, but fortunately, the dim lighting in the institute made it, so the boss only glanced inside and then lost interest. The 4 of them held their breath in fear of the boss, and after 3 tense minutes, they finally dared to exhale when the boss left. Jeju and the others were unaware it was the boss, thinking it was just a stronger than normal monster. Chen Ming, however, said, "This boss has more eyes than regular monsters, but its vision is blurry and can't see clearly." Hearing that it was a boss sent Jieju into a cold sweat. He turned to Chen Ming and urged, "Boss, we should run. The boss is out. How can we fight it?" Chen Ming calmly replied with a simple then instructed Jieju and the others to follow him back to the vehicle. Luckily, the car wasn't far away, and they reached it in just a few steps. They quickly got in and left the city. On the way, a group of indigenous people spotted them and immediately gave chase. Chen Ming leaned out of the vehicle, rifle in hand, firing back while urging Jieju to accelerate. The gunfire attracted more monsters, and soon they were surrounded by a growing horde. With limited bullets in a rifle magazine, after emptying one, Chen Ming threw down landmines and grenades, creating a large area of space behind the vehicle with the dual explosions. However, it wasn't long before the monsters were back on their tail. In order to survive, Jieju pressed the accelerator to the floor, while Chen Ming continuously threw landmines and grenades from the car to eliminate the pursuing monsters and indigenous people. After 5 minutes of driving, they finally reached the border. But Chen Ming's supply of landmines and grenades had been exhausted. As soon as the vehicle arrived at the border, a large number of monsters surrounded them, eager to chase Chen Ming and the others, but they were blocked by the border and unable to pursue. Once Jieju stopped, they heard the deafening gunfire from the transparent squad. The monsters were swiftly taken down, and the subsequent ones were drawn in by the noise. This time, the transparent squad didn't take them down in batches. Huang Kai approached Chen Ming and asked, "How's it going inside? What did you guys do in there that made the monsters chase you like this?" Chen Ming replied, "During my earlier searches, I found a research facility. Just now at the facility, I got my hands on a box, but when I was leaving, the indigenous people spotted me. I had to draw my gun and fight back, which attracted the monsters, leading to this situation. There is also a boss inside, really tough to deal with. I don't think we can enter the city anytime soon, or we might get wiped out." Huang Kai responded, "The difficulty of this map exceeds the previous two. Right now, our resources are okay, but if we don't replenish them for a long time, we'll have big problems." Chen Ming reassured him, "It's not a big issue. When I went in earlier, I noticed that the airdrop hadn't arrived yet. It should be coming soon, and then we could just go in and grab the supply boxes. If we can't take on the big convoy, we'll grab whatever we can and make a quick escape to another map. Let the boss be dealt with by someone else. We'll just happily take our supply boxes and enjoy ourselves." Huang Kai remarked, "You really know how to shine. It's a pleasure to be your teammate." Chen Ming glanced at Huang Kai and thought to himself, "If you want to say I'm cunning, just say it directly." Chapter 38, the long-awaited update after clearing out the monsters. The road connecting the two maps outside the boundary remained untainted by the toxic fumes of the wasteland city, allowing the transparent team to gather together for a meal. Chen Ming provided Jieju and the others with air conditioning, air circulators, air purifiers, protective suits, and weapons. Jieju, Su Jin, and Wang Su were deeply moved. They had never experienced such treatment before. As they ate, they cried, sharing their past hardships in other teams. Everyone was at a loss for words, touched by the plight of these three unfortunate children. After the meal, everyone took turns resting, with dawn yet to break. They could catch a bit more sleep to recharge for the challenges ahead. Chen Ming moved in and out of the city, telling the exhausted team to sleep after their meal, while others stood guard. Time passed gradually, and although their sleep was not particularly restful, it was better than staying up all night. When Chen Ming finally woke up, he got out of the vehicle and instructed the guards to rest. Upon hearing the news, the guards quickly climbed back into the vehicle for some much-needed sleep. At that moment, Chun Shui got out and climbed to the top of the vehicle, setting up her sniper rifle. Chen Ming asked, "Aren't you going to continue sleeping?" Chun Shui replied, "I can't sleep, and since joining your team, I haven't had much chance to show my skills. I feel like I'm getting a bit chubby." She cast a forlorn look at Chen Ming. Internally, Chen Ming thought, "Is it my fault that you're gaining weight? Didn't you say you wanted to join the team because you were out of resources?" Of course, he didn't dare voice that thought. He asked, "What did you do before? Your shooting skills are impressive." Chun Shui responded, "I used to be a company owner. I had some free time to practice shooting at the club. What about you?" Chen Ming replied, "I was just an ordinary worker." Chun Shui asked, "So how did you become so skilled in this game?" Chen Ming said, "It was out of necessity. At first, I was terrified. I thought I wouldn't survive for more than a few days, but somehow, I grew stronger step by step." Chun Shui then asked, "Do you think we'll make it to the end?" Chen Ming replied, "Who knows? If we work hard, we might reach the end, but there may not even be a definitive conclusion." We could end up endlessly traversing different maps. Chen Shui didn't respond this time, silently gazing ahead, lost in thought. Chen Ming was also curious about the end, but there was no script to follow. From what he understood, there should be an update after this disaster day, but he had no idea what the next version would be like. Several hours passed, and the sky began to brighten as the members of the transparent team slowly woke up. Just then, the game system's notification sound chimed in. Disaster day has ended. Congratulations to the surviving players for receiving rewards. Congratulations to the players who have survived in the Wasteland City. The public beta version 1.7 is now live, featuring updates that include the removal of the indigenous population in the Wasteland City. All cities have now become vacant. The Wasteland City map has been expanded, and the number of cities has increased to 20. Players can occupy city centers, turning these cities into private properties. Additionally, new cities have been added in the desert, snow, and grassland areas, which can also be occupied. A new island map has been introduced as well. Note 1. City occupation requires each convoy or individual to plant their flag in a flower bed at the city center. Successfully occupying a city takes 5 minutes of flag placement. To take over a city that is already occupied by another player, you must also plant your flag for 5 minutes to claim it. Note 2. Each city will have supply crates airdrop daily, with the number of crates depending on the size of the city. Some regions with no players have been automatically merged. After reading the announcement, Chen Ming immediately instructed everyone to enter this city and then move on to another one. He asked the system to help find the most remote city, and after a 5-minute scan, the system provided him with the location of the farthest city. This city was quite small. It was more like a town than a city. However, Chen Ming didn't mind, as maps with scarce resources typically go unnoticed. The transparent team entered the city, and supply drops began to fall from the sky. But no one from the convoy got out to collect them. They continued to follow Chen Ming. Other players, having fought through the night, entered the city to compete for the supply crates. Chen Ming ignored them and kept moving forward while instructing his team to stay alert for potential ambushes. As he distanced himself from them, the Raptor team arrived in the city and started collecting the supply crates, which made the other players hesitate to approach. At that moment, a boss was drawn to the large number of players and headed in their direction. When the boss encountered the players, it began to attack them. After a few hits from a boss, the players banded together to fight it. However, the boss was tough, and standard weapons failed to inflict significant damage. Rifles, machine guns, and sniper rifles barely caused its superficial wounds. Enraged by the players surrounding it, the boss's strength and speed increased, ruthlessly mowing down the players. Players with weaker weapons quickly retreated upon realizing their attacks were ineffective, while the Raptor team coordinated their efforts to distract the boss. Although their weapons dealt minimal damage, their teamwork gradually increased the number of wounds the boss sustained. Other players, not part of the Raptor team, seized the opportunity to grab supply crates while the Raptors were preoccupied with the boss. After about 10 minutes of driving, the transparent team left the city and made their way to the most remote city. After 6 hours on the road, they finally reached their destination. The system notified Chen Ming that there were a few monsters in the city, prompting him to prepare his team to eliminate them. After entering the city, the group got off the vehicle. Chen Ming noticed that while there was some exhaust in the air, the level of pollution was not too high. As everyone moved into the city, monsters appeared, and everyone opened fire, quickly taking down several waves of creatures. After defeating 6 waves, Chen Ming asked the system, "How many monsters are left now?" The system replied, "All monsters have been eliminated. You can go to the city center to plant your flag and claim the territory." Chen Ming immediately instructed everyone to get back in the vehicle and head to the city center. Upon reaching the city center, Chen Ming took out a flag from the interface and planted it in the central flower bed. The game system then notified him that it would take 5 minutes to successfully claim the area. Since this required time, the group decided not to stay put, but instead split into pairs to scout the surroundings and familiarize themselves with the terrain. The 5 minutes passed quickly, and during that time, the group gained a preliminary understanding of the city center's layout. The area around the flower bed was flat for a radius of 50 meters, with multi-story houses resembling small villas starting just beyond that. Chen Ming immediately crafted an air purifier and dug a hole to partially insert it into the ground to improve the air quality. Under the purifier's operation, the air quality near the city center began to improve. The clean air extended in a diameter of 100 meters, while the convoy parked in a dispersed manner to prevent other players from invading the area. Once everything was set up, they began a banquet, not only to welcome the newcomers into their big family, but also because everyone was famished. Su Jingjing took on the role of chef while others helped out, and together they prepared a sumptuous feast. Chapter 39, a brand new way of survival. The group sat together, enjoying a meal while chatting and boasting, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. This delightful environment made the newcomers extremely excited. With no immediate danger, they spent over an hour eating. After the meal, some were on guard, others were chatting, and a few were playing cards. Chen Ming and Huang Kai were discussing the future development of their city. Chen Ming said, "The game has shifted direction. It's gone from road survival to base survival. But I feel it's not that simple. There is too much uncertainty in this game world." Huang Kai responded, "There has definitely been a change. It used to be every man for himself, but now it's about teamwork. I think this city survival mode will make resource distribution unequal, which will lead to people raiding each other." Chen Ming replied, "At this point, weapons and equipment become extremely important. I think we could become arms dealers, which would give us an advantage." Huang Kai agreed. "Being arms dealers sounds good, but we need to control the quantity, otherwise it could backfire on us. Also, I have a feeling that there are probably supply boxes scattered everywhere in the other cities." Chen Ming suggested, "Then let us check the nearby cities tomorrow to see if there are any supplies to scavenge." Huang Kai said, "Good idea." Chen Ming continued, "I'll go out tomorrow to search for supply boxes, and you focus on improving our defenses here." Huang Kai replied, "Okay." After their brief discussion, they wrapped up the meeting. Chen Ming planned to hit the gym for a bit before taking a shower and going to bed. At that moment, the system alerted him that some monsters had wandered in from other cities. Chen Ming pretended to use binoculars to observe and then shouted, "Monsters are attacking. Everyone, take your positions." Since everyone was nearby, they all heard Chen Ming's call and quickly returned to their vehicles, retrieving their rifles to stand guard. Within a minute, they saw monsters approaching from all directions. The group coordinated their fire, reloading in turns. Waves of monsters kept coming, while the team continued to shoot from their vehicles. After half an hour, the onslaught finally ceased. As the monster corpses disappeared, Chen Ming noticed that the creatures were heading towards their city, indicating that the nearby city was temporarily unoccupied. He immediately decided to reinforce the city's defenses, as he was eager to have something like a defense tower from the game that could automatically identify teammates and attack enemies. Just as he thought about it, the system informed him that there were 5 basements in the city, each containing blueprints for building defense towers. He had only considered it casually, so he was surprised to find that such a thing actually existed. He quickly decided to have everyone enhance the campus defenses to prevent monsters from easily breaching their base. 3 hours later, everyone was exhausted and panting, but the camp had successfully established a preliminary defense system. The sense of safety increased, bringing a sense of reassurance to everyone's hearts. At this moment, the game system prompted, "Congratulations to the Transparent team for successfully occupying city. This team will receive 5 supply crates daily." Note, only members of this team can see this. The members of the Transparent team felt a surge of joy at the prospect of receiving 5 supply crates each day. After a long day of hard work, everyone went straight to sleep, while Chen Ming took on the responsibility of keeping watch. Although Chen Ming was very tired, someone had to stay alert during the night. He managed to stay awake all night and finally waited for the morning shift to arrive. Once someone relieved him, he immediately went to his room to sleep. Chen Ming slept for a whole day. During that time, some monsters wandered into the Transparent team's city, and Huang Kai organized the team to eliminate the threats. Another morning came, and Chen Ming woke up. After a quick wash and breakfast, he opened the chat interface to catch up on the latest news. He saw messages from other players stating that, due to the removal of the original inhabitants, all cities had become unclaimed territories, making them prime targets for players to fight over. Powerful players could easily occupy cities, while the weaker ones either joined them or were killed. Women were the exception. In this survival of the fittest world, vulnerable women became trophies for the strong. Of course, some players continued their previous survival strategies, searching for supply crates. Just a day had passed, and most cities had already been occupied by players, effectively establishing a new order. Some players formed slave-catching teams specifically to hunt women for auction, making women a hot commodity. Successful cases attracted many players to follow suit. Countless players became excited, eager to capture women and exchange them for supplies. Seeing this news, Chen Ming frowned. He felt that this situation would lead to increased fear among everyone, worsening the already fragile unity. Just as they were discussing the news of capturing trophies, a message about auctioning a foot basin chicken woman flooded the chat, drawing a lot of attention. The players sent messages in the chat about having captured a foot basin chicken woman, preparing for an auction. Interested players eagerly began sending in their bids, hoping to acquire her. After reading the messages, Chen Ming warned the three women to be cautious and avoid wandering off alone. They all responded that they would stay together. After finishing breakfast, Chen Ming left his room and went downstairs to check on the new arrivals with Huang Kai. He instructed Huang Kai to stay vigilant, as he planned to search for research facility secret rooms in the city. After giving his instructions, he checked his gear and headed toward the location of the basement indicated by the system. Chen Ming moved cautiously and, after 5 minutes, arrived at the first basement. Since there were no outsiders, he didn't need to disguise himself, and simply let the system prompt him to open the basement door. Upon entering the basement, the system alerted him to the presence of 20 regular monsters and 1 elite monster. Chen Ming felt no pressure as he quickly tapped his knife against the wall, creating sounds to attract the monsters. 20 monsters were drawn to his noise and charged toward him, while he aimed his gun and fired. As he shot at the monsters, he retreated, and within moments, he had taken down all 20. Following the system's prompt, he made his way deeper into the area, heading toward the elite level monster. After walking for 10 minutes, he reached the innermost part of the basement. He checked his gear and then began to open the door. The moment the door swung open, the elite monster rushed toward him. Chen Ming sprinted for a distance before turning back to shoot. The elite monster was slightly faster than the regular ones, but not by much. He emptied a magazine while running and then reloaded. Navigating through the basement, he skillfully maneuvered to lure the monster. The creature had no intelligence and simply pursued him based on instinct, using the terrain to his advantage. Chen Ming managed to defeat the elite monster just before running out of bullets. Breathing heavily from exhaustion, he took a moment to rest and then pulled out his knife to decapitate the monster. It was a necessary precaution. He was wary of a potential sneak attack if he didn't ensure it was dead. After clearing out the monsters in the basement, Chen Ming began to search the area slowly, taking his time. Chapter 40. Major version update. Chen Ming carefully searched around and only found one device, which he didn't recognize. His system informed him that it was an exhaust device, and shutting it down could reduce one of the pollution emission points in the city. Seeing this situation, Chen Ming quickly attempted to turn it off. However, after fiddling with it for a while without success, he had no choice but to seek help from his ally, Dage. With the system as assistance, he managed to shut down the device. After disabling the equipment, Chen Ming found no supply crates in the basement, so he deemed it unnecessary to stay and headed back to the camp. As soon as he returned, Huang Kai approached him to inquire about the situation. Chen Ming briefed him on the general circumstances and then found a spot to stand guard with the defense personnel. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were currently in a pre-season version, merely testing the waters of this game world, and that something big was on the horizon. The game system prompted, version update, public test version 1.8 is now live. Update details. The Wasteland City range has expanded from the original 20 cities to 500 cities. The previously removed indigenous people have been reintroduced with no faction distinctions. Additionally, deserts, snowy areas, grasslands, and islands have been integrated into the connections between various cities. Note 1. Some cities are uninhabited, while others have indigenous people living in them. Note 2. The roads between each city have transformed into deserts, snowy areas, grasslands, and islands, with a random map appearing on the route, changing daily at 000. Note 3. Supply crates will randomly appear on the roads. Note 4. Some major regions have no players and will automatically merge. With a major update underway, Chen Ming quickly deciphered the information and convened a discussion with his team. After an hour of exchanging ideas, they formulated a preliminary plan. Step 1. Clear out all the basements in the city to ensure safety, then search for weapon blueprints to install in various locations for added security. Step 2. Collect supply crates on the nearby roads to increase their survival rate, and see if there are suitable individuals to recruit into their convoy. Step 3. When the opportunity arises, scout nearby cities to search for potentially cooperative convoys. After discussing the plan, Chen Ming found a spot to check the chat interface. Upon opening it, he saw that the online population in their region had reached 10 million, not counting the indigenous people. They were in Zone 1124, and the noticeable increase in numbers heightened Chen Ming's sense of urgency. The chat interface was buzzing with messages, various languages intertwining. However, the people from the Foot Basin Chicken Country were looked down upon, as they had committed too many disgusting acts. There were also audacious individuals, despite not being in the same group, preparing to hunt down the Foot Basin Chicken Country's people and auction off their women. Team formed. We're joining forces to destroy a Foot Basin chicken camp. Currently, we know there are 60 men and 18 women, with plenty of weapons and resources. We're recruiting 70 people, requiring assault rifles or better and vehicles of level 3 or 4. After taking down this camp, we'll distribute the resources and women in detail. For inquiries, please DM. A lone wolf player is looking for a team. He has a rifle and doesn't need resources, but insists on being assigned a woman after destroying a camp. He admits he's never tried sashimi, followed by a cheeky expression. He asks if any big brothers can take him along, boasting about his mounted machine gun and armored tank, claiming he can draw fire or deal heavy damage without a problem. Once the team-up message was sent in the regional chat channel, more and more players began to think about destroying the Basin's camp to claim resources and women. Some genuinely wanted to take down the camp, while others were scammers mixing in to deceive the uninformed. Some players were tricked out of their weapons, others lost resources, and there were those who sought to reclaim their belongings only to be killed. Chen Ming sighed, feeling that everything was chaotic and out of control. He wondered if this was a way to incite all players to get involved. It seemed ruthless. In this unrestrained game world, human malice and desire are amplified to the extreme. Upon hearing that someone wanted to take down the Basin's camp, Chen Ming quickly manufactured a batch of rifles and machine guns to sell to the player who sent out the team-up message. That player eagerly accepted Chen Ming's offer. Seeing his enthusiasm, Chen Ming generously threw in a batch of ammunition as well. He also added him as a friend, wishing him success, to which the player replied that he would share any good loot with Chen Ming first. After purchasing Chen Ming's weapons, that player announced in the regional channel that anyone who joined his team would receive a free rifle or machine gun, but the resources obtained from destroying the Basin's camp will be reduced. As soon as this news broke, the region erupted in excitement. A large number of players applied to join, while the Basin's people in the channel exploded in anger. However, their behavior had already alienated players from other countries, who now seemed eager to take action after the call to destroy the camp. Now it could be said that the Basin's camp was in a state of panic, fearing a sudden influx of players to raid them. Ironically, the more they feared, the more likely it was to happen. Not long after the message was sent, that player successfully formed a team and set off towards the city where the Basins were located, leading a grand convoy into their camp. Chen Ming didn't concern himself with whether they would succeed or if that player would share resources with him. His main priority was to strengthen the defenses of his camp. Only with high attack and high defense could he remain undefeated. Chen Ming's camp was small, occupying just 1/100 of the little city. He planned to gradually expand the camp, but first needed to clear the basement and find the defense tower mentioned by the system. Equipped once more, Chen Ming led Jieju, Su Jin, and Wang Su to explore the basement, this time having the system directly guide him to the basement with the defense tower blueprint. The four-member team advanced quickly and reached the basement in just 20 minutes. Chen Ming found the mechanism to open the door and instructed the other three to hold their rifles at the ready. Meanwhile, he tapped the wall with his knife, creating noise that attracted the monsters. As soon as the three saw the creatures, they opened fire, but they all emptied their magazines in a single burst. Seeing this, Chen Ming sighed and pulled out his gun to take careful shots while the others awkwardly reloaded. Chen Ming said, "Don't fire all at once. Take turns shooting and reload." The three responded, "Got it." Under Chen Ming's guidance, they quickly improved and their coordination increased. By alternating their shots and reloading, they managed to eliminate 10 waves of monsters. And soon the basement was quiet. Chen Ming instructed the three to wait by the door while he went in to unlock the deepest door, which released an elite monster. This elite creature was stronger than the previous one. With 3 teammates by his side, Chen Ming no longer needed to shoot while retreating. He could simply charge forward. He dashed to the doorway and signaled for the others to open fire, while he prepared to draw the monster's attention during their reloads. Chen Ming directed the 3 to spread out and draw the monster in. After half an hour of being distracted by the 4 of them, the low-intelligence monster finally fell. As Chen Ming approached to decapitate it with his knife, the monster suddenly attacked. However, thanks to his armor, he was unharmed, and he brought the knife down, successfully severing its head. Chapter 41. The sudden sandstorm, the armor notification indicated that Chen Ming had lost 20 durability. The damage from the elite monster strike made him gasp. Without the armor, he would have already been done for. Regaining his composure, Chen Ming immediately ran toward the basement. Following the system's prompt, he found a blueprint for a defense tower in a small box. Excited about the blueprint, he rushed back to the entrance and signaled for the 3 others to follow him back to the camp. Although this city was occupied by the translucent vehicle team, it didn't mean it was safe. Battles could break out at any moment, so returning to the camp quickly was the best choice. 20 minutes later, the 4 of them arrived at the camp. Chen Ming eagerly pulled out the blueprint to check what materials were needed to construct the defense tower. With a defense tower, the camp's fortifications would be significantly stronger, providing everyone with more peace of mind. However, the materials required to build the defense tower were currently out of their reach. Although they couldn't construct it right away, they could gradually gather the materials. At that moment, the game system prompted. Temporary challenge started. A 3-hour extreme heat sandstorm is approaching. Players, please prepare yourselves. Upon seeing the system notification, Chen Ming quickly instructed everyone to park their vehicles close together and lean on each other, ensuring that the vehicles wouldn't be easily swept away by the sandstorm. Once all the vehicles were parked together, they all got inside. Chen Ming advised everyone not to exit the vehicles unless absolutely necessary, and to wait until the sandstorm passed before getting out. He then opened the chat interface to see what everyone was discussing. The sudden sandstorm caught everyone off guard, and many were cursing the game's cruel nature. Less than 5 minutes after the translucent vehicle team had entered their vehicles, the sandstorm rolled in. Soon, the entire convoy was engulfed by the storm. It was truly torturous, Chen Ming thought. With nothing to do, he decided to play mahjong with the 3 women in the group. The glaring sunlight, howling winds carrying yellow sand, and the scorching heat were maddening. Those with abundant resources passed through the temporary disaster easily, while those with scarce resources, unable to bear it, contemplated dragging others down with them. Meanwhile, some people in the chat were begging for air conditioning. Upon seeing these messages, Chen Ming immediately began mass-producing air conditioners for sale, simultaneously buying materials and selling air conditioners. The back-and-forth transactions were incredibly profitable. 3 hours quickly flew by, and Chen Ming raked in over 2 million points. He then purchased a large quantity of materials and food. Once the disaster passed, some cities emerged unscathed, while others were left in chaos. The vehicles of the convoy were buried under a meter-high layer of yellow sand. Chen Ming instructed Xiao AI to get moving. The vehicle's powerful engine slowly pushed the sand aside. Just as they finished, the game system notified them that the yellow sand had disappeared, leaving Chen Ming feeling a mix of relief and frustration. The camp had returned to its original state when the system alerted Chen Ming that 2 convoys were engaged in a shootout outside the city, advising him to be on guard. Understanding the situation, Chen Ming ordered everyone to be vigilant. The team members were puzzled, so Chen Ming explained that after a disaster, there are often people who resort to looting, and during such times, people's guard may be lowered. He instructed the system to keep monitoring, and 10 minutes later, a victor emerged from the clash. One convoy was completely wiped out, while the others suffered heavy losses. The surviving convoy, after looting the defeated one, headed towards the city where the transparent team was based. Chen Ming divided his team into 2. One stayed at the camp while the other followed him to intercept the convoy. After 10 minutes of driving, the battered convoy reached the boundary of the transparent team's territory, only to be intercepted by Chen Ming as soon as they crossed into it. Chen Ming shouted, "Halt! This is our camp. Please leave." The members of the convoy were taken aback. They hadn't expected anyone to occupy such a remote place. However, they quickly regained their composure, and the leader said to Chen Ming, "Brother, can you take us in? We're in dire straits, please." Chen Ming replied, "I am sorry, but this city is too small to accommodate many people. You can go to the neighboring city. It's just a 10-kilometer drive." The leader of the convoy, seeing that his group was fully armed, didn't dare to force their way in and reluctantly retreated. Watching them leave, Chen Ming did not immediately return to his team. Instead, he got out of the vehicle and climbed to a high point to observe with binoculars. As he watched the convoy move farther away, he finally felt at ease to head back. Just as he was about to return, the system alerted him that the convoy was coming back. Chen Ming thought to himself, "Do they really enjoy delivering packages so much?" After receiving the system notification, he quickly instructed his team to lie in ambush, and under his arrangement, everyone hid. A few minutes later, the convoy slowly entered the city. One team member asked Chen Ming if they should attack immediately. Chen Ming decided to let them in first while notifying Huang Kai to be on guard for the incoming convoy. Chen Ming planned to execute a pincer attack, allowing the convoy to enter the city and waiting 2 minutes before instructing his team to follow them. Huang Kai led the remaining members, waiting for the incoming convoy to reach the camp. After 10 minutes, the slowly advancing convoy finally spotted the transparent team's camp. As they prepared to raid it to replenish their lost supplies, Huang Kai fired the first shot. The gunfire jolted the convoy out of their reverie, causing them to retreat and create distance while returning fire. As the two convoys exchanged gunfire, Chen Ming, hearing the shots, accelerated and spotted the incoming convoy, ordering his team to draw their weapons and shoot. In an instant, the incoming convoy found itself caught in a crossfire from the transparent team. The vehicles of the convoy had enough armor to withstand rifle fire, so Chen Ming ordered his team to bring out the rocket launcher. Upon seeing the rocket launcher, the members of the incoming convoy immediately shouted for surrender. Chen Ming ignored them and fired the rocket launcher, obliterating the incoming convoy with a barrage of shells. After taking care of the convoy, he ordered his team to clean up the battlefield. At that moment, Huang Kai approached and asked Chen Ming what was going on. Chen Ming explained that the convoy had been in a firefight with others and was planning to come to their location. He initially let them go, but to his surprise, they returned. Since they seemed so eager to deliver, he decided to accept their arrival. Half an hour later, the members of the transparent team finished clearing the battlefield. Chen Ming reflected on the situation, noting that the increasing number of players in the region had led to a surge in conflicts. Many of these players were unwilling to back down easily, although the camp provided a daily allowance of 5 supply crates. He sensed that the game world wouldn't allow players to have an easy ride. He felt a need to venture into the wilderness, especially since the previously canceled natives had re-emerged. He wondered if they might attack the players' camp. Moreover, he suspected that monsters would randomly assault player camps, similar to the disaster days. Chen Ming was struggling to understand the updates in the game world and felt that he had to figure things out on his own. With a deep sigh, he turned his attention to defending the camp. Chapter 42. Exploring the basement again and harvesting chives suddenly, Artyom messaged Chen Ming, asking if he had any alcohol. This time, Chen Ming had indeed purchased some liquor from the trading post, which was favored by the folks from Big Bear Country. He immediately sent the alcohol over to Artyom, who, in gratitude, gifted Chen Ming a blueprint. It was a blueprint for a vehicle-mounted mechanical arm. Upon receiving the blueprint, Chen Ming wasted no time in implementing it, installing the arm onto his vehicle and armor. Seeing that his vehicle now boasted 6 mechanical arms behind him, he maneuvered them with ease. They were not only highly flexible, but also sturdy enough to retract into the vehicle. Feeling quite pleased, Chen Ming hummed a little tune while guarding the camp. Soon, he'd be able to wield a rifle, machine gun, and rocket launcher all at once. Just then, the system notified him of a player who had gone berserk 300 kilometers away, now designated as a boss by the game. Defeating this player would yield a reward of supply crates. The player had lost all sanity, reduced to a mere killing machine driven solely by instinct. Chen Ming was taken aback. To him, these crazed players had become nothing more than tools of the game system, relentlessly slaughtering. It was truly frightening. This situation served as a wake-up call for Chen Ming. He needed to pay attention to the psychological state of his team members. After all, having a teammate suddenly transform into a boss could be catastrophic. Unfortunately, he wasn't there to deal with it. Otherwise, he would have taken down the boss to ensure everyone has safety. Chen Ming opened the chat channel to see if there were any discussions about the berserk player. He found a flurry of messages, with the hot topic being the crazed player, and discussions were quite intense. It was remarkable how the game world could create challenges out of thin air. Who would have thought that someone they interacted with daily could suddenly turn into a combat machine? It was genuinely unpredictable. Chen Ming made his way back to the basement, determined to thoroughly search the remaining areas. Following the system's prompts, he arrived at a basement devoid of monsters. There were no resources inside, but he could disable a gas-emitting device. Chen Ming used the system to open the door, revealing 3 locked doors that required decoding. Feeling lazy, he opted to let the system assist him. After swiftly unlocking the 3 doors, he ventured into the deepest part of the basement to shut down the device. Without wasting any time, Chen Ming hurried to the next basement, arriving at the entrance in just 10 minutes. He got out of the vehicle and prepared to open the door. The system alerted him to 3 elite-level monsters inside, and Chen Ming readied himself to take them down one by one. As he opened the first door, the monsters lunged at him. He skillfully maneuvered the mechanical arm to slash at the creatures while retreating. Under the onslaught of the mechanical arm, the elite monster sustained superficial injuries but was not yet dead. Chen Ming drew his rifle and began shooting, landing headshots with each round. After a full magazine, the elite monster fell. Chen Ming took a brief rest before walking into the second large door. As soon as it swung open, he noticed that the monster didn't T-charge at him. Instead, it had its back turned. This puzzled him, so he quickly asked the system what was going on. The system informed him that the monster had to be attacked from the front, as hitting it from the back would be ineffective. Upon receiving this information, Chen Ming tried to make a noise to attract the monster, but it remained unfazed. This left him in a dilemma. He wanted to approach the monster from the front, but feared it would turn around and attack. After thinking it over, he decided to run straight at the monster and then quickly turn to draw his gun and shoot. Chen Ming returned to the entrance to test the situation a couple of times. Once he felt ready, he took a deep breath and sprinted toward the monster. When the monster spotted him, it immediately charged at him. Chen Ming turned and fired, but after emptying a magazine, he found that the monster only sustained superficial wounds. He quickly activated his mechanical arm to fire a machine gun, hoping to slow the monster down, but it didn't work. With no other option, Chen Ming used his mechanical arm to swing a knife wildly. To his surprise, the bullets failed to penetrate the monster's body, but the knife was effective. After a fierce struggle, he finally managed to slay the creature. Even after it was down, he continued to stab it, lamenting that there was still another monster left. Determined, Chen Ming ventured deeper into the basement and opened the final door. He didn't see any monster, but the system warned him that one was behind him and advised him not to turn around. Following the system's instructions, he cautiously proceeded without looking back. Chen Ming slowly turned his body, preparing to strike the monster, but unexpectedly, the monster attacked first. It clawed at him, but his armor absorbed the blow. However, the armor's durability took a significant hit, dropping by over 50. Without hesitation, Chen Ming pulled out his gun and fired. After emptying another magazine, he quickly reloaded while commanding his mechanical arm to slash at the monster. Once the reload was complete, he moved swiftly to create distance and opened fire again. A barrage of bullets rained down on the monster, and after emptying another magazine, it finally collapsed. Chen Ming was shaken by the intensity of the encounters. After 2 high-stakes searches in the basement, he had found very little. Feeling exhausted, he decided to head back to the camp. On the way back, he opened the chat interface and saw messages from other players. Some teams treated ordinary players as expendable, while larger teams didn't need to recruit casually. The bigger the team, the more resources they could stockpile, while a smaller group without food would resort to raiding others. Once all the basements were cleared, they planned to gather materials for building defensive towers. The trading posts were buzzing with activity. In this world, various resources have emerged that merchants are reselling, with the primary manufacturing material being metal. However, the number of resource crates along the roadsides has decreased, replaced by a limited number of airdrops. As a result, the metal materials in players' hands have become scarce, creating a significant gap between supply and demand. Even if many players have ground out a large number of crafting blueprints, without enough metal materials, they cannot produce anything. Meanwhile, Chen Ming happens to have the equipment to manufacture items in bulk. With this in mind, Chen Ming's eyes sparkled as he felt that countless riches were beckoning to him. Waves of players, or chives, were waiting for him to harvest. Feeling optimistic, Chen Ming began crafting weapons to sell in the trading market. He manufactured all possible equipment in bulk and sold them, ready to capitalize on the situation. Just as Chen Ming was enjoying his profitable venture, someone noticed his success and extended a collaboration invitation. However, Chen Ming declined. Subsequently, he faced a backlash, with the chat channels filled with sarcastic remarks, slander, and profanity. This time, Chen Ming didn't let the resistance deter him from selling his weapons and equipment. He realized that despite the apparent power of their public opinion, those people were merely loud voices in the chat. He felt like a retail wholesaler, and his products were in high demand, guaranteed never to go unsold. Chapter 43. The last basement after hanging the items for sale at the trading post. Chen Ming didn't pay much attention to it anymore. He contemplated how the gameplay had shifted from a road-based model to an urban model, evolving from a chaotic growth phase to a fragmented power struggle. The rapid changes in the game had eliminated most of the weaker players, and now only the strong survived and stood at the top, while the average players clung to the powerful for support. Chen Ming felt that in other games he had played, he could still come up with strategies that surpassed the current version, but this game was proving to be a challenge. Every city had a set number of airdrops each day, but most were claimed by the stronger players, leaving the weaker ones to scavenge for leftovers. At this point, acquiring supply boxes would certainly require raiding others. With the constant merging of regions, the player count was increasing, leading to heightened conflicts and a sharp rise in mortality rates. Unable to understand how the game world was designed, Chen Ming decided to stop overthinking and prepare for the final basement. He learned from his system that the last basement contained materials for building defense towers, but also housed a very tough boss. Chen Ming planned to have the entire team work together to defeat this boss, aiming to resolve it quickly so they could construct the defense towers. Having defense towers at their campsite would allow him to venture out and gather information. Otherwise, if he was there and his teammates encountered an attack without his guidance, they might not react in time. This time, he didn't put the team on high alert. Instead, he instructed Xiao AI to stay vigilant and automatically fire at anyone who approached. A night passed without incident. The next morning, Chen Ming woke up, went through his usual routine of washing up and eating, then called the team to wake up. After a sluggish 10 minutes, everyone checked their gear and collectively set off towards the last basement. The vehicle moved for about 5 minutes before arriving, and Chen Ming instructed everyone to park a bit farther away, fearing that if the boss was too strong, it might destroy their vehicle, which would be quite unfortunate. Once they parked, everyone got out. Chen Ming told his teammates to wait outside while he entered the basement. Upon opening the first door, the monsters inside immediately lunged at him. Seeing the monsters, Chen Ming hurried back outside and instructed his teammates to start shooting. Once he was clear, the transparent unit immediately opened fire. With coordinated crossfire from the transparent team, they quickly eliminated the monsters at the first door. Noticing that no more monsters emerged from inside, Chen Ming re-entered the basement. After walking for about 10 minutes, he reached the second door. A quick observation revealed that it required a password to unlock. Not wanting to think too hard about it, he let the system crack the code. The system promptly provided the password. After entering it, he pulled the door open and sprinted outside. After a few steps without seeing any monsters, he stopped and tossed a stone forward. Suddenly, a laser grid appeared. Chen Ming was not surprised by this. He asked the system to help disable the laser grid. After waiting for 5 minutes, the laser array shut down, and Chen Ming moved forward again. After walking for 2 minutes, he encountered another door, but this time there was no need to decrypt anything. Chen Ming pushed the door open and saw no monsters. He even threw a stone inside, but there was no laser array activated. Chen Ming felt a bit confused, sensing that it couldn't be that simple. Chen Ming, Dad, what's going on? System, nothing, just go through. Well, since Dad said so, Chen Ming proceeded. Taking a few steps without encountering any monster lasers, he boldly moved ahead. He arrived at the final door, thinking this must be the boss's lair. Chen Ming first sent a message to his teammates to notify them, then opened the door and immediately ran. Just as he started running, he heard the boss let out a roar. Upon hearing the boss's roar, he instantly accelerated. The boss wasn't particularly fast, but it exuded a sense of pressure. As Chen Ming ran, he instructed his teammates to prepare rocket launchers to shoot at the boss. He ran for 6 minutes, nearly exhausting himself due to lack of exercise, but he pushed himself to keep running for his life. Finally, after 2 more minutes, he escaped the basement. Upon emerging, he didn't stop right away. Instead, he continued running for over 20 meters, leaning against the wall while extending mechanical supports to keep himself upright. 5 minutes after Chen Ming exited, the boss followed him out. Everyone saw the boss and immediately fired their rocket launchers, landing several hits on it in an instant. The boss, having endured those hits, sustained some light injuries. Seeing this, Chen Ming quickly directed his teammates to spread out and distract the boss, organizing a rifle and machine gun fire output to draw its attention, while the sniper team aimed for headshots and the rocket launchers focused on main damage output. Upon hearing Chen Ming's commands, everyone immediately dispersed. Although the boss was powerful, it was only one creature, and the rifle team managed to keep it distracted. While the rifles couldn't inflict damage, they were effective in drawing the boss's attention. The transparency team managed to keep the boss occupied for about 20 minutes, during which the sniper and rocket teams occasionally attacked. Under the combined assault, the boss began to show signs of fatigue, its running speed slowing down. Seeing the boss weakening, Chen Ming became more vigilant, fearing it might suddenly unleash a buff or something similar. He quickly instructed his teammates to fall back a bit to avoid a surprise attack from the boss. Suddenly, the boss let out a furious roar, and Chen Ming thought to himself, just as expected, the final struggle has begun. While also realizing that the boss was close to defeat, Chen Ming ordered 4 teammates with rifles to continue the distraction, while the others switched to rocket launchers to do their utmost to kill the boss. Chen Ming himself operated 6 mechanical arms to fire rocket launchers, coordinating the continuous launch of rockets with the 6 mechanical arms. The area where the boss was located was bombarded, creating large craters that made it even harder for the boss to approach the members of the Transparent Squad. Chen Ming noticed that the boss was stuck in a pit, making it difficult to get close to them, so he instructed his team to use rocket launchers to attack the boss. The interconnected craters completely prevented the boss from reaching the Transparent Squad. Seizing the opportunity, the squad continued their assault, and after 5 minutes of bombardment, the boss fell to the ground. With the boss defeated, Chen Ming felt a mix of joy and frustration. He was happy about the victory, but the craters were a significant problem that needed to be addressed. For now, he set aside his concerns about the craters and maneuvered around them, heading straight for the deepest part of the basement. After running for over 10 minutes, he finally reached the innermost area, where he opened a door and discovered a supply crate. Next to the crate was a stack of documents. Chen Ming decided to take the documents and grab the supply crate before heading back outside. Once outside, he carefully navigated around the craters and immediately opened the supply crate. To his surprise, the crate vanished and transformed into materials for constructing a defense tower. Chen Ming picked up the materials and started walking towards the vehicle, signaling his team to follow him back. Chapter 44. Blizzard and exploring outside the camp 5 minutes after returning to the camp. Chen Ming was just about to choose a spot to build a defense tower when he heard the game system announce, "Temporary challenge initiated. A blizzard will strike for the next 3 hours. Please prepare, players." Having learned from a previous experience, everyone quickly gathered their vehicles together. Just as they parked, heavy snow began to fall, with flakes coming down rapidly. Seeing the intensity of the snowfall, Chen Ming decided to hold off for the moment, but he instructed the system to scan for suitable locations to build the defense tower. 10 minutes later, the system completed the scan and marked several appropriate spots for the tower. Chen Ming quickly noted the locations, planning to investigate them once the blizzard subsided. Just as he was about to head into the room to rest, he noticed a snowball, about 4 meters in diameter, rolling toward them. Chen Ming was puzzled. This was a city, not flat ground, and yet a snowball was approaching. He opened the window, and the cold wind rushed into the vehicle, making him shiver. He then took out a rocket launcher and aimed it at the snowball, firing a shot. The explosion shattered the snowball into pieces, revealing a considerable amount of blood on the ground. Upon closer inspection, Chen Ming realized it was some kind of snow monster. He immediately instructed the system to check how many snowballs were heading toward the camp. The system responded, 9 snow monsters are forming a snowball rolling toward the camp. With this information, Chen Ming quickly relayed a message in the team channel. Everyone, be cautious. 9 snow monsters are approaching in a snowball. Grab your rocket launchers and get ready to fire. Upon seeing the message in the team channel, everyone pulled out their rocket launchers and prepared to shoot. As the snowball drew closer, they all fired their rockets simultaneously. The 9 snowballs exploded into fragments, leaving a scattering of snow monsters on the ground. Chen Ming asked the system again, "Are there any more snow monsters approaching?" The system confirmed there were none. Chen Ming inquired, "Why were there only 10 groups of snow monsters?" The system explained, "This is based on the size of the city." That made sense. Thankfully, he hadn't been greedy and chosen a larger city, where dealing with a larger number of snow monsters could have been quite troublesome. Chen Ming opened the regional chat interface, where players were discussing the snow monsters. He felt there was an opportunity to make some profit, so he produced a batch of rocket launchers. After waiting for half an hour, he created 50 rocket launchers. He posted them on the trading market, then switched to the chat interface to send out numerous advertisements. Before long, someone messaged him asking if he could lower the price. Chen Ming ignored the inquiry and continued promoting his items. At that moment, the public sentiment shifted, with some players criticizing Chen Ming. It's currently snowing heavily, and everyone is facing snow monsters. We are all in a huge crisis, and at this time, you're only thinking about making money? Don't you have any conscience? If I were you, I would give away rocket launchers for free. Let's help everyone get through this crisis together. Those who want to take advantage for free often position themselves on a moral high ground, presenting themselves as noble and righteous, so they can freely criticize others. When someone attacks Chen Ming, others follow suit. Upon seeing these comments, Chen Ming just smirks. His mindset has changed, and he is no longer as easily rattled as he was at the beginning. Chen Ming's regional channel is Buy It or Not. After posting, he continues to promote his products. With Chen Ming's persistent advertising, people start buying the rocket launchers. Once someone purchases Chen Ming's rocket launcher, those who criticized him begin to rant in the chat. Chen Ming realizes they are getting anxious and defensive, and when he sees someone buy a rocket launcher, he decides to create a batch of shells to sell as well. Initially meant to be sold together, Chen Ming splits them into 2 separate sales to make more money. After posting the shells, he doesn't bother with further advertising. He logs off and quietly waits for the storm to pass. Given that he struggled with stamina while fighting the boss and almost got caught, Chen Ming works out his room. The 3 women see him exercising and join in. Time flies by. Once the storm ends, Chen Ming stops working out, panting and exhausted, lying on the floor. The 3 women finish their workout before him and head to the bathroom to shower. After they finish, Chen Ming goes in to wash up. Once he is done, he gets dressed and steps outside, checking the locations marked by the system. He chooses 3 spots to build defense towers, as the materials he has are just enough for 3 towers. After completing the construction, Chen Ming hands over the captain's position to Huang Kai, preparing to venture out. Huang Kai asks, "Why leave when everything is fine here?" Chen Ming replies, "I want to go out and gather information. I feel this game won't let us live comfortably for long. You'll be in charge of the camp. If you need anything, let me know. I hope when I return, I'll see that the camp has expanded." Huang Kai isn't sure how to convince Chen Ming to stay, so he simply wishes him a safe journey. After discussing with Huang Kai, Chen Ming informs the team in the convoy channel about the situation, and everyone looks a bit downcast. Chen Ming says, "All good things must come to an end. Besides, I'm just going out to scout, not leaving for good. Let us have a banquet tonight to celebrate, as a farewell dinner." The team members remain silent, and Chen Ming doesn't press the issue. Chen Ming sets up a food stall at the camp, with Su Jingjing cooking and 2 other women helping. He bids farewell to each team member. 20 minutes later, a sumptuous feast is ready, but no one has an appetite. Chen Ming understands they are reluctant to see him go, so he starts eating first. Everyone watched as Chen Ming silently picked up his chopsticks for over 10 seconds before they all started eating. The meal was quiet, but Chen Ming made an effort to liven up the atmosphere, and gradually, the mood became more intense. The meal lasted nearly an hour, and in the end, Chen Ming left some weapons, equipment, and food supplies for the team. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he left the camp. As he was leaving, Chen Ming spoke into the vehicle channel. "We're all in the same convoy, so feel free to chat in the channel anytime." He set the autopilot for his car, and within half an hour, they were out of the city. Chen Ming casually chose a road to drive on, and as they traveled, the temperature on the highway began to drop. He realized they were on a snowy road. Having driven on snow before, he felt relatively unfazed. As the car moved forward, the system alerted Chen Ming that a large tree was blocking the road ahead, and it needed to be moved or bypassed. Chen Ming opted to clear the tree, but just as he was about to do so, the system informed him that there was a group of NPCs lying in ambush near where the tree had fallen. There were actually NPCs lying in wait, something Chen Ming hadn't anticipated. Knowing he was ambushed, Chen Ming pretended to be unaware and drove the car towards the fallen tree. Chapter 45. A new journey and adventure as Chen Ming pushed aside the large tree. NPCs hidden in the snow quickly stood up, rifles in hand, and opened fire on his vehicle. However, Chen Ming's car had high defense, and the rifle's firepower couldn't inflict any damage. He instructed his AI assistant, Xiao AI, to take over the driving and maneuver around the tree while he operated the machine gun to shoot at the NPCs. The NPCs were swiftly taken down, turning into boxes. Chen Ming looked at the scene in confusion. Why did they turn into boxes this time instead of disappearing? He wondered to himself. He decided to get out of the car to see if he could loot anything good, but fearing an ambush, he first had the system scan the surrounding environment. System: no harmful organisms detected nearby. Receiving the system's prompt, Chen Ming finally got out of the car and quickly ran towards the boxes to loot. He was somewhat disappointed to find only a few guns, some bullets, and a charm. After collecting the items, He returned to the car and carefully examined the charm. At that moment, a panel appeared for the charm. Snowfield Charm reduces the wearer's probability of being attacked by any snowfield creature by 10. Note, collecting other snowfield charms can amplify this probability. This is a good find. Chen Ming thought that gathering more of these would significantly reduce the chances of being ambushed. After pushing aside the tree, he continued on his journey. 5 minutes later, a snowball suddenly rolled in from the left rear of the car. He glanced back at the snowball, which was approaching rapidly and growing larger, and swerved the steering wheel to let it pass. After the first snowball rolled by, another one came rolling towards him. Chen Ming dodged again, sensing that things were not that simple. After avoiding 2 snowballs, more and more began to come his way. Chen Ming urged Xiao AI to speed up, but the snowballs accelerated as well. Realizing that the snowballs were keeping pace with his speed, he prepared to accelerate again. However, the system advised him to maintain his current speed, otherwise, he would attract even more snowballs. Simultaneously, the system instructed Chen Ming to choose a road to take. He instructed Xiao AI to maintain a steady speed, and after driving for 3 kilometers, they arrived at a junction with multiple roads. The system advised him to take the farthest right path. Once he entered the right road, the snowballs ceased to roll towards him. Chen Ming commanded Xiao AI to stop, made a quick observation, and then continued on. After driving 5 kilometers, they entered a desert area. Chen Ming remained vigilant, and after traveling 1 kilometer in the desert, the system alerted him to the presence of desert army ants. Chen Ming raised an eyebrow and asked the system, "These aren't the same group of desert army ants I encountered before, are they?" System, "Not the same batch." Without hesitation, Chen Ming instructed Xiao AI to accelerate. Initially, the army ants could keep up with his vehicle, but as he sped up, they quickly fell behind. As Xiao AI sped along, the army ants were left far behind. The system prompted Chen Ming that he was about to enter a city. Hearing the system's notification, Chen Ming immediately asked if it was a player city or a native city. The system replied, "It's a native city." Chen Ming then asked, "Is it friendly to players?" The system answered, "Neutral units won't attack without provocation." Reassured by the response, Chen Ming confidently entered the city. Upon reaching the outskirts, he was stopped by the city guards. After a brief self-introduction, they allowed him to pass. Once inside the city, he was met with a dim sky, floating particles in the air, scattered corpses on the ground, broken main roads, and crumbling walls, with only a few buildings looking somewhat intact. The murky river water further highlighted the city's decay. Chen Ming quickly grasped the city's grim condition. He didn't delve deep into the city, opting to stay near the periphery. He sensed that this city had recently experienced a conflict, with very few inhabitants remaining. A nagging feeling of unease crept over him, but he couldn't pinpoint the source of his discomfort. After sitting quietly in his car for a few minutes, he arrived at a conclusion. Since this city had been in conflict not long ago and still allowed an outsider like him to enter, it likely meant they intended to kill him and seize his supplies. Contemplating whether to leave, he reasoned that since the system had guided him here, there shouldn't be too much to worry about. He decided to drive around the city for a while. After wandering for 5 hours and observing the city's weapons and equipment, Chen Ming felt reassured and stopped. Based on his observations, the city's weapons posed no threat to him. Feeling tired, he lay back on the couch and zoned out. At which point Su Lan approached him. While giving him a massage, Su Lan said, "Bro, you've been working hard lately." Chen Ming rolled his eyes and replied, "Don't get too cozy. If there's something to discuss, let's talk about that." Su Lan responded, "I just don't understand. Why venture out for risks when we were fine in the camp?" Chen Ming explained, "Staying in the city may seem safe, but don't forget how treacherous this game world can be. It can throw major challenges at you unexpectedly." After saying this, he turned over, prompting Su Lan to switch from massage to a light punch. Su Lan remarked, "It feels a bit precarious out here." Chen Ming reassured her, "Don't worry. The car's level is high. It won't be easily destroyed." At that moment, Su Jingjing brought over a cup of milk tea, and Chen Ming looked at it in surprise. "Where did the milk tea come from?" he asked. Su Jingjing replied, "I bought it from the trading post." Chen Ming touched the cup and felt warmth, deciding to wait before drinking. After about 20 minutes of massage, Su Lan finally stopped. Chen Ming turned over and sat up, finishing the milk tea in one go. Chen Ming said to the two of them, "Where's Chen Shui?" Su Jingjing replied, "She's at the gym. She said she hasn't been performing well lately, and since the food has been good, she's gained some weight. If she doesn't work out, she's going to turn into a ball. Knowing the situation, Chen Ming didn't say anything further and asked Su Jingjing to make dinner. As Chen Ming lay on the couch, waiting for Su Jingjing to finish cooking, he began to reminisce about his past since arriving in this world. He was dozing off when Su Jingjing's voice startled him, announcing that dinner was ready. Chen Ming got up to eat, quickly finished his meal, and headed to his room to sleep. In a daze, he felt someone crawl into bed, but he didn't pay it any mind. He knew it was Su Lan without even thinking. That night, gunfire erupted throughout the city, but Xiao AI took advantage of the chaos to activate its camouflage function. Chen Ming slept soundly, while outside, the city was engulfed in conflict, creating a stark contrast. The next morning, Chen Ming woke up and started his workout. As he opened the chat interface, he saw players excitedly sharing their experiences. Our team organized a raid on the natives yesterday, and I got a share of food and weapons. The best part is we also got a woman. She might not be the best looking, but her figure is pretty good. Our team also raided someone else's camp yesterday, but we hit the Foot Basin chicken camp. I have to say, the women from that pathetic country are quite appealing. Damn, why wasn't I in the same team as you guys? My team is too laid back. They don't want to do anything, just want to chill. Yeah, I'm really envious of the guy above. Can you record a video when you're happy, so I can enjoy it too? After that, there were several inquiries about joining the team. Chapter 46. Arrival at Moonstone City, even worse. Some players were hurling insults at each other. Watching the chaotic chatter on the screen, Chen Ming couldn't help but furrow his brow. He felt that the players entering the game now, after spending some time in this lawless world, had their darker sides magnified. They seemed to have lost all sense of boundaries, with activities that were illegal in the real world being treated as completely normal here. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ming let it go. They had all entered a game world, and his hands were stained with blood. How could he pretend to be a saint? It was truly laughable. Chen Ming recognized that at most, he wouldn't actively slaughter innocents, but he couldn't guarantee what he might do otherwise. After exiting the chat interface, he prepared to leave this city, which held little value for him. Chen Ming took the driver's seat and let his AI companion drive. As the vehicle slowly moved through the dilapidated surroundings, he felt increasingly convinced that he needed to leave. 5 minutes later, having exited the city, Chen Ming was once again on a new road. He headed toward the next city, which was relatively close. He arrived in just 20 minutes. However, as soon as he reached the entrance, he was intercepted by guards. Stop! Who goes there? A guard stepped forward, signaling Chen Ming to halt as his vehicle approached. I'm just a wanderer looking to rest here for a bit and stock up on supplies. Are there any shops around? Chen Ming replied, tossing a can of meat to the guard. Upon seeing the can, the guard's face lit up. In a wasteland city, a can of meat was considered a valuable food item. The guard licked his lips and said, all right, you can enter. He also warned Chen Ming not to cause any trouble in the city, or he would face the consequences. Chen Ming assured him that he would follow the rules. And after their brief exchange, they fell silent. The guard opened the iron gate, allowing Chen Ming to pass through. Once inside the city, Chen Ming noticed it was far better than the previous one. There were fewer ruins, the buildings were orderly, and the streets were clean, though the air quality remained poor. After wandering around for a bit, he spotted a small convenience store. He stopped the car to check it out, but didn't find what he was looking for. So he turned to leave. As he continued to stroll, he came across a bar with a steady stream of people entering and exiting. After finding a spot to park, he checked his gear before getting out of the car. Approaching the bar, he noticed the sign, the Brave S Bar. Internally, Chen Ming thought this could be interesting. Inside the bar, the lighting was decent, and it seemed there was an air purifier, making the air relatively fresh. The main hall had a few somewhat dirty tables, surrounded by several flamboyantly dressed patrons, all sporting holster handguns. They were whispering among themselves, while some were loudly boasting. When Chen Ming walked in, many people's gazes converged on him, and a few even shot him looks filled with ill intentions, as if they wanted to kill him and seize his supplies. In a corner that seemed inconspicuous, a few people exchanged glances, contemplating whether they should make a move on the newcomer. Chen Ming could tell that these people had ulterior motives, but he chose to ignore their stares. He casually noticed a table that was empty and walked straight towards it. Just then, two people stood up from a round table and followed him. As soon as Chen Ming sat down, the two of them flanked him, sitting on either side. One of them spoke up. Hey there, you look a bit unfamiliar. The other chimed in, a newcomer, huh? Aren't you going to buy us a drink? Seeing their attempt to shake him down, Chen Ming decided to play along. Sure, what do you have in mind? The two, sensing Chen Ming's willingness to engage, immediately attempted to rob him. One pulled out a gun and pressed it against Chen Ming's waist, while the other aimed a gun at his head. In unison, they said, "Listen up, hand over all your supplies, and we might spare your life. Otherwise, we'll make sure you regret it." Chen Ming shrugged resignedly. "Isn't living better? Why the rush to die?" Just as he raised his hand, both of them fired, but the bullets were stopped by his armor. Panic set in for the two when they realized their shots hadn't killed him. Chen Ming, not one to be trifled with, drew his own gun and fired twice, sending both of them to their demise. Holding his pistol, Chen Ming smiled and surveyed everyone in the hall. A few timid individuals lowered their heads, while some bolder ones even raised their glasses to him, seemingly acknowledging his presence, and a few even cheered for him. Chen Ming walked over to the bar counter, grabbed a glass, and asked the bartender to pour him a beer. He then raised his glass and announced to everyone, "Cheers." The patrons of the bar realized that Chen Ming had just killed two men, yet remained relaxed enough to share a drink with them, understanding that he was someone dangerous who shouldn't be trifled with. Meanwhile, the bartender discreetly removed the two corpses while everyone enjoyed their drinks. Originally, Chen Ming intended to learn about the city at the bar, but he didn't expect to start with such a dramatic turn of events. However, he figured that if he hadn't dealt with the situation, more troublemakers might have come his way later on. So, he found a spot and began to gather information about the city. A bald man informed Chen Ming that the city was called Moonstone, a place devoid of order and law, where the strong could do as they pleased. From others, Chen Ming learned that one of the men he had just dealt with was a notorious swindler, preying on Na'vi newcomers, and because of his personal strength, no one dared to confront him. Chen Ming immediately asked the uncle where the shady businessman lived. The uncle didn't respond, and Chen Ming realized he was expecting something in return. So, he handed the uncle 2 cans of meat. The uncle's eyes twitched at the sight of the cans, and he pretended to say, "People around here generally don't share information with others." Chen Ming recognized this as a ploy for more, so he added another can. The bald uncle, seeing Chen Ming's generosity, was tempted to ask for yet another can, but the stern look in Chen Ming's eyes made him think twice. He quickly revealed the shady businessman's address. "Thank you," Chen Ming said before leaving. Following the uncle's directions, Chen Ming quickly found the place. Standing at the doorstep of the shady businessman's home, he looked at the house's exterior and marveled at how many people must have been conned to afford such a nice place. Chen Ming knocked on the door several times, but no one answered. He decided to take matters into his own hands. Returning to his car, he pulled out a rocket launcher and aimed it at the door, firing off a round. With a deafening explosion, the door was blown open, leaving a gaping hole, and the people inside were left in a state of shock. As Chen Ming stepped in, he was taken aback to find more than a dozen men and women engaged in a group activity. Chapter 47. A preliminary understanding of the city situation after more than a dozen people were startled by Chen Ming's rocket launcher. They saw him enter and, thinking he was there for revenge, hastily grabbed nearby guns and started shooting without caring about their clothing. Unfortunately, their ordinary firearms lacked the power to penetrate Chen Ming's armor. Chen Ming pulled out his rifle and, in an instant, took out half of them. The remaining individuals quickly sought cover. Chen Ming then threw a grenade, and upon seeing it, the people inside immediately turned to flee. However, Chen Ming wouldn't let them escape that easily. He fired again, and this time, with nowhere to hide, they were all gunned down. Once the room fell silent, Chen Ming began searching for supplies. After a thorough look around, he only found a few scattered items. He thought that for a place known for dealing in shady goods, there should be more than just these few things. After searching the house for about 5 minutes without any luck, Chen Ming felt a bit troubled. He regretted not leaving a survivor to question. After finding nothing of value, he set up some landmines in the house before leaving. As he stepped outside, he noticed a few people lurking around. Chen Ming decided to ignore them. One of them called out to him, asking, "Hey friend, what is going on inside?" "We heard gunshots and explosions." After a moment of thought, Chen Ming lied. "A guy found out he was cheated on and hired me to investigate. I discovered some clues and was about to report back to him, but I was spotted and had no choice but to take them out." The group thought to themselves, "Is he really that ruthless?" They then asked Chen Ming if they could go inside, to which he replied they could. Chen Ming was puzzled. If there was nothing inside, why would they want to go back in? One man stepped forward and said, "There's nothing in there, but there's a key. All the goods from this shady dealer are stored at a storage company." This was an unexpected stroke of luck. Chen Ming immediately stopped them from entering, as he had set up landmines, and if they weren't careful, they would be blown to bits. Chen Ming warned, There are landmines inside. You'll get blown up if you go in. The group was frightened by the mention of landmines and felt relieved they hadn't recklessly barged in. Otherwise, they would have been done for. Chen Ming instructed them to wait outside while he went in, avoiding the landmines. He searched every corner for the key and finally found it in a wardrobe. After retrieving the key, he exited the house and asked the group to lead him to the storage company. Chen Ming drove behind them, and with their guidance, they arrived at the storage company. The employees at the company immediately approached to assist when they saw people coming. Chen Ming took out the key and stated that he wanted to retrieve the supplies. The company staff examined the key and confirmed it was theirs before asking Chen Ming how much he wanted to take out. Chen Ming replied, all of it. The staff informed him that a processing fee would be required to retrieve the supplies. Chen Ming thought for a moment and asked if he could use the supplies inside as a substitute. The waiter replied that supplies could indeed replace point cards and mentioned that people preferred supplies over point cards in this place. The waiter pulled out a list, checked the supplies, and wrote down what needed to be deducted as a handling fee, handing Chen Ming a form to sign. Chen Ming casually signed with a fake name and followed the waiter into the warehouse. After walking to the middle of the warehouse, the waiter presented a form to the warehouse manager. After reviewing it, the manager took over and guided Chen Ming inside. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at a location where Chen Ming opened a container for an initial look. Inside were several blueprints, a pile of materials, a few handguns, 2 rifles, and some bullets. Chen Ming first took the blueprints and materials, then prepared the weapons to give away. He packed the weapons into a sack and exited through the back of the warehouse, making a detour back to the car. Chen Ming placed the sack in front of the guides, leaving them at a loss. Chen Ming said, "This sack contains weapons and bullets. You guys can split it as a reward for guiding me." After saying that, he drove away. Chen Ming returned to the bar, which was even more lively in the afternoon. Some were playing gambling games, others were playing cards, and some were dancing energetically. Men and women were expressing their desires freely. Chen Ming found a spot to sit down, and the waiter approached to ask what drink he wanted. He simply ordered a few bottles of beer and asked the waiter to fetch them. It wasn't too long before the waiter returned with the beers. Chen Ming paid and settled back, watching the bustling bar scene. At that moment, someone stepped up with a microphone to sing, capturing the attention of others, who cheered for the performer. For a moment, Chen Ming felt a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of his more stable days. Just then, a woman approached him and said, "Hey, handsome, drinking alone? Isn't that lonely?" Chen Ming replied, "Very lonely. What about it?" He fixed his gaze on her intensely, making her feel a bit uneasy. She quickly laughed and said, "Your eyes are truly hot. They could melt someone." Chen Ming looked at the woman, whose allure was almost overwhelming, and said flatly, "Once you're melted, you'll just find someone else. I can't help you." Seeing that Chen Ming wasn't interested in a deeper conversation, the woman didn't pursue it further and walked away. Chen Ming ignored her departure and continued to sip his drink. During his time there, a few others attempted to strike up a conversation with him, but Chen Ming's indifferent tone quickly shut them down. After an hour, he decided to leave. He had reached the limit of what he could learn in the bar. He realized that there were several factions in the city, and regardless of which one it was, they all resorted to plundering rather than pursuing peace. Several leaders, with similar strengths, avoided conflict and quietly built up their power, planning to take over the entire city's rule in one swift move. Chen Ming felt this was an opportunity to make money, so he parked in a secluded spot and activated his disguise feature. He had prepared a batch of rifles for sale, but he found it a bit strange that no disasters had struck today. Unable to make sense of it, he asked the system what was going on. "System, this is a setting of the game world. If the native population in the city reaches 50, disasters will not occur." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming couldn't help but express his frustration, using a highly loaded phrase from Chinese culture. He felt that the game world was designed to prevent players from becoming complacent and to encourage them to integrate with the natives by introducing disasters that would compel players to take action. With this information, Chen Ming sent a message to his team in the convoy channel. The team members discussed the message, unable to reach a consensus. Chen Ming told them to make their own decisions, with some opting for a laid-back approach, while others felt it was time to seek out the natives. At that moment, Huang Kai sent a private message. "Huang Kai, if it were you, what would you choose?" Chen Ming thought for a moment and replied, "If it were me, I would first scout the nearby roads and, if possible, relocate. After all, having disasters strike every day isn't sustainable. Based on my understanding of the game, the disasters are only going to become more dangerous, and at that point, the level of danger might be so high that escape would be impossible. After reading Chen Ming's message, Huang Kai urged the team to get moving and to carefully investigate their surroundings. Chapter 48. Back to another city without chatting with his teammates, Chen Ming walked down the street. After walking for a while, he spotted a casino and decided to go inside to check it out. At the entrance, two security guards with guns were standing watch. Once inside, the air was thick with the smell of smoke, which Chen Ming found somewhat off-putting, though he didn't show it. He wandered around the casino, observing the layout. There were about 30 gaming tables, each surrounded by eager players. The noise in the casino was deafening, a cacophony of cheers and shouts, and the betting was done using chips. Chen Ming casually exchanged a couple of cans for chips. When the attendants saw he had 2 cans, he handed Chen Ming chips worth 1,000. Looking at the chips in his hand, Chen Ming gained a preliminary understanding of the casino. He didn't rush to place any bets. Instead, he took his time to look around. In truth, Chen Ming wasn't particularly fond of gambling. He merely exchanged the cans to avoid standing out. Just as he was about to place a small bet, a loud commotion erupted from one of the tables. The noise drew everyone's attention, stirring up a wave of curiosity. When the casino manager came out to handle the situation, it turned out someone had been caught cheating. Chen Ming figured the cheater was in serious trouble, as cheating in a casino was almost as bad as cutting off someone's livelihood. The cheater was promptly beaten and dragged away. Confused about why the casino didn't just eliminate the cheater on the spot, Chen Ming asked a nearby person for clarification. A lean, unremarkable-looking man explained that while the casino wouldn't kill a cheater, they would sell them off to the most powerful individuals in the city to serve as scapegoats, thus minimizing the casino's losses. After hearing this, Chen Ming felt that being sold off like that was even worse than being dealt with on the spot. He gave the man 200 chips, which made the lean man beam with gratitude. Chen Ming casually found a table and placed a small bet. After winning a couple of rounds, he recognized it as a common tactic used by casinos. He didn't mind. He planned to leave once he lost all his money anyway. Continuing to place bets, he went a few more times and decided to go all in. Seizing the moment, he pushed all his chips in, only to lose everything in one hand. The people next to him, who had been following his lead and winning a bit, saw him go all in and decided to do the same, not realizing that Chen Ming's all-in was a strategy to lose. After losing, Chen Ming prepared to leave, but the losing players weren't ready to let him go. "You little brat, you made us lose all our money, and now you want to leave? Do you want to die?" Hearing this, Chen Ming raised an eyebrow and glanced at the casino staff. The casino personnel immediately approached, clearly accustomed to such scenes, knowing that those who made such remarks often followed others' bets and ended up losing everything. The casino staff began to understand the situation, and several of them were discussing it animatedly. Chen Ming quietly waited on the side. After a while, he was approached by the casino personnel, and he briefly explained the situation. The staff quickly tied up the few individuals involved. With nothing else to do, Chen Ming generously handed a can of food to the casino staff and turned to leave the casino. As soon as he stepped out of the casino, he found himself in the midst of urban chaos, with various factions exchanging gunfire. Chen Ming quickly got into his car, but just as he did, bullets started flying. Fortunately, the car's armor was strong enough to withstand the shots. Observing the surrounding chaos, Chen Ming realized that he was mistaken for someone from a rival faction. Not wanting to get involved in the city's conflict, he decided to let the system guide him. The system directed him to an abandoned tunnel. After glancing at the dark subway tunnel, Chen Ming entered without hesitation. As he drove, he reflected on how subways were once a product of the pre-apocalyptic era, a time when cities were connected by such transit systems, now rendered obsolete. He found himself on one of the tunnel's branches and proceeded along the line. The tunnel was dimly lit, and after driving for an hour, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. "You have left Moonstone City and are about to enter Crimson Flame City." What? How did I suddenly arrive at another city? Chen Ming was taken aback by the announcement. The system continued, "Warning, you are about to enter Crimson Flame's territory. To pass through safely, you must demonstrate great strength to earn the respect of the city's inhabitants." Bakuto, the Lord of Crimson Flame City, a powerful dictator known for his greed and brutality. He enjoys weapons and women, delights in torturing the poor and enslaved, and loves watching humans duel against monsters. Armed with this information, Chen Ming continued onward. 10 minutes later, his car emerged from the abandoned tunnel within Crimson Flame City. Just as he exited, he was intercepted by a patrol squad. "What is your business here?" the squad leader asked Chen Ming. Lowering his window, Chen Ming replied, I just came from the neighboring Moonstone City, passing through to rest for the night before leaving. The leader scrutinized Chen Ming closely, then leaned in closer to sniff the air around him. You carry the aura of a strong individual and exude confidence. I believe you. After saying this, he allowed Chen Ming to pass. Chen Ming thanked him and tossed a can to the leader. As he drove further into Crimson Flame City, he noticed the ruins scattered everywhere, with only the central area being somewhat intact, featuring what looked like an arena among the buildings. Chen Ming casually found a spot to stop and activated his camouflage function. He began to contemplate the differences between the two cities. Moonstone City appeared peaceful on the surface, yet there were constant power struggles and skirmishes among factions. In contrast, Crimson Flame City seemed to prioritize brute force but was under the dictatorship of Bokdo, which provided a relatively stable environment. Chen Ming decided to stay out of these matters. For him, safety was the top priority. He opened the chat interface to see if there were any useful messages. Have you all found the natives yet? I stumbled upon a small city that looks promising, but I'm not sure if it's suitable. I found an abandoned house in a desolate area, and I've parked my vehicle inside. No one will find me here. I discovered a camp made up of wanderers. Hey friends, where are you located? I think we should band together to face the challenges ahead. Others in the chat were discussing forming a convoy to raid the natives, and this statement quickly drew agreement from several participants. That's a lucrative idea. We could sell a bunch of weapons and gear, Chen Ming thought to himself. He had always ignored the mob mentality, knowing that success would likely lead to a bloody battle, and it wasn't worth placing himself in danger for a few gains. However, he was keenly interested in monitoring the current strength of these players. Chapter 49. The Arena at Night. Chen Ming gathered some materials and crafted a batch of firearms and ammunition, which he then listed for sale at the trading post. He switched to the chat interface to advertise, casually sending a few messages before exiting. He entered his room to chat with the three women, sharing recent events with them. Chen Ming felt he had somewhat sheltered them and thought it was time for them to face life on their own. Perhaps they could become powerful allies for him. Chen Ming reached out to Artyom to see if he had any blueprints for energy armor. After a short while, Artyom replied that he indeed had a blueprint available. Chen Ming promptly purchased 50 crates of Big Mao's life water for Artyom. Seeing Chen Ming's generosity, Artyom handed over the blueprint. Chen Ming immediately set to work crafting the armor and installed air circulation purifiers and air conditioning units for the three women. He also provided them with fuel cards for easy refueling. Once everything was equipped, he outfitted them with weapons. Having completed these tasks, Chen Ming decided to take a break. Meanwhile, the night in Qian City was buzzing with activity as most people gathered at the circular arena. The atmosphere was electric, with voices rising in excitement. Bokdo lounged on a high platform, while a man named Beckett hosted the arena events in front of him. Beckett announced, "Welcome everyone to the arena. Today's matches promise to be thrilling, so place your bets. Winners will be rewarded with a wealth of resource points." His voice stirred the crowd into a frenzy, making them feel like winners themselves. Now for the first match, a free-for-all. Out of 50 contestants, only 10 will emerge victorious. Survivors live, losers die. As soon as Beckett finished speaking, a gate opened, releasing 50 participants who eyed each other warily. Quickly, the contestants spread out across the arena, where cold weapons were strewn about. Beckett's voice boomed again. "Let the match begin. Do whatever it takes to survive." His words ignited a bloodlust among the participants. Some rushed for weapons, others formed teams, while some engaged in immediate brawls. The chaos thrilled the spectators, who shouted encouragement for their chosen contenders. In under 5 minutes, 10 participants had already met their demise. Those who lost their bets cursed loudly, while the remaining crowd only grew more frenzied in their cheers. The sounds of cheers, clashes, and curses echoed throughout the arena. Bokdo reclined in his seat, a smile on his face as he watched the carnage unfold. As the numbers dwindled, the remaining contestants formed 2 teams, but with 15 still standing, the first match couldn't conclude until 5 more had fallen. As the 2 teams faced off, someone struck first, leading to a cascade of betrayal. One participant turned on another, and soon the arena was filled with stabbing and fighting, until only 9 survivors remained. Beckett, the first match has ended, and there are 9 survivors left. This is exciting news. Where are the cheers? Beckett, the second round is about to begin. Audience, place your bets quickly. Upon hearing this, the audience rapidly placed their bets. Once most of the bets were in, Beckett immediately announced, "The second round starts now." Unlike the first round, The second round was a team battle. With 10 participants, one person would be left out, as there were only 9 remaining. The participants took turns drawing lots, and those who drew the same number formed a team. The drawing was completed quickly, and teams were formed. The confrontation began simultaneously, with pairs of combatants clashing. Armed with weapons, none dared to make the first strike. Beckett, your cheers aren't loud enough. The contestants are lacking the intensity they need to fight. Just as Beckett's voice faded, a thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. Perhaps the audience's cheers ignited a fire within the contestants, or maybe it was the instinct to survive, but soon they began to attack each other. As they exchanged blows, no one was injured at first, but gradually fatigue set in and wounds began to appear. The sight of blood and injuries only fueled the fighters' aggression. After 10 minutes of intense combat, only 3 participants remained. The 3 formed a team with the one who was left out, and they quickly overpowered the other 2. Beckett, the second round is over. Only 2 remain. Let us cheer for our 2 victors. Beckett, the third round begins. It's a final 1v1 duel. The audience placed their bets once more. Some walked away rich, while others lost everything. In the end, the contestant who had been left out, due to being in better physical condition, emerged victorious after a fierce battle. Amidst the cheers and shouts from the crowd, Beckett praised the final winner. Thus, the gladiatorial game concluded, and the audience began to disperse. The system found the events of the arena to be thrilling and recorded everything that happened for Chen Ming. The night passed quickly, and the next day, Chen Ming woke up to find the system playing the video of the arena. He watched while having his meal. After finishing the video, he realized that this city was quiet during the day, but came alive at night. Large-scale gambling and bloodshed stimulated the nerves of every person in the city. The rulers maintained their power through this chaos. Chen Ming, along with 3 women, sat in a car as they set off together. Following the system's guidance, they arrived at an abandoned underground factory. Above the underground factory was a flat area that used to be piled high with garbage. After Chen Ming cleaned it up, he used a tool to dig a little into the ground, and suddenly the ground collapsed. Once it stabilized, Chen Ming approached and saw that the pit was over 4 meters deep, revealing a massive metal plate beneath. What shocked Chen Ming the most was that in the center of the pit, there was a rocket launcher device. From what he knew, launch silos were never isolated. They were always connected to maintenance facilities and could even be part of an entire military base or research facility. The presence of the rocket launcher at the entrance indicated that there was likely something even more significant inside. Chen Ming observed his surroundings and tied a rope, leaving Chen Shui behind while letting Su Jingjing and Su Lan descend. Once the 3 reached the underground area, Chen Ming asked the system for help in cracking the password. Following the code provided by the system, he input it and opened the iron door. The 3 entered, and with a flashlight on his head, Chen Ming felt around the walls until he found the light switch. The basement was enormous, at least the size of 2 football fields, filled with rifles, machine guns, and sniper rifles. Chen Ming spotted a document on a table that outlined the situation in the basement. After reading it, he set it down. The space was too vast, and the items too numerous for Chen Ming to carry away all at once. So, he, along with Su Lan and Su Jingjing, each took a rifle, a machine gun, and a sniper rifle to sell at the trading post. Chapter 50. Back to Moonstone City after an hour of continuous sales. The 3 of them were panting from exhaustion. At that moment, Chen Shui sent a message asking what was taking so long. Chen Ming replied that there were too many items, so it took a bit longer. After making a good profit, Chen Ming decided not to sell anymore and instead searched the basement, telling Su Lan and Su Jingjing that the main focus was to find blueprints. The 3 of them searched the large basement for 40 minutes, and finally, Chen Ming found a blueprint for the rocket launcher, Su Lan found the enhancement blueprint, and Su Jingjing found the transformation blueprint. After searching for a while longer without finding any more blueprints, they prepared to leave. The 3 of them climbed back up to the surface one after another at the location of the big pit. Once they were all back in the car, Chen Ming drove away. He felt that the big pit would soon be discovered by others, and the weapons inside would surely cause a frenzy. Chen Ming used the tunnel from yesterday to head back to Moonstone City. After driving for an hour, they arrived back in the city. As soon as Chen Ming emerged from the tunnel, he saw several patrol teams on duty. He found a spot to park the car, and the 4 of them got out together. As soon as they got out, Su Lan remarked that it had been a long time since she had walked around. Su Jingjing was indifferent, while Chen Shui stood guard with her weapon ready. The 4 of them strolled around and soon found a restaurant. Chen Ming asked the 3 women if they wanted to eat, and they expressed interest in trying some local cuisine. They quickly located a small restaurant and went inside, choosing a table to sit down. As soon as they sat down, a waiter approached and asked, "What would you like to order?" He handed the menu to Chen Ming. Chen Ming passed the menu to the three women so they could look it over. They quickly made their selections, and then Su Jingjing handed the menu back to Chen Ming. He casually ordered 2 dishes and returned the menu to the waiter. The waiter replied, "Please settle the bill first." Chen Ming asked, "How much?" The waiter responded, 500 points. It was a bit pricey, but Chen Ming paid nonetheless. Once the waiter received the points, he immediately took the order to the kitchen. This restaurant served Western cuisine, and the portions were small. But the group was only looking to sample the food rather than have a full meal. As they chatted, they also observed the restaurant. Chen Ming noticed that there were only 15 tables in the place, and aside from their group of 4, there was only one other table occupied at a distance. It might have been due to the time not being a peak dining hour, or perhaps because the restaurant was a bit expensive. As they chatted, the food gradually arrived. They ate and talked, and the food turned out to be quite good. Chen Ming mentioned that they could come back to this city more often in the future. The meal lasted about 20 minutes before they finished eating and left to continue their stroll. Before long, they found themselves in front of a quiet bar. Chen Ming asked the women if they wanted to go inside, and Su Lan eagerly agreed, saying she felt like she was suffocating in the room all day. Chen Ming looked at the other two, and seeing no objections, he said, "Let's go in." The bar had only 10 tables, and in the center, a woman was singing. Chen Ming found a corner table to sit at, and when the waiter approached, he casually ordered a few bottles of alcohol and paid. The group quietly enjoyed their drinks while listening to the woman sing, relaxing their tense bodies. However, the pleasant atmosphere was soon shattered by a drunken man who charged toward the stage, wanting the singer to drink with him. Just as he reached the base of the stage, he was stopped by security. The man, still holding his bottle, started causing a scene, and security promptly drew their weapon and shot him. The patrons of the bar seemed unfazed, continuing to drink as if nothing had happened. The man's body was dragged away, but the woman's singing persisted. Before long, another woman approached and sat down, ready to chat with Chen Ming, who did not refuse. "Katrina, is this handsome guy your first time here? You look a bit out of place." Chen Ming poured her a glass of beer and replied, "I thought this place looked nice from outside, so I came in." "Katrina, is beer all you're going to buy me? You don't look like a cheapskate." "Chen Ming, I don't really like drinking much, so I just ordered a few bottles of beer." "Katrina, I see. How about treating me to a good drink then?" "Chen Ming, we don't know each other well yet. It feels a bit too forward to buy someone a drink on the first meeting." "Katrina, if you buy me a drink, I might have some information you want to know." "Chen Ming, all right." Su Lan observed the increasingly flirtatious exchange and wondered to herself, does he really like this kind of vibe? But I don't think I could pull it off. Chen Ming called over the waiter and spent 1,000 points to buy a bottle of red wine. Seeing Chen Ming's generosity, Katrina felt like she had struck gold with a wealthy and charming man. "Katrina, what is your name, handsome? What do you want to know?" "Chen Ming, Chen Ming. What about you, beautiful? As for information, could you tell us about this bar? Why are there so few people here? And what has been happening in the city lately?" "Katrina, Katrina. On the surface, I'm just a saleswoman here, but actually, this bar is an intelligence hub. I'm one of the information brokers. The owner stays out of sight, and most of the intel is traded by us saleswomen. People who come here are usually looking to buy information." "Katrina, the city experienced a sudden upheaval the night before last, with different factions exchanging gunfire. One of the weaker factions was absorbed by the others. Some factions are busy consolidating their hard-won victories, while the protection fees for our stores have gone up again. We're managing a bit better with slightly higher income, but I wonder how other shops will hold out." Su Lan, Su Jingjing, and Chen Shui were left speechless. Is a few senses really worth 1,000? That seems a bit steep. Chen Ming remained silent, and Katina realized she needed to provide some solid information, or there might not be next time. Looking around, Katina lowered her voice and said, "The night after tomorrow, 2 factions are planning to launch another raid to take out the strongest power in the city." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming raised an eyebrow, and Katina noticed his reaction, knowing she had his attention. "Is that for real?" Chen Ming asked. "Absolutely," Katina confirmed. This piece of information was invaluable to Chen Ming, so he directly inquired, "Are you involved in the arms trade?" Katina was startled at the mention of arms. She had initially intended to sell some liquor and intelligence, but it seemed she was now dealing with an arms dealer. "Do you deal in it?" Chen Ming pressed. Katina hesitated, sensing she might have lost a significant opportunity. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "I'll check with my boss." Chapter 51. Intelligence and Arms Trade. Chen Ming picked up a cup and poured some red wine, gesturing for Katina to drink. Katina took the wine and downed it in one gulp before turning and walking deeper into the bar. "Salon, bro, what's going on? Why did she drink and just leave?" Chen Ming, "Some things are better left unsaid." Salon, "But I still don't understand why she just turned and walked away." Chen Ming, "Size, it's complicated." Chen Ming, "She's gone to consult her boss. Now we just need to wait." After 10 minutes, just as Chen Ming was preparing to leave without any news, Katina's voice came through. "Katina, hey there. Are you in such a hurry?" Chen Ming turned to see Katina and sensed that something was brewing. "Chen Ming, let us find a place to talk in detail." "Katina, follow me, just you." Hearing this, Chen Ming turned to the three women and said, "Are you waiting for me here or heading back?" Chen Shui, "We'll wait here. The situation outside might not be better than here." Salon and Su Jingjing didn't object. Chen Ming nodded and followed Katina into the bar. Once inside, Chen Ming observed that the interior was roughly divided into 3 areas: the boss's office, a temporary break room for employees, and a small storage room for drinks and food. They headed straight to the boss's office, where Katina gestured for Chen Ming to sit down before taking the seat behind the boss's desk herself. Seeing Katina in the boss's chair, Chen Ming asked, "Don't tell me you're the boss." "Katina, I wish I were, but unfortunately I'm not." After sitting down, Katina took out a walkie-talkie that resembled a large old-school device and handed it to Chen Ming. Chen Ming took the walkie-talkie, unsure how to use it. "Katina, this is a one-to-one walkie-talkie. If one breaks, the other becomes useless." Chen Ming nodded, understanding, and waited for a response from the other side. At that moment, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. "Sir, are you interested in doing arms business?" Chen Ming, "Yes, I've come across some incredible intelligence. It would be a shame not to make a big score. What is your capability?" Chen Ming, "I'm looking to start by selling 100 rifles, 50 machine guns, and 10,000 rounds of ammunition to test the waters." Upon hearing Chen Ming's words, the other party began to think, and after a moment, a voice came through. "What percentage can we expect?" Chen Ming, "That depends on what kind of buyers you can provide. The wealthier and more demanding the buyers, the more you'll earn." "Got it. Prepare the goods by tomorrow morning, and I'll have Katina guide you. Since this is our first collaboration, we'll take a 10 cut." Chen Ming, "Since the boss is so sincere, I'll give you a 30 cut." "Thank you. Here's to a successful first collaboration." Chen Ming, "Cheers to our partnership. May the deal be a success." After their exchange, Chen Ming turned to leave. Katina spoke up, "Aren't you going to stay and keep me company for a while?" Chen Ming shivered slightly at the sight of Katina, who was on the verge of overflowing with emotions. "No, I have strict rules at home." With that, he exited the office. Watching him leave, Katina smiled faintly, thinking to herself that he was quite an interesting guy. Chen Ming stepped out of the bar and signaled the 3 to leave. They quickly followed him, and after a bit more wandering around the street, they returned to the car. Once back in the vehicle, Chen Ming began manufacturing rifle and machine gun ammunition while utilizing 3 blueprints. First, he crafted a rocket launcher and installed it on the car. Xiao AI noted that she felt stronger now. Next was the enhancement blueprint, a special design that could create a device capable of producing enhancement stones for anything Chen Ming wished to upgrade. Excited, he immediately purchased enough materials to build the enhancement machine and made 20 units in one go, enhancing the car. After the car was reinforced, he upgraded the vehicle-mounted machine guns, sniper rifles, rocket launchers, tank armor, and energy shields. Everything that was enhanced displayed a notification of Enhancement 1. He then reinforced the water collector, which, while previously functional, was too slow. The new upgrade boosted its efficiency 5-fold. Chen Ming decided against enhancing anything else that wasn't necessary. He also upgraded the energy armor for the 4 of them, and finally, he enhanced Chen Shui's sniper rifle, allowing it to achieve the performance of a Barrett without increased recoil. The last blueprint was a transformation design that could change the car's shape. Chen Ming quickly purchased the materials and applied it to Xiao AI. "Xiao AI, I feel like I can transform into anything." Chen Ming worked tirelessly to complete the items for the transaction. At this point, he had less than 20,000 in points left, having gone from millionaire to just 20,000 in only 4 hours. To avoid the hassle of moving items around during transactions, he asked Xiao AI if they could directly access the warehouse from the trunk. She confirmed that it was entirely possible. After waiting for the weapons to be completed, Chen Ming tidied up and then went to bed. Moonstone City lacked the gladiatorial arenas found in Crimson Flame City, making it relatively quiet. At night, the only entertainment available was the bar, which was less violent. Some people were active during the day, while others partied all night. Chen Ming preferred a healthier lifestyle and avoided staying up late whenever possible. Time always seemed to fly by faster at night. The next morning, Chen Ming woke up early, quickly washed up, had breakfast, and then woke up the three women. He left the room first and drove off. Soon, he arrived at the bar. After getting out of the car, he entered the bar where Katina had been waiting for him at the bar counter. Katina greeted Chen Ming, who casually responded. Chen Ming, can you take me to the deal point now? Katina looked at him with a hint of disappointment. Are you that eager? Don't you care about me at all? Chen Ming thought to himself that women could be so troublesome, but he still replied in a perfunctory manner. So, did you sleep well last night? Katina, not all. I was thinking of you all night. Chen Ming, feeling overwhelmed but still very straightforward, said, well, if you were thinking about me that much, you might need to see a doctor. Katina was internally frustrated. How could someone be so blunt? And how could someone so blunt have three women? She decided not to dwell on it and said, let's go. I'll take you to the deal point. With that, they both exited the bar. Chen Ming got into the car and Katina followed. As she looked at Chen Ming's car, which appeared ordinary on the outside, but was luxurious on the inside, she had a new appreciation for his capabilities. The air inside the car was pleasant, and it maintained good circulation without needing to open the windows. Chen Ming started the car and drove towards the deal point, following Katina's directions. After a 20-minute drive, they stopped in front of an abandoned waste treatment plant. Katina got out of the car and entered the facility, and shortly after, a man followed her out. Chapter 52. Successful deal and fun in Crimson Flame City. Chen Ming turned the vehicle around and quickly entered the room to purchase wooden crates for storing weapons and ammunition. The robotic arm loaded the crates at an impressive speed, and soon everything was ready. After exiting the room, Chen Ming opened the trunk of the car and connected with Xiao AI, who facilitated the transfer of the weapon-filled crates to the ground. He signaled to his counterpart to inspect the goods. Demon looked at Chen Ming without saying a word, walked over to one of the crates, casually opened it, and pulled out a rifle. Chen Ming handed him a magazine to test the gun. Demon took the magazine, loaded it, and aimed at the wall to fire. After emptying the magazine, Demon was quite satisfied and directly asked, how much for the whole package? Chen Ming replied, 350,000. Demon responded, okay, that's a reasonable price. He promptly made the payment, and Chen Ming took the currency card, then inquired with the system, is this real money or fake? The system responded, real money. Chen Ming extended his hand towards Demon and said, pleasure doing business with you. Demon shook Chen Ming's hand, replying, pleasure doing business with you. After releasing their grip, Demon called over his team to move the goods. Chen Ming waited quietly for a moment before turning to leave. Katina followed closely behind him. Chen Ming drove to the bar, dropped off Katina, and then left. He wasn't planning to stick around the city for the results. According to Katina's intel, a surprise attack was originally scheduled for tomorrow night, but with this new batch of weapons, it was likely to happen tonight. People who gain power and are driven by greed wouldn't wait another night. By tomorrow morning, he would know the outcome. Having thought this through, Chen Ming drove into the tunnel, preparing to have some fun in Crimson Flame City. After a quick 40-minute drive, he arrived in Crimson Flame City. At that moment, Huang Kai sent a message. Huang Kai, where are you? Chen Ming, I'm in Crimson Flame City. What's up? Huang Kai, is it safe? If it is, I'm coming to find you. Chen Ming, Crimson Flame City is fine. You can come, but don't go to Moonstone City tonight. There's likely to be unrest there. Chen Ming, weren't you doing well at the camp? What made you think of coming to find me? Huang Kai, disasters are happening more frequently now, and the airdrops have stopped. If we want to keep progressing, we need to leave. Upon reading Huang Kai's message, Chen Ming felt that the game system was likely unhappy with some players slacking off, prompting it to push everyone to get more involved. With the news of Huang Kai's impending arrival, an idea suddenly struck Chen Ming. What if their convoy launched a surprise attack on Moonstone City? They could potentially seize control of the city and manage both players and the local residents. If that worked out, they could gain a city, a safe haven, and a group of supporters. Chen Ming, don't leave the camp just yet. Let's set off for Moonstone City tomorrow morning and meet there. Huang Kai, okay. While chatting with Huang Kai, Chen Ming got off the vehicle with three women to explore the city. There were relatively few people in Qian City, and the economy seemed rather bleak. Most locals were engrossed in the gladiatorial matches. Chen Ming and the three women strolled around, trying to get a feel for the city. They found themselves in the eastern part of the city, which was considered one of the more bustling areas of Qian City. There were a few small bars, about 20 small shops, and some weapon and equipment stores. The city had limited entertainment options, perhaps due to the popularity of the gladiatorial arena. Or maybe it was because the locals didn't show much interest in other forms of entertainment. It could also be a result of the game's design. The four of them entered a shop filled with various mechanical goods, such as mechanical gloves, armor, and handguns. Chen Ming wasn't particularly interested in these products. He found blueprints far more intriguing. The women browsed around the shop, and one of them picked out an item, which Chen Ming paid for before they left. Once outside, Su Jingjing suggested trying the local cuisine. No one objected, so they began searching for a restaurant. After about 20 minutes of walking, they spotted a seemingly ordinary eatery. The four of them felt it looked decent enough and decided to go in. Upon entering, they realized it was a cafeteria. Chen Ming hadn't eaten in a cafeteria for quite some time, so he was curious to try the food in this game world. The place was bustling with people, and they quickly got in line. Soon enough, they reached the front, and each ordered different dishes to share. Chen Ming noticed that in the restaurants, shops, and bars they had visited over the past couple of days, there were hardly any disturbances or troublemakers. Perhaps it was due to security, or maybe for other reasons. Or it could simply be that the game design prevented harassment of players. He wasn't quite sure. They finished their meal quickly and continued to wander around. At that point, Chan Shui expressed that she no longer wanted to roam and was ready to head back. Chen Ming immediately asked the other two if they wanted to return as well. Su Lan and Su Jingjing agreed, so Chen Ming led them back to the vehicle. Chen Ming planned to check out the gladiatorial matches to gather some information. However, since they hadn't started yet, he decided to find a bar to unwind. He casually picked a bar that appeared to be quite lively. The bar had about 50 tables outside, and by the time Chen Ming entered, it was nearly full. Looking around at the crowded bar, he wasn't sure where to sit. After scanning the room, he noticed a table with a lone woman. He walked straight over and asked her, "Excuse me, may I sit here?" The woman glanced at Chen Ming and coldly said, "Whatever." Chen Ming replied, "Thank you." He called over the waiter, casually ordered a few bottles of beer, and then ordered a bottle of red wine for the woman in front of him. The waiter took the money and turned to fetch the drinks. The woman shot Chen Ming a sidelong glance, thinking that he was just like the others who came over to flirt with her, but at least he was generous, unaware of the woman's thoughts. Chen Ming simply felt it was polite to acknowledge her since they were occupying the same space. After about 2 minutes, the waiter brought the drinks over. Chen Ming started drinking on his own, his eyes wandering around the venue. Some people were gambling, others were showing off their strength, and some were playing shooting games, with gambling being the most prevalent. Chen Ming sensed that the people in this city had a strong gambling nature, likely due to the environment. After a couple of drinks, Chen Ming made his way to a gambling table, where he was surprised to see people playing Dodiju, a popular card game. However, he wasn't interested in gambling, so he moved on to the shooting game. 5 people were taking turns with a revolver, betting on 2 bullets. The rules were simple. Each person could take 1 or 2 shots in their turn, testing their luck and courage. The first player picked up the handgun and fired. Click! His shot missed, and he passed the gun to the next player. The second player had terrible luck, shooting himself directly and collapsing to the ground. The third player picked up the gun from the fallen second player and fired. Click! He was safe. He handed the gun to the fourth player, whose hand trembled slightly as he took it. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground as well. The 3 remaining players exchanged glances. Chen Ming immediately realized that they were cheating, so he asked the system, "How are they cheating? It should be easy to spot." The system replied, "The bullets were loaded by the waiter, who is in cahoots with them, so the others can't win." Upon hearing the system's explanation, Chen Ming suddenly understood. Chapter 53, Unexpected Surprises. And watching the arena, one person began asking those around if anyone wanted to participate, while another claimed that the bullets would be loaded by the staff to ensure absolute fairness. Chen Ming shook his head and walked away, heading toward the table where they were competing in strength. Just then, a loud voice rang out, "This is a city with natives, huh? Doesn't look impressive at all." A man swaggered in with a few lackeys, strutting into the bar like he owned the place. He pushed aside the people sitting at a table, and though they initially looked ready to confront him, they quickly backed off when they saw him pull out a gun. As soon as he sat down, he called the waiter over. "Waiter, hello, what can I get you?" The leader replied, "Whatever's expensive, just bring that." "Waiter, may I ask what kind of drink you would like?" "Man, are you deaf? I said whatever's pricey, just bring that. His actions drew the attention of everyone in the bar, making him feel a little uneasy under their stares. He turned to the others and said, "What are you looking at? Got a problem? I'll give you a round if you keep staring." The man's arrogant tone didn't provoke any of the locals into action, which puzzled Chen Ming. He couldn't understand why the natives didn't retaliate. Was it only when they felt attacked or threatened that they would fight back? Chen Ming thought it might be interesting to see how to trigger a response from the natives, so he stood quietly to the side, waiting. Seeing that the group hadn't ordered any drinks, the waiter turned to leave. Feeling ignored, the arrogant group started cursing loudly, but the surrounding patrons remained indifferent. As they continued to rant, Chen Ming casually grabbed a glass and threw it at the leader, then quickly squeezed into the crowd. The glass shattered against the man's head, blood immediately beginning to flow as he half-knelt on the ground, clutching his head. His lackeys pulled out their guns, shouting at everyone to find out who did it. After about 2 minutes, the leader regained his composure and stood up, demanding, "Who did that? Step forward, or I want to let this go." He scanned the crowd, but when no one confessed, he raised his gun, ready to randomly shoot someone for answers. Just then, another glass bottle flew through the air. This time, he was on guard and dodged it, but the action only fueled his rage. He pulled out his gun and fired. Bang! A hapless victim dropped dead on the spot. Chaos erupted in the bar. Some pulled out their guns to fight back, while others scrambled to escape, and a few hid under tables to observe the situation. Chen Ming pretended to be scared and ducked for cover, all the while assessing the bar's strength. At that moment, the bar's security made their presence known. Over 20 guards armed with rifles stormed in, opening fire on the group. Within 5 seconds, the arrogant men were reduced to a bloody mess. Chen Ming saw the bar security dispatch 20 people to deal with a few troublemakers, which gave him a glimpse of the bar's strength. He also realized that as long as there were fatalities, local security would come to clear the scene. While the bar staff were busy collecting items, he discovered a blueprint. It was hard to see from a distance, but he had a father. Chen Ming asked, "Dad, what is this blueprint?" The system replied, "Level 6 vehicle blueprint." Hearing this made Chen Ming's eyes light up. He couldn't believe that these small troublemakers actually had a level 6 vehicle blueprint. He immediately approached the bar staff to see if he could buy it. "Chen Ming, can I buy this blueprint from you?" The waiter recognized Chen Ming and replied, "If the customer likes it, we can give it to you. This is useless to us." Chen Ming expressed his gratitude and accepted the blueprint with joy. He was so happy to receive the blueprint that he spent 50,000 points to buy drinks for everyone in the bar. The crowd cheered and thanked Chen Ming for his generosity. After obtaining the blueprint, Chen Ming quickly left the bar and returned to his car. It was a bit of distance, and it took him about 10 minutes to get back. Seeing Chen Ming rush back, Chen Shui asked him, "Why are you back so early? I thought you would be out late." Chen Ming explained, "I was supposed to stay out late, but a few troublemakers caused a scene at the bar and got taken out by the locals. I ended up with a level 6 vehicle blueprint, so I rushed back to upgrade my vehicle." After explaining, Chen Ming purchased materials to upgrade his vehicle, which would take 10 hours. Not wanting to wait that long, he left the car again to head to the arena. He asked the locals for directions and made his way to the arena. After about 25 minutes of walking, Chen Ming found the arena. Just as he was about to enter, he noticed a ticket booth nearby and walked over to buy a ticket. The ticket seller gave him a ticket for 50 points. Chen Ming entered the arena with his ticket. He was one of the first to arrive, so he didn't have to wait in line. Given the city's enthusiasm for the arena, he anticipated that a large number of locals would soon come to buy tickets. Once inside, Chen Ming noticed several areas, one for food, another for information exchange, and a betting point. He went to the betting area, where the staff provided him with several betting forms, clearly stating that one form was needed for each match. Chen Ming wasn't very interested in betting. He was just there to observe and get a sense of what the arena was like. After leaving the betting area, he walked to the food stall, bought some snacks, and then headed to the information exchange point to listen to what others were discussing. After quietly listening for a few minutes, he moved on. Although he had hoped to gather useful information, it turned out everyone was just talking about betting. Chen Ming then found a random seat in the audience area and sat down. After waiting for about 30 minutes, spectators began to arrive one after another to watch the match. Chen Ming initially felt the atmosphere was quite sparse, but now he felt surrounded by a crowd of burly men, especially with a few loud voices around him. Their shouts were almost deafening. When a stand were filled with people, Bokido sat high up, observing the match. Chen Ming took a good look at Bokido. He had the classic foreigner look, with a rugged face and a massive physique. Then Beckett stepped out to host the event. "Beckett, Welcome everyone to the arena. Today's matches are going to be thrilling. So get your bets in. If you win, you can earn a lot of resource points. Audience, where are your cheers? The crowd responded with enthusiastic shouts. Beckett, the first match is about to begin, and you can start placing your bets now. As soon as Beckett finished speaking, the attendees began to converse and place their bets. 5 minutes later, the betting was closed. Beckett, betting is now closed. The first match is starting. Just as Beckett finished speaking, a gate swung open, releasing 100 contestants into the arena. The participants eyed each other warily. From the moment they entered, everyone was an enemy. Beckett, the rules for the first match are simple. 100 will compete to become the last 50 standing. Survive by any means necessary. Chapter 54. Journey to Moonstone City. In the auction, after Beckett finished speaking, he exited the arena, and the 100 contestants began to clash fiercely. This time, with 100 fighters, the scene was even more intense, and the audience's roars grew louder. Chen Ming quietly observed the chaos below, then plugged his ears with earplugs, feeling as if his eardrums might burst. After 20 minutes of brutal fighting, the ground was littered with bodies, and Beckett stepped forward to count, discovering that only 50 contestants remained. Beckett, the first round is over, and the second round is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please place your bets. The spectators quickly began betting on the second round, and once Beckett felt enough bets had been placed, he announced, "Let the second round begin." Beckett, the rules for the second round. 50 contestants will compete to reduce to 10. Let the battle commence. As the second round began, cold weapons were dropped into the arena. The 50 contestants rushed toward the weapons as soon as they were released. The quicker ones grabbed weapons first and immediately attacked those nearby, while the slower ones got caught in the chaos. The last few managed to sneak in and grab weapons while the others were preoccupied with fighting. The audience cheered loudly for the contestants, but Chen Ming found it boring and decided to leave before the round concluded. He exited the arena and returned to his car. Sulan, hey, you're back. Chen Ming, yeah, the arena was quite dull. Chen Ming, you should get to bed early. We need to wake up early tomorrow. Sulan, okay. A night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Chen Ming woke up. As usual, he washed up, had breakfast, and drove to Moonstone City. He thought that the unrest in Moonstone City should have settled down by now. After a wild 40-minute drive, he arrived at the city, according to the system's prompt. He reached Moonstone City, but didn't exit immediately. Instead, he checked for any dangers. System, no danger detected. After confirming the situation, Chen Ming emerged from the tunnel. The patrol teams had increased in size, but they seemed to recognize Chen Ming and did not attack his vehicle. He wandered around the city and noticed that one faction seemed to dominate the area. Looks like that demon fellow is quite powerful, Chen Ming thought to himself. He headed to the bar that sold information, and after a 20-minute drive, he arrived. Upon entering, he found the place empty, so he walked straight to the back to check, but still found no one. Confused by the situation, he had no choice but to leave. Back in his car, Chen Ming decided to explore other areas. While passing by a shop, he overheard a discussion about the slave trade. Suddenly, he thought that the people from the bar might have been captured, so he decided to investigate further. Chen Ming parked his car, bought a few items, and pretended to show interest in slaves as he struck up a conversation with a few individuals. After sending out a few cans, I managed to gather some information about the location and quickly got into the car heading toward the auction house. Chen Ming hoped that Katina was still alive as he thought about the intelligence he needed. The auction house was a temporary setup specifically for selling slaves, conveniently located near the center. It didn't take long for Chen Ming to arrive. When he got there, the auction was about to start. Chen Ming found the ticket booth, bought a ticket, and casually took a seat. As the crowd gathered, the auctioneer announced the beginning of the event. A man stepped forward to host the auction. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our auction. I hope you all find satisfactory items today. If you don't, no worries. There will be more opportunities in the future. Now, without further ado, let us start with the first item. The opening bid for the first item is 1,000 points, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 100. Please place your bids. As soon as he finished speaking, someone shouted 1,200. Then it went to 1,500 and 2,000. The prices kept climbing higher. Chen Ming felt his points were limited, so he signaled the 3 women to transfer him some money. Together, they sent him 500,000 points, which gave Chen Ming a bit of confidence. While he was waiting for the transfers, the first item was sold for 30,000 points. The second item soon came up, a stunningly beautiful woman. Before the auctioneer could say anything, someone shouted a bid of 20,000. A fierce bidding war ensued, but Chen Ming wasn't interested in any of this. He just hoped that Katina was either on the auction block or hiding somewhere else. He preferred the latter. As he contemplated, the second item was finally sold for 50,000 points. Quickly, the third, fourth, and fifth items came up, one after another, with bids escalating and items selling. Chen Ming felt a growing sense of anxiety as he waited, hoping that Katina wasn't among them. Just when he thought Katina might not be for sale, the 12th item was brought up, and there she was. The auctioneer announced, "The 12th item is now up for bidding. Please place your bids." 20,000, Chen Ming said. As soon as he finished, someone raised the bid to 40,000. 60,000, Chen Ming called out. The other bidder raised it again to 100,000. Chen Ming realized this was a shill, but he needed Katina's intelligence-gathering skills and felt compelled to keep bidding. Final bid, 120,000. "Is there any higher?" he declared. Seeing Chen Ming's determination, the other bidder backed off. The auctioneer, sensing that 120,000 was a fair price, called it sold. Although Chen Ming felt a sting in his wallet, buying Katina for 120,000 points seemed worth it. Chen Ming didn't wait for the auction of other items to finish. He went straight to the back to pay. There, he saw Katina in a cage. "Didn't you hide last night? How did you end up here?" Chen Ming asked Katina with a blank expression. Katina replied, "There was chaos all over the city last night, with gunfire everywhere. The weapons you sold have greatly strengthened Demon, allowing him to take down the other factions in one fell swoop. Now he has the sole power. And our bar, because we sell information and weapons to him, has become a perceived threat in his eyes, which is why he shut us down." Chen Ming said, "Let's get out of here first. We can deal with the rest later." "Okay," Katina responded. Chen Ming led her back to the car. At this point, Katina's clothes were all torn and tattered, so Chen Ming asked Su Jingjing to get a few nice outfits for her to change into. After she changed, Chen Ming spoke again. "Based on what you just said, we're in a precarious situation. After all, as an arms dealer with a large stockpile of weapons, I definitely pose a threat to his rule, which is something any power-hungry individual would want to avoid." Katina agreed. "You're right, but Demon isn't a fool. He's very cautious and won't act against you easily until he fully understands your capabilities." Hearing this, Chen Ming began to think. He realized that it would be difficult for him to take on Demon alone, but it wasn't a big issue. His teammates were on their way, and they could regroup and devise a new plan when they arrived. Chapter 55. Arrival at Yellow Sand Town and the start of the instance. Chen Ming asked Huang Kai in the convoy channel how long it would take for them to arrive. Huang Kai replied that the road was difficult, and it would take at least a few days to get there. Seeing Huang Kai's response, Chen Ming fell into deep thought. While he could wait for the convoy, he could also take this opportunity to assess Diamond's current strength. Turning to Katina, Chen Ming asked, "What do you know about Diamond?" "Tell me everything," Katina replied. "Diamond currently has at least 3,000 followers, most of whom are armed with submachine guns and individual rocket launchers. Most importantly, he has a tank. That's his trump card." With this information, Chen Ming finally understood why Diamond had become the dictator of the city. He had a tank. "Is that all you know? I don't want you to hide anything from me," he pressed. Katina responded, "That's all I know for now. I was captured, so I don't have any further information. A few of us who were selling intel got caught. Only the boss managed to escape. Dealing with a tank is going to be tough," Chen Ming thought to himself. However, he was now more cautious about the game world. The past few days had been unusually comfortable, which was unusual given the game's tendencies. It likely meant something big was on the horizon. After pondering for a while without any clear answers, he decided to leave the city. Chen Ming drove toward another city, still taking the tunnel route, but along a different line. This road was heavily damaged, narrow, and full of potholes. Unaccustomed to this kind of driving, he let his AI assistant, Xiao AI, take over. After 2 hours of slow progress, they finally emerged from the tunnel. Chen Ming saw a landscape covered in yellow sand, with gusts of wind swirling the sand around. He noticed that the surrounding walls and road surfaces were cracked and dry. He asked the system, "What city is this?" The system replied, "Yellow Sand Town." "Yellow Sand Town? Isn't it called Yellow Sand City?" Chen Ming queried. "This city is very small. It only qualifies as a town." The system clarified. As he drove into the town, he was met with desolation everywhere. "Are there any players or natives here?" he inquired. The system responded, only natives. There are currently no players. After driving for another 2 minutes, a group of punks on motorcycles suddenly opened fire on him. Not one to let them off easy. Chen Ming immediately activated the vehicle-mounted machine gun and eliminated the punks in seconds. Confused, he wondered if the natives here attacked players on sight. Just then, the game system announced, Yellow Sand Town instance triggered. Survive in the town for 30 minutes to gain the recognition of the Yellow Sand Town residents. Upon seeing this message, Chen Ming realized that this town was not as simple as it seemed. He activated the camouflage feature, but shortly after doing so, he noticed something. Chen Ming immediately realized he had been targeted. Even with his disguise, he was still found. Knowing that the disguise function was no longer effective, he began to dart around the small town. From time to time, groups of locals would emerge to attack him. However, his vehicle had high defense, and ordinary weapons were ineffective against it. Chen Ming didn't stop to sulk just because of his car's strong defense. Instead, he continued to weave around the town. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and Chen Ming felt that the locals had stopped pursuing him. However, he sensed that things were not that simple. Suddenly, the sound of machine gun fire erupted, hitting his car. Chen Ming observed that the weapons had been upgraded and called for Chen Shue's assistance. Chen Ming operated the machine gun while Chen Shue took charge of the sniper rifle, allowing their AI companion, Xiao AI, to drive automatically. Suddenly, a group of Xiaomate riders on motorcycles charged at him, and the first one collided with the car, causing an explosion. The system informed Chen Ming that these riders were strapped with explosives, planning to take him down with them. Chen Ming immediately opened fire on these kamikaze attackers to prevent them from getting close to the vehicle. Another group appeared, armed with grenades. Chen Ming instructed Chen Shue to abandon the sniper rifle and switch to the rocket launcher. Just as Chen Shue was about to operate the rocket launcher, she realized there were no shells. Chen Shue exclaimed, "How can I use it without any shells?" Chen Ming facepalmed, remembering that he had forgotten to produce ammunition after equipping the launcher last time. He quickly told Chen Shue to operate the sniper rifle for now and asked Su Lan to start producing shells. With Chen Ming providing covering fire with a machine gun and Chen Shue picking off enemies with precision shots, they worked well together. After holding out for 20 minutes, Su Lan informed Chen Ming that the quantity of shells for the rocket launcher was limited. Only 3 batches had been produced, so they needed to use them sparingly. Chen Ming immediately rushed into a building, had Xiao AI connect, and installed the ammunition. Once the shells were ready, he instructed Chen Shue to operate the launcher. At that moment, a shell struck the car, and Xiao AI reported a 3 durability loss. Chen Ming quickly asked the system to check where the shell had come from. The system responded, their SA rocket launcher 500 meters away, firing once every 20 seconds. Remember to calculate the timing to avoid it. With the weapons upgraded, Chen Ming felt it was imperative to destroy the rocket launcher. Otherwise, enduring a shell every 20 seconds would be unbearable. Chen Ming said, "Big brother, guide me. I'm going to destroy that launcher." The system replied, "Understood, proceed straight for 100 meters, then turn left." Following the system's directions, Chen Ming advanced. And upon reaching the 100-meter mark, the system prompted him again. Advance 50 meters down the middle path, then turn right. In just a few moments, he reached the right turn. Proceed 300 meters to reach the ideal location to destroy the launcher. Xiao AI moved forward for 300 meters, and Chen Ming spotted a device placed in an open area. As soon as Chen Shue saw the device, she fired a shell. The shell exploded upon contact with the device. Chen Ming waited quietly and, upon seeing the device destroyed, immediately turned to leave. A large group of people followed in cars, chasing after Chen Ming. Glancing in the rearview mirror, Chen Ming felt as if he had stirred up a hornet's nest. Gunfire rained down, bullets hitting Chen Ming's car, prompting him to retaliate. The bullets only left shallow marks on Chen Ming's vehicle, while the native vehicles had even lower defensive capabilities. The bullets from Chen Ming's mounted machine gun pierced through their cars directly. He obliterated several vehicles in the front row, while the cars behind surged past the wrecked ones in pursuit of him. Suddenly, a shell struck Chen Ming's car again, causing a 6 drop in durability. Xiao AI let out a cry of pain, and Chen Ming looked back in confusion before asking the system to check the situation again. The system responded, "The second rocket launcher device has refreshed, and the shell's power has increased." Realizing that the device would refresh, Chen Ming had no choice but to head back to its location. Upon arrival, he found that there was no device there, so he asked the system if the location had changed. The system replied, Yes. Then it provided Chen Ming with directions to find the new device. Following the system's instructions, Chen Ming accelerated and managed to shake off some of the pursuing natives while heading toward the location of the second device. Chapter 56. The natives in Huangsha town. Upon reaching the second rocket launcher, Chen Ming found himself surrounded. A circle of natives closed in, ready to attack him. Chen Ming exclaimed, "Dad, why do I feel like I've been set up?" The system replied, "You are my good son. How can I set you up?" Chen Ming instructed Chen Shui to destroy the device while he opened fire on the approaching natives. Watching the fearless natives charge at him in waves, Chen Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Chen Shui fired a shell that obliterated the device, and Chen Ming told Xia AI to break through at the weakest point of the encirclement. Chen Ming used his machine gun to clear a path for Xia AI. Behind them, the pursuing natives were relentless, their fervor making Chen Ming's blood boil. "Uncle, how much time has passed?" he asked. The system responded, "Just hold on for another 5 minutes. But in these last 5 minutes, multiple rocket launchers will spawn in different locations." Chen Ming cursed under his breath. "What the hell?" The system advised, "I suggest you stay put, activate your energy armor, and take the hits." Chen Ming retorted, "Great suggestion, but don't suggest again next time." Just as Chen Ming hesitated, several shells struck the vehicle, causing a sudden 20 drop in its durability. Seeing the damage, Chen Ming quickly activated his energy armor and darted into an alley, hoping the buildings would shield him from some of the incoming shells. The system chimed in, "Not listening to your dad, huh? Now you're taking hits." As the vehicle entered a narrow alley, only one shell hit it, while the others were blocked by the buildings. Chen Ming noted that this position was advantageous, allowing only one shell to strike him while the others were deflected. He mowed down the enemies on either side with his machine gun. He managed to hold out in this spot for 5 minutes, and then the game system announced, "Congratulations, player. You have completed the challenge and earned the recognition of the people of Huangsha Town." Chen Ming asked, "Uncle, can you provide an update on the situation in Huangsha Town?" The system responded, "Huangsha Town has been occupied by Baikitu. Baikitu is Biquet's brother, originally from Qian City. He fled here after being betrayed by Biquet. If you want to establish a foothold here, you must demonstrate your hatred for Biquet." Chen Ming pondered over these two names. Lost in thought, he instructed Xia AI to continue driving forward and soon received a notification of the camp's location, along with an estimate of around 200 natives in the area. As they approached the camp, a group of armed individuals blocked their path. One of the small leaders stepped forward and addressed Chen Ming. "Halt. Who are you and why are you here?" Chen Ming rolled down the car window and said, "I'm sorry, we just arrived here and didn't know anyone was here. We are a group of people who couldn't survive in Qian City. Initially, we were captured and meant to be thrown into the gladiatorial arena to fight others. A few days ago, there was a riot in Qian City, and we took the opportunity to bribe one of the guards to escape. We stole this vehicle from Qian City and ended up here by accident. Please let us stay. We mean no harm. If you can't allow us to stay, please let us go. Thank you." At that moment, a man wearing a beret approached Chen Ming and sniffed at him. He said, "I believe you. You have the scent of a refugee." The beret-wearing man patted Chen Ming on the shoulder and added, "Come on, my brother. We are also a group of unfortunate people betrayed by Beikit and driven out by Bakhtu. We initially planned to gather information about Qian City, and your arrival has given us a new perspective and a new plan. Let's go to our camp." Chen Ming replied, "I know of a tunnel that leads directly to Qian City." The man turned back to Chen Ming, surprised, and said, "Really? That is quite a pleasant surprise." He then led the way, with Chen Ming following him back to the camp. Upon arriving at the camp, Chen Ming observed the area. It was a wasteland, filled with ruins, and yellow sand covered everything. A few vehicles were parked not far away, looking very worn down. The beret-wearing man said, "Welcome to our camp, my friend. It's quite shabby, so I hope you don't mind." Chen Ming immediately responded, "How could we? Having a place to rest is already wonderful. We wouldn't dare complain." The man replied, "I'm glad you understand." Chen Ming casually parked the car, then called out to Katina, Su Lan, Su Jingjing, and Chen Shui to get out and follow the beret-wearing man inside. He pushed open a dilapidated iron gate, and a black-haired woman wearing a black tank top, with 2 handguns at her waist and a rifle slung over her back, stepped out. The black-haired woman asked, "Who are they, Baikitu?" Baikitu replied, "Oliana. They are also unfortunate people cruelly treated by Bakhtu, having escaped from Qian City. They told me about a tunnel that leads directly to Qian City, and we can use it to catch Bakhtu and Beikit off guard." You're always so quick to trust outsiders. With their spies sent by Bakhtu, Liana retorted. Baikitu insisted, I swear, I've checked them out. They are oppressed civilians, just like us. Liana replied, you were like that before Bakit betrayed you, and you still are. Sooner or later, your foolishness will get you killed. Liana let out a cold snort after speaking and tossed her head, walking towards the interior of the camp. Bakhtu said, I'm sorry. Liana's brother was killed by Bakhtu's men while trying to escape, which is why her hatred for Bakhtu is so intense. Chen Ming replied, I understand. We just escaped too, and I can relate to the feeling of helplessness when a loved one dies right in front of you. Bakhtu responded, I'm glad you understand. I'll arrange a tent for you first, and we can discuss other matters tomorrow. Chen Ming said, but there's only one tent. There are 5 of us. That won't be enough. Bakhtu replied, resources are tight here. You'll have to make do. Besides, I think it's okay for you to sleep together. He gave Chen Ming a knowing look that only men would understand. Chen Ming, unsure of what to say in response to Bakhtu's expression, followed him to the warehouse where they collected basic supplies. Bakhtu then left to handle his own matters, telling Chen Ming and the others that they could set up the tent anywhere in the camp. The group found a corner to set up their tent, which took about 20 minutes. Chen Ming then suggested the 4 women go inside to rest while he wandered around the camp. Chapter 57. Leaving Huangsha town and being pursued by monsters, Chen Ming observed the people in the camp, pretending to be indifferent while actually paying close attention. He noticed that the camp was rather lax. Only a few lookout towers had guards, while others were engaged in their own activities. Chen Ming asked the system, what is the purpose of the Huangsha town instance? Logically, if I eliminate the locals, I should be rejected. Why are the people here accepting us? The system replied, the purpose of the instance is to unlock subsequent tasks. If you don't pass, you won't be able to proceed to the next tasks. The people in the instance are not the same group as those in this camp. I see, Chen Ming thought, realizing that the subsequent task must be helping Baikitu fight back to Qian City. Looking at the relaxed camp, his optimism for Baikitu began to wane. Qian City, at the very least, had strict defenses and was under Bakhtu's dictatorship. This place didn't seem as good as it appeared on the surface. Chen Ming had already sensed several unfriendly gazes directed at him. He felt that these individuals might attempt a power grab, which could lead to Baikitu losing power or even facing death. Chen Ming decided to stay for one night, then point Baikitu toward the tunnel before leaving. He didn't want to get too involved in the camp's troubles. After wandering around and finding nothing surprising, he returned to his tent. He prepared to keep watch, as the camp might not be peaceful at night. Chen Ming casually took a seat close to the tent and opened the chat interface. As he scrolled through various messages, he noticed that players were starting to search for the native stronghold, likely due to the overwhelming disasters. A group of players had joined the more predatory natives and had managed to secure a decent position. These players had established their own camp in the desert, stockpiling a significant amount of food, water, weapons, and a group of women. Some were engaging with raiders, while others were hoarding supplies at their stronghold. This group of players was continuously inviting others to join them in the chat interface, and some players, attracted by their abundant resources and women, were eager to join. One player who had joined the raiders discovered a weaker camp while out searching for other city camps. He was rallying a team in the chat to take down this camp and seize its supplies. Meanwhile, some self-righteous individuals in the chat were strongly condemning their actions, but it had no effect on the raiders. After reading through these messages, Chen Ming felt little emotional turmoil. He simply sensed that the camp they were in was not stable, and a power struggle was likely imminent. Initially, he had considered letting a few women sleep in the tent with him, but sensing that something might happen tonight, he decided to send them back to the vehicle and sleep in the tent alone. Not long after entering the tent, someone came to summon him to Baikitu. After a 5-minute walk, Chen Ming arrived at Baikitu's location. Baikitu, my friend, we are planning to launch a surprise attack on the Crimson Flame City tomorrow night. Can you tell us how to get to the tunnels? Chen Ming, of course. He then had someone bring him paper and a pen, and quickly sketched out a map. After finishing the drawing, he verbally described the locations and informed Baikitu that the tunnels were extensive. To reach Crimson Flame City, they needed to take Line 6. After sharing the details about the tunnels, Chen Ming returned to his tent, feeling that Baikitu was too naive to just divulge such important information about the attack. He sensed that if Baikitu didn't meet his end today, it was likely he would tomorrow. As he left, he could clearly feel the unfriendly gazes directed at him. Chen Ming lay in his tent, unable to sleep, lost in thought. After a while, he came to a realization. It seemed they had summoned him to take the fall. They were entrusting an outsider with such a significant operation. If Baitu were to die, or if the attack failed, they could easily shift the blame onto him, while simultaneously undermining Baitu's authority, making it a rather subtle coup. If a peaceful takeover didn't go as planned, they could resort to a more forceful approach. And if Baitu ended up dead, they could pin that on him too. With this understanding, Chen Ming ceased his thoughts and remained vigilant about the camp. Time passed quickly, and as the night wore on, Chen Ming began to feel drowsy. Just as he was about to drift off, a sudden burst of gunfire jolted him awake. He quickly got out of bed and ran towards the vehicles, noticing the camp was in chaos. People rushed past him, some heading towards the center of the camp. No one paid him any attention, and he swiftly reached his vehicle. Once inside, he grabbed his binoculars to survey the situation. He saw several people exchanging fire and realized a power struggle was underway. Chen Ming decided to drive away. He didn't want to get involved in matters that didn't concern him. A few minutes later, he had left Huangsha town. The night was dark, but he instructed his assistant, Xiao AI, to turn on the lights. After driving for about 2 kilometers, the system suddenly alerted him. You have been surrounded by monsters. Escape the encirclement. Chen Ming, what the hell? After venting his frustration, he urged Xiao AI to accelerate. The monsters were now much faster, and the system warned him of several elite-level monsters and one boss-level monster in pursuit. Chen Ming set Xiao AI to cruise mode while he operated the machine gun to clear a path for them. He fired a burst at the monsters ahead, but there were too many, and they quickly filled the gaps. After stopping, he rushed into the room to wake Chen Shui for assistance. Chen Shui, abruptly awakened and a bit disoriented, instantly became alert upon seeing the monsters. Without asking for details about the situation, she immediately took control of the rocket launcher. The two of them worked in tandem, with one operating the machine gun and the other the rocket launcher, clearing the way for Xiao AI. However, they quickly ran out of ammunition due to the limited number of shells. Chen Ming decided to let Chen Shui take over the machine gun while he had Xiao AI cancel the automatic cruise mode and switch to manual driving. Once the autopilot was off, Chen Ming slammed the accelerator and the vehicle surged forward, crashing into the horde of monsters. The car crushed the bodies beneath it, and soon blood and gore splattered across the windshield. Despite the lack of visibility, Chen Ming didn't stop. He pressed on. Chen Shui remained focused, continuing to fire the machine gun to eliminate as many monsters as possible that were blocking their path. Suddenly, Chen Ming remembered the robotic arms and instructed Chen Shui to use them to form a spike at the front, minimizing the mess on the windshield. With the spikes in place, the amount of blood obstructing their view significantly decreased. Chen Ming activated the windshield wipers, trying to clear away the grime. After 3 minutes of driving, Chen Ming noticed that there were significantly fewer monsters ahead. He realized they were close to breaking through, but he remained vigilant. The vehicle's speed had reached its limit, but the sheer number of monster bodies made the ride extremely bumpy. Concerned about the risk of flipping the car, Chen Ming decided to slow down. Chapter 58. The sudden black catastrophe. The car slowed down, and the monsters quickly surrounded them again. Seeing the monsters closing in, Chen Ming had no choice but to accelerate once more. The vehicle jolted as it ran over corpses, but after a shaky journey, he finally carved out a path. With no monsters blocking his way ahead, Chen Ming pressed the gas pedal to speed away from the area. Driving at high speed, he quickly distanced himself from the monsters. Chen Ming asked the system to guide him to a city where he could take a break. After a few minutes of scanning, the system directed him to a road and informed him that the town was currently uninhabited. Trusting the system, Chen Ming headed towards the town. Following the system's directions, he twisted and turned for 3 hours before finally arriving at the small town. Chen Ming exclaimed, "Wow, this place looks too desolate." The system replied, "This is Ironstone Town, and there is a warehouse here that stores a large quantity of metal materials." Chen Ming was taken aback by this news. "Really? Where is it? Quickly point me to the warehouse." The system responded, "Don't rush. You can rest first. Once you're fully recharged, you can explore." Chen Ming asked, "Explore? What do you mean?" The system explained, "You need to unlock the warehouse to enter. If you're not in good physical condition, rushing it might be dangerous." "I see. Then I'll rest first," Chen Ming said. Noticing the desolation of the town, Chen Shui told Chen Ming she was going to sleep and headed to her room. Chen Ming activated his camouflage feature and also went to his room to sleep. Before sleeping, he had a small piece of bread to fill his stomach. The town was so desolate, with no players or inhabitants around, that nothing happened, allowing Chen Ming to sleep soundly. Several hours passed, and the sky gradually brightened. Although the light was dim due to pollution, it was still possible to distinguish day from night. At that moment, the game system's notification sound chimed in. Today is disaster day. The disaster is a gas storm, which will unleash a violent gas typhoon across all cities, significantly reducing visibility. Players are advised to be cautious. Excessive inhalation may turn you into a monster. Note, duration is 12 hours. Just as Chen Ming woke up, he saw the game system's alert, which made him feel uneasy. He had planned to collect metal materials, but now had to abandon that idea due to the disaster. Opening the chat interface, he saw messages from players seeking equipment. He immediately used all his remaining points to purchase metal materials, and then used everything to manufacture air conditioners, purifiers, and circulators. Chen Ming spent 3 hours in the equipment room, successfully manufacturing 150 units each of the 3 types of devices. After manufacturing the items, he immediately listed all the equipment for sale in the trading market. Originally, each unit sold for between 3,000 to 4,000, but now the price has risen to a starting point of 5,000, and there is still a demand that exceeds supply. Chen Ming set the price at 500 for each unit and listed all 450 units for sale. After listing them, he went to the chat interface to check the conversations. Chen Ming knew that his prices were high and would likely face resistance, but in this era, only the strong survive, and he could only take advantage of the situation. How can you sell so expensively? You should just give up. Everyone don't buy his equipment, let him go bankrupt. P.S. just here to rip us off. Only fools would buy from him. Everyone should check out the other seller who has cheaper equipment. Let us buy from them instead of this guy. After seeing several aggressive comments, Chen Ming exited the chat. He didn't care about the chatter. After all, if he couldn't sell anything, he would only lose some in-game currency, while those who didn't buy might lose their lives. He believed players should understand the difference between virtual currency and their lives. Despite the protest against him, some players still quietly purchased Chen Ming's equipment under the looming threat of monsters, reasoning that while the prices were high, it was better than transforming into monsters from inhaling too much toxic air. 10 minutes later, Chen Ming opened the trading market back-end to check on sales. He saw that his products were slowly being bought, realizing that the current public opinion wasn't very effective. Only tangible actions mattered. System. A group of monsters has entered the town. However, since you have activated the disguise function, you don't need to worry. As long as you don't attack them or get out of the vehicle, you won't be detected. Upon seeing the system notification, Chen Ming raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that the game world wasn't going to let them easily survive the disaster. A large horde of monsters passed by Chen Ming's vehicle, and he felt a moment of tension, but he relaxed when he saw the monsters moving straight past him. Chen Ming opened the chat interface to see if others were experiencing the same monster appearances in their towns or cities. This game world is trying to kill us. How can there be a horde of monsters? We have to run. Sweetheart, our convoy has been spotted, and we're now battling monsters. It's brutal. Hee. I'm lucky to have found a house to hide my vehicle inside. The monsters didn't find me, and I'm safe for now. You all hang in there. The luck of the person above is incredible. I wish I had such luck. I'm being chased by monsters everywhere. Chen Ming looked at the messages in silence, and once he realized others were in the same predicament, he stopped paying attention. Upon entering a room, he found several women already awake and having breakfast. After briefly explaining the situation outside, he suggested playing mahjong or cards to pass the time. Since Chen Ming was terrible at card games, he decided not to join in and quietly observed as the women played mahjong, silently learning from them. A few women took turns winning at mahjong, and Chen Ming couldn't help but feel thrilled. Although playing mahjong was quite enjoyable, the group didn't have a strong gambling addiction, so they stopped after 5 hours. The storm had been raging for 12 hours, and with only 5 hours gone, Chen Ming, unsure of what to do, headed to the gym for a workout. After another 2 hours, he finished his session and opened the marketplace to withdraw some tokens, which he used to buy a repair kit to fix his vehicle and recharge its energy armor. With nothing else to do, he lay on his bed, lost in thought. As the sky grew darker and the wind outside intensified, swirling clouds of black sand swept through the area. Chen Ming remained in his room, completely unaware of the chaos outside. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the warehouse filled with metal materials. The longer he waited, the more restless he became, tossing and turning in bed. He missed his old life, browsing on his phone, using his computer, going out on dates, a comfortable modern existence, unlike the perilous situation he faced now. 3 more hours passed, and Chen Ming's eyes were glazed over from waiting. The system announced, the last 2 hours of the darkest moment. The sky is as dark as night. The wind has intensified, and elite monsters and boss-level creatures have been deployed. Chen Ming asked, does this affect me? The system replied, no. Chen Ming responded, then what's the point? The system remained silent. Chapter 59. The end of the catastrophe and heading to the warehouse. The last 2 hours were excruciating for Chen Ming, who felt as if he were a restless spirit trapped in the car. Lying in bed, he waited for the disaster to pass, only to eventually fall asleep. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. He got up, washed up, cooked, and ate before leaving his room to take his place in the driver's seat, ready to head to the warehouse. Chen Ming disabled the camouflage function and drove towards the warehouse. Following the system's navigation, he arrived at the warehouse entrance after a 15-minute drive. He checked his gear before getting out of the car. The warehouse wasn't on the surface, it was underground. Chen Ming walked to an open space and pulled on a chain. As he pulled it to the end, the ground trembled and a small pit appeared, revealing an iron door. Chen Ming jumped down into the pit and inspected the iron door, noting that it required a password to open. Feeling lazy, he considered having the system crack it for him. After a brief scan, the system took about 20 seconds before revealing the password, 1145663. Chen Ming entered the password, and the warehouse doors creaked open. A game notification chimed in. Welcome, player, to the warehouse dungeon. Completing the dungeon will earn you rewards. Note, there are a total of 5 levels in this dungeon. Various traps and dangers are hidden within, so proceed with caution, as every choice could be a matter of life or death. Level 1. The Mirror Maze. The system warned, beware of this maze. It will produce mirror images of yourself that can read your innermost thoughts. Chen Ming replied, got it. He cautiously moved forward, while the system provided guidance on how to navigate the maze. One hand felt along the wall, while the other gripped his knife, prepared for any imminent threats. He frequently turned his head to check his surroundings. After 10 minutes of careful walking, he reached a junction with 6 paths, where the system informed him that only path number 5 would lead him out of the maze. The others were dead ends. Approaching path 5, he continued to feel along the wall with one hand while holding his knife with the other. After taking a few steps, the system alerted him that a mirror image was sneaking up behind him. Chen Ming, aware of the situation, pretended not to notice and kept moving forward. When the system indicated that the mirror image was only about a meter away, he suddenly spun around and swung his knife at it. The mirror image caught off guard, was struck squarely by Chen Ming's blade. Seeing the mirror image wounded, Chen Ming swiftly delivered a few more strikes to finish it off. Confused, he asked the system, hey, didn't you say it could read my mind? How come it didn't react when I attacked? The system replied, I forgot to mention that the mirror images can only read your thoughts if they see your eyes. Chen Ming nodded, understanding this crucial detail, and realized he now knew how to deal with the mirror images. Chen Ming's strides became larger as he walked, but suddenly a mirrored figure appeared in front of him, wielding a knife and lunging at him. Chen Ming stepped back and swung his own knife at the mirrored figure. The blades clashed, sparking as they met. But the mirrored figure anticipated Chen Ming's every move and began to overpower him. Feeling a bit anxious under the pressure, Chen Ming threw his knife aside and drew his gun, firing 3 quick shots that took down the mirrored figure. As he watched the mirrored figure fall, Chen Ming felt a surge of overconfidence, thinking he'd figure out their nature and could handle them easily. However, he soon realized how difficult they truly were to deal with when he faced another one. Just as he took a step forward, he heard gunshots and immediately started to run. Chen Ming asked the system, what's going on? Why are there gunshots? The system replied, I told you they're mirrored figures. Whatever weapon you use, they will use the same. Chen Ming exclaimed, why didn't you say so earlier? I almost got killed. The system responded, I thought you already knew. Who knew you were so slow on the uptake? Chen Ming retorted, I'm seriously tempted to kill you right now. I'm really angry. The system quipped back, you've said you're angry many times, but I haven't seen you find a woman to relieve that anger. You're not really a loser, are you? If so, that's just sad. Ignoring the system's comments, Chen Ming ran ahead with the mirrored figure in pursuit. After a few steps, he spotted a corner and quickly positioned himself there to ambush the mirrored figure. Pressing the back of his knife against the wall, he heard footsteps drawing nearer. Suddenly, he lunged forward with his knife, catching the mirrored figure off guard and stabbing it in the heart. After dispatching this mirrored figure, Chen Ming asked the system how much further he had to go to pass this stage. The system informed him he needed to advance for another 5 minutes. Receiving the update, Chen Ming took off running in the direction indicated by the system. Just 1 minute into his run, a knife-wielding mirrored figure appeared out of nowhere. Chen Ming stopped, sizing up the mirrored figure. Just as he was about to engage in combat, the system warned him that there was another one behind him. Chen Ming turned to look at the mirrored figure behind him, then back at the one in front, and an idea struck him. Feigning a charge at the mirrored figure in front, he waited until he was about 5 steps away before suddenly turning and drawing his gun to shoot the one behind him. The mirrored figure behind, unable to see Chen Ming's eyes, couldn't predict his actions and was shot down. Although the mirrored figure in front was aware of what was happening, it couldn't relay the information, resulting in the other being killed. With his gun drawn, Chen Ming forced the surviving mirrored figure to switch its knife for a gun. The system then alerted him that the mirrored figure's weapon had transformed into a handgun and advised him to drop down immediately. Heeding the system's advice, Chen Ming quickly knelt and rolled to evade the gunfire from the mirrored figure. The mirrored figure fired 4 shots but missed Chen Ming each time. Instead of attacking immediately, Chen Ming chose to run back. Seeing Chen Ming escape, the mirror figure followed closely behind. As Chen Ming noticed the mirror figure was gaining on him, he put away his handgun and drew 2 knives. He threw one of the knives, and the mirror figure, seeing it fly toward him, dodged. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming rushed in to slash at the mirror figure, who, still recovering from dodging the thrown knife, was quickly taken down by Chen Ming's attack. After defeating this mirror figure, Chen Ming observed that when the mirror figure faced him directly, it moved and reacted without any delay. However, when they weren't making eye contact, the mirror figure experienced noticeable lag. Understanding this, Chen Ming didn't waste any time resting and sprinted straight toward the exit of the maze. After 3 minutes of running, he finally reached the end. A game notification chimed. Congratulations, player, you have successfully cleared the first level. Second level, Grid Trap. Chen Ming, what's going on in this level? How do I get through? System. This level has 3 stages. The first stage consists of 2 grids on the left and right. Choose a grid to advance. Choose correctly to survive. Choose incorrectly and fall into a trap and die. There are a total of 30 grids in this stage. Chen Ming, all right, I'm counting on you. System, you got it. Following the system's guidance, Chen Ming quickly navigated through the first stage. When he reached the checkpoint, he noticed that the grids in the second stage had increased from 2 to 5, and additional obstacles had been added, including flames, swamps, sandy areas, and other types of grids. Chapter 60. Chen Ming in the challenge, the difficulty has increased, and Chen Ming's expression turned serious. Chen Ming, Dad, I'm counting on you. System, no problem. System, in the second stage, there are a total of 50 squares with a 60 chance of traps. Some traps will trigger even if you don't step on them. Chen Ming, got it. The system scanned the squares ahead and presented a 3D simulation in Chen Ming's mind, marking the route for him. After checking the path, Chen Ming began his challenge. He first moved to the center and stepped into the first square, encountering no danger at all. The route indicated that the second square was a marsh, and stepping there would certainly lead to a fall. The third square was sand, which could only be stood on for 5 minutes before collapsing. Chen Ming jumped in place and leaped over the second square, landing on the sand and immediately moving 1 square to the right, which was safe. He continued along the marked route. Now in front of Chen Ming was a fiery square with landmines and timed bombs in the squares to his left and right. Even staying put would result in him being blown up. Chen Ming jumped again, clearing the fiery square, and landed on 3 safe squares. He quickly moved past the area around the bombs, but after crossing just 8 squares, he felt a wave of anxiety as he noticed the traps densely packed ahead. Chen Ming saw that a few squares ahead were black, so he asked the system about them. System, these squares are trap squares. Stepping on them will cause you to fall into an abyss and die. Upon receiving this information, he avoided the black squares and checked the route again. He saw that there were very few safe squares ahead, mostly traps. Chen Ming had no choice but to move to the far right position. Upon reaching the rightmost square, he prepared to advance. However, in front of him in the grassy square was a venomous snake. Chen Ming pulled out his knife and poked at the square ahead, provoking the snake immediately. The snake attacked him, and in a flurry, Chen Ming swung his knife and injured it. The wounded snake, enraged, lunged at Chen Ming's calf. Seeing the snake strike towards his leg, Chen Ming jumped in place to evade the attack. The snake turned around to continue its assault, and after another jump, Chen Ming landed unsteadily and fell. As the snake aimed for his head, Chen Ming instinctively raised his hand to defend. The snake bit his hand, but the energy armor absorbed the damage, preventing the venom from entering his body. Chen Ming quickly grabbed the snake's body and sliced off its head with his knife. After the snake died, Chen Ming took a breath and moved forward, crossing the grass and encountering another safe square. He stepped into the safe square and reached the 10th square. The game notification sound chimed. Congratulations, player! You have passed the first item reward point of the second stage. You can choose from 3 item cards: the substitute card, the null card, and the safety card. The substitute card allows the holder to evade 1 instance of damage. An invalid card can disable a trap, while a safety card can force a trap square to become a safe square. Note: only 1 item card can be selected, and each item card can be used once. Chen Ming asked the system, which one is the best choice? The system replied, choose the safety card. Upon seeing the message, Chen Ming selected the safety card and continued on his way. At the second checkpoint, Chen Ming noticed the difficulty had increased, even more than what the original route had indicated. When he checked the simulated route, he found that it had changed. It was indeed not as simple as he had thought. Chen Ming looked at the seemingly safe square in front of him and asked the system, has the second checkpoint changed? The system responded, yes, some squares that appear safe are actually traps. Chen Ming sighed and said, this is going to get me killed. Now, stuck in this scenario, he could only move forward. Looking around, Chen Ming spotted a snake and approached it to pick up its corpse to use as a probe. He returned to his original position and threw the snake into the square ahead, which immediately collapsed. Chen Ming had no choice but to try another position. The system informed him that the far left square was safe. Chen Ming saw the message and walked straight to the far left, then advanced 1 square. As he looked at the grassy area in front of him, he asked the system if there was any danger. The system told him he could only stay there for 30 seconds, after which it would collapse. At the same time, the system advised him that once he was on the grass, he needed to move to the square in front and to the right to be safe, and that he could test it with his foot without standing on the square. Chen Ming gently stepped onto the grass and quickly took a step to the right front. He began to lightly test the seemingly safe square ahead with his foot, but as soon as his foot touched it, it collapsed. Chen Ming suddenly realized he could probe in this way. He had thought he had to stand on the square for it to trigger. With this newfound method, Chen Ming felt much better. He gripped his knife, keeping himself at a safe distance while testing. Chen Ming asked the system to rearrange the route, and after rescanning, the system provided him with a new path. Following the new route, he quickly avoided the trap squares. With a combination of careful movement and jumping, he reached the 20th square. Initially, Chen Ming had hoped to use his own wits and skills to get through, but due to the increased difficulty of the instance beyond his capabilities, he had no choice but to rely on a cheat to complete it. Congratulations, player! You have passed the second phase and earned the second item reward point. You can choose from 3 item cards: the substitute card, the invalid card, and the safety card. The substitute card allows the owner to avoid 1 instance of damage. The invalid card can disable a trap, while the safety card can force a trap square to become a safe square. Note: only 1 item card can be selected, and each item card can be used once. Chen Ming chose the safety card again and then asked the system to arrange the route. The system informed him that this time there was no need to plan a route. He had to run over there. Chen Ming asked, how do I run over there? Which position should I choose? The system replied, you don't need to choose a position this time. You have to run on the walls. Chen Ming responded, how can I run on the walls? I'll just fall off after a few steps. The system explained, the gravity in this phase is different. You need to run on the walls and get across in one go. Otherwise, you'll fall into the abyss. As long as you maintain maximum speed, you can make it. Chen Ming understood. After receiving this information, he took a few deep breaths to get his body into an ideal state and then prepare to sprint. The moment he stepped onto the wall, it felt just like running on the ground. He didn't let the unusual sensation stop him. Instead, he ran as fast as he could. As he ran, his body gradually descended. At the midway point, he found himself holding onto the grid with his upper body while his lower body was stuck at the last square. Chen Ming took a few deep breaths and then climbed with all his strength. After struggling for 2 minutes, he finally made it up. Lying flat on the grid at the midway point, he gasped for breath, looking at the abyss with a sense of dread. After resting for a bit, Chen Ming continued to the safe square and prepared to cross the 31st grid. The system said, this phase is different again. You need to walk forward with your back facing the direction you're going. Otherwise, you'll never reach the 41st grid. Chen Ming asked, "Why do I have to walk backward? Is there some special reason?" The system explained, "This phase creates a visual illusion. If you walk normally, you'll notice that the midway point seems to move further away. Only by walking backward can you bring the checkpoint closer to you." Chen Ming thought to himself, "This level is really tough. If I hadn't figured this out, I might have walked to my death without realizing it." Chapter 61. The Battle Royale and the Zombie Chase. Chen Ming, following the information provided by the system, walked backwards and, after a few steps, felt the space shifting. Sensing this, he quickened his pace, and before long, he reached the middle station, just as the system delivered prompt. "System, stop at the last square, then turn around and jump to the middle station. Don't jump too hard, or you might overshoot and fall into the abyss." Chen Ming walked slowly to position himself at the last square, then turned and jumped to the middle station. He still had the safety cards, and soon arrived at the final 10 positions. The last 10 squares reverted to a format of 2 squares. And Chen Ming looked down at the 2 squares leading directly to the finish line, one black and one white, feeling a bit puzzled. "Chen Ming, Dad, what is going on here?" "System, every 5 seconds, the game will give you a prompt about the route you must follow. The route will only be displayed for 1 second. And if you can't reach the last square in one go, the route will change, and the display time will get shorter. System, I suggest you use all your safety cards, so you can start from the 4th square, which has a higher safety factor than starting from the 1st square." Following the system's advice, Chen Ming used all 4 safety cards. He started directly from the 4th square to clear the level. A prompt appeared in the game. Black, black, white, black, white, black, white, white, black, black. Chen Ming's system immediately recorded the route and began prompting him from the 5th square. Chen Ming followed the system's prompts and reached the final station in less than 5 seconds. The game system announced, "Congratulations, player, you have passed the 2nd level. 3rd level, Battle Royale." Chen Ming, "How do I get through this level?" System, in this level, you will play alongside 9 NPCs set by the game. You must hide first. After 5 minutes, an invincible zombie will be released to chase you. System, wait for the zombie to chase the NPCs before you escape. Upon receiving this information, Chen Ming surveyed his surroundings and realized he was in a maze with low visibility, and the walls were about 30 centimeters wide. He took a few steps back, then quickly ran, grabbing the top edge of the wall with both hands while using his feet to push off, struggling for a moment before climbing up onto the wall. Chen Ming noticed that in this initial area, there was a ledge where he could lie down and hide. He slowly crawled to the ledge and lay down. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the game system announced that the zombie had been released. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chen Ming held his breath, trying not to alert the zombie. He listened to the low growls of the zombie, feeling his heart race. The zombie, not spotting any targets, soon left the initial area. Chen Ming cautiously lifted his head to watch the zombie move away. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he continued to lie still. 10 minutes passed, and he heard a scream. He felt that a zombie must have found one of the NPCs. Chen Ming said, "Dad, can you help me with a route?" The system replied, "Okay." The system quickly scanned and provided him with a route. Chen Ming examined the route and discovered that he could walk above to reach the endpoint. Chen Ming asked, "Dad, let me ask you something. If all 9 NPCs are taken out by the zombies, and I haven't exited the maze yet, will the zombies lock onto my position and come for me?" The system confirmed, "Yes, so you need to move quickly." With this information, Chen Ming immediately stood up and prepared to navigate the maze from above. Since the walls were not very wide, Chen Ming moved cautiously. Following the route provided by the system, he encountered zombies along the way. However, due to his careful movements and the presence of NPCs ahead, the zombies did not pursue him. Feeling that he had covered a third of the distance, he saw a prompt indicating a location where he needed to climb down and then ascend another wall. He hesitated before descending, wary of a sudden zombie attack. Not hearing any growls or seeing any zombies around, he decided to wait. After 3 minutes of silence, he cautiously climbed down the wall. Keeping his body low and moving quietly, he would stop every few steps to scan his surroundings. Chen Ming's movements resembled those of a startled wildcat. But while the wildcat appears cute, he looked rather awkward. Just as he was about to reach the wall, an NPC ran past him, followed closely by a zombie. Chen Ming held his breath in shock and quickly crawled around the corner to hide. He managed to conceal himself just in time, and the zombies did not notice him. However, he dared not move, fearing that any slight action would attract their attention. His heart raced as he felt the adrenaline surge. After a minute of waiting in silence, he cautiously turned to check the situation, only to find the zombie looking directly at him. In a moment of panic, he instinctively let out a curse and bolted. The zombie let out a low growl and pursued him from behind. Chen Ming quickly pulled out a landmine and tossed it on the ground as he sped away. Within moments, the zombie reached Chen Ming's previous position and stepped on the mine, resulting in a violent explosion that masked Chen Ming's footsteps. Seizing this opportunity, he scrambled up the wall, exerting all his strength until he finally reached the top. Lying on the wall, he gasped for breath and turned to look down, spotting the zombie below. Realizing that the zombie was persistent, he couldn't afford to rest and immediately set off again. Following the route once more, the zombie spotted his movement and continued its relentless chase. Seeing the zombie doggedly pursuing him, Chen Ming felt he needed to come up with a plan to shake it off. He immediately felt that instead of proceeding along the route, he had to change his path. He decided to shake off the zombies first and then continue on his way. Chen Ming quickened his pace and threw a few landmines towards the zombie's position. However, the zombies didn't step on the mines. Undeterred, Chen Ming continued to lead the zombies on a wild chase. With his back and forth running, the zombies eventually triggered the mines one after another. Seeing a zombie step on a landmine, Chen Ming quickly jumped down from the wall and hid. The loud explosion masked the sounds he made, causing the zombies to lose their target and wander aimlessly. Once he felt the zombies had moved away, he climbed back up the wall and lay low to observe his surroundings. Not seeing any zombies, he continued toward his destination. Just as he had taken a few steps, he heard a scream. Instantly, he accelerated his run and leaped onto another wall that wasn't connected to the one he was on. When he jumped to the new wall, he lost his footing and nearly fell, ending up half stuck on the edge. A sharp pain surged through him, almost making him cry out, but he held back, fearing it would attract the zombies. Ignoring the pain, he struggled to pull himself up onto the wall. By the time he managed to get on top, the pain spread throughout his body. He put on a mask of agony. His face and ears flushed red, and the veins in his neck were bulging. Chen Ming took a few gentle breaths, trying to ease the pain. Chapter 62. Clearing the third level after taking a few deep breaths to regain his composure. He scanned the area and noticed there were no zombies in sight. He immediately began to crawl away, planning to reach the endpoint first and then rest properly. After crawling a few steps, he felt a sharp pain in his ribs and gasped slightly. At the same time, he heard a scream. Another NPC had been eliminated. Chen Ming thought to himself. He stayed in place for 5 minutes, during which the pain in his ribs lessened. He then began to crawl slowly. As he crawled, he kept checking the route and realized that as long as he followed the path, he would reach the end. Chen Ming gradually picked up speed, navigating through the twists and turns of the route. After 10 minutes, he spotted the exit. Slowly standing up, he noticed zombies near the exit, along with NPCs hiding nearby. Chen Ming contemplated for a moment, then shouted loudly, drawing the zombies' attention toward his position. As he lay down on the ground and rolled to the side, the zombies ran a short distance before stopping, unable to see him. Chen Ming turned over, propped himself up with his hands, and scanned the surroundings. He spotted a spot in the wall that could lead to the exit, but it required some maneuvering. He decided to take the longer route, moving cautiously. As he advanced, taking one step and then pausing, he witnessed another NPC being taken out by a zombie. Panic set in as he realized his time was running short. He began to pick up speed, glancing back at the zombies. Seeing they were a bit far away, he sprinted. Although he hadn't fully recovered, the pain in his ribs persisted as he pushed through the discomfort. After a few minutes of jogging, he neared the exit but didn't let his guard down. Glancing back, he saw a zombie charging toward him. Without hesitation, he jumped off the wall, rolling to absorb the impact while continuing to roll. He aimed to reach the exit while rolling, completing 8 rolls before landing at the end, just a meter ahead of the pursuing zombies. A game notification chimed in. Congratulations, player, you have cleared the 3rd level. 4th level, Mysterious Research Facility. Chen Ming took a moment to observe his surroundings, realizing he was in a small room. This seemed like a safe house. Staying here felt secure, but he needed to progress through the level. He took a 10-minute break to allow his body to recover. Once rested, he prepared to tackle the 4th level. Carefully, he opened the door just enough to peek outside. His eyes quickly scanned the environment and spotted a corridor. He slowly opened the door wider, illuminating the corridor with light as he did so. Chen Ming was startled by the sudden burst of light. With the illumination, he noticed that the passage was quite narrow, and there was a risk of accidentally injuring himself with his firearms and mines. He thought to himself that if a monster appeared and locked onto him as a target, he would be in serious trouble. He decided he needed to leave this place quickly. Although he had energy armor, he realized that if he encountered a highly aggressive creature, the energy in his armor would deplete rapidly, putting him in a dangerous situation. Chen Ming hurriedly made his way through the passage. Whether it was luck or the absence of dangerous creatures in this area, nothing happened as he exited the tunnel. As he continued walking, he reached a corner. He took out his knife, remaining vigilant as he moved forward. He rounded the corner and immediately felt a bright light ahead. Chen Ming entered a spacious hall. In the front half of the hall, there were various pieces of equipment that he couldn't quite understand, but instinctively felt a sense of aversion towards them. After passing through the front half and reaching the middle, he saw in the back half of the hall a series of circular glass containers, each housing various bizarre creatures. It was only then that he realized his feelings of disgust originated from this place. Suppressing his nausea, he observed his surroundings. He noticed that several of the glass containers were shattered, with shards scattered on the floor and some liquid remnants inside, but the contents had vanished. Chen Ming speculated that some terrifying creature had been created and had broken free from its glass prison. He took a closer look at the area around him and found the hall's floor in disarray, littered with heaps of torn paper, pieces of clothing, and shoe fragments. He also noticed fresh bloodstains on the ground, but did not see any bodies. He guessed that the creature, formed from fused parts, had broken free from its glass container and, driven by hunger, had attacked the researchers. Although Chen Ming didn't see the terrifying creature, he thought it must have left. However, based on the typical patterns of game scenarios, he suspected it was lurking somewhere nearby, ready to ambush him. Just as Chen Ming was lost in thought, a strange noise echoed from the ceiling. He quickly drew his gun, on high alert. Looking up, he saw that the ventilation duct had been violently opened, with the metal bars torn off and scattered on the ground. Chen Ming immediately felt that a monstrous creature had sensed his presence and was preparing to attack him. He moved cautiously as the sounds from the duct grew louder. Chen Ming, Dad, what is up there? Can I take it down? System, you can take it down, but you'll need grenades and mines. Throw these 2 items into the worm's mouth, and remember to keep your distance. The liquid on the worm will corrode you. Chen Ming, oh no. Just as Chen Ming was chatting with the system, a worm dropped down. He saw a worm more than a meter long, entirely black, covered in green liquid, with no eyes and dotted all over with small black bumps. The system informed him that the worm sensed its surroundings through vibrations. Chen Ming found the worm repulsive, and goosebumps immediately appeared on his skin. He took a cautious step, and the worm, sensing the movement, began to crawl in his direction. The worm moved slowly, and Chen Ming observed that it wasn't very fast. He thought he could gradually test its weaknesses. He pulled out his handgun and fired several shots at the worm, but the bullets had no effect, so he abandoned the gun. Instead, he started running, planning to use the surrounding environment to maneuver and throw grenades and landmines into the worm's mouth. As the worm crawled, its bodily fluids dripped onto the floor, corroding the surface. Seeing the worm's ferocity, Chen Ming quickened his pace to distance himself from it. He tossed landmines as he ran, and when a worm came into contact with one, it exploded. However, the explosion didn't seem to affect the worm much. Chen Ming thought it needed to be thrown into the worm's mouth. Chapter 63. The final challenge, the worm came into contact with the surface of a landmine and sustained some damage, but it had little effect on its movement. In fact, the explosion caused the fluid from the worm's body to scatter around, corroding the nearby floors and walls. Chen Ming, being at a safe distance, was not splashed. Observing that the worm was still active despite its injuries, Chen Ming's attack seemed to have angered the creature, causing it to wriggle faster. System, get down quickly. The worm is about to spit out its fluid. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming immediately crouched down as the worm's fluid passed by him. The corrosive liquid ate away at the walls, and when Chen Ming saw this, he didn't hesitate to run. He stopped at a corner to check on the worm, just in time to see it spit out more of the liquid. The fluid sprayed out, corroding everything it touched in the vicinity, creating a scene reminiscent of the moon's surface, with white smoke rising from the destruction. Seeing the potency of a liquid, Chen Ming was at a loss as to how to throw a grenade or a landmine into the worm's mouth. He felt that even if he managed to throw them in, they would likely be corroded as well. Chen Ming, does this research facility have any way to deal with the worm? System, yes, there's a small room with a flamethrower. If you can't throw the grenade and landmine into the worm's mouth, the flamethrower is the best option to deal with it. Chen Ming, give me a route so I can get there quickly. The system immediately provided Chen Ming with directions. After glancing at the route, he deliberately exposed himself to lure the worm closer before dashing to the room with the flamethrower. He made some noise on purpose to attract the worm's attention, then quickly used nearby objects to create more sounds. He fashioned a simple noisemaker and ran to another spot. There were two different sounds, one loud and one soft. The worm was drawn to the loud noise, while the softer sound was ignored by Chen Ming. Hiding around a corner, Chen Ming watched as the worm slowly approached the noisemaker's location before he sprinted toward the room with the flamethrower. Though the worm was attracted to Chen Ming's noise, it was distracted by the sound from the noisemaker nearby, which was louder, preventing it from immediately pursuing him. When the worm finally reached the noisemaker's position, it realized it had been tricked and immediately sprayed its corrosive fluid around, causing further damage to the surroundings. The worm then resumed its pursuit of Chen Ming. By then, Chen Ming had already reached the small room with the flamethrower. He asked the system to help him crack the password and quickly entered the room. Once inside, he searched for the flamethrower and, after a short while, found it. Grabbing the flamethrower and strapping the fuel tank to his back, he exited the room just as he spotted the worm heading in his direction. Chen Ming stayed in place, biding his time until the worm was about 2 meters away, then activated the flamethrower to scorch the creature. The worm hissed as it was burned. It gathered strength to spit out a liquid attack. But as soon as the liquid emerged from its body, it was ignited by the flamethrower. Seeing the liquid being consumed by the flames, Chen Ming immediately increased the firepower and took a few steps forward, trying to kill the worm faster. A long stream of fire shot out from the flamethrower, crashing toward the worm like a massive wave. The worm recoiled in panic, as if it had encountered a natural predator, desperately trying to retreat. Chen Ming pressed forward, aiming to finish off the worm in one go. Realizing it couldn't escape, the worm prepared to unleash a torrent of liquid in a last-ditch effort. When Chen Ming saw the large pool of liquid coming his way, he cranked the flamethrower to maximum power, blocking the liquid with flames and avoiding any injury. In front of him, the worm writhed and struggled before succumbing to the fire. The heat wave left Chen Ming feeling flushed. He turned off the flamethrower and took a drink of water. Chen Ming, are there any more worms? System, no, it's time to decrypt. You can move on once you unlock the secret chamber. Chen Ming distanced himself from the sweltering area and began to explore the research facility. Following the path, he arrived at a door and asked the system, are you sure it's safe? No sudden door ambushes, please. System, absolutely. He opened the door and surveyed the room's layout, realizing it was a puzzle room. After closing the door, he asked the system for assistance with the decryption. The task was completed quickly, and he exited the secret chamber. Congratulations, player. You have cleared the 4th level. Level 5, the Foggy Forest. Chen Ming, Dad. It's the final level. System. In this level, there's a hidden passage that electrifies every 10 seconds. You need to find insulated clothing before you can traverse it. System. The first 10 minutes in the Foggy Forest are safe, but after that, a humanoid monster will start chasing you. Also, don't inhale too much fog. Excessive exposure will infect you and transform you into a monster. After reading the system's message, Chen Ming immediately requested the location of the insulated clothing. The system took 20 seconds to map out a route for him. With the route in hand, Chen Ming took action. Due to the pain in his ribs, he couldn't run very fast, so he adjusted his breathing rhythm to minimize fog inhalation. Although he felt his armor had a purification device, he suspected it might not be very effective based on the game's history. It took him 6 minutes to reach the location of the insulated clothing. He then asked the system to help crack the code for the door of the small room containing the insulated suit. Upon entering the room, he immediately put on his insulated suit and then allowed the system to map out the location of the passage. When he saw that the planned route required climbing a tree, he took off the suit to avoid damaging it during the climb. Chen Ming rolled up the suit slightly and left with it. Time was not on his side, so he quickly found the tree, examined its growth pattern, and realized it wasn't easy to climb. He then took out a knife and began to chop into the tree, trying to create some footholds for climbing. After 2 minutes of hacking, he managed to make over a dozen cuts. Once he put away the knife, he started to grip the notches with his hands and push himself up with his feet. Although it was still difficult, it was much better than the bare trunk. As time was running out, Chen Ming finally reached the top of the tree. He noticed there was still a bit of distance between the tree and the passage, so he jumped towards the opening. However, due to his physical condition not being great, he only managed to wedge himself at the edge of the passage. With a struggle, Chen Ming finally pulled himself into the passage. Without taking a moment to rest, he quickly put on his insulated suit. Once suited up, he leaned against the wall, half reclining and gasping for breath, while he felt a sharp pain in his ribs. The pain made it hard for him to breathe deeply. At that moment, the system informed him that the monster had been released and advised him to keep his voice down. Upon receiving this news, Chen Ming began to regulate his breathing. Chapter 64. Passing the final challenge suddenly. The corridor lit up, and Chen Ming knew that the power had been restored. The light lasted only 2 seconds, but even in his insulated suit, he could feel the current passing through. Chen Ming quickly stood up, eager to leave the place as soon as possible. As he walked gently, he realized that the corridor was made of metal. He felt relieved that he had put on the insulated suit. Otherwise, he might have been electrocuted on the spot. The sound of his footsteps echoed on the metal floor, and he immediately sensed danger, fearing it would attract any lurking monsters. Chen Ming. System. Can the monsters come up here? System. Not at the moment, but they will be able to climb up in 10 minutes after evolving. Chen Ming. Sweet. They can actually evolve. Upon hearing the system's update, Chen Ming immediately took off running. While running, he asked the system how far it was to the finish line. The system informed him that at his current speed, it would take him 20 minutes to reach the end. With this information, Chen Ming accelerated, planning to run a fair distance before taking a break, hoping that even if the monsters could climb up later, he would have enough of a gap to avoid immediate attack. After running for 10 minutes, Chen Ming exhausted his stamina, and the game notified him that the monsters were evolving. He quickly tried to recover his energy, determined to get through as fast as possible. After resting for 5 minutes and preparing to move again, the system warned him to stay still. The monsters were right below the corridor. If he made any noise now, it would attract them into the corridor, putting him at a disadvantage. He took shallow breaths, trying to make as little sound as possible. After waiting for 3 minutes, the system informed him that the monsters had moved away from directly below the corridor. Chen Ming wasted no time and took off running again. However, the noise of his footsteps attracted the monsters, and the system alerted him that they were approaching the corridor. Chen Ming sprinted faster, but just as he did, he saw the current surge through again, accompanied by distant screams. Fear gripped him as he realized how quickly the monsters were coming up. He accelerated once more, reaching what felt like his maximum running speed. His body was moving at high velocity, but soon he began to feel discomfort. Instead of slowing down, he maintained his pace. After a minute of running, his heart raced uncontrollably, and he could no longer bear it, so he stopped. He felt his body trembling, gasping for air. The electricity surged again, and the monsters screamed. System. Monsters will be stunned for 5 seconds after being electrocuted. Chen Ming. Why didn't you mention this sooner? System. You look like you were having too much fun running. Chen Ming. Amp. Realizing the importance of this information, Chen Ming ignored the system and focused on planning his escape. Once he felt a bit better physically, Chen Ming started running again. Every 10 seconds, he would stop and rest for 4 seconds before continuing. After several back-and-forth runs, he could see the end of the tunnel, but at the same time, the system informed him that the monster was only 800 meters away. Taking a few deep breaths, Chen Ming sprinted at full speed. After 30 seconds, he reached the end of the tunnel, glanced around, then took a few steps back and ran again, jumping onto a tree. He paused briefly before climbing down. Getting down was a bit challenging, but Chen Ming pushed through for his life. Using both hands and feet, he scrambled to the ground. Just as he was about 5 meters away from the exit, the monster let out a roar and prepared to leap down from the air to attack him. Chen Ming dodged to the side and crouched down to crawl through the entrance. However, the monster was faster. It jumped up and prepared to attack. Seeing this, Chen Ming didn't rush into the exit, but ran toward a large tree, planning to use it for cover. The monster couldn't reach him, and, seeing him escape, immediately gave chase. A game of cat and mouse ensued, with Chen Ming leading the monster in circles, causing it to become disoriented. The frustrated monster swung its arms, striking the tree. Chen Ming noticed the tree leaning slightly from the impact and was startled. He quickly assessed his surroundings, then deliberately ran to the left. As he did, the monster resumed its pursuit. Just as Chen Ming's body became visible, he faked a move and swiftly turned to the right. The monster, unable to pivot quickly enough, continued straight ahead, giving Chen Ming the crucial time he needed to reach the end point. Chen Ming sprinted at top speed, while the monster, enraged by his feint, chased him down with full force. Realizing the monster was gaining on him, Chen Ming quickly rolled sideways. He tumbled several times before reaching the finish line, with the monster's hand only 30 centimeters away from him. Panting heavily at the end point, Chen Ming felt a surge of fear, thinking that if the monster had been even slightly faster, it might have caught him. A game notification chimed. Congratulations, player, you have passed the 5th level. You have completed all levels. In the safe house, Chen Ming lay on the floor, staring blankly at the ceiling. He reflected on how this dungeon was the hardest he had ever faced, almost costing him his life. Now that he was safe, he rested for a full half-hour before finally getting up. He took off his insulated suit to check his chest, where he found numerous bruises along his ribs. Chen Ming suspected he might have internal injuries and decided he needed to go back and let Su Lan take a look. He thought that although she wasn't a doctor, she would know how to bandage up the bruises. Chen Ming left the safe house, and as soon as he stepped out, he found himself in a large hall. The hall was filled with various machines, and upon seeing them, Chen Ming immediately felt a sense of alertness. He thought to himself, here we go again. Is this going to be the end for me? The system replied, walk to the back. There are 2 rooms. The one on the left is the reward room, and the one on the right is the exit. Chen Ming responded, wait a minute, isn't this just a warehouse? Where's the metal material? The system explained, your performance rating is very high, so you only get the blueprints. Chen Ming exclaimed, what the hell? I almost died, you know? Is this game really that cruel? The system reassured him, I promise you'll say it's amazing once you see the blueprints. Chen Ming skeptically asked, really? Can I trust you on that? The system confidently replied, I guarantee it. If I'm lying, I'll cut off your chicken brother. Chen Ming was confused. Wait, why would you cut off my chicken brother if you're lying? The system shrugged. You 1 need him anyway. He is useless to you. Better to get rid of him so you can practice the sunflower scripture. Chen Ming retorted, who says I'm useless? I just haven't had the chance. Besides, you know me. I never take the initiative. I've always preferred a passive approach. He sighed, forget the small talk. Let me grab my reward. I hope it's something good. Chen Ming walked a few steps to the left room, opened the door, and found only a table with a few blueprints on it. As he picked up the blueprints and took a look, he was stunned. There was a blueprint for a metal material generator. Chapter 65. The unexpected challenge. After Chen Ming took the blueprints, he picked up another one, the blueprint for the iron or collector. Looking at these 2 blueprints, he felt that his hard work in overcoming the challenges was truly worth it. On the table, there were also several documents detailing the strategies for clearing 5 different dungeons. After reading through them, Chen Ming felt speechless. By the time someone managed to clear the dungeons, these tips would be useless. Those who could clear them didn't need the advice, while those who needed it might not even see it. Taking the 2 useful blueprints, Chen Ming left the room and headed toward another one, preparing to exit the area. He walked into the room on the right, and with a flash of white light, he found himself teleported back to the place where he first entered the warehouse. Exiting the warehouse, he returned to his vehicle, instructing his AI assistant, Xiao AI, to autonomously navigate to a spot that was easy to camouflage while he rested in the room. For several days, Chen Ming remained inactive, recuperating in the vehicle. During this time, Su Jingjing, Su Lan, and Katina took turns caring for him, while Chen Shui, who wasn't as good at looking after others, did not come to help. After 5 days, feeling much better, Chen Ming prepared to leave. As the vehicle departed from Ironstone Town, Xiao AI took over the driving. And Chen Ming opened the chat interface to check for any useful messages. He noticed that some players had joined the natives faction, while others formed their own teams to rob both natives and players. Successful robberies yielded a significant amount of resources, and news of this spread among players, enticing some who hadn't initially considered robbery to join in. There were also those who, like Old Six, joined the natives faction only to scheme for power and status. Seeing this news, Chen Ming thought the situation had become even more chaotic than before. Morality had been completely discarded, and it was truly a time of slaughter. After driving for 4 hours, he spotted a city and was about to enter when the system warned him of a chaotic battle within. Players from different native factions were fighting indiscriminately. Uninterested in such turmoil, Chen Ming turned the vehicle around. Just 500 meters down the road, he spotted a convoy leaving the city. Recognizing it as the convoy of the Foot Basin Chicken, he decided to ambush them. The convoy consisted of 7 vehicles, and Chen Ming operated the rocket launcher, taking aim and firing directly at them. The sudden attack caught the Foot Basin Chicken's crew off guard, and they were momentarily unable to retaliate. The first rocket exploded 3 of their vehicles. The remaining 4, witnessing the destruction of their comrades, scattered in an attempt to escape. Chen Ming disregarded the others and focused on pursuing the vehicle that seemed the most promising. Xiao AI automatically followed, while Chen Ming operated the machine gun, unleashing a hail of bullets. The round struck the foot basin chicken's vehicle, leaving bullet holes but not penetrating it immediately. Chen Ming saw that the machine gun was not very effective, so he picked up the rocket launcher, aimed, and fired. The shell hit the trunk of the foot basin chicken vehicle, causing it to be damaged and slowed down. Chen Ming instructed Xiao AI to load another shell into the rocket launcher and aim again. This time, the firepower completely destroyed the foot basin chicken car. The vehicle was reduced to scrap metal, and the occupants turned into boxes. Chen Ming didn't get out of the car. Instead, he had Xiao AI extend the mechanical arm to loot the supplies. There were plenty of food ingredients, metal materials, and weapons, but unfortunately, no blueprints. However, Chen Ming was not overly greedy. He didn't turn back to collect the boxes of the defeated foot basin chicken people, and instead drove straight out of that dangerous place. 10 minutes after leaving, a notification from the game system appeared. Congratulations, player, you have entered the Journey Challenge. Chen Ming felt that the game world was now full of random challenges and instances. He asked, Dad, how dangerous is this challenge? The system replied, the road you face is entirely up to luck. What was a good path just moments ago could turn into a muddy road, or there might be a sudden landslide, among other possibilities. In short, you need to take it seriously. Chen Ming inquired, how long does it take to complete this challenge? The system responded, the challenge distance is 100 kilometers. After receiving this information, Chen Ming opened the chat interface to see if anyone else was participating. However, no one was discussing the challenge. It seemed he was the only one facing it, he thought to himself. As he drove forward, he suddenly noticed two suns in the sky. But with the air conditioning on, it didn't bother him much. After traveling 5 kilometers, he hadn't encountered any dangerous situations, but his vigilance was at its peak. He felt that the game world wouldn't let him pass the challenge so easily. At that moment, the system warned him, caution, the road ahead has collapsed. Driving straight through will lead you into a deep pit. It's advised to go around. Chen Ming followed the system's advice and maneuvered around, continuing onward. As he passed the collapsed area, he saw that the pit was very deep, the kind that you wouldn't be able to get out of once you fell in. He was relieved to have the cheat. Rather than returning to the road, he chose to drive along the edge, fearing that if any danger arose, he could quickly escape this way. His vehicle was half on the road and half on the sandy ground, where uneven sand mounds caused the vehicle to sway back and forth. Although the shaking was somewhat uncomfortable, Chen Ming felt he could endure it. After traveling another 2 kilometers, he stopped to catch his breath, feeling that if he drove any further, he might throw up. After taking a moment to gather himself, Chen Ming prepared to move forward when the system informed him that there was a 5-kilometer stretch ahead that was a minefield. If he wanted to get through, he would have to go across sandy terrain. However, the bumpy sand made him a bit uneasy, and after some consideration, Chen Ming ultimately decided to take the sandy route. He set the AI assistant, Xiao AI, to navigate through the sand for 5 kilometers before stopping to give him an update. As the vehicle moved slowly, Chen Ming entered the cabin to rest. He enjoyed a small bread roll paired with milk tea, and before long, the 5 kilometers passed quickly. Xiao AI notified him that he had reached the 5-kilometer mark. Chen Ming exited the cabin and sat in the driver's seat, just as he was about to move forward when he noticed that the road ahead was blocked. Before him lay 2 paths, with a chasm in between that was several meters wide and seemingly endless. It appeared to stretch all the way to the horizon. At the same time, 2 signs indicated the direction of the roads, left and right. Chen Ming asked, Dad, which way should I go? The system replied, go left. It's safe on the left. Looking to the right, Chen Ming saw that it led to a steep mountain road that looked quite challenging. He decided to drive left and made it 10 kilometers without encountering any danger. Chen Ming asked, Dad, is this road completely safe? The system replied, as long as you don't mess with the roadside vending machines, you'll be safe. Chapter 66. The challenge is on retail machines. Chen Ming, hearing about the retail machine, quickly asked the system if cracking the password would mean he wouldn't run into any issues. The system replied, you're overthinking it. Ever since I cracked the retail machine's password, it has been updated. Regardless of whether the password is correct, the retail machine will self-destruct. Chen Ming sighed, all right, that's on me. He drove forward and soon encountered the retail machine. He stopped the car, got out, and checked what the machine had to offer. He scrolled through the interface, looking at various products until he reached the last page. After reviewing all the items, he found only food weapons and nothing else. Seeing that the prices were reasonable, he bought everything. Once the retail machine sold out, it vanished. Chen Ming got back in the car with the supplies and continued on his way. After driving 20 kilometers, he reached a fork in the road where 3 paths appeared before him. The left path was a sandy road, the middle path was a snowy road, and the right path was a mountainous road. Which one to choose? Chen Ming asked. The system replied, "Well, which one do you want?" Confused, Chen Ming responded, "I don't quite understand." The system explained, "All 3 roads have supply boxes, but the danger levels are different." Supply boxes? Chen Ming hadn't encountered one in a long time, and the news brought him some excitement. He thought for a moment and asked the system, "How many supply boxes are there on each of these roads? And were there danger levels? What's the distance?" The system responded, "The sandy road has the lowest danger level, with only occasional sandstorms, and there are 30 supply boxes. The snowy road has a medium danger level, featuring blizzards, armed squads, snow monsters, and snowmen, with 50 supply boxes. The mountainous road has the highest danger level, with sudden landslides, uneven cliffs, and many sharp turns, although it has 200 supply boxes. However, I do not recommend you choose this path. All 3 roads are 50 kilometers long." After contemplating, Chen Ming chose the snowy road, believing that with his vehicle's current combat power and defense, he should be able to navigate it without major issues. He pressed the gas pedal and headed into the snow. As the car slowly advanced, the blinding white snow made it hard for Chen Ming to see, so he pulled out his sunglasses and put them on. After driving 500 meters, Chen Ming felt the car moving uphill, so he slowed down to be cautious of a sudden downhill slope. He was worried that if the downhill came unexpectedly and he was going too fast, he might not be able to stop in time and risk flipping the car. Driving a crawl, Chen Ming spotted the first supply box. He instructed his AI companion, Xiao AI, to extend its mechanical arm to pick up the supply box as long as they weren't under attack or facing a natural disaster. Xiao AI reached out, grabbed the supply box, and placed it in the car. However, it seemed the game system didn't want him to have such an easy time. Suddenly, armed squads emerged from both sides of the snowy road and opened fire on Chen Ming's vehicle. The car's defensive capabilities were high enough that the rifle's firepower couldn't penetrate it. Xiao AI, operating the machine gun herself, unleashed a burst on the squad, leading to their annihilation. Just as Chen Ming finished dealing with this squad, a heavy snowstorm suddenly began. The snow fell rapidly and heavily, quickly obscuring Chen Ming's front windshield. He turned on the windshield wipers, but they were ineffective, so he had to ask Xiao AI to activate the heater. Once the car warmed up, visibility improved significantly. At that moment, the system notified him of a rolling snowball behind him. Realizing the danger, Chen Ming immediately accelerated, sensing that an avalanche was imminent. After driving about 800 meters, the road suddenly sloped downwards. Xiao AI instinctively slowed down, but inertia made it difficult to stop completely. Chen Ming had no choice but to let Xiao AI gradually decelerate to avoid flipping the car. The speed gradually decreased and stabilized. But this action gave the rolling snowball behind them the chance to gather more snow, creating a wave-like mass that surged forward. Chen Ming watched in alarm as the snowball resembled ocean waves, forcing him back onto the road due to the towering snow on either side. Chen Ming instructed Xiao AI to speed up slightly to avoid being hit by the snowball. The car swerved left and right on the road, the shaking body making Chen Ming feel anxious. He was fearful of the approaching snowball, if they got buried in snow and couldn't escape in time. The worsening storm would eventually bury the car under the snow, leading to death once their supplies ran out. After a shaky 300 meters, the vehicle finally returned to level ground. Chen Ming immediately urged Xiao AI to accelerate and create distance. Suddenly, a snow monster leaped up, aiming for the car. When it struck the vehicle, it was sent tumbling, blood splattering everywhere. Chen Ming didn't have time to stop and check the situation. He continued to speed away. Another snow monster attacked, but missed the car. The frustrated creature chased after them, but it was evidently much slower than the vehicle. In a fit of rage, it formed a snowball and hurled it at the car, but Xiao AI skillfully dodged it. Once they distanced themselves from the snow monsters, Chen Ming felt a sense of calm wash over him. The road ahead was clear of danger, but he remained vigilant. After cautiously driving for 3 kilometers, he encountered irregular walls surrounding him. The system informed Chen Ming that this was a snow maze, with some walls being incredibly sturdy while others were very fragile. He was advised not to destroy the walls lightly, as doing so would alter their route. Chen Ming immediately requested the system to plan a route. After scanning for 20 seconds, the system provided him with a path. Following the route, the car wound its way through the maze. After navigating 8 corners, as they prepared to turn at the 9th, a wall suddenly collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Upon hearing the roar of an unknown creature, Chen Ming immediately activated the camouflage function of his vehicle and lowered its temperature. The car transformed into a large rock, and after 10 seconds, the dust settled completely. In front of the car appeared a snow monster, and Chen Ming didn't dare to breathe. The snow monster stared at the rock in front of it, looking somewhat puzzled. It could sense the presence of a vehicle, yet all it saw was a big stone. After scratching its head, the snow monster decided to leave. Chen Ming didn't move right away. He stayed put, fearing that the snow monster might be intelligent and play a game of cat and mouse. Chen Ming thought to himself, "Dad, this snow monster must have come from that collapsed wall earlier." The system replied, "That's correct, but not all collapsed walls harbor snow monsters. Some merely drop supply boxes, while others might collapse without anything at all." "I see," Chen Ming acknowledged. He remained silent, waiting patiently until the system informed him that the snow monster had moved far away before he drove forward. After navigating through several more walls, he encountered another collapsed section and spotted a supply box. Xiao AI, his AI companion, skillfully maneuvered the robotic arm to pick up the supply box and stowed it in the vehicle. At this point, Chen Ming wasn't particularly in need of the supplies. He was more focused on safely exiting this maze. Chapter 67. Leaving the maze in the snow monster attack due to the collapse of the walls, the route changed, prompting Chen Ming to ask the system to reconfigure the path. As he looked at the simulation provided by the system, he realized that the walls had been built in an interlocking manner, with the gaps between them being so narrow that only a single vehicle could pass through at a time. Without excellent driving skills, one would easily crash into the walls. Believing his driving skills were not up to par, Chen Ming decided to let his AI assistant, Xiao AI, take over the automatic driving. Xiao AI moved forward slowly, navigating through the walls. Suddenly, the system warned, "Stop. The snow monster has been attracted by the sound of the vehicle and is on its way." Upon receiving this alert, Chen Ming instructed Xiao AI to halt. The snow monster, initially drawn to the noise of the car, quickly grew restless when the sound ceased. In a fit of frustration, it slammed its fist against a wall, causing it to collapse, and a second snow monster appeared. The system informed Chen Ming that there were now 2 snow monsters, and he felt a surge of anxiety. He inquired about how much longer it would take to navigate the maze. The system replied, "Under the best circumstances, you could force your way through by crashing into the walls." Chen Ming retorted, "Didn't you say that the collapse of the walls would change the route?" The system explained, "While the collapse of a wall does alter the pathway, if you continuously and rapidly crash into the walls, the maze's route refresh rate won't be able to keep up, allowing you to break through. This is a sort of glitch." Chen Ming responded, "So there's a way to do that?" The system clarified, "It's more of a workaround than a solution." Turning to Xiaoai, Chen Ming commanded Xiaoai, "Just crash into the walls. No matter how many walls fall, just push through." Xiao AI acknowledged, "Understood." The roar of the engine erupted as the vehicle crashed into the first wall. The thunderous sound caught the snow monster's attention. Xiao AI pressed on, ignoring both the walls and the monsters. After crashing through 10 walls in succession, the vehicle struck a particularly sturdy wall and momentarily failed to break through. The system noted, "This is the central load-bearing wall of the maze. If it collapses, it will cause all the surrounding walls to fall like a line of dominoes." After several attempts of reversing and charging forward, the vehicle finally smashed through the wall with a loud crash. The ground shook violently as walls began to tumble all around. Seeing the walls collapse in droves, Chen Ming became worried that the snow monsters would attack him. 5 minutes later, all the walls had fallen, and the number of snow monsters increased dramatically. Chen Ming's vehicle, camouflaged as a rock, found itself surrounded by the monsters, which began wandering aimlessly as they failed to locate a target. With his car encircled, Chen Ming lost hope of escaping and decided to wait until the snow monsters thinned out before making a break for it. Just then, a blizzard began to rage, and upon witnessing the storm's approach, Chen Ming cursed under his breath and ordered Xiao AI to charge through the encirclement. In an instant, Xiao AI turned off her disguise and accelerated to full speed, sending several snow monsters tumbling as they were hit by the vehicle. As the car moved forward, all the snow monsters were drawn in. They launched an attack on the car, and Xiao AI skillfully dodged left and right. A group of snow monsters formed snowballs to bombard the vehicle. Although Xiao AI tried her best to evade them, she still got hit by a barrage of snowballs. The car shook violently from the impact, but thanks to Xiao AI's exceptional driving skills, she managed to keep it steady. Chen Ming operated the machine gun to fire at the snow monsters. The creatures were tough, and the bullets only caused them injuries without killing them outright. Realizing the machine gun wasn't very effective, Chen Ming switched to the rocket launcher for more firepower. The explosive rounds were significantly more damaging than bullets, and the snow monsters couldn't withstand the blasts, resulting in a number of them being taken out. The fallen snow monsters infuriated the others, leading to an even denser barrage of snowballs. Xiao AI executed a sharp drift to evade most of the snowballs and then accelerated to dodge the remaining ones. The car sped ahead while the snow monsters chased from behind. However, it didn't take long for the snow monsters to fall behind. Once she shook off the snow monsters, Xiao AI gradually slowed down. A few minutes later, they finally navigated through the maze. As they emerged, Chen Ming let out a sigh of relief, calming his racing heart as he said, "Finally out." After passing through the maze, he spotted a vast, flat expanse of snowy terrain, with some supply crates along the roadside. Chen Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him. He instructed Xiao AI to move forward slowly while extending her mechanical arm to pick up the supply crates. Just as Chen Ming was happily gathering supplies, a system notification appeared. The system warned, "In 5 minutes, you will be pursued by a snowman on this route. You must escape at your fastest speed before the snowman destroys your vehicle." Upon receiving the alert, Chen Ming abandoned the remaining supply crates he hadn't picked up and ordered Xiao AI to accelerate. The 5 minutes passed quickly, and Chen Ming glanced in the rearview mirror to see rolling snowballs. As they approached the car, he finally discerned their size. The snowballs were 3 meters in diameter and rolling at a rapid pace, nearly matching the car's speed. Xiao AI accelerated once more, and the snowballs picked up speed in response. The sight of the speeding snowballs heightened Chen Ming's alertness, prompting him to fire the rocket launcher at them. The explosive hit the snowball, causing it to shatter into pieces. Seeing the snowball break apart left him baffled. He thought the snowball must be the snowman, and given that it was a pursuer in the game, it shouldn't be so weak. Just as he pondered this, the pieces of the snowball merged back together and began rolling again. When Chen Ming saw the snowball catch up once more, he realized this was the normal state of affairs. The shell was launched again and hit the snowball. After a few moments, it merged and followed the car. Chen Ming noticed that the merging speed was increasing, and the snowball was also growing larger, from an initial size of 3 meters to now 4 meters. Unable to find a way to deal with the snowman, Chen Ming asked the system, "Is there any way to resolve the snowman?" The system replied, "Maintain a constant speed until you leave this phase." Upon receiving the message, Chen Ming set his assistant, Xiao AI, to automatic cruise mode and went into the room to grab some snacks. Xiao AI playfully accelerated to tease the snowball. The snowball, feeling provoked by the car's antics, sped up and overtook it, then stopped in front of the car. Xiao AI swiftly dodged around the snowball. After failing to intercept the car, the snowball caught up again and formed a small snowball that it shot towards the vehicle. Xiao AI made a slight adjustment and avoided the snowball. One snowball missed its target, but the snowman launched another attack, firing 2 snowballs in quick succession. Xiao AI dodged to the left. Chen Ming asked the system, "How much longer until this phase ends?" The system responded, "At the current speed, it will end in 10 minutes, but in the last 2 minutes, the snowman will trigger a massive avalanche." Chen Ming exclaimed, "Wow, that sounds intense." He then asked, "Can we dodge the avalanche if we accelerate?" The system advised, "It's recommended to max out your speed in the last 2 minutes to create as much distance as possible." Chen Ming replied, "Got it." He turned to Xiao AI and said, "There will be an avalanche in the last 2 minutes, so when the time comes, just hit the gas." Xiao AI responded, "Understood." Chapter 68, concluding the challenge and heading to the island of vast, desolate snowfields stretched endlessly, while Chen Ming's vehicle swayed from side to side, evading the attacks of the snowman. Time ticked away, and soon only 2 minutes remained. Chen Ming's focus was entirely on the snowman when it let out a furious roar and an avalanche came crashing down. Seeing the avalanche, Xiao AI immediately accelerated. quickly increasing the distance between them. However, the snowman was determined not to let Chen Ming escape and accelerated the avalanche's descent, which rolled towards the vehicle like a tidal wave. Chen Ming opened a window slightly and dropped a landmine. As the avalanche swept over it, the explosion created a gap in the snow, causing the avalanche to slow down just a bit in its attempt to close that gap. Initially, Chen Ming had only wanted to see if he could slightly slow down the avalanche, but to his surprise, it actually worked. Once he realized this small detail, he began to throw down more landmines. The landmines kept detonating, creating more and larger gaps, which further slowed the avalanche as it struggled to seal them. 2 minutes quickly passed, and the avalanche finally came to a halt, allowing the vehicle to speed away. The snowman let out a frustrated roar, but could do nothing but watch Chen Ming leave. After driving for another 20 minutes, Chen Ming saw that the landscape ahead was no longer covered in snow. This new stretch of road made him alert, and he asked the system, "This is the final stretch, right?" The system replied, "Yes, this is the last segment, and it's also the reward segment. It's a short distance, just 5 kilometers. Chen Ming inquired, "How do I earn the rewards?" The system explained, "For every kilometer you pass in this 5-kilometer section, you can choose a square to gain a reward if you select correctly. There is no penalty for guessing wrong." Chen Ming thought, "That means I could potentially get 5 supply boxes. I'm counting on you." The system responded, "Understood." Using the information provided by the system, Chen Ming quickly navigated through the final 5 kilometers and secured his rewards. "Congratulations, player, you have completed the journey challenge," the game system announced. Chen Ming noticed that the message was brief and disappeared quickly, prompting him to grumble about it. After venting his frustrations, he continued on his way. Chen Ming opened the chat interface and messaged Huang Kai in the convoy channel, informing him that he had left to join another team. He advised Huang Kai to find a city for survival with his team, and that they could regroup later when the opportunity arose. Huang Kai agreed, and Chen Ming closed the chat interface, deciding to check out the island. He asked the system to plot a route to the island, and it quickly provided him with directions. Perhaps due to just completing the challenge, or simply good luck, Chen Ming encountered no disasters or side quests before reaching the island. Xia AI drove automatically for 10 hours and finally arrived at the connection point to the island. A straight road stretched ahead, flanked by water on both sides, wide enough for 2 cars to drive side by side. 5 minutes later, they entered the island. After Chen Ming arrived, he got out of the car to take a stroll and help his body relax a bit. At the same time, he had the system scan the island, and it didn't take long for the scan to complete. As Chen Ming looked at the simulated map provided by the system, he noticed sandy areas surrounding a forest, which was home to a variety of creatures. Upon closer inspection, he didn't see any technological or zombie-like monsters. It seemed this was a relatively pristine island, and he felt it would be a nice place to take a break and relax. Chen Ming immediately went into his room and called a few women out. When they emerged, there was a burst of cheers. They hadn't encountered such a peaceful and serene place in a long time. The past few days have been filled with sandstorms, blizzards, player battles, polluted air, and monsters clustering together. Chen Ming asked the system, "Is this island dangerous?" The system replied, "This island has no normal dangers." Chen Ming asked, "What do you mean by normal dangers?" The system responded, "Don't you think this island is great?" Chen Ming replied, "It is great, so what is the catch?" The system explained, "This is the terrifying aspect of the map. The island itself is a living organism, emitting a special scent. The longer you stay here and absorb the aroma, the more you'll be lured into this beautiful but deceptive environment, ultimately leading to your demise. However, you have an air purifier, so it shouldn't be a major problem. But you can only stay for 3 days. After that, you must leave, or else even if you don't succumb, the island will consume you." Chen Ming remarked, "Sweet." As expected, the game system 1T let players live comfortably. He thought to himself, "This is a test for players. Which player can withstand such a trial?" He informed the women about the situation, allowing them to enjoy themselves for 3 days, but cautioned them not to wander too far. The women went into the room to gather some supplies and changed into swimsuits to sunbathe. Chen Ming also changed into beachwear and lay on the sand, deep in thought. Suddenly, a message interrupted his train of thought. "Lin Yu, are you there, big boss?" Chen Ming, "Lin Yu, I'm selling things. Are you interested in collaborating?" Chen Ming, "How would we collaborate?" Lin Yu, "My convoy is facing disbandment after a conflict with another convoy, and now that I've left, I have nowhere to go and can only sell supplies to make a living. I used to work in sales. And I noticed that you have supplies and equipment for sale, but they can easily be resisted by others. I can help sell them. I just want a small commission. Chen Ming. Interesting, but I'm pretty laid back about whether things sell or not. Seeing this, Lin Yu gritted her teeth and said, Boss, I know you need blueprints, and I can help you get them. Chen Ming. We can collaborate, but I need to see your sincerity. Lin Yu sent a friend request to Chen Ming, who accepted it. She then proposed a trade, which he also accepted. Lin Yu provided 2 blueprints, one for a drone and the other for energy storage. After receiving the blueprints, Chen Ming became a bit anxious and asked Lin Yu, Aren't you worried that I might steal these blueprints? Lin Yu replied, I have faith in your integrity. If you did steal them, then I can only blame myself for being foolish. Chen Ming responded, Thank you for your trust. He then sent Lin Yu a batch of food, along with ammunition for rifles and machine guns, plus 30,000 points. Once Lin Yu received the items, she knew her gamble had paid off. So, can we collaborate now? She asked. Absolutely. Chen Ming replied. What do you want to sell? Lin Yu inquired. Could you provide a batch of air conditioning units? Chen Ming offered. I'll package 3 types of equipment together and start you off with 5 sets to test the waters. After that, he sent her the 5 sets of equipment and informed her that the base price for each set was 10,000, whether she sold them individually or as a bundle. Once she sold all 5 sets, he would provide her with more points. Lin Yu received the equipment and immediately showcased her skills in the chat interface. She started by subtly undermining Chen Ming's reputation while building her own popularity, ultimately selling the first set of equipment through clever negotiation. Chen Ming noticed her tactics and smiled, then cooperated by withdrawing the unsold equipment. Chapter 69. Enjoying the island scenery with Chen Ming's assistance, Lin Yu's sales became smoother. The 5 sets were quickly sold out, and Chen Ming received Lin Yu's points in return. He then packaged the remaining unsold air conditioning units and handed them over to Lin Yu, who expressed her gratitude for his trust. The group then began to enjoy life, basking in the bright sunshine of the tropical landscape. The sky was a brilliant blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds, while the azure sea pushed white waves continuously towards the shore. This environment was a world apart from the outside. Chen Ming noticed a few tall coconut trees standing not far away, laden with ripe coconuts. He extended his mechanical arm to pick them. After gathering 6 coconuts, he stopped and used his mechanical arm to open them before walking over to a few women. He distributed the coconuts, and they all sat down on the ground, savoring the coconut water while enjoying the sea breeze. Su Lan remarked, It's a pity we can only stay here for 3 days. I wish I could live here forever. Su Jingjing replied, Then why don't you just stay? Su Lan responded, Forget it, I still want to live. The beautiful surroundings lifted everyone's spirits as they breathed in the fresh air. The women playfully teased each other, while Chen Ming watched them with a smile, saying nothing. Chen Ming asked, Dad, can I check if these islands are temporary? The system replied, You're correct. Each island has a different lifespan. Some last longer, while others are shorter. Once an island disappears, the game will refill it. If players don't leave in time, they will be stranded here until they die. This current island will vanish in 5 days, but it's recommended to leave after 3 days. Chen Ming acknowledged, Got it. After the chat ended, he lay down on the beach to rest. 5 minutes later, he felt a slight pain in his foot. When he looked up, he discovered a crab pinching his toe with its claws. Chen Ming sat up, pressed down on the crab with both hands, and forcefully broke off one of its claws. The crab, now missing a claw, tried to escape, but Chen Ming wasn't going to let go. Ignoring the claw, still pinching his toe, he pulled off all the crab's legs. The legless crab was unable to move and was tossed onto the sand. Chen Ming used some effort to pry the remaining claw off his foot. Losing interest in lying on the beach after being pinched by the crab, he headed straight back to the car. He asked the system to scan the island again for any dangers, and the system assured him that there were none, putting him at ease. After resting for a few hours with nothing to do, Chen Ming suddenly thought of playing Survivor. He immediately decided to participate and sent a message to a few women, informing them of his intention to challenge Survivor. After checking his gear to ensure he was fully equipped, he entered the instance. A flash of white light enveloped him, and when he came to, he found himself surrounded by a dense crowd of people from various ethnic backgrounds. Chen Ming observed the surroundings and felt that some people might be familiar, while others gathered because they spoke the same language. He stood alone, feeling somewhat out of place. After 2 minutes, 3 people approached him to strike up a conversation. Gui said, Is your friend just one person? Do you want to team up with us? We've cleared a few rounds of PUBG already, and joining us would increase your chances of survival. Chen Ming coldly replied, "No, thanks." Gui wanted to say more, but seeing Chen Ming's lack of interest, he decided to end the conversation. Chen Ming then said, "Hey, can you explain how this dungeon works?" The system responded, "There are a total of 5 levels in PUBG. If you violate the game rules or are eliminated by other players or creatures, you won't die immediately if you're in a team. Eliminated players will be placed in a waiting area until their teammates clear a level and can bring them back into the game. However, if you're a lone wolf and get eliminated, you die immediately." Chen Ming thought to himself, "No wonder those people came to find me. They probably see me as cannon fodder." The system continued, "By the way, any weapons you brought into the game cannot be used for now. You can only use weapons obtained within this dungeon." Chen Ming asked, "What about armor? Isn't that considered a weapon?" The system replied, "Correct. Armor is not considered a weapon, so you can use it." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming felt a bit more relaxed. The energy armor was his greatest asset apart from the system. Without it, he would just be a sitting duck. A game prompt sounded. Player count has reached the starting number of 1,000. The game is about to begin. Level 1, 321 Wooden Man, Chen Ming said. "All right, I'm counting on you." The system responded, "The essence of this level lies in the numbers. The distance from start to finish is 100 meters. Pay attention to the timing of the robot's voice and the movement of its head at the end. The robot will only turn its head when it says 3. It won't turn for any other number." Chen Ming was a bit confused. He thought numbers like 1, 2, and 3 were typical, but he sensed that the system's explanation might differ from his expectations. He asked the system, "I don't quite understand. Can you elaborate?" The system explained, "The robot might say numbers like 123, 213, 11123, or 2121212122, 1113, and there is also a chance it could directly say 3 and then turn its head. In short, if it says 3, it will turn its head for sure. You need to remain still before it turns. Otherwise, you will be eliminated. Additionally, standing still for 3 counts will also get you eliminated, and each move must be at least 20 centimeters. Game start." As the announcement finished, there was a flash of light, and everyone found themselves in a place marked with 2 lines. Chen Ming noticed that the distance from start to finish was indeed 100 meters, as the system had said, with a width of 50 meters. At the end, there was a large screen displaying a countdown of 10 minutes. Chen Ming noticed the time and realized he needed to arrive within 10 minutes. Those who didn't tee would likely be eliminated. The crowd was tightly packed, so he stepped back a bit and then moved to the far left. Most people were concentrated in the middle, with only a few scattered on the sides. Seeing this, Chen Ming speculated that they were likely forming teams to clear the dungeon. He decided to ignore them and quietly try to blend in, not wanting to draw attention to himself. The system announced, "You have a wristband. If you break the rules, get eliminated by others, or defeated by game creatures, the green light on your wristband will dim, and you will receive an electric shock before being thrown into the waiting area. If you're in a team, your teammates can use the wristband to rescue you." As soon as the system finished speaking, a robotic voice chimed in. The robot said 12. Some players, noticing the robot was speaking slowly, quickly dashed forward and halted before it reached 3. The robot continued. 3. All players froze, afraid of being eliminated. Right at the start, one player managed to distance himself significantly from the others behind him. The system then asked, "Do you need me to help you hack the wristband so you won't be eliminated?" Chen Ming replied, "Dad, you're truly the best." Chapter 70. The first game, red light, green light. The system helped Chen Ming crack the wristband, and he quietly moved forward. The system informed him that the wristband had been hacked and advised him to avoid drawing attention. Chen Ming took this advice to heart. The robot announced, "Everyone run." Just when the players thought they could breeze through this game, the robot suddenly shouted 3 and turned its head. The atmosphere instantly turned tense, and the players stopped in their tracks, looking bewildered. Those who couldn't stop in time saw their wristbands dim, marking their elimination. In an instant, over 200 players vanished. Chen Ming felt a tightening in his chest. He realized that he couldn't rush blindly in this game. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his ear. "Be aware of the robot's behavior. Don't be deceived." Chen Ming took a deep breath, reminding himself to stay calm. The robot spoke again. After some players were eliminated, most became cautious, while others felt time was running out and immediately started to run. However, Chen Ming was alert. He noticed the robot's head slightly tilting to the left, as if it were observing something. Trusting his instincts, he chose not to follow the other players. Sure enough, when the robot counted to 3 and turned its head again, several more players who couldn't stop in time were eliminated. Chen Ming felt a sense of relief, but also realized that this game was far more challenging than he had imagined. He focused intently, waiting for the next instruction. The robot's voice rang out once more, heightening the tension among the players. Some tentatively took a few steps forward, only to quickly retract their feet. Chen Ming was startled. How could there be a 4? The system explained, "This is a game bug. Shouting a number higher than 3 gives you 5 seconds to run. You can take advantage of this." After processing the information, Chen Ming glanced at the large screen in the distance, which showed there were still over 8 minutes left. Having missed the opportunity to exploit the bug, Chen Ming didn't dwell on it, but instead braced himself. He fixed his gaze on the robot, trying to glean clues from its subtle movements. As he observed closely, he realized that there seemed to be eyes on the back of the robot's head as well. It dawned on him that the robot had eyes on both sides, allowing it to track the distance and number of players moving. All the players' actions were under the robot's watchful gaze. Just as Chen Ming was deep in thought, the robot shouted 3. This time, no players moved. The robot continued, 1 2 2 2 2 1 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3. The robot's elaborate counting terrified the players, and no one dared to move. Most players had already halted twice, but Chen Ming had not moved 3 times. Originally, he would have been eliminated, but since the wristband had lost its function, he was spared. At first, Chen Ming was unnoticed and remained in the shadows. So no one realized the situation. The robot. 1. Chen Ming began to move, sprinting a few steps forward. When the robot shouted a complex series of numbers again, Chen Ming closely watched its movements. Just as the robot was about to say 3, Chen Ming stopped. The other players behind him were astonished. They had initially thought that Chen Ming was recklessly charging forward without learning from the mistakes of those who had been eliminated. But they were surprised by his remarkable control over his own body. Chen Ming estimated that he had moved about 10 meters forward. Among the players, there were always some clever high-level players who observed the robot's behavior, figured out the pattern, and began to advance according to its rhythm. This caught Chen Ming's attention, and he immediately thought that he could let others draw the fire while he played it safe. As time ticked away, Chen Ming started to feel anxious. At the current pace, it was unlikely he would reach the finish line. The robot. 5. Upon hearing the sound, Chen Ming immediately ran while counting silently. At the 4th second, he stopped, and the other players noticed his actions, leading some to speculate that numbers above 3 allowed players to run for several seconds. With this crucial information, many players began to share it and move in a more coordinated manner, creating initial plans and spreading out to avoid interfering with one another. The robot's voice rang out again, 123, then it turned its head and no players advanced. When it suddenly fell silent, players were left puzzled. Some tentatively took a few steps, found they weren't eliminated, and then started running. At that moment, the robot suddenly turned its head, and those few running players were eliminated. Chen Ming observed that, given the current situation, few would likely reach the finish line. He roughly counted the number of players still in the game. There were over 600 remaining. The players on the field were in a panic, unsure of what to do. However, Chen Ming calmly analyzed the situation, realizing that the robot's silence might be a new twist in the game. The robot. 6. Chen Ming decided to take a gamble and sprinted towards the finish line as fast as he could. Some players were inspired by his actions, while others hesitated. Chen Ming counted to the 4th second and stopped, while other players, unsure of when the robot would turn its head, continued to advance. And some followed Chen Ming's lead and stopped. Just then, the robot emitted a sound. 3. The players who continued moving had no time to react and were eliminated. Thanks to the system's cues and his control over his body, Chen Ming successfully avoided disaster. He continued to advance cautiously, mentally estimating how far he still had to go. He observed that there was still half the distance left to the finish line. Time was ticking away, and the pressure was mounting. The remaining players were giving it their all, hoping to reach the finish line as quickly as possible. However, the robot seemed determined not to let them pass easily. In the following rounds, the robot randomly shouted numbers, causing many slower players to be eliminated. At that moment, Chen Ming noticed that the robot's eyes were flashing with a strange light, as if hinting at something. A thought crossed his mind. Could this be part of the game? He decided to take a bold risk and crouch down, trying to evade the robot's gaze. To his surprise, when he crawled on the ground, the robot called out 3, but he was not eliminated. Seeing this, other players quickly followed Chen Ming's lead. Before long, all the players were sprawled out like waves, crawling forward. As time passed, More and more players reached the finish line. Chen Ming finally made it just in the nick of time, panting heavily as he looked back at the scene behind him, filled with a sense of accomplishment. This game not only tested their physical strength, but also challenged their intelligence and courage. Chapter 71. Everyone plays hide and seek. Upon reaching the finish line, Chen Ming collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The game system's notification sounded. Congratulations to the surviving players for passing the first level. Team players can choose a revival card for a teammate or an immunity card. Solo players will automatically receive an immunity card. Chen Ming rolled over and sat up. He wasn't interested in the revival cards others received. After all, he was a lone wolf and had no use for them. Moreover, this was only the first level, and the challenges ahead would undoubtedly be tougher. The immunity card, however, caught his attention. If he used this card, even if he failed in the game, he wouldn't be eliminated. Although the system had cracked the wristband to prevent his elimination, he still wanted to play along. He sat up and observed the number of surviving players, which was over 500. The game system notified 5 minutes of break time. Players should make good use of this time. You may choose to rescue a teammate during this period. A countdown began on the large screen at the finish line of the first level. The 5 minutes passed quickly. Some chose to revive their teammates, while others opted for the immunity card. At this moment, human selfishness was on full display. The game system announced, "Break time is over, all players will relocate." A flash of white light enveloped everyone, and all players were transported to a new venue. Second level, hide and seek. Players will randomly transform into an object or a creature. The game lasts for 1 hour, during which players will undergo 3 random transformations into objects or creatures. After the game starts, 10 armed NPCs will be randomly deployed to attack players. The NPCs carry different weapons, 5 with handguns and 5 with shotguns. Handguns require 5 bullets to eliminate a player, while shotguns require just 1 bullet. Note, every 20 minutes, players will change into an object or creature, allowing them to move. After selecting a position, players can lock themselves in place to avoid being detected by NPCs. Chen Ming was enveloped in white light and took a few seconds to regain his normal vision. Once his sight returned, he immediately began to observe his surroundings. But his view was limited, so he asked the system to help scan the level. Chen Ming, "Hey, what is the best item to transform into in this game?" System, becoming a piece of paper and hiding in a small space is the best option. However, the items he could turn into were random and uncontrollable. Chen Ming, can you make the random selection a choice? System, no problem. With the system's assurance, Chen Ming felt much more relaxed and confident. The game system announced, final 10 seconds countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Game start. All players flashed and dispersed across the game area once again. Players, please start hiding. NPCs will be deployed in 5 minutes. Upon receiving the system message, players began randomly transforming into various items. Meanwhile, other players also turned into different objects or creatures, searching for places to conceal themselves. Chen Ming followed the route given by the system and climbed onto the roof of a small firewood shed. He noticed that the shed was right next to the boundary wall of the level, so he transformed into a piece of paper, wedging himself against the outer wall while blending in with its color. Chen Ming's hiding spot was quite clever. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the system notification rang out. NPCs have been deployed. Chen Ming used the simulated level map from the system to observe his surroundings. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed, and a player was discovered and eliminated. The gunfire was somewhat distant, but he still nervously pulled his head back, secretly relieved that he had chosen a good hiding spot. As time ticked by, some players were discovered and attacked. Realizing their positions were compromised, they began to move. Smaller objects moved quickly, while larger ones moved slowly, with larger objects getting eliminated. Small objects, harder to hit, darted around when discovered. The map quickly descended into chaos. Gunfire rang out continuously, and players were being eliminated one after another, while some players, having been spotted, skillfully maneuvered around the map, evading the NPCs. 20 minutes passed in no time. The game system's notification sounded. Players, the second random transformation begins. The NPCs stopped chasing the players, standing still. The players who survived the first round felt grateful to still be alive, hoping for a favorable transformation this time, ideally into a bird to fly away. With the system's help, Chen Ming did not change into anything else and remained a piece of paper pressed against the wall. He enjoyed this safe and risk-free gaming experience. As he was not a risk-taker, everything he did prioritized safety. Hiding time is over. The game continues. At that moment, a bird flew close to Chen Ming. It seemed to sense something and landed on the wall above him. The bird hopped around on the wall when an NPC passed by and noticed the bird on Chen Ming's wall. Chen Ming saw the NPC approaching through the system and inwardly panicked, nervously watching the bird, fearing that it would lead the NPC to discover him. However, the bird seemed to sense danger and flapped its wings, flying away. The NPC mistakenly thought the bird was a player and drew his gun to shoot. Watching the NPC chase the bird, Chen Ming sighed in relief and continued to quietly wait for the game to end. Another 20 minutes passed, and the system notification sounded once more. Players, the third random transformation begins. After the transformation, the number of remaining players dwindled, and the map gradually fell silent. Chen Ming knew that victory was within reach. All he had to do was nothing, and he would win effortlessly. At that moment, a player transformed into Chicken Brother. As Chicken Brother, he seemed to be possessed by a divine spirit, showcasing his agility to the NPCs. He dashed forward, leaped, flapped his wings, and glided while making clucking sounds, attracting all the NPCs toward him. 10 NPCs began to chase him, but he remained unfazed, dodging all bullets with the grace of a seasoned player. Under his impressive maneuvering, the bullets appeared weak and ineffective. Chen Ming watched all of this unfold, secretly relieved and grateful that Chicken Brother had drawn all the NPCs away. As time passed, the game entered its final phase. The NPCs seemed to go berserk, their speed increasing. Realizing the change in the NPCs, Chicken Brother, not wanting to take any chances, quickly jumped and flapped his wings to fly up to the rooftop to evade them. In the limited time left, the NPCs appeared to be enraged by Chicken Brother's antics and stopped looking for other players, focusing solely on him. They launched a full-on assault against Chicken Brother, forcing him into a dead end in a panic. Initially, Chicken Brother tried to fight back, but the sheer density of the bullets made it impossible for him to evade. Ultimately, he fell victim to the barrage. Normally, after an NPC kills a player, they would leave to find another target, but Chicken Brother's actions insulted them, causing them to linger. After taking him down, they mercilessly shot at his lifeless body, riddling the walls of the dead end with bullet holes. Chen Ming silently mourned for Chicken Brother, thinking, from now on, no chicken essence in the stir-fried noodles. Chicken Brother had bought valuable time for the NPCs, and finally, the system notification sounded. Game over. Congratulations to the remaining players for passing the second level. Chen Ming let out a long sigh of relief. He had successfully evaded the NPC's attack. Now, he looked forward to the challenges of the next level, confident that with the system's help, he would surely clear it as well. Chapter 72, the third round of the Biohazard survival game. Congratulations to the surviving players for passing the second round. Team players can choose a Revive Teammate card or a No Elimination card. Solo players automatically receive a No Elimination card. The game system prompted 5 minutes of break time. Players, make the most of this time, as you can choose to save your teammates. All players can move freely within the map, and some players have been revived by their teammates, since they are not gathered together. Chen Ming doesn't know the exact number and has to let the system help with the count. After 5 seconds, the system provided the answer, 411 players. This information surprised Chen Ming. The initial death toll was around 400 and over 100 were revived. Yet this round had an intense barrage of gunfire from NPCs, but only eliminated a little over 100 players. The 5-minute free activity time quickly passed, and a white light flashed, transporting all players to the third round arena. Third round, Biohazard survival game. Players must reach the finish line within the designated time. After 5 minutes, a zombie will be released to chase the players. During this time, players can find weapons along the way to attack the zombie and slow it down. If a player is attacked by the zombie, they will turn into a zombie after 5 minutes. Note, players can attack each other. The game lasts for 1 hour, and the main zombie cannot be killed. Only its speed can be delayed. Chen Ming looked at the remaining 400 players and pondered to himself. He understood that the difficulty of this round would be significant, especially with the threat of being chased by zombies. Game start. As the game system's prompt sounded, all players immediately began to run. However, Chen Ming stood still, with a few others who hadn't run off yet. Confused, he watched them but chose to ignore them. One of them stepped forward and said, "Hey, friend, what is your name? I think we could cooperate." Chen Ming replied, "Everyone has their own path. Besides, we don't know each other, so let us just go our separate ways." With that, he started running, but those few seemed unwilling to give up and continued to follow him. Chen Ming observed them trailing behind, but didn't he concern himself with their intentions. He ran while letting the system plan a route, which it indicated would take 2 minutes. So, he led the followers in circles. After 2 minutes, the route was planned, and Chen Ming began to move forward according to the new path. The system seemed to have mapped out a hidden passage. After running for 3 minutes, he encountered an iron gate. The system indicated that he could temporarily hide from the zombies by cracking the code. And there was also an underground tunnel inside that would provide a shortcut to reach the finish line faster than the others. Zombies are being released. As the game system's prompt echoed, the low growls of zombies filled the air, accompanied by male and female voices, creating a terrifying atmosphere. The few people following Chen Ming saw him enter the room after entering the password and wanted to follow him, but Chen Ming quickly closed the door, leaving them frustrated for not having followed sooner. As they heard the low growls of zombies, they hurriedly found a place to hide. After shaking off a few tailgaters, Chen Ming took a moment to rest. He thought there was still plenty of time, so there was no need to rush to the finish line. Besides, this hidden passage didn't lead directly to the end, and encountering other players along the way could result in being attacked. Leaning against the wall, Chen Ming contemplated his next move. He decided to explore the hidden passage first to see if there were any other clues or supplies. Cautiously, he moved forward, ready to face any potential dangers. As he walked, Chen Ming reached a fork in the passage. The left path looked narrower, while the right one was more spacious. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately chose the left path. The passage became narrower as he progressed, making Chen Ming feel as if he were in a maze. When he had the system display the outside view, he saw a group of zombies chasing other players. Chen Ming's expression turned serious, but he felt a sense of relief. It seemed that some players had already been infected and turned into zombies in such a short time. This passage was indeed a safe shortcut. He quickened his pace, hoping to reach the finish line soon. After navigating a few twists and turns in the maze, Chen Ming finally spotted a door. He pushed it open and found himself in a secret room. The room was filled with various precious items and equipment, and Chen Ming was thrilled. He quickly checked all the items, grabbed a handgun for easy carrying, and also picked up a short knife before leaving the room. Chen Ming cautiously observed his surroundings, confirming there was no danger before continuing down the passage. He soon reached the end of the tunnel. Now, he would have to rely on himself for the next part of the journey, he thought. He opened the iron door of the passage and stepped out. Along the way, he skillfully avoided other players and zombies, secretly grateful he had chosen the right path. According to the system's map, Chen Ming was only 100 meters away from the finish line. Just as he turned a corner, he spotted a zombie. The zombie let out an angry roar and began to chase him. Without time to think, Chen Ming raised his handgun and fired several shots. The zombie fell, but the gunfire attracted more zombies, and their growls echoed around him. Realizing the danger, Chen Ming sprinted toward the finish line. After a few steps, the system warned him of a corner ahead with zombies. Chen Ming quickly ran a few steps, sidestepped to avoid the zombie's attack, and then used a short knife to slash at the zombie's head. The zombie collapsed. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming dashed toward the finish line. At that moment, the system alerted him that he was surrounded by zombies and advised him to take a detour, as being besieged could lead to infection. After receiving the warning, Chen Ming began to retreat. He tiptoed around a corner and hid. The zombies, having lost their target, were searching everywhere. As Chen Ming evaded them, he thought about how other players had either been infected or reached the finish line. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps interrupted his thoughts. He tightened his grip on the short knife and slowly raised it, ready to strike. The footsteps grew louder, and Chen Ming held his breath. Just as the footsteps reached their closest point, they abruptly stopped. Confused, Chen Ming looked up and was met with the sight of a decayed face looming above him. The zombie let out a roar, and Chen Ming took off running. As he rounded the corner, he noticed a set of stairs behind where he had been hiding. He regretted not seeing them earlier, but there was no time to dwell on that. He sprinted at full speed. The noise he made attracted the zombies, and he swung his knife, hacking down the ones in front of him. He decided to make a desperate dash straight for the finish line. A horde of zombies charged toward him, and realizing he couldn't fight them head-on, he made a right turn, preparing to climb over the wall. He ran and jumped, grabbing onto the wall with both hands and pushing himself up with all his strength. After a few moments of struggle, he managed to climb onto the wall. Chen Ming took a few deep breaths and continued running. He zigzagged along the wall, leading the zombies in circles. Once he saw that most of the zombies were focused on him, he feigned a leftward run. As they chased after him, he quickly spun around and dashed to the right. This maneuver created some distance between him and the horde. Chen Ming leaped off the wall and rolled a few times, scrambling toward the finish line. After crawling for about 10 seconds, he finally reached the end. Just as he crossed the finish line, a system notification chimed. Congratulations to the surviving player for passing the 3rd level. Chen Ming half sat on the ground, panting heavily, and glanced back. The zombies had vanished from sight. He realized that the upcoming levels would be even more challenging, but he was ready for whatever lay ahead. Chapter 73, Speedrun. Level 4, a flash of white light swept through, and all players were transported once again. They found themselves packed into a square, and Chen Ming, unsure of what this level entailed, decided to stay in a corner to rest. Just then, the large screen in the center of the square lit up, displaying a message, 5-minute break time. Chen Ming was somewhat surprised to see that there were no rewards for completing the previous level. At the same time, he began to ponder over the upcoming challenges of Level 4. They had already faced the Wooden Man, Hide and Seek, and Battle Royale. Before long, the 5 minutes were up. 5-minute break time is over. The screen flashed another message. Immediately, the ground began to tremble violently, and a massive game board appeared in the center of the square. Is this Ludo? Chen Ming muttered to himself in confusion, then noticed there were a total of 120 squares. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a mechanical voice boomed. Welcome to Level 4, Ludo Battle. Players will advance by rolling dice, and the first player to reach the finish line wins. Note that a random event will occur every 10 squares, and there will also be random events on the squares themselves. Good luck. Additional note, game time is 1 hour. If you encounter a dangerous event, you will return to the starting point. All players will roll once per round, and each player can only roll once per round. Players can gain multiple rolling opportunities through random events. Players can only roll again once all players have finished their rolls. If you roll secretly, you will return to the starting point. Players who do not reach the finish line within the time limit will be eliminated. As the voice faded, each player found a transparent small box in their hands containing a die. The competition officially began. Players eagerly rolled their dice, quickly moving around the game board. Chen Ming looked at his die and noticed that the faces did not display the traditional numbers 1 to 6, but rather 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. He pondered over the numbers, and soon enough, the other players had advanced while he remained at his starting point, receiving jeers from the others. Chen Ming asked the system to help him roll a 10, and he advanced 10 squares. Chen Ming was the first to encounter a random event. Player steps on glue and remains in place for 2 rounds. Other players went from envy to mocking him, but he didn't let it bother him. Chen Ming stood dazed on the glue, watching as the other players moved further away. After 2 rounds, he rolled the die again and got a 6. As he advanced, he noticed some special squares on the board, each decorated with various patterns. Do these special squares trigger interesting events? Chen Ming wondered to himself. As he landed on the square corresponding to his roll, a burst of flames suddenly erupted from the board, surrounding him. What is going on? Chen Ming exclaimed in surprise. After the flames disappeared, he noticed a small flame symbol had appeared on his wristband. Chen Ming checked the information, and the wristband indicated that this was a one-time skill that could burn once for something he deemed a trap. Could this be a buff? Chen Ming guessed excitedly. Rounds passed, and some players encountered good events while others faced bad ones. Chen Ming managed to navigate through several rounds without any close calls. By now, he had gradually adapted to the game rules, skillfully using the effects of the system-controlled dice and special spaces to avoid some dangers. When he rolled the dice again, an unexpected event occurred. The dice landed on a space marked teleport, and a teleportation skill was added to Chen Ming's wristband. He noticed that he was still over 40 spaces away from his target, so he immediately used the teleport skill and advanced 20 spaces, putting him among the frontrunners. Suddenly, a dazzling light flickered on the game board ahead, and a massive treasure chest appeared. Is this the final reward? Chen Ming felt a rush of excitement. Just as he was about to shake the box, another player dashed ahead and landed on that space first. Chen Ming was taken aback. The player did not receive a reward, but was instead blasted away by a powerful force, sending him straight back to the starting point. What was going on? Chen Ming was stunned. He carefully observed the game board and noticed that the spaces around the treasure chest were faintly glowing with a strange light. It seems this is a trap, Chen Ming realized. He cautiously shook the box and rolled a 10, continuing his advance. Only 10 spaces remained in front of him, and someone had already reached the finish line. after waiting for the other players to finish their rolls. He shook the box again. The system-controlled dice landed on 10, and Chen Ming reached the final destination. Looking back at the players still making their way, he checked the big screen and saw that there were about 20 minutes left with around 200 players still on the board, while only a little over 10 had reached the finish line. As the 20 minutes quickly passed, players gradually arrived at the finish line, but not everyone was lucky enough to make it. Ultimately, 98 players remained who had not reached the end. The game system announced, players who have not reached the finish line are eliminated. Congratulations to the players who reached the end for passing the fourth round. Just as Chen Ming breathed a sigh of relief, the system's voice rang out again. 5 minutes of rest time. The challenge for the fifth round will begin shortly. Before the words had fully faded, all players were transported to another scene. This time, they found themselves in an ancient castle, shrouded in a mysterious atmosphere. The castle's doors were tightly shut. Chen Ming's heart tightened as he wondered what kind of test awaited them in this fifth round. Game system prompt. This time, the player is challenging the fifth level alone. The player must leave the castle within 1 hour. The 5-minute break quickly passed, and all the players in the square flashed with white light and were teleported into the castle. Chen Ming surveyed the castle, secretly pondering his strategy. He decided to explore the interior of the castle, first to see if there were any clues or hidden passages. Upon entering the castle, Chen Ming found it dimly lit, filled with various traps and puzzles. He first asked the system to scan the entire castle, which indicated it would take 5 minutes. Since he needed to wait, Chen Ming didn't rush to explore the castle, but patiently bided his time. After 5 minutes, the system provided the layout of the castle. Chen Ming observed that there were 3 floors, and he was currently on the 3rd floor. He needed to solve all the codes to leave the castle. Using the map provided by the system, Chen Ming arrived at a room where he found Short Knife. After grabbing it, he left the room to continue his search. While passing through a narrow corridor, Chen Ming heard a faint cry for help. Following the sound, he discovered an injured player. Pretending to go and rescue them, he secretly reached behind him for his weapon. When he was less than 5 steps away from the player, Chen Ming suddenly drew the knife and struck at the player. Caught off guard, the player was slashed across the neck and stared at Chen Ming in disbelief, eyes wide open. Chapter 74. The Mysterious Castle of the Fifth Challenge. What a fool. They said there wouldn't be other players if you challenge it alone. Chen Ming muttered under his breath. The players he had killed had turned into puppets after their deaths, and Chen Ming stepped closer to observe one of them. Chen Ming, Dad, what's going on here? System, puppets will randomly appear in the castle to confuse players. Be careful. Chen Ming, got it. He bypassed the puppet and moved forward, soon arriving at the entrance of a secret room. He wasn't particularly skilled at puzzle solving, but he had an advantage that others didn't. The system helped Chen Ming unlock the code for the secret room, and he entered the password, gently turned the doorknob, and took a step back. He was prepared for an ambush as he opened the door, holding a knife in one hand while forcefully pushing the door open with the other. As the door swung open, the system alerted him to the presence of 2 puppets. Each puppet would ask him a question. Answering the left one correctly would help him, while answering the right one correctly would spare him. If he got both questions wrong, both puppets would attack him. Chen Ming took a deep breath and stepped into the room. The 2 puppets sprang to life immediately. The left puppet asked, I tell the truth, he lies. Who is telling the truth, and who is lying? The right puppet chimed in, I'm lying, he is telling the truth. Who is lying, and who is telling the truth? Chen Ming paused, deep in thought. Chen Ming, Dad, what do I do? System, both are lying. Chen Ming, got it. He confidently replied to the 2 puppets, both of you are lying. The left puppet nodded, while the right puppet stood still. Chen Ming felt a rush of relief. It seemed the system's answer was correct. At that moment, the left puppet handed him a key, saying, this is the key to the next level. Good luck. Chen Ming took the key, gave the puppet a grateful glance, and left the room. With the key in hand, he exited the secret room and continued on his path. Soon, he found another secret room. Upon inspection, he realized he could open it without needing a password. He gently pushed the door open, and to his surprise, he encountered no danger. After surveying the room, he stepped inside. The room was dimly lit by flickering candles. The swaying flames caught Chen Ming's attention. Finding nothing special about the candles, he moved away from their placement and walked toward the center. There he spotted a blurry map laid out, marked with strange symbols and routes. Chen Ming asked the system to help him remember it. He studied the map closely, trying to find clues for the next level. Just then, the system's voice echoed again. This map conceals crucial information. You need to solve its puzzle to proceed. Chen Ming felt a headache coming on. Puzzles were his weakest point, and just the thought of them made his head spin. He understood that only through layers of trials could he leave alive. So, he calmed himself and carefully examined every detail on the map, trying to find patterns and clues. 5 minutes passed, and beads of sweat began to form on Chen Ming's forehead. Eventually, he gave up and asked the system for help. After analyzing the map, the system informed him, the key to the puzzle lies in the combination of symbols. You must light up the symbols on the map in a specific order to unlock the passage to the next level. Following the system's instructions, Chen Ming cautiously used his knife to touch the symbols on the map. When he successfully lit up all the symbols, the map emitted a beam of light, revealing a staircase leading downward. Chen Ming sighed in relief, stepped onto the staircase, and entered the next unknown challenge. As soon as he entered the new level, he heard a chilling laugh. A puppet blocked his path. The puppet said, "Welcome to the game room. You need to win the game to leave." Startled by the sudden appearance of the puppet, Chen Ming quickly composed himself and politely asked, "Hello, could you tell me what game we will be playing?" The puppet replied, "You're very polite. I like you. Why don't you stay with me?" Chen Ming responded, "Thank you for your compliment, but I would prefer to return to where I belong." The puppet sighed, "That's quite unfortunate." With that, the puppet began to cry. The system warned, "Do not be swayed by its words or tears. Everything the puppet does is to keep you here." Chen Ming replied, "Understood." Seeing that Chen Ming was unfazed, the puppet stopped crying and said seriously, "The game is simple. In the center of the room, there's a table with 3 cards. It's a best 2 out of 3 of rock, paper, scissors. If you win, you can leave." Chen Ming glanced at the table and asked, "When can we start the game?" The puppet replied, "Anytime, but you only have one chance. If you lose, you have to stay with me." Chen Ming acknowledged, "Got it." He then asked the system, "Is there a chance to win this game?" The system replied, "You are destined to lose. No matter what card you pick, the puppet will know." Chen Ming asked, "What should I do then? Am I really going to have to stay with it?" The system explained, "The game itself isn't important. What's crucial is the puppet. You need to play to its emotions to convince it to let you go." Understood. Chen Ming approached the table and sat down, with the puppet sitting across from him. Knowing that the puppet could see his cards, he casually shuffled the cards and drew one. The puppet remarked, "Is that how casual you are?" Chen Ming replied, "Life and death are fated." The puppet said, "Your carefree attitude makes me like you even more, but sadly, you might lose." The puppet took out a card. And then Chen Ming and the puppet revealed their cards at the same time. Chen Ming chose rock, while the puppet chose paper. The puppet exclaimed, "You lost this time." Chen Ming replied, "It's okay. I still have 2 chances left." The puppet and Chen Ming shuffled the cards again. Chen Ming picked rock once more, while the puppet, thinking it would be rock again, chose paper. They revealed their cards together, and the puppet said, "You lost again. You have to stay." Chen Ming responded, "No worries. Do you want to play for a 3rd time?" The puppet replied, "How can I refuse your kind invitation?" After shuffling the cards again and playing, Chen Ming lost once more, but the puppet didn't feel happy about it. The puppet thought Chen Ming was too calm and indifferent to the outcome. This lack of concern made the puppet feel unaccomplished. It craved to see Chen Ming's excitement, like a gambler caught up in the thrill, wanting to witness his confidence turn into despair. That way, the puppet would find pleasure in the game, but Chen Ming's calmness made it feel like chewing on wax. The puppet complained, "This isn't fun at all. Your reactions are as dull as a corpse." Chen Ming replied, "This is your domain, and you know this game well. I don't think I can win, so since I can't win, I might as well stay calm." Chapter 75. Directly to the first level, this impeccable excuse left the puppet momentarily speechless. Chen Ming said, "I lost, but I'm staying to keep you company. Aren't you happy?" The puppet replied, "You're not fun at all. This is boring." Chen Ming shook his head in resignation. He hadn't expected such a response. He had only wanted to find an excuse to stay and see if the puppet would surprise him, but instead, he was met with disdain. "So it will be fun. Teach me," Chen Ming asked sincerely. The puppet looked at him, a glint of mischief in its eyes. "Let's play a new game." "Sure, it's a deal." Chen Ming agreed without hesitation. The puppet smiled and explained the rules of the new game. "We'll play hide and seek. You hide, and I'll find you. If I find you within the time limit, I win. Otherwise, you win." After hearing this, Chen Ming immediately nodded in agreement. The game began, and Chen Ming quickly found a hiding spot. He knew the puppet would definitely be able to find him, so he didn't choose a very difficult place to hide. After all, the puppet had probably already figured out where he was. As the time limit was about to expire, the puppet pretended to start searching. In the end, the puppet successfully found Chen Ming, winning the game. However, it felt no sense of accomplishment. The little excitement Chen Ming had sparked quickly faded away. I'm encountering the most boring person for the first time. This is just too dull. The puppet complained. Joy is fleeting, but sorrow lasts, Chen Ming replied. Get lost. I hate that saying, the puppet exclaimed. Failure is a constant in life. That's just life, Chen Ming remarked. I'll kill you, the puppet threatened. Chen Ming calmly looked at it, and the two stared at each other. After a few seconds, the puppet asked, Aren't you scared? Chen Ming responded, Everyone dies eventually. Since we have to die, why not face it calmly? The puppet suddenly had a thought and slyly smiled. I know what to do now. I'm going to turn you into a puppet. Chen Ming quietly watched it, and the puppet felt like it was going crazy. Aren't you afraid at all? The puppet pressed. If I become a puppet, I might achieve immortality. Wouldn't that be better? Chen Ming replied. Get lost. That kind of good fortune isn't meant for you. The puppet shot back. Well, that's too bad. If I had shown fear earlier, I might have become a puppet and lived forever, Chen Ming said. What game are we playing next? Hurry up and tell me. The puppet responded, You're so boring. I don't want to play with you. Chen Ming hugged the puppet and said, It's okay. What are we playing next? The puppet replied, Just go away. Chen Ming asked why. Didn't we agree to be each other as angels? Puppet. When did I say that? How would I know? Chen Ming. Before the game started, didn't you say that if you lost, you would stay? Isn't that being each other as angel? Puppet. I make you should stay if you lost, but I didn't say anything about being each other as angel. Chen Ming. Oh, I get it. You're tired of me. You don't need me anymore. You heartless puppet. Puppet. How am I heartless? Chen Ming. You just stole my heart, and now you're abandoning me. If you didn't want me to stay, you could have said so earlier. I'm not that dense. The puppet, having never experienced sweet talk or cheesy lines, felt a bit confused by Chen Ming's barrage. Puppet, why don't you just go away? Just get out of here. I don't want to see you. Seeing that Puppet was a bit upset, Chen Ming stopped joking and said seriously, I really want to play a game with you. You can think of a new game, and we can play together. Looking into Chen Ming's sincere eyes, Puppet felt a bit touched, but still pretended to be indifferent. I can't think of a new game. Chen Ming thought for a moment and then suggested, How about we play a role-playing game? You can be the master, and I'll be the servant. What do you think? Puppet's eyes lit up. This game sounded interesting, so they nodded in agreement. Chen Ming began to play the role of the servant, serving Puppet tea, massaging the shoulders, and bustling about happily. Puppet enjoyed Chen Ming's service, feeling secretly pleased that this game was much more fun than the previous hide-and-seek. Chen Ming's attentive service made Puppet very satisfied. However, Puppet wasn't content with that. They started to purposely make things difficult for Chen Ming, asking him to do more challenging tasks. I'm hungry. Go get me something to eat, Puppet said. Without hesitation, Chen Ming rushed to the kitchen to cook. He put a lot of effort into making a stir-fried dish and happily brought it to Puppet. What is this? It's terrible, Puppet critiqued. Chen Ming didn't get discouraged. He ran back to the kitchen to make another dish. This time, he cooked with even more care, hoping to please Puppet's taste. Still not good? Can't you do any better? Puppet said with a dissatisfied expression. Chen Ming maintained a smile and went back to the kitchen, determined to make a dish that would satisfy Puppet. After several attempts, he finally succeeded in creating a delicious meal. Wow, this is really good, Puppet exclaimed, praising the dish. Chen Ming sighed in relief, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. They continued to happily play the role-playing game for half an hour. The system informed Chen Ming that time was running out, and he said he would stay calm. Just as Chen Ming was lost in thought, Puppet began to share their story. Chen Ming listened quietly as the puppet told its story for 10 minutes. After the story ended, Chen Ming remained silent. Puppet, don't you have anything to say? No feelings at all? What about your humanity? Chen Ming, sorry, but I don't have that kind of humanity. Puppet. Chen Ming's words made the puppet begin to understand why he couldn't empathize and why he showed little reaction to death. Puppet, thank you for playing with me. Congratulations. Player Chen Ming, you've completed the game. Puppet, I know you're about to leave the castle, so I can tell you about a secret passage. But it's a bit dangerous. If you're not careful, you might fall to your death. Do you want to hear it? Chen Ming, thank you, please tell me. Puppet, follow me. With that, it walked towards a wall. Chen Ming followed, and within a few steps, they reached the wall. Puppet, if you go down here, you can reach the first floor directly, but it's quite high, and you might fall to your death. Chen Ming looked down the passage, which was about 10 meters deep and only 60 centimeters wide. He realized he could carefully hold on and climb down. As he slowly descended, he turned to the puppet and said, "We'll meet again if the opportunity arises." "Puppet, get lost. You're so boring. I never want to see you again." Chapter 76. The hidden level of infinite loops. Chen Ming braced himself with both hands and slowly descended. He controlled his breathing rhythm, pausing every few minutes to change his position for comfort. He felt his arms beginning to ache and sweat trickled down his forehead, but he didn't give up. Taking a deep breath, he continued to crawl downwards. Finally, he saw a glimmer of light at the end. Chen Ming quickened his pace, and with one last powerful leap, he successfully reached the ground. Half sitting, he rubbed his sore muscles, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Although this climb had been tough, he had succeeded. Chen Ming glanced at the time and realized only a few minutes were left. He knew he had wasted too much time, but he wasn't worried at all. He had 2 immunity cards. The system informed him that these immunity cards could be used after the time expired, refreshing the timer and granting him another hour. Rising to his feet, he stretched his body and began to survey his surroundings. His gaze landed on the distant large door, which was the key to his exit. Chen Ming walked straight towards the door and noticed that it required 4 keys. Turning around, he saw 4 rooms nearby. In an instant, he deduced that he needed to go through these 4 rooms to collect the keys to unlock the door. He headed to the nearest room, turned the doorknob, and gently pushed the door open. Inside, he found a variety of cold weapons, but fortunately, there was no danger. He selected a sharp knife, but continued to search for the keys. Unfortunately, he found none. Just then, a system prompt sounded. The player has failed to complete the level within the time limit and has automatically used 1 immunity card. Time refreshed. Ignoring the notification, Chen Ming left the room empty-handed. He entered the second room, which contained a complex maze. Using the system's hints along with his agility and quick thinking, he swiftly found the exit. At the exit, he spotted a key, grabbed it, and exited the room. In the third room, filled with traps and mechanisms, Chen Ming was careful and, thanks to the system's prompts, successfully avoided all dangers. However, after searching around, he still did not find a key and reluctantly left the room. The final room housed a massive mirror. Chen Ming stared into it, and suddenly, a figure identical to himself appeared in the reflection. The 2 locked eyes, and without warning, the mirror image suddenly swung a knife at him. Chen Ming reacted instantly, dodging the attack. He sidestepped and counterattacked with the knife in his hand, engaging in a fierce battle with his mirror self. As the clash of blades echoed, the mirror figure gradually gained the upper hand. Not wanting to force a direct confrontation, Chen Ming decided to flee, prompting the mirror image to pursue him. Chen Ming sprinted towards the first room, with the mirror figure hot on his heels. Chen Ming was ready to launch a surprise attack. After entering the room, he suddenly turned around and swung his knife. The mirror figure, caught off guard, was slashed on its holding arm. As the mirror figure bent down to pick up the knife, Chen Ming aimed for its head. With a fatal blow, the mirror figure shattered into pieces. Chen Ming noticed a key as he stirred through the fragments. He picked up the key, feeling a sense of relief. Glancing at the time, he realized he had enough to leave. He then began searching for the 2 missing keys. He re-entered the first room, this time asking the system for help. "System, there are no keys in this room." Feeling a bit helpless upon receiving this news, Chen Ming left the room and entered the maze, where he found the 3rd key with the system's assistance. He searched everywhere for keys, but found nothing. As time passed, he started to feel anxious. "System, you can leave with 3 keys, but you need to go through a hidden level." Chen Ming hesitated, contemplating his options. In the end, he decided to approach the main door with the 3 keys and inserted them into the lock. With a mechanical sound, the door slowly opened. Outside was a bright light, and as Chen Ming took a step forward, he left behind this challenging place. He glanced back at the room, a wave of accomplishment washing over him. "Congratulations, player, you have activated the hidden level." As Chen Ming stepped into the light, he found himself in a mysterious space. Strange light filled the surroundings, and ahead was a door adorned with peculiar symbols. The system's voice echoed again. "Congratulations on triggering the hidden level. Completing this level will allow you to leave and earn a reward." Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming approached the door. Beyond it lay a dark corridor, and he moved carefully forward. As he entered the passage, he noticed a faint glow flickering on the walls. Following the light, he arrived at a spacious hall. In the center of the hall stood a massive stone platform with a table on it. Observing the layout, Chen Ming realized it was reminiscent of the ancient castle. He walked toward the corridor and noticed that the layout of this hidden level was strikingly similar, almost like another castle. Cautiously surveying the hall, he began to explore. In one corner, he discovered a tightly shut door, adorned with a shining gem above it. Chen Ming approached the door and tried to push it, but wouldn't he budge. He stared at the door, knowing that to escape, he needed to solve this puzzle. Determined, he decided to study the hall's structure closely for clues to open the door. After searching for a while without any useful information, he turned to the system and said, "This can't be another heart prison, right?" "System. Correct, it is a heart prison. You need to figure out where the problem lies to escape." Chen Ming began to reflect on his progress since the 5th level, but after 10 minutes of pondering, he still couldn't figure it out. Growing increasingly anxious, the system advised him to take deep breaths and not rush. Following the system's suggestion, Chen Ming took a few deep breaths and then laid down on the ground to think. What exactly went wrong? He still couldn't pinpoint the issue. Closing his eyes, he recalled the entire gameplay experience. Suddenly, he remembered the scene of battling the mirror image of himself. Why did that person look exactly like him? Could it be? Chen Ming opened his eyes, and a bold hypothesis formed in his mind. He walked back to the stone platform and examined the arrangement carefully. Sure enough, at the edge of the platform, there was a slight protrusion that resembled a button. Chen Ming reached out and pressed the button, causing the platform to slowly shift, revealing a hidden compartment underneath. Inside the compartment lay the final key, filled with excitement. Chen Ming picked up the key and swiftly inserted it into the lock of the door. The door creaked open, and a bright beam of light flooded in, illuminating the entire hall. Chen Ming stepped through, arriving in a new area. Have I failed? At least I've ruled one thing out. He looked around at the identical surroundings, deep in thought. There are 4 rooms on the first level, and 3 keys. I'm missing one to unlock the hidden level. This hidden level now loops infinitely with any mistake I make until I either exit correctly or die. Chapter 77. Meeting at Moonstone City, he had considered many possibilities and tried them one by one, but ultimately, all of them failed. Time passed. Opportunities were wasted. And Chen Ming used up another elimination-free card. This was his last hour. If he failed now, he would be eliminated. What went wrong? Or what did I overlook? I can't rush this. I can't rush this. After ruling out several possibilities, he thought of the least likely option. I think the problem lies with the puppet. Since I've lost the game, according to the rules, I must stay. The rules are set in stone, and since the puppet has no right to let me go, doing so would violate the rules. A puppet that violates the rules will be erased by the game system, and the puppet wouldn't allow itself to be erased for my sake. So here is the question. If I can't be let go, then I'm still part of the Puppet-S game. Having figured out, Chen Ming spoke into the air. "Mr. Puppet, is your game fun?" "Puppet, oh dear, you figured it out. I thought you would never catch on." "Chen Ming, you're quite something. I almost lost all hope." "Puppet, well, you haven't lost hope yet. What a pity. I was almost able to see you in fear." "Chen Ming, I've already experienced fear." "Puppet, really? I didn't sense that at all." Chen Ming took a deep breath to steady his emotions and then asked, "So, Mr. Puppet, what game are we playing next?" The puppet let out a sharp laugh. "Haha, you're quite clever, Chen Ming. However, this game won't be easy." Chen Ming felt a tightening in his chest. "What kind of game?" "A game about speed and reaction." The puppet blinked. "You must navigate a series of obstacles within a set time, or else." It paused for dramatic effect. Chen Ming's gaze hardened. "I refuse." The puppet nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, let us get started." The puppet reacted. "You refuse? Are you sure you want to refuse?" There was a hint of surprise in the puppet's voice. Chen Ming casually replied, "I'm sure, because this game is unfair to me." "Oh, how is it unfair?" The puppet asked curiously. "Chen Ming, in the game you've set up, I cannot possibly win. Besides, this hidden level is the heart prison. Once solved, I can leave. Why would I risk playing a game with you?" The puppet was shocked. "You actually solved the heart prison? Truly, you are the human I have my eye on." Game system notification sound. "Congratulations, player, for solving the hidden level. You have received a supply box." Chen Ming, "Goodbye, Mr. Puppet." A flash of white light flickered, and Chen Ming left the game, returning to his car. The puppet watched him depart with a smile and said, "I truly look forward to our next encounter." Chen Ming opened the supply box, which contained some food and water, along with a note. The note read, "Congratulations on passing the trial. The road to survival has no end. To leave, you must obtain a ticket for departure. Signed, the game Puppet." Looking out the car window, confusion and caution filled Chen Ming's mind. He realized that this game was far more complex and dangerous than he had imagined. It seems that leaving here won't be easy, he murmured to himself. He decided to study the note carefully, searching for clues on how to escape. At the same time, he became more vigilant about his surroundings, preparing for any challenges that might arise. After all, in this mysterious and ruthless game world, only continuous thought and brave action could ensure survival. Initially, Chen Ming had thought he could only leave this game world by surviving until the end, but the puppet's message gave him a new direction. He began to examine the items in the supply box closely, hoping to find more clues related to his escape. However, he felt a bit disappointed when he didn't discover anything else. After sorting through the supplies, he focused his attention on the note once again. He repeated the words in his mind, trying to decipher their meaning. Trial, ticket, he murmured softly, as if these words were the key to solving the puzzle. Having played a round of survival, Chen Ming felt somewhat fatigued. He noticed that the road survival game inexplicably included some unrelated scenarios. "Dad, why does this broken game have some random elements that don't fit?" he asked. The system replied, "Stay out of societal matters. Be careful, or you might get eliminated." Chen Ming replied, and then asked, "How many days have I been on the island?" The system responded, "It's the 4th day, but don't worry. Chen Shui has already driven the car off the island." Leaning back in his seat, Chen Ming closed his eyes, recalling his experiences in the game. With this goal of escaping the game world in mind, he understood that leaving wouldn't be easy, but he was determined not to give up. After resting for a moment, Chen Ming gathered himself again. He started the vehicle and continued driving along the road, maintaining a high level of vigilance. Huang Kai sent a message, saying he had arrived at Moonstone City, and Chen Ming replied that he was on his way. Chen Ming asked the system for a map, and then proceeded toward Moonstone City. The route was a bit long, so he let his assistant, Xiao AI, take over driving while he sat in the driver's seat, directing her. Along the way, they encountered a side quest, and Chen Ming stopped to enter it. The quest was a simple puzzle-solving type, and with the help of the system, he quickly solved it, obtained a supply box, and then continued on his journey. On the road, Chen Ming encountered a group of monsters he had previously escaped from. He noticed that the location of the monsters had shifted, but he didn't pay much attention to it. His focus was solely on reaching Moonstone City. Instead of taking the main road, he opted for the sandy terrain beside it. The ground was uneven, causing the vehicle to jolt uncomfortably. The car skimmed over the sand, quickly distancing itself from the monster horde. After 10 minutes of travel, they entered a snowy landscape. As soon as they stepped into the snow, they were ambushed by a small team. However, the team's weapons were not powerful enough to significantly affect Chen Ming's vehicle, and with a boost from Xiao AI, they quickly shook off their attackers. The vehicle traveled through the snow for 4 hours before finally reaching Flame City. Once in the city, Chen Ming headed straight for the tunnel. After another hour of driving, he finally arrived at Moonstone City. As soon as he reached the city, Chen Ming sent a message to Huang Kai. Huang Kai replied that the situation in Moonstone City was complex and suggested they meet up first to discuss their next steps. Chen Ming felt a hint of doubt in Huang Kai's words. He sensed a subtle change in his tone, but chose to trust him nonetheless. Huang Kai sent Chen Ming a location, and he drove over. 5 minutes later, the entire team of the Transparent Ones gathered together. Chen Ming asked, "How has everyone been lately?" Huang Kai stepped forward to respond, "Things have been all right, but the rapid changes are a bit hard to adjust to." Huang Kai added, "Let's head to our camp and rest for a bit." Chapter 78. The fractured convoy. Chen Ming drove alongside Huang Kai to the camp for a rest. Moonstone City was relatively peaceful at the moment, with no one provoking trouble, and they quickly arrived at the camp. Upon their arrival, everyone greeted Chen Ming warmly, to which he responded with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the group, he made his way to the tent that Huang Kai had arranged for him to rest in. Lying on the cot, he reflected on the thrilling experiences of the past few days, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Chen Ming sat up and stepped out of the tent to see what was happening. It turned out that a few team members were discussing the situation in Moonstone City. Chen Ming approached them and listened for a while. Drawing from his previous experiences living in Moonstone City, he offered some suggestions that were well received by the group. Returning to the tent, Chen Ming sensed that something had changed within the team, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. He could only wait patiently for the issue to reveal itself. Closing his eyes, he prepared to take a proper rest. Just then, he heard hurried footsteps approaching the tent. Instantly alert, he sat up and grasped the weapon he had placed beside him. "It's me, Chen Ming," came Huang Kai's voice from outside the tent. Chen Ming breathed a sigh of relief and set down his weapon. What is going on? I just received word that the situation in Moonstone City has changed. According to some intel, a convoy has appeared suddenly and caused chaos within the city. We need to prepare for a response, Huang Kai said, his tone anxious. Chen Ming furrowed his brow. A suddenly appearing convoy? What is going on? Huang Kai shook his head. The specifics are still unclear, but we must remain vigilant. I've already notified the other team members to convene an emergency meeting. Chen Ming nodded. All right, I'll head over right away. He quickly gathered his gear and stepped out of the tent to join Huang Kai on the way to the meeting room. When they arrived, the other team members had already gathered, their expressions serious, clearly understanding the gravity of the situation. The information we currently have is limited, Huang Kai began, but certain that this unexpected convoy has caused significant trouble in Moonstone City. We need to be ready to respond to any sudden developments. What should we do now? One of the team members asked. First, we should send out a reconnaissance team to gather details about the convoy, Chen Ming suggested. At the same time, we need to strengthen the camp's defenses to ensure our own safety. Good idea, Huang Kai agreed. I'll arrange for personnel to carry that out. Just then, a reconnaissance team member rushed into the meeting room. Report. We spotted unidentified individuals approaching the camp. How many are there? Chen Ming asked calmly. It's still unclear how many there are, but their intentions are hostile, and they have already breached our perimeter defenses. The scout reported. All units stand by, Huang Kai ordered loudly. Groups, proceed according to the previous deployment. Ensure the safety of the camp and our teammates. Chen Ming and the other team members quickly grabbed their weapons and rushed to the camp entrance, preparing for the imminent battle. The convoy, upon seeing the fully armed team of transparency fighters, found no opportunity to attack and chose to leave instead. Chen Ming watched the departing convoy, filled with confusion. Who were these people? What were their intentions? Perhaps they are from another faction looking to seize resources. I've been in this city for 3 days, and during that time, there have been sporadic attempts to raid for resources and take people, Huang Kai analyzed. But why didn't they attack us directly? Given the situation, we should be among their prime targets, Chen Ming questioned, puzzled. They might have sensed our preparedness, or they could have other plans in mind. Huang Kai mused thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, Chen Ming said, regardless, we can't let our guard down. Increase patrols and keep a close watch on their movements. The team members nodded in agreement. They then dispersed to continue their tasks. As night fell, the camp was enveloped in silence. Chen Ming stood atop a vantage point, quietly observing the situation in Moonstone City, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Internally, Chen Ming thought, Huang Kai and the team's poor acting skills have apparently attracted a lot of attention lately. It seems someone has been flattering them, and perhaps sowing discord. Huang Kai, feeling elevated by the praise, yet dissatisfied with the status quo, must be plotting against me. Having come to this realization, he began to formulate a plan. Chen Ming turned back to the tent and pulled out a map for careful study. Soon after, his plan took shape. The next morning, Chen Ming woke up, had a light breakfast, and took a stroll around the camp. The camp's layout remained largely unchanged. He found Huang Kai and informed him that he intended to lead a team to explore other areas of Moonstone City in search of more resources and clues. A fleeting glimmer of joy crossed Huang Kai's eyes, though it was barely perceptible, and he readily agreed to Chen Ming's request, promising to fully support his efforts. Chen Ming then set out with Jieju, Su Jin, and Wang Su, ostensibly on a resource-gathering mission, but actually investigating the relationship between Huang Kai and the convoy. Feigning aimless wandering, Chen Ming meandered into a bar. He entered with his 3 companions and casually chose a spot to sit. After calling over a waiter, they ordered a few bottles of drinks. The bar was crowded and noisy, aligning perfectly with Chen Ming's plans. Chen Ming turned to the 3 and asked, "What's been happening lately? Can you tell me?" The 3 exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Chen Ming said to them, "Message me privately. We can chat about it while having a drink." Jieju bit her lip and then sent a message to Chen Ming. "Jieju, boss. Ever since you left to explore, our life started off quite well, but as time passed, natural disasters became more severe and resources dwindled. So, Huang Kai decided to leave and search for a better place to live. Jieju, at first, leaving the camp was tough, but thankfully, before you left us with plenty of supplies, so we didn't starve or get killed. We managed to hold on until we reached Moonstone City. In life, there's way better than out in the wild. Jieju, with our ample weapon stash, we quickly established ourselves in the city. Gradually, some weaker players joined us, and as new players came in, Huang Kai started to get a bit arrogant, always thinking about replacing you, boss. Jeju, if it were just about replacing you, it might have only meant driving you away, but he's eyeing your resources. So, he intentionally wants to keep you around, planning to take you out and seize your resources to dominate this game world. Chen Ming, I see, thank you. But why are you telling me all this? You could have kept quiet. Jeju, Huang Kai gets a little success and starts to get cocky. Following someone like him could lead to disaster at any moment. I want to survive. Chen Ming received the message and remained silent, simply drinking his alcohol. Chapter 79. Gathering information about the city after a while, Chen Ming looked around the bustling bar and decided to cast aside his negative thoughts. He immersed himself in the lively atmosphere. People were playing Russian roulette, some were running small casinos, and others were arm wrestling. Chen Ming joined in the fun, with cheers, shouts, and curses echoing all around. He approached the arm wrestling table and challenged the person sitting across from him, managing to secure a hard-fought victory. The crowd erupted in applause, and Chen Ming felt his spirits lift. Next, he moved to the small casino where, thanks to his system, he won a significant number of chips. However, just as he was about to leave, a mysterious man approached him and invited him to participate in a more exhilarating game of Texas Hold'em. Chen Ming gladly accepted the invitation and followed the mysterious man to a private room. The room was lavishly decorated, and several seemingly experienced players were seated at the poker table. The game began, and with the help of his system, Chen Ming initially won several rounds with relative ease. But as the match progressed, his opponents seemed to catch on to something unusual and began to team up against him. Chen Ming felt the pressure mounting, but he wasn't too concerned. If he lost everything, he could simply walk away. With a blank expression, he assessed the situation, aware that he was at a disadvantage. Yet he remained calm. Taking a deep breath, he decided to change his strategy. In the following rounds, Chen Ming started to deliberately show weaknesses, leading his opponents to believe he had lost confidence. Sure enough, they fell for it, becoming overconfident and raising the stakes. Chen Ming secretly reveled in his success, using his system's abilities to directly view his opponent's hole cards. Finally, in a crucial round, he seized the opportunity to turn the tables and won a massive amount of chips. His opponents stared at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he had managed to come back from such a dire situation. With a smile, Chen Ming collected his winnings, feeling an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. This game had shown him that sometimes adversity can actually unlock a person's potential. Just as he was about to leave, the mysterious man reappeared, giving Chen Ming a thumbs up in appreciation. "You are truly an exceptional player," the mysterious man said. "I have a proposal for you. Would you like to join our club? There are more skilled players and more thrilling games here." Chen Ming politely declined and left. Exiting the private room, he led the three companions out of the bar, enjoying the cool night breeze. He had obtained the answers he sought, and the first step had gone perfectly. Instead of heading directly back to the camp, Chen Ming continued exploring the city with his companions. The four of them strolled down the streets, savoring the joy of victory. They noticed an arcade called Endless Challenge, where the sounds of excitement filled the air. Out of curiosity, they stepped inside. The arcade was filled with a variety of intriguing game machines, and players were engrossed in intense battles. Chen Ming allowed the three of them to explore freely while he wandered around casually. Most of the machines were combat games. After browsing for a while, Chen Ming found himself at the center, where a realistic fighting machine stood. Two players were battling it out on either side, surrounded by a cheering crowd. The onlookers were passionately shouting to support their chosen fighters. As he looked around, Chen Ming noticed a betting table nearby and walked over to inquire with a staff member. The staff told him that he could either participate himself or buy a ticket to place a bet. If he won, he would earn points. After a moment of consideration, Chen Ming decided to buy a ticket and test the waters. He placed his bet on a competitor who seemed to have strong skills. As the match began, the two fighters exchanged blows, neither backing down. Chen Ming watched the battle intently, silently hoping that his choice was the right one. In the end, the fighter he had bet on won by a narrow margin, and Chen Ming was thrilled to earn some points. Seeing his success, his companions rushed over to try their luck as well, and the atmosphere became electric. However, Chen Ming's gaze remained fixed on the realistic fighting machine, and he felt a surge of excitement to step up and challenge himself. But soon he dismissed the idea. Just then, a voice called out to him, "Hey man, how will you know if you don't try?" Chen Ming turned to see a burly guy who had just won a match. "I'm just watching," Chen Ming replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Don't be shy. Go give a shot. You might be better than me. The man encouraged. Chen Ming hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to decline. He smiled and politely rejected the man's kind offer, stating that he still had much to learn and didn't want to jump in carelessly. After turning down the man, Chen Ming's eyes caught a glimpse of a classic arcade machine in the corner, featuring the game The King of Fighters, which he had played as a child. Excited, he walked over to the coin dispenser, bought some tokens, and returned to the machine, inserting one of the coins. The familiar music played, and he felt as if he had been transported back to his childhood. As the game began, Chen Ming skillfully controlled his character, defeating opponents one after another. Despite the noise in the arcade, no one paid him any attention. Before he knew it, quite some time had passed. When he finally defeated the computer opponent, he let out a long sigh of relief, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. It had been a long time since he had felt such pure joy from something so simple. He stood up, lingering in the arcade, while Jieju and the others remained engrossed in their games. Chen Ming watched them engrossed in their game and chose not to disturb them, instead moving to the center to watch the match. The two fighters on the stage exchanged blows, each trying to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, one of them executed a stunning move that instantly turned the tide of the battle. The audience gasped in surprise, and Chen Ming couldn't help but applaud. He could tell that the level of competition was quite high, with both sides displaying impressive skills. After watching a few more matches, he checked the time and realized it was getting late, so he sent a message to the three of them to head back and waited by the entrance. 5 minutes later, the three emerged from the arcade, still buzzing from the excitement. Chen Ming said, "If you want to stay safe, just say we were at the bar and arcade when we get back. Don't mention anything else." He added, "Of course, if you want to risk it, I won't stop you." The three of them froze at his words, exchanging glances and unable to say a word. Chen Ming continued, "Something might happen in a few days. If you want to stay alive, prepare yourselves quickly. Of course, you could always choose to betray me." Though the three were unsure of what to think, they decided to heed Chen Ming's advice and prepare to make a quick exit. Chapter 80. Countdown to Harvest. Chen Ming felt that there were more entertainment facilities than before, and the number of players had also increased, with numerous gang convoys around. Before long, he returned to the camp, parting ways with the three. After a while, Huang Kai approached him with questions. Chen Ming gave a brief response and expressed that he was tired and wanted a rest. Huang Kai showed a hint of dissatisfaction but quickly changed his tone and said, "Then make sure to rest well." After saying that, he left. Chen Ming shook his head at Huang Kai's retreating figure and chose not to engage further. He turned and went back to the vehicle. "Chen Ming, Dad, when I go to sleep, could you please scan the power distribution map of the city and help me compile a table of the strengths of the major forces?" "System, okay." Chen Ming quickly fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he seemed to return to his original world, observing the ebb and flow of people around him. He wanted to grasp something, but nothing seemed to hold. Lost in his thoughts, he ran, and suddenly a blinding white light appeared before him. The glaring light jolted him awake. Chen Ming sat up, drenched in a cold sweat. At that moment, the system presented the situation of the city in front of him, listing the strength tables of the major forces. Chen Ming stared at the table and distribution map, taking a moment to collect himself before fully waking up. After reviewing the distribution map and strength ratios, he began to form a preliminary understanding of the situation. He entered the room and explained everything to the women present. "Chun Shui, I think we should take the initiative and eliminate them before withdrawing. After all, we've been drifting for a while now. Su Lan, but we have a significant number disadvantage. Maybe we shouldn't force a confrontation. Su Jingjing, I don't understand much about this, so I won't speak out of turn. I'll just follow your lead. Katina, I think the convoy is unstable internally. We could incite a portion of them to create chaos, then take them out in one fell swoop." Chen Ming remained silent, looking at Katina with an expression of surprise. He felt that her idea was somewhat similar to his own. From the beginning, his plan had been to gather some people and harvest at the right moment. Now that these tools had developed different ideas, he thought it wise to harvest early. Chen Ming said to Katina, "Right now, not many people in Moonstone City should recognize you. I want you to infiltrate the convoy and start to sow discord among them." After saying this, he equipped Katina with a full set of gear, energy armor, circulator, purifier, air conditioning, and reinforced his armor several times. Katina replied that this was her expertise, assuring Chen Ming to just watch her. She also reinforced her armor along with Chen Shui, Su Jingjing, and Su Lan several times. Then, She sent a message to Lin Yu to ask how the sales were going. After a while, Lin Yu sent a message saying everything had sold out and that she had transferred the points to Chen Ming. After receiving over 2 million points, Chen Ming promised to let her help sell any good items in the future. Lin Yu immediately expressed her gratitude for his trust and mentioned that she would keep an eye out for blueprints as well. After their casual chat, Chen Ming paused and opened the trading market to look for space stones. It took him half an hour to find a seller. The price was a bit high, but Chen Ming gritted his teeth and bought them anyway. He equipped several of his companions with space stones to give them pocket space for storing weapons that they could easily access. Chen Ming prioritized equipping Chen Shui. Once everything was set, he began discussing the plan. Chen Ming said, "Katrina, I'll find a spot to drop you off shortly. And then you need to find a way to get close to Huang Kai and the others. Chen Shui's abilities have never been revealed, so you're going to operate solo for now. When Huang Kai makes his move, you'll be my ace sniper. It'll all be up to you to take them out." Chen Ming recalled the time when Chen Shui had shot right at his head. If it hadn't been for the car, he might not have made it out alive. Su Lan and Su Jingjing, just stick with me. We'll coordinate when the time comes. With the preliminary tactics arranged, everyone agreed. Chen Ming informed them that he would act out a character over the next few days to lower Huang Kai's guard. When the opportunity arose, they would take them down and secure a large supply of resources. Chen Shui remarked, "You've been reading a lot of military strategy books, haven't you?" Chen Ming didn't respond, but just smiled slightly. After their discussion, everyone began to wash up and have breakfast. Chen Ming finished quickly, then drove to a secluded spot with the system's help. Just as he was about to let Katrina out of the car, the system sent a notification. The system said, "The convoy is monitoring you." Chen Ming instructed Katrina to go into the house first. Then he got out of the car. After moving over a kilometer, he spotted a crowd and immediately began weaving through it, trying to shake them off by circling around. "Dad, have they left the car? Are they all following me?" Chen Ming asked. The system replied, "They are all following you." Chen Ming messaged Chen Shui, "Quickly let Katrina out and buy her a walkie-talkie-style phone. We'll contact her if necessary." Chen Shui didn't reply, but directly purchased the walkie-talkie and let Katrina out. After watching Katrina jog away for a bit, she messaged Chen Ming that she had left the vehicle. Chen Ming smiled at the message. It was now Katrina's stage. After walking a short distance, he noticed a group of people gathered around a huge screen displaying various competitions and sporting events. Curious, Chen Ming approached the screen and discovered it was a brand new racing competition where participants could drive virtual cars on the track. An idea sparked in his mind as he walked closer. Chen Ming decided to participate in the racing competition, seeing it as the best way to feign weakness. He approached the registration desk to learn about the race rules. The staff introduced him to the advanced virtual reality technology used in the competition, allowing participants to experience the thrill of high-speed racing in an immersive environment. After paying the registration fee, Chen Ming was ready to compete. The staff handed him a number tag, which he glanced at to find it was number 8. He then looked at the stage where there were a total of 10 simulators. Chen Ming walked over to his designated simulator and took a seat, waiting for the other contestants. 3 minutes later, all 10 simulators were filled. The host took the stage, introduced himself briefly, and explained the race rules. After outlining the rules, he announced that the race was about to begin and informed the audience that they could place bets or sign up for the next round. As the race commenced, Chen Ming pressed the accelerator, and his virtual car shot off the starting line like an arrow. The large screen displayed the action, and the audience erupted in cheers, rallying for the contestants they had bet on. Chen Ming skillfully drifted around corners, overtaking one opponent after another. Those who had bet against him watched in despair as he passed competitor after competitor. However, just as the race entered a critical phase, a mistake in Chen Ming's control caused his car to suddenly lose control and crash into the barriers. Frustrated, he slapped the steering wheel, realizing he had been a bit careless. But he didn't give up. He quickly adjusted his focus and re-engaged in the race. Each lap took just 5 minutes, and in the end, Chen Ming won the race by a narrow margin. As he sat in the simulator, instead of being greeted by applause and cheers, he was met with the lamentation of those who had placed losing bets. Chapter 81. Silence in the camp. Chen Ming had won several rounds in a row, only to be finally defeated by a man. He didn't take winning or losing too seriously. After his loss, he left the game immediately. Wandering around, he was followed by a few pursuers, and he intentionally paid attention to his tail, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his mouth. He deliberately walked into a narrow alley and quickened his pace. The pursuers were hot on his heels, but when they entered the alley, they found that Chen Ming had vanished without a trace. As they searched around, Chen Ming was lying on a rooftop, waiting for them to leave. After a futile search, the group dispersed, looking for him elsewhere. Once they were gone, Chen Ming jumped down from the roof, dusted himself off, and muttered to himself, "I've been followed for so long, it's a bit exhausting." He then exited the alley and found himself in a bustling market. He weaved through the crowd, skillfully avoiding attention from others. He arrived at a coffee shop named Moon, found a quiet corner, ordered a cup of coffee, and relished the rare moment of leisure. Just then, he received a message from Huang Kai asking where he was. Chen Ming casually replied with a location and continued sipping his coffee. Is he that impatient? Chen Ming thought to himself. Since Katina was a local, and didn't he have access to the player chat interface? She had been given a walkie-talkie-like device by Chen Shui before leaving. Katina typed, "I've made initial contact with them and discovered some information." Chen Ming replied, "What did you find out?" Katina typed, "The convoy now has over 500 people. Huang Kai's ego has inflated to the extreme. He believes he is the king of Moonstone City and can easily conquer it. He has been sharpening his knives, preparing to take over Moonstone City and make it his personal property." Chen Ming frowned in thought upon hearing this. Katina continued typing. "Although there are a lot of people, their weapons and equipment are somewhat lacking. He plans to eliminate you to acquire your weapons. I also found out that his second-in-command is not a stable person. He is colluding with outsiders to get rid of Huang Kai and take his place. But now that you've shown up, he is afraid of your strength and has halted his plans." Listening to the news, Chen Ming lamented how Huang Kai was truly blinded by power, unaware of the snake lurking beside him. It seemed like a dish that had flipped over, but was still just a dish. Chen Ming felt a sense of weariness. He typed, "You've only been in the group for a short time and already have this information. Is there a trap in this?" Katina replied, "I may not be strong in combat, but I'm quite adept at gathering intelligence. Plus, this group is too chaotic. Huang Kai recruits anyone to strengthen his ranks, and the internal structure is riddled with holes. A few casual inquiries can yield general information, and with some incentives, deeper insights are easy to obtain." Chen Ming listened and said, "You stay silent and prioritize your safety. If things go south, just slip away." Katina replied, "Understood." The two quickly ceased their conversation. After finishing his coffee and paying, Chen Ming left the CAF, quietly plotting his next move. Since Huang Kai wanted him out of the way, he knew he had to take the initiative. Chen Ming decided to leverage the intelligence provided by Katina to devise a solid plan. He intended to make Huang Kai pay for his foolishness. At the same time, he aimed to uncover the snake lurking around Huang Kai, wondering if there was a larger conspiracy at play. They were all mere pawns wanting to be players. But to be a player, one must first assess their own strength. Stepping out of the CAF, Chen Ming blended into the bustling crowd, contemplating his strategy as he walked. He was well aware that he couldn't capture the entire convoy by himself. He needed to devise a plan to take the juiciest piece first and leave the scraps for others, ensuring his own safe exit. Chen Ming strolled back to his car and drove back to the camp. Upon returning, he immediately contacted San and the others to get an update. The trio was vague in their responses, and seeing that he couldn't get much out of them, Chen Ming gave up. As night fell, he prepared a simple meal and then turned in for the night. Not long after he fell asleep, Katina sent a message. "Huang Kai has taken some people out. It seems like they're planning to raid other camps, but they wouldn't let me follow." Chen Ming replied, "Good. Just keep your position." After receiving the message, he decided to take the opportunity to walk around the camp and gather intelligence. He pretended to be casually wandering around, nonchalantly scanning the guards stationed at the camp. As Chen Ming moved from the outskirts toward the camp's interior, he noted the heavy security. Clearly, Huang Kai placed great importance on the safety of the camp. When he approached Huang Kai's tent, a guard came over to ask what he needed. Chen Ming feigned that he was looking for Huang Kai. The guard informed him that Huang Kai was out for business and that he could wait for his return. Chen Ming replied that it was nothing urgent, just wanted to chat casually. Just as Chen Ming was about to leave, Katina stepped out and greeted him casually. From Katina's eyes, Chen Ming sensed a performance he wasn't familiar with. He quickly picked up on her cue and began to act, pretending to be captivated by her and displaying a flirtatious demeanor. Chen Ming's behavior sparked some discontent among those who liked Katina, though they didn't show it openly. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Ming noticed the reactions of others. They remained composed, while he pretended to have something to attend to and left the scene directly. After he departed, Chen Ming felt a surge of joy. He had successfully provoked some jealousy among the group, which was precisely part of his plan. He believed that one of these individuals was likely the second in command that Katina had mentioned. Chen Ming returned to the vehicle and went into the room to rest. However, a subtle change had occurred in the camp due to his actions. The next morning, Chen Ming moved about the camp as usual. He noticed that a few people who had expressed their dissatisfaction with him the day before were secretly watching him. Chen Ming was aware of their scrutiny, but he didn't show any signs of aggression. Instead, he maintained a demeanor of calmness. Huang Kai returned triumphantly, bringing back a substantial amount of supplies. And the people in the camp cheered for him, while Chen Ming remained silent among them. Observing the reactions of those around him, Chen Ming noticed that some individuals did not seem happy about Huang Kai's return. Instead, they appeared troubled. Sensing an opportunity, Chen Ming took a step back and sent a message about these individuals to Katina, suggesting that she could make use of them. Katina replied promptly, acknowledging that she was aware of their weaknesses and could leverage them to gather more intelligence. Chen Ming felt a surge of excitement and cautioned her to proceed with care. In the afternoon, he quietly approached the quarters of those individuals. He overheard a hushed discussion, as if they were plotting something. Chen Ming held his breath, listening intently to gather critical information. Suddenly, he heard a familiar name, Jieju. It turned out that Jieju had been suspected by Huang Kai for following Chen Ming to gather information last time. These individuals, under Huang Kai's instruction, planned to take advantage of an opportunity to eliminate Jieju when he acted alone in the near future, thereby seizing his supplies. Chen Ming was taken aback. He hadn't expected that Jieju had also become a target. It seemed that the dynamics within this camp were more intricate than he had anticipated. Chapter 82. Departure and joining Chen Ming slowly stepped back and then left, hesitating about whether to tell Jieju about this matter. Suddenly, he thought of the private messaging feature between players. Such an important issue shouldn't be communicated verbally. With this realization, he smiled to himself and came up with an idea. He decided to test Jieju's reaction first. Chen Ming opened his friends list, found Jieju's name, and clicked to send a message. Chen Ming, Jieju, I've noticed that the atmosphere in the camp is a bit strange. Can you tell me what's going on? After a while, Jieju replied, sorry, I'm not really sure about these things. Chen Ming, okay. After closing the chat interface, he didn't feel disappointed by Jieju's refusal. Instead, he was pleased to have gleaned the information he wanted. Chen Ming looked at the people in this convoy and decided he could no longer trust them, so he completely gave up on the convoy. He went straight back to his vehicle and drove away. After leaving the camp, Chen Ming and the others exited the convoy, and Chen Ming established a new convoy. Game, please name your convoy. After thinking for a moment, Chen Ming named it Dream Night. The Dream Night convoy has been established. The system notification sounded. He then invited several women back. Chen Shui, why did you suddenly want to leave the convoy? Chen Ming, the original convoy has fallen apart. It's time to start anew. Chen Shui, ISNT the transparent convoy, only about 10 people? How could it fall apart? Chen Ming, did you see Huang Kai before you left? Jin Sui, no. Chen Ming, then that's it. He has already created a new convoy. So what are we still doing here? Let us not chat anymore. Be careful out there. I have some things to take care of. If you encounter anyone from Huang Kai's convoy, you could try to snipe them, but prioritize safety. Let me know if you need supplies. Chen Shui, got it. This time I'll finally show my strength. Chen Ming closed the chat and asked the system to help him locate the native factions. He planned to infiltrate one of them to acquire resources. Chen Ming noticed that obtaining resources was becoming increasingly difficult, and at this rate, war was bound to break out. He couldn't quite grasp what the game system was up to. He felt that with the current situation, a chaotic battle between cities was likely on the horizon. And as a lone wolf, surviving in the cracks would be too challenging. He needed to prepare early. Following the system's hints, Chen Ming arrived at a medium-sized native camp in Moonstone City. He first showcased his strength, and then easily bribed his way in with food. Upon entering the camp, he saw squads of patrolling soldiers. At that moment, a small leader approached to question Chen Ming. Chen Ming stated that he was there to join the camp, and the small leader instructed him to get out of the vehicle and follow him to register. Chen Ming exited the vehicle, locked the doors, and followed the small leader. After a 6-minute walk, Chen Ming arrived in front of a small building, where a minor leader instructed him to go inside for registration. Before entering, Chen Ming had the system scan for any potential threats, and it confirmed that there were none. He stepped inside and soon reached the registration desk. The staff asked him a few casual questions, filled out some paperwork, and stamped his arm before allowing him to leave. As Chen Ming walked out of the room, he felt a sense of accomplishment at having successfully infiltrated the camp. He took a moment to observe his surroundings and plan his next moves. He decided to familiarize himself with the layout and rules of the camp, while looking for opportunities to acquire supplies and see if he could sow discord between this camp and the Huang Kai camp, inciting them to attack each other. Chen Ming struck up conversations with some of the locals and learned that the camp often organized teams to go out for exploration or to carry out tasks, as well as groups for leisure activities. He actively engaged with the locals to gather information and build good relationships with them. After chatting amiably with several locals, Chen Ming mentioned that he was hungry and wanted to grab a meal. He entered the camp cafeteria, got his food, and found a seat. While eating, he listened to the conversations around him. Have you heard? The Huang Kai camp next door has grown quite a bit. Is that true? How did they develop so quickly? Who knows? Maybe they've had some lucky break. Chen Ming's interest was piqued, and he interjected, "Do you know the specifics about their camp?" The others glanced at him and replied, "You must be new here, right? We don't have much interaction with their camp, so we're not really sure." Chen Ming smiled and continued eating, secretly plotting how to gather more information about the Huang Kai camp. He was particularly curious about how they had developed so rapidly since his departure. There had to be factors he was unaware of. After finishing his meal, Chen Ming approached the minor leader and expressed his desire to participate in an exploration mission. The leader looked at him with a hint of surprise, but agreed, informing him to gather at the camp center the next morning. Chen Ming felt a surge of excitement. This was a great opportunity to learn more about the camp and gather intelligence. The next morning, Chen Ming arrived promptly at the camp center and set off with the other team members. He drove alongside their convoy until they reached the outskirts of the city, where everyone disembarked to explore. During the exploration, Chen Ming carefully observed his surroundings while maintaining communication with his teammates. He gleaned some insights into the internal dynamics of the camp and the movements of hostile forces. After searching an area, Chen Ming noticed some unusual signs. He quietly slipped away from the group and made his way toward the traces he had found. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a group from the Huang Kai camp. Chen Ming carefully concealed himself in the shadows to eavesdrop on their conversation. "Boss, we really hit the jackpot this time," one of the younger guys exclaimed excitedly. "Haha, indeed. Thanks to that big convoy for providing us with the intel," Huang Kai replied, grinning with pride. Chen Ming felt a jolt of surprise, so their rapid growth was due to the support of that big convoy. He had just tagged along, not expecting to learn the information he had been looking for. Just as Chen Ming was about to leave, a hand landed on his shoulder. Startled, Chen Ming thought, "Have I been discovered?" He slowly turned his head and saw a stranger's face. "Who are you?" Chen Ming asked quietly. "Keep your voice down and follow me." The person gestured for him to come along, leading him to a secluded corner. "I'm from Huang Kai's camp." The stranger got straight to the point. "I know you overheard our conversation. I can let you go, but I need you to do me a favor." Chen Ming regarded him warily. "What kind of favor?" "I don't want to stay in Huang Kai's camp any longer. That idiot thinks he can dominate just because he has the big convoy supporting him, but he's just a fat pig raised by them," the man said indignantly. "I want to join your camp. Can you take me back with you?" Chen Ming hesitated. "How can I trust you?" The man pulled a camp badge from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ming. "I stole this as proof of my sincerity." Chen Ming took the badge, examined it, and confirmed it was indeed from Huang Kai's camp. After a moment of consideration, he decided to trust the man. "All right, I can take you back to our camp. But don't betray us," Chen Ming warned. "I swear." The man nodded vigorously. Chen Ming quietly returned to his camp with the man and introduced him to the captain. After listening to Chen Ming's report, the captain pondered for a moment before deciding to take the newcomer in. On the way back, Chen Ming reflected. Huang Kai used to be his little piglet, and now he's just become someone else's fat pig. Chapter 83. The Ambush Camp After returning to the camp. Chen Ming handed in some of the supplies he had found, and then wandered around aimlessly. He noticed everyone was busy. Some were organizing their gear, while others were exchanging experiences. As he reached the edge of the camp and gazed at the towering buildings, a wave of confusion washed over him. He was unsure of how to navigate the path ahead. He wanted to find a ticket to escape this game, but he had no idea where to look for one. While he was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a voice call out, "Chen Ming, come here." Turning around, he saw the captain who had just returned from an expedition waving at him. Chen Ming quickly walked over, asking, "Is there a mission, Captain?" With a smile. The captain replied, "I just gathered some intel with the team, and someone has discovered a mysterious laboratory nearby. It might contain valuable treasures and powerful equipment. We need to organize a team to explore it, and I hope you can join us." After hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed Chen Ming's eyes as he declined. "Captain, I felt a bit exhausted from the recent supply run, so I think I'll pass." Seeing Chen Ming's refusal, the captain didn't press the issue and instead advised him to rest well before leaving to find others. Watching the captain's retreating figure, Chen Ming felt a pang of hesitation. He knew that there could be good supplies in the laboratory, but he preferred to stay in the camp. Something felt off, though he couldn't quite articulate it. The feeling lingered in his mind. After wandering around the camp for a while, his mood grew heavier. He recalled what Huang Kai had said during their earlier outing, realizing that things might not be as simple as they seemed. Perhaps the mysterious laboratory was a trap set by a mole within the camp, designed to lure people into exploring it. Otherwise, why wouldn't they inform the captain on the spot, and instead wait until after returning to share the news? Coming to this conclusion, Chen Ming decided to find the captain and let him know he had changed his mind and wanted to join the expedition to the laboratory. However, after searching the camp for a while without success, he asked someone and learned that the captain had left with a group of people. A sense of foreboding surged within Chen Ming. He felt that the captain was likely in grave danger. As dusk fell, the atmosphere in the camp became eerily quiet. Without hesitation, Chen Ming got into his vehicle and drove away from the camp, but not before casually setting some landmines around. After driving a short distance through the city, Chen Ming stopped the vehicle and asked the system to scan the area for any presence of people. The system confirmed that there was no one nearby. He activated his camouflage feature and hid in the shadows, observing the situation at the camp. As time passed, it reached 2 a.m. Chen Ming felt drowsy, almost drifting off to sleep. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound. Instantly alert, he focused his gaze and saw several figures stealthily making their way toward the camp. Chen Ming's heart tightened as he realized that this could be the advance team from another camp. He picked up his binoculars to observe these individuals. As they approached the camp, Chen noticed that they began to set up explosives, clearly intending to blow up the camp, and their technique was quite skilled. Chen silently watched them without trying to intervene. The saboteurs, underestimating the camp's defenses, were discovered before they could detonate the explosives, prompting the guards to open fire on them. The saboteurs were caught off guard, unaware of where they had gone wrong. Gunfire erupted, and the failed demolition attempt quickly turned into a full-on assault. Chen observed that others had followed the saboteurs and were shooting from behind the guards. Chen thought to himself, "There is indeed something wrong. It's a good thing I left the camp." The battle intensified, and Chen hid in the darkness, quietly watching the exchange of fire between the two sides. He noticed some defensive structures within the camp and felt that the camp's defenses should be sufficient to withstand the attackers. Chen asked Dad, "Are these people from Huang Kai's camp?" The system replied, "Yes." After reading the system's message, Chen took advantage of the moment when no one was around to drive to Huang Kai's camp. He figured that the defensive forces at Huang Kai's camp should be weak at this time. As time passed, the battle reached a stalemate, with both sides entering a sporadic exchange of fire. Chen arrived at the outskirts of Huang Kai's camp at this critical moment. He got out of the car and found a high point to observe the camp with his binoculars, confirming that the camp's defenses were indeed weakened. However, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could enter the camp freely. He returned to his vehicle, retrieved his sniper rifle, and prepared to test the camp's defenses. Once again, he climbed to a high point, setting up his rifle and scanning for suitable targets through the scope. Soon, he spotted a lone individual and took aim. Bang! The bullet pierced through the target's chest, and they collapsed. At the same time, shouts of enemy attack rang out. Realizing it was a sniper rifle, no one dared to show themselves, fearing they would be picked off. After successfully hitting his target, Chen randomly fired a few more shots. With only one bullet striking a person, the others hit the buildings. After creating some chaos among the camp's personnel, he immediately changed his position. He knew he could not expose his whereabouts. Once discovered, he would face overwhelming numbers of enemies. At this moment, chaos erupted within Huang Kai's camp. They had no idea of the enemy's exact numbers or positions, forcing them to search blindly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen asked the system for help in quietly infiltrating the camp. With the system's assistance, he carefully avoided the patrols, inching closer to Huang Kai's command center. Finally, he arrived near the command post. The system informed Chen Ming that there were 2 guards. He took out his dagger to create some noise, attracting guards, and then suddenly attacked, taking care of both of them before successfully entering the command post. Inside the command post, Chen Ming found some documents. He didn't have much time to examine them closely, so he asked the system to help record the information. After 2 minutes, the system had completely documented the files, and he put them back in place and withdrew. With the system's assistance, he successfully escaped the camp and returned to his vehicle, driving away. Chen Ming found a spot to stop and activated the camouflage feature, then began to analyze the intelligence with the system. The system informed him that the documents contained records of all the supplies acquired at the camp, most of which came from raids. While some of the items marked with asterisks were supplied by a person from the Tiger Brigade, Chen Ming thought that this Tiger Brigade must be the pig farmers led by Huang Kai. He rhythmically tapped on the car window, contemplating the purpose of the Tiger Brigade. Chen Ming said, "Dad, do you think there is a possibility that the Tiger Brigade has 2 plans? The first is to fatten Huang Kai up and then take him out in one go. The second is to verbally promise to support Huang Kai while actually providing only a small amount of supplies, sending people to constantly persuade him to raid others. When Huang Kai's reputation hits rock bottom, they could then propose a plan to eliminate him to other camps, denying him the chance to defend himself, quickly forming a group to take him down. This way, they could gain the goodwill of most camps and slowly bring them into their fold. If anyone resists, they could leverage their good reputation to launch a public attack, threatening those camps that refuse to join. This would allow them to split Moonstone City with the indigenous forces. And once their strength surpasses that of the indigenous people, they could fully occupy Moonstone City." Chapter 84, Citywide Chaos System. It's possible, but I can't comprehend human thoughts. Without a definitive answer from the system, Chen Ming could only wait for time to validate his thoughts. System, according to my scans of the city, a massive brawl is unfolding, with camps attacking each other. Frowning in thought, Chen Ming wondered how this sudden outbreak of violence had occurred. Could the Tiger Brigade be behind it? He decided to head to the Tiger Brigade's base to investigate. Chen Ming requested the system to assist him with directions, and he swiftly arrived at the Tiger Brigade's camp. The camp was vast, and even from a distance, Chen Ming could sense its scale. He found a tall building and used binoculars to observe the camp. The area was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Some were drinking and playing games. Others were cleaning their weapons, some were exercising, and a few were gambling. After observing for a while, he prepared to infiltrate the camp. Moving cautiously toward the Tiger Brigade's base, he noticed the heavy security with patrolling soldiers everywhere. Relying on the system, he quietly circled to the side of the camp and found a corner where he could observe the interior. Through a window, he spotted a minor leader of the Tiger Brigade discussing something with a group of subordinates. Holding his breath, Chen Ming tried to catch their conversation, but the distance was too great, and he could only hear fragments. Just then, a member of the Tiger Brigade noticed Chen Ming's silhouette. He immediately shouted, causing other soldiers to grab their weapons and rush toward Chen Ming. Seeing this, Chen Ming turned and sprinted away. He maneuvered through the camp, evading the enemy's pursuit. In the end, he successfully escaped the Tiger Brigade's camp, disappearing into the night. Hiding in an abandoned warehouse, he gasped for breath, silently grateful for his speed. I was so close to hearing what they were saying. Chen Ming smacked his forehead in frustration. However, the recent experience only reinforced his belief that the chaos was indeed connected to the Tiger Brigade. He decided to call Chen Shui back to discuss strategies together. Meanwhile, the leader of the Tiger Brigade learned that someone had infiltrated the camp and was furious. He ordered increased security and dispatched personnel to track down the mysterious intruder. Chen Ming sent a message to Chen Shui. She informed him of her location, and he drove over. Along the way, he occasionally encountered gunfire, but chose to ignore it and sped away. Upon arriving at Chen Shui's location, which was relatively safe, he found her looking surprised. "Chen Ming, what are you doing here?" she asked. "The situation has changed. We need to rethink our plan." Chen Ming said seriously, "Huang Kai is likely backed by the Tiger Brigade. He should be their pawn. I think we can seize an opportunity to gather some supplies and then make our escape." Chen Shui nodded in agreement. "I just infiltrated the Tiger Brigade's camp. It's heavily guarded, and I didn't stay long before I was discovered." Chen Ming shared his experience with Chen Shui. Chen Ming continued, "Now, there are only 2 survival modes. One is to join a powerful faction in the city and plunder for resources, and the other is to venture into the wilderness and fight for supplies." Suddenly, he thought of Katina and decided to call her back. He sent her a message, but she didn't reply. Chen Ming didn't lose hope, thinking she might be asleep. He returned to the car with Chen Shui, randomly found a spot to park. activated the camouflage feature, and prepared to rest. Katina then messaged him. Is there something that requires my withdrawal? Chen Ming replied, you know there's a chaotic battle between camps, right? Katina responded, yeah, and I also know it was instigated by the Tiger Brigade. Chen Ming frowned at the message, realizing it was indeed the Tiger Brigade's doing. How do you know it was them? He quickly inquired. Katina replied, when I was out collecting supplies with them, I accidentally overheard their conversation. They seemed to be planning a major operation. With a furrowed brow, Chen Ming pondered their next move. It looks like we need to be more cautious. Katina, where are you now? What is the situation around you? Is there a chance to escape? Chen Ming asked with concern. Katina replied, I'm hiding on the top floor of a remote building. It's relatively safe for now. However, I feel this chaos won't end easily. Her tone revealed a hint of worry. Chen Ming thought for a moment and replied, Katina, stay safe for now. I'll come find you once this big brawl is over. Meanwhile, the fighting in the city intensified, with various camps clashing over resources. Chen Ming and Chen Shui kept a close watch, waiting for the right moment to act. Chen Shui got out of the car and found a high vantage point to set up her rifle, firing occasionally. Each shot claimed a life. Her strategy was to stir the waters, causing the camps to exhaust their manpower. After 10 minutes, she retreated back to the car, and Chen Ming drove away. After relocating, Chen Ming stopped again, this time genuinely needing to rest. Throughout the night, the sounds of gunfire echoed relentlessly, mixed with curses, shouts, and cries. Chen Ming thought about how many lives were lost in this chaotic battle, but his cold-hearted nature prevented him from feeling pity for others. Time passed, and a night went by. Chen Ming woke up, quickly washed up, had breakfast, and then prepared to head to Katina's location. He sent her a message, and after a while, she replied. Following the directions, he made his way there. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the spot, got out of the car, glanced around to ensure there were no ambushes, and walked towards Katina's hiding place. The building was not very tall, and he quickly reached the top floor. Chen Ming knocked on the door, but there was no response. Just then, Katina sent a message asking if he had arrived. He answered her from the doorway, and upon hearing his response, she opened the door and stepped outside. As soon as Katina saw Chen Ming, she rushed into his arms, complaining about how difficult life had been lately. He held her, listening to her grievances. Let us go back to the car, he said gently. Katina softly replied with The two of them hurried down the stairs. Once back in the car, Katina began recounting her experiences while hiding. They've gone completely mad, killing each other over mere resources. Just before this, they were like brothers, she said, still shaken. Chen Ming nodded silently, knowing full well that survival was the most important thing in this desolate city. At a time like this, who has food to spare? We need to find a safe place quickly, he said as he drove. At that moment, the system emitted a notification. An unoccupied underground factory has been detected nearby, which may contain a large amount of supplies. Chen Ming's eyes lit up. He decided to check out the factory. As they sped down the road, they saw many ruins, corpses, and numerous boxes scattered on the ground. Chen Ming didn't stop to collect supplies. He knew that these were just temporarily unclaimed. Once the chaos settled, there would be cleanup crews to clear the battlefield, and running into them could lead to a firefight. How much longer will this war continue? Katina murmured to herself. Chen Ming didn't respond. He focused intently on driving, his gaze firmly fixed on the road ahead. Chapter 85. Entering the underground factory after a 10-minute drive. They arrived at their destination. Chen Ming wasn't planning to enter the underground factory during the day. Instead, he intended to go in at night to use the darkness as cover. He parked the car about 100 meters away between some buildings and activated the camouflage feature before pretending to doze off in the vehicle. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Chen Ming opened his eyes, checked the time, and decided it was time to act. He called Chen Shui, planning for her to accompany him inside. The two quietly got out of the car and made their way toward the factory. The entrance to the underground facility was hidden within an unassuming little house. Chen Ming and Chen Shui walked cautiously, eventually finding a dilapidated window. He gently pushed the window open and climbed inside. It was pitch dark inside, filled with a pungent odor. Chen Ming turned on his flashlight and began to examine the layout of the room. After searching for a while without finding the entrance to the underground area, Chen Ming had to ask the system for help. The system informed him that the entrance was underneath a table. Chen Ming looked around and spotted the only table in the room. He called Chen Shui over to help move it, and with the light, they discovered a lock underneath. Chen Shui then took out a key she had found and tried it. To their surprise, it successfully unlocked the underground entrance. Chen Ming shone his flashlight down the newly revealed staircase leading underground. He gestured for Chen Shui to follow, and they cautiously descended the stairs. At the bottom, they encountered a closed door marked with strange symbols. Chen Ming took out his tools, attempting to pick the lock. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. Chen Ming immediately halted his actions and pulled Chen Shui into a corner to hide. The footsteps grew louder as the door slowly creaked open, revealing a figure entering. Chen Ming focused intently and realized it was a robot. The robot seemed unaware of their presence and walked straight to a control panel, beginning to operate it. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming scrutinized the robot, which emitted a faint glow, seemingly engaged in some task. He decided to remain still for the moment and observe what the robot was doing. Holding his breath, Chen Ming quietly watched the robot's every move. After pressing several buttons, the lights in the room suddenly illuminated. Then, the robot turned and walked toward the exit. Seizing the moment, Chen Ming quickly approached the control panel. He noticed it displayed complex patterns and numbers, likely some sort of code. As he pondered how to crack the code, an alarm suddenly blared from outside. Not good. We've been discovered, Chen Ming thought, quickly grabbing Chen Shui and making a dash for the exit. The robot spoke. Don't be afraid, I won't harm you. Hearing the robot's words, Chen Ming stopped in his tracks and aimed his gun at the robot. Chen Ming, what are you doing here? Artak, my name is Artak, and I am the owner of this underground facility. Artak explained, this underground factory is where I research and develop new technological products. Recently, I discovered that someone had intruded here, so I set up an alarm system. Chen Ming thought to himself, realizing the situation, and looked at Artak with a skeptical gaze. How do you know we are not intruders? Artak smiled and replied, I just saw your behavior on the surveillance footage. You haven't damaged anything. Moreover, if you were intruders, my defense system would have already dealt with you. Chen Ming relaxed his vigilance slightly. Then why didn't you show yourself earlier? Artak shook his head helplessly. I encountered some issues that caused my body to malfunction, preventing me from moving freely. I'm still in the process of recovery. Chen Ming pondered for a moment. Can you tell me more about this factory? Why there's so many strange symbols and codes? Artak hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to trust Chen Ming. This factory holds knowledge of ancient advanced scientific technology. Those symbols and codes are the keys to unlocking this technology. However, I can't reveal too much at this moment. Chen Ming became increasingly intrigued by this mysterious topic. Can we collaborate? I can help you deal with the troubles outside, and in exchange, you tell me more about the secrets of the factory. Artak nodded, of course, but we need to address the immediate crisis first. Those people outside stumbled upon this place. And ever since they learned about the technology here, they've been trying to steal my research. Chen Ming and Chen Shui followed Artak into a control room, where screens displayed various areas of the factory. The monitors showed that the factory was vast, sprawling, and covered 1/10 of the city. Chen Ming was astonished by the scale of the facility. Artak said with a smile, ISNT at large? The perimeter is lined with weapons. But those are just low-end stuff. The real treasures are located right here. Artak pointed to a location on the map, which was where they currently were. Artak continued, more and more people have been seeking out this underground factory lately. Chen Ming asked, by the way, were you human before? Artak replied, yes, I was human, but now I'm a robot. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming instinctively spoke, flesh suffers, the mechanical ascends. Artak became excited at Chen Ming's words. Do you agree? Chen Ming shook his head. I simply respect your thoughts and choices. Chen Ming added, the path lies beneath your feet. How to walk it is your own decision. Chen Ming's words left Artak feeling both exhilarated and disheartened. It was the first time he had heard the words physical suffering and mechanical ascension come from someone else's mouth. And for the first time, he felt the thrill of being understood. Until then, no one had ever acknowledged him. He had long been devoid of human emotions. But today he felt unusually excited. Chen Ming watched as Artak became animated, unsure of how to respond. Chen Ming, calm down for a moment. I think it's more important to address the factory issues first. Artak, the factory problems are minor. The whole place is mostly just basic stuff, easily found elsewhere. The real core technology is right here with me. As long as I'm around, nothing is a problem. With that, Artak produced a light blue, glowing cube that resembled a Rubik's Cube. Chen Ming, what is this? Artak, this is the energy source we once researched together. Unfortunately, before we could succeed, some events caused the energy source to go out of control. Ordinary humans cannot withstand the energy it emits, leading to death. Only by transforming myself into a cyborg was I barely able to endure it. Chen Ming, a cyborg? Didn't you originally transform into a full robot? I'll talk back then. My technology wasn't advanced enough to fully convert a person into a robot. It was only with the emergence of the energy source, combined with my own research, that I was able to completely transform myself. Chen Ming was taken aback by Altok's words. Altok, let's go. This place is no longer safe. I'll leave with you. Chen Ming, is it really that hasty? Aren't you worried that I have ulterior motives? Altok, the fact that you can speak of physical suffering and mechanical ascension indicates that your heart resonates with the idea of transformation. Since you understand, and this place is already unsafe, I believe it's okay to go with you. After hearing this, Chen Ming directly took Chen Shui and Altok and left. Chapter 86. Leaving the factory and raiding the camp, Altok expressed that his physical condition was not great and that there was no need for his body to leave with them. After extracting the energy source and a chip, he handed them to Chen Ming, advising him to insert them into a new mechanical body when the opportunity arose. Chen Ming carefully accepted the energy source and chip, understanding their significance and the need to protect them. After pulling out the chip, Altok lost his balance and fell. Chen Ming nodded, his eyes resolute as he said, "Don't worry, I'll help you find a suitable body as soon as possible." Chen Ming and Chen Shui searched the factory one last time, but found nothing important, so they decided to leave. Back in the car, Chen Ming didn't drive away immediately. Instead, he plugged the chip into one of the car's ports. Altok's voice came through. Why have I turned into a car? And this vehicle already has its own intelligent AI. Xiao AI, the AI, chimed in. Hello there, new friend. I'm Xiao AI, and you are? Altok replied, hello, Altok. Chen Ming added, this is the only tech-related thing I have at the moment, so you'll have to make do with this car for now. I'll find you a body later. Altok reassured him, it's fine, I'm not in a hurry. The car activated its camouflage function, and the two entered a room to rest. A quiet night passed. The next morning, Chen Ming woke up and opened the chat interface to see if there were any discussions about the underground factory. After browsing for a while without finding anything on the topic, he gave up and started contemplating their next move. He realized that Huang Kai's time was running out, and he needed to figure out how to seize some resources during this opportunity. After thinking for a while and not coming up with a solid plan, he decided to drive towards Huang Kai's camp. After a 20-minute drive, they arrived near the camp. Chen Ming found a spot to park and activated the camouflage function before getting out with Chen Shui. They chose a nearby building to observe the situation at the camp. The two took turns watching, noting that the camp appeared much the same as usual. Chen Ming speculated that someone would likely launch a surprise attack on the camp that night to seize resources. They quietly awaited the arrival of night. As time passed, darkness fell, and the surroundings went silent. Suddenly, the sound of engines roared from a distance as several black vehicles sped towards the camp. Upon hearing the noise, Chen Ming immediately grabbed his binoculars to observe. The vehicles did not force their way into the camp. Instead, he watched as the outsiders communicated with the people inside the camp, who then allowed them entry. Following the movement of the vehicles, Chen Ming saw them stop at the center of the camp, where Huang Kai emerged to greet the visitors. Huang Kai embraced the outsiders, laughing and chatting as they entered a building together. Chen Ming speculated that this should be the supply support from the Tiger Brigade. At that moment, Chen Shui whispered, Chen Ming, come here for a second, I have a situation. Hearing her, Chen Ming went over and looked through his binoculars in the direction she indicated. A small team was quietly advancing, and Chen Ming felt that they were planning to raid the camp. Chen Shui asked, what should we do? Should we go in and mix it up, or wait until they've done most of the fighting before we move in? Chen Ming replied, these guys are poorly equipped. Going would be like delivering food to them. Let us sit this one out, but we can observe how strong the camp's defenses are. Chen Ming and Chen Shui concealed themselves on a rooftop, closely monitoring the movements within the camp. They watched as the small team stealthily approached the camp. However, it seemed their actions had already been detected. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the camp, and lights illuminated the entire area. The guards quickly sprang into action, engaging in fierce gunfire with the attacking team. Chen Ming sighed inwardly, realizing that, as he suspected, the camp's defenses were quite formidable. He decided to hold back and continue observing the situation. The battle intensified, with neither side willing to back down. Just then, Chen Ming noticed a mysterious team emerging from within the camp. Individuals in specialized gear joined the fight, and he speculated they must be from the Tiger Brigade. The tide of the battle quickly turned. The raiding team was soon overwhelmed and wiped out. This raid provided Chen Ming with valuable intelligence. He noticed that this new team was better equipped than both the raiders and anyone in Huang Kai's camp. Chen Ming remarked, "This camp 1T lasts 3 days." Chen Shui asked, "How can you be so sure?" Chen Ming replied, "Think about how many camps Huang Kai has plundered recently." Chen Shui responded, "He has probably raided almost all the players and the locals." Chen Ming continued, "That's the problem. Since almost everyone has been raided, do you think the people in those camps will just let it go?" At this point, all it takes is for the Tiger Brigade's pig farmer to raise his voice, and many will respond. Then it'll be time to slaughter the pigs. With a righteous excuse, the Tiger Brigade can take out Huang Kai's camp, acquiring supplies and recruiting personnel at the same time. Chen Shui exclaimed, "That's ruthless. Fatten up a pig and then recruit the personnel. That's quite a clever strategy." After the raiding team was completely wiped out, the people from the camp emerged to clean up the battlefield. It was quickly tidied up. Chen Ming said to Chen Shui, "Let's go. There's nothing more to see. Let us head back to the car and rest." They walked carefully and returned to the vehicle after about 10 minutes. Inside the car, the group discussed their plans, but after an hour conversation, they still hadn't come up with a concrete plan. Eventually, everyone grew tired and went to rest. A night passed without incident. In the following days, without a definitive plan, Chen Ming simply monitored the situation within the camp. Every night, there were ambushes on the camp, and one time, a person unexpectedly snuck into the building. Thanks to a timely alert from Chen Ming's system, he was able to hide in the shadows. When the intruder stepped into the room, Chen Ming swiftly slashed his throat. After the observer was dead, Chen Ming licked a packet and changed his hiding spot. For several days, he hadn't seen any activity from the Tiger Brigade, but he patiently waited. That evening, as usual, Chen Ming was monitoring the camp. However, he noticed some unusual movements. The Tiger Brigade's convoy had quietly arrived near the camp. A surge of excitement filled his heart as he realized that a decisive moment was approaching. He immediately used his communicator to inform Chen Shui, instructing her to take a high vantage point and target the enemy, while he prepared to infiltrate during the ensuing chaos in the camp. As night fell, the battle horn suddenly sounded. The Tiger Brigade launched a full-scale assault, breaking through the outermost defenses of the camp with overwhelming force. Flames erupted, gunfire rang out, and the entire camp descended into chaos. Chen Ming didn't rush in. Instead, he waited for the right moment. After about 10 minutes of melee, he began to blend into the fray. He asked the system to help locate supplies. Amidst the fierce fighting, Chen Ming followed the system's guidance to a key command post. He made some noise to test the command post, but no one came out or responded. Not daring to rush in, he waited for 5 minutes. When no one entered or exited, he began to infiltrate. The system warned him that the Tiger Brigade was about to eliminate everyone in the camp. Chen Ming sprinted towards the innermost part of the command post. Before long, he reached the deepest area and violently kicked open the door. With several powerful kicks, he broke through, and upon seeing the room filled with supplies, he felt a surge of joy. After a few seconds of excitement, he began to loot. After 5 minutes of stuffing energy armor into his space, he set up some landmines and then left. The system informed him that everyone in the camp had been eliminated and the Tiger Brigade was starting to secure the battlefield and leave quickly. As he ran, he sent a message to Chen Shui, asking her to take out some of the Tiger Brigade members to help him escape. Upon receiving the message, Chen Shui aimed at a target and fired. The bullet pierced through the body, and the target fell. The Tiger Brigade members immediately went on high alert. Chen Shui fired a few more random shots before retreating. Meanwhile, Chen Ming navigated through the camp and reached the wall. After observing, he took a running start and jumped, climbing over the wall. At that moment, someone spotted him and opened fire. The bullets were stopped by his armor. Chen Ming quickly struggled and then rolled over the wall, tumbling several times on the ground. Seeing that he hadn't died, the Tiger Brigade members chased after him. Chapter 87. Departure and version update. Chen Ming was sprinting ahead, with the Tiger Squad hot on his heels. As he ran, he sent a message to Chen Shui. "Chen Ming, I'm being chased. Find a way to come pick me up." Chen Shui, "I'm in the car. Where are you?" Chen Ming, "I'm on the left side of the camp. See if it's close. If it's far, I'll lead them in circles." Chen Shui, "It's not too far. Hang in there." Chen Ming, "Got it." Upon receiving her message, Chen Ming began weaving in and out between buildings. He skillfully used the surrounding environment to evade the Tiger Squad's attacks, jumping over walls and darting into alleys, cleverly avoiding their attempts to corner him. Taking advantage of his surroundings, he pulled out his gun and shot down several members of the Tiger Squad. At the same time, he set down some landmines before retreating from his position. On all fours, Chen Ming crawled as the Tiger Squad members surrounded him. Seeing the situation, he threw a grenade and took cover behind a wall, covering his ears. As the grenade exploded, he took off running. The sound attracted Chen Shui, who drove towards it upon hearing the explosion. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, her eyes focused on finding Chen Ming. Finally, Chen Ming spotted Chen Shui's car. Without hesitation, he dashed to the vehicle, yanked open the door, and jumped inside. "Drive!" Chen Ming gasped. With a swift push on the accelerator, Chen Shui sped away like an arrow, leaving the Tiger Squad far behind. Finally lost them, Chen Ming leaned back in his seat, breathing heavily. "Are you okay?" Chen Shui asked with concern. Chen Ming shook his head. "I'm fine, just a bit tired." Chen Shui glanced at the rearview mirror. "They're not chasing us anymore." Chen Ming sighed in relief. "That's good. I owe you one this time." Chen Shui smiled. "Don't mention it. We're teammates after all." Chen Ming nodded slightly. "We probably can't stay in the city for long." Chen Shui looked puzzled. "Why not?" Chen Ming explained. "If the Tiger Squad takes over the Huang Kai camp, their strength will significantly increase. They're bound to clash with the Demon Squad, and you can imagine the scale of that battle." He continued analyzing. "Moreover, the Tiger Squad is moving quickly, so they must have other plans. We need to leave here as soon as possible and find a safe place." After thinking for a moment, Chen Shui nodded in agreement. "So where do we go?" she asked. Chen Ming gazed ahead, already having an answer in mind. "We can head to a nearby town first to avoid them." After saying that, they switched seats, and Chen Ming took the driver's seat to start driving. He instructed the system to provide a route, and soon enough, the system generated the directions. Chen Ming prepared to head to a new city based on his route. After driving for an hour, he encountered a horde of zombies, forcing him to stop. Seeing that it was getting late, Chen Ming decided to rest for the night. He activated his camouflage feature and entered his vehicle to sleep. The horde was attracted by the sound of the car, but once they got close, they were confused by the disguise and merely wandered around the vehicle. As night deepened, the surroundings fell silent, save for the low growls of the zombies. Chen Ming lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He knew that tomorrow's journey would likely not be easy. The next morning, Chen Ming woke up early. Watching the horde of zombies wandering nearby, he refrained from starting the car immediately. He waited for the horde to disperse while leisurely having breakfast, contemplating his next steps. At that moment, a game notification sounded. Version update, Public Beta 1.9 is now live. New features include the addition of mountain roads, the restoration of supply crates on the roads, and airdrops in cities every 5 days. A mysterious Easter egg has also been added for players to explore. Chen Ming read the message and went back into his vehicle to chat with his team. After half an hour of discussion, he still hadn't come up with a solid plan, leaving him feeling a bit troubled and unsure of his next move. Chen Ming decided to explore the mountain roads first to see if there were any suitable places to settle. He started the car and cautiously drove past the horde, letting the system guide the route as he headed towards the mountains. Along the way, he carefully observed his surroundings. Before long, he discovered some supply crates, which excited him. He stopped the car and collected some essential supplies. As he continued on his journey, the mountain scenery gradually unfolded before him. An adventurous impulse surged within him, prompting Chen Ming to delve deeper into the mountains in search of more clues and resources. In the mountains, Chen Ming encountered some other players, but they all seemed to be going their separate ways, not forming any teams. Everyone tacitly kept quiet, focusing on their own tasks. Following the mountain road, Chen Ming arrived at an abandoned village. It appeared to have been inhabited once, but now it was eerily silent. He cautiously explored the village, hoping to find some useful information. Entering a dilapidated house, he discovered some leftover items. Upon closer inspection, he found a map that marked several hidden locations. Chen Ming felt a surge of joy. This map could lead to supply points. He tucked the map away and left the house to continue on his way. At the edge of the village, he noticed a small path leading deeper into the mountains. However, he chose not to proceed and instead turned back. Driving away from the village, Chen Ming planned to follow the markers on the map to search for those hidden supply points. Along the way, he encountered a small group of zombies and easily dispatched them using the weapons mounted on his car. Not long after, Chen Ming arrived at the first supply point marked on the map. There was a warehouse filled with a large quantity of food, medicine, and weapons. Excitedly, Chen Ming gathered these valuable resources, thinking to himself that he finally had some supply boxes. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a strange noise. Cautiously, he picked up his weapon and moved toward the source of the sound. As he got closer, he discovered a large, tightly shut door. Chen Ming's curiosity was piqued, and he decided to open the door to investigate. He gently pushed the door open, and a musty odor wafted toward him. Carefully, he stepped into the room and found it filled with old experimental equipment and documents. As he flipped through the papers, he gradually learned that a secret experiment had been conducted there. However, the records indicated that it had initially failed before achieving success. But there were no specific processes or results, only bullet points. Scratching his head in confusion, Chen Ming set the documents aside and left. After exiting, Chen Ming continued driving and followed the map to the next supply point. This time, he arrived at an abandoned research facility, which looked even more mysterious. He cautiously explored the building and discovered several rooms that appeared to be laboratories. The rooms were cluttered with various instruments and samples, and one labeled gene modification caught his attention. Just as Chen Ming was pondering this, he heard footsteps approaching. He immediately took cover in a corner to observe. A man in a lab coat walked in, looking somewhat flustered. Chen Ming quietly followed him and noticed that he was attempting to destroy some crucial data. Wanting to understand the situation better, Chen Ming moved closer but was spotted. Gunfire erupted, and Chen Ming quickly ducked and ran for cover while drawing his weapon to retaliate. The research facility was riddled with bullet holes, and Chen Ming sent a message to Chen Shui for assistance. Upon receiving the message, Chen Shui got out of her vehicle with her gun. Just as she reached the entrance of the research facility, she heard the gunfire. Instead of rushing in recklessly, she stayed outside and messaged Chen Ming to ask about the situation inside. Chen Ming informed her that there was only one person inside, but he was agile and hard to hit. Knowing this, Chen Shui carefully entered the room. Unaware that Chen Shui had entered, Chen Ming continued to exchange fire with the man. After a quick assessment of the situation, Chen Shui found a vantage point and took aim. A single shot rang out, hitting the man squarely. Chapter 88. On the way to find the supply box, as Chen Ming was searching for supplies, he saw someone fall and turned back to find it was Chen Shui. Chen Ming, your shooting skills are still better than mine. I really am just a beginner with a gun. Chen Shui, you're really terrible. Chen Ming, feeling helpless. Chen Ming scratched his head and muttered to himself, I thought I was trying my best, but I can't argue with the facts. He realized he needed to practice more. The two of them began searching the research facility, but found nothing useful, only a pile of data. Chen Ming wasn't interested in the data, so he left empty-handed. As they stepped out of the research facility, Chen Ming and Chen Shui continued their search for survival resources among the ruins, carefully navigating the streets and keeping an eye on their surroundings. Suddenly, Chen Ming heard a faint sound coming from nearby. He halted and signaled for Chen Shui to stay alert. They quietly approached the source of the sound and discovered it was an injured survivor. Instead of approaching, Chen Ming returned to the vehicle. As they drove away, he suddenly recalled the mention of an Easter egg. He couldn't figure out how to search for it. Chen Ming decided to keep moving while pondering the Easter egg. They drove away from the ruins toward the edge of the city. Along the way, Chen Ming remained silent, lost in thought. He was trying to piece together clues about the Easter egg, but was still at a loss. The scenery outside the window became increasingly unfamiliar and desolate, weighing heavily on his mood. At that moment, he noticed a strange sign by the roadside, a massive red cross. Chen Ming's heart skipped a beat as he quickly instructed Chen Shui to stop the car. He got out to examine the sign closely and realized it appeared to be some kind of directional marker. Could this be a clue to the Easter egg? Chen Ming murmured to himself. He decided to follow the sign's directions to see what he might discover. Although Chen Shui was a bit puzzled, she chose to trust Chen Ming's judgment. Seeing that the road ahead was becoming difficult for the vehicle, Chen Ming got out to investigate further. He cautiously followed the direction indicated by the sign and stepped into a lush and mysterious forest. The forest was dense and verdant, blocking out the sun, while beams of light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Everything around him was eerily quiet, as if time had come to a standstill, broken only by the rustling of leaves stirred by the gentle breeze. Chen Ming's nerves were on edge. He scanned the surroundings with alert eyes, unwilling to let his guard down for a moment. He gripped his weapon tightly, prepared for any potential danger. Each step was filled with uncertainty, and the grass underfoot seemed to conceal countless secrets waiting to be uncovered. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the freshness of nature, creating a harmonious feeling of unity with the environment. However, an overwhelming sense of fear suddenly washed over Chen Ming. It was just too quiet. Chen Ming quietly stepped back, his movements heavy as if he were carrying an enormous burden. Each step was filled with hesitation and unease, as if he were terrified of what was about to happen. When he finally retreated to a safe distance, the ground suddenly began to tremble slightly. The tremors were not strong, but they were enough to make one feel an invisible force gradually awakening. Chen Ming widened his eyes, fixating on the front, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. As seconds ticked by, the vibrations grew stronger, as if a colossal beast beneath the earth was slowly stirring awake. Dust swirled in the air like a sandstorm. Stones tumbled down, crackling ominously. The once peaceful scene shattered in an instant. Faced with this sudden upheaval, Chen Ming couldn't help but swallow hard, his body trembling with anxiety. However, being someone who had seen and experienced a lot, he quickly composed himself, striving to regain his calm. Once his emotions settled somewhat, Chen Ming wasted no time and took off running. He sprinted towards the parking area, quickly jumped into his car, and started the engine. As the roar of the engine filled the air, the wheels spun rapidly, and the car sped away. At that moment, Chen Ming had no time to consider what was happening behind him. He just wanted to escape this dangerous place as quickly as possible. The car shot forward like a bullet, and the ground tremors intensified. With each passing second, the vehicle continued to surge ahead. About 10 minutes later, Chen Ming suddenly felt the ground shaking violently. This was bad. It was a precursor to an earthquake. He immediately slammed on the brakes and quickly scanned the surroundings for a safe place to park. As the shaking grew more intense, it felt as if the entire world was about to tear apart, instilling a deep sense of fear. Chen Ming gripped the steering wheel tightly, eyes wide as he looked back to see roads, buildings, and trees collapsing in the distance, sending clouds of dust soaring into the sky. That was close. If he had hesitated even a moment longer, he might have perished in this sudden catastrophe. The thought sent a chill down his spine, his heart racing as he struggled to calm himself. At the same time, Chen Ming felt frustrated that the system hadn't given him any warnings. He spoke to the system. "Hey, why didn't you give me a heads up?" The system replied, "With your strength, you don't need a warning." Chen Ming didn't know how to respond to that. "What about the Easter egg?" he asked. The system responded, "The second batch of players has arrived." That's the Easter egg. What second batch? What does that mean? I don't understand. The game has launched a new server, bringing in new players, 100 billion players in total. They will merge together at the right moment. Chen Ming exclaimed, "Goodness, is the game designer really that bold?" System, "It's just that wild." Chen Ming, "Isn't the fighting going to be even more intense then?" System, "Now you understand why this game has no end, right? The designer will replenish the numbers when they are insufficient. It's an endless cycle. Unless you can take out the designer, then there's a chance to stop the game. Otherwise, you need to find a ticket to leave this game." Chen Ming was stunned by this shocking revelation, unable to find the words for a long time as he tried to calm his racing heart. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he asked the system, "Is there a way to enter the newbie village?" System, "Yes, there's a bug tunnel between the two servers. This is also an Easter egg from the designer." Chen Ming, "So there really is? I was just asking casually. How do I get there? Tell me quickly." System, "First, you need to escape your current predicament." Chen Ming, "What do you mean?" System, "The second wave of earthquakes is coming, so you better run fast." Chen Ming, "This is just endless chaos. It was quiet for just a few days, and now here we go again." Upon receiving the news, Chen Ming drove forward. Chapter 89. Heading to the new server, Chen Ming slammed the accelerator, and the car surged forward just as the earthquake struck. Chen Ming, "Dad, how do we avoid the earthquake?" System, "You need to escape the mountain road as quickly as possible to get away from it." Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chen Ming pressed the gas pedal even harder, and the vehicle sped along the road. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes focused as he searched for a safe escape route. As time passed, the earthquake intensified. The ground began to crumble, and boulders tumbled down. Chen Ming swerved the car left and right, narrowly avoiding disaster. Just then, he spotted a small road ahead leading down the mountain. Without hesitation, he turned onto that path and accelerated. Chen Ming raced down the narrow road, praying for a swift escape. Suddenly, a massive boulder struck the rear of the car, causing it to jolt violently. Chen Ming held the steering wheel firmly, fighting to maintain control. Fortunately, the car stabilized, and he managed to avoid flipping over. He took a deep breath and pressed on with speed. Before long, he finally emerged from the mountains into a relatively flat area. After checking his rearview mirror and confirming there were no pursuers, he pulled over to the side of the road. He exited the vehicle to inspect it and found that, although the rear had been hit, it was largely undamaged. Finally, he escaped the disaster. Chen Ming murmured, feeling a bit calmer now. Chen Ming, Dad, please tell me how to get to the new server. System. The new server is located in a hidden passage in every city. You have to find it in order to enter and reach the new server. Chen Ming looked at the message and pondered for 5 minutes before asking the system to help him find a route. Chen Ming, Dad, help me find a city that's deserted. Upon hearing his son's request, the system quickly planned a route. Chen Ming received the directions and began driving. The system mapped out a route to a remote small town. After several hours on the road, he finally arrived at his destination. The town appeared quiet and peaceful, utterly deserted. Chen Ming parked in a secluded corner and began searching for the so-called hidden passage. He instructed the system to scan the town while he wandered around casually. Within minutes, a map of the town appeared in Chen Ming's mind. He examined the map and located the entrance to the passage. Chen Ming quickly returned to his car and drove to the location. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the site. The entrance to the passage was underground, and he first needed to crack the code to open the door. He asked the system for assistance, and after 3 minutes of waiting, the system successfully decrypted the password. Chen Ming entered the code and prepared to enter. System, are you ready? Once they entered the tunnel, the entrance closed behind them, and there was no going back. They could only wait for the next version update to merge with the original server. Chen Ming didn't make the decision alone, but discussed it with his team members. After some deliberation, they ultimately decided to enter the new server together. With the support of his teammates, Chen Ming drove into the tunnel. The moment the car completely entered, the entrance gate shut. Chen Ming turned on the headlights and slowly moved forward. As he drove, he asked the system, "Is there any danger in this tunnel?" The system replied, "No, but the waiting time is quite long. You need to wait 24 hours before you can enter the new server. You can rest for now, and after 24 hours, you'll be able to drive again." After hearing this, Chen Ming stopped the car and decided to take a short break. The team members also got out to stretch and relax their tense nerves. They sat together, sharing food and water, discussing their plans for the new server. The new server means new challenges and opportunities. We need to be fully prepared, Chen Ming said. Exactly. We need to unite and face various difficulties together, Sulan agreed. Katina, the NPC designed by the game's creators, felt that this situation was beyond her scope. As Chen Ming munched on some bread, he pondered the journey ahead. He wasn't too sure if he was reliving the game or stepping into the unknown. Sitting in the driver's seat, he reminisced about his past experiences with a hint of nostalgia. Suddenly, he asked, "Dad, it's been a while, but I haven't asked you why you chose me." The system responded, "Oh, it's like this. A colleague from another department disguised himself as a human truck driver to deliver someone to another world. However, during the mission, he accidentally ran you over. Normally, such incidents need to be reported, but since his performance was just shy of the upgrade criteria, he was afraid of being penalized. So he entrusted me to take care of you. This way, he could avoid punishment. He said that once he upgraded, he would give me some performance points. And as long as you left alive, I could move from level 2 to level 3, which would also enhance my functions." Chen Ming replied, No, that's not right. I was playing a game at the time. If anything, it would be considered a sudden death. How could I have been hit by a truck?" The system was confused. "What's going on?" Chen Ming explained, "Before I got into this game, I was gaming all night. I woke up and found myself in the game world." The system exclaimed, "Was I misled?" Chen Ming laughed, "Definitely, Dad. You're in a tough spot." Following this, the system launched into an hour-long rap filled with high levels of self-pity. After an hour, the rap concluded, and Chen Ming's mind returned to silence. He smiled and reassured, "All right, Dad, don't be upset. Anyway, it's done and dusted, so let us make the best of our situation. After returning later, you can deal with him." The system's emotions gradually calmed down. During the waiting period, Chen Ming and his teammates didn't sit idle. They studied the game's rules and strategies to better adapt to the new environment. Time ticked away, and after 24 hours, Chen Ming restarted the car and drove his teammates towards the new server. The tunnel was dark, illuminated only by the headlights of the car. Suddenly, As Chen Ming started the vehicle, he felt no movement. What's going on? Chen Ming frowned, a sense of unease creeping in. Could it be a car malfunction? He speculated. Surely, it couldn't be that unlucky. Chen Ming sighed helplessly. Just as he was at a loss, a faint light flickered in the tunnel. A mysterious door slowly opened, revealing the new server before them. Behind the door stretched an endless desert, with a scorching breeze carrying yellow sand. Chen Ming was suddenly overwhelmed by memories. After a few seconds, he regained his composure, his gaze firm. He drove the car out of the tunnel. Once again, they found themselves on a straight road, with sand on both sides. As Chen Ming drove along the desert road, he soon encountered another player. The player shouted loudly to attract Chen Ming's attention. The system warned, "There are two people in the car ahead. Be cautious of ambushes." After receiving the message, Chen Ming ignored the player's calls and drove away. Chapter 90. Time challenge keeping a distance from other players. Chen Ming asked the system, "How come I encounter other players as soon as I enter the new server? I didn't run into anyone right away before." The system explained, "That's actually the norm. Each server has a set number of players. The reason you encountered fewer players before was that I placed you in a less populated channel." Upon receiving this information, Chen Ming finally understood. He scratched his head and muttered to himself, "I see, I thought I was just lucky." Chen Ming continued driving forward while opening the chat channel. The chat in the new server was similar to what he experienced at the beginning, mostly filled with complaints, with some players sharing useful information. Chen Ming felt a bit sentimental, relieved that he had cheats. Otherwise, he might have been eliminated early on. As he scanned the chat, one message suddenly caught his attention. "Does anyone know where to find weapons? I just got in and was surrounded by monsters. It's so miserable." Chen Ming's heart raced. The new server version was much faster than the previous one, and there were already monsters roaming about. As he drove on, Chen Shui came out of her room and asked, "Where are we now?" Chen Ming replied, "We're in the new server." Chen Shui asked, "What new server?" "I don't understand." Chen Ming explained, "It's like jumping from one game server to another. This server just launched, and we can gather a lot of resources." Chen Shui was shocked by Chen Ming's words. She thought he was joking, but didn't he realize he was serious about actually being in a new server? Chen Ming didn't elaborate, and Chen Shui didn't press further. While they were silent, the system notified Chen Ming that there were two teams fighting 1,000 meters ahead. Chen Ming accelerated, leaving Chen Shui puzzled. They reached the location quickly, and from a distance, Chen Ming saw two teams engaged in a barehanded brawl. He stopped the car and watched them fight without intervening. The two teams noticed Chen Ming's car and paused their brawl. Observing the two groups, Chen Ming calculated his next move. He noticed that one team was smaller in number and appeared to be at a disadvantage. As Chen Ming remained in his car, the fighting resumed. Soon, the smaller team began to struggle. At that moment, Chen Ming revved his engine and charged toward the larger group. The sudden turn of events startled both sides. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming jumped out of the car, using it as cover to quickly take down a few opponents. Afterward, he hopped back into the car and drove away. 5 kilometers later, the game's notification sound chimed in. Timed road racing challenge begins. The race lasts for 5 hours, and all players in various channels will be guided to a designated racing track via portals. Note, in the last half hour, there will be an exit channel from the game. If players fail to leave in time, they will be permanently trapped in the dungeon. Game countdown, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Seeing this announcement, Chen Ming frowned. It seemed different from before. He couldn't rely on past experiences to clear the dungeon this time. Chen Ming, what happens if I don't participate? System, if you do not participate this time, the game system will regard it as a bug and kick you out of the game server. You will ultimately die in the space gap. Chen Ming drove his vehicle into the portal. As he entered, he felt the scenery around him shift, and he found himself on a brand new highway surrounded by countless cars. Looking at the tightly packed vehicles, he thought to himself that if they all set off together, they would probably end up causing chaos before long. As more and more cars filled the space, Chen Ming's vehicle became surrounded. He turned to look at the situation behind him. Some people had already started arguing, with a stream of profanities flying around. The 5-minute preparation time passed quickly, and then the game system announcement appeared. The race begins. Survive and reach the finish line. As soon as the game's voice faded, the cars in front immediately revved their engines and moved forward, while those behind were stuck, waiting for the vehicles ahead to clear the way. At that moment, 2 burly men got out of the car. They were bare-chested and wielding steel axes, and as soon as they exited, They began smashing the windows of nearby cars with their axes. "Get out of the car and hand over all your supplies, or I'll kill you." The aggressive words frightened some of the timid players. A few people in the nearby cars seemed stunned, keeping their windows up and silent. "Do you think hiding in the car and staying quiet will keep you safe?" One of the burly men cursed, then smashed his axe hard against the car window. He then pulled a man out of his vehicle and killed him with a single stroke. Nearby, a few women screamed in terror, their cries drawing the attention of the two men. They ignored the supplies and headed straight for the women. One of the men smashed a window, shattering the glass completely. He reached through the broken window to open the car door and yanked out a woman with long hair. The woman cried out in pain as she was pulled out. The other burly man quickly chimed in, "Bro, this woman is really fine. Don't kill her. It's been days since I've had any fun. Let's enjoy ourselves first." The one referred to as Bro nodded in agreement, indicating his companion to hurry up. After receiving the signal, the second man unbuckled his belt, ready to proceed. Hearing their conversation, the long-haired woman immediately began to cry. "Please, let me go. I'll give you everything in the car. Just spare me." A man slapped the other and said, "Cooperate a bit, and if I enjoy myself, I want to kill you." Chen Ming caught a glimpse of their situation through the rearview mirror, but he chose to ignore it and quietly waited for the cars in front of him to leave. 5 minutes later, the cars ahead of Chen Ming finally took off. He stepped on the gas, and his car shot forward rapidly. In the rearview mirror, he saw the two burly men busy dealing with the women, temporarily too occupied to pay attention to anything else. As the vehicles on the road gradually thinned out, Chen Ming felt a surge of relief. However, he suddenly noticed a car blocking the road ahead, seemingly broken down. Chen Ming swerved to avoid it. Seeing that Chen Ming didn't stop, the driver of that car immediately started it up and began to chase him. Chen Ming didn't speed away. Instead, he slowed down to see what the other driver intended to do. When the two cars were close, the other driver suddenly pulled out a gun and shot at Chen Ming. However, Chen Ming's vehicle was of a high grade, and the bullets didn't penetrate the glass. Chen Ming retaliated with his mounted machine gun, and all that could be heard was the player exclaiming in shock before their car was blown to pieces. In their final moments, the player could only think, "I'm reporting someone for cheating." After blowing up the car, Chen Ming stopped to pick up the loot with his mechanical arm. He glanced at the amount of supplies and was pleasantly surprised. In just a few days, he had gathered much more than before. Chapter 91. The Game in Progress, Chen Ming. "How many days has this server been up?" System: 3 days. Chen Ming: that doesn't make sense. In just 3 days, it's already catching up to the development speed of at least 7 days from before. System: you were in the startup phase before, where many features were added and removed randomly. This server has been developed far more diligently than yours. System: do you remember that you started with a beta version? Chen Ming: indeed, back then many features were incomplete, and everything was so chaotic that it was often hard to understand. System: this server has learned from past experiences and is more mature in every aspect. Plus, there are many more players here than on your previous server. Chen Ming: no wonder the new server version progresses so quickly. It's built on the hard work of previous players. Chen Ming leisurely drove his vehicle, casually glancing at the scenery along the way. Despite the scorching winds blowing the yellow sand everywhere, he didn't mind the harsh environment. Instead, he slowed down to savor the moment of tranquility and beauty. However, this atmosphere didn't last long. Soon, several cars came racing up from behind, quickly closing in on Chen Ming's vehicle. The people in these cars seemed to form a convoy, and upon seeing Chen Ming alone, they became hostile. They deliberately drove closer, even attempting to block him off. Annoyed by their provocation, Chen Ming shot them a frustrated glance, irritated that they were disrupting his enjoyment. Suddenly, one of the provocative cars accelerated and slammed beside Chen Ming, trying to ram into his vehicle. Without hesitation, Chen Ming pressed a button, and a machine gun popped up from the roof, aiming at the incoming car. With a burst of gunfire, the enemy vehicle was instantly riddled with bullets, exploding into flames and turning into a sea of fire. The other vehicles that had planned to ambush Chen Ming saw the machine gun and immediately slowed down, then turned around to flee. Chen Ming operated a rocket launcher for a barrage attack. The shells rained down, destroying the slower vehicles on the spot, while those further away were not affected. Ignoring them, Chen Ming continued on his way. At that moment, someone in the chat channel began discussing Chen Ming, claiming he was using hacks. His vehicle was recorded by someone with ulterior motives and shared in the chat channel. Instantly, A wave of incredulous reactions flooded the chat. Chen Ming was completely unaware of this. He just wanted to quietly enjoy the hard-earned peace. He set his autopilot, lowered the window, and let the breeze flow in as he sang along. Just then, Chen Shui happened to step out to check on the situation and heard Chen Ming's painfully awful singing. She instantly gave him a slap, the kind he loved most. The slap left Chen Ming momentarily dazed. He exclaimed, "Hey, what was that for? Chen Shui, your singing is really unbearable. It's torture. I just want to pull out a gun and shoot you." Chen Ming, if you don't want me to sing, just say so. And you slapped me. Do you have any idea how much that hurts? Chen Shui rolled her eyes. Enough chatter, just focus on driving. Also, you used a weapon against other players earlier, so you've probably been reported by now. Get ready for your account to be banned. Chen Ming, how do you know I've been reported? Chen Shui, did you even check the chat channel? Chen Ming, no, I didn't. Chen Shui, take a look for yourself. Chen Ming opened the chat channel and smirked dismissively. Just then, the game system's notification sound chimed in. Player has been reported by multiple users for malicious use of cheats. Data detection will commence now. Hearing this, Chen Ming panicked. He was afraid the system would detect him. After 5 seconds, data normal, player has not used cheats. Upon hearing the game system's voice, Chen Ming let out a sigh of relief. Chen Ming, Dad, how come I can't detect you? System, I'm a level 2 newbie guide. Only a level 1 system designed by the game developers could detect me. Chen Ming, wait, you're only level 2. System, yeah. You know how competitive it is over here? Most don't even make it to level 2 before getting deleted. Chen Ming, so that means you're pretty good, right? System, just kidding, I'm super awesome, okay? Chen Ming half-heartedly chatted with Chen Shui while also chatting with his dad. An hour passed, and Chen Ming started to feel bored and a bit drowsy. Just then, the game system's notification sounded again. Congratulations, players. You have successfully passed the first hour. The difficulty level will now begin to increase. This message jolted the sleepy Chen Ming awake. After 5 minutes of driving, he didn't notice any increase in difficulty. It seemed just like the previous stretch of road. Just as Chen Ming was about to relax and let his AI assistant take over, he heard a rumbling sound from the sky. He rolled down the car window and leaned out to look up, realizing a large transport plane was flying overhead, and black dots were dropping from its rear. Chen Ming grabbed his binoculars and saw that they were supply crates. He felt a rush of excitement. Airdrops meant supplies. However, the drop zone was not on his current route. He had to make a choice. Go for the airdrop or continue on. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to go for the supply crates first. He turned the steering wheel towards the airdrop location. Just then, the system warned him that he was moving away from the airdrop, and that once it landed, mutated army ants would appear, capable of easily destroying metal. Chen Ming, so my tank armor and energy armor can't withstand this? System, the energy armor can block the army ants, but its energy will be quickly depleted. Chen Ming, wow, that's intense. Knowing the situation, he stepped on the gas to accelerate. He then let Xiao AI take over while he grabbed the binoculars to observe the airdrop location. He noticed some vehicles heading towards the airdrop site. Chen Ming looked at them gratefully, thinking that with these cannon fodder, they should be able to hold off the army ants for a while. He instructed Xiao AI to move as fast as possible without flipping the vehicle. Following the command, Xiao AI increased the vehicle's speed slightly. 5 minutes later, Chen Ming had distanced himself from the airdrop location, but he continued to use the binoculars to watch the airdrop crates. Soon, they became too far away to see clearly. Unable to make out the situation, Chen Ming put away the binoculars and closed the car window. He opened the chat channel and was immediately met with cries for help from other players, messages of distress flashing by. Chen Ming couldn't help but sigh, feeling grateful for the support he had. At that moment, a group of vehicles suddenly appeared behind him, desperately chasing after Chen Ming's car. "Hey, brother up ahead. Wait for us," one of them shouted. Chen Ming glanced in the rearview mirror and saw that some of the army ants had been drawn to them. Seeing the army ants following their vehicles, he immediately opened fire with a machine gun, bullets exploding a few cars. The destroyed vehicles caught the attention of the army ants, which began to swarm around the wreckage. Chapter 92. Pursuit and Escape. Chen Ming gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixed ahead. Just moments ago, he had successfully used a blown-up car to distract the terrifying army ants, but he knew this tactic wouldn't last long. As soon as the army ants realized they had been tricked, they quickly turned around and resumed their chase of Chen Ming's vehicle. Chen Ming and the other players were being pursued by the army ants. Their speed was astonishing, and they seemed to relentlessly pursue their target without fatigue. With the distance closing in, a sense of urgency surged within Chen Ming. He took a deep breath and decided to take action. "Xiao AI, take over the driving." Chen Ming shouted, his voice tinged with tension. Xiao AI immediately responded, taking control of the vehicle. Meanwhile, Chen Ming quickly grabbed the rocket launcher, preparing for the impending battle. He locked his gaze on the approaching swarm of army ants and pulled the trigger. The rocket screamed out, accurately striking the army ants. The explosion reverberated around them, kicking up dirt and debris. However, despite the attack, the army ants did not waver. They continued to close in on Chen Ming. The sound of the explosion attracted even more army ants to the chase. Chen Ming launched rockets continuously, trying to halt their advance. But there were simply too many of them. As the army ants drew nearer, Chen Ming felt a rising panic. "I have to find a way to shake them off," he thought to himself. At that moment, Chen Ming noticed a high overpass ahead. An adventurous plan sparked in his mind. "Xiao AI, accelerate towards the overpass," he ordered. Without hesitation, Xiao AI complied, and the vehicle sped toward the overpass. Chen Ming fired the rocket launcher repeatedly, clearing a path for their escape. As they approached the edge of the overpass, Chen Ming shouted again, "Xiao AI, prepare to drift." Xiao AI expertly controlled the vehicle, executing a perfect drift at high speed. They raced along the edge of the overpass, narrowly avoiding the army ants' pursuit. Looking back, Chen Ming saw the army ants bewildered beneath the bridge, unable to catch up with them. Relieved to have temporarily escaped danger, Chen Ming exhaled but knew that, true to the nature of the game world, greater challenges awaited them. Glancing around at the unfamiliar surroundings, Chen Ming felt a bit disoriented. He had run to an unknown area to evade the army ants, so he had no choice but to let the system help him find a route forward. Following the system's guidance, Chen Ming got back on track. Xiao AI engaged in autopilot, while Chen Ming opened the chat interface to check the messages. In the regional channel, some were cursing loudly, while others were calling for help. The messages flew by so fast that Chen Ming couldn't find anything useful and soon gave up. Suddenly, one message caught his attention. "Help us. We're trapped in an abandoned factory. There are too many army ants." Chen Ming realized from the message that the army ants had spread everywhere. After driving for 20 kilometers, he arrived at a fork in the road with 3 options to choose from. Chen Ming asked, "Dad, which way should we take?" The system replied, "Take the middle one. It's safe." "Oh, got it." Chen Ming instructed Xiao AI to take the middle route. He asked Xiao AI to proceed slowly, just in case danger struck suddenly, as his dad's definition of safety was different from his own. After 10 minutes of driving, Chen Ming relaxed in his seat, occasionally sipping on his milk tea, enjoying the moment. The system suddenly warned, difficulty level rising. Due to high temperatures, parts of the road are malfunctioning. Staying in one spot for too long could lead to a collapse. Accelerate. What the hell? I knew something was wrong. Chen Ming exclaimed. Xiao AI, speed up. Understood. Xiao I responded. The car suddenly accelerated, and cracks began to appear both in front and behind them. The gap behind widened, while the one ahead started to collapse. And Xiao AI skillfully maneuvered to avoid the cracks. Suddenly, a crack ahead expanded to 5 meters wide. Xiao AI sped across the gap. And Chen Ming was taken aback by her quick reflexes, nearly spilling his milk tea. After avoiding the crack, the car continued forward, and Chen Ming noticed the crack slowly closing. Confused but increasingly alert, he felt an instinctive sense of impending danger. He then noticed that the road behind them was collapsing, but it quickly caught up again. Chen Ming urged Xiao AI to accelerate, realizing the crack was following their speed. Slow down and maintain a steady pace, he instructed. Got it, Xiao I replied. After maintaining a steady speed for a while, Chen Ming noticed the crack stopped chasing them. Just as he began to relax, a tremendous rumbling sound came from above. Looking up, he saw a massive boulder rolling down the mountain, heading straight for their car. Xiao AI, get out of the way! Chen Ming shouted in panic. Xiao AI quickly reacted, swerving the car. However, the boulder was moving too fast and was about to hit them. In a split second, Xiao AI made a sharp turn, narrowly avoiding the boulder. But before Chen Ming could catch his breath, he saw that the road ahead was completely blocked by a landslide. This is bad, he muttered to himself. We need to find a way to turn back. But when he looked back, he discovered that the way behind them was also buried under fallen debris. They were trapped here, caught in a dilemma. Chen Ming furrowed his brow, thinking of a way to escape. His gaze swept around, and he suddenly noticed a narrow path nearby that seemed to lead down the mountain. Xiao AI, drive that way. Chen Ming pointed to the path. Xiao AI drove into the narrow passage, and the vehicle bounced along the rugged mountain road. However, this path proved to be much more challenging than it looked, filled with loose stones and deep pits. The car frequently jolted against the rocks, creaking and groaning. Chen Ming's heart raced as he gripped the armrest tightly, praying they could get through safely. Finally, the car emerged from the narrow path into a relatively flat area. Chen Ming let out a small sigh of relief, but they were still in a precarious situation. He pulled out a map and studied it closely, trying to find another way out. Look, there's a small road here. Chen Ming pointed to a tiny dot on the map. They decided to give it a try, hoping to find a path to escape. The car followed the winding road, gradually distancing itself from the dangerous mountains. Chen Ming felt a little more at ease. And at that moment, a light appeared in the distance. It's the exit, Chen Ming exclaimed excitedly. Xiao AI sped up, heading towards the light. As they got closer, Chen Ming saw a wide highway ahead. They had finally escaped the danger. Chapter 93. Surviving the second hour, Chen Ming let out a long breath, still feeling a chill from what had just happened. He sat in the driver's seat for a moment, gathering his thoughts before restarting the car and continuing forward. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly as he focused intently on driving. He had gained a preliminary understanding of the dangers posed by this challenge. After safely making it through the second hour, Chen Ming received a notification. Congratulations, players have successfully survived the second hour. The difficulty level has now increased. Upon hearing this, he slowed down, wary of potential dangers that could arise if he drove too fast. Following the route provided by the system, he gradually returned to the normal path of the race. As he got back on track, a chilling sight unfolded before him. The road was littered with the mangled remains of numerous vehicles, alongside what were once living beings, now reduced to mere boxes. The wreckage and boxes were scattered along the sides of the road, reminiscent of the aftermath of a brutal battle. Each vehicle had suffered severe damage. Some were twisted and deformed, their glass shattered. Others had lost wheels, with parts strewn everywhere. The human boxes lay scattered on the ground, a grim reminder of the horrors that had occurred here. A weight settled on Chen Ming's heart as he realized that this competition on the server was far more brutal than any he had faced before. The wreckage and boxes gave him a visceral sense of how much fiercer and more merciless this server-esque competition was compared to his past challenges, which now seemed almost merciful in comparison. However, Chen Ming knew he didn't have the luxury to dwell on these thoughts for long. The race was still ongoing, and dangers in the game could emerge at any moment. He took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and decided to press on. Despite the difficulties ahead, he understood that survival was his only option. As Chen Ming prepared to maneuver around the wreckage, he spotted a small figure sneaking out, looking around cautiously. When he saw that no one was paying attention, the figure began rummaging through the supplies left behind after the fierce skirmish. Chen Ming felt compelled to approach and ask him what had happened. Before long, Chen Ming's car came to a steady stop near the figure. The small person, upon noticing Chen Ming, immediately dropped to his knees, trembling in fear, and pleaded, "Big brother, please have mercy and spare my life. I only dared to come here to scavenge some supplies because I saw there was no one around. If you let me go, I promise all the supplies are yours. And I'll leave right away, not lingering for a moment longer." Chen Ming looked expressionlessly at the panicked small figure and calmly asked, "Do you know what exactly happened here?" The small figure shook with fear, stammering as he replied, I'm not really sure about the details, big brother. I just happened to pass by and saw two convoys meet, and they began to argue. Then, somehow, someone threw something first, and it escalated into a fierce brawl. I really don't know anything else." Chen Ming pondered for a moment before casually saying, "You can keep picking it up? I'm leaving." The small guy looked up in surprise, incredulous as he asked, "Big brother, you don't want any of these supplies?" Chen Ming replied coldly, "There's nothing particularly valuable here that interests me. It's not worth the effort." The small guy, as if granted a reprieve, repeatedly thanked him. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you." After that, Chen Ming drove away, leaving the small guy happily gathering the supplies. After 5 minutes of driving, Chen Ming came across the wreckage of another vehicle, but he didn't see any boxes. He felt a bit puzzled, but continued onward without an answer. The car traveled 3 kilometers before encountering 2 convoys that were colliding with each other. Chen Ming observed the 2 groups from behind, They were simply bumping into each other without any visible firearms or heavy weaponry. Slowly, he accelerated to get closer. He didn't interfere, but quietly watched the skirmishing teams. After a while, finding it uninteresting, he sped past them. Chen Ming remained vigilant about the road conditions. Feeling that the game scenario couldn't be this straightforward, he set his AI assistant, Xiao AI, to cruise automatically while he opened the chat interface to check messages. After going through a lot of information, he noticed they were all in Chinese, so he asked the system, "Is everyone on this server from Huaxia?" The system responded, "Yes. Everyone who has entered the game this time comes from Blue Star 1111111115, and the people on this planet all speak Chinese." Chen Ming asked, "Chinese speakers? What does that mean? I'm not following." The system clarified, "The people on this planet only have one language." "Oh, got it," Chen Ming replied. As time passed, the car steadily moved along the highway. About 10 minutes later, his attention was drawn to a building in the distance. That structure stood alone, surrounded by various vehicles parked around it. As Chen Ming gradually approached this mysterious building, he slowed down and carefully checked his gear to ensure everything was ready. Then, he gently opened the car door and cautiously got out. At the same time, he reminded Chen Shui, who stayed inside the vehicle, "Stay in the car and keep an eye on the surroundings. If anything unusual happens, notify me immediately." Chen Shui nodded, indicating her understanding, her gaze firm and focused, revealing her serious attitude toward the task. As Chen Ming approached the parked vehicles, he noticed that 7 or 8 people had surrounded one of them, blocking any escape. Some were grabbing materials, others were snatching food, and some were taking water. Soon, the supplies were divided among a few individuals. At that moment, they saw Chen Ming pull out his weapon and pointed at him, saying, "Kid, if you want to live, throw everything you have over here, or we'll kill you." Seeing their arrogance, Chen Ming immediately drew his handgun and fired. In an instant, he shot the one who had just spoken. The others, witnessing Chen Ming's decisiveness, quickly took cover and pulled out their weapons. One person hit at the back, aiming his pistol at Chen Ming, and fired a shot that struck him in the head. However, the bullet did not penetrate Chen Ming's skull as expected. Instead, it was stopped by an unseen force. The others were stunned to see that a handgun couldn't kill Chen Ming, and exclamations of disbelief filled the air. As Chen Ming noticed the weapons drawn against him, his eyes sharpened with focus. He swiftly reacted by switching his weapon to a more powerful rifle and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bullets rained down like a storm, creating a dense web of firepower. With the sound of gunfire, a vehicle was instantly hit and exploded violently. The tremendous force of the explosion sent a wave of fire soaring into the sky, flames licking at the surrounding air, releasing thick smoke and a pungent odor. The wreckage of the vehicle was blown apart, with debris and metal fragments scattered everywhere. Chapter 94. The sudden appearance of the zombie horde. The explosion shockwave sent the few people flying backward like leaves caught in an autumn breeze. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming quickly pulled a grenade from his waist and hurled it toward the group without hesitation. The grenade soared gracefully through the air before landing squarely in their midst. With a deafening blast, the explosion's powerful shockwave knocked them to the ground once more, sending up a cloud of dust and smoke. Chen Ming swiftly changed his magazine and began firing at close range. As the smoke dissipated, he found nothing but boxes left on the ground. He started scavenging but found nothing useful and decided to leave the area, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. He confirmed that there were no other enemies before quickening his pace. Suddenly, a bullet struck him, but Chen Ming was unharmed. He immediately dove behind the wreckage of a car, quietly extending the muzzle of his gun. One enemy was moving in to eliminate him, while another provided suppressive fire. The situation unfolded too quickly for him to gauge how many opponents there were. Although the gunfire masked their footsteps, Chen Ming still heard the approaching sounds. He planned to take out the closer enemy first before signaling Chen Shui to shoot at the distant one. A few seconds later, a figure finally entered his line of sight. Chen Ming fired immediately, unleashing a series of shots, all of which missed. Despite his failure to hit the target, he managed to keep the enemy at bay for the moment. However, his gunfire revealed his position, prompting the opponents to flank him and attempt a surprise attack from behind. After a brief exchange in their communication channel, the man in front of Chen Ming spoke up. "Friend, if you agree to back down and hand over those supplies to us, we will let you live. But if you refuse, I'm afraid we'll have to take you down." Faced with this sudden threat, Chen Ming did not respond immediately. unsure if they possessed heavy weaponry. He was cautious about making any rash moves. He quickly sent a message to Chen Shui. Upon receiving the message, Chen Shui wasted no time. She got out of the car with her sniper rifle, smoothly pushing the door open and stepping out. Using her keen observation skills and extensive combat experience, she began searching for an ideal position that would provide a clear line of sight for sniping while keeping her concealed. Every step was taken with utmost caution, as she feared any noise might alert the enemies. Before long, she found a high vantage point and sent a message to Chen Ming. Upon receiving the message, Chen Ming picked up his rifle and opened fire, covering the sound of Chen Shui's sniper shots. The man, only a few wrecked cars away from Chen Ming, was startled into inaction by the sudden barrage. Through her scope, Chen Shui spotted the distant enemy and pulled the trigger, taking him down with one shot. She then adjusted her aim and eliminated the man in front of Chen Ming with her second shot. After the 2 shots rang out, Chen Ming asked, "Are there any more left?" "Chen Shui, I don't see anything right now. Why don't you come out and take a look? Maybe there are others around." Chen Ming observed his surroundings and slowly backed away, while Chen Shui helped him keep an eye on the environment. Soon, Chen Ming left the building and returned to the car. He then sent a message to Chen Shui. Not long after, Chen Shui also got back in the car. Chen Ming drove away, contemplating their next move. What should our next steps be? Chen Shui broke the silence. Chen Ming didn't respond immediately. Instead, he fell into deep thought. He began to consider what kind of situations they might encounter next. After all, it had been a long time without any disasters or similar events. The car continued to move forward. At that moment, Chen Shui suddenly said, "Someone in the chat channel mentioned encountering zombies." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming quickly opened the chat channel to check. When he saw the message, his guard relaxed slightly. He thought to himself, so it's zombies. Given the current progress of a new server, these zombies shouldn't be too strong. However, it wasn't long before the car had traveled only 3 kilometers when they ran into a massive horde of zombies. Faced with this sudden situation, Chen Ming immediately ordered Xiao AI to speed up, trying to break through the encirclement of zombies. The vehicle shook violently as it struggled to roll over the zombies. But more and more zombies surged forward like a tide, desperately banging on the windows, trying to get inside. "Hold on tight," Xiao AI shouted, slamming down the accelerator. The car shot forward like a wild horse, directly into the horde of zombies. In an instant, the vehicle was covered in zombies' blood and guts, a nauseating sight. Chen Ming and Chen Shui looked at this scene, their stomachs churning, and they couldn't help but vomit. Unable to bear the disgusting sight, they decided to close their eyes and wait until the car had passed through the horde before opening them again. Just then, a fallen tree suddenly appeared ahead, blocking the road. Xiao AI hit the brakes urgently and quickly turned the steering wheel, executing a perfect drift to successfully maneuver around the tree, shaking off some of the pursuing zombies. Xiao AI sped away, quickly distancing themselves from the horde. Once they were clear of the zombies, Xiao AI gradually slowed down. Xiao AI, "Master, I'm not clean anymore." Chen Ming, "Just hold on until the mission is over, and I'll clean you up." Xiao AI, "All right." System, "There are landmines ahead. It's advised to take a detour." Chen Ming immediately turned the steering wheel to the left and circled back to stop. Chen Ming, "What is going on?" System, "It's set by other teams." Chen Ming, "Is there an alternate route? If we go back and run into a horde of zombies, that would be disgusting." Chen Ming said, "System, there is a small path on the left, but it's tough to navigate." Chen Ming didn't respond, but turned the steering wheel towards the small path. Chen Shui, sitting next to him, couldn't understand Chen Ming's choice. Chen Shui, "Do you have a plan?" Chen Ming, "How could I possibly have one?" Chen Shui, "Then why did you suddenly turn?" Chen Ming, "It's instinct." Chen Shui, bull. Chen Shui, "Forget it if you don't want to explain." Chen Ming drove along the winding path, the rough terrain causing the car to bounce violently. "This bumpy road is really hard to navigate," Chen Ming complained. "Why did you even choose this route?" Chen Shui asked, looking confused. "Just trust my instincts," Chen Ming replied, focusing on driving. Suddenly, the car seemed to hit something, with the front wheels sinking into a large pit. No matter how much Chen Shui pressed the gas pedal, the car wouldn't budge. Chen Ming jumped out to assess the situation and found the wheels were stuck deep, with something blocking them at the bottom of the pit. Lying on the ground, Chen Ming reached down to feel what was lodged against the tire. He touched something hard and pulled it out, only to discover was a landmine. Chen Ming's face turned pale instantly. He glanced back at Chen Shui in the car, then took a deep breath. trying to calm himself. Carefully, Chen Ming removed the landmine from under the wheel and set it aside. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he felt relieved that it hadn't exploded. "We need to get the car out," Chen Ming said to Chen Shui. Together, they exerted a great deal of effort and finally managed to push the car out of the pit. Chen Ming got back in, ready to continue. "Wait, it looks like there is something up ahead," Chen Shui pointed out. Chen Ming focused ahead and saw an old car blocking the road. Its windows shattered and the door wide open. "Maybe it was left by other players," Chen Ming said as he drove closer. Just as they were about to pass the car, a figure suddenly burst out from inside, charging at them with a weapon in hand. Chapter 95. Supply Station. A razor-sharp knife suddenly struck the fragile, transparent glass. But surprisingly, the seemingly delicate glass did not shatter as expected. Chen Ming executed a perfect drift, successfully knocking down the assailant who had ambushed him. The attacker, sent sprawling on the ground with his legs in the air, immediately begged for mercy. "Big brother, I was wrong. Please let me go." Chen Ming ignored him and shot him dead without hesitation. After resolving the issue, he set off again. 5 minutes into the drive, Chen Ming encountered 3 supply boxes. Chen Shui operated the mechanical arm to pick them up. When Chen Ming opened the boxes, he found some food and water, as well as a bottle of healing potion. He felt a surge of joy. These supplies were exactly what they needed. Just then, a thunderous roar of engines echoed from a distance. Chen Ming's heart tightened as he immediately turned his attention towards the source of the sound. A dilapidated, dust-covered off-road vehicle came charging toward him like a wild horse. In the blink of an eye, the vehicle zoomed past Chen Ming, showing no signs of stopping or attacking. Watching the exuberant young drivers pass by, Chen Ming couldn't help but feel a mix of speechlessness and helplessness. At that moment, the system chimed in his mind. In 20 minutes, 2 suns will appear in the sky, but this will not have a significant impact on you. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chen Ming merely frowned slightly and replied coolly, "I'm thirsty. Get me some water." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Shui quickly entered the room and soon emerged with a case of bottled water. Chen Ming casually grabbed a bottle, easily twisted off the cap, and gulped down the refreshing spring water. Chen Shui was now curious about everything Chen Ming did. Feeling her gaze, Chen Ming became somewhat uneasy. As the vehicle continued along the road, Chen Ming noticed that it was getting narrower. At one point, he felt as if the left wheel of the car was completely suspended in midair. Chen Ming stopped, hesitant to proceed. "What's going on with this road? Why is it getting narrower?" he asked. The system replied, "This is a mountain road. The uphill sections will become narrower, but the downhill parts will widen." After receiving this information, Chen Ming, aware of his average driving skills, let Xiao AI take over for automatic cruising. Xiao AI began to demonstrate her exceptional driving skills. Slowly navigating the rugged mountain road, the vehicle swayed and tilted as it maneuvered through the twists and turns. After 20 minutes of this, Chen Ming could no longer hold back and rushed into the room to vomit. After rinsing his mouth, he returned to the driver's seat. Suddenly, Xiao AI said, "It's so hot." Chen Ming realized that the 2 suns had appeared in the sky. Chen Ming said, "You go into the room and sell some bottled water. Let's cash in on this wave." Chen Shui entered the room and started selling water. Before long, many people came to buy bottled water. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming raised the prices and made quite a bit of money. "Haha, this wave of cashing in feels great," Chen Ming thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in again. "The road ahead is about to become smoother. Please prepare yourself." Chen Ming perked up, looking forward to the next part of the journey. The vehicle smoothly navigated the narrow mountain road and arrived at a vast plain. Chen Ming opened the chat channel, and requests for water flooded in like snowflakes, along with some asking for air conditioning. He noticed that besides himself, there were a few others selling water, and they were charging even higher prices. Chen Ming immediately told Chen Shui to stop selling water. Confused, Chen Shui asked, "Why stop when we're making good money?" Chen Ming replied, "Did you notice? Besides us, there are others selling water too, and these players don't have many coupons left to cash in. If we keep selling now, we'll just get scolded. We need to stop in time, so we can make money without the blame falling on us." Chen Shui understood and thought to herself, "You're really a heartless person." The extreme heat was tough on the weaker players, but it didn't affect the strong at all. After about 10 minutes of driving, the system informed Chen Ming that there was a supply station 1 kilometer ahead. Excited by the news, Chen Ming accelerated and quickly reached the destination. He saw 2 signs. The left one read, There is a supply station on this road, while the right one said, this road leads directly to the finish line. Chen Ming pondered which one to choose, and the system advised him to take the middle path. Chen Ming exclaimed, the middle? But that's sand. The system replied, that path is full of traps. Only the middle has the supply station. Chen Ming thought, damn. I knew there was no way the game system would be so kind to help the players. Turns out it's a trap. Taking the system's hint, he drove down the middle path. The vehicle bumped along the uneven, sandy road, giving Chen Ming quite the uncomfortable sensation, but he endured it. After driving about 10 kilometers, he transitioned from the bumpy sand to a somewhat dilapidated highway. The vehicle shook much less on the road compared to the sand. Chen Ming continued driving and soon spotted a supply station. He parked the car and walked inside. Inside the supply station, there were all sorts of supplies, and Chen Ming excitedly began to browse. Just then, he noticed someone nearby was staring at him. Feeling a bit wary, he picked up a weapon for self-defense. The person approached with a smile and said, hey, friend, don't be nervous. I mean no harm. I'm just here for supplies too. Chen Ming heightened his vigilance. He had found the supply station thanks to the system's prompt, while this man seemed unaware of how he had arrived there. Chen Ming casually replied to him, and then focused on finding a retail machine to purchase items. Chen Ming, hey, does this guy have any cheats? System, no, but it's possible he has a higher level than me, which I can't detect. However, that likelihood is low. Chen Ming, why is that? System, in our system realm, we generally have random guides with no fixed hosts, and the functions are limited before level 3. After reaching level 3, more functions gradually unlock. This game world is quite dangerous for players, but it's not very challenging for the system. System, I can detect levels 1 and 2, but not level 3. However, level 3 systems typically don't come to this game to bring people. Chen Ming, why not? System, it takes too long and isn't cost-effective. Usually, we will guide a host for a while, help them develop, and then leave behind a shop for the host to grow independently. Chen Ming, wow, that sounds rough. You got stuck in this game. System, sigh. I can only blame my own greed for not seeing the bigger picture. Chen Ming, so how did this guy end up here? System, there are many routes to the supply station. He must have come from another direction. You could ask him. Chen Ming, hey, how did you find this place? The man replied, just got lucky and stumbled upon it. How about you? Chen Ming, same here. I was being chased by zombies and ended up here in a panic. After chatting for a bit, Chen Ming casually found an excuse to leave. Chapter 96. Choosing a route, Chen Ming set off again, advancing along the damaged road. As he drove further, he noticed that the road ahead was improving, which struck him as odd. After traveling about 10 kilometers, the originally single lane transformed into 4 diverging paths for players to choose from. Chen Ming carefully observed the roads and noticed that the first path was partially covered in damp soil. The second path was bumpy and riddled with potholes. The third path appeared freshly repaired and well-maintained. The fourth path had patches of ice on the surface. After his initial assessment, Chen Ming pretended to ponder his options while actually consulting the system. Chen Ming, Dad, which road should I take? System, choose the fourth path. There is no threat to your life on this road. Chen Ming, Dad, that is making me anxious. System, relax. You won't die. Taking a deep breath after hearing the system's reassurance, Chen Ming drove toward the fourth path. He navigated cautiously, keeping his eyes glued to the road. Suddenly, it felt like the car hit something, and he slammed on the brakes. Getting out to check, he discovered the body of a small deer. He hesitated to touch it directly, fearing it might carry some virus, and he didn't want to risk infection that would leave him with nowhere to lament. Looking around, he spotted a stick and picked it up to poke the deer's body. The stick didn't penetrate, confirming to him that the deer had been dead for quite some time. He returned to his car and continued driving, proceeding slowly while remaining vigilant. As he passed the deer's body, a sense of unease lingered. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound akin to someone crying. He stopped and listened intently, but the noise faded away. Shaking his head, he thought he might just be overly tense. However, when he restarted the car, the sound returned clearer than before. His heart raced as he decided to pull over and investigate the source of the noise. Armed with a flashlight, he walked toward the sound. In the darkness, he spotted a figure squatting by the roadside, crying. As he approached, he realized it was a young girl. What's wrong? Chen Ming asked. At that moment, the system chimed in. System, this is a monster set by the game, currently in its untransformed state. You need to provoke her to transform into a monster. Then kill her to obtain a supply box. Chen Ming was startled and quickly took a few steps back. The girl looked up, her tear-filled eyes meeting his. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you," she said softly. Her voice was light, yet to Chen Ming, it sounded like a ghostly whisper in his ear. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to follow the system's instructions. He slowly approached the girl, preparing to strike her down with a knife. But she seemed to sense Chen Ming's movement and stepped back just in time, causing him to miss. In an instant, the girl's body underwent a transformation. Her skin became grotesque, sprouting sharp teeth and claws. Chen Ming quickly dodged to the side, grabbing his weapon and readying himself for a fight. The monster lunged at him with incredible speed. Chen Ming sidestepped the attack and managed to slash at the monster's abdomen. Its skin tore open, letting out a furious roar as it turned to charge at him again. Chen Ming skillfully evaded the monster's attacks, searching for an opportunity to counter. While maneuvering, he opened a chat channel and messaged Chen Shui for help. Upon receiving the message, Chen Shui took out her sniper rifle, preparing to take a shot. But upon seeing Chen Ming engaged in a struggle with the monster, she quickly returned to the car to grab her assault rifle. As Chen Ming dodged and weaved, Chen Shui fired from a distance. The bullets struck the monster, but they didn't kill it. They only slowed its movements. Gradually, Chen Ming began to tire, and he rolled away to avoid another attack. Lying on the ground, he gasped for air. Seeing this, Chen Shui rushed forward, spraying bullets at the monster to draw its attention away from Chen Ming. The monster absorbed an entire magazine of bullets, its body riddled with holes. Yet it still managed to move. Gaining his breath back, Chen Ming pulled out his rifle to shoot at the monster, while Chen Shui rolled to avoid being grabbed by it. The monster, once quick, was now becoming sluggish as its physical abilities declined. Chen Ming shouted, "Normal firearms won't kill it. Go grab the rocket launcher from the car." Hearing this, Chen Shui immediately sprinted toward the vehicle, while Chen Ming diverted the monster's attention. The monster, frustrated by their antics, let out a furious roar and began to emit steam. Seconds later, its body turned bright red, and its speed surged back to its previous rapid pace. The monster charged at Chen Ming, reaching him in less than 2 seconds and knocking him to the ground with a swipe. The energy armor indicated a 20 energy loss. Ignoring the pain in his chest, Chen Ming rolled to the side just in time. He narrowly escaped, as the monster's claw crashed down where he had just been, sending dust flying. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shui dashed out, shouldering the rocket launcher and aiming it at the beast. "Chen Ming, get out of the way," she shouted, pressing the launch button. The rocket shot forward, igniting as it struck the monster squarely. The explosion sent the monster flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Chen Ming struggled to his feet, watching as black smoke began to billow from the monster's body, finally coming to a stop. "We did it," he sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground. Chen Shui ran over, handing him a bottle of medicine, saying, "We need to leave quickly." Chen Ming took the potion and drank it down. He unbuttoned his shirt to check his chest. Although he wasn't injured, it was very red. He reclined slightly to ease the pain. "I guess this was just luck," Chen Ming said, a hint of lingering fear in his voice. Chen Shui remained silent, quietly watching as the monster's corpse vanished and transformed into a supply crate. She picked up the crate and walked over to help Chen Ming back to the car. "You were too reckless," Chen Shui scolded. "You dare to provoke such a strong monster?" The rocket launcher obliterated it, and the body was almost intact. "I didn't expect there to be a monster," Chen Ming replied. "I thought it was just an NPC. I was only going to ask about the situation, and I never imagined it would end up like this." After resting in the car for a while, Chen Ming felt much better. He didn't drive. Instead, he let Xiao AI take over with automatic cruise control. The car moved slowly through the snowy landscape as Chen Ming focused on reducing his breathing to lessen the pain. Suddenly, the system alerted him that 3 snowmen would appear ahead. If he destroyed the correct one, he would receive a supply crate. Before long, they reached the snowman's location. Xiao AI stopped and asked, "Should we get out?" "No, stay in the car. Use your mechanical arms to destroy the snowmen," Chen Ming instructed. Obeying, Xiao AI extended 3 arms to take down the snowmen. After 2 of them were destroyed, they reformed, while the 3rd remained separate. Chen Ming directed Xiao AI to poke around with her arms to see if there was a supply crate. After some probing, she found one and brought it back. The 2 reformed snowmen began to attack Chen Ming, hurling snowballs at the car windows, which he ignored. The system warned him that if he was hit by too many snowballs, the car would freeze. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming immediately ordered Xiao AI to leave. Chapter 97. Escaping the pursuit of the snowman, the car sped away quickly, and the snowman, watching the vehicle disappear into the distance, rolled into a tight ball and followed suit. Chen Ming glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the snowman's spherical form accelerating towards him. A chill ran down his spine. The snowman was rolling at an alarming speed and was about to catch up. He quickly pressed the gas pedal to accelerate again, but the snowman stayed right on his tail, showing no signs of slowing down. The snowman hurled a snowball at the car, though it didn't cause any damage. It did reduce the car's speed slightly, and Chen Ming began to panic. He had to find a way to shake off the snowman. Suddenly, he spotted a fork in the road ahead. One path was straight and the other curved. Chen Ming pretended to head towards a straight path, but at the last moment, he veered off onto the curved road. Just as Chen Ming thought he could lose the snowman with this tactic, the snowman skillfully followed the turn, relentlessly pursuing him. Realizing this approach wasn't going to work, he needed a better idea. At that moment, he saw a bridge ahead with a forest on the other side. He decided to use the bridge to escape the snowman. As the car reached the middle of the bridge, Chen Ming suddenly slammed on the brakes and then reversed towards the snowman. The snowman didn't have time to dodge and was knocked off the bridge. Falling into the river below, Chen Ming let out a sigh of relief, thinking he had finally rid himself of the snowman's clutches. However, he didn't anticipate that the snowman wouldn't sink. Instead, it continued rolling on the river's surface, chasing after his car. As Chen Ming prepared to return to the fork in the road, he encountered another snowman. He swiftly turned and accelerated across the bridge towards the forest. Once in the woods, he hoped the complex terrain would help him lose the snowman. However, the snowman seemed to possess extraordinary tracking abilities, always tailing closely behind. At a fork in the road, Chen Ming decided to take a risky move. He drove straight towards a large tree and then abruptly slammed on the brakes, positioning the car sideways in the middle of the road. The snowman came rolling in at high speed, unable to stop in time, and crashed into the tree. With a loud crash, the snowman burst apart, scattering everywhere. Chen Ming stopped to observe and noticed the snowman was reassembling. Realizing he had to keep moving, he set the car to autopilot with Xiao AI and asked the system, "What should I do now?" The system replied, "You don't need to attack the snowman. Just keep driving forward. Once you reach a certain distance, the system will restrict it and it will stop pursuing you." Chen Ming asked, "What do I need to drive for the snowman to stop chasing?" The system replied, "Once you leave the snowy area, it will cease pursuit." Knowing this, Chen Ming instructed Xiao AI to evade the snowman while he kept an eye on the road. Feeling a little reassured by the system's guidance, he continued to let Xiao AI drive automatically, closely monitoring the snowman behind them. Along the way, the snowman kept throwing snowballs, but Xiao AI effortlessly dodged them all. Chen Ming finally saw the finish line ahead. He knew that if he could just hold on a little longer, he would be able to escape the snowman's pursuit. Just then, the snowman seemed to sense something and suddenly accelerated, charging forward with all its might. Oh no! Chen Ming's heart raced, and he quickly urged Xiao AI to speed up. However, the snowman was too fast and soon caught up to the car. Xiao AI suddenly slammed on the brakes at a bend, causing the snowman to tumble and crash into a tree. The dismembered snowman began to reassemble, and another snowman followed closely behind. Xiao AI rapidly accelerated again, and it was at that moment Chen Ming realized that the two snowmen were not pursuing him at the same time. The second one only came after the first had been scattered. Now, Chen Ming had a plan. His strategy was to suddenly decelerate at each bend, causing the snowman to crash into the trees, allowing the second snowman to follow. This would create a gap of a few seconds between them, giving him a chance to shake off the snowman. Chen Ming instructed Xiao AI, slow down at each bend to let the snowman crash into the trees, and then accelerate immediately when the second snowman hasn't caught up. Xiao AI replied, "Understood." Following the plan, Chen Ming successfully caused the snowman to crash into trees at several bends. Taking advantage of the gap before the second snowman could catch up, Xiao AI quickly accelerated, increasing the distance between them. Chen Ming finally escaped the snowy terrain and the snowman's pursuit, driving out onto solid ground. He let out a long sigh of relief. The heart-pounding chase was finally over. Glancing in the rearview mirror to confirm that the snowman was no longer chasing him, he finally relaxed completely. "I've finally escaped that terrifying snowman," he muttered to himself. He stretched his stiff body and leaned back in the seat, recalling the thrilling moments he had just experienced. Thank goodness for Xiao AI and the system's help. Otherwise, I might not have made it out alive. After resting for a moment, Chen Ming restarted the car and continued toward his destination. Just then, a notification from the game system sounded. Congratulations, player. You have survived the 3rd hour. The difficulty level has now increased. Chen Ming sighed. It had only been 3 hours, and it was already much tougher than before. As the car continued to move, a few minutes later, Chen Ming spotted a swamp. There was a sign by the roadside that read swamp. The system warned him, it is not advisable to take this route. Chen Ming asked, why not? The system replied, the swamp can easily trap you, ultimately burying you. Chen Ming responded, but if I don't take this road, I won't see any other options. The system explained, this is a hidden level. Once you solve it, a new route will cover the swamp, allowing you to pass safely. Chen Ming's mind raced with disbelief. How would anyone know this without cheats? He exclaimed, Dad, how do I operate this? Tell me quickly. System, look for clues in the swamp. They will guide you to solve the puzzle. Chen Ming, feeling helpless, cautiously drove into the swamp. The vehicle struggled through the mud, and Chen Ming widened his eyes, searching for possible clues around him. Suddenly, he spotted a peculiar stone in front of him, engraved with strange symbols. Chen Ming got out of the car to inspect it, trying to decipher the meaning of the symbols. Just as he was deep in thought, a massive crocodile emerged from the swamp, lunging at him with its jaws wide open. Terrified, Chen Ming jumped back into the car and quickly reversed. The crocodile relentlessly pursued him, and the situation became critical. In a moment of inspiration, Chen Ming shone his headlights into the crocodile's eyes, temporarily blinding it. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly turned the steering wheel, dodging the crocodile's attack. In the end, Chen Ming successfully escaped the crocodile's chase and found a key item near the stone that would help him solve the puzzle. He followed the prompts and unlocked a hidden level, revealing a new path that covered the swamp. Chen Ming breathed a sigh of relief and continued driving along the new route. Grateful for his quick thinking and luck, he felt a sense of anticipation for the challenges ahead. Before long, he arrived at an area that looked like a desert, with swirling yellow sand obscuring the way forward. Chapter 98. Escaping the sandstorm, the wind grew stronger, whipping up yellow sand that obscured the car windows. With his view blocked, Chen Ming had no choice but to let Xiao AI take the wheel. Suddenly, the car jolted, causing a surge of alarm in Chen Ming. He quickly asked Xiao AI what was happening. Xiao AI's voice came through. Master, it seems we've encountered a sandstorm, and the vehicle is losing control. Chen Ming gripped the steering wheel tightly and began to reverse, trying to stabilize the car. However, the wind intensified, and the vehicle felt like a lone boat adrift in a sea of sand, surrounded by an endless expanse with no place to take cover. Chen Ming felt a pang of anxiety and turned to the system for guidance. Dad, what should I do? The system replied. Reverse to escape, or brace yourself for impact. Chen Ming decisively chose to flee. With his focus sharpened and with Xiao AI's assistance, he cautiously began to back the car up. The howling wind battered against the vehicle, and the sand grains pelted the car like a relentless assault, as if trying to swallow them whole. Yet Chen Ming refused to give up. He widened his eyes, keeping a close watch on the road behind them. Suddenly, the car lunged forward. Chen Ming gasped for air, glancing around to find that they had escaped the sandstorm's grasp. He let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. That was close, Xiao AI. We almost got buried here, Chen Ming remarked, feeling a mix of gratitude and tension. Xiao AI's voice chimed in. Master, you did very well. However, we're not completely out of danger yet. We need to move away from here as quickly as possible. Chen Ming nodded, started the car, and continued driving through the desert. After traveling for a while, he spotted an oasis ahead and decided to stop there for a brief rest. As he approached, he noticed a dilapidated little hut within the oasis. Curiosity piqued. Chen Ming stepped inside and discovered some old belongings, suggesting that someone had once lived there. Among the items, he found a map indicating a route out of the desert. Chen Ming's heart lifted with excitement. It seemed this adventure would end without catastrophe after all. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a noise outside. Cautiously, he picked up his weapon and moved to the door to investigate. To his surprise, he found a lost camel, seemingly searching for water. After searching the area and finding nothing else of interest, he ignored the camel and left the oasis. As the car resumed its journey, they encountered a few more sandstorms but managed to evade them without incident. After navigating through the storms, Chen Ming arrived at an expansive stretch of barren desert. The car cruised along the road, where the remnants of wrecked vehicles occasionally appeared on either side. Chen Ming reflected on how small and fragile humanity was when faced with nature's might. The system warned, "Attention, attention! The sandstorm is closing in, carrying yellow sand. Contact with a sandstorm will lead to corrosion." Chen Ming replied, "Is this the toxic zone?" Chen Ming barely had time to think. He just glanced back and saw the rolling yellow sandstorm surging toward him like a tidal wave. Xiaoai was the first to react, accelerating the car like a rocket. "Why is it moving so fast?" Chen Ming exclaimed, startled by the speed of the sandstorm. It was gaining on them quickly, having initially lagged far behind. Seeing this, Chen Ming urged Xiaoai to speed up again. He was frantic, knowing that if the sandstorm caught up, they would be corroded completely. As he urged Xiaoai to drive faster, he anxiously scanned their surroundings. "Dad, what do we do? Is there anywhere to hide?" he asked. The system replied, "There is an abandoned factory 3 kilometers ahead, but hiding inside will still expose you to corrosion. You can take refuge in the basement of the factory for a temporary escape." Chen Ming drove toward the abandoned factory at high speed. As he approached, he found the entrance buried under sand. Jumping out of the car, he dug with all his might until he finally cleared a path. He got back in the car and drove into the factory. Inside, he searched for the entrance to the basement. Eventually, he found a tightly shut iron door in a corner. As he opened it, a musty odor hit him. The basement was dark and damp, lit only by a few flickering lights. Chen Ming hurriedly drove into the basement and shut the door. The sandstorm roared past like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire factory. Chen Ming listened to the howling winds and the sounds of corrosion outside. The storm continued for 10 minutes with no sign of letting up, and Chen Ming began to feel anxious. He feared that if it lasted too long, he would be buried underground. As he waited impatiently, time ticked by, and the storm showed no signs of weakening. He started to worry whether the basement could withstand such a fierce storm. Confused, he wondered why the basement wasn't being corroded, as it logically should be. "Dad, why isn't this basement getting corroded?" The system replied, "This is a designated safe house in the game, so it won't be corroded." "Then how do we get out later?" Chen Ming asked. "The only option is to wait," the system replied. Feeling a bit bored, Chen Ming got out of the car to explore the basement. He turned on his flashlight and began to walk slowly. The system said, "Ahead in the storage room, open the door and on the floor inside. There's a pull handle that leads to stairs going deeper underground." "Wait, what? There's a basement within the basement? Who designed this? They really know how to play." Chen Ming exclaimed, following the system's directions to the storage room. As he opened the door, a cloud of dust rushed out, followed by a foul, moldy smell. Chen Ming waved away the smoke and took a few steps back, waiting for the smell to dissipate. After a few minutes with no sign of it fading, he reluctantly followed the system's prompt to find a rather inconspicuous sliding door leading to the basement. He opened the door, revealing a pitch-black opening before him. A chill rose from below, sending a shiver down Chen Ming's spine. It had been a long time since he had experienced such cold. Chen Ming asked, "Dad, is it dangerous down there? Like, are there big spiders?" The system replied, "You guessed it. There is indeed a large spider down there." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming quickly closed the sliding door. The system prompted, "Aren't you going to take a look? There are blueprints down there that you want." "What? Blueprints?" Chen Ming exclaimed. After learning about the blueprints, he shone his flashlight down the staircase and cautiously made his way down. The air in the basement was thick with humidity, and the floor felt somewhat slippery. He carefully descended step by step, the beam of his flashlight flickering in the darkness. Before long, he saw rows of wooden shelves, each filled with various bottles, and each bottle contained an insect. Upon seeing this, Chen Ming's scalp tingled, goosebumps covered his body, and he suddenly felt an intense itch all over. Chapter 99. Leaving the basement suddenly, an unusual sound reached Chen Ming's ears. It was a faint noise, akin to the crawling of insects, barely perceptible. However, Chen Ming's keen senses quickly picked up on this anomaly. He carefully began to retreat, secretly considering that it was best not to linger here any longer. He decided to get out first and think of a way to deal with it later. With light and cautious steps, Chen Ming swiftly distanced himself from the danger zone. When he reached the door, he decisively pulled it shut, as if wanting to seal off the potential threat from himself. Based on the faint crawling sound he had just heard, he deduced that the spider was enormous. If he let his guard down, the consequences could be dire. Just as Chen Ming was about to turn and leave, something unexpected happened. The spider suddenly lifted its leg, and its sharp limb pierced through the sturdy door in an instant. This sudden turn of events left Chen Ming stunned. He even forgot to breathe, standing frozen in place. The spider seemed to sense Chen Ming's presence, but did not make any further moves. It slowly retracted its leg and lay still, as if waiting for something. As time ticked by, Chen Ming's body remained rigid like a statue, too afraid to move even an inch. After what felt like an eternity, 5 minutes passed before he dared to gently wiggle his already numb limbs. Finally, summoning his courage, Chen Ming tiptoed closer to the door. He looked down at the hole punctured by the spider's leg and couldn't help but gasp. The door, which appeared to be incredibly sturdy and made of thick iron plates, had been easily penetrated by such a small creature. This sight sent a shock through Chen Ming. He immediately realized that this spider was no ordinary specimen, and its lethality was astonishing. Faced with such a formidable creature, Chen Ming knew he could not act recklessly. He cautiously moved his feet, trying to make as little noise as possible, and slowly backed away from the already damaged door. Once he had left the dangerous storage room, Chen Ming found himself in a dilemma. He began to waver. Should he risk going back downstairs to retrieve the blueprints, or should he simply give up and leave? As the seconds ticked by, he wrestled with his thoughts for a full 5 minutes. Ultimately, after careful consideration, he decided to abandon the mission. After all, a blueprint seemed insignificant compared to the value of his life. So, Chen Ming quietly returned to his car and sat silently in the driver's seat. Another long 20 minutes passed before the system finally emitted a notification sound, indicating that the sandstorm had subsided and it was safe to leave. Chen Ming let out a sigh of relief, gradually stepping out of the car and cautiously walking to the basement exit. He gently pushed open the heavy door and then, with a light step, returned to the car, started the engine, and sped towards the exit. At this moment, he felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. It was a good thing he and T impulsively risked going for that blueprint. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The car smoothly rolled out of the basement, and the sunlight bathed Chen Ming, bringing him a warm and comforting sensation. The chilling aura that emanated from the basement was completely dispelled by the warm sunlight. After driving for 10 kilometers, the car encountered another group of people. Chen Ming observed that all the vehicles showed varying degrees of damage. As the players engaged in chaotic combat, Chen Ming's attention was diverted, and he noticed that aside from the cooperation that occurred after players died, there were also some supply crates. He observed that they were all armed with melee weapons, and there were no firearms in sight. He also noticed a woman who was exceptionally skilled in combat, weaving through the crowd. Chen Ming watched as she wielded a machete, taking down several opponents, causing others to hesitate in approaching her. Once she realized that no one dared to come near, she casually collected supplies from the crates and looted the fallen before leaving. Chen Ming felt indifferent to their actions, simply appreciating the players' interactions. After observing for a while, he decided to move on. The system announced, ahead is the ice bridge, a total length of 10 kilometers. Various creatures will attack you on this bridge. Chen Ming furrowed his brow, having experienced the snow maps. He knew all too well the dangers of icy roads. The low friction on the surface made it easy to slip, and the system warned of various creatures that would assault him. Fortunately, his previous experience on the snow maps gave him some confidence. Chen Ming lightly pressed the gas pedal, slowly steering the car toward the ice bridge. Suddenly, a massive white bear charged out from under the bridge, lunging at Chen Ming's vehicle. He quickly spun the steering wheel to avoid the bear. However, the car skidded on the ice, losing control and crashing into the railings along the bridge. The vehicle came to a halt, and Chen Ming looked out the window to see the bear standing in front of the car, its eyes glinting with ferocity. He activated the car's autopilot and took control of the machine gun, firing at the bear. The bullets pierced through its body, and the bear collapsed to the ground. Its blood stained the ice, filling the air with a strong metallic scent. Chen Ming sighed in relief, thinking the danger had passed. However, he soon felt an eerie shift in the atmosphere around him. The cold wind howled, and amidst the gusts, there seemed to be strange sounds, as if countless eyes were silently watching him from the darkness. A sense of inexplicable alertness surged within him, prompting him to cautiously scan his surroundings. Just as Chen Ming focused intently on his surroundings, a deep, rumbling growl echoed from beneath the bridge. The sound was like distant thunder, resonating in the stillness of the night and sending chills down his spine. Peering down, he spotted a pack of hungry wolves slowly emerging from under the bridge. These wolves were enormous, their fur thick and unkempt, with glistening fangs that radiated a chilling light, their eyes filled with raw bloodlust. The pack quickly surrounded Chen Ming's vehicle. Forming a tight circle, their gaze fixed on him inside the car. They emitted low growls, conveying a mix of threat and greed. Chen Ming nervously watched the pack of hungry wolves, noticing that a few of the stronger ones were frantically tearing apart the carcass of a polar bear, while the others focused their attention on his vehicle. In this critical moment, Xiao AI displayed remarkable courage and decisiveness. Fearlessly, it charged forward at lightning speed towards the wolf pack. There were a few dull thuds as several wolves were knocked aside by Xiao AI, crashing heavily to the ground. This sudden attack threw the wolves into brief disarray, but they quickly regained their composure, low growls escaping their throats as they began to chase after Xiao AI in the car. At first, the wolves were able to keep up with the vehicle, but gradually, exhaustion set in, causing them to fall behind Chen Ming's car. Chapter 100. Crossing the ice bridge after barely shaking off the pack of wolves. Chen Ming hadn't even had a moment to catch his breath when the car began to slow down again. His brow furrowed with confusion, and he remained alert, scanning his surroundings. Just as he had traveled about 200 meters, a blinding light suddenly flashed towards him, followed by a car charging at him like a wild stallion. Chen Ming's heart raced, and he widened his eyes, desperately slamming on the brakes to avoid a collision. However, the other vehicle showed no signs of slowing down and barreled straight toward him. As the impact seemed imminent, Chen Ming urgently turned the steering wheel. The tires screeched in protest, leaving a long mark on the road. The oncoming vehicle narrowly missed hitting Chen Ming, but immediately spun around to charge at him once more. Seeing this, Xiao AI acted decisively, accelerating to dodge the impending crash. Meanwhile, Chen Ming quickly responded, skillfully maneuvering the machine gun to unleash a barrage of fire. The dense stream of bullets rained down on the enemy car, igniting it in a blaze of flames. Surprisingly, despite being engulfed in fire, the vehicle maintained its speed as it hurtled toward Chen Ming. In the face of this dire situation, Chen Ming showed no fear. He pressed down on the accelerator, propelling his own car forward. Simultaneously, the car that had attempted to ram him, now heavily damaged, began to slow down and eventually came to a stop. After successfully avoiding the collision, Chen Ming brought his car to a halt. He kept a wary eye on the burning vehicle, but saw no one inside. Once again, he set off, driving slowly for another 2 kilometers without encountering anything unusual. Yet his sense of caution only intensified. Sitting quietly in the driver's seat, Chen Ming felt as if he was ascending. Confused, he glanced to the side and was astonished to discover that the bridge ahead was slanted upwards. After passing through a section of the road, he noticed that the bridge was actually broken and connected in segments. To make matters worse, each segment had an incline that grew increasingly steep. The car seemed to be propelled by a tremendous force, launching skyward. After a brief 3-second suspension in the air, it crashed down heavily onto the sloping surface. The vehicle emitted a shrill, screeching sound as it shook violently, nearly skidding off the road. Breathing heavily, Chen Ming looked ahead, still shaken. "What on earth is going on?" he murmured to himself. At that moment, a strange sound came from outside the car, resembling the flapping of countless wings. Chen Ming focused his gaze and saw a swarm of blackbirds flying in from all directions, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light. "This is bad," Chen Ming thought to himself, urging Xiao AI to accelerate. But it was too late. The flock of blackbirds crashed violently against the car windows like a whirlwind. A swarm of blackbirds obscured Chen Ming's vision, while Xiao AI accelerated again in an attempt to escape the flock. One by one, the blackbirds dove toward the car window, aiming straight for Chen Ming. Amid the chaos, he noticed a massive shadow looming in the distance, gradually approaching. As it drew nearer, Chen Ming finally realized it was an enormous black eagle. The eagle spread its wings, blocking out the sun, and its gaze exuded an air of authority and dominance. Chen Ming took a deep breath and gripped the steering wheel tightly. The black eagle let out a piercing cry and swooped down toward the car. Chen Ming swerved urgently, and with Xiao AI's agile maneuvering, they narrowly avoided the eagle's attack. However, the eagle was undeterred. It adjusted its stance and launched another assault. At that moment, more blackbirds gathered, forming a dark barrier that obstructed the car's path. Chen Ming was frantic. He had to find a way to break through. Suddenly, he noticed a wound on the eagle's left wing, blood seeping from it. He instructed Xiao AI to drive toward the eagle's injury while he picked up a machine gun, ready to fire. As they approached the eagle, Chen Ming aimed at the wound and pulled the trigger. The bullet struck the eagle, causing it to momentarily halt its attack in pain. In that critical moment, the car shot forward like an arrow, racing through the dense flock of blackbirds, speeding toward the distant horizon. The angry roars of the eagles behind them echoed, but they were no match for the speeding car. Like a whirlwind, the vehicle sped down the road, successfully leaving the eagle and the flock behind. System. You're nearing the final stage of the ice bridge. Be cautious of the rocket launcher ahead. Chen Ming. Oh no. Just as Xiao AI burst out of the flock, the rocket launcher ahead roared to life, and a massive shell hurtled toward them. Xiao AI reacted swiftly, swerving to avoid the deadly projectile. However, something unexpected happened. The shell traced a bizarre arc in the air and turned back toward the car. Chen Ming was startled and urged Xiao AI to accelerate. Xiao AI slammed the gas pedal, and the car sped away like an arrow. Yet, the shell pursued them relentlessly. Gaining speed, just as it seemed they would be caught, the car reached its maximum speed, but they still couldn't shake off the terrifying threat. Finally, with a thunderous explosion, the shell struck the car with pinpoint accuracy. The vehicle lost control, careening toward the roadside like a wild horse. Chen Ming gripped the steering wheel tightly, straining with all his might to steady the car, but it was futile. With a loud crash, the car collided with a tree and came to a stop. Although the shell had hit the vehicle, the armor absorbed the damage, leaving the car unscathed. Chen Ming felt dizzy and shook his head, trying to clear his mind. At that moment, the system notified him that he had successfully crossed the ice bridge. It also informed him that an abandoned village was detected ahead, suggesting he could take a short rest there. Chen Ming nodded and drove towards the village. The atmosphere in the village was eerie. The houses were dilapidated, and the streets were deserted. Chen Ming cautiously got out of the car, looking around for clues. In one of the houses, he discovered a diary that contained some secrets about the village. It turned out that the village had once suffered a terrible disaster, forcing the villagers to abandon their homes. After searching around and not finding any supply boxes, Chen Ming quickly left. As he stepped out of the house, he felt a bit frustrated after all that effort. He had gained much. Chapter 101. The challenge race. After leaving the village, the game system notifications sounded. Congratulations, players, for surviving the 4th hour. The difficulty has increased once again. In the final hour, all players in the channel will be gathered for the last 100 kilometers challenge race. Rewards will be distributed based on player rankings. The top 10 players will receive random rewards. Players are encouraged to strive for a top 10 position, as these prizes will help you survive the disaster day. Upon hearing the system announcement, Chen Ming furrowed his brow. A flash of white light enveloped him, and as he lowered his hand from his eyes, his vision gradually cleared. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed a sparse number of vehicles. Looking further ahead, he saw that the asphalt road was wide, with an estimated 100 meters ahead. 2 suns appeared in the sky, and Chen Ming heard the sound of sand hitting the car windows. Game start. Many players hadn't even registered what was happening when the game began. Xiao AI surged ahead, charging forward at full speed. Others took a few moments to react before gradually starting to move. Chen Ming's car was at the front, but the players behind him, eager for rewards, pressed the gas pedal to the floor and quickly caught up to him. Chen Ming remained unfazed as Xiao AI quietly accelerated, increasing the distance between them. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the calm. One player used a handgun to shoot down another player who was running alongside him. Those nearby seemed to be unarmed and had no choice but to dodge. Seeing this, other players quickly followed suit, and soon gunfire erupted, with players falling one after another. Chen Ming heard the chaos and glanced in the rearview mirror, noticing several players had already gone down. He quickly urged Xiao AI to speed up to avoid getting caught in the turmoil. However, bullets were indiscriminate. A car suddenly sped towards Chen Ming, attempting to ram into him. He swerved urgently, the vehicle shaking violently. At the same time, he immediately manned the machine gun and unleashed a barrage of bullets, blowing up the attacking car. Looking around for a way to escape, Chen Ming's eyes fell on an overpass not far ahead. Xiao AI, head toward the overpass, he commanded. Xiao AI drove swiftly up the overpass. The other players were hot on their heels, but due to the high speed, some vehicles lost control and crashed into the bridge pillars. Chen Ming felt a momentary sense of relief. He realized these players were truly desperate for the rewards. He glanced back at the chaotic scene below the bridge, feeling fortunate. determined to use the height advantage of the overpass to shake off his pursuers. He instructed Xiao AI to continue driving forward along the bridge in search of a suitable exit. Suddenly, he spotted an off-ramp leading to another road. Without hesitation, Chen Ming directed Xiao AI to turn onto the off-ramp. The road was relatively narrow, making it difficult for vehicles to pass, and there were several sharp turns. Chen Ming hoped that the complex terrain would cause other players to lose track of him. Sure enough, some players, going too fast, couldn't make the turns in time and crashed into the roadside or veered off the road entirely. Chen Ming successfully increased his lead over them. However, he didn't let his guard down because the race was far from over. As he sped along the ramp, he silently prayed not to encounter any more trouble. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed when the highway suddenly turned into a snowy landscape. Hidden beneath the snow were many ravines, and once a vehicle got stuck, it was hard to escape. Chen Ming drove cautiously, while Xiao AI kept a close watch on the road conditions. Suddenly, a black sedan sped past him, kicking up snow that obscured his view. He had no time to dodge, and the car slid violently toward the ravine at the side of the road. Chen Ming gripped the steering wheel tightly, trying to regain control, but the vehicle continued to slide downwards, eventually getting stuck in the ditch. He got out to assess the situation and found the wheels deeply embedded. Just as he was figuring out how to get the car out, he heard the sound of engines in the distance. Oh no, other players were catching up. Chen Ming's heart sank as he quickly ran back to the car, operating the machine gun in preparation. He kept a wary eye on the approaching vehicles while devising a strategy. Chen Ming, Xiao AI, can you max out the speed and get us out of here? Xiao AI, I'll give a try. In an instant, Xiao AI maxed out the speed and propelled the car out of the ditch. Go! Xiao AI, accelerate while you can. Chen Ming shouted. The car shot forward like an arrow, quickly widening the gap between them and their pursuers. In the following stretch, Chen Ming encountered no other players or dangers. He let out a long sigh of relief, feeling grateful. Finally lost them, but before he could finish his thought, there was a loud bang, and the car suddenly shook violently. Chen Ming looked up to see the road collapsing beneath them, with fissures radiating out around the area and continuously extending toward their position. Xiao AI swerved left to avoid it, but the left side of the road began to crumble as well. Thinking quickly, Xiao AI executed a drift and turned right, heading toward the section of the road that hadn't completely collapsed yet. Chen Ming stared ahead nervously, his hand gripping the armrest starting to sweat. The car navigated the precarious road when suddenly a massive rock rolled down from above and struck the front of the vehicle. The windshield was instantly obscured by debris, and smoke and dust filled the air in front of the car. Chen Ming didn't have time to think. He urged Xiao AI to drive forward quickly. Finally, they made it out of the danger zone and stopped in a relatively safe area. Chen Ming looked back at the collapsing road behind them. We need to find a way out as soon as possible. Chen Ming muttered to himself as he opened the map, searching for alternative routes. It looks like we'll have to take a detour. He replanned the route, and the car slowly started moving towards the destination. As Chen Ming drove on the bumpy road, he suddenly spotted a horde of zombies blocking the way. Without hesitation, he fired the machine gun at the zombies, mowing them down. While some fell to the ground, more zombies surged in from all directions. Seeing the horde growing, Xiao Weikong, his car, suddenly accelerated. After a brief sprint, they managed to shake off the zombies. Just when he thought they were safe, a massive zombie charged at them. Chen Ming quickly aimed the machine gun and fired at the giant zombie. With a loud bang, its head was pierced, but instead of collapsing, it became even angrier and lunged at Chen Ming. He immediately urged Xiao Weikong to speed up. Once they created some distance, Chen Ming shot at the zombie's legs, unleashing a barrage of bullets that severed its limbs. The dismembered zombie knelt on the ground, letting out a furious roar. Ignoring the enraged zombie, Chen Ming urged Xiao Weikong to leave the area quickly. He swiftly covered the last 3 kilometers. Just as they crossed the finish line, a notification from the game system appeared. Congratulations, player, you have completed the highway challenge and earned a reward. Hearing the notification, Chen Ming let out a deep breath. Chapter 102. The Carnage at the Parking Lot. Congratulations, player. You've received a supply crate. A supply crate appeared next to Chen Ming's seat. He drove through the portal and exited the game instance. After leaving the instance, Chen Ming continued on his way, and after half an hour, darkness fell. He decided it was time for a good rest, so he parked the car on the sand and activated the camouflage feature. Upon entering the room, he found that Su Jingjing had already prepared a meal for him. Chen Ming washed his hands, ready to enjoy his dinner. After eating, he stepped out of the room and leaned back in the car seat, gazing at the moon in the sky. He had lost track of how many days he had spent in the game and felt a pang of homesickness. As the night deepened, the darkness thickened, enveloping everything in silence. The temperature dropped, and dark clouds gathered in the sky, looming like a black wall. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the area around Chen Ming's car. He felt a bit annoyed that the clouds were blocking the moon. Yet he chose to stay in his seat instead of returning to the room. Rain began to fall, with droplets tapping against the car windows, creating transparent streaks as they slid down. Chen Ming suddenly recalled Jay Chou's song about rain that lasts all night. He was about to hum along when he remembered Chen Shui's sharp tongue and held back. After 5 minutes of rain, the car unexpectedly began to move. Startled, Chen Ming inquired with his AI companion. Chen Ming, Xiao AI, why is the car moving? Xiao AI, Master, we're currently on sandy ground. If the rain gets too heavy, we might get stuck and be unable to get out. Chen Ming acknowledged Xiao AI's reasoning with a simple O. The car drove to a parking lot and came to a stop. The camouflage feature seamlessly blended the vehicle with the items in the parking lot. The rain continued to pour, and gradually, other players began to arrive at the parking lot. Before long, it was packed with vehicles. As Chen Ming observed the other players, he thought to himself that after tonight, there probably wouldn't be many left in this parking lot. He quietly awaited the onset of carnage, opening the chat channel. He noticed that the cries for help and complaints had vanished. Now, it was all about trade and information exchange. Looking for others to sell weapons. Urgently need knives and guns. Who has food? Please put some up for sale. Who has metal materials? I want to buy in bulk. Chen Ming frowned at the messages. ISNT, there a trading post for this? Why are they discussing it here? After glancing at the chat for a while, he closed it, realizing that the rain had intensified to the point of obscuring visibility. He thought that such heavy rain would likely cease soon. After half an hour, the downpour began to lessen, and Chen Ming entered the room to prepare his gear. He quickly returned to his seat. This was his first encounter with a heavy rain during the game. However, after the downpour, a massacre was about to unfold. The rain gradually diminished until it stopped completely, leaving the parking lot eerily silent. The players in the parking lot seemed to be waiting for the water to drain away. Water flowed out through the drainage, and after 5 minutes, it still hadn't fully drained. Some players could no longer contain themselves and were ready to act. Xiao AI activated the radar feature, allowing Chen Ming to spot other players through it. They were armed with various melee weapons, stealthily approaching nearby vehicles. Chen Ming chose not to directly engage in the personal battles happening in the parking lot. Instead, he quietly observed, preparing to reap the rewards in the end. Bang! The sound of a shattering car window shattered the calm, prompting all players to spring into action. A low growl echoed as one player was struck on the head and collapsed, motionless. Another player broke a car window, reached inside, and forcibly pulled a woman out of the vehicle. The woman screamed and begged for mercy, but her pleas were met with a dagger. A swift cut to her throat sent blood gushing out. Nearby players, witnessing her death, felt a tinge of regret, but it was merely that, regret. One player kicked the woman's lifeless body aside and began rummaging through her belongings. The smell of blood, the sounds of slaughter, and the cries of desperation heightened the players' adrenaline, emboldened by the cover of night. These players began to rampage through the darkness, ruthlessly attacking others and looting supplies. The sounds of battle were relentless, with players continuing to fall one after another. The killing spree lasted only 3 minutes before it temporarily ceased. The ground was littered with boxes and abandoned vehicles, with a few remaining strong players still standing. At that moment, one player spoke up, "Everyone, it seems we're the only ones left in the parking lot. If we keep killing each other, there will be no winners. How about we gather the supplies around us and leave? It will be better for all of us." As the player looked around, waiting for others to consider his words, he continued, "Isn't it better to take our supplies and leave? Do we really need to fight to the last man?" His suggestion seemed to resonate with the others, and they silently began to collect the supplies nearby. Chen Ming glanced at the supplies around him. Most were food and some melee weapons. While these items weren't particularly enticing to him, who could complain about having more? He sat in his car, calmly observing his surroundings. He noticed a few players casting furtive glances at each other, their eyes betraying a sense of distrust. Suddenly, one player brandishing a large knife charged toward the nearest vehicle. Seeing this, Others quickly grabbed their weapons to defend themselves. The scene quickly descended into chaos again, with shouts and sounds of fighting echoing throughout the parking lot. Chen Ming observed everything with a cold gaze, knowing that the greed and selfishness of these people destined them to be unable to coexist peacefully. The commotion lasted only 3 minutes before it subsided. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming decided to take action. He disabled his disguise and started the car, quickly charging toward the players who were hoarding the most supplies. The roar of the engine caught their attention, but it was too late. Chen Ming barreled through, simultaneously unleashing a barrage from the machine gun. The other players were stunned by this sudden turn of events, realizing that Chen Ming was the true threat. They banded together in an attempt to stop him, but Chen Ming's gear far surpassed theirs. Their attacks were futile against him. The machine gun fire swept across the area, and only a few managed to escape due to their distance. In the end, only Chen Ming remained in the parking lot. He surveyed the surroundings and sent a message to a few women, asking them to get out of the car and help collect supplies. The women exited the vehicle and began gathering the loot. 10 minutes later, Chen Ming had gathered a substantial haul. The women returned to the car, and he activated the disguise function once more. Feeling drowsy, Chen Ming headed back to his room to rest. The next morning, sunlight poured into the parking lot, and the stench of last night's violence had not yet dissipated. Upon waking, Chen Ming checked the supplies he had collected, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He started the car and drove out of the parking lot, continuing his journey in search of more supplies. Chapter 103. Encounter with a swarm of spiders. Chen Ming was driving slowly, the minutes ticking away. After 3 hours, he suddenly spotted a vending machine up ahead. He pressed the brake, stopped the car, and walked up to the machine to take a closer look at the items for sale. He browsed through them one by one, but didn't he find what he was looking for? Furrowing his brow, he asked the car's system, "Dad, weren't these vending machines supposed to disappear once they sold out? Why is this one still here?" The system replied, "It has been updated. Now, the vending machines will remain until midnight when they automatically refresh their inventory." Chen Ming felt a bit enlightened by the explanation. After thinking for a moment, he muttered to himself, "That's good. I can check any time for what I need. However, if they never refresh, the vending machine loses its purpose." As he pondered, he continued to examine the vending machine. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a seemingly interesting little gadget. He reached out to grab it, but accidentally pressed a button nearby, causing the vending machine to emit a beep. Startled, Chen Ming quickly withdrew his hand and took a few steps back, nervously watching the machine. After a while, seeing that the machine didn't react further, he let out a sigh of relief, chuckling to himself about being too careless. Next, Chen Ming took a closer look at the intriguing gadget that had caught his attention. Deciding he would explore it further another time, he turned and returned to his car, continuing to drive while looking forward to the next encounter with a vending machine. Hoping for more surprises, the car moved forward slowly, and after about another 3 kilometers, Chen Ming suddenly saw a convoy engaged in a fierce battle with a pack of ferocious wolves. The wolves were numerous, clawing and snapping as they attacked the convoy, creating a scene of extreme danger. The people in the convoy noticed Chen Ming passing by and shouted anxiously, hoping he would lend a hand to help them fight off the wolves. However, Chen Ming paid no attention to their cries for help. Without hesitation, he pressed on, as if none of this concerned him. He chose to ignore those in distress and remained steadfastly focused on his own goals. The shouts outside the car gradually faded, but Chen Ming felt a sense of calm within. At that moment, the system suddenly alerted him that a swarm of spiders was ahead. "What's going on? How can there be a swarm of spiders all of a sudden?" Chen Ming exclaimed. The system replied, "This group of spiders was released by other players who entered a dungeon." Chen Ming thought to himself, just because they messed up in a dungeon, they dragged others down with them. Looking ahead, he saw about 50 spiders, each standing roughly 2 meters tall. He hesitated, unsure whether to push forward or avoid them, fearing that the spider's limbs could easily pierce through his car. "Chen Ming, how strong are these spiders? Can they puncture a car?" System, these spiders' legs can't puncture a car, but they are highly venomous and can spit out large amounts of silk to entangle the vehicle. It's recommended to launch a rocket first, then use machine guns to spray them while pulling them away. Chen Ming got it. When Chen Ming called Chen Shui to help, she was a bit reluctant, but she knew she couldn't back down at this moment. As she stepped out of the house, she immediately spotted a few large, fuzzy, black spiders, causing her scalp to tingle. She had been terrified of multi-legged insects since she was a child, and just the sight of them sent chills down her spine. However, this was not the time to be afraid. Chen Shui took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Gripping the rocket launcher tightly, her fingers trembled slightly. She reminded herself that she had to overcome her fear. For everyone's safety, she had to drive these spiders away. Whoosh, 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 finally summoning her courage. Chen Shui pressed the launch button, and the missile shot toward the swarm of spiders like a meteor. With loud explosions, 5 spiders were blown to bits, their limbs scattering everywhere. Watching the scene unfold, a sense of accomplishment surged within Chen Shui, and she let out a sigh of relief. Although she had successfully repelled some of the spiders, she knew the battle was far from over. She tightened her grip on the rocket launcher, preparing for the next round of attack. The remaining spiders, seeing the car, charged forward like hungry tigers, brandishing their claws. Xiao AI, seeing this, executed a sharp turn and dodged the encircling spiders just in time. Meanwhile, Chen Ming, sitting in the passenger seat, quickly grabbed the machine gun and unleashed a barrage of fire on the spider swarm. The sound of gunfire was relentless, bullets raining down like a storm. But those vile creatures were surprisingly agile, continuously leaping and dodging the bullets. Chen Shui, anxiously waiting for the missile to recharge, knew that she could only deliver a more lethal blow once the missile was ready. Time ticked by, and finally, Chen Shui excitedly shouted, "Missile fully charged." She immediately aimed at the spider swarm and pressed the launch button. The missile exploded, taking out a few more spiders, and the death of those spiders spurred the remaining ones to chase even faster. The spiders crawled with increasing speed, like a black flash, and were about to leap onto the car. In this critical moment, the missile was finally ready, and Chen Shui decisively launched another attack. With a series of booms, several more spiders were blown to smithereens. However, there were simply too many spiders. This approach was not sustainable. Just then, Xiao AI suddenly accelerated, shooting forward like an arrow, quickly shaking off the pursuing spiders. However, these spiders were also incredibly fast, relentlessly following right behind the car. The machine gun continuously sprayed bullets, hitting the spiders and inflicting significant damage, causing their speed to gradually slow down. However, these spiders seemed undeterred, relentlessly pursuing him. Chen Ming glanced back, secretly relieved that he had shaken off most of the spiders. But he knew the danger wasn't completely averted. This can't go on. We need to come up with a solution to deal with this swarm of spiders, Chen Ming analyzed calmly. Chen Shui suggested, "Fire is the best way to deal with insects, right?" "You're right. How did I forget that?" Chen Ming exclaimed. He opened the trading post to search for a flamethrower, but initially found nothing. After searching again, he located the blueprint for a flamethrower and immediately purchased it. Just as he was about to craft it, he discovered it was a vehicle-mounted flamethrower, which made him even more excited. Chapter 104. Fighting the spiders without a moment's hesitation. Chen Ming immediately set to work, manufacturing and installing a flamethrower on the roof of the vehicle. In the blink of an eye, it was ready. He calmly instructed Xiao AI to slow down the car, while keeping a close watch on the movements behind them. Sure enough, the massive spiders were hot on their heels. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming gripped the controls tightly and focused intently on operating the flamethrower. Flames erupted from the nozzle, surging forth like a dragon of fire, engulfing the spiders. In an instant, they were surrounded by roaring flames, emitting painful screeches, yet they still desperately struggled to continue their pursuit. Faced with such a stubborn enemy, Chen Ming increased the intensity of the flames. The fire grew fiercer, licking at the spiders' bodies and enveloping them in a sea of fire. Finally, after an intense battle, the spiders could no longer withstand the heat and collapsed to the ground, motionless. The blazing flames quickly consumed the fastest spiders, leaving them to writhe in agony before being reduced to ashes. However, the remaining spiders, witnessing this, suddenly hesitated, stopping in their tracks to observe. At that moment, the system emitted a warning. "Caution, python ahead." Startled by the alert, Chen Ming quickly asked, "What's going on?" His gaze shot forward, and sure enough, a gigantic python was coiled in the road ahead, its mouth agape, revealing sharp fangs, ready to swallow the vehicle whole. In a critical situation, Chen Ming commanded Xiao AI to swerve to the side without hesitation. Xiao AI responded immediately, skillfully steering the car off its original path and narrowly avoiding the python. However, the python seemed unwilling to give up its prey. It swiftly twisted its body, resembling a black whirlwind, and lunged at the vehicle once more. The sudden attack sent chills down everyone's spines. Fortunately, at this crucial moment, Xiao AI demonstrated remarkable reflexes and driving skills. With a deft flick of the tail, it evaded the python strike. The car then accelerated sharply, attempting to put distance between itself and the python. But the python was clearly determined not to let go of its quarry. It relentlessly pursued the vehicle, as if intent on tearing it apart. The python's menacing visage, sharp fangs, and flickering tongue struck fear into their hearts. Chen Shui calmly operated the rocket launcher, firing projectiles that streaked through the sky like shooting stars, heading straight for the python. With a series of thunderous explosions, several gruesome wounds appeared on the python's body, blood splattering everywhere. It let out a pained roar. Its eyes filled with rage and lunged at the vehicle with astonishing speed. In this heart-stopping moment, the previously stationary spiders resumed their chase. However, due to the differences between species, the moment the python and the spider encountered each other, they immediately became entangled in a fierce struggle. The python, with its massive body and tremendous strength, easily coiled around the spider, rendering it unable to move. Yet, these spiders were no pushovers. They were ferociously aggressive, biting the python wildly and continuously injecting their deadly venom into its body. The python writhed in agony, its body and tail thrashing about in a frantic attempt to escape the spider's attack. However, this struggle only brought more danger, as its thrashing limbs inadvertently crushed several spiders. Chen Ming, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He knew that if they didn't leave quickly, they might get caught up in this chaotic battle. He immediately instructed Xiao AI to speed up and distance themselves from these terrifying creatures. Following the command, Xiao AI quickly accelerated, and the vehicle sped away, leaving the python and spiders far behind. As the distance increased, the speed gradually slowed down until they came to a gentle stop. The two passengers in the car let out a sigh of relief, still haunted by the thrilling scene they had just witnessed. The vehicle continued to move forward slowly, and the journey was relatively calm. However, just then, 3 supply crates appeared by the roadside. Chen Shui, quick on the draw, swiftly maneuvered the robotic arm to pick up the crates one by one. Afterward, the car continued to drive through this unfamiliar land. Suddenly, Chen Ming heard a series of shouts. "It's burning! It's burning! It's burning!" Startled, he quickly stopped the car and cautiously surveyed the surroundings, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Just as he was puzzled, he caught a glimpse of a tabby cat running on all fours in the sandy area. Chen Ming was taken aback. He had never imagined a tabby cat would appear in such a place. Even more bizarre was that this tabby cat seemed to be able to speak. Unable to contain his surprise, he exclaimed, "Dad, what is going on here? Why is there a tabby cat in the sand, and why can it talk? This is too outrageous." The system replied, "This is a game world. Anything is possible." Chen Ming pondered to himself. That does make sense. In this game world, bizarre things can become normal. After giving Xiao AI a new command, he turned to the tabby cat and called out, "Hey, you little cat over there, come here." There's a warm and comfortable environment, plus plenty of delicious food. Startled by the sudden shout, the tabby cat looked at Chen Ming warily, seemingly assessing whether the stranger could be trusted. After a brief moment of contemplation, the tabby cat decided to temporarily hide inside the car to avoid the situation and figure out its next move. In an instant, it dashed over and slipped into the vehicle. As soon as the tabby cat entered the car, it immediately felt the pleasant temperature, and its body relaxed instantly, lazily lying on the seat and purring contentedly. However, just then, Chen Shui let out a sharp squeal, her face lighting up with excitement as she stared at the tabby. Chen Ming was a bit confused and asked, "What's going on? Are you afraid of cats?" Chen Shui quickly shook her head and explained, "Not at all. I'm not afraid of cats. I just really love them and want to pet and cuddle them." With that, a look of bliss spread across her face. Chen Ming listened and couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. He had never owned a cat and couldn't quite understand Chen Shui's affection for them. The reason he had called the tabby over, in fact, was to gather some important information from it. Chapter 105. The Arrival of Disaster Day. Chen Ming. Little kitty. What's your name? How can you speak human language? And what are you hiding from? Is there some danger? Tabby cat. I don't have a name. I've been able to speak since I was born. The temperature of the sand here is just too high. I need to find a place to hide from the sun. By the way, a great disaster will strike at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Chen Ming thought to himself, this seems like a setting given to it by the game world, but what kind of disaster is it talking about? Is it similar to the disasters I've encountered before? With a glint in his eye, Chen Ming came up with an idea and said, "Would you like to join our team? We provide 3 meals a day, and I guarantee you'll live comfortably here. Of course, in return, all you need to do is offer your body." Upon hearing this, the tabby cat recoiled in alarm, quickly refusing. "No way. I'm not selling myself. I can take care of myself." Chen Ming quickly clarified, "I'm not asking you to do that. It just means a few women will pet you every day." The tabby cat blinked, seemingly contemplating something. After a moment, it relaxed and said, "That is acceptable. I agree to join you." Chen Shui was overjoyed and picked up the tabby cat, eager to cuddle it, but Chen Ming quickly stopped her. Chen Ming said, "You need to give it a bath first before you can cuddle it." Chen Shui suddenly realized, "Right, I got too excited." After saying this, she took the cat into the room. Chen Ming shook his head at her retreating figure and continued on his way. The car moved forward for another 5 minutes when suddenly, an inexplicable feeling surged within Chen Ming, but it quickly dissipated. He couldn't help but think, could it be that disaster day has arrived? The thought flashed through his mind, and he shook his head, feeling he was overthinking it. As time passed, it was soon 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky suddenly turned dark, strong winds howled, and dust swirled everywhere. The game system's notification sound chimed in. Disaster Day has begun, lasting for 3 hours. Players who survive Disaster Day will enter the next world. Just as Chen Ming finished reading the message, he saw the sand rushing past the car window like a tidal wave. His heart tightened. He knew a sandstorm was coming, and they had to leave quickly. Without hesitation, he pressed the gas pedal and drove off at full speed. However, the sandstorm grew more intense, and a howling wind shook the car violently. Chen Ming gripped the steering wheel tightly, fully focused on controlling the vehicle. Suddenly, he caught sight of an abandoned building not far ahead, like a shelter in the desert. He made a quick decision and drove toward the structure. As soon as he entered the building, the sandstorm swept in with overwhelming force. Although the buildings barely shielded him from the majority of the sand and dust, there was still a relentless barrage of wind and sand hitting his vehicle. As time ticked by, Chen Ming could only silently pray for the storm to subside soon. After what felt like an eternity, the sandstorm finally began to dissipate. Chen Ming let out a long sigh of relief and cautiously exited the vehicle. Stepping out of the building, as he surveyed the devastated landscape before him, a deep sense of reflection welled up within him. At the same time, he keenly noticed that the temperature around him was steadily rising. This unusual phenomenon put Chen Ming on high alert, as the armor he was wearing was equipped with an air conditioning system, and he shouldn't be experiencing such a significant rise in temperature. Furrowing his brow, he gazed into the distance, deep in thought, while also opening the regional chat channel. "Help! The temperature is too high. The fan is blowing hot air. I'm about to overheat. Does anyone have an air conditioner? I'll pay with coupons." "Yeah, who has an air conditioner for sale? This temperature is unbearable. It could really be deadly in 3 hours. Does anyone have a large supply of water? Can someone wholesale some to me?" Watching the flurry of messages in the regional channel, Chen Ming carefully read each one, trying to gauge the conditions and progress of other players. From these messages, he realized that some players might possess advanced equipment like air conditioners, but most seemed to lack even basic living necessities. He pondered to himself, resources were limited, and it was impossible to meet everyone's needs. This was a harsh reality where only a few could enjoy comfortable living conditions. With this thought in mind, he quickly returned to his vehicle and listed a batch of water and air conditioners for sale on the market. However, they didn't anticipate that the prices would be too high, exceeding the affordability of most, leading to widespread dissatisfaction and complaints. The regional channel was soon flooded with angry messages, filled with harsh words. Faced with this situation, Chen Ming and his companions didn't pay much heed. They understood that those who needed these items were the ones fighting for survival. If they didn't want to face the threat of death, they had to buy. Chen Ming firmly believed his decision was correct. This was how market economics worked. Scarcity made things valuable. He was confident that there would always be someone willing to pay a high price for these precious resources. Moreover, for those who couldn't afford the prices, it could serve as motivation to seek alternative solutions or work harder to improve their circumstances for better living conditions. Meanwhile, the chat channel was filled with sarcastic remarks and gossip, but Chen Ming had already experienced similar situations on the previous server and dismissed their words entirely. Before long, someone approached him to discuss a potential collaboration, But Chen Ming ignored them, remaining vigilant and observant of his surroundings. Seeing Chen Ming's lack of response, the other party began to launch verbal attacks in the chat channel. Under the instigation of a group, other players who were unaware of the truth began to follow suit, launching a barrage of harsh words against Chen Ming. Among them were conspiracy theorists, biased supporters, those acting like big shots because of their abundant resources, and some who manipulated ignorant players to stir up public opinion. To anyone with common sense, it was obvious that these comments were orchestrated by trolls trying to tarnish his reputation, yet many players fell for it, fueled by the excitement of others. They eagerly became the vanguard of the attack, completely unaware that they had become pawns in someone else's game, while the instigators behind the scenes happily feasted on the chaos, reaping the resources of the foolish. Chen Ming, having already closed the chat channel, was oblivious to these remarks. At that moment, he was fully focused on observing his surroundings, keeping an eye out for any unusual situations. After watching for a while without seeing anything out of the ordinary, he decided to drive to another location to take a look. Chapter 106. The end of disaster day. Chen Ming sat leisurely in a comfortable chair, occasionally sipping water and nibbling on delicious little bread rolls, fully enjoying the beautiful scenery presented by the sandy landscape before him. This wonderful feeling was beyond words. Suddenly, the system issued a warning. Attention! Quicksand is approaching from behind. Contact will result in being mercilessly buried. Startled by the news, Chen Ming quickly urged his AI assistant, Xiao AI, to accelerate. He nervously glanced through the rearview mirror and saw the quicksand surging toward him like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him and his vehicle. Despite the perilous situation, Chen Ming didn't panic. The vehicle accelerated sharply, creating distance between him and the quicksand. Just then, a rumbling sound erupted from ahead, followed by a cloud of dust rising into the air. The system warned again, "Cave-in ahead, be careful." Chen Ming's heart raced as he looked forward, spotting a massive pit that had suddenly appeared in the center of the road, like a gaping maw of the earth, sending chills down his spine. Without a moment to lose, he swiftly turned the steering wheel, maneuvering the car aside and narrowly avoiding the deep pit. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his nerves and accelerated once more. Through the rearview mirror, he noticed he had successfully created a considerable distance from the quicksand, which relieved him slightly. However, the crisis was far from over. After driving about 2 kilometers, Chen Ming discovered 4 forks in the road ahead. He had to stop the vehicle and seek assistance from the system. "Dad, what is going on? Which road should I choose?" The system quickly responded, "Take the rightmost road. It's relatively safer. While there may not be many resources, it will at least help you avoid all dangers." Chen Ming nodded in understanding. He pressed the gas pedal and headed decisively toward the rightmost fork. As he slowly traveled along the right path, he recalled the hints provided by the game system. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The system indicated that only players who survive could enter the next world. In other words, he just needed to endure these 3 hours without stressing over finding a so-called endpoint. With this realization, Chen Ming unconsciously slowed down, contemplating how to pass the lengthy 3 hours on this road. He decided to adopt a relatively conservative strategy, avoiding any potential dangers to ensure his survival. At the same time, he began to ponder trivial matters, trying to distract himself and make time pass more quickly. Feeling bored, he opened the chat channel again. He noticed that there were no more attack messages directed at him, but rather a flurry of distress calls. Through the messages, he saw that other players were encountering all sorts of challenges. Some, like him, were dealing with quicksand, while others faced packs of wolves, lions, spiders, or collapsed roads. There were even players who ran into zombies. Chen Ming kept an eye on the chat channel while leisurely driving. Suddenly, a message caught his attention. "I found a shelter with plenty of food and water, but I'm blocked by a huge monster. Can anyone help me?" Other players quickly followed up, asking for the location. Seeing the players' discussions, Chen Ming couldn't help but shake his head. After so much time in the game, he had developed an understanding of the game designer's mentality. They were definitely the type to go all out. If someone really went to share resources, the likely outcome would be death. After an hour of slow driving, Chen Ming came across a vending machine. He got out of the car to buy supplies and quickly scanned the items. They were all pretty standard stuff, mostly food. With plenty of tokens, he decided to buy everything in one go. At that moment, a system prompt appeared, informing him that cracking the code would grant him a blueprint for a happiness drink maker. Chen Ming felt a rush of excitement and immediately asked the system for help with the code. The system provided him with a password, and after entering it, a blueprint dropped from the vending machine. Elated, Chen Ming returned to his car and used the blueprint to manufacture the machine, placing it in the kitchen. He looked at the completed happiness drink maker and smiled with satisfaction. He decided to treat himself to a cup of the homemade drink to savor its flavor. Pressing the start button, the machine whirred to life, and soon a refreshing cup of happiness drink appeared before him. Chen Ming picked up the cup and downed it in one go, feeling a wave of refreshment wash over him, invigorating his spirit. Not bad, not bad, he muttered to himself. With this, the next bit of time should be easier. Leaning back in his seat, Chen Ming closed his eyes, enjoying the moment of tranquility. He chose not to move forward, but to stay put and wait for time to pass. Seconds turned into minutes as he dozed off inside the car. When he woke up, he realized there was only half an hour left until the game ended. He stretched, loosened his body, and took another look at his surroundings. At this point, the chat channel was eerily quiet, suggesting that other players were not faring well. Chen Ming felt grateful for having chosen a safer route. He opened the chat channel, hoping to find new messages, but all he saw were cries for help. Well then, I guess I'll just wait for the game to end, he murmured to himself. Adjusting his lying position, he prepared to close his eyes again and relax. The last half hour passed quickly, and just then, the game's system notification sounded. Congratulations to the surviving players. You will enter the next world. The next world is a snowy landscape, so please prepare yourselves. Disaster Day has ended, and all players in the same channel will spend the night in a city. Tomorrow morning at 6 a.m., you'll be randomly teleported to the new world. Wishing all players a pleasant stay. As the system announcement finished, a flash of white light enveloped the area. Chen Ming, who had been asleep and missed the notification, groggily lifted his head to look around and realized he was in a city. Instantly awake, he carefully observed his surroundings and, puzzled, asked the system, "What is going on?" System, Disaster Day is over. Now all players in the same channel are spending the night in a city. They will be randomly sent to the new world tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Chen Ming, are there other players around? System, no. Chen Ming, thanks Dad. Chen Ming, Xiao AI, activate disguise mode. Xiao AI, received. Chapter 107. The city of blood-soaked night. He was originally asleep, and didn't he hear the game system's notification sound? But as his father explained things, his mind felt a bit hazy. After a few seconds, he shook off the fog and felt a chill in his heart. He knew that tonight might not be peaceful. The game system had gathered them in this area with the intention of encouraging players to turn against one another. Just imagine, everyone is a fellow survivor. Why should your life be better than mine? Why shouldn't I be better than you? In such a situation, coupled with the stimulation and provocation of desire, the darker sides of human nature would be magnified, leading to inevitable bloodshed. Fortunately, he had a disguise function and there were no players nearby. So as long as nobody had particularly keen observational skills, they wouldn't know his position. Chen Ming had no interest in this fight. Otherwise, with his strength, he could easily sweep aside the other players. He suspected that tonight would be extremely bloody, and it was also the best opportunity for the rich-poor divide to widen and for someone to turn their fortunes around. Chen Ming opened the chat channel, but it was eerily quiet. He guessed that other players were likely sending private messages, preparing themselves, or forming teams at this moment. He looked around, and everything was unusually silent. Chen Ming knew this was just the calm before the storm. The entire city had become a powder keg, just waiting for the spark to ignite it. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Soon, there was not a glimmer of light left. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, sounding like a woman's terrified cry. Chen Ming understood that the slaughter had begun. His position was on the outskirts of the central point, which was quite where he wanted to be to avoid the chaos. He initially thought about driving away, but he feared being ambushed. As he pondered, a series of crackling sounds erupted, followed by the clashing of blades. The whole city descended into chaos, filled with the sounds of slaughter. Chen Ming listened intently and realized that the sounds were primarily from melee weapons. So far, he hadn't heard any gunfire. He wondered if firearms were so difficult to obtain on this server. At that moment, several cars sped past him, with more vehicles chasing from behind. He saw people in the cars attacking each other. One vehicle was forced to a stop, and the occupants jumped out, brandishing machetes as they charged forward. The scene was utterly chaotic. Soon, someone was injured and fell to the ground, but the sight of blood only fueled the frenzy. The fight didn't last long before it ended. with the victors starting to loot the bodies, joyfully laughing as they gathered supplies. Once they finished looting, the winners left, continuing their pursuit of others. For the next half hour, Chen Ming kept seeing other players coming and going in front of him. Amidst the wreckage of cars and the littered boxes that had been licked clean by others, Chen Ming sat quietly in his vehicle, observing the carnage with occasional commentary. Suddenly, he spotted a woman wielding a machete, fighting off other players. Her technique was chaotic and lacked finesse, relying purely on basic skills, yet it proved remarkably effective. Chen Ming watched as she took down several players with just her machete, silently noting her in his mind. He decided that if this woman survived, he would provoke her lightly in the future. After finishing off a few players, the woman quickly gathered supplies and made her exit. Chen Ming watched her leave, but it wasn't long before she returned, being chased by over 10 armed players. Seeing this, he called Chen Shui out of the car, planning to make contact with her. After briefly explaining the situation to Chen Shui, he exited the vehicle with his gun drawn, leaving Chen Shui inside with a sniper rifle. Chen Ming crouched low, moving stealthily forward. The woman was still engaged in combat, using her strength to take down several opponents, but she was also sustaining injuries. Gradually, it became clear she was losing ground, and Chen Ming waited for the perfect moment to intervene. Cornered against a wall, the woman was panting heavily. Realizing her fate was sealed, she closed her eyes in resignation, as one man taunted her, "As long as you become my dog, I want to kill you." She didn't respond, and the man, seeing her silence, prepared to end her life. At that moment, Chen Ming pulled out his rifle and unleashed a barrage of bullets. The players pursuing the woman were startled by the sudden turn of events and scattered in all directions. The woman, taken aback by the gunfire, had expected to be assaulted before being killed, only to find someone shooting at her pursuers. "Are you okay?" Chen Ming called out. "Thank you," the woman replied softly. Chen Ming didn't catch her words clearly, but didn't press for clarification. Just as he was about to speak again, the woman introduced herself. "I'm Li Yueshi. Do you have any medical supplies? I can pay with some credits." She trembled as she spoke. "I have some, but why would I sell them to you?" "I don't need the credits," Chen Ming replied. "What do you want then?" "My body? As long as I can bandage my wounds first." "That's not off the table." Li Yueshi shot back. Chen Ming was taken aback. "I'm not that kind of person." Li Yueshi looked at him, her mind racing, and then shivered slightly, a chill running down her spine. "You're not one of those guys, are you?" "Of course not. I'm into women. I just don't like being forceful. I prefer a more passive role," Chen Ming clarified. "Let us skip the chit-chat. Can you just give me the medical supplies? I feel like I'm going to bleed out if this keeps up." Chen Ming, oh, come my car. I have someone who can bandage you up." Li Yueshi looked at Chen Ming suspiciously, but after some thought, she decided to get in the car. Chen Ming took her back to the vehicle. Upon seeing Chen Shui holding a gun, Li Yueshi immediately became alert. Chen Ming quickly introduced the two, and their guard was lowered. He then led Li Yueshi into the room. Once inside, Li Yueshi was taken aback by the luxury of Chen Ming's car. She wondered to herself if an average player could really achieve this. Chen Ming called for Su Lan to help bandage Li Yueshi. He opened the trading interface and bought some medical supplies for the bandaging. Su Lan then began to tend to Li Yueshi's wounds. Since some of Li Yueshi's injuries were in private areas, Chen Ming felt it was inappropriate to stay and return to the driver's seat. Chen Shui, another woman, huh? Chen Ming, and so? Chen Shui, by the way, I've never seen you get intimate with any woman despite having so many people at home. You're not, incapable, are you? Chen Ming, I prefer to be passive. I never force others. Plus, I'm still a virgin and have no real experience. Chen Shui. Just as the two were chatting, suddenly over 20 cars passed by in front of them. Shortly after, they collided with each other. At the same time, it started to rain lightly from the sky. Chapter 108. Entering the new world, although it was drizzling in the sky, it did nothing to stop the players from fighting. Chen Ming sat in his car, listening to the sounds of battle rising and falling, but gradually, the sound of the rain drowned it out. The rain intensified, becoming so heavy that all he could hear was the relentless downpour. The rain washed away the blood on the ground, and even from inside the car, Chen Ming could smell the metallic scent of blood. People were constantly coming and going near his location. Even those who paused did so only for a brief moment. What was once a peaceful and harmonious city now resembled hell, littered with boxes and the wreckage of cars, remnants of broken swords and shattered blades. Rainwater mixed with blood formed shallow puddles. Chen Ming glanced around and noticed that the sounds of fighting were gradually fading. After waiting for 10 minutes, he no longer heard any clashes. Another 20 minutes passed, and he saw people starting to come out to scavenge for supplies. He observed them closely, realizing that these individuals must have been hiding for a long time before daring to venture out for resources. Gradually, more people noticed that the fighting had stopped, and they began to search for supplies. Each person only collected items that were nearby their vehicles. If someone approached, they would quickly raise their weapons to deter the intruder or retreat slowly. No one spoke. Everyone was silently scavenging. In less than an hour, the ground was covered in wreckage and boxes. The players' battles were truly terrifying, more so than any natural disaster. Chen Ming opened the chat channel, but it was eerily silent. Perhaps everyone had just finished fighting, or perhaps they were too fearful of betrayal to engage in conversation. Time passed swiftly, and after a few hours, the rain finally ceased. Chen Ming instructed the system to scan the city, and it provided a simulation. He observed that there were no players fighting anymore. Perhaps the remaining ones were scared, or those who had gathered supplies felt that they had earned them through hardship. The entire city fell into a quiet stillness. Chen Ming, not witnessing any more chaos, returned to his room to prepare for sleep. Yet, while he rested, no other players could sleep. They all tightly gripped their weapons, anxious that someone might give in to their desires and launch a second round of attacks. An hour later, someone attempted to sneak in, picking locks and trying to steal supplies while others rested. However, the break-in failed, waking the car owner and reigniting the fighting. This second round of battle lasted only half an hour before it halted, with blood splattered everywhere and boxes strewn across the ground, shocking everyone. Until dawn broke, no one initiated another attack. As the sunlight once again illuminated the earth, everyone collectively exhaled in relief. For the first time, they all looked forward to the light of the sun, as if it could bring them safety. At exactly 6 a.m., the game notification sound chimed. First of all, congratulations to the surviving players. You are now entering a new world, a land of ice and snow. We wish all players an enjoyable game. As the game prompt sound ended, a flash of light flickered. The vehicle was transported to the new world. Snowflakes floated in the sky, and ahead lay a road covered with a thin layer of snow, with thick piles of snow on either side. Welcome to the second world, a land of ice and snow. In this world, the probability of encountering various creatures has increased, as well as the chance of finding supply crates. However, these supply crates will be hidden in various locations and will not appear directly by the roadside, due to a significant decrease in the number of players across channels. Automatic merging of channels will occur. Chen Ming was awakened by the system's voice, feeling groggy as he got out of bed and took his seat in the driver's position. He noticed he had arrived in the snowy landscape, his heart unperturbed. Observing his surroundings, he saw a few cars parked nearby. Chen Ming started the vehicle and slowly drove forward, with other vehicles following suit, all maintaining a sense of caution. Suddenly, a massive white bear appeared ahead, blocking the road. Players panicked and stopped their cars, unsure what to do. Chen Ming calmly operated the machine gun and opened fire. The sound of the bullets made other players hesitate to follow. The white bear roared in response to the gunfire and quickly fled. Once the bear was gone, Chen Ming ceased firing and continued to move forward. As the vehicle progressed, a convoy followed closely behind. With Chen Ming leading the way, they did not encounter any further dangers. However, the players remained on high alert, fearing that Chen Ming might turn the gun on them. Suddenly, one vehicle malfunctioned and stopped by the roadside, prompting others to steer clear and not linger. Chen Ming noticed this vehicle as he drove past and circled around it. The other players followed suit, avoiding the stranded car. After observing the snowy landscape for a while, Chen Ming felt discomfort in his eyes and decided to put on sunglasses. He noticed that although there were no obstructions nearby, the heavy snow covered everything, making it hard to find reference points on the road. It would be easy to lose direction, and driving over any collapsed areas could lead to falling into deep pits, resulting in certain death. When they first arrived in the snowy area, the snowfall was light, but as time passed, it grew heavier. Chen Ming began to feel fatigued, so he reclined his seat and let his AI assistant, Xiao AI, take over the driving. Relaxing in the warmth of the air conditioning, he opened the chat channel and saw a flurry of messages. What the heck? I just took a nap, and suddenly I'm in a snowy wasteland. I'm dressed so lightly. I'm going to freeze to death. Does anyone have heating equipment? Hurry and post it for sale in the trading market. Chen Ming quickly entered the room to manufacture 20 air conditioners for sale upon seeing the news. The high prices caused players to voice their complaints. But Chen Ming ignored their grievances and continued to enjoy the snowy scenery. The cars following Chen Ming could have kept up, but as the snow intensified, they had to stop at a trading post to look for heating supplies. System, there is a supply box buried in the snow ahead. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming drove over, parked the car, and walked straight to the location of the supply box. System, caution, a venomous snake is lurking under the supply box, ready to strike. Seeing this, Chen Ming drew his knife and prodded the supply box, causing the snake to spring out and lunge at him. Chen Ming crouched down and struck at the snake, slicing it in half. Ignoring the dead snake, he grabbed the supply box and returned to his car. Chen Ming opened the supply box to find some food and a bottle of potion. He picked up the potion to examine it and discovered it was an elixir that could help resist the cold. Since he already had air conditioning, the potion wasn't particularly useful to him, but he thought it could be sold to others. At that moment, the vehicles from behind caught up, and one of the drivers called out to Chen Ming, offering to buy the items in the supply box at a high price. After a moment of consideration, Chen Ming decided to make the trade. Chapter 109. Leisure time. Chen Ming engaged in a brief conversation with his counterpart, and they hit it off, quickly reaching a consensus and successfully completing the transaction. Satisfied, Chen Ming returned to his car and continued driving. He sat quietly in the driver's seat, gazing out at the snowy landscape. At that moment, the snowfall seemed to intensify, cascading down like a delicate white veil draping the entire world. Snowflakes gently landed on the car window, slowly melting and leaving behind streaks of water. Unable to resist, Chen Ming extended his finger to touch the cold glass. Feeling the slight chill brought by the snow, he noticed that a thin layer of snow had settled over the entire car, resembling a white cloak. This beautiful scene captivated him, lifting his spirits. Driving leisurely, Chen Ming enjoyed the breathtaking snowy scenery. However, the other players were not faring as well. Suddenly transported from a sweltering environment to this bone-chilling cold, the drastic temperature drop and extreme change in scenery left most players feeling miserable. At that moment, the chat channel erupted with activity, a cacophony of voices rising and falling. Some took the opportunity to aggressively market their items, hoping to profit. Others expressed their outrage and frustration, cursing the sudden harsh conditions. The chat channel had transformed into a chaotic marketplace, filled with noise. While Chen Ming focused intently on driving, he also kept an eye on the chat channel. Suddenly, he noticed many players complaining about the frigid weather. Inspired, he quickly typed into the chat, "I have extra warm gear for sale." However, things did not go as smoothly as Chen Ming had hoped. Due to his previous unsavory behavior of exploiting others, many players in the channel were wary and resentful of him. As a result, despite his loud announcement, they were reluctant to buy his items. Fortunately, some players who had merged from other channels were unaware of Chen Ming's past actions. They were drawn to the high-priced warm gear he offered and ultimately decided to make a purchase. After all, staying warm in such a harsh environment was of utmost importance. A system alert chimed. There is a small bridge ahead, which has fallen into disrepair. Vehicles may fall into the river when crossing, so it is advised to turn back immediately. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming promptly pressed the brake and swiftly turned the steering wheel to head back in the original direction. However, just as he completed the turn, the snowfall suddenly intensified, with snowflakes swirling down and obscuring his vision. Faced with this unexpected situation, Chen Ming had to drive cautiously, steering towards the roadside in search of a relatively safe place to pull over. Finally, he found a suitable spot to park the car and activated the camouflage mode, allowing it to blend seamlessly with its surroundings. Chen Ming sat quietly inside the vehicle, waiting for the snow to stop. At that moment, he was filled with anxiety and unease, uncertain of how long this sudden snowstorm would last. After returning to the room, Chen Ming saw a few women gathered together, laughing and playing cards. He walked over, took a seat, and began sharing anecdotes and jokes from their lives. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 3 hours had passed. Li Yueshi had just joined this small group and still felt a bit unfamiliar and shy around the others. Her personality was more introverted, making it difficult for her to engage in conversation, but her bright eyes revealed a deep desire to fit in with the group. As time went on, Li Yueshi gradually adapted to her new environment. With the care and encouragement from Chen Ming and the other members, she started to let go of her burdens and became increasingly cheerful. They experienced many fun moments together, creating countless beautiful memories. The once unfamiliar Li Yueshi had now become an indispensable part of this warm family. Chen Ming decided to rename the team to the Transparents, which puzzled Li Yueshi. She couldn't help but ask Chen Ming, "Why did you change the team name to the Transparents? Does it have a special meaning?" Chen Ming smiled slightly, a flicker of nostalgia in his eyes, and replied, "Actually, that was the original name of our team. We had to change it due to some events that occurred later." Li Yueshi's curiosity grew, and she pressed on, "I've always wanted to know how your team developed so much faster than all the other players." Chen Ming casually explained, "Because we've already gone through a season. Naturally, we're ahead compared to those of you who just joined in the new season." Li Yueshi suddenly understood and exclaimed, "I see. So you were already in this game before? Surviving into the new season must mean your skills are quite impressive." Chen Ming humbly smiled and said, "Well, it's not too bad. Luck played a part as well." However, only he knew that their ability to stand out in fierce competition was not solely due to luck, but also thanks to the system's assistance. As they chatted, they unknowingly spent several more hours together. After so much fun, everyone began to feel their stomachs rumbling, clearly hungry. At that moment, Su Jingjing stood up and smiled, saying, "How about I go make something for everyone?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Su Jingjing went into the kitchen, tied on an apron, and began to showcase her culinary skills. She skillfully chopped vegetables, stir-fried, and cooked rice, her movements flowing seamlessly like a magnificent performance. Before long, the kitchen was filled with enticing aromas. After a busy period of cooking, Su Jingjing finally brought out a feast of beautifully presented dishes. There were braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and shredded pork in garlic sauce, all laid out on the table in abundance. Everyone's eyes lit up at the sight of the sumptuous spread, and they eagerly picked up their chopsticks to dig in. "Wow, Su Jingjing, your cooking is amazing." Soren exclaimed. "Yeah, this taste is simply incredible." Chen Shui chimed in. Hearing the compliments, Su Jingjing's face broke into a satisfied smile. She laughed and said, "I'm glad you all like it. Hurry up and eat. Don't let yourselves go hungry." In this warm atmosphere, everyone enjoyed the delicious food while continuing their conversations, with laughter and cheerful chatter echoing throughout the room. Chapter 110. The supply box minigame. A meal's worth of time quickly passed, and everyone was busy with their own matters. However, Chen Ming was immersed in the joy of diving into the game, his eyes glued to the chat channel as he observed the growth and development of other players. Feeling a wave of nostalgia for the hardships of the past, as time went on, a strong sense of drowsiness gradually crept in, and Chen Ming's eyelids grew heavier. Ultimately, he could no longer resist the fatigue, slowly closed his eyes, and drifted into a sweet dream. The entire night was calm and uneventful. The next morning, his classmate, Xiao Ai, gently woke him up. He stretched lazily, enjoying the ease and pleasure in his body, and then slowly opened his eyes to welcome the arrival of a new day. After a quick wash and a hearty breakfast, Chen Ming left his room, setting off on today's adventure to find supply boxes. He walked with a light step, filled with anticipation and excitement. Along the way, he carefully observed his surroundings, paying attention to any potential hiding spots for the supply boxes. He spared no corner or detail, knowing that these boxes could bring him surprises and valuable resources. After driving for 10 minutes, Chen Ming finally encountered his first supply box. He skillfully maneuvered the mechanical arm, effortlessly retrieving it. However, just as he was about to continue, the system suddenly issued a warning. "Attention, a pack of wolves is approaching. Please note that the creatures in the current version have been enhanced and cannot be treated with conventional thinking." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming's heart tightened, and he immediately heightened his alertness. Without hesitation, he stopped the vehicle and focused intently on the surroundings. It wasn't too long before a fierce pack of wolves came into view. Their fur glimmered with a cold sheen, and their sharp fangs were chilling. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Chen Ming quickly operated the flamethrower, unleashing a torrent of flames towards the wolves. In an instant, fire soared into the sky, and the wolves howled in agony, but they did not retreat. Instead, they charged even more aggressively towards Chen Ming's vehicle. Facing such a ferocious enemy, Chen Ming knew he couldn't let his guard down. He continuously adjusted the angle and intensity of the flamethrower, trying his best to fend off the wolves. At the same time, he used the vehicle's advantages to skillfully evade the wolves' attacks. After an intense battle, the pack was finally dispersed. Chen Ming let out a sigh of relief, but he dared not relax for a moment. He understood that in this dangerous world, One must always remain vigilant. Just then, the game's system notification chimed in. Dear players, welcome to the second day in the snowy world. Today we are launching a temporary game, the supply box minigame. Players will encounter supply boxes along the roadside. You can choose to cooperate or compete. The duration is 3 hours. Upon hearing the news, Chen Ming immediately jumped in without hesitation. Just then, a mysterious and strange portal suddenly appeared ahead, radiating dazzling light. Fearless, Chen Ming resolutely drove into it. After entering the portal, he didn't rush forward but instead paused, standing still as if deep in thought or silently waiting for something. As time ticked away, 5 whole minutes passed, yet he still hadn't heard the expected game system notification sound. Finally, unable to contain his inner confusion and anxiety, Chen Ming expressed his bewilderment about the situation. Chen Ming, Dad, what is going on? Why the no response? System, this mini-game started the moment you entered. Chen Ming, why didn't you tell me? System, how was I supposed to know you didn't know? I thought you were waiting for someone. Chen Ming. Ending the conversation, he immediately drove forward, lost in thought, having suddenly transitioned from a scorching environment to an icy one. Many players found themselves struggling without basic winter infrastructure. As the weather grew colder, they fiercely competed for every supply crate, even for mere survival. After driving just a kilometer, Chen Ming encountered 2 people engaged in a fierce struggle. He parked the car at the roadside, curiously observing the scuffle, and asked, "What is going on?" However, the 2 continued to grapple with each other, seemingly ignoring his presence entirely. Chen Ming glanced at the nearby open supply crate and saw only a few small loaves of bread inside. Finding the sight uninteresting, he lost interest and turned to leave. As he drove away, he couldn't help but reflect on the harshness and helplessness of this world. In such a dire environment, people were forced to fight for survival, even at the cost of their dignity and moral boundaries. Continuing on his journey, it wasn't long before Chen Ming spotted another supply crate ahead. Excited, he prepared to use the mechanical arm to grab it when suddenly, a somewhat discordant voice came from the side. "Hey, I see that supply crate too. If you really want it, I think we can split it." Chen Ming turned to look at the car beside him, where a man wearing glasses was watching him through the window. Chen Ming asked the system to check what was inside the supply crate, and it quickly replied that there were only 5 bottles of water. Chen Ming thought to himself, just a few bottles of water, but instead of outright rejecting the man, a clever idea struck him. "We can make a deal. You give me 100 credits, and I'll let you have this supply crate," Chen Ming said expressionlessly to the man. The man clearly didn't expect Chen Ming to make such a request, and he hesitated for a moment, seemingly contemplating whether this trade was worth it. After a while, he finally replied, "All right, it's a deal." Thus, the 2 began the transaction. Chen Ming smoothly received the 100 credits, casually uttered a parting blessing, and then drove away. Watching Chen Ming fade into the distance, the bespectacled man shook his head helplessly, secretly lamenting, "This guy is quite cunning." Chen Ming continued driving through the snowy landscape, feeling quite pleased with himself for obtaining 100 credits with just a few words. Before long, he spotted another supply crate. As he stopped the car and was about to operate the mechanical arm to retrieve it, a sudden roar of an engine caught his attention from behind. He turned to see an off-road vehicle speeding toward the crate. Startled, Chen Ming quickly stepped aside. The off-road vehicle screeched to a halt right in front of the supply crate. A burly man jumped out, glaring fiercely at Chen Ming as he shouted, "This supply crate is mine. Who dares to take it from me?" Chen Ming thought to himself, "This guy is so arrogant. He deserves a lesson." But first, he needed to know what was inside the crate, so he checked with the system, which informed him that there was a venomous snake inside. Upon learning this, a subtle smile crept onto Chen Ming's face, and he calmly said to the man, "All right, since you desire it so much, go ahead and take it." The man's face lit up with triumph as he quickly bent down to pick up the supply crate, eagerly opening it. However, at that moment, a venomous snake suddenly lunged out of the crate, striking like lightning toward the man's neck. Caught off guard, the man had no time to react and was bitten hard on the neck by the snake. At that instant, Chen Ming, knife in hand, swiftly jumped out of the car. As the snake injected its venom into the man, he wasted no time and swung his knife at the snake's body. With a sharp crack, the snake was severed in 2, its head and body falling apart. Chen Ming coldly observed the scene before him and said to the man, "You really thought my things would be so easily taken?" The man gazed at Chen Ming in despair as he returned to his vehicle, life slowly fading from his eyes. his body collapsing to the ground as he ultimately ceased to breathe. Chapter 111. Encountering the snowball again, the arrogant man, after his death, transformed into a dilapidated box. As if fate were mocking him, Chen Ming quickly rummaged through the box, but found only a meager supply of food, some dry bread, and a bottle of water. These paltry provisions were of little use to him, but as the saying goes, every little bit counts. After grabbing the supplies, Chen Ming wasted no time and immediately returned to his vehicle, starting the engine and driving away. Just as he got back in the car, he noticed snowflakes beginning to fall from the sky, drifting down in a flurry. The snowfall grew heavier, quickly covering the road with a thin layer of white. Chen Ming gripped the steering wheel tightly, focusing intently on driving. Suddenly, a massive snowball appeared on the road ahead, rolling toward him like a moving snow mountain at an astonishing speed. Chen Ming's eyes widened, his heart racing as he slammed on the brakes, hoping to avoid a collision with the enormous snowball. However, despite his emergency stop, the car slid forward due to inertia, ultimately crashing into the snowball. With a loud crash, the snowball burst apart, sending snow flying everywhere. Chen Ming didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly shifted into reverse, preparing to move on. But what happened next left him utterly stunned. The scattered snow seemed to come to life, reassembling itself in the blink of an eye. Chen Ming stared in disbelief at the sight before him, a sense of dread washing over him. He realized that something was off about this snowball. Its behavior defied logic. Without hesitation, he turned the steering wheel, driving away from the bizarre snowball as fast as he could. Chen Ming thought to himself, "Is this another snowman?" The system replied, "No, this time at a real snowball, but it needs to be hit 3 times to prevent it from reassembling. However, its strength will increase each time, but your car is sturdy enough not to be damaged by the collision." Chen Ming responded, "Got it." With his eyes fixed on the snowball ahead, he tightened his grip on the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The sharp screech of tires filled the air as the car sped backward. Just then, the snowball began to reform. But Chen Ming wasn't about to give it a chance to regroup. He sharply turned the wheel, aiming the front of the car at the snowball, and without hesitation, pressed the gas pedal. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the car slammed into the snowball. The immense impact caused the snowball to explode, sending countless snow chunks flying like a grand winter celebration. However, this was just the beginning. Chen Ming didn't stop his actions after successfully avoiding the snowball. Instead, he accelerated further, trying to escape its attack range before it could reform again. The car shot forward like a wild stallion, quickly leaving the spot where the snowball had been. After driving a short distance, suddenly, a car came speeding from the opposite direction. A wave of joy surged in Chen Ming's heart. He slowed down, stopping to personally assess the strength of the snowball. Chen Ming swiftly turned the car around and quietly observed the situation ahead. He saw that as soon as the oncoming car spotted the snowball, it crashed into it. Yet the snowball remained unscathed, standing like an indestructible fortress. Meanwhile, the front of the car was severely damaged, utterly wrecked. Witnessing the snowball's immense power filled Chen Ming with satisfaction and confidence. He turned the car around again, ready to continue his journey. However, at that moment, the snowball displayed unexpected behavior. After crashing into the car, it didn't come to a halt, but instead closely followed Chen Ming's vehicle, as if it had its own goals and intentions. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Ming caught a glimpse of the snowball charging toward him like a runaway horse, and a sense of shock washed over him. Without hesitation, he slammed the gas pedal, the car accelerating rapidly in an attempt to distance itself from the snowball. However, the snowball seemed determined not to give up easily, closing in on him at an astonishing speed. Feeling immense pressure, Chen Ming pressed down on the accelerator again, the car racing forward like an arrow shot from a bow. Just then, Chen Ming unexpectedly slammed on the brakes, forcing the car to a stop. But the snowball didn't stop its advance. It struck the car like a white whirlwind. In an instant, the snowball burst apart upon impact, scattering like a dazzling display of snowflakes. They lingered in the air for a brief moment, as if time had frozen, before gently falling to the ground, creating a beautiful and breathtaking scene. The snowball was now shattered, unable to reassemble. Chen Ming carefully surveyed his surroundings, confirming that there were no other dangers, and was about to turn away from the area when he suddenly noticed a supply crate lying not far away. A surge of excitement filled his heart as he maneuvered the mechanical arm to reach for the crate. After some effort, he successfully picked it up and placed it in the car. He then continued driving, Along the way, Chen Ming was particularly attentive to whether there were any other supply crates along the roadside. Fortunately, he managed to collect 3 more crates. These crates might contain various useful items, such as food, water, tools, and so on, which would greatly assist him on his upcoming journey. After traveling about 3 kilometers, Chen Ming did not encounter any more supply crates as he had hoped. Instead, he came across a bridge. The previous experience with the icy bridge had left him shaken, so he found it hard to muster any interest in crossing this one. After much hesitation, Chen Ming finally asked, "Dad, is there any danger on this bridge?" The system responded, "While there isn't any immediate danger on the bridge, its durability is quite low. If you don't hurry and cross quickly, you might end up falling. Plus, there are no supply crates on the bridge." After receiving this information, Chen Ming began to prepare for crossing the bridge. The bridge appeared wide enough, making Chen Ming feel relatively stable and safe as he drove. However, after just a short distance, he sensed a slight wobble in the vehicle. At first, he didn't pay much attention, thinking it might just be due to an uneven surface or the wheels hitting some small obstacle. However, as the vehicle continued to move forward, the wobbling sensation intensified. Chen Ming gripped the steering wheel tightly, trying to steady the car, but the shaking only seemed to worsen. His heart began to race, and a feeling of unease gradually crept in. Finally, Chen Ming decided to hit the brakes and bring the vehicle to a stop. With the screeching sound of the brake pads against the wheels, the car came to a slow halt on the bridge. Surprisingly, once the car had completely stopped, the shaking of the bridge began to subside as well. Sitting in the driver's seat, Chen Ming anxiously surveyed his surroundings. He noticed that the entire bridge deck seemed to be trembling slightly, as if it could collapse at any moment. Chapter 112. Leaving the bridge and arriving at the supply box square after Chen Ming stopped, he noticed that the bridge ceased to sway. He began to regret crossing the bridge, but it was too late for regrets. He could only move forward. "Chen Ming, Dad, what should I do?" "System, proceed at low speed." Upon receiving the message, he made a quick decision and ordered Xiao AI to drive over the bridge at the slowest speed possible. Xiao AI focused intently on maneuvering the vehicle, cautiously inching forward. As the wheels slowly rolled, the vehicle began to move forward steadily, but at the same time, the entire bridge inevitably started to shake. This shaking was not a slight tremor. It was a pronounced and unsettling sway, as if the ancient bridge might collapse under its own weight at any moment. Each jolt sent chills down their spines, filled with dread about what might happen next. Suddenly, without warning, a terrifying crack appeared on the bridge, resembling the earth opening its jaws wide. Xiao AI reacted quickly, immediately slamming on the emergency brakes. Chen Ming, sitting in the car, was startled by this sudden change. His heart raced as if it might leap out of his throat. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the entire space. However, just a few seconds later, Chen Ming managed to collect himself. When he noticed that the crack had not widened further, he felt a slight sense of relief. He promptly ordered Xiao AI to steer around the crack and continue forward. The vehicle slowly started up again, cautiously moving ahead. Just then, something unexpected happened. The previously stationary crack began to visibly expand. Seeing this, Xiao AI hit the gas, and the car shot forward like an arrow. Following that, there was another sudden break, successfully creating a safe distance from the spreading crack. After finally distancing themselves from the terrifying fissure, Chen Ming nervously swallowed, then commanded Xiao AI to slowly drive toward the edge of the bridge. The vehicle carefully shifted, inching to one side until it successfully wedged itself into the furthest edge, moving forward at an extremely low speed. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, every second filled with endless tension and anxiety. Finally, the car slowly crossed the entire bridge, and Chen Ming let out a sigh of relief, though his gaze remained fixed on the bridge, still haunted by what had just occurred. Chen Ming paused to catch his breath before continuing to drive. After traveling 20 kilometers, he still had not encountered any supply boxes. At that moment, the system informed him of a supply square located 2 kilometers ahead, where many players were gathered. Upon receiving this news, Chen Ming accelerated, quickly making his way to the supply square. Chen Ming parked his vehicle outside and watched the chaos unfolding in the supply square. The system announced, "Supply crates will be dropped every 5 minutes." Observing the battlefield carefully, Chen Ming's keen eyes noticed that one side had significantly fewer players and was clearly at a disadvantage. Without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator and drove his vehicle into the square. With a screech of brakes and the sound of impact, his car successfully knocked down several enemies. The sudden turn of events stunned all the players in the square, causing them to panic and flee in search of safety. Chen Ming swiftly jumped out of the car, grabbed a weapon, and immediately joined the effort to collect supply crates. Unsure if other players possessed powerful weapons, he decided to act quickly, intending to pick up the nearby crates and retreat immediately. He moved with lightning speed, clearing the surrounding supply crates like a whirlwind. However, just as he was about to turn and leave, the game's system chimed in again. The next wave of supplies is about to be dropped. Please prepare. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming's heart raced, and he quickly stopped in his tracks. He organized his newly acquired gear, ready to take advantage of the upcoming supply drop for another big haul before making his escape. Like a nimble cat, he crouched behind his seemingly ordinary vehicle, focused intently on the sky, waiting quietly for the precious supplies to descend. His left hand gripped a razor-sharp long knife, while his right hand held a powerful handgun, his eyes filled with concentration and alertness. Suddenly, several heavy supply crates fell from the sky like rain, producing a sharp, piercing sound. This unexpected scene immediately sparked a frenzy among all the players in the area. Chen Ming didn't rush into the chaos. Instead, he calmly surveyed his surroundings. After confirming that no competitors were nearby, he decisively stowed his weapon and shot out from his hiding place like an arrow, quickly grabbing a supply crate at his feet. However, just as he turned to leave, disaster struck. He collided head-on with another player who was also after the supply crate. Both were caught off guard, losing their balance and falling backward. Chen Ming cursed under his breath, but he reacted quickly, rolling to regain his footing and immediately raising his knife and gun, ready to defend against an attack. He sized up his opponent, noticing the player's imposing stature and muscular build, clearly no ordinary foe. Realizing the situation was dire, Chen Ming quickly dropped the heavy supply crate and swiftly drew his gun, firing at the enemy. With two sharp shots, the adversary fell to the ground, hit and unable to rise again. Just as Chen Ming was about to bend down to retrieve the supply crate, an unexpected change occurred. A bullet whizzed toward him and struck his shoulder. Fortunately, the sturdy armor he was wearing successfully absorbed the impact. He quickly rolled to the side and lay on the ground, pretending to be gravely injured and unable to move, while slowly crawling away with both hands and feet. As he watched the enemy gradually close in on him, Chen Ming felt a surge of relief that his plan was progressing smoothly. However, it seemed that the enemy was also wary of him, maintaining a high level of vigilance. When Chen Ming finally seized the opportunity to pull out his pistol and launch a surprise attack, he found that the bullets he fired merely grazed past the target. Startled, he quickly reacted, feigning a desperate demeanor as he emptied his magazine in rapid succession. The enemy, seeing this, hesitated for a moment, seemingly puzzled by Chen Ming's actions. But just a few seconds later, they regained their composure and continued to advance toward him. Lying on the ground, Chen Ming nervously kept his eyes fixed on the approaching foes, silently calculating the distance between them. When the enemy came within what he deemed accurate shooting range, he wasted no time and suddenly pulled a rifle from his coat, opening fire in a sweeping motion. Caught completely off guard by this sudden attack, the enemy could only exclaim in shock, "What the?" before being struck by a hail of bullets, their bodies stiffening instantly before collapsing to the ground, transforming into a shiny box. Chapter 113. Leaving the supply box square after Chen Ming turned the tables on those who surrounded him. The scene was left littered with boxes and a strong smell of blood. Chen Ming cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that no other enemies were lurking nearby. Taking a deep breath, he began to carefully observe his environment. At that moment, the area around him was wide open, but he moved quickly and efficiently to loot the supplies before swiftly returning to his vehicle, preparing to leave. Once inside the car, Chen Ming wasted no time and drove away from the square. However, as soon as he exited, a barrage of bullets rained down on him. Fortunately, the car's armor was incredibly sturdy, successfully withstanding the onslaught. Chen Ming was not someone to be easily intimidated, and in response to this provocation, he immediately manned the machine gun mounted on the vehicle, launching a fierce counterattack. By the time those attacking him noticed the firepower of the machine gun and attempted to take cover, it was already too late. Bullets flew at an astonishing speed, effortlessly piercing through their bodies and leaving them to writhe in pain before collapsing. The others who had initially intended to attack Chen Ming silently thanked their lucky stars for holding back. They realized that Chen Ming was not an easy opponent. If they acted rashly, they might meet the same fate as those who had already fallen. After Chen Ming left, the bodies of those he had shot began to fade, transforming into glowing boxes. The onlookers, their eyes gleaming with greed, rushed forward without hesitation to seize the boxes filled with supplies. Meanwhile, Chen Ming had quickly distanced himself from the square and continued on his journey. Along the way, he occasionally came across a few supply boxes, each potentially containing valuable resources and equipment. However, these boxes were often accompanied by other players fiercely battling for the limited resources, attacking one another. Time flew by, and in just 3 short hours, the mini-game of collecting supply boxes came to an end. Chen Ming successfully completed his mission and exited the challenging and opportunity-filled game instance through a portal. When he returned to the snowy landscape, he felt a sense of relief. However, the dim sky and slippery ground presented some challenges. Despite his best efforts to speed up, the poor road conditions prevented him from picking up any momentum. Faced with this situation, Chen Ming did not feel discouraged or complain. Instead, he remained calm and composed. He drove carefully, staying alert at all times. Every turn of the steering wheel, every press of the accelerator or brake required thoughtful consideration. Although his progress was slow, he was not alone in the quiet, cold snow. Deep within, he was filled with a love for adventure and curiosity about the unknown world. Suddenly, Chen Ming heard a deep rumbling sound coming from nearby. He immediately became alert. The sound grew closer, and he soon saw that a massive snowmobile was speeding toward him. The snowmobile crashed directly into his car, which remained firmly in place, while the other vehicle was sent tumbling onto the snow. Without approaching to ask questions, Chen Ming immediately took control of the machine gun and opened fire on the opponent, unleashing a barrage of bullets that quickly took the other party down. System, get out quickly, his motorcycle is about to explode. Chen Ming, damn. He slammed on the gas, and the car shot forward like an arrow. However, just after covering about 10 meters, a deafening explosion erupted behind him. The sound was like thunder, as if the entire world was being torn apart. Chen Ming felt as if he was experiencing an earthquake while sitting in the driver's seat, his body involuntarily leaning forward. A few seconds later, everything returned to calm, but his heart was still racing. When he looked back, the sight before him made him gasp. A massive pit had formed in the once smooth snow, seemingly bottomless. The wreckage of the motorcycle was scattered around, leaving a chaotic scene. He couldn't help but feel grateful. Without the system's timely warning, he might have turned to ashes alongside those remains. After calming his nerves, Chen Ming took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the steering wheel, and continued driving. Not long after, he spotted a small town in the distance. It didn't seem large, but gave off a strangely familiar vibe. Deciding to stop and explore, he hoped to find some useful supplies to replenish his stock. As Chen Ming stepped into the town, he immediately sensed something was off. The entire place was eerily quiet, with not a soul in sight. This bizarre atmosphere stirred a sense of unease within him. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot shattered the silence, and a panicked player burst around the corner, closely followed by a group of ruthless robots. Seeing this scene, Chen Ming quickly sought cover without a second thought. He deftly slipped into a dilapidated building, holding his breath as he observed the situation outside. At that moment, the player was being pursued by the robots, with the distance between them closing rapidly. To his astonishment, Chen Ming noted the sheer number of robots, all armed with highly advanced weaponry. The player was clearly at a severe disadvantage. As the player continued to run, he also fired at the robots, but his efforts had little effect. With the robots closing in, the player's situation grew increasingly perilous. Finally, after an intense exchange of gunfire, the player was unfortunately hit in the calf by one of the robots. He cried out in pain, attempting to crawl away to escape the relentless pursuit. But the robots showed no mercy, advancing to finish him off. Chen Ming, hiding at a distance, nervously watched everything unfold. He didn't dare to make a sound, fearing that even the slightest movement might attract the robot's attention. It wasn't until the robot had finished shooting its target and slowly moved away that Chen Ming finally let out a sigh of relief, silently grateful that he had not been discovered. After waiting for quite some time to ensure the robot had completely left, he finally relaxed, exhaling deeply. At that moment, his emotions were still in turmoil. Chen Ming thought to himself, "Can those robots' weapons kill me?" The system responded, "Yes." A sense of gravity settled in Chen Ming's heart. Despite his advanced armor, these robots were capable of killing him. He slowly left the small town and got into his vehicle. Feeling a bit fatigued, he found a spot, activated his camouflage feature, and entered a room to rest. Chapter 114. A game of hide and seek. The next morning, he slowly woke up and stretched lazily. After taking his time to get out of bed, dress, wash up, and have breakfast, he set off on his journey once again. Once everything was done, he deactivated the camouflage feature and drove for a while. Just then, a sudden notification from the game system rang out. The hide-and-seek minigame has started. Snow monsters will appear in all players' areas across the region. If spotted by a snow monster, players will be attacked and turned into ice sculptures. Note, the game lasts until midnight. Only players who are consecutively attacked 3 times by snow monsters will be turned into ice sculptures. If not attacked 3 times consecutively, they will remain unaffected. Chen Ming's eyes sparkled with determination as he quickly scanned his surroundings. He pinpointed what seemed like a safe spot and drove there without hesitation, parking the car and activating the camouflage feature. Just then, a massive creature, covered in thick layers of white snow, slowly walked past in front of his car. Chen Ming's heart raced as he was startled by the sudden appearance of the snow monster. He fixed his gaze on it, fearing that it might detect any hint of his presence. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and the snow monster showed no suspicion towards the camouflage vehicle. Continuing on its way without a care, Chen Ming finally felt his heart settle back down and breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could fully calm himself, a loud roar of an engine suddenly broke the silence. The unexpected noise shattered the tranquility of the snowy landscape, echoing across the open expanse. The snow monster turned abruptly, sprinting toward the source of the sound like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Chen Ming cursed under his breath, realizing that other players likely weren't as fortunate. He quickly made up his mind to stay put and not act recklessly, deciding to wait it out in his safe spot. He opened the chat channel, where messages were flooding in, discussing strategies for avoiding the snow monsters. As he read the messages, he felt grateful for finding a secure location. Leaning back in his seat, he prepared to take a nap. However, it wasn't too long before he heard a faint sound. It was so subtle that he might have missed it if not for his keen hearing. He opened his eyes warily and scanned the area. Suddenly, a snowball smashed against the windshield with a dull thud. Chen Ming's heart raced as he focused intently on the direction for which the snowball had come. He saw a gigantic snow monster slowly approaching from a distance. Its towering figure, draped in thick layers of snow, resembled a moving snow mountain. With each step it took, the ground trembled slightly beneath it. Before long, the snow monster reached the front of the car and stopped, its enormous eyes fixated on Chen Ming, exuding an air of mystery and authority. Chen Ming sat tensely in his seat, not daring to move an inch. He watched the snow monster's every move, trying to decipher its intentions. As time ticked by, the snow monster showed no signs of taking further action. It simply stood there quietly, occasionally shifting its body as if observing its surroundings. After a while, perhaps feeling a bit tired or bored, it slowly sat down in front of Chen Ming's vehicle. Its movements were lazily deliberate, yet its gaze remained sharp. Chen Ming stared at the snow monster without blinking, internally muttering, "Why did it suddenly stop? Has it sensed my presence?" He swallowed hard, afraid that even the slightest noise would draw the snow monster's attention. However, the creature continued to sit there, motionless, as if basking in the warmth of the winter sun. Chen Ming thought to himself that since the snow monster was temporarily inactive, he might as well hold his position. Maybe it would leave on its own once it grew bored. So, he stifled his growing anxiety and maintained a heightened alertness, closely monitoring the snow monster's every move. Yet as seconds turned into minutes, the snow monster remained as steady as a mountain, showing no intention of getting up. Chen Ming's patience began to wear thin, and his anxiety grew. Watching the sun set gradually and the sky darken, he realized that if this stalemate continued, the situation could become increasingly unfavorable for him. Unable to bear it any longer, he retreated into the room to chat with a few women. While Chen Ming was happily chatting inside, he completely forgot about the snow monster outside. Suddenly, a system notification alerted him that the snow monster had been distracted by other vehicles. He quickly informed the women and stepped out to the driver's seat. At that moment, the game's alert sound chimed in again. "Boss has appeared. Players, please be cautious." Boss. Chen Ming was taken aback, unsure of what this meant. He was wary of the game system's warning about the boss. but it hadn't specified what kind of creature it was. Chen Ming asked, "Dad, what species is the boss? Is it a snowman or a snow monster?" The system replied, "It's a robot. The camouflage function is ineffective against them. They can see you through thermal imaging." Chen Ming exclaimed, "What the hell? How many boss are there? What is the damage potential of their weapons?" The system responded, "The number of boss will increase gradually, and their weapons can barely penetrate your armor with sustained attacks. It's advisable to leave this area." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming immediately disabled the vehicle's camouflage function and quickly started the engine to drive away. He had hoped for a peaceful day, but fate had a way of playing tricks. To spice things up, the game system had unleashed a boss. After driving about a kilometer forward, Chen Ming suddenly spotted a massive figure blocking the road ahead. As he focused, he realized it was an enormous snow monster. Faced with this sudden enemy, Chen Ming showed no hesitation. He decisively operated the machine gun on the vehicle and unleashed a fierce barrage of bullets at the snow monster. A hail of bullets rained down on the creature, instantly kicking up a flurry of snow and ice. Within just a few breaths, the snow monster collapsed to the ground, unable to move. However, Chen Ming did not stop there. Fearlessly, he steered the vehicle around the fallen beast and sped off into the distance. The car had only moved a few hundred meters when Chen Ming spotted a convoy approaching from the front. He scrutinized the vehicles, but from a distance, he couldn't determine if it was the boss and his henchmen. A sense of doubt and caution crept into his mind. At that moment, Chen Ming made a quick decision. He needed to turn around. He swiftly turned the steering wheel and drove back in the direction he had come from. To his surprise, the convoy seemed to have noticed his maneuver and accelerated to follow him. Feeling a weight in his stomach, Chen Ming realized these people might not have good intentions. Without hesitation, he pressed down on the accelerator to increase his speed in an attempt to shake them off. However, the convoy relentlessly pursued him, even matching his speed. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Ming could clearly see the convoy tightly tailing him. Suddenly, it dawned on him that their likely intention was to use his vehicle to draw the monster's attention, hoping to evade its pursuit. With this thought, a cunning glint flashed in Chen Ming's eyes. He quickly sent a message for Chen Shui to retrieve some landmines. Upon receiving the message, Chen Shui wasted no time and swiftly entered the room to fetch several landmines, handing them over to Chen Ming. Without hesitation, Chen Ming tossed the landmines onto the road behind the vehicle. With a series of loud explosions, the smoke from the blast obscured the view of the pursuing convoy. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming accelerated away, successfully putting distance between himself and the convoy. Chapter 115. From leisurely relaxation to forced escape, Chen Ming took a deep breath and slammed the accelerator, pushing the car's speed to its limits once again. The engine roared, the wheels spun rapidly, and the vehicle shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, he had managed to put a considerable distance between himself and the pursuing convoy. At the same time, Chen Ming urgently called upon the system, requesting assistance in locating alternative exits to completely shake off his pursuers. The system responded quickly, and within moments, it provided multiple alternative routes. Chen Ming focused intently on the map displayed on the screen, his mind racing as he carefully weighed the pros and cons of each option. After a brief but intense moment of deliberation, Chen Ming made a decisive choice, turning the steering wheel without hesitation and speeding towards one of the most suitable routes. Just then, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted from behind. Realizing that the convoy was engaged in a firefight with the boss, Chen Ming pressed the accelerator even harder, the vehicle roaring down the highway like a fierce beast. He aimed to make a quick escape while the convoy and the boss were occupied with each other. After driving for a while, Chen Ming glanced in the rearview mirror. We confirmed that there was no sign of the convoy. He let out a slight sigh of relief and gradually reduced his speed. Leaning back in his seat, his heart raced like thunder. He understood that he needed to find a safe place to rest his body and mind for a moment. Soon, his eyes landed on an abandoned factory not far ahead, which appeared to be relatively concealed. Without hesitation, Chen Ming drove into the factory and stopped the car, then got out to carefully observe his surroundings. Just as he was about to relax, he suddenly heard faint footsteps that reached his keen ears. Instantly alert, he grabbed the handgun by his side and quickly ducked behind a pillar. At that moment, a figure appeared, a suspicious-looking man. He stealthily approached Chen Ming's car, licking his lips as he walked, creating an unusual atmosphere of tension. When a man got closer to the vehicle, he tentatively made a few noises, but there was no response from inside. So, He began to mumble to himself, seemingly trying to muster courage and calm his inner turmoil. He pulled various tools from his pockets and skillfully began to pry open the door. Chen Ming stood quietly to the side, his mind involuntarily recalling his own arrival in this game world and the person who had once tried to break into his car. The same act of prying open a door, but the time, environment, and people had all changed. Now, Chen Ming had gradually adapted to this game world, no longer feeling the immense pain and confusion he had experienced during his first encounter. Gripping his handgun tightly, he fired several shots without hesitation, effortlessly eliminating the man who was trying to break in. As the would-be intruder fell to the ground, transformed into a box representing death, Chen Ming quickly moved forward to loot the body. However, to his disappointment, he found only some tools that were of no use to him. He couldn't help but frown, feeling a bit disheartened. But he didn't linger too long. He turned around and left the site immediately, continuing his search for other useful resources and equipment. After all, in this game world filled with danger and opportunity, time is life, and every moment counts. The abandoned factory wasn't very large, but Chen Ming quickly completed his search. However, he found nothing useful. Disappointed, he slowly walked out of the factory doors, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding environment. At that moment, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, gradually increasing in intensity. Originally planning to take a stroll nearby, he reluctantly chose to stay inside the factory as the snowfall intensified. Bored and restless, he returned to his vehicle, silently waiting for this mini-game to come to an end. Closing his eyes, Chen Ming reflected on his experiences since entering the game. He remembered how inexperienced he was back then, and now he had gradually grown into a seasoned player. Suddenly, a strange noise came from outside the car window. Chen Ming opened his eyes warily, gripping his handgun as he peered outside. To his astonishment, a massive white bear was slowly approaching the vehicle. Its large body and fluffy white fur stood out starkly against the snow-covered ground. The bear's gaze held a mysterious aura, as if it were not an ordinary wild animal. Chen Ming realized that this white bear might be some sort of special monster or boss within the game. He tightened his grip on the handgun, cautiously opening the car door, ready to face the impending battle. The bear lumbered closer to the vehicle, its heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble with each step. Chen Ming stepped back, searching for a favorable position to attack. Suddenly, the bear opened its massive jaws and let out a furious roar, a powerful gust of wind rushing toward him. Chen Ming steadied himself, raising his handgun and aiming for the bear's head. However, at the moment he pulled the trigger, the bear nimbly dodged the bullet. Startled, Chen Ming hadn't expected the bear to be so agile. As the bear lunged at him again, he sidestepped to avoid the attack. He then unleashed the skills he had honed in the game, engaging in a fierce battle with the bear. The two exchanged blows, neither willing to back down. Chen Ming constantly searched for the bear's weaknesses, trying to land a decisive strike. With a short knife in hand, he managed to inflict several cuts on the bear, causing it to show signs of injury. Sensing an opening, Chen Ming took advantage of the bear's momentary vulnerability and delivered a powerful kick to its abdomen. The bear staggered back in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming charged forward, unleashing a barrage of gunfire from his rifle, bullets raining down on the bear. The bear collapsed to the ground under the onslaught. Breathing heavily, Chen Ming looked at the fallen bear, a sense of achievement swelling within him. He approached the bear, preparing to check if it was truly dead. However, just as he approached the polar bear, it suddenly leaped up, extending its powerful claws toward Chen Ming. He had no time to dodge and was struck on the arm by the bear's paw. Chen Ming rolled on the ground a few times before coming to a stop. He immediately felt a rush of blood and, gritting his teeth against the pain, quickly retreated to maintain a safe distance from the bear. At that moment, he noticed that the polar bear's body was undergoing a transformation. Its once pristine white fur was gradually turning black, and its eyes gleamed with an eerie light. What is happening? Chen Ming wondered to himself. It seemed this polar bear was no ordinary creature. It might possess other special abilities. Trembling, he gripped his gun tightly and kept a wary eye on the bear's every move. He decided to change his strategy, opting to observe the bear's transformation closely before looking for an opportunity to strike. Chapter 116. The sudden swarm of bats at that moment. The once pure white fur of the polar bear turned completely black. Simultaneously, its size increased slightly, exuding an indescribable sense of majesty and power. The bear let out a deafening roar, resonating through the entire space like thunder, and then lunged toward Chen Ming with astonishing speed. Faced with such a fierce attack, Chen Ming showcased extraordinary reflexes. He quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the bear's charge, and immediately turned to dash away in the opposite direction. While running, he frequently glanced back, only to be filled with terror as he realized the polar bear's speed was beyond imagination, and it was closing in on him. Chen Ming thought to himself, "This mutated polar bear is incredibly fast." At that moment, he spotted a large tree ahead and quickly devised a plan. The adrenaline coursing through him suppressed the pain in his arms, allowing him to move with the agility of a monkey as he climbed the tree and hid among the dense foliage, waiting quietly for the bear to appear. Before long, the bear arrived at the base of the tree, furious and determined. It raised its powerful front limbs, extending its sharp claws to claw violently at the trunk, seemingly trying to shake Chen Ming down from his perch. Chen Ming clung tightly to the trunk, afraid to make a sound. Seeing that Chen Ming showed no response, the bear grew more enraged and began to ram its body against the tree. With each impact, the tree shook violently, leaves falling all around, and Chen Ming nearly lost his grip. Just when the situation seemed dire, the bear suddenly ceased its assault. It stood still, nostrils flaring, as if it sensed some kind of impending danger. Chen Ming focused his gaze and was astonished to see a swarm of dark bats swooping in from the distance, like a black whirlwind heading straight for the polar bear. The sheer number of bats produced a chilling, buzzing sound as their wings flapped. The bear, clearly taken aback by the unexpected visitors, did not retreat. Instead, it opened its massive jaws, ready to confront this new battle. In the midst of the dense forest, the enormous polar bear was under siege by a swarm of bats, letting out anguished howls that echoed throughout the mountains. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming slid down from the tree without hesitation, quickly picked up the scattered firearms on the ground, and aimed at the bear, pulling the trigger repeatedly. With each crisp gunshot, bullets rained down upon the bear. After a fierce struggle, the bear ultimately succumbed, its massive body crashing to the ground and splattering bright red blood everywhere. Chen Ming's tense nerves relaxed slightly as he exhaled deeply, feeling relieved that the harrowing battle had finally come to an end. However, just as he prepared to turn and leave, he was shocked to see that the bats had not flown away as he had expected. Instead, they had changed direction and were heading straight for him. Chen Ming was taken aback and quickly replaced the magazine, raising his gun again in an attempt to fend off the ferocious intruders. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The number of bats was overwhelming. They moved with agility, like phantoms, easily dodging the bullets Chen Ming fired. As the swarm of bats drew closer, slowly surrounding him, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Fear enveloped him, but he knew that running away would only put him in a more dangerous situation. Gritting his teeth, he turned and sprinted toward the nearby factory with all his might. He dared not pause for even a moment, with the sharp cries of the bats and the sound of their flapping wings echoing around him, like a death knell closely following him. Several times, he felt the sharp claws of the bats almost grazing his back, but driven by sheer will and a thirst for life, he managed to escape back to the factory. Once inside, he quickly slammed the heavy iron door shut and braced himself against it, panting heavily and haunted by thoughts of the bats circling outside. Leaning against the iron door, he listened to the sounds of the bats colliding with it, contemplating his next move. He realized that these bats must have been influenced by some factor that caused them to attack him. Gradually, the frequency of their assaults began to decrease, eventually coming to a complete halt. Chen Ming didn't dare to act recklessly. He carefully tiptoed back to his vehicle and activated its camouflage feature. He sat quietly in the driver's seat, his heart pounding, anxiously watching the factory's entrance. As time ticked by painfully slowly, 5 minutes later, the bats launched another fierce assault. The factory door began to move inward under the intense force of their impact. As the gap widened, the bats finally found their opportunity to enter the factory, flooding inside. However, once they were in, they discovered they could not find Chen Ming. They flitted around the spacious factory, confused and searching, as if trying to locate their target. Chen Ming, hiding in the car, was relieved by his quick thinking. The bats darted about, impatiently looking for him, seemingly hoping to scare him into revealing himself with their chaotic flying. Minutes dragged on, each one feeling stretched out, but Chen Ming steadfastly remained hidden, refusing to give in to their demands. After several fruitless searches, the bats eventually left the factory in defeat. Watching their retreating figures, Chen Ming finally felt the weight lift from his chest. He let out a long sigh of relief, but didn't he immediately get out of the car to check the situation, fearing that the bats might suddenly return. So he chose to continue waiting quietly, not daring to let his guard down, afraid that the bats might come back for a surprise attack. Chen Ming observed for a long time from the car, not seeing any signs of the bats returning. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were lurking outside, waiting for him to expose himself. Chen Ming patiently continued to wait, while the bats seemed to have lost their patience. They flew back into the factory, aimlessly darting around, trying to scare Chen Ming into inadvertently revealing his position. However, as Chen Ming observed the bats flailing about, his worries began to dissipate. He decided to ignore the swarm of bats and instead prepared to enter the room and wait for the right moment. Just as Chen Ming was about to step into the room, a sudden, crisp gunshot rang out from outside the factory. This unexpected sound immediately caught the bats' attention, and they all seemed to receive some kind of signal, swiftly flying toward the direction of the noise. Seeing this, Chen Ming felt a surge of relief. With the bats having left, it was the perfect opportunity for him to act. He cautiously followed the bats out of the vehicle, carefully observing his surroundings. When he finally got a clear view of the outside scene, he was taken aback. There was a convoy engaged in an intense firefight with a group of robots. The convoy was noticeably larger than the robots, but the advanced equipment the robots possessed made the weapons in the hands of the convoy members seem somewhat inadequate. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Chapter 117. The New World Mountains. Chen Ming originally planned to take a few steps forward to better observe his surroundings. However, at that moment, a sharp pain shot through his arm. It dawned on him that the recent scuffle with the polar bear had left him injured. He quickly rolled up his sleeve to inspect the wound, but strangely, there were no visible injuries. Yet, the piercing pain was undeniably real. Initially, Chen Ming had intended to get closer to test the capabilities of the robot's weaponry, but the intense pain in his arm forced him to abandon that idea. After all, protecting his body was the top priority. Forcing himself to act could only worsen his condition. Reluctantly, he chose to endure the pain temporarily, planning to reassess once it subsided. With heavy and slow steps, Chen Ming returned to the vehicle, feeling utterly exhausted, as if he were carrying an enormous burden. As soon as he entered the room, he collapsed onto the bed like a deflated balloon, ready to lie flat and ride out this tense game of hide and seek. During this time, Chen Ming wasn't sure if his luck was genuinely good or if other players had successfully diverted the robot's attention. In any case, his vehicle remained untouched, free from any disturbance. As time ticked away, the sound of his heartbeat echoed in the quiet car, and he silently prayed for the game to end soon. Finally, the clock struck 12, signaling the end of the game. In an instant, the robots and snow monsters vanished like ghosts. The surviving players let out a collective sigh of relief, bursting into laughter as they celebrated their survival. The laughter filled the air, brimming with joy for having escaped death and a renewed appreciation for life. Chen Ming got up from the bed, stretched his body, and noticed the pain in his arm had lessened slightly. He stepped out of the room, opened the car door, and took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling the invigorating chill of the night wind. Other players began to emerge from their hiding spots, exchanging weary yet relieved glances. This game was quite the thrill, someone exclaimed. Yeah, thank goodness we all made it out alive, another replied. A wave of emotion surged within Chen Ming. He had experienced too many near-death moments in recent days, each one deepening his understanding of life's preciousness. As he looked around, he silently resolved to prioritize his health moving forward, committing to regular exercise to strengthen his body and better handle any emergencies that might arise. Just then, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, cascading softly like a blanket of white. Chen Ming extended his hands to catch a flake, watching as it quickly melted in his palm. He muttered to himself, perhaps this is a baptism from heaven. During the day, players were running around, busy evading various dangers, leaving them no time to search for supply crates. Now, under the cover of night, some who were short on supplies began to scavenge for crates. Others, exhausted from a day of chasing and fleeing, chose to rest and regain their strength. After reflecting for a moment, Chen Ming returned to the car, feeling as though he had stepped into a strange world, filled with confusion and helplessness. However, his tired body wouldn't allow him to think too much, and soon he fell into a deep sleep. A night passed without incident, and time quietly slipped away. When the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the car window, and fell on Chen Ming's face. He slowly opened his eyes. After a night's sleep, he felt slightly better, though the pain in his arm still lingered. He gently moved his arm and found that, while there was still some pain, it had lessened considerably compared to yesterday. This brought him a sense of relief. At least things hadn't worsened. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming tried to fully shake off his drowsiness. He stepped out of the car and let his AI assistant, Xiao AI, take over navigation. Just then, a notification sound from the game system suddenly rang out. Upon hearing it, Chen Ming's body involuntarily trembled. He knew all too well how much torment this game system had put him through, and every time he heard that sound, it filled him with alertness and anxiety. This instinctive reaction had seemingly become second nature to him. Congratulations to the surviving players. All players will enter a new world. Before transitioning to the new world, players can remain in this world for 1 hour. After 1 hour, a portal will appear. Players must find the portal themselves. If they do not enter the new world within the allotted time, they will be eliminated. Note, the portal will only be open for 10 minutes. After reading the message, Chen Ming let out a sigh of relief, thinking the designer wasn't planning any more tricks. All right, 1 hour from now, get ready, he said. The system replied, absolutely. With that assurance, Chen Ming set out to collect as many supply crates as he could. He opened the chat channel and saw the excitement of others regarding the new world. Finally heading to the new world. If I stay here any longer, I'll freeze to death. I hope the difficulty in the new world is a bit lower. The challenges in these two worlds have been tough. Knowing how the game system operates, it's probably going to be even harder. Such comments filled the chat channel, and after glancing at them for a while, Chen Ming closed it. He needed to make the most of this hour to gather supplies. Driving steadily down the road, he had the system help him search for supply crates. Whether it was the impending transition to the new world that reduced the number of crates, or if they had already been taken by other players, Chen Ming only found 2 supply crates in that hour. Chen Ming felt a bit disappointed, but just then, the game system's prompt sounded. Portal activated. Chen Ming, Dad, I'm counting on you. System, don't worry. Chen Ming began directing his AI assistant, Xiao AI, to move forward according to the system's instructions. The vehicle twisted and turned along the route provided by the system, taking 6 minutes to find the portal. Upon seeing the portal, Chen Ming immediately instructed Xiao AI to enter. After he stepped through, the game prompt appeared. Welcome player to the new world of mountains. Players will encounter all sorts of events and creatures. Everything in the new world is for players to explore on their own. Wishing all players a great time. Chen Ming quickly skimmed through the information and started to think. This was a world he had never encountered before, and he had no experience in this new realm, so he could only explore slowly. He looked ahead and saw the mountain path outside the portal. The road was completely irregular, with varying heights and widths, making it quite treacherous. Chapter 118. The choice on the mountains, the vehicle began to move slowly, entering a new world. As he looked around, Chen Ming felt that this world was full of pitfalls waiting to ensnare players. The car continued along the road as Chen Ming asked the system, Dad, what do I do? The system replied, in this world, besides individual strength, luck is extraordinarily important. Chen Ming responded, wasn't it the same in the previous worlds? Those with good luck had a smooth ride, while those with bad luck faced dire consequences. The system explained, this world is different. In the previous worlds, choices were categorized as good, average, or bad, with guaranteed death. In this world, it's either a good outcome or certain death. The system continued in this world. You either hit the jackpot with resource crates or spiral down to your doom. There are no other options. Chen Ming thought to himself, that's brutal. It compresses the middle options, forcing players to gamble on luck and choices. Sitting in the car, he gazed out the window, where towering peaks reached into the clouds, obscuring any other roads, surrounded by a sea of mist. He paid attention to the various pieces of information coming from his surroundings while instructing his AI assistant, Xiao AI, to slow down the vehicle. As the car continued to move forward, Chen Ming witnessed breathtaking scenery after breathtaking scenery. At that moment, he understood what it meant to stand atop the highest peak, but he had no mind to appreciate the beauty around him. His heart was filled with worry and unease, as if a heavy stone was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Before long, the vehicle arrived at a fork in the road. Xiao AI promptly stopped, waiting for Chen Ming to make a decision. At this moment, the system provided a prompt. The left road will encounter 3 resource crates. The right road leads to a cliff. If you choose to go down this path, the the road behind will also collapse, leaving you in a predicament. After receiving the information from the system, Chen Ming decisively instructed Xiao AI to head left. He couldn't help but marvel at how, just after stepping into this brand new world, he was already faced with such a crucial choice. Moreover, just as the system had said, it was either a good outcome or a perilous situation. After traveling about 200 meters to the left, the road became twice as wide as before. At the same time, Chen Ming encountered his first resource crate. He carefully instructed Xiao AI to stop and asked the system whether there was any danger. The system replied, "There is no danger. You can safely retrieve the resource crate." In this world, as long as you choose the correct route, you can directly obtain resource crates without worrying about danger. With the affirmative response, Chen Ming wasted no time in maneuvering the mechanical arm to pick up the resource crate before continuing on his way. After traveling 1 kilometer, Chen Ming spotted some bushes. Unsure if there was danger ahead, he instructed Xiao AI to stop. Chen Ming asked, "In this world, if you choose correctly, is it completely safe?" The system answered, "Choosing correctly means there are no external dangers, but there are internal risks." Chen Ming, internal danger? I don't get it. System, it means players go mad from the game's difficulty and throw themselves off the road to commit suicide. Chen Ming, do you think I'm that kind of person? System, hard to say. What if you have a bout of intermittent cleverness? Chen Ming, damn it, intermittent cleverness. I'm not like that. After a brief chat, Chen Ming instructed his AI companion, Xiao AI, to continue moving forward. As he navigated through the jungle along the path, Chen Ming soon noticed that the road ahead was narrowing. At the same time, he spotted some brightly colored mushrooms along the roadside, their vivid hues immediately catching his attention. These mushrooms were a delightful array of colors and shapes, resembling beautiful, blooming flowers. Gazing at the stunning mushrooms, Chen Ming couldn't help but recall a song he had once heard about mushrooms. The familiar melody echoed in his mind, and he found himself softly humming along. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Ming quickly shifted his focus. After all, his knowledge about mushrooms was quite limited, and he couldn't accurately determine whether they were safe to eat. Considering his own safety, he decisively abandoned the idea of picking any mushrooms and chose to move forward instead. After driving another 100 meters, Chen Ming spotted a second supply crate. He performed the same action with his arm to retrieve the supplies. Not lingering for too long, he continued on his way. The vehicle traveled along the road for 10 minutes before leaving the thicket. The road returned to its original state, and Chen Ming quickly encountered a third supply crate. He once again used his arm to retrieve it. Having obtained 3 supply crates, Chen Ming initially intended to keep moving, but upon seeing the fog swirling ahead, he decided against it. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to open all the supply crates he had collected. He swiftly entered a room and began to open each crate. As time passed, he quickly finished opening all the crates, only to find that they were filled with ready-made supplies, lacking any blueprints or similar items. Chen Ming, what is going on here? Why are they all pre-made items? There are no blueprints, and the previous supply crates had various shapes, while these server crates are all the same shape. System, this is an optimization by the game designers. The vehicle level has been removed, allowing for direct enhancements to the vehicle's defense, attack power, and other functions. Chen Ming, so, does that mean my vehicle is the same? System, yes. After entering the new server, your vehicle's defense was automatically adapted by the game system. However, you have the enhancement machine to boost it, so it's not a big issue. Chen Ming, I see. After reflecting on everything repeatedly in his mind, Chen Ming finally understood. He took a deep breath and continued driving forward. The road winds upwards along the mountain, twisting and turning endlessly ahead, and shockingly, there isn't even a guardrail in sight. Chen Ming is well aware that his driving skills are only mediocre, so he quickly calls upon his AI assistant, Xiao AI, to help him drive. The vehicle smoothly continues forward for about 3 kilometers until they reach another fork in the road. Just as they approach the junction, Chen Ming suddenly notices that another player's vehicle has also come into view. He pulls up beside the other car and sees that the driver appears to be struggling with a decision, indecisively weighing which path to take. Upon noticing Chen Ming's presence, the other driver becomes a bit wary and quickly chooses a route, seemingly trying to avoid Chen Ming. Chen Ming doesn't react much to this and instead turns to the system and asks, "Dad, which road should I take?" The system replies, "This time, go right." Chen Ming then inquires, "Dad, let me ask, if we choose the same road, will we encounter the same situation? The system responds, yes. So don't reveal your ability to pick the right path to others. Chapter 119. Camping in the woods, Chen Ming turned his gaze toward the road on the right, his eyes glinting with contemplation. Not long ago, he had noticed someone else choosing to take that path. A thought crossed his mind, and without hesitation, Chen Ming followed in the other person's footsteps, pretending to be guided by them. After stepping onto the right path, Chen Ming quickened his pace to catch up with the player ahead. Gradually, the distance between them began to shrink. Chen Ming had initially planned to greet the other player. After all, meeting a fellow traveler in this vast game world was not an everyday occurrence, and he wanted to gather the information he sought from other players. However, as he scanned the area ahead, he noticed that the path had become unusually narrow, which made him cautious. Given this situation, Chen Ming wisely decided to abandon the idea of communication. He was well aware that any misstep on such a narrow road could lead to unforeseen accidents. Thus, he remained silent, focusing intently on the path ahead, moving forward with caution. At that moment, his only objective was to navigate through this tight stretch safely. After two vehicles had traveled along the narrow road for 3 kilometers, the path widened once more. Just as both vehicles had safely passed through the constricted area, the player ahead suddenly came to a stop. Chen Ming quickly slowed down, observing any actions from the other player. However, he noticed nothing unusual. While Chen Ming pondered why the player had stopped, the individual turned around, a mysterious smile on their face. "Hey, brother, you're also looking for the supply crate, right?" the player said. Chen Ming was taken aback, not quite understanding what the other meant. Still, he nodded and cautiously asked, "Do you have any information?" The player smiled, pointing to a small fork in the road ahead. "If you follow this path, you'll find clues to the treasure. However, there may be some dangers along the way, so be careful." Chen Ming feigned gratitude and glanced at the side road, inwardly thinking, "This guy definitely has ulterior motives, trying to send me in as bait to test the waters." But on the surface, he acted as if he were anxious and eager to grab the supply crate, driving confidently toward the small road without hesitation. He understood that the other player might see him as a pawn for reconnaissance, but he decided to play along. Chen Ming's vehicle continued down the narrow path, flanked by neatly lined trees as he pressed forward. Seeing that Chen Ming had entered the side road without calling out or showing any signs of distress, the other player felt a twinge of temptation. He hesitated for a moment, pondering his next move, and ultimately decided to follow Chen Ming. At that moment, the system chimed in, notifying Chen Ming that the other player was heading down the same path. He immediately stopped his vehicle, quickly tossing out several landmines and placing them strategically on the road. Then, he drove a short distance ahead, concealing himself and waiting for his prey to take the bait. Chen Ming parked his car by the roadside and skillfully activated the vehicle's camouflage feature, blending it seamlessly into the surrounding environment as if it had vanished. He sat quietly inside the car, his eyes fixed ahead, patiently waiting. Time ticked by, but Chen Ming showed no signs of impatience. He knew well that fishing required patience. Sure enough, just as he had anticipated, the other party didn't hear Chen Ming's screams and mistakenly thought the narrow road was safe. They accelerated, hoping to snatch the supply box before Chen Ming could get to it. They drove at high speed and soon reached the spot where Chen Ming had planted the landmine. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, and the car was hurled into the air as if by an invisible giant hand, flipping several times before crashing heavily to the ground. Upon hearing the explosion, Chen Ming felt a surge of joy. He immediately deactivated the camouflage and drove toward the scene of the incident. In this survival scenario on the highway, aside from the supply boxes, there was another crucial source of resources: killing and looting. Without hesitation, Chen Ming got out of the car, carefully maneuvered around the landmines, and began to search meticulously. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a box not far away, clearly left behind by his opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed over, looted the box, and quickly left the scene. When Chen Ming opened the box, he discovered that the supplies mainly consisted of food items with very few tools and weapons. He didn't dwell on it too much. After all, in this brutal world, not everyone could be well stocked. After gathering his supplies, Chen Ming returned to his car and continued driving. The distance on this detour wasn't too long, and before long, he rejoined the main road. Chen Ming pressed the accelerator, and the car sped along the main route. However, after about 2 kilometers, he sensed something was off. The road began to exhibit slight undulations, forcing him to concentrate and drive more cautiously. As the bumps became more pronounced, Chen Ming's heartbeat quickened, but he knew he had to remain calm. A moment's inattention could lead to trouble. Chen Ming, Dad, how long will this situation last? System, 5 minutes. You can stop and wait until the fluctuations end. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming stopped the car and waited for the disturbance to pass. 5 minutes quickly went by, and the road ceased its undulations. Seeing that the fluctuations had stopped, Chen Ming continued on his way. After navigating through a series of winding mountain roads, he didn't find a single supply box. Confused, he asked the system, Dad, what is going on? Why aren't there any supply boxes? System, sometimes taking the right path doesn't guarantee encountering supply boxes. Choosing a good road simply allows you to travel safely. Hearing this, he suddenly understood. He had mistakenly thought that choosing the right path would always lead to supply boxes. It turned out that supply boxes were merely an extra reward for choosing the right road. Upon realizing the situation, he immediately understood that in this new world, supply crates were not as easily obtainable as they had been in the previous 2 worlds. So, he abandoned his urgent plan to grab a supply crate and decided to find a suitable place to rest. He drove along the road, passing through the recently disturbed area, until he found a patch of woods. He parked his vehicle in the trees and activated its camouflage function. Leaning back in his seat, Chen Ming closed his eyes, ready to take a short nap. At that moment, a convoy arrived, intending to camp in the same area. Since Chen Ming had parked on the edge and had activated the camouflage, the members of the convoy did not notice his vehicle. After a while, he spotted another group approaching, and he could tell from the hostile glances exchanged between the 2 groups that they were not from the same team. The 2 convoys silently agreed to avoid communication, leaving the middle area open as a buffer zone, and each began to set up their camps quietly. Chapter 120. The challenge game begins. The 2 teams quickly set up their camps and began preparing dinner, seemingly ignoring each other as if they were 2 parallel worlds. However, Chen Ming knew very well that the reason they were still at peace was merely because everyone was alert, and on the surface, their strengths appeared evenly matched. Once night fell, the situation might become unpredictable. Time dragged on agonizingly slowly, each minute feeling like it was stretched out. Finally, the night descended like a massive curtain, quietly enveloping the entire landscape. Under the moonlight, the camp appeared particularly tranquil, but behind this calm lay endless danger and uncertainty. Chen Ming also entered his room to prepare for dinner. As he ate, he contemplated the possible situations that might arise during the night. Soon, he finished his meal with a few women and, sensing that both teams might take action during the night, returned to the driver's seat to wait quietly. Suddenly, a faint noise broke the silence of the outside world. His eyes immediately darted towards the sound, and he saw a shadowy figure stealthily approaching one of the camps. The figure moved with extreme caution, carefully crouching low and slowly crawling forward, doing everything possible to avoid making even the slightest sound. However, just as the shadow entered the perimeter of the camp, it was unfortunately detected by the guards. They sprang into action and successfully captured the intruder. The camp personnel subjected the shadow to brutal interrogation. Within minutes, he lay on the ground, wailing in agony, utterly broken, revealing all the information he knew. But unexpectedly, right after he divulged everything, his life came to a swift end. He was ruthlessly executed. For the camp, this was merely a minor episode that stirred little commotion. Chen Ming speculated that this outsider would surely provoke conflict between the 2 camps. He remained quietly in his car, silently waiting for the moment of confrontation. He calculated that as soon as the 2 sides engaged in battle, he could take advantage of the chaos to benefit himself. He imagined deftly maneuvering through the disorder, reaping the rewards of other strife. However, as time ticked by into the late hours of the night, the anticipated skirmish never materialized. Chen Ming began to feel a sense of disappointment. His earlier excitement gradually cooled. Reluctantly, he succumbed to a mix of frustration and fatigue, entered his room, and lay down on the bed, drifting into sleep. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Chen Ming woke up, quickly washed up, and stepped out of his room to observe the 2 camps from the driver's seat. He noticed that one team's members had already packed up and left, while the other remained. He was somewhat surprised. They actually left. At that moment, the team still in the woods began to gather their things and prepare to depart. Chen Ming felt a sense of intrigue, and then went into his room for breakfast. At that moment, the game system's notification sound chimed in. New challenge dungeon incoming. Players can choose to participate or not, and can form teams. There are a total of 10 levels, with 5 minutes of preparation time. Countdown 0:04:59. Chen Ming glanced at the game system message and then looked at the few women around him. The only ones with combat potential were likely himself, Chen Shui, and the newly joined Li Yueshi. He turned to the two and asked, "Are you ready to enter the game?" After a moment of thought, they replied, "Let's go." Hearing their responses, Chen Ming quickly formed a team and prepared armor for Li Yueshi. With the remaining 2 minutes, he equipped himself and the two women with weapons. By the time they were ready to enter the game, the three of them were all set. Before entering the game, Chen Ming gave a brief overview to those who weren't joining the dungeon, and then, with a flash of white light, the three entered the game instance. As they regained their senses, they opened their eyes to find themselves in a plaza. The square was packed with players, yet everyone maintained a certain distance from one another. Total number of participating players, 200,000. The first level will begin in 5 minutes. Please prepare, players. Gradually, the players shook off their confusion and began discussing how to cooperate in this game instance. Although Chen Ming and the others had each played solo before, they had never teamed up. Chen Ming and Chen Shui had developed some synergy from their earlier encounters, while Li Yueshi felt a bit awkward, not being very familiar with either of them and unsure of their combat styles. Noticing the concern in Li Yueshi's eyes, Chen Ming spoke up. "My approach is to focus on safely clearing the levels and obtaining some resource chests without taking unnecessary risks." Hearing his words, Li Yueshi felt a bit more at ease. She was worried that Chen Ming might be the reckless type, as such players often died quickly in a game that required strategy. As the players continued to discuss, time ticked away and the 5 minutes of preparation came to an end. Level 1 starts now. All participating players were enveloped in a flash of white light and transported to the first challenge area. Level 1, 100-meter obstacle course. In this level, players will encounter a random obstacle game every 20 meters, totaling 5 games. Note, players can proceed to the next game without waiting for their teammates after completing an obstacle game. The first obstacle game is randomly selected by the game system, while the subsequent 3 games are randomly chosen by the player who completed the previous game. It's possible for the same game to appear again or a different one altogether. After clearing the first level, each player can choose either a teammate revival card or an immunity card to avoid elimination. Chen Ming saw the game information and immediately understood that those who passed first had priority, at least allowing them to randomly draw a game. First game drawing. The first game, 321 Woodman. Numbers will appear in the air, and if a 3 appears while moving, you will be eliminated. If you don't move for 3 counts, you will also be eliminated. Upon seeing this, Chen Ming thought to himself, "I've played this before." He quickly asked the system, "Is this the same as the previous game?" The system replied, "Mostly the same, with some differences." Chen Ming pressed, "Explain in detail." The system continued, "This time, there are no robots. The numbers will randomly appear in the air at a distance of 20 meters. However, if a 3 appears and you haven't stopped moving, you will be eliminated." Chen Ming responded, "Got it." He observed the width of the playing field and quickly realized that the game was splitting the 200,000 players into separate groups. He looked up to see that Zone 16 had 10,000 players. Chen Ming quickly whispered to the 2 people beside him, "I've played this game before, but it's different from the last time. Just follow my lead." The 2 understood and prepared to follow Chen Ming's steps. At that moment, numbers began to appear in the air. 1. Chen Ming watched as the people around him quickly moved forward, and the 2 women followed suit. He hurriedly signaled for them to slow down. Just as he stopped them, the number in the air changed to 3. Chapter 121. Past the first round. Players eager to move forward were eliminated without a moment to pause. In the distance, the sky displayed the player count. 159. The 2 individuals intercepted by Chen Ming were immediately frightened by the rising death toll. Chen Ming whispered, "Just follow me, don't rush." The 2 regained their composure and nodded in agreement. At that moment, the number changed again. 1. Chen Ming swiftly moved, taking 5 quick steps before stopping. Seeing him advance, the 2 women followed suit, taking a few steps and then halting. 2. Chen Ming remained still, and the 2 women dared not move either. Meanwhile, other players, startled by the previous death count, hesitated for a moment and didn't advance. Seconds ticked by, and the number in the sky remained at 2. The 3 of them stayed motionless. Others eventually snapped back to reality, cautiously taking a few steps before stopping. The number in the sky began to rise to 3. This time, however, the players were careful and no one was eliminated. The three disappeared, only to be replaced by a flurry of numbers appearing chaotically in the sky, as if the computer had been infected with a virus. 121222211222121. In just a few seconds, dozens of numbers flashed, causing players to panic. Chen Ming understood that this was just a trick of the game. He simply needed to wait. While he pondered, the number 3 appeared once more. It quickly vanished. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming asked the system, "Hey, will numbers greater than 3 appear like before, allowing us a 5-second window to run?" The system responded, "Yes." 1. Chen Ming took 2 steps forward and stopped. The 2 women followed him, taking 2 steps and halting as well. At the same time, Chen Ming leaned in and whispered to the 2 women, "When a number greater than 3 appears, there will be a 5-second safe window, but it's best to run with me." The women looked at him in confusion. Other players also cautiously took a few steps and then stopped. The numbers quickly flashed to 2 and 3. However, the other players stopped faster than the numbers, avoiding elimination. The numbers disappeared and then reappeared. 4. Upon seeing this, Chen Ming immediately took off running. The 2 women followed suit. Some other players, seeing Chen Ming sprinting, were at a loss, while others joined in the chase. Chen Ming instructed the system to help track the time, and when he reached the 4th second, he stopped. The 2 women halted as well, while some other players stopped and others continued moving forward. As the 5-second safe window elapsed, the number instantly changed to 3. Those who didn't T-stop were mercilessly eliminated. Chen Ming and the other 2 were just 1 step away from the finish line of the first game. 1. Chen Ming quickly dashed forward, with the other 2 closely following. "A player has already passed. Keep going, those behind." Chen Ming reached the finish line of the first minigame, where the game prompted the 3 of them to choose a prop card. Chen Ming signaled for them to select the immunity card. After they made their selections, Chen Ming began to draw for the second minigame at the game system prompt. He pressed the button, and a variety of minigames flashed across the screen before the countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The display stopped, and Chen Ming saw that the game was a grid advancement minigame. There are a total of 20 squares. Players advance by rolling dice and will encounter random events along the way. All players must finish rolling before proceeding to the next round. Upon seeing this, Chen Ming said, "Let's take advantage of the fact that others haven't reached this level yet and move quickly." Then, the 3 of them each received a transparent glass box to roll the dice. They quickly shook the boxes and rolled 3, 4, and 1 respectively. Chen Ming advanced 1 square, Chen Shui 3 squares, and Li Yueshi 4 squares. After advancing, the 3 of them nervously looked around, fearing an event might occur. After a few seconds, nothing happened, and Chen Ming let out a sigh of relief. They rolled the dice again, getting 4, 6, and 2. Chen Ming advanced 2 squares, Chen Shui 6 squares, and Li Yueshi 4 squares. Watching the 2 ahead of him, Chen Ming couldn't help but marvel at their good luck. However, he was a bit puzzled. Weren't there supposed to be events? Why hadn't they encountered any? But he didn't want to face any either. The 3 rolled the dice for the 3rd time, getting 1, 1, and 2. Chen Ming advanced 2 squares, Chen Shui advanced 1 square, and Li Yueshi advanced 1 square. Chen Ming exclaimed, "What is going on?" The system replied, "In this round, the leader will not encounter any events, while those behind will face obstacles." Chen Ming responded, "But that doesn't make sense. If the lagging players face obstacles, why haven't I encountered any?" The system explained, "Because you were the first to reach the previous level, you won't face any events." Chen Ming exclaimed, "That's outrageous. How is this fair?" After learning about this situation, Chen Ming remained calm. As long as he stayed behind the other 2, none of them would encounter any events. He then decided to let the system help him control the dice to ensure he lagged behind the 2. After several rounds of dice rolling, the 3 of them safely passed the second minigame. This time, Chen Shui reached the finish line first, so it was her turn to draw for the game. Chen Shui pressed the button, and various games flashed across the display. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The display stopped, and a puzzle game appeared. Players must complete a puzzle to pass this level. As the introduction to the game system concluded, each of the 3 players found themselves holding a scrambled puzzle piece. Without any reference image, solving this puzzle was quite time-consuming. However, Chen Ming remained unfazed and decided to call on the system for assistance. "Chen Ming, hey, I'm counting on you." "System, okay." He flipped the jumbled puzzle pieces onto the ground and, guided by the system's prompts, quickly began assembling the puzzle. With his hands moving rapidly, He completed it in less than 6 minutes. The other two watched in stunned silence, as Chen Ming seemed to breeze through the task effortlessly. Not paying attention to their reactions, Chen Ming swiftly helped them complete their puzzles as well, finishing both in a total of 10 minutes. After all three received the game system's confirmation, they advanced to the next level. Chen Ming pressed a button, and soon the fourth minigame appeared, a decoding game. He decided to cut to the chase and let the system handle the decoding. In just a few moments, the puzzle was solved. Chen Ming's impressive skills in these mini-games made the other two feel like burdens. The trio quickly made their way to the final minigame location. Chen Ming drew a blank card for the last game. Chen Ming, seriously? How can I draw a blank? System, you're just lucky. Chen Ming, congratulations to the three players for passing the first level. The game system announced just as a flash of white light enveloped them. Second level, life and death speed. Players must find the endpoint on their own. After the game starts, zombies will be released to chase the players. Current player count, 23. Insufficient players, please wait. After reading the information, Chen Ming turned to the other two and said, in the early stages of this game, don't rush to find the endpoint. We need to avoid the zombies. They can't be killed, and our weapons can only slow them down. So if we encounter a zombie, our priority should be to run. Chapter 122. Climbing the overpass after a long hour of waiting in the recreational square. The three of them felt like they were sitting on needles, finally welcoming the moment the game began. Suddenly, a dazzling white light flashed, and Chen Ming and the two others were teleported to the starting point of the second level. Game start. Zombies will be released in 5 minutes. As soon as the game prompt ended, the players scattered like startled birds, running for their lives. Chen Ming and his companions were no exception, but he intentionally slowed his pace, as if planning something. The two women felt confused, but silently followed him. A minute passed, and they found themselves alone, with no other players in sight. At that moment, Chen Ming signaled for them to quickly return to their original spot. Once back, he swiftly scanned the surroundings, and his gaze landed on a low wall that was easy to climb. Without hesitation, he instructed the two to climb up first. After ensuring their safety at the top, he took a few steps back, then sprinted forward. After a struggle, he finally managed to pull himself up onto the wall. Feeling that the time was right, Chen Ming whispered urgently, "Hurry, find a safe place to hide. We can't let those zombies find us." Hearing his words, the two quickly surveyed the area for a suitable hiding spot. Finally, they discovered a relatively concealed corner and immediately lay down. Just then, the game system emitted a prompt indicating that the zombies had been released into the scene. Accompanying this notification was a terrifying sound effect that echoed like a demon's roar, sending chills down their spines. The two women trembled in fear, nearly letting out a scream. Thankfully, they quickly covered their mouths, suppressing their terror without making a sound. After a few seconds of horrifying sound effects, the grotesque, foul-smelling zombies began to stir. They staggered forward, clawing and gnashing, heading straight for the players. Faced with such a terrifying sight, the three of them were so tense that they didn't dare to breathe, lying still and watching as the zombies gradually moved away. Once they confirmed that the zombies had distanced themselves, Chen Ming let out a sigh of relief. He took a deep breath, stood up, and quietly said to the two beside him, "All right, we can move now. Stick close to me. Don't get separated." He then asked the system to provide a route for their advance. System, there is an overpass you can go to, but it comes with risks. Chen Ming, get the route set up quickly. System, okay. The system quickly provided the route, and the three of them followed it, moving along the wall for about 10 minutes until they reached the overpass mentioned by the system. Chen Ming instructed the system to open the secret door leading to the overpass. Once the door was opened, Chen Ming entered first. The interior was dimly lit, but it didn't hinder his progress. The trio searched within the secret room, and Chen Ming found a ladder. The three of them climbed up the ladder. After a grueling 6-minute climb, the three of them finally reached the overpass, panting heavily. It was only when Chen Ming arrived at the bridge that he understood the risks the system had warned about. The bridge was a mere one, 5 meters wide, and there were guardrails only at a considerable distance on either side. Chen Ming turned to the two women and asked, "Should we cross here or take another route?" After a moment of hesitation, one of the women replied, "We've come this far. Going back might lead us to zombies." Hearing their words and seeing the determination in their eyes, Chen Ming decided to proceed across the bridge. "I'll go first. You two follow behind me." The two women exchanged glances and nodded slightly. With their decision made, Chen Ming stood up without hesitation and began to move forward onto the bridge. His movements were gentle and cautious, each step taken with utmost steadiness, as if afraid of awakening some hidden danger lurking in shadows. When Chen Ming reached the center of the bridge, a sudden and piercing gunshot rang out from below. The unexpected sound instinctively made him want to dodge. But he quickly regained his composure, realizing he was on a high bridge, and stabilized his body. He paused and looked down, where he could see distant flashes of gunfire. Chen Ming immediately pulled out his binoculars to observe closely. Through the lens, he noticed a small team engaged in a fierce firefight with zombies. At that moment, the players seemed to have the upper hand, but Chen Ming knew all too well that these zombies were not easily killed. Once the players ran out of bullets, it would be the perfect opportunity for the zombies to strike. After a brief glance, Chen Ming chose not to dwell on it and continued moving forward. The three of them walked carefully, making sure to keep the bridge stable with each step to avoid unnecessary swaying. As time passed, they gradually felt their stamina waning. Chen Ming looked back at the other two and noticed their legs beginning to tremble, clearly exhausted. He suggested they take a moment to rest. Once they agreed, they slowly sat down. However, they had barely settled in when a chilling scream echoed from a distance. Chen Ming quickly grabbed his binoculars and scanned the direction of the sound. Through the lens, he saw the previous team in a fierce battle with zombies, the fight seemingly reaching its final stage. As Chen Ming had anticipated, when the team ran out of bullets, chaos erupted. They panicked and scattered, searching for an escape. Some managed to evade the pursuing zombies and successfully distance themselves from danger, but those who were slower were not so fortunate, as they were caught and devoured, becoming the zombies' next meal. After a brief rest, Chen Ming and his two companions felt their strength had mostly returned, and they could continue. They carefully took each step, moving slowly and steadily. Chen Ming felt a sense of relief in his heart. As long as he remained calm and didn't rush, he would be able to reach his destination safely. However, the experiences of other players were much more tragic. The intermittent sounds of gunfire and anguished cries intertwined like a symphony of death, announcing that one tragedy after another was unfolding. After half an hour of cautious progress, the three of them finally reached the area just before the endpoint. Chen Ming surveyed the surroundings and saw no one else or any zombies. So he said to the other two, "I'll go down to check the situation first, and then I'll come back up." The two nodded in agreement, and Chen Ming slowly descended the ladder, reaching the ground a few minutes later. He looked around and didn't see any zombies, but he could hear the sound of screams. Holding his breath, he tiptoed a few steps forward and saw that he was only about 5 meters away from the endpoint. He quickly sent a message back to the two. After sending the message, he hid back at the ladder's position. Chapter 123, Decoding the Third Level. Chen Ming stood silently, his eyes fixed on the two people slowly descending the ladder. His heart began to race, as if he could hear the urgency of his own inner voice urging them to hurry. Time passed unusually slowly, each second stretching out like an eternity. Finally, after a long wait, the two reached the bottom. Chen Ming took a deep breath and stepped forward, cautiously emerging from his hiding spot. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze sharp and alert, meticulously searching every corner, yet found no trace of zombies. Feeling a slight sense of relief, Chen Ming gestured for the two women to follow him. They too watched the way ahead with tense expressions, their steps light and cautious, trying to make as little noise as possible. The three of them moved silently, maintaining a mutual understanding as they approached their destination step by step. The atmosphere in the space was thick with tension, punctuated only by the soft sounds of their breathing and footsteps. Their focus was razor-sharp, afraid to let their guard down for even a moment, fearing a sudden zombie attack. However, luck seemed to be on their side, as they encountered no danger along the way. When they finally reached their destination, a wave of relief washed over Chen Ming. At that moment, a notification from the game system sounded. "Congratulations, player, you have passed the second level." A flash of white light enveloped them, and the three found themselves back in the recreational plaza. This time, the plaza was packed with people, and Chen Ming led the two women to a corner. After half an hour of waiting, the white light flickered again. The players were teleported to the third level. The third level begins. Teams are matched randomly, with 50 players forming a large team. Chen Ming and his companions were randomly assigned to a relatively large team. The third level is a decoding instance. All puzzles must be solved to leave. Explore freely. It will begin in 5 minutes. After reading all the information, a man from the team approached Chen Ming and the others. "Shihong, I'm Shihong, the captain of this team. Since we've been matched together, we should cooperate to get through this level. Chen Ming, understood. We will do our best to cooperate. Seeing Chen Ming and his companions being polite, Shihong didn't press further and began to gather his own team members to discuss strategies for clearing the level. Chen Shui turned to Chen Ming and said, "The atmosphere in this team seems quite good, and they seem focused on clearing the level." Chen Ming replied, "Let us wait and see. Our priority is safety. If it doesn't work out, we can abandon them." Time ticked away, each minute feeling exceptionally long. However, the 5 minutes slipped by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a dazzling white light flashed again, and everyone's vision blurred before they were transported to the location of the third level. As everyone slowly opened their eyes, they were surprised to find themselves in front of a tranquil village. Above them, a blazing sun hung high in the sky, casting bright and warm rays of light. However, in stark contrast, a bone-chilling cold permeated the ground below. This bizarre temperature difference caused everyone except Chen Ming and his two companions to shiver involuntarily. Unsure of what to do, Su Hong suggested, "Let's head into the village first. Just follow me if you want to come." With that, Su Hong stepped into the village without hesitation, while Chen Ming and the others chose to stay behind, quietly waiting. The reason Chen Ming opted to wait outside was that the system had informed him of a talisman outside the village that could protect them. Once all members of Su Hong's team had entered the village, Chen Ming gestured for his companions to follow him and quickly walked to the side. The three of them hurried along and soon arrived at their destination, a dilapidated temple. Upon entering the temple, Chen Ming searched around and finally found the legendary talismans behind a statue that could barely be distinguished. He carefully picked up the talismans and counted them. There were a total of 10. He then evenly distributed them to the other two, giving each of them 3. Chen Ming asked, "Dad, what does this talisman do, and how do we use it?" The system replied, "Just carry it with you. It will automatically activate when you take damage." Chen Ming added, "We need to keep these talismans on us at all times. We might take damage when we go in, and each talisman can block 1 instance of damage." Chen Shui teased, "You still say you're not cheating?" Chen Ming replied, "I really am not." He thought to himself, "As long as I don't admit it, it doesn't count as cheating." Chen Shui shrugged, "Forget about that. We should go in now. It'll probably get worse if we stay out here." After gathering their necessary items, the 3 of them hurried toward the village. Their steps were light and quick, as if racing against time. Before long, they reached the village entrance and stepped inside without hesitation. As they ventured deeper into the village, the temperature gradually rose. Initially, this change was not very noticeable, but when they reached the center of the village, a wave of heat hit them, making it feel like they were in a steamer. At that moment, the system informed Chen Ming that the temperature had reached 40 degrees Celsius, but thanks to the air conditioning in their armor, they didn't feel too hot, while members of Su Hong's team were drenched in sweat, their clothes completely soaked. Su Hong and his team were running around the village like headless chickens, unable to find any useful information. Chen Ming stepped forward and asked, "So what's the situation? Any information?" Shihong, "No, we can't get into the houses in the village, and it's scorching out here. Plus, I have this nagging feeling that if we don't get inside, something bad will happen. We're looking for the key to see if things might improve once we get in." Chen Ming, "We just searched around outside and found a temple, but there was nothing useful inside. I didn't expect the village would be the same." Just as the two were about to continue their conversation, someone suddenly came sprinting from a distance, shouting, "I found the key." His voice shattered the tranquil atmosphere like a stone thrown into a calm lake, immediately capturing everyone's attention. In the blink of an eye, people gathered around, eagerly asking where he had found this crucial key, unfazed by the crowd's urgent inquiries. The man pointed in a specific direction and recounted in detail how he had discovered the key. Upon hearing this, without a second thought, everyone followed his lead, hoping to witness this miraculous find for themselves. Seeing that everyone was heading in that direction, Shihong turned to Chen Ming and asked if he wanted to go as well. However, Chen Ming shook his head, expressing that he wanted to search the area a bit more in case there were other clues that might have been overlooked. Shihong nodded in understanding, reminded him to be careful, and then joined the throng of people. Chapter 124. Preparing to spend the night in the ruined temple as everyone walked towards the location of key. Chen Ming turned and caught sight of the snow falling outside. He was somewhat puzzled. It was snowing outside while it was sweltering inside, and the village's walls seemed to serve as a boundary between the cold and the heat. Chen Ming, "Dad, what's going on here?" "System, this village is like a pot. You are currently inside the pod, where the temperature is a maximum of 40 degrees. However, by the 5th day, it will reach 100 degrees. If you haven't solved this scenario by then, you will die. System. Once you enter the room, the door will close automatically and can only be opened from the outside, not from the inside. However, staying outside will expose you to strange attacks. Chen Ming. Then if the path is blocked, doesn't that mean there's no way out? System. There is still a way out. Chen Ming. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Chen Ming and the other two strolled leisurely through the village, looking around as they walked. The village appeared to have once been inhabited by many people, as they observed numerous signs of human existence. The houses, although dilapidated, still bore traces of their former glory. Fields contained unharvested crops, seemingly narrating tales of past prosperity. However, strangely, after circling the village, they had not encountered a single person. This situation increasingly unsettled the three of them, and they began to feel a twinge of panic. What was going on? Why was there no one in the village? They continued forward, hoping to find some clues or encounter other survivors. Yet, as time passed, their hopes dwindled and their fear deepened. Chen Ming realized they could not continue searching aimlessly. He decisively made the choice to leave the village. He believed that remaining in such a strange atmosphere could be dangerous. Thus, they headed towards the outskirts of the village and soon arrived at the dilapidated temple. Although the temple also appeared eerie, it was at least a place to shield them from the wind and rain, perhaps providing them with a bit of comfort. Ultimately, they decided to spend the night in the ruined temple and wait until dawn to make further plans. As time passed, the sun began to set, casting a golden glow across the landscape. Chen Ming and the other two quietly stayed in the temple, silently awaiting the arrival of night. When darkness enveloped the land, the surroundings fell into a profound silence, but suddenly, a terrifying sound shattered the tranquility. Chen Ming's heart tightened. He knew this was a sign of something sinister. Without hesitation, he quickly pulled out a talisman, moistened it with the saliva, and pressed it firmly to his forehead. He then handed the same talisman to the two people beside him and helped them apply it as well. This action was not done randomly. It was an impulsive attempt by Chen Ming. He wanted to test whether placing the talisman on their foreheads would make the strange entities unable to detect their presence. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a female specter quietly entered the temple. She searched around the temple, seemingly looking for something. However, due to the talisman stuck on the foreheads of Chen Ming and the other two, the female specter didn't notice their presence at all. Chen Ming secretly felt relieved that his clever idea seemed to have worked, but he didn't let his guard down, as he was worried that the other two might scream out in fear. To prevent this from happening, Chen Ming decisively covered their mouths with his hands, signaling them to stay quiet. In the tense atmosphere, they could only silently pray to get through this terrifying night safely. After searching for a while without finding her target, the female specter left the temple. However, Chen Ming remained vigilant, fearing that she might return unexpectedly. Just when the three of them let out a sigh of relief, the female specter suddenly came back. Her sudden return almost made the two girls scream. Fortunately, Chen Ming had not relaxed his guard and continued to cover their mouths. The female specter quickly passed through the area and then left the temple. Chen Ming asked, "Is she gone now?" The system responded, "She's really gone this time." She entered the village. Chen Ming inquired, "Will she come back?" The system replied, "Not tonight." Chen Ming asked why. The system explained, "She didn't find a target in this broken temple, but the village is full of people. What do you think?" Chen Ming understood and said to the two girls, "You can rest now. I'll keep watch." The two nodded in agreement and curled up on the ground to sleep. Before long, Chen Ming heard faint screams. He thought to himself, "How many people does she need to kill tonight before she stops?" The system answered, "2 people." Chen Ming asked, "2 people? What does that mean?" The system replied, "Dead players will become zombies." The more the system explained, the more confused Chen Ming became. His mind was filled with questions. But the most important thing was to ensure the safety of himself and his companions. He tightened his grip on his weapon and stayed alert. As the night deepened, the only sounds were the occasional screams, and everything else was silent. Chen Ming widened his eyes, watching for any subtle movements in the darkness. Suddenly, he felt a chill wash over him. He looked up to see a blurry figure at the door. His heart raced, and he took a deep breath, preparing for a possible confrontation. However, as the figure gradually became clearer, he realized it was an unfamiliar man. The man's face was pale, and his eyes reflected despair and fear. Chen Ming cautiously asked, "Who are you?" The man trembled as he replied, I'm another player, one of the survivors. The village was eerie. Every night, it claimed 2 lives. I managed to escape. Chen Ming felt a heavy weight in his heart, secretly exclaiming, so there are other survivors. Just as he was about to let the other person enter the temple, a thought struck him. Wait, how could someone come out at this critical moment? He then devised a plan, deciding to pretend to let the person enter the temple while secretly holding a talisman, ready to strike at any moment. Chen Ming quickly approached with a friendly smile, but just as the other person was caught off guard, he suddenly acted, swiftly slapping the talisman onto the person's forehead. In an instant, a horrifying scream echoed, and that individual disintegrated into a pile of ash. Simultaneously, the talisman in Chen Ming's hand seemed to have fulfilled its purpose, vanishing into thin air along with the person. Watching the scene unfold before him, Chen Ming couldn't help but gasp in shock. He knew that a body infected would turn into a terrifying zombie, and if this continued, he might not escape death himself. At that moment, he realized how urgent the situation was. If he couldn't quickly unravel this bizarre scenario and successfully flee, death was all that awaited him. Faced with this sudden twist and the complex situation, Chen Ming felt lost and confused. He racked his brain, but he couldn't make sense of it at all, completely unable to grasp the hidden mysteries within. Chapter 125, Surviving the First Night. After Chen Ming dealt with the zombie, a wave of intense regret washed over him. He began to doubt whether he had made a mistake, as it seemed like a trap he had unwittingly walked into. He carefully recalled the battle with the zombie, feeling increasingly uneasy about how easy it had been. The zombie didn't appear particularly strong, but its presence here was strange in itself. Could it be that this was indeed a scheme set up by the female ghost? Was she trying to test him? The more Chen Ming thought about it, the more anxious he became. If that were the case, then he had completely exposed himself. He had to find a new hiding place by tomorrow. Otherwise, if the female ghost discovered him, the consequences would be dire. He decided he would leave first thing in the morning, eager to get away from this dangerous location. At the same time, he reminded himself to be more cautious in the future and not to trust anything that seemed too simple. Once he came to this realization, he lay down and felt a sense of relief wash over him, soon drifting off into a deep sleep. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window and warmed Chen Ming's face, waking him from slumber. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he slowly sat up and gave a firm push to the 2 companions beside him. Hey, wake up, Chen Ming whispered, trying to rouse them from their dreams. After a moment, the 2 finally opened their eyes slowly, looking at Chen Ming with confusion. Chen Ming took a deep breath, steadied himself, and began recounting the events of the previous night. He described in detail what he had seen and heard, along with his fears and doubts. After listening to Chen Ming's account, the 2 exchanged glances, clearly astonished. After some discussion, the trio decided they would enter the village to spend the night after today. After all, the wilderness at night was far too dangerous, and the village might be relatively safer. So when night fell, Chen Ming and his 2 companions cautiously stepped into the mysterious village once more. However, this time they made a shocking discovery. In addition to the players they had encountered before, there were now some locals in the village. A chill ran down Chen Ming's spine, and he frowned, pondering to himself. There was clearly no one here yesterday. Why are there suddenly so many people today? An inexplicable fear enveloped him, making his scalp tingle. Chen Ming, what is going on? System, these players have become sacrifices. There is an altar in the village, and if you want to clear the level, you need to destroy the altar. The best way to do this is to place a talisman under the altar. When the altar is being worshipped, the talisman will render it ineffective. Upon receiving this information, Chen Ming led the 2 women to stroll through the village. Before long, they arrived next to the altar, and Chen Ming carefully surveyed the surroundings. Strangely enough, he didn't see anyone guarding the altar. According to common sense, there should be someone guarding this place to prevent any deliberate damage to the altar. Chen Ming glanced back at the 2 people behind him and then walked decisively towards the altar. As he stepped into the center of the altar, an icy chill suddenly washed over him. Startled, he quickly turned his head to look around, only to be surprised to find many villagers staring at him with unusual expressions. In light of this situation, Chen Ming quickly steadied his mind. He took a deep breath and respectfully knelt on the ground, bowing earnestly towards the altar. Seeing Chen Ming's pious display, the villagers gradually turned their attention away from him. At that moment, Chen Ming seized the opportunity to quietly take out the mysterious talisman from his pocket. He carefully bent down, slightly lifted a brick, and gently placed the talisman inside. The entire action was seamless, making no sound, as if nothing had happened at all. Chen Ming skillfully concealed his actions, pretending to be extremely devout as he continued to worship the altar. To those around him, his behavior appeared completely normal, raising no suspicions or alerts. After completing his task, Chen Ming stood up as if nothing had happened and strolled away with the two women, continuing to enjoy their leisurely time in the village. They wandered around, admiring the scenery, as if the earlier events had never occurred. While wandering with the two women, Chen Ming inquired about the system. Chen Ming, does this game instance have a safe zone? System, yes, but the safe zone is underground. Chen Ming, why do designers always like to hide the safe zones underground? System, who knows? Chen Ming sought assistance from the system, hoping for a route to the safe zone. The system promptly responded with detailed guidance. Without hesitation, Chen Ming led the two others on the path to the safe zone. When they finally reached their destination, Chen Ming was surprised to find that it closely resembled the temple where they had spent the night before. As soon as they stepped into the safe zone, a refreshing coolness enveloped them, as if they had just walked from the unbearable heat outside into an air-conditioned room. After looking around, Chen Ming quickly located the mechanism to enter the basement. He gently pressed the button, and a small door opened in response. Chen Ming took out his flashlight and cautiously stepped into the basement. The basement wasn't too large, barely accommodating a few people. Chen Ming quickly scanned the entire area before his gaze landed on a table in the center. At that moment, the system emitted a notification sound, informing Chen Ming that there were 100 talismans hidden in the box on the table. Upon hearing this news, Chen Ming was overjoyed. He hurried to the table, opened the box, and found it neatly filled with 100 talismans. He took one out to examine it closely, and after confirming its authenticity, a satisfied smile spread across his face. With these talismans, our chances of getting through the dungeon have greatly increased, Chen Ming said to the two women. However, just as he was about to close the box, he noticed something at the bottom. He reached in and pulled out a tattered book. Curiously, Chen Ming opened it and found it contained scattered accounts of the village's past, just as he was getting lost in the book's contents. The system's voice echoed once more, "Congratulations. You have found the hidden item, Village Journal." Excited, Chen Ming closed the book, thinking to himself, what a delightful surprise. This journal will significantly boost our chances of clearing this dungeon. As time ticked away, the sun quickly began to set, and Chen Ming noticed that time seemed to be passing much faster than usual. He hurriedly called the two women to enter the basement. Once they were inside, he activated the mechanism to close the small door of the basement. Chapter 126, Searching for the Key Item. Before long, the moon hung high in the sky, casting its bright, silvery light and illuminating everything around. The previously silent surroundings were suddenly pierced by chilling sounds, as if countless malevolent spirits were shrieking. This sudden wave of horror sent shivers down Chen Ming's spine, and he felt a tightness in his chest as he realized that something terrifying might be about to happen. He quickly instructed the system to provide a 3D simulation to better observe his environment. The system indicated that a 3-minute scanning time was required. As he waited, Chen Ming's palms grew sweaty and his heart raced. He wasn't sure if he could handle the impending danger, but he knew he had to be prepared. Finally, after 3 long minutes, the system completed the environmental scan and generated a 3-dimensional model. Chen Ming's mind filled with a detailed layout of the entire dungeon. The village was neither too big nor too small, nestled at the foot of a mountain, surrounded by lush forests and towering hills. The houses were arranged haphazardly, and the streets were narrow and winding. On either side of the village stood ancient temples, now in ruins, their walls peeling and roofs collapsed, remnants of their former glory replaced by a sense of desolation. In the front half of the village lay an open area of land, stretching towards the distant base of the mountains. The back half of the grassy field was dotted with wildflowers and weeds, swaying gently in the breeze, imparting a sense of tranquility. Behind the village was a serene lake, its crystal-clear waters reflecting the surrounding mountains and trees. Occasionally, ripples would dance across the surface, revealing fish playing beneath the water. At that moment, a stone altar in the village caught Chen Ming's attention. Several players were tied to the altar, their faces pale as paper, eyes filled with terror, and bodies trembling uncontrollably. They struggled desperately to break free, but the ropes held them tightly bound. Kneeling beneath the altar was a group of solemn villagers. Among them stood an elderly man wearing a mask, reciting incantations with a staff in hand, its tip flickering with a faint glow. The sacrificial ceremony was progressing swiftly, everything unfolding according to plan. However, at a critical moment, the talisman that Chen Ming had placed earlier activated, causing the ritual to fail. With the emergence of the talisman, dark clouds began to swirl in the sky, followed by flashes of lightning and booming thunder, accompanied by howling winds. The villagers, filled with terror, fled towards their homes. Meanwhile, the players bound to the altar seized the opportunity to free themselves and prepare to escape. Yet, just as they began to rise, a shadow swooped down from above, and a female specter appeared before them. Her eyes gleamed with greed, and a sinister smile curled at the corners of her mouth. The specter extended her sharp claws and easily snatched one player, dragging him before the altar. The other players screamed in terror, attempting to flee, but the specter was incredibly swift, capturing another player in an instant. She reveled in this gift from nature, her laughter echoing throughout the village. After a few screams, the female specter left the altar, satisfied, leaving behind a scene of blood-soaked corpses. Her departure plunged the entire village into a heavy silence, broken only by the howling wind. The villagers hid in their homes, too afraid to venture outside. Those players who had been killed could never return to the real world. Seeing the scene, Chen Ming stopped his carefree attitude and directly asked the system how to clear the game. The system responded, "There are two ways to clear the game. The first is to fight the female specter with a talisman and kill her to clear the game. The second is to uncover the cause of her death and purify her resentment to clear the game." Chen Ming pondered how to proceed, considering one method to be straightforward and brutal while the other required intellect. However, he found the puzzle-solving aspect of the game particularly daunting, so he immediately decided to choose the first option. Chen Ming said, "Dad, using a talisman to kill the female specter should be impossible, right?" The system replied, "The talisman is a protective item. The offensive items are at the bottom of the lake." Chen Ming responded, "Got it." He quickly devised a plan to rest well for the night and gather his strength before tackling all the issues at once. After coming to this conclusion, he suggested that the two others rest, as there was an important task awaiting them the next day. They nodded in agreement, and each found a place to lie down and sleep. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Chen Ming was awakened by a crisp and pleasant notification sound. It was the system calling him. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he immediately got up and woke the two beside him. The three of them packed their things and carefully made their way around the village, quietly approaching the lake. Standing by the water's edge, Chen Ming looked at the calm, mirror-like surface of the lake, feeling a bit anxious. He asked the system, "Is there any danger here?" The system replied, "There is no danger here, but the offensive items you need are located 5 meters deep at the bottom of the lake. May I ask, how are your swimming skills?" This question left Chen Ming momentarily speechless, as he had only been to a swimming pool a few times, and his swimming ability could only be described as beginner level. Going down with such skills would be akin to offering himself up as prey. Just as he hesitated, Chen Shui spoke up and asked, "Is there something important down there?" Chen Ming replied, "From my observations over the past 2 days, I found that the temples on the left and right are protective items, and the entrance is directly in front of the village. The only place we haven't explored is this lake. I feel it should contain the offensive items we need." Chen Ming added, "The items are 5 meters deep, and I'm just a beginner." Chen Shui responded, "I see. I'll do it." With that, she jumped into the water with a splash. Just a few seconds after entering, she resurfaced and called out to Chen Ming, "What does it look like?" Chen Ming asked, "What does it look like?" The system clarified, "It's a small box, and inside the box are the offensive items." Chen Ming exclaimed, "If you find a small box, you can come back up." Chen Shui gave an okay hand gesture and then dove back underwater. Chen Ming and Li Yueshi quietly waited on the surface of the lake. As time ticked by, the two began to feel anxious, but they didn't dare to go into the water. Just when Chen Ming was about to dive in, Chen Shui's head popped up from the water, and he felt a surge of joy, quickly reaching out to pull her up. After getting Chen Shui back to shore, Chen Ming noticed a small box. The three of them opened it and found a wooden sword inside. Chen Ming looked at the sword and asked the system, "Hey, are you sure this can kill the female ghost?" The system replied, "Don't worry, it definitely can." After acquiring the item, the three of them evacuated and headed straight back to the safe zone. Once they returned, They began discussing how to defeat the female ghost. Chapter 127. Defeating the female specter Chen Ming. I currently have two ideas. One is to go all out, wait for the female specter to come over, and then we attract her attention while Li Yueshi attacks her with the wooden sword. The other idea is to test her a bit and let her think our abilities are limited, and then have a Yueshi sneak attack her. What do you all think? Chen Shui. I think the first option is better. If we drag it out for too long, those villagers might come to help the specter. Li Yueshi. I feel the same way. Chen Ming. Then it's settled. We'll go with the first option, quick and decisive, no dragging things out. With that, Chen Ming distributed the talismans he had in hand to Li Yueshi and Chen Shui, then handed the wooden sword to Li Yueshi. Once the three were fully prepared, they quietly awaited the appearance of the female specter. As time passed, the sun in the sky gradually sank in the west, while the moon slowly rose. The originally empty and tranquil environment became increasingly tense, amplified by the eerie sound effects, quickening their heartbeats. Finally, the female specter appeared in the dilapidated temple where Chen Ming and the others were located. Chen Ming took a deep breath and charged at the specter without hesitation, shouting loudly to draw her attention. The specter, indeed provoked by Chen Ming, immediately lunged at him. Just as she launched her attack, Chen Ming skillfully dodged to the side and quickly threw out a few talismans. The specter noticed the threat of the talismans and dodged to the left. At that moment, Chen Shui moved forward with the talisman in hand, attempting to restrict the specter's movement. Seeing this, Chen Ming followed closely behind her. Li Yueshi gripped her wooden sword tightly, her eyes fixed on the specter, searching for the best moment to attack. She cautiously approached the specter from the side, trying to make not a single sound. Finally, the opportunity arrived. Just as the specter was about to deliver a fatal blow to Chen Ming, Li Yueshi seized the moment and charged forward with all her strength, thrusting the wooden sword fiercely at the specter. However, just as the sword was about to hit her, the specter suddenly took off into the air, effortlessly evading Li Yueshi's attack. Li Yueshi and the other two watched wide-eyed as the specter soared through the air, their faces displaying shock. They had never anticipated that this female specter possessed such strange abilities. Chen Ming slapped his forehead, feeling frustrated. How could I have forgotten that she can fly? Chen Shui, however, didn't care whether the specter could fly or not. She only knew that she had to seize the chance to land some hard hits. So, as the specter took off, she quickly pulled out several talismans from her pocket and hurled them at the specter. The talismans struck the specter like lightning, and instantly, a series of popping sounds erupted from her, reminiscent of fireworks during the New Year celebrations. The specter winced in pain, her eyes fixated on Chen Shui, filled with resentment and fury that sent chills down one's spine. Chen Shui felt a shiver run down her back as the specter's gaze made her hair stand on end, a cold dread creeping up her spine. The female specter seemed to have lost its sanity. It opened its mouth and let out a piercing scream before diving straight toward Chen Shui's position. However, at that moment, Li Yueshi's speed was even faster than the specter's. With a wooden sword in hand, she leaped into the air and swung down forcefully in Chen Shui's direction. The specter clearly did not anticipate such a reaction from Li Yueshi. It hurriedly tried to dodge, but it was too late. Just as the wooden sword was about to strike the specter, it froze mid-air, as if it had been hit by a binding spell. Chen Ming was not one to hold back either. Seizing the opportunity, he threw out several talismans, which accurately adhered to the specter's body. Black smoke erupted from the specter once again, indicating it had suffered considerable damage. At that moment, the system suddenly alerted Chen Ming that the specter, due to its injuries, was about to summon villagers for assistance. This message made Chen Ming realize that the situation was becoming increasingly urgent, and he had to make a quick decision. Time was of the essence. He knew he could not afford to delay any longer and needed to end this battle before the villagers arrived. Go for speed, Chen Ming said. He exchanged a glance with Chen Shui, and they nodded at each other, signaling their readiness. Without hesitation, they pulled out all the talismans from their pockets. Their objective was clear, to simultaneously suppress the specter's movements and create the best opportunity for Li Yueshi to strike and kill it. When the specter saw the talismans in Chen Ming and Chen Shui's hands, its expression changed dramatically as it immediately understood their intentions. Realizing it was in a predicament, it quickly turned to escape. However, Chen Ming had anticipated this. He deftly sidestepped and threw out several talismans to try and block the specter's escape. Following that, he wasted no time and through all the remaining talismans he had, forming a dense wall of talismans that securely sealed off the specter's retreat. At the same time, Chen Shui launched her attack from another angle. She, too, threw out all her talismans at once, perfectly coordinating with Chen Ming's talismans to further suppress the specter's movements. Trapped within the encirclement of talismans, the specter was unable to move, helplessly watching its escape route vanish. In that moment, Li Yueshi seized the perfect opportunity. With her wooden sword in hand, she charged toward the specter with lightning speed. The specter's heart became her target, and she ruthlessly plunged the wooden sword deep into its chest. The strike was precise and lethal. The specter's expression instantly froze, and its body became rigid. After landing the blow, Li Yueshi quickly withdrew from the specter's position to avoid any potential counterattack. She remained vigilant, ready to respond to whatever might happen next. The entire scene was tense and exhilarating, with every action from each person proving to be crucial. After the female ghost was pierced, her body deflated like a punctured balloon, followed by a sharp wail that pierced the air. The sound struck the ears of the three individuals like a sharp needle, causing their minds to reel as if their very souls were about to be pulled from their bodies. At that moment, the system prompted, "Quick, get underground. The female ghost is dead, and the deceased villagers are free from their shackles. The night of the 100 ghosts is upon us." The female ghost's wailing lasted a full 10 seconds before gradually fading away. Chen Ming, swaying unsteadily, managed to stand up. His gaze was somewhat dazed, as if he might faint at any moment. Yet he gritted his teeth and picked up one of the women in his arms, stumbling toward the basement. Finally, just as he was about to collapse from exhaustion, he successfully brought both women to the basement and shut the door. After completing this, Chen Ming could no longer hold on. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Chapter 128. The Amusement Park of Level 4. Chen Ming groggily opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually returning. To his surprise, he found himself in an unfamiliar place, a leisure square. The scenery and atmosphere around him felt somewhat familiar, yet also different. Chen Ming struggled to recall his previous experiences, but the memories in his mind were hazy. He only remembered being swept away by a mysterious force before losing consciousness. At this moment, he had no idea why he was here. Feeling anxious, Chen Ming looked around for clues. Suddenly, he noticed two figures lying quietly on the ground beside him. As he approached, he realized they were the two girls. They had their eyes tightly shut, as if still lost in slumber. A wave of unease surged through Chen Ming, worrying whether they had been harmed. He cautiously shook their bodies, hoping to wake them up. After some effort, the girls slowly opened their eyes, looking at Chen Ming in confusion. "Where is this?" they asked in unison. Chen Ming shook his head helplessly, indicating that he had no idea either. The three of them exchanged glances, unable to explain the bizarre situation. At that moment, a notification from the game system appeared. "Congratulations to the players for passing Level 3. Level 4 will begin in 5 minutes. With the sound of this announcement, the three of them sighed in relief, their anxiety finally easing. They hurriedly checked their equipment and items to ensure nothing was missing, then sat quietly in place, waiting. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the three of them saw a dazzling white light flash before them. In an instant, they found themselves in a strange place, a bustling amusement park. Chen Ming observed the crowd around him, quickly scanning the environment to understand what made this new scene special. Please enter the amusement park and complete the challenges within. The game system provided a brief instruction, leaving the players to form their own teams for the amusement park challenges. At the entrance of the amusement park, players began to form teams, some sticking with their regular groups, while others temporarily teamed up with new acquaintances. However, Chen Ming and the two girls didn't rush to join any team. Occasionally, players approached them with invitations to join their groups, but Chen Ming politely declined each time. After a few minutes, players started to enter the amusement park in succession. Chen Ming led the two girls and followed the other players into the park. Upon entering, they were greeted by a massive Ferris wheel and a variety of thrilling rides. Chen Ming couldn't help but marvel at the size of the amusement park, wondering what secrets it might hold. Just then, a puppet in the center of the park welcomed the players. Following the voice, Chen Ming spotted the puppet, and as he laid eyes on it, he involuntarily shivered. "What's wrong, Chen Ming?" Chen Shui asked as she noticed Chen Ming shudder slightly. "Nothing much, just ran into an old acquaintance," Chen Ming replied, trying to maintain his composure, though his inner fear was hard to hide. Following Chen Ming's gaze, Chen Shui spotted the puppet and said, There aren't many things that can scare you. So this puppet must be quite frightening. Chen Ming nodded and said, "It knows how to manipulate people's hearts and is full of lies. We should get away from it." With that, the three of them began to move to another spot. The puppet exclaimed, "Welcome, players, to my amusement park, filled with all sorts of fun games and challenges. To successfully navigate through this park, you will need to choose and complete 5 mini-games. I hope everyone enjoys the fun that the games bring." After speaking, it turned and walked into a passage behind it. Just as it was about to disappear, it suddenly turned back to look at Chen Ming, with an indescribable glimmer in its eyes. Chen Ming caught this moment, and his heart tightened, realizing he could no longer escape. He turned to the two beside him and said, "Let us follow it." The three of them entered the passage together. Their actions drew the attention of other players. But not knowing what would happen next, everyone could only stand by and observe quietly. Shortly after Chen Ming and the others entered the passage, it vanished without a trace. At that moment, those who had not followed felt as if they had just awakened from a dream, filled with regret. After walking for a while, the trio arrived in a spacious room. The puppet chose a spot to sit down, and seeing it take a seat, Chen Ming didn't hesitate to pull up a chair for himself. The other two, observing Chen Ming's actions, also grabbed chairs and sat down. "All right, let us get to it. How are we playing this time? Let us skip the fancy stuff," Chen Ming said. The puppet replied, "I truly welcome you all to play here. Don't give me that. Last time, you nearly got me killed." Chen Ming retorted, "You're still alive, aren't you?" The puppet shot back, "All right, enough chit-chat. Congratulations on finding the hidden passage. You don't have to play any games," the puppet announced. Chen Ming chuckled. "Your hidden passage is pretty obvious. Isn't that what makes it my place?" The puppet replied, "Fine, so how do we leave this room?" Chen Ming pressed, "Since only your team has come here, your team automatically wins by default. Just stay here for an hour, and you can leave." Ignoring the puppet, Chen Ming turned to the system and asked, "Dad, is it telling the truth?" The system responded, "It is telling the truth. But you don't need to stay for an hour. It probably just wants some company to avoid getting bored." Chen Ming muttered, "That lying Pinocchio. I knew that puppet had bad intentions." Chen Ming didn't directly expose the puppet's lies, but instead said to it, "I'm afraid you might get bored. So I'll play games with you." The puppet, excited by his words, replied, "Really?" Chen Ming confirmed, "Really? But those two women can't join, okay?" The puppet responded, "Okay, no problem. Enough talk, what do you want to play?" Chen Ming said, "You're the master. I'll follow your lead." The puppet replied, "Great. Then you can be my assistant and guide the others, but you can't reveal your identity." Chen Ming agreed, "Got it." He turned to the two women and said, "You two stay here. I'm off to have some fun with it." At that moment, monitors appeared around the room, and through them, Chen Ming saw other players starting to play minigames. The two women called out to him, "Be careful." The puppet waved at Chen Ming, and he noticed his outfit had transformed into a clown costume. Chen Shui quickly handed him a small mirror. Looking into the mirror, Chen Ming saw his clown makeup, and the puppet presented him with a red ball-like accessory to wear. Chapter 129. Chen Ming's first time as an NPC. Chen Ming glanced down at his clown costume, its vibrant colors and exaggerated design making him feel a bit ridiculous. He shook his head in resignation and turned to the puppet beside him, saying, "I'm really not good at this kind of performance. I just can't deliver the acting you want." The puppet, seemingly unfazed by Chen Ming's words, responded cheerfully, "Oh, come on. It's not that hard. Just chat like you usually do, throw in a few lines, and you'll be fine." Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming thought, since he had already agreed, he might as well give it a try. Following the clown's guidance, he arrived at a mysterious portal. As he stepped through, he was instantly transported to another location, a game room filled with tables. At that moment, the game prompted him that this room's game was a card version of rock, paper, scissors, where the first player to lose all their cards would be eliminated. Chen Ming cleared his throat and addressed the players entering the room with a calm and confident voice. "Welcome, everyone, to my game room. Here, we will engage in a contest filled with strategy and luck, the card game of rock, paper, scissors." He paused briefly to let each player feel the anticipation in his gaze and tone. Then he continued, "This is not just a simple game of rock, paper, scissors. It's a challenge that requires you to use your wits, observe your opponents, and make wise decisions. Each player will start with 3 cards, and both sides will reveal their cards simultaneously, determining the winner based on the cards played." Chen Ming emphasized a crucial point. "Please remember, this is not a game you can easily give up on or casually try out. Once the game starts, there is no stopping. If anyone forcibly exits, they will be immediately eliminated. So, I urge everyone to give it their all and strive for victory. His words were clear and concise, yet they conveyed a serious atmosphere. The players seemed to realize that this game would not be easy. They needed to be fully focused for each round of confrontation. As Chen Ming concluded his introduction, the game officially began. A tense atmosphere filled the room as the players prepared their strategies to face the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, Chen Ming quietly sat to the side, ready to witness this exciting competition. Just as he finished speaking, a strange feeling surged deep within him, as if he could vividly sense the tone and emotional fluctuations of the puppet's voice. This peculiar experience left him both excited and confused, but he chose not to dwell on it and redirected his attention to the surroundings. However, perhaps due to the heavy threat of elimination looming over the game, the other players did not respond to Chen Ming's suggestion. They seemed to fall into silence, keeping their distance from one another, with no one daring to attempt what looked like a dangerous game. Chen Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment, as his proposal had been met with such indifference. He quickly composed himself and thought, since no one else is willing to give a shot, why not try the method suggested by the puppet? With determination, he picked up the card in his hand, waved it dramatically, and shouted in a comically exaggerated voice, "Come on, everyone, let us play rock, paper, scissors, and see who is the strongest. The winner will receive a reward." Just as Chen Ming finished speaking, 3 cards appeared in the hands of all the players, representing rock, paper, and scissors. At the same time, a countdown timer slowly materialized on one of the walls, clearly displaying a 30-minute time limit. As the players were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, one player couldn't help but ask Chen Ming, "Mr. Clown, does that mean if we don't participate in the game, we'll be eliminated when the time runs out?" Chen Ming replied, "Congratulations, you got it right. But too bad, there is no reward for that." As soon as he finished speaking, the venue fell silent, and the atmosphere grew tense as the players began to feel anxious. At this moment, another player broke the silence and asked Chen Ming, "How many people do we need to defeat to pass this game?" Chen Ming smiled slightly and responded, "You only need to win against one person to pass. Good luck, players." Hearing this, some players' eyes flashed with determination, realizing this might be their only chance, while others showed signs of hesitation, unsure if they could defeat their opponents. Chen Ming continued, "The countdown is starting now. You only have half an hour left. Are you sure you don't want to start the game? If you wait until the end, you'll all be eliminated." As his words hung in the air, the countdown on the wall began to tick down, each second heightening the sense of urgency among the players. Some players started to fidget, internally wrestling with the decision of whether to join this life-and-death gamble. A few even felt an urge to take their place in the duel, but ultimately restrained themselves. After all, this was a life-or-death game, and no one dared to take unnecessary risks. However, as the countdown continued to dwindle, some players could no longer contain their anxiety and fear, rising to their feet, ready to participate in the game. They knew that only by bravely facing the challenge could they hope to win a chance at survival. In a hidden room, 2 women watched Chen Ming's demeanor and exclaimed, "Is he out his mind?" The players took their seats and engaged in fierce competition with their opponents. The room was soon filled with a tense atmosphere and the sounds of excited shouts. Chen Ming observed the players, a faint smile on his face. He understood that this game was not just a simple contest. It was also a test of the players' mental fortitude and strategic abilities. Amidst the chaos, one player emerged victorious first, cheering with excitement. Shortly after, several more players also claimed victory. As time passed, both winners and losers emerged simultaneously, with half of the players ultimately claiming victory. Among the losing players, some had used immunity cards to save themselves from elimination. Chen Ming approached them with a smile and said, "Congratulations to the surviving players. You can leave this game now. I wish you a pleasant gaming experience." Most players exchanged glances, preparing to exit the room, but suddenly one player spoke up, "Mr. Joker, I want to challenge you." Chen Ming replied, "Are you sure?" The player insisted, "I'm sure." Chen Ming said, "That's a great idea, but unfortunately, I don't have the chance to participate in the game." His eyes flickered, and he remembered the puppet. He turned to the player and said, "There's a puppet who might be very interested in your challenge. I'll inform it right away." Soon, Chen Ming explained the situation to the puppet, which expressed excitement at the prospect of a delicious feast and wasted no time in arriving at the game room. The puppet introduced itself briefly and then began its duel with the player who had issued the challenge. Seeing someone challenge an NPC, The other players decided not to rush off and mostly stayed to watch the showdown. The puppet announced, there are a total of 10 cards, 2 national cards, for soldier cards, and 4 slave cards. National cards are stronger than soldier cards. Soldier cards are stronger than slave cards, but slaves can overpower national cards. The puppet declared, let the game begin. Chen Ming stood quietly to the side, knowing that the player was doomed. Just as he suspected, while Chen Ming was lost in thought. The player was playfully toyed with by the puppet and ultimately faced defeat. After losing, the player didn't seem panicked. Instead, he calmly pulled out his immunity card. The puppet smiled slyly and said, once you challenge an NPC, the immunity card is null and void. The player's face went pale with disbelief as he protested. That's impossible. The immunity card can't be invalidated. You must be lying. The puppet reached out its hands toward the player's head and pretended to grasp something. At that moment, the player began to show signs of fear, struggling desperately, but it was too late. His soul was extracted by the puppet. The puppet kneaded the player's soul like dough, shaping it into a round ball and eventually devoured it. With a satisfied expression after tasting the soul, the puppet smiled at the remaining players and asked, does anyone else want to challenge me? The sight of what had happened to the player filled everyone with dread. Some players, particularly those with weaker nerves, even lost control of their bladders on the spot. Chapter 130. Leaving the puppet and clearing level 4. No one responded to the puppet's words. A hint of regret crossed its face as it slowly scanned each player. Finally, it spoke. What a pity. At that moment, one brave player mustered the courage to ask, his voice trembling, can we leave now? The puppet glanced at him and replied casually, of course you can. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and eagerly turned to leave this place. However, just as they took their first step, the entire room began to shake violently, and a massive crack formed in the ground. What is happening? Someone shouted in panic. Run! Another cried out. The players were filled with terror, scrambling in all directions. But the crack in the ground widened, trapping them in place. The puppet watched the chaotic scene before it, a strange smile creeping onto its lips. What is going on? The players looked at the puppet in fear and confusion. The puppet smiled slightly and said, don't worry, this is just a little test. Only by passing the test can you leave here. As soon as the words left its mouth, the puppet led Chen Ming out of the game room, leaving a group of bewildered players grappling with the sudden challenge. Once back in the hidden room, Chen Ming turned to the puppet and said, your job seems so dull. The puppet replied, yes, but that is my mission. However, I have my own fun too. Chen Ming, curious, asked what kind of fun. The puppet smiled mysteriously and didn't directly answer his question. Suddenly, Chen Ming recalled what had just happened and realized what the puppet meant by fun. All right, we should leave now, Chen Ming said. So soon? Can't you wait a little longer? The puppet asked. There will be other opportunities. We really must go now, Chen Ming insisted. All right then, you may go. Chen Ming quietly watched the puppet and blinked. Li Yueshi and Chen Shui stood nearby, completely puzzled by Chen Ming's strange behavior. The puppet felt a bit uncomfortable under Chen Ming's gaze and hurriedly said, Okay, I'll let you go. Congratulations to players Chen Ming, Li Yueshi, and Chen Shui for clearing level 4. A flash of white light enveloped them, and the three found themselves back in the leisure square. As soon as Chen Shui regained her vision, she immediately asked Chen Ming what was going on. Chen Ming smiled and replied, my guess is that after level 3, the game challenges for each team will be different. We were lucky to encounter an old acquaintance. Chen Shui, how can you be sure that the game levels the player team encounters starting from the 4th level will be different? Chen Ming, it's simple. If it were the same game, we wouldn't need to wait. After all, there were so many people in the leisure plaza at that time. But we waited for a while before entering the game, which indicates that a certain number of players is required to start a session. So, what happens when there are enough players for one session? The game can't keep players waiting indefinitely. Since a certain number is needed to start, it locks in the total number of players for that session, meaning that additional players can't join. What happens to the extra players? They must be assigned to other game venues. Chen Shui, wait, how do you know the total number of players is locked in? Chen Ming, I just observed the monitor, and no new players have joined. When players in the arena die, no new players are entering. Li Yueshi, so why do you think we need the puppet to speak in order to clear the level? Chen Ming, remember what I said at the beginning. This puppet doesn't tell a single truth. Actually, I was just testing it. We aren't playing the game, but we were told we've cleared the 4th level. Normally, after clearing it, we should be transported back to the leisure plaza like now. But since it said we've cleared the level, but we haven't been transported. It means something is still missing. Chen Ming. So, based on my understanding of the puppet, everything it said at the start was a lie. The only truth would be what it says, or the game's system prompt. Congratulations to players Chen Ming, Li Yueshi, and Chen Shui for clearing the 4th level. But I think it has to be what it says. The two girls felt a chill run down their spines after hearing Chen Ming's words. They both exclaimed in unison. Does that mean the others are going to be killed by it? Chen Ming, pretty much. Both girls were shocked. Just as the 3 of them were talking, they were transported to the 5th level. They carefully observed their surroundings and found themselves in a massive underground chamber, with a damp floor and walls covered in moss and water stains. As they cautiously moved forward, they suddenly heard a sharp, piercing scream. Chen Ming and the others immediately tensed up and quickly searched for a safe place to hide. Chen Ming whispered, "Dad, what's going on?" The system replied, "This level is set in an underground chamber where a powerful spider is hidden. You need to work together to kill this spider in order to pass this level." Chen Ming furrowed his brows and continued to ask, "Is there only one spider? Are there any other creatures?" The system confirmed, "Yes, there is only one spider, and there are no other creatures." Chen Ming thought to himself, "This is going to be tricky." He knew that in situations like this in games, a simple, easily killed spider wouldn't be the case. It would definitely be a strong one. They had to proceed with caution, as any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, the chilling screams continued to echo around them. At that moment, they were unarmed, significantly reducing their chances of safety. They needed to find a secure location to hide from the spider as quickly as possible. Chen Ming, feeling anxious, urged the system to provide a safe escape route. The 3 of them focused intently on the direction indicated by the system and cautiously moved forward. Before long, they stumbled upon a storage room. Without hesitation, Chen Ming ordered the system to help crack the room's code and quickly led his teammates inside. Once they successfully entered the storage room, Chen Ming immediately shut the door behind them to prevent other players from following. In the dimly lit room, Chen Ming searched for a light source. Finally, he found the switch and gently pressed it. Instantly, the room was flooded with bright light, and the 3 of them were thrilled to discover a neatly arranged stash of weapons, rifles, rocket launchers, and grenades among them. Chen Ming was overjoyed and quickly urged his teammates to prepare for combat. Chapter 131, Fierce Battle with the Spider. The 3 of them were ready, but Chen Ming didn't plan to leave the room just yet. He decided to wait a little longer before making a move. As he wasn't sure if the other players were armed, he asked the system to provide a simulation map of the basement and began to think about how to kill the spider while also defending against the other players' attacks. Chen Ming carefully studied the simulation map, searching for the best course of action. He noticed some narrow passages in the basement that could be used to evade the spider's pursuit. At the same time, he discovered hidden corners where he could conceal himself. While contemplating ways to kill the spider, Chen Ming considered various tools and items. He thought about using a fire extinguisher to spray flames or piercing the spider's body with sharp objects. However, he also understood that such actions might alert the other players, so he needed to proceed with caution. In addition to dealing with the spider, Chen Ming had to remain vigilant against attacks from other players. He realized that cooperating with other players might be more beneficial than attacking one another, but that didn't mean he could trust them completely. He had to stay alert and be ready for any unexpected situations. Chen Ming continued to study the simulation map and devised a detailed plan. He decided to explore a part of the basement first, ensuring safety before gradually expanding his search area. At the same time, he kept an eye on the movements of the other players, trying to avoid conflicts whenever possible. Chen Ming, ready to clear the level? Chen Shui and Li Yueshi replied in unison. Ready. Chen Ming, then let's go. Chen Ming opened the door and cautiously stepped out of the storage room. He held his rifle tightly, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The 3 of them advanced slowly in a triangular formation, with Chen Ming leading the way, followed closely by Li Yueshi and Chen Shui. Suddenly, a gigantic spider appeared before them, its grotesque face and sharp claws sending chills down their spines. The spider opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp teeth and hissing as if warning them not to come closer. Chen Ming gripped his rifle tightly and pulled the trigger without hesitation, bullets raining down like a storm. However, to his surprise, the bullets seemed to have no effect on the spider. They merely left shallow marks on its hard shell, failing to penetrate its body. As time passed, Chen Ming found himself in a predicament. He realized that conventional weapons might not be enough to deal with this formidable creature. Find cover. Chen Ming shouted, leading the other two into a narrow passageway. They discovered a small room within the passage, and the three of them took refuge inside. The spider, too large to enter, wandered outside for a while before being distracted by the sounds of other players and eventually leaving. Chen Ming let out a sigh of relief and said, "The rifle didn't work. Chen Shui, try the sniper rifle next and see if it can break through its defenses. Also, it seems these houses are safe zones. The spider won't attack those who are inside." Chen Shui, all right. Li Yueshi, should I try using the rocket launcher too? Chen Ming, sure. I'll draw the spider's attention, and you two can shoot as the situation allows. After a brief rest, Chen Ming, Chen Shui, and Li Yueshi carefully checked their gear and replenished their ammunition, fully prepared to take action at any moment. Chen Ming took a deep breath, his gaze steady and resolute. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the corridor, deliberately making loud noises to attract the spider's attention. As the sound of its intense movements approached, the spider was successfully enraged and lunged towards Chen Ming with fury. Chen Ming skillfully operated his rifle, continuously firing at the spider. Meanwhile, Chen Shui and Li Yueshi were also busy. They opened fire simultaneously, unleashing the powerful firepower of the sniper rifle and rocket launcher onto the spider, causing explosions to erupt across its massive body. However, unexpectedly, the spider did not fall. Despite the fierce firepower of the sniper rifle and rocket launcher, they only managed to inflict some damage without fully defeating it. Seeing this, Chen Ming shouted urgently, "Get down." The three quickly reacted, scrambling back into the small house in disarray. They lay half on the ground, panting and trying to catch their breath. At that moment, Chen Ming's mind raced as he realized that relying solely on their current weapons might not be enough to defeat the spider. They needed to find its weakness. "We need to come up with a new battle plan," Chen Ming said seriously. "But the guns can't kill it right now," Li Yueshi said, looking worried. "Don't lose hope. There has to be a way. Let's observe the spider's behavior and see if we can find any flaws," Chen Ming calmly analyzed. Thus, the three closely monitored the spider's every move. After a period of observation, they noticed that the spider seemed particularly sensitive to light and sound. Every time they turned on a flashlight or made noise, it reacted, although not significantly, and it didn't reveal any fatal weaknesses. Additionally, they noted that the spider was incredibly fast, making it likely that if they didn't strike it down in one hit, they could be counterattacked. Just when Chen Ming was at a loss, his eyes suddenly lit up as he heard Chen Shui's voice. "How about we burn it? Fire is usually effective against insects," she shouted. Chen Ming, upon hearing this, felt as if he had awakened from a dream. He slapped his forehead and said, "Of course. How did I not think of that?" He quickly turned to the other two, saying, "Let us rush to the storage room and see if there's any gasoline." With that, the three of them dashed towards the storage room. At that moment, the spider was also drawn to the sounds they made, climbing down from the ceiling and rushing towards them. Seeing this, Chen Ming made a quick decision to hold the rear, allowing the other two to quickly search for gasoline in the storage room. He raised the gun in his hand and began to fire at the spider. Although the bullets didn't inflict much damage, they successfully enraged the massive creature. The spider angrily swung its long legs, sweeping towards him. Seeing this, Chen Ming quickly discarded his gun and sidestepped to avoid the strike. However, the spider didn't stop its attack. It continued to lunge at Chen Ming. He had no choice but to keep dodging and rolling to avoid being hit. Chen Ming drew a short knife and slashed at the spider's long legs. But when he saw it had no effect, he rolled again. While Chen Ming was holding off the spider, the two of them searched the storage room frantically, but they couldn't find any gasoline. Frustrated, they had no choice but to run out of the storage room and shout to Chen Ming, "There's no gasoline in there." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming replied, "Then we need to retreat." Chapter 132. Off to get gas. With their seamless coordination, the three of them successfully slipped inside the house. However, the spiders were not ready to give up. They circled the building, roaring in anger as they searched for a way in. Yet, due to the rules, the spiders could only helplessly roar outside. Chen Ming thought to himself, "So it's a safe zone after all." He glanced around the environment and couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. However, they couldn't afford to let their guard down just yet. They needed to find gasoline to move forward. Chen Ming quickly spoke to the system. "Dad, help me find out where there's gasoline." The system immediately replied, "Okay." Within 3 minutes, the system provided the location of the gasoline. Chen Ming felt a surge of hope. However, they faced a dilemma: how to leave this safe zone to get the gas. With the spiders roaring outside, they couldn't just step out easily. This left Chen Ming deep in thought, contemplating a strategy. Time passed slowly, and the spiders remained outside, waiting for the three of them to emerge. As time dragged on, Chen Ming and the others began to feel increasingly anxious. Finally, Chen Ming couldn't hold back any longer and said irritably, "I'll draw the spiders' attention. You two go look for the gasoline." With that, he quickly grabbed some paper and a pen, sketching a simple map before handing it to the other two. He pointed at the sketch and said, "Follow this map, and you'll find the gasoline." Chen Shui looked at Chen Ming in surprise and asked, "How do you know where the gasoline is?" Chen Ming casually replied, "Don't ask too many questions. Let us deal with the immediate problem first." Li Yueshi chimed in, "Exactly. Let us take down that spider before worrying about anything else." After a brief discussion about their action plan, they each set off to execute their roles. Chen Ming first checked his gear to ensure everything was in order. Once confirmed, he cautiously opened the door and peeked outside, making sure there were no spiders in sight before tentatively stepping out. To draw the spiders' attention, Chen Ming started running, his footsteps echoing in the silent corridor. As expected, the spiders were drawn to the sudden noise and quickly approached him. Chen Ming gripped his gun tightly. As the spiders drew near, he didn't hesitate to pull the trigger, unleashing a hail of bullets upon them. Meanwhile, the other two saw that Chen Ming had successfully attracted the spiders' attention and began shooting at them. Seizing the opportunity, they hurried out of the house and headed toward the marked location on the map. They knew time was of the essence, and they needed to get the gasoline quickly to ensure their plan went smoothly. As Chen Ming kept dodging the spiders, he received updates from the system that the two had safely left the room and were on their way to get the gasoline. He felt a slight sense of relief, but remained vigilant, keeping a close eye on the movements of the spiders. After confirming that the two people had left, Chen Ming decided not to linger any longer. He quickly returned inside the room, shut the door, and waited for his teammates' return. As he closed the door, he saw the spider swiftly departing, causing a tightening in his chest. He worried that the spider would pursue the two who had just left. He couldn't just stand by. He had to ensure their safety. So, Chen Ming quickly reloaded his weapon and stepped outside again, gun in hand, firing continuously in the direction of the spider. Bullets rained down on the creature, hoping to thwart its actions. The spider had intended to chase after the two individuals who left the house when Chen Ming entered, but his appearance disrupted its plans. Chen Ming's gunfire and assault angered the spider, prompting it to stop, turn, and face him, ready for a fierce battle. Realizing the danger when the spider turned around, Chen Ming wasted no time and dashed back into the house to evade the spider's attack. The enraged spider struck the house with its powerful legs, trying to break through the barrier to continue its assault on Chen Ming. However, Chen Ming had anticipated this. After retreating inside, he immediately looked for other exits. He quickly found another door and stealthily slipped out, continuing his attack on the spider. As he fired, he observed the spider's reactions. He noticed that the creature seemed to be getting more furious and aggressive due to his attacks. Yet, Chen Ming did not back down. He understood that persistence was necessary to defeat this terrifying enemy. He gripped his gun tightly, constantly adjusting his position to maintain distance and avoid giving the spider a chance to counterattack. After running out of bullets, Chen Ming swiftly darted back into the house, and the spider did not turn to chase the two women. From the spider's behavior, he sensed something. He realized that the spider's perception range appeared to be limited. Chen Ming immediately sent a message in the chat channel instructing the two not to return right away and informed them about the spider's perception range, advising them to wait until he tested the exact bounds before coming back. The two replied with an okay, indicating they understood. Chen Ming then asked, "Dad, what is the spider's perception range?" The system responded 50 meters as he prepared to step outside again to provoke the spider. A sudden gunshot rang out just as he was about to show himself. Without hesitation, Chen Ming ducked back into the house. Thinking the two had returned, he messaged them, only to receive a reply saying, "We're looking for gasoline." This response puzzled Chen Ming, making him wonder, could it be other players coming to help? Shaking his head, he reloaded his magazine again, took position by the window, leaned against the wall, and warily scanned the situation outside. However, after a thorough sweep, he saw no one and reluctantly shook his head, preparing to change positions to continue his watch. When Chen Ming walked to another spot and looked outside the window again, he suddenly noticed several players hiding not far away. Chen Ming stared at these players in surprise, thinking to himself, so there really are people here. He tried to make contact with them, and found that they were nervously watching the movements of a spider. Chen Ming called out, "Hey, friends outside, are you here to help?" However, his words received no response, leaving him feeling puzzled and anxious. He knew time was running out, and he had to resolve this predicament quickly. So he called out again to the players outside. "Hey, can you hear me? Are you here to help us?" Chen Ming anxiously waited for a reply, but still no one responded. He furrowed his brow, beginning to contemplate what his next move should be. Chapter 133. Fire the Spider. Chen Ming cautiously opened the door and tentatively stepped outside. He felt a bit nervous, but decided to give it a try, hoping to find other players to communicate with. However, just as he stepped out, a spider suddenly swooped down from above with incredible speed, as if it intended to swallow him whole. Terrified, Chen Ming quickly turned and rushed back inside, slamming the door shut behind him. He gasped for breath, his heart racing. The harrowing scene he just experienced left him shaken. At that moment, a series of sharp gunshots rang out from outside, echoing throughout the space. Chen Ming frowned, filled with confusion. What did this gunfire mean? Why was there such a sound? He struggled to comprehend the situation, but had no choice but to silently accept this reality. Trapped in a house, he felt utterly helpless and lonely. All he could do was wait for his teammates to return, anxiety and unease gnawing at him. Every minute felt like a year, and he had no idea how long he would have to stay there. Chen Ming kept telling himself to stay calm, but the unease within him grew stronger. He attempted to alleviate his anxiety by reaching out to the outside world, sending a message to Chun Shui to inquire about her situation. After a while, Chun Shui replied that she was on her way back and told him not to worry. Upon receiving this message, Chen Ming let out a slight sigh of relief. Although he still needed to wait a bit longer, at least he knew someone was coming to help him. As he waited, Chen Ming began to think about how to deal with that terrifying spider. He knew that if he didn't kill it, he wouldn't be able to leave this place. His gaze started to scan the surroundings, searching for any clues or items he could use. After a thorough search, he discovered a long iron chain and a tattered blanket. An idea sparked in his mind. This could be an opportunity. Time passed slowly as Chen Ming anxiously awaited the return of his two teammates. At last, he spotted their figures, but they didn't approach him directly. Instead, they chose to hide in a concealed spot nearby. Understanding their caution, Chen Ming reached out to them and detailed his plan. After listening to Chen Ming's strategy, the two fell into deep thought. After a moment, they exchanged glances and expressed their willingness to support his decision. With their agreement, Chen Ming took a deep breath and prepared to execute his plan. The three of them silently checked their gear, ensuring everything was ready. Then, without hesitation, Chen Ming ran forward, drawing the giant spider's attention. Guided by the system's prompts, Chen Ming dodged the spider's attacks. After rolling on the ground a few times, he rushed back into another house. Meanwhile, Chun Shui and Li Yueshi had arrived at Chen Ming's starting point with gasoline while the spider was pursuing him. They carefully observed their surroundings, ensuring no other dangers were present. Chun Shui quickly scanned the items in the house and soon noticed a bedroll in the corner. She swiftly opened the gasoline can and evenly poured the liquid over the bedding. As the gasoline soaked in, a pungent smell filled the air, but Chen Shui paid it no mind. Once the bedding was completely soaked, she sent a brief message to Chen Ming. Ready. Upon receiving the message, Chen Ming adjusted his course and set off back to the starting point. Meanwhile, the spider closely followed Chen Ming's footsteps. It seemed to sense his intentions, but couldn't understand why he was returning to the original location. For the massive spider, as long as it could catch its prey, it didn't matter where it was. Chen Ming's heart raced. He knew he had to reach the starting point quickly to meet up with Chun Shui and Li Yueshi. He sprinted with all his might, trying to stay out of the spider's attack range. Finally, he spotted the familiar outline of the house ahead, and a glimmer of hope surged within him. Pale and trembling, Chen Ming stumbled into the house, collapsing onto the floor like a puddle of mud, gasping for breath. His heart pounded fiercely, as if it might leap out of his chest. After a while, he slowly began to recover, but a sense of dread still lingered. After resting for a few minutes, Chen Ming took a deep breath and decided to grab the iron chain before heading out. However, when he stood up to reach for the chain, he noticed that the gigantic spider had vanished. Startled, Chen Ming quickly looked around and finally caught sight of the spider in a distant corner. It turned out that the spider had been attracted by other players and had left the area. Chen Ming cursed under his breath. Damn it! He had never anticipated that his meticulously planned scheme would be thwarted by other players. Now, he could only wait helplessly for the spider to return. hoping it wouldn't notice that the chain had been taken. Frustrated, Chen Ming stomped his foot. He had thought this plan would succeed, only to have it ruined by other players. As he cursed those clueless individuals, he resignedly sat back down in the chair. What now? Li Yueshi's voice broke the silence. Wait, Chen Ming gritted his teeth. The spider will definitely come back. We just have to wait for it to reappear. As time ticked by, the distant screams continued incessantly, and the mood among the three grew heavier. Finally, a faint rustling sound came from afar. The enormous spider re-entered their line of sight. Chen Ming gripped the iron chain tightly, his palms slightly sweating. He took a deep breath and quietly moved closer to the door. When the spider approached the house, Chen Ming suddenly dashed out, swinging the iron chain forcefully to ensnare one of the spider's legs. The spider, startled, immediately began to struggle. But Chen Ming held onto the chain tightly, refusing to let go. Chen Ming quickly ran out of the house, the iron chain in hand, ready to wrap it around the spider's body. However, the spider was not easy to deal with. It swung its powerful knuckles and launched an attack on Chen Ming. Chen Ming agilely dodged the blows, but after several rounds of engagement with the spider, he finally succeeded in completely wrapping the iron chain around its body. Help me! Chen Ming shouted loudly. Hearing his call, Chen Shui and Li Yueshi rushed over, working together to pull the blanket in an attempt to cover the spider. The blanket successfully enveloped the spider's massive form, while the three began to coordinate their efforts. Chen Ming held the chain tightly to ensure the spider couldn't escape. Li Yueshi dashed into the house, retrieved the remaining gasoline, and unhesitatingly doused the spider with it. Meanwhile, Chen Shui picked up the rocket launcher, aimed at the spider, and decisively pulled the trigger. When Chen Ming saw Chen Shui launch the rocket, he realized danger was imminent and immediately turned to flee the scene. The rocket struck the spider, triggering a massive explosion, and flames erupted instantly. The gasoline ignited, and the fire spread rapidly, with the soaked blanket intensifying the blaze. The roaring flames illuminated the surrounding area. Chapter 134: The Death of the Giant Spider and the Hatching of Baby Spiders. Chen Ming kept a vigilant watch on the spider while inquiring through the system. Dad, is the spider dead yet? The system's response made his heart sink. Not yet. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming wasted no time and immediately turned to retreat. His movements were swift and decisive, as if he had anticipated this outcome. At the same time, the two others followed him without hesitation, seemingly filled with trust in Chen Ming, or perhaps they too sensed the threat posed by the spider. Just then, the spider let out a piercing scream. The sound was deafening, causing them to instinctively cover their ears. The two women were startled by the scream, but they didn't stop their retreat and continued to accelerate away. Once the three of them reached the nearest house, they quickly shut the door, leaning against the wall, keeping a wary eye on the outside. The massive spider remained in place, its body riddled with wounds from a rocket-propelled grenade, oozing a green liquid. Flames still licked at its body, emitting a noxious odor. It screeched in pain, but did not give up the pursuit of Chen Ming and the others. However, due to the injuries from the rocket and the burning gasoline, the spider's movements had noticeably slowed. Its steps were no longer as swift, and its chase after Chen Ming and the others was not as rapid. Noticing this, Chen Ming prepared to search for more gasoline. He turned to his teammates and said, "We can't just sit here and wait. We need to take the initiative." He decided to look for more gasoline to continue attacking the spider. So, he led his teammates to cautiously open the door and sneak out, beginning to search for usable resources nearby. With the system's assistance, Chen Ming and the two girls finally found several barrels filled with gasoline in a house that appeared to have been abandoned for a long time. Each of them carefully carried a barrel back toward the spider's location. As they approached the vicinity of the spider, Chen Ming signaled for the two women to be quiet, then gently entered the house, peeking outside to observe the situation. The spider seemed to sense their presence, slowly turning its head to stare toward the door. Chen Ming's heart raced, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath, picked up a can of gasoline, and quietly stepped out of the house. He carefully approached the spider, trying to make as little noise as possible. When he was just a few steps away from the spider, he suddenly splashed gasoline on it. The spider ignited instantly, engulfed in fierce flames. It writhed in agony, letting out a chilling scream. However, Chen Ming knew that the spider was not dead. It was merely gravely injured for the time being. So, he quickly retreated back into the house, preparing for a potential counterattack alongside the two women. Inside the house, Chen Ming instructed the two to remain vigilant and be ready for battle at any moment. They awaited the spider's next move, tense yet filled with anticipation. After a while, Chen Ming heard a low, rumbling roar from outside. He realized that the spider had recovered and was searching for them. Just then, several loud explosions rang out as a few rockets accurately struck the spider's body, worsening its injuries. Seeing this, Chen Ming felt a surge of hope and immediately grabbed the remaining 2 barrels of gasoline, pouring them on the spider without hesitation. The flames already raging on the spider intensified dramatically as the gasoline acted like a potent catalyst. However, Chen Ming didn't realize that as he was pouring the gasoline, several more rockets were hurtling towards him. He quickly dodged, but still felt the powerful shockwave from the explosions. Dizziness overcame him, and he found himself rolling uncontrollably on the ground. At that moment, his consciousness began to fade, and everything around him became a blur. Meanwhile, Chen Shui and Li Yueshi, witnessing the scene not far away, felt a surge of panic. They rushed out of the house, grabbing hold of Chen Ming's body and desperately pulling him back inside. With all their strength, they finally managed to drag Chen Ming into the safety of the house, escaping immediate danger. The system prompted. The spider is on the verge of death, but upon its demise, it will lay eggs, hatching 10 eggs at once. Although the hatchlings won't have the same strong defenses as the adult spider, their speed and reaction times will be greater. Upon hearing this news, Chen Ming understood the gravity of the situation. Before losing consciousness, he hurriedly explained the situation to Chen Shui and Li Yueshi and urged them to relay this information to the other players. With that, he fainted from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Chen Shui and Li Yueshi quickly informed the other players about the spider's condition. Players who initially thought defeating the large spider would lead to an easy victory were shocked and unsettled by this unexpected news. They realized that the battle was far from over, and an even greater challenge was approaching. Faced with the imminent hatching of spiderlings, the players sprang into action, swiftly searching for safe places to hide. They understood that while these hatchlings were weaker in defense, their quick reflexes and agility posed a significant threat. As time ticked by, the spider's anguished cries gradually diminished until they fell silent. Its massive body stopped trembling. Suddenly, the spider's tail released 10 eggs that appeared a strange shade of green, smooth and glossy on the surface. They lay quietly on the ground, exuding an unsettling aura. Some brave players attempted to shoot at the eggs, but they found that the bullets easily penetrated the shells. This realization prompted other players to pick up their weapons and launch an attack on the eggs. Gunfire explosions and shouts filled the air. Under the concentrated firepower, the 10 eggs were quickly riddled with holes. However, just when the players thought everything was over, one of the spiders let out a chilling scream. At that moment, the players finally grasped an important truth. Despite the extensive coverage of firepower, it ultimately couldn't eliminate all threats. When they heard that chilling roar, they instinctively sought shelter as quickly as possible. However, they were unaware that the small spider had already sensed their presence and was beginning its search. After the players hurriedly hid inside a nearby house, the spider swiftly crawled forward, its body exuding strength and agility that inspired sheer terror. Its eyes gleamed with a cold light, seemingly capable of penetrating walls to uncover the players hidden within. As time passed, the spider drew closer to the house where the players were hiding. Each step it took echoed ominously, as if heralding the impending danger. Meanwhile, the players remained tense, crouched in their rooms, afraid to make a sound for fear of being discovered by the spider. Chapter 135, Random Maze. Half an hour had passed when Chen Ming was abruptly awakened by a series of gunshots. He shook his head, trying to clear his mind. After a while, he finally became more alert. Chen Ming had thought that defeating the giant spider would allow him to clear the level, but he hadn't anticipated that the giant spider could spawn smaller spiders. Moreover, the smaller spiders were much faster than the giant one. Chen Ming pondered how to eliminate this little spider. Suddenly, a burst of gunfire interrupted his thoughts. He looked out the window and saw other players attempting to kill the spider. They were firing heavily, but the little spider was incredibly agile, dodging the bullets and evading the barrage of fire. The quick little spider managed to escape the bullets and began preparing to hunt the players. However, the players who had made it this far were no fools. Upon seeing the spider evade their shots, they immediately retreated back into the building. Chen Ming exclaimed, "What is going on?" The system replied, "You just need to wait for the other players to act." Chen Ming asked why. The system explained. The other players are gathering gasoline. Chen Ming probed further. Then why are they attacking the little spider? The system responded, it's to attract the little spider's attention. Just wait and see. Chen Ming understood and settled in to quietly observe the other players' actions. Leaning against the window, he watched as players occasionally emerge to shoot and draw the little spider's attention, quickly realizing what they were up to. As time ticked by, Chen Ming observed the players repeatedly diverting the little spider's focus. At that moment, Chen Shui approached and asked, what are they doing? Chen Ming replied, I suspect they're trying to distract the little spider while gathering gasoline. When they have enough gasoline, they cover the spider's area and ignite it all at once. Just as Chen Ming finished speaking, the other players executed his plan. While some players shot at the little spider, others carried gasoline cans and splashed gasoline onto the spider. However, the little spider was faster than the players pouring the gasoline. The players didn't aim to drench the spider directly. Their goal was to cover its movement area with gasoline. The players kept pouring gasoline while the little spider darted around. Seeing that the area around the spider was now soaked in gasoline, Chen Ming realized they were about to clear the level. Once the players confirmed that the little spider was fully covered in gasoline, they retreated back into the building and ignited the gasoline. The flames caught fire quickly, almost instantly engulfing the spider, which let out a wailing cry. Seeing the spider ablaze, Chen Ming knew it wouldn't be long before they clear the level. He turned to the two and said, get ready to move on to the next stage. The two nodded in acknowledgement. The little spider's wails grew weaker as it was consumed by flames. At that moment, the game system notification sounded. Congratulations to the surviving players for clearing level 5. A flash of white light enveloped everyone, and they were teleported away. A few seconds later, Chen Ming opened his eyes to see the familiar leisure plaza. The three of them quietly rested in their respective teleportation spots. Chen Ming glanced at the others and observed the diverse expressions around him. Before long, the players were teleported again. Level 6. Random Maze. Situations will randomly occur every 10 minutes. Once Chen Ming regained his vision, he immediately surveyed his surroundings. The three of them noticed the crowd around them and quickly moved towards a less populated area. Game start. Just as the players were still trying to comprehend the situation, the game's system notification alerted them. However, some players reacted quickly. After the game prompt, they immediately pressed forward to explore the maze. Chen Ming gestured for the two to hold back and wait for others to move ahead before they proceeded. They nodded and stayed put, watching as other players left. Time passed, and once the area cleared out, Chen Ming began to move forward. Just a few steps in, the system notification sounded again. Random situation occurring. Chen Ming observed the surroundings rapidly changing. Snow began to fall from the sky, and frost started to appear on the walls and ground. Watching the unusual situation, Chen Ming hesitated to advance. Chen Ming, what is going on? System, it's just a simple situation. Just follow my prompts. Chen Ming got it. He signaled the two to stay close and began moving in the direction indicated by the system. Guided by the system's prompts, the three of them twisted and turned, eventually arriving at a dead end. Chen Ming looked at the dead end in confusion and asked the system, what is going on? System, this is a movable wall. Push it hard and then move left to open the secret passage. Chen Ming, I see. He approached the wall, pushed it with all his might, and then shifted to the left. Chen Ming indicated for the others to wait while he checked for any dangers inside. The two remained vigilant, watching their surroundings as Chen Ming entered the secret passage. After ensuring there was no threat, he returned to signal the others to come in. Just as he waved them over, a person wielding a dagger suddenly emerged from behind Li Yueshi and took her hostage. Chen Ming sighed as he looked at the assailant and said, of all the people to target, you chose her. The kidnapper didn't grasp the meaning behind Chen Ming's words, and in that moment of distraction, Li Yueshi executed a swift move, a kick to the groin, while simultaneously elbowing the ribs with her left arm. She forcefully twisted the knife-wielding hand, causing the weapon to drop. In a flash, she picked it up and aimed for the kidnapper's throat, delivering a decisive blow. The man clutched his neck in disbelief, eyes wide as he stared at Li Yueshi. Meanwhile, she simply wiped the blood off her hands and prepared to enter the secret passage. Chen Ming approached the man and softly said, close your eyes and take a deep breath. It won't hurt for long. After the man succumbed, Chen Ming gently remarked, let us go. The two then entered the secret passage, and the environment of the maze shifted once again. Chen Ming paused for a moment, curious to see what the new surroundings would be. He He noticed a large sun appearing in the sky, and the area began to turn into a desert. Realizing the situation, he closed the walls. The three of them proceeded down the corridor of the passage. Chen Ming estimated they had walked about 3 kilometers when they came across 3 intersections, all identical in width and appearance. He felt a wave of indecision wash over him, but since he had his dad with him, he decided not to choose on his own. Chen Ming said, "Dad, make the call." "System, son, I got this." "System, go right." Chen Ming headed towards the right, with the other two following closely behind. After passing through the initial wide section, the corridor began to narrow. The three of them found the space growing tighter, and by the midpoint of their journey, they could only crawl forward. Chen Ming started to feel anxious and called out to the system, "Dad, how much further?" "System, just 20 more meters." Chapter 136, The Portal in the Maze. After learning the distance, Chen Ming pressed on. The last narrow stretch of 20 meters was quickly traversed by the three of them. Chen Ming felt the spaciousness once again. They observed their surroundings, and Chen Ming spotted a small door ahead. Just as he was about to approach and open it, the system warned him that there were other players outside and suggested waiting before going out. Upon receiving the message, Chen Ming cautiously moved to the door and opened it a crack to peek outside. "Looks like we'll have to stay here a bit longer." Chen Ming said to the other two, "That is fine. Let us take a break for now." Chen Shui nodded in agreement. "Then let us rest here for a bit," Li Yueshi said as she found a spot to sit down. Chen Ming and Chen Shui followed suit, and the three began to chat. "How many hidden quests do you think there are in this game?" Chen Ming asked curiously. "Not sure, but there should be quite a few," Chen Shui replied. After chatting for a while, Chen Ming checked the time and decided to wait a bit longer to see how things unfolded. After some time, the system notified them that the players outside had left, prompting Chen Ming to stand up. "All right, we can go out now," Chen Ming said as he walked toward the small door. "Finally, we can leave this tunnel," Chen Shui exclaimed excitedly. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming gently pushed the door open, which creaked softly. A cool breeze wafted in from outside, mixed with the sense of fresh grass and earth, refreshing Chen Ming. As he stepped out of the tunnel, his eyes adjusted to the bright light, revealing a breathtaking scene before him. Chen Ming decided to find a safe spot to hide and observe the surrounding environment. He cautiously approached the edge of the door, trying not to make any noise, and peered through the narrow gap. Outside was a picturesque spring scene, with sunlight filtering through the green grass, casting dappled shadows. Chen Ming noticed several unfamiliar figures moving about. Judging by their behavior, they seemed to be other players. Chen Ming thought to himself that if he charged out recklessly at this moment, it could easily trigger a chaotic battle. They were unaware of these players' strength and intentions, and acting blindly could pose unforeseen dangers to the team. After careful consideration, Chen Ming lowered his voice and said to his teammates, "Let us wait a moment and see what they do next." The two nodded in agreement with his suggestion. Time passed slowly as the three of them stood quietly behind the door, closely monitoring the movements of the players outside. They seemed oblivious to Chen Ming and his team's presence, continuing to wander around. Chen Ming remained vigilant, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Meanwhile, he was also brainstorming their next course of action. Just then, one of the players started walking toward the direction where Chen Ming and the others were hiding, getting closer. Chen Ming watched intently, preparing for the potential conflict ahead. However, just as the player approached the doorway, he suddenly stopped, as if sensing something. He looked around and then turned to leave. Chen Ming let out a sigh of relief, grateful that they hadn't been discovered. "Looks like they haven't spotted us yet," he whispered. "Maybe we can sneak away while we have the chance," Li Yueshi suggested. Chen Ming weighed the pros and cons and nodded in agreement. They moved cautiously, trying not to make a sound, tiptoeing out of the tunnel, using the surrounding obstacles for cover. They avoided the other player's line of sight and headed in the direction away from the group. All the while, they remained highly alert, keeping an eye on their surroundings. Finally, they successfully distanced themselves from the other players and arrived at a relatively safe spot. "For now, we're safe," Chen Ming said. "Let's take a short break before we consider our next move." The three of them found a hidden corner to sit down and check their gear and status. Chen Ming pondered their next plan. They needed to look for other clues or mission objectives to advance in the game. As he surveyed the area, he noticed an ancient structure not far away that looked like an abandoned temple. "Let us check that out. We might find something interesting," Chen Ming suggested, pointing at the temple. The three of them cautiously approached the temple and pushed open the dilapidated doors, which revealed an air of mystery inside. The hall was adorned with a massive statue, and beneath it was a stone pedestal that glimmered with a faint light. Chen Ming stepped forward to closely examine the pedestal, which was etched with strange symbols and patterns. "This looks like some kind of puzzle or mechanism," he remarked. Chen Shui and Li Yueshi gathered around to study the symbols together. "Maybe we need to solve this puzzle to move forward," Li Yueshi speculated. Chen Ming nodded in agreement, and they began to decipher the meaning of the symbols, searching for a way to solve the riddle. Just as the three of them were focused on the puzzle, a low, ominous buzzing sound suddenly filled the temple. The noise seemed to come from all directions, sending chills down their spines. They looked up in surprise to find that the statue's eyes were glowing red, like burning flames. At the same time, a mysterious image appeared on the pedestal, covered in intricate lines and symbols. Chen Ming stared at the image, feeling a dull ache in his head, utterly confused. He shook his head in frustration and decided to seek help from the system. "Hey, can you help me figure out what this means?" Chen Ming silently thought. The system quickly responded. "This is an ancient cipher that needs to be solved in a specific order." Chen Ming breathed a sigh of relief, thanks to the system's assistance. He wouldn't have to spend all day trying to figure it out. Following the system's prompts, he methodically unraveled the password step by step. As the final mechanism was triggered, a dark passage suddenly appeared behind the statue. Chen Ming cautiously walked over, using his flashlight to illuminate the way ahead. "It seems like there's something in there," he murmured. The system immediately responded. "There is a teleportation portal inside, which can shorten the distance for players to reach the end of the maze." Chen Ming gestured for the other two to follow him. The three of them slowly descended the passage, and after a flash of white light, they found themselves in an open space. Having experienced multiple flashes of white light, Chen Ming was already accustomed to it, which allowed his vision to recover quickly. In just a few seconds, he regained his sight, and the system informed him that he was less than 1 kilometer away from the final destination. Chapter 137, Return. Chen Ming thought to himself, "Is there still 1 kilometer left?" He felt a bit of a headache looking at the system's prompt indicating the final kilometer. The simulated map showed that several mandatory paths in this last stretch were riddled with traps. After some observation, Chen Ming managed to find a route that seemed to carry less risk. With Chen Ming leading the way, the three of them set off towards the destination. At the same time, a few people followed behind them, and Chen Ming's system alerted him to their presence. He signaled to Li Yueshi to deal with them. Li Yueshi slowed her pace and hid around a corner, waiting for her prey. Chen Ming and Chen Shui continued forward, and after taking a few steps, they broke into a run. The people behind them, hearing the commotion, started to chase after them. After running a short distance, the two of them turned a corner and stopped. 5 seconds later, Chen Ming heard several screams and peeked out to assess the situation. He saw that the individuals who had been trailing them were now lying on the ground, and Li Yueshi was walking towards them slowly. Chen Ming asked, "All taken care of?" Li Yueshi nodded and replied, "Yes, it's done." Chen Ming let out a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. Let's keep moving." With that, the three of them continued on their way. Chen Ming led the two to what appeared to be an ordinary spot, but he knew it concealed a trap. He halted and pointed ahead, saying, "There's a trap here. We need to proceed with caution." The two exchanged glances and nodded, indicating their understanding. Chen Ming cautioned, "You need to stick close to the wall and avoid stepping on a trap. I'll demonstrate first." With that, he carefully sidled up to the wall and moved at an extremely slow pace. Watching Chen Ming's cautious approach, the two admired him inwardly. They understood that Chen Ming possessed extraordinary abilities and experience, so they had no doubt about his instructions. As Chen Ming moved slowly forward, he turned back to signal the two to follow. They closely matched his pace, mimicking his movements as they made their way ahead step by step. The entire process was tense and drawn out, with every step fraught with danger. However, the three of them remained calm and focused, successfully avoiding the traps. Just as they passed the trap, they suddenly heard footsteps behind them, followed by a squad approaching from a distance. Upon spotting Chen Ming and the others, they immediately inquired, "Have you seen anything unusual around here?" Chen Ming glanced at the group, but remained silent, signaling to the two beside him to leave quickly. However, the others persisted, demanding, "Hey, we're talking to you." Chen Ming ignored their inquiries, fully aware that in this perilous maze, it was better to avoid trouble than to invite it. He quickened his pace, leading the two away from the scene. The squad, feeling disregarded by Chen Ming's indifference, became quite irritated, and their tone grew unfriendly. "Hey, stop. We're asking you a question." Chen Ming knew he couldn't delay any longer, Without hesitation, he turned and ran. The two people behind him quickly followed suit. In just a few seconds, they vanished from the sight of the others. The small team left behind stared blankly at the retreating figures of Chen Ming and his companions. Puzzled by his sudden escape, they didn't understand why he had fled, but they were too wary to venture deeper into the maze, where traps and dangers lurked everywhere. Chen Ming led the two into a narrow passage, the sound of their footsteps echoing around them. "Do you think they didn't follow us?" Chen Shui asked, breathless. "They shouldn't have. Let's take a break," Chen Ming replied, leaning against the wall and surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from the depths of the passage, like something was writhing. "What is that?" Chen Shui asked nervously. Li Yueshi drew her dagger and cautiously moved toward the source of the noise. As she got closer, they discovered a massive spider blocking their path. "Oh no, it's an elite monster," Chen Ming exclaimed, his face paling. The spider noticed them and lunged forward, claws bared. Unfazed, Li Yueshi raised her dagger and thrust at the spider. The creature nimbly dodged her attack and shot out a web, ensnaring Li Yueshi's arm. Seeing this, Chen Ming rushed forward and yanked the web, tearing it apart and freeing Li Yueshi. The spider, now enraged, attacked them even more ferociously. The three fought side by side, working together with impressive coordination, dodging the spider's strikes while looking for opportunities to counterattack. After a fierce battle, they discovered that the spider's body wasn't very strong, and together, they successfully defeated it. Exhausted, the trio collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. "Good thing we're strong enough," Chen Shui said, still shaken. "This isn't a place to linger. We should leave quickly," Chen Ming urged, getting to his feet and leading the way forward. After a brief rest, the three set off again, carefully following the route provided by the system. After 10 minutes of walking, they finally reached their destination. They stepped into a teleportation portal, and a flash of white light enveloped them. "Congratulations, players, you have cleared level 6. As Chen Ming opened his eyes, he found himself back in the leisure plaza. He reclined comfortably, reflecting on how the challenges were becoming increasingly difficult. "System, do you need my assistance?" Chen Ming, puzzled, replied. "Haven't you always been helping me?" "System, not this kind of help. I can let you clear the game early and go back." Chen Ming, wait, really? Chen Ming, wow, are you serious? System, absolutely. Chen Ming, then hurry up. System, I'll arrange it right away. Give me 5 minutes. Upon learning he could return early, Chen Ming finally relaxed completely. Time passed second by second, and in just 5 minutes, the three of them were enveloped in a flash of white light and found themselves back in the car. Chen Shui and Li Yueshi looked around, bewildered, and asked Chen Ming if they had entered a dreamlike scenario. Chen Ming assured them that they were indeed back. The two stared at him in shock, and feeling a bit embarrassed under their gaze, Chen Ming decided to head to his room for a snack and some rest. As soon as he entered his room, he was greeted by Su Lan, who welcomed them back. Chen Ming exchanged a few words with her, then grabbed a small piece of bread before settling in to rest. The two girls followed suit, having a quick bite before heading to their own rooms to rest. After a deep sleep, the three of them woke up. Chen Ming sought out Su Lan to ask about what had happened since they entered the instance. Su Lan briefly explained the situation to him. Chen Ming learned that only a day had passed since they entered the instance. But the situation outside the car was far from optimistic. Su Lan informed him that several convoys had arrived during that time. These convoys were at odds with each other, escalating from silence to conflict, and the woods were now littered with boxes and wrecked cars. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming stepped out of his room to assess the situation outside. Chapter 138, Mountain Road Chase. Chen Ming quietly opened the car door, his movements gentle as if he were afraid of waking a sleeping baby. He carefully stepped out of the vehicle, cautious not to make a sound that might attract unwanted attention. He crouched low, moving through the debris-strewn forest like a nimble cheetah. Sometimes he advanced quickly, other times he paused to observe his surroundings, leaving no rustling leaf unnoticed. After circling around the wreckage several times, Chen Ming still hadn't spotted any other players. He let out a sigh of relief, but remained vigilant. He decided to try opening a few scattered boxes on the ground to see if he could find any useful supplies. However, to his disappointment, all the boxes turned out to be empty. Chen Ming shook his head in frustration. It seemed luck was not on his side, and he would have to keep searching for other opportunities. Not discouraged by the lack of supplies, Chen Ming understood the cruelty and unpredictability of the game. He quickly returned to the car, settling into the driver's seat, ready to move on. Skillfully, he drove the vehicle while deactivating its camouflage mode. The car nudged against the surrounding debris as it moved forward, producing a faint scraping sound. Before long, the vehicle emerged from the forest, and Chen Ming was back on the road. The car returned to the main path, and he began to carefully observe his surroundings. The road was rugged and winding, with weeds growing thickly on both sides, some even reaching over his head, severely obstructing the driver's view. Concerned about potential accidents, Chen Ming decided to ask the system for assistance to navigate better. After driving a short distance, Chen Ming suddenly spotted a side road to his left. He quickly hit the brakes and brought the car to a stop, staring at the fork in the road with uncertainty. He didn't know where this path led and wasn't sure if it was worth the risk to venture in. At that moment, the system seemed to sense Chen Ming's hesitation. It proactively informed him. The road to the left leads to a cave, which contains 3 supply boxes. Hearing this, Chen Ming's eyes lit up. These supplies were crucial for their survival. However, he still felt a twinge of worry. After all, the side road looked unsafe, and they were unfamiliar with the area. After some contemplation, Chen Ming ultimately decided to take the plunge. He started the car and cautiously drove toward the side road. With the system's prompt still in mind, Chen Ming asked, "Is there any danger?" The system replied, "It's just an ordinary small cave. There is no danger." With that reassurance, Chen Ming turned left without further hesitation. The car slowly entered the left lane, proceeding along the road. After driving a little further, he suddenly noticed a small cave ahead. It was obscured by thick weeds, making it difficult to spot unless one looked closely. A few stones were placed at the entrance of the cave, covered in moss, while colorful mushrooms grew in the crevices below. The mushrooms looked incredibly tempting, but Chen Ming knew all too well that the more vibrant the mushrooms, the more likely they were to be poisonous, so he wasn't swayed by their allure. He casually parked the car, gripping a short knife in his hand. After getting out, he headed straight for the cave, swinging the knife to quickly clear away the obstructing weeds. Once inside, he cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring it was safe before fully entering. After taking just a few steps, he was pleasantly surprised to discover 3 supply crates. Without hesitation, he hurried over, grabbed the crates, and turned to leave the cave. He tossed the supply crates onto the back seat of the car, and then returned to the driver's seat, starting the engine to continue his journey. The car slowly pulled away from the area. As Chen Ming returned to the main road, he drove for several kilometers. Suddenly, he noticed the road had become exceptionally wide and smooth, no longer resembling the previous rugged mountain path with its ups and downs. The current road was flat and broad, providing a refreshing and open view. However, Chen Ming's expression turned tense, and he quickly consulted the system. "Chen Ming, Dad, what's going on?" "System, this is the game system at work, designed to incite player combat." Chen Ming, "Sweet, here we go again." At that moment, a notification from the game system chimed in. "Mountain road chase, lasting for 1 hour. Enjoy the thrill of slaughter." Chen Ming. Just as the game system finished its announcement, a vehicle suddenly appeared in front of him, barreling straight toward him. Just before it collided with Chen Ming's car, the driver pulled out a handgun and fired at him. Chen Ming reacted swiftly, accelerating and ramming into the oncoming vehicle. With a loud crash, the 2 cars collided violently. However, Chen Ming's car was remarkably sturdy, suffering almost no damage, while the front of the opposing vehicle was completely destroyed. Without hesitation, Chen Ming instructed his AI assistant to operate the machine gun inside the car and opened fire on the enemy. A barrage of bullets erupted, instantly causing the opposing vehicle to explode. At that moment, another notification from the game system sounded. The player has received 10 of the opponent's random supplies. Chen Ming was momentarily stunned by the announcement. However, having faced countless life-and-death situations, he quickly regained his composure, revving the engine and driving away. Just as he left, a deafening explosion echoed behind him, shaking the air. The massive sound attracted the attention of nearby players, who began racing toward the explosion site. Chen Ming glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a flood of vehicles rushing toward the scene, silently thankful he had escaped quickly. As he drove away, he suddenly heard the sharp crack of rapid gunfire behind him. The sound was crisp and loud, sending a jolt of alarm through him. Grateful for his earlier speed, he quickly pulled over, listening intently to the commotion behind him, fearful of being discovered. Chen Ming sat in the car, fully focused on the sounds coming from behind him. As he listened, he silently estimated the time. Seconds ticked by, and finally, the gunfire gradually subsided, restoring peace to the surroundings. Chen Ming roughly calculated that the skirmish had lasted about 5 minutes. Feeling it was about time, he decided to drive away. From the duration of the other players' fights, he had deduced the probability of encounters between players. Just as he was deep in thought, he spotted another vehicle. However, when the other driver saw the machine gun mounted on Chen Ming's roof, they silently drove past, not daring to provoke him. Chen Ming's eyes lit up. He suddenly felt that flexing his muscles was quite effective. Chapter 139, Escape and Pursuit. Chen Ming drove his vehicle forward and soon arrived at a fork in the road. The winding mountain road on the right was relatively narrow, allowing only 2 cars to pass side by side. In contrast, the road on the left was much wider and could accommodate 6 cars traveling simultaneously. After some contemplation, Chen Ming ultimately decided to take the road on the right. Once he made up his mind, he hesitated no longer, starting the engine and slowly merging into the right lane. This lane was an independent road that meandered down the mountain, clearly sloping downward. Between the 2 lanes was a deep valley, and to the right of the narrow road was a steep cliff that towered into the clouds, making it quite perilous. Moreover, there were no guardrails on this right lane, which made Chen Ming feel a twinge of unease. Curiously, he leaned out to glance down the mountain, but the sudden rush of vertigo made his heart race. Quickly, he pulled back his gaze and tried to calm himself. As he looked at the winding and complex road ahead, a hint of regret washed over him. However, having chosen this path, he resolved to face any difficulties and challenges that might arise. Yet, lacking confidence in his driving skills, Chen Ming ultimately decided to let his AI assistant, Xiao AI, take the wheel. Once Xiao AI took over, Chen Ming leaned back into the comfortable seat, feeling a wave of relief as he began to enjoy the beautiful scenery outside the window. As the vehicle moved forward, he rolled down the window, gradually immersing himself in the beauty of nature, and his mood began to lighten. Just then, he suddenly noticed that the sunlight in the distance was becoming blindingly bright, instantly raising his alertness. He quickly reminded Xiao AI to pay attention to the road ahead and to stay vigilant. The further they drove, the more intense the sunlight became. Chen Ming glanced around, then at the glaring sun, and it dawned on him why it was so blinding. Grateful for the presence of AI intelligence, he thought to himself that driving under such glaring sunlight could have easily led to a mishap. As the car continued along the road, a sudden roar erupted from behind. Chen Ming looked in the rearview mirror and saw a convertible with 2 large speakers blasting loud music. Inside were a man and 2 women, all dressed in flamboyant outfits, with each sporting a different hair color, resembling a group of street performers reminiscent of a rebellious youth from past life. To avoid having his eyes assaulted by their antics, Chen Ming decided to yield and let them pass. Seeing his willingness to cooperate, the trio cheered as they sped past him. However, as they overtook him, the 2 women threw lingerie at Chen Ming. Spotting the flying garments, he quickly rolled up his window. Chen Ming stopped the car and used a mechanical arm to dispose of the lingerie, while the convertible came to a halt behind him. Chen Ming muttered to himself, "What if there's a virus on that system? Good thing you didn't use your hands." "Chen Ming, you?" Chen Ming looked disgusted and quickly urged Xiaoai to speed up and get away from those troublemakers. Unexpectedly, after a while, the convertible car actually turned back. The man in the car stopped next to Chen Ming, rolled down the window, and with a playful grin said, "Hey brother, let's be friends. Sorry about earlier. My 2 girlfriends were just being a bit mischievous. Hope you don't mind." Chen Ming didn't want to engage with him. He detested people like that. But the man persisted, saying, "Look at you all alone and bored. Why not join us? We're heading to a party up ahead. It's going to be a blast." Just as Chen Ming was about to refuse, the man added, "If you don't come, don't say I didn't warn you. There are tons of beautiful girls there. Aren't you even a little curious?" After saying this, he flashed a suggestive smile. Initially, Chen Ming was curious about what the man wanted, but with the system's warning, he lost interest in what the man had to say. Chen Ming aimed the machine gun at him and said, "Since I'm in a good mood, get lost, or I'll send you to the sky right now." The man's face turned pale at the sight of Chen Ming's gun, fear filling his eyes. They realized they had messed with the wrong person and quickly panicked, stepping on the gas to flee the scene. Watching him drive away, the tension in Chen Ming's heart finally eased, and he let out a sigh of relief. He placed the machine gun in the passenger seat, then restarted the car and continued towards his destination. However, it wasn't long before he suddenly heard a loud crash from behind. Instinctively, he turned to look and saw that the convertible had somehow lost control and crashed into a large tree by the roadside. The vehicle was severely mangled, smoke billowing from the hood. The people inside the car clumsily crawled out, some injured and groaning in pain. Chen Ming couldn't help but sigh to himself. This is what you get for your actions. He didn't stop, instead driving quickly away from the scene, unwilling to get caught up in unnecessary trouble. The car soon reached the end of the right lane, and Chen Ming faced another choice. Without hesitation, the system prompted him to take the right lane. As soon as he entered, he was confronted by a convoy. The moment the convoy spotted Chen Ming, they immediately surrounded him. Chen Ming didn't hold back, opening fire with a machine gun. In an instant, the front cars were blown apart, while those in the middle and rear of the convoy began shooting back. But Chen Ming's vehicle was too fortified. Their bullets were ineffective. The machine gun quickly created a breach, and seeing the opening, Chen Ming accelerated through the gap and sped ahead. The enemies behind him relentlessly pursued, continuing to shoot. Suddenly, a shell struck Chen Ming's vehicle. He was startled, but the car's armor withstood the impact. Chen Ming accelerated once more, determined to shake off the pursuing convoy, but they continued to follow closely. During the escape, he noticed that more enemies were closing in behind him, and their firepower was intensifying. Chen Ming realized that he couldn't maintain this pace for long. Otherwise, he would eventually be caught and find himself in serious trouble. Sitting in the vehicle, he focused intently on the road ahead, gripping a rocket launcher tightly in his hand, ready to use it to hinder the pursuing convoy. He took a deep breath and pressed the launch button. The rocket shot out instantly, arcing through the air and hitting the road with precision. With a deafening explosion, the rocket detonated, sending up a massive cloud of smoke and flames. The surface of the road was obliterated, creating a deep crater. The vehicles in the convoy slammed on their brakes, desperately trying to avoid the pit, but a few of them unfortunately fell into it. Chen Ming observed this through the rearview mirror and let out a silent sigh of relief. He knew he had successfully damaged the road, creating a significant obstacle for his pursuers. However, he didn't let his guard down. Instead, he continued to accelerate, hoping to put as much distance as possible between himself and the convoy. At this point, the pursuing convoy realized they could no longer continue the chase and reluctantly came to a halt. They watched Chen Ming's retreating figure with expressions of anger and frustration. But faced with the destroyed road, they had no choice but to abandon their pursuit. Chen Ming's vehicle roared forward like a fierce tiger, charging ahead with full force. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixed resolutely on the road ahead. He knew that as long as he maintained this speed, he would be able to escape safely. Chapter 140, Evading Pursuit. Chen Ming pressed down hard on the gas pedal, and the car shot forward like an arrow. After covering a distance, he glanced in the rearview mirror to check the situation behind him. Noticing that no vehicles were chasing him, he gradually eased off the speed to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Chen Ming continued driving. After traveling a bit further, the system suddenly emitted a warning sound. Caution! A player has appeared ahead and is targeting you with a modified rocket launcher. Take evasive action immediately. Chen Ming was startled, and before he could react, the missile was launched. With a deafening explosion, the car shook violently, and even inside, he felt a strong tremor. This was the first time he had experienced such a realistic sensation of vehicle vibration, causing a flicker of panic in his heart. But Chen Ming quickly regained his composure and made a swift counterattack. The moment his opponent paused to reload, he activated the mounted machine gun and unleashed a hail of bullets in their direction. The barrage of bullets fell like rain. However, due to the distance, most of them were deftly dodged by the opponent. Nevertheless, Chen Ming didn't expect these bullets to hit directly. His true aim was to create a firepower suppression to disrupt the enemy and buy himself more time to counterattack. Xiao, activate autopilot. Chen Ming shouted urgently. Understood, Xiao, I responded. The car roared to life, its tires screeching against the pavement, and then it accelerated sharply in the opposite direction. Chen Ming gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze steady and calm. While driving, he kept an eye on the rearview mirror to monitor the situation behind him. Suddenly, he noticed a vehicle closely tailing them. Opening fire, gunshots erupted, and bullets rained down like a storm, shattering the car windows and filling the interior with smoke and shards of glass. Chen Ming's heart raced, but he didn't panic. He quickly adjusted his strategy, keeping the car at high speed while swerving left and right to evade the bullets. After driving for a while, Chen Ming checked the rearview mirror again, confirming that no one was pursuing him anymore. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, temporarily shaking off his pursuers. However, he knew this was just a brief respite. He needed to find a safe place to hide as soon as possible. Having temporarily escaped danger, Chen Ming continued to focus on driving, searching for a suitable route and hiding spot. His heart raced, and his mind was busy formulating the next plan. "Looks like I need to get some defensive schematics," he muttered to himself. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded again. "There's an abandoned factory nearby. You can head there to take cover." Chen Ming felt a surge of relief and quickly pressed down on the accelerator, following the route suggested by the system. Beep! A soft sound indicated that the system informed Chen Ming that he had arrived at his destination. Chen Ming stopped the car and looked around, confirming it was safe before slowly driving into a concealed corner. Once he parked the vehicle securely, he immediately activated the camouflage feature. The surface of the car rapidly changed colors and textures, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment, making it nearly undetectable. Sitting in the driver's seat, Chen Ming began to carefully inspect the condition of the vehicle. Suddenly, he frowned, noticing that the durability of the car had significantly decreased. What is going on? Did the recent battle damage the car? Chen Ming was taken aback. This was the first time such an issue had occurred since he acquired the vehicle. However, he remained calm and started to think of a solution. He decided to first find a repair card to fix the car. He walked into a nearby room and, after some searching, finally found a repair card in a corner. Returning to the car with the repair card, Chen Ming used it on the vehicle. The car transformed into a beam of light that enveloped the entire car. In no time, the durability of the vehicle was restored to 100%. Chen Ming sighed in relief, feeling much more at ease. Next, he checked the energy shield system, only to be surprised to discover that the recent attack had drained all of its energy. Was the enemy's firepower that strong? Chen Ming couldn't help but gasp, gaining a new understanding of the enemy's capabilities. 5 minutes later, the energy shield was fully recharged and ready for use. However, given that some players had demonstrated the ability to break through such a powerful energy shield, Chen Ming decided against participating in any further pursuit. After all, facing an enemy with such formidable firepower required him to stay vigilant and ensure his own safety. The waiting period felt monotonous and tedious. Chen Ming sat in the car, his gaze aimlessly scanning the surrounding environment. Suddenly, he remembered the chat channel, a social platform. Perhaps engaging with other players could alleviate the dull atmosphere. He opened the chat channel and began browsing for the messages. As messages rolled by quickly, Chen Ming began to notice a clear polarization in the players' comments. Some players expressed relief at having successfully escaped the chase, sharing their experiences and congratulating each other. Others were furiously cursing the pursuers, voicing their dissatisfaction and resentment. Additionally, Chen Ming observed that some large convoys were actively trying to recruit smaller teams and individual players to expand their influence. He quietly observed all of this, pondering the reasons behind these phenomena. However, he chose not to get too involved or voice his opinions and simply closed the chat channel. Then, leaning back in his seat, he gazed out at the ruins, lost in thought. Time flew by, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Ming leaned in his seat and unknowingly drifted off to sleep. His breathing became steady and deep, as if he had forgotten the chaos and dangers of the outside world. In his dreams, he might be experiencing his own beautiful fantasies or immersing himself in a tranquil world. Chen Ming was lost in a dream, as if he had returned to a once familiar place. He dreamed that he had written a best-selling novel based on his personal experiences, gaining both fame and fortune from it. However, the pleasant dream was short-lived, as Chen Shui's voice suddenly jolted him awake, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Chen Ming walked into the room and quickly devoured some food before engaging in casual conversation with a few women. These light-hearted exchanges gradually eased his mind. Just as they were deep in conversation, an alarm from the system suddenly went off, alerting Chen Ming that some players had already arrived at the abandoned factory. Upon hearing the news, Chen Ming immediately became alert. Chapter 141, Team Assembly. After Chen Ming stepped out of the room, he headed straight to a seat outside and sat down. As he sipped water, he quietly observed his surroundings. Over time, more and more vehicles began to arrive at the abandoned factory. Chen Ming noticed that these cars did not belong to the same convoy. They seemed to have been hastily assembled. The vehicles gathered in an open area, and a few people got out of the cars. Chen Ming keenly observed that some of them appeared to hold significant status, and they walked together toward a corner, seemingly to discuss something. Chen Ming watched them with curiosity, but due to the distance, he couldn't hear what they were saying. After a while, Chen Ming noticed that the two sides had yet to reach an agreement, and one side left first. Although he couldn't make out the details of their discussion, Chen Ming was patient and decided to wait silently. An hour passed, and he saw many convoys coming and going, constantly returning to this location. With each arrival and departure, Chen Ming interpreted some information from their expressions. It seemed these people had gathered to collectively oppose a particularly strong convoy. However, due to the overwhelming power of that convoy, many were reluctant to offend them, which prevented any consensus from being reached. After pondering for a moment, Chen Ming felt that this matter did not concern him, so he prepared to return to his room to continue resting. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly heard footsteps. Turning his head, he saw two figures approaching. Chen Ming's heart raced, and he quickly drew his pistol, watching them warily. His breathing quickened, and his heart began to pound, but he tried to remain calm. However, the two individuals seemed unaware of Chen Ming's presence and walked straight toward his car. Chen Ming anxiously watched them, his finger firmly on the trigger, ready to respond to any potential danger. But when the two men stopped near his vehicle, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for his good fortune. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, closely monitoring their every move. Chen Ming noticed the two men pulled out a few bottles of beer from somewhere and began to drink heartily. Meanwhile, they chatted happily, completely oblivious to Chen Ming's presence. Chen Ming felt puzzled, wondering why they had chosen to linger near his car. So, he decided to keep observing. Leaning against the car door, he tried to make as little noise as possible to catch their conversation. He wanted to understand who these people were and what their intentions were. The two men chatted back and forth, and, after a lot of small talk, Chen Ming finally heard the information he was waiting for. It turned out that these individuals had gathered here because a large convoy was gaining power and seemed poised to absorb all other convoys. Their current plan was to unite and launch an attack against that convoy. However, due to the formidable strength of the opposing side, no one dares to launch a direct attack at the moment. Suddenly, a loud command interrupted the conversation between the two men. They tossed their beers aside and made their way toward the crowd. Chen Ming watched from a distance as someone shouted into a megaphone, straining to listen. After gathering the gist of the situation, a preliminary plan formed in his mind. Chen Ming waited quietly for others to leave. Time passed slowly, and the sky gradually darkened. Soon, a temporary tent was set up in the center of the abandoned factory. Inside the brightly lit tent, a man in a suit angrily slammed his hand on the table. Why did my convoy contribute the most last time, but receive the least supplies? Can anyone explain that? Another casually dressed young man stood up and retorted, "Your convoy contributed the most? If my convoy hadn't held the rear, yours would have been wiped out. How dare you complain?" The middle-aged man sitting between them raised his hand and said, "All right, everyone has made contributions. Let us agree that I'm the only one without any. Okay?" Upon hearing this, both men fell silent, not daring to speak up. Noticing the tension had eased, the middle-aged man continued, "I called you here to solve problems, not to argue. Whatever issues you have can wait until after we finish. If it comes to it, you two can take a gamble with your convoys." Hearing this, both men began to calculate their options. After a few seconds of silence, the middle-aged man sat down. Once the two men followed suit, he said, "This time, I will take the lead, and you two will provide support. We'll split the supplies equally afterward. Any objections?" The man in the suit replied, "I have no objections." The casually dressed young man asked, "Are we just going to go with our 3 teams? Can we really take them on?" The middle-aged man responded, "Of course, we won't be the only ones involved. I've already called in other teams." The casually dressed young man said, "What do you mean? Didn't you say we split everything? If other teams join, one that mean we'll have to divide it even more?" The middle-aged man replied, "When did I say we share the supplies with the other teams?" The young man countered, "If we're not sharing supplies, why would they come?" The middle-aged man explained, "I said I'll take the lead while you support. That way, the other teams will join in. But if they get wiped out in the process, then I won't need to share any supplies." The young man remarked, "I see. You really know how to play the game." The middle-aged man said, "All right, enough flattery. Go prepare the weapons." "Got it." The two replied and went off to gather weapons. The meeting ended with each of the 3 harboring their own thoughts. From a distance, Chen Ming couldn't hear the content of the meeting, but he wasn't in a hurry at all. He just needed to quietly wait for their actions. For the next few days, Chen Ming observed the movements of these people, occasionally consigning some weapons to the trading post. However, to avoid any risks, he only sold handguns and rifles. By the sixth day, Chen Ming received a notification from the system that a large number of people were flooding in. He felt a bit puzzled at first, but within seconds he understood why. They were finally about to take action, Chen Ming thought to himself. Several vehicles arrived, and a few people got out. A middle-aged man in a suit and a young man greeted them. After some brief pleasantries, they entered a temporary tent. After an hour of negotiations, the group emerged from the tent, each of them wearing satisfied smiles. That evening, a banquet was held, ensuring everyone was well-fed and well-drunk. The festivities lasted for several hours, and just after everyone had their fill, Chen Ming heard the sound of a woman scream. He immediately realized it was the result of indulgence after the feast. Not wanting to get involved, he decided to head into his room to rest. Chapitre 142, à Asti offensive. After a quiet night, Chen Ming was awakened the next morning by a series of crisp, ringing sounds. "Son, it's time to get up." It turned out to be the system's prompt. Rubbing his eyes and stretching, he suddenly remembered that he had an important task to attend to that day. "What is the matter? Waking me up so early?" Chen Ming complained. The system informed him that the convoy from the factory had already left, and now was the perfect time to track them. Instantly alert, Chen Ming skipped his morning routine and prepared to drive. He disabled the camouflage function, got into his car, and followed the system's directions. Before long, he spotted the convoy. He carefully trailed behind, maintaining a safe distance to avoid raising any suspicions. Chen Ming followed the convoy for several kilometers, driving at a slow pace. He observed his surroundings while contemplating how to gather more information. He drove behind them from morning until afternoon. The long hours on the road left him exhausted, and when he could no longer bear it, he activated the autopilot feature of his car. As evening approached, the sun began to set, casting a golden hue across the sky. At that moment, the system prompted Chen Ming to stop. There is a high point ahead that overlooks the entire area. You can go there to observe, the system advised. Following the system's guidance, Chen Ming reached the elevated spot. The view was expansive, allowing him to see the road below and the surrounding environment. He parked his car in a concealed location, activated the camouflage function, and ensured he wouldn't be discovered. Sitting quietly in his car, he observed the situation below through the window. He spotted a camp that was brightly lit with shadows moving about. He guessed this must be the stronghold that the teams were planning to attack. Then he noticed that the teams had set up camp not far down the road. These vehicles clearly belonged to a group preparing for an ambush, but they chose not to launch an immediate attack, instead opting to hide in the darkness and wait for the right moment. As night fell, the world was enveloped in darkness. Chen Ming sat in his car, waiting for the battle to commence. He knew that once the fighting started, he had to remain vigilant and be ready for any unexpected situations. However, as minutes turned into hours, he still heard no sounds of conflict. By around 2 in the morning, he began to suspect that something might be wrong or that the other side had changed their plans. He decided to return to his room for a short rest to recharge. Chen Ming was a patient person. He knew that in situations like this, one could not afford to be impulsive. For the next few days, he waited quietly each day. Finally, on the fourth night, he sat in his seat, as usual, waiting. Perhaps out of boredom, he gradually dozed off. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the stillness of the night. Chen Ming jolted awake, bleary-eyed, and saw the fierce gunfire unfolding below. He quickly slapped himself a few times to snap out of it. Then he picked up the binoculars nearby and began to carefully observe the situation below. Through his keen observation, Chen Ming realized that the people in the camp were initially at a disadvantage due to the sudden attack. But they quickly stabilized and launched a counterattack, gradually taking the initiative. The entire battle was exceptionally fierce, and within less than 10 minutes, the attackers were successfully repelled. However, the people in the camp did not pursue the attackers, seeming to be accustomed to such situations, as it was not the first time they had experienced a similar assault. Chen Ming focused intently on the figures of the retreating attackers, which were gradually fading from view, his mind clouded with endless confusion and doubt. He wondered to himself, what on earth are these guys up to? Why would they choose to retreat so easily? This unusual behavior was truly puzzling. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Could this just be a feint attack? Chen Ming couldn't help but feel skeptical. At the same time, a sense of regret quietly crept into his heart. After all, he had hoped to take advantage of the chaos, but it now seemed hopeless. Chen Ming patiently waited for a moment, confirming that there was nothing unusual around him, before he finally felt at ease to go back inside and rest. The night passed without incident, and by the next morning, as the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, Chen Ming couldn't wait to get up. He quickly returned to his previous position and focused his gaze on the distance once more. Just as he lifted the binoculars to his eyes, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. The camp was once again under attack by external foes. In an instant, a tense atmosphere filled the air. However, unexpectedly, this fierce gunfight lasted only 5 minutes before everything fell silent again. Immediately afterward, the people in the camp launched a swift counteroffensive, attacking all the invading enemies around the camp with the ferocity of tigers descending from a mountain, ultimately annihilating them all. But at that moment, Chen Ming suddenly shifted his view and began to carefully observe the teams that had come to plunder. After a thorough examination, he was shocked to discover that these teams had not suffered significant casualties. A flicker of doubt arose in Chen Ming's mind. Could it be that these individuals were merely used as bait or cannon fodder, sold out by the masterminds behind them? Realizing this, he suddenly understood their sinister plan. It turned out that if this attack had succeeded, they would have eliminated these so-called cannon fodder and then divided the spoils without remorse. But if the attack failed, they would seize some valuables amidst the chaos and then flee the scene as quickly as possible. Chen Ming couldn't help but silently applaud the leaders of those teams, whispering to himself, what a clever scheme. It sounded impressive, but it seems they're not dealing with simple cannon fodder, but rather vicious snakes. They're likely to face the consequences and get bitten back. Chen Ming took a deep breath, adjusted his binoculars again, and continued to monitor the situation inside the camp. At that moment, he noticed that food and weapons in the camp seemed to be running low. Meanwhile, a figure who appeared to hold considerable authority stood before the crowd, delivering an impassioned speech to rally everyone and prepare for what seemed to be an imminent departure. Chen Ming thought to himself, perhaps this place had been frequently disturbed, leaving people feeling restless and prompting them to seek refuge elsewhere. After observing for a while longer and not finding anything useful, Chen Ming decided to take a break. Over the next few days, he witnessed varying degrees of incursions into the camp. Chapter 143, A Disappointing Departure. After another night, Chen Ming was once again observing with his binoculars. However, this time he noticed that the teams were retreating. From their movements and expressions, it seemed that internal conflicts had arisen over the distribution of benefits. Watching their disorganized retreat, Chen Ming couldn't help but feel puzzled. He also felt a sense of regret about the situation. If it hadn't turned out this way, he might have been able to seize an opportunity for profit. Chen Ming put down the binoculars and got out of the car to stretch his legs. He silently prayed that those people would return. After all, it would be a shame to miss such a good opportunity. However, after waiting for several hours, there was still no sign of movement. As night deepened, Chen Ming shook his head in resignation, filled with regret. He knew that tonight he probably wouldn't gain anything more. With a sigh, he returned to the car and went to rest. As the night stretched on and mist began to settle, the moon peeked through the clouds, with rain on the horizon. After a night of rain, the ground looked particularly clean. Chen Ming woke up again, washed up quickly, and happily enjoyed breakfast with a few women. Before long, he was full. After finishing his meal, Chen Ming sat in the driver's seat, ready to set off. He started the car and slowly drove forward. At the same time, he noticed that the people in the camp below were also starting to hit the road. Chen Ming speculated that they were looking for a new place to settle due to frequent invasions. He gently shook his head to clear his thoughts and focused on driving. The car continued on, and after about 10 kilometers, Chen Ming faced a choice. At this moment, the system provided a suggestion for a safe route. Without hesitation, he followed the safe path. Along the way, he stopped to collect a few supply boxes. As the car continued, it soon entered a road in extremely poor condition. Tall, dense trees surrounded the area, and the ground was muddy and slippery, making driving exceptionally difficult. Chen Ming had to slow down, carefully navigating the muddy stretch. The vehicle moved at a snail's pace, with the muddy terrain and fallen branches obstructing the way. Each time he drove over a branch, the car would shake violently, causing Chen Ming to sway in his seat, nearly making him nauseous. Fortunately, this terrible road didn't last long, and soon the car emerged from that area. Chen Ming immediately parked to give himself a moment to catch his breath. He grabbed a bottle of water and took big gulps, quenching his dry throat. However, just as he was drinking, a sudden loud explosion echoed in the air. Startled, Chen Ming nearly choked on the water. Coughing, He quickly prepared the mounted machine gun in the vehicle to respond to any potential danger. At that moment, the system alerted him that the explosion sound came from a firefight between two convoys on the opposite hillside. Chen Ming quickly grabbed his binoculars and looked in the direction indicated by the system. He saw two convoys engaged in a fierce gun battle. But it didn't last long, less than 30 seconds before it was over. Realizing he couldn't obtain supplies from a distance, Chen Ming decided to abandon his observation and continue moving forward. After driving another 5 kilometers, they encountered a fork in the road. This time, the system indicated they should take the right path. Chen Ming turned the vehicle to the right and entered the road. However, just a few hundred meters later, they came across another junction. Chen Ming stopped the car and inquired about the situation from the system. Chen Ming, Dad, what is the situation with this road? The system responded, this fork leads to a cave where there are supply crates, but it is guarded by various creatures. Understanding the situation, Chen Ming replied, got it. He turned right and drove towards the cave. Although the distance from the road to the cave was only about 800 meters, Chen Ming was cautious about potential ambushes and took 20 minutes to reach the cave entrance. He parked the vehicle 20 meters from the cave entrance and simultaneously sent messages to Chen Shui and Li Yueshi, detailing the current situation. After that, he began to arm himself. Once fully equipped, he approached the cave entrance and waited. Soon, Chen Shui and Li Yueshi also got out of the vehicle. Chen Shui took charge of setting up firearms at their vehicle's location to provide fire support, while Chen Ming entered the cave with Li Yueshi. Through their previous cooperative battles, the three had developed a certain level of understanding, allowing them to grasp each other's intentions without needing to say much. Chen Ming cautiously stepped into the cave, which was pitch black, making it impossible to see his hand in front of his face. He turned on his flashlight, and the faint light illuminated the path ahead. Not long after entering, Chen Ming noticed that the area was covered with dense spider webs, nearly blocking the entire passage. These webs appeared to have been there for a long time, coated in dust and debris. Chen Ming guessed that this might be a spider nest, but he also noticed scattered bones of unknown creatures among the webs, sending chills down his spine. Feeling a surge of tension, he wasn't sure if the place was safe. He decided to back out and think of a way to deal with the situation. Slowly, he began to retreat while remaining alert to any sound around him. Just as he was about to exit the cave, an idea struck him. He pulled a grenade from his backpack, removed the safety pin, and tossed it deep into the cave. Then he quickly turned and ran away as fast as he could. A few seconds later, a loud bang echoed from the cave as the grenade exploded. Chen Ming hid at a distance, observing the situation inside the cave. With the explosion, a massive cloud of smoke and debris erupted from the cave. Chen Ming was worried that the cave might collapse, but after a period of observation, he noticed that there were no obvious signs of instability. He let out a sigh of relief and prepared to move forward. However, at that moment, a swarm of spiders the size of wash basins rushed out of the cave. The three of them immediately drew their guns and began shooting. Although there were many spiders, they were quickly taken down thanks to their coordinated efforts. After a few seconds of waiting to see if any other creatures would emerge, Chen Ming decided to re-enter the cave when he saw nothing else appear. He walked cautiously step by step, and after passing through the initial area filled with cobwebs and the remains of unknown creatures, he found himself in a place scattered with coal debris. The entire cave was eerily silent, sending chills down Chen Ming's spine. He had a nagging feeling that some terrifying creature might suddenly leap out at him. Undeterred, Chen Ming pressed on deeper into the cave and soon reached the end. Chapter 144. Only Chen Ming remains. Chen Ming furrowed his brows and looked around, pondering to himself, is this really the end? But where are the supplies? He couldn't help but feel confused and lost. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly took a step forward and accidentally kicked a small pillar. Perhaps due to the ravages of time, the pillar seemed weak and easily broke with just one kick. As the pillar snapped, the ground beneath him slightly caved in, revealing a small opening. Chen Ming's eyes lit up. He immediately crouched down and began to dig with his hands. After a few moments of random digging, a hole about a meter high gradually appeared. He cautiously tested the stability of the hole with his hands, and, once assured, he wasted no time and crawled inside. After squeezing through the narrow entrance, Chen Ming stood up, let out a sigh of relief, and sent a message to the two people outside the hole, indicating that he was safe. He then continued forward, and about 15 minutes later, he suddenly encountered 5 forks in the path. Using the faint light, he stared at these junctions, only to find them shrouded in darkness, resembling an endless abyss that concealed its secrets from view. Chen Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, five forks. How am I supposed to choose?" Faced with such a complicated situation, he felt quite stuck. Not knowing how to decide, he called for his dad's help. "Chen Ming, Dad, I need some help." System: 4 of these 5 paths lead to areas with poisonous creatures. Chen Ming: What the heck? Chen Ming: So which one is safe? System: The middle one. But be careful. Making too much noise could alert the poisonous creatures on the other 4 paths. Chen Ming got it. After turning off his flashlight, he began to rely on the system's guidance to proceed. He cautiously stepped forward, moving as quietly as possible to minimize any noise. Slowly, he walked for about 10 minutes until he finally reached the end of the passage. At that moment, Chen Ming turned on his flashlight again, and a faint beam illuminated what lay ahead. To his delight, he discovered a supply box placed at the end. A wave of joy surged within him as he hurried over and opened the box. Inside, 5 cards were neatly arranged. Chen Ming didn't immediately check what items the cards represented. Instead, he quickly stuffed them into his pocket and turned to switch off the flashlight. He then made his way back along the path he came from. This time, it took him about 10 minutes to return to the entrance of the hole. He crouched down and slowly crawled out. Once he successfully exited the cave, he picked up some nearby debris in an attempt to fill the hole. However, due to the height of the opening, he couldn't completely fill it no matter how many times he tried. With no other choice, Chen Ming could only give up on his idea, quickly standing up and running away. As he dashed out of the cave, the 2 people outside almost attacked him. They burst into laughter upon seeing Chen Ming's disheveled appearance. Chen Ming, noticing their amusement, immediately spoke up. "Can someone get me some water to rinse off?" Chen Shui, panting, responded and then got into the car to fetch him a bucket of water and a towel. Chen Ming sat down and let Chen Shui pour water over him while Li Yueshi held the towel to give him a quick wipe. In just a few moments, Chen Ming looked somewhat presentable. He then rushed into the room to wash himself properly. After showering, Chen Ming pulled out a card from the clothes he had changed out of. To his surprise, it was a ticket. He felt a rush of excitement and quickly summoned the others. "Friends, I have a ticket to escape this survival game." Everyone was instantly electrified by his words. Unsure himself, Chen Ming mentally asked the system for confirmation. The system replied, "It's real. Using it will allow you to return to your original timeline." With the system's assurance, Chen Ming exclaimed, "It's true. Using this will take you back to your own time." Hearing this, everyone cheered with joy. Chen Ming felt happy seeing their excitement. That evening, Su Jingjing prepared a lavish dinner as a final farewell meal. Everyone enjoyed the meal, chatting about the hardships they faced in this world. After their last supper together, Chen Ming handed each of them a card. As they said their final goodbyes, Chen Shui, Su Lan, Su Jingjing, and Li Yueshi used their cards to leave the game world and return to their original places. Seeing that Chen Ming hadn't used his card, Katina curiously asked, "Why aren't you using yours?" Chen Ming replied, "This one is for you." Katina responded, "What? What do you mean?" She added, "I'm just a bunch of data." Chen Ming countered, "Don't fool me. You must have entered this game a long time ago. I can feel it." Katina asked, "How did you find out?" Chen Ming explained, "I realized it when I transitioned from the previous server to this one. If you were just data, you should have been deleted or encountered a bug that the system would fix. But you haven't been deleted or fixed. You followed us to this server." He continued, "When I first entered this game world, it was the roughest version, yet by the time you arrived, it had become a much more polished version." Chen Ming, this doesn't seem like something a novice designer could achieve. There can only be one reason for it. This rough designer must have a great mentor. That mentor combined their well-developed survival game with the student's work, which is why it has become increasingly refined. Chen Ming, of course, this is just my speculation. There could be another explanation. Chen Ming, also, when I mentioned leaving, I saw hope in your eyes, but when there were only 5 cards left, you fell into despair. It was just a fleeting moment, but I noticed. Chen Ming, let us go, it's time to head back. Katina, aren't you coming back? Chen Ming, I'm an orphan. No one is waiting for me. I feel like your family has been waiting for you. Katina was touched by Chen Ming's words and suddenly lunged at him, playfully biting him. Chen Ming wanted to push her away, but was afraid of hurting her if he did it too forcefully. Caught in a half-hearted struggle, Chen Ming finally surrendered. His face flushed as he looked at Katina. Katina, brother, you only lasted 3 minutes. Chen Ming, I have no real experience. It was her first time too. Besides, I prefer to be passive. Hearing this, Katina burst into laughter, and it dawned on her why nothing had happened with all the women in the room. He was a passive virgin. Katina, then let us go wild just this once. Chen Ming, no wait. The next morning, the two lay naked on the couch, with Chen Ming waking up first. He gently pushed Katina aside and got dressed. As he reflected on the wild night they had, he savored the memories. Just then, Katina woke up, teasing Chen Ming as she got dressed, and then gave him a hug. After the embrace, Katina used her card, and they both said their goodbyes. Chapter 145, Letting Go of the Past and Embracing a New World. After seeing everyone off, Chen Ming suddenly felt a wave of melancholy. However, he was already accustomed to solitude. He got out of the car and began to wander around it, stopping and starting as he went. After a few hours of aimless strolling, he returned to the car. At that moment, the system asked, "Why aren't you leaving?" Chen Ming replied, "There's nothing for me to miss in the old world. What's the difference between being here and going back?" The system responded, "I can't understand the sentimentality of humans, but I respect your choice." Chen Ming then asked, "Can I ask something? Why are there departure cards in this cave?" The system explained, "Actually, every map has a supply box containing departure cards." Chen Ming exclaimed, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The system replied, "You didn't ask, and at the time, I was busy with my tasks, so I didn't think to tell you. Later, I assumed you had gotten used to this place and just didn't mention it." Chen Ming was frustrated. The system interrupted, "No foul language." Chen Ming sighed, "So, does that mean if I want to leave, I at least have to wait for the next world to arrive?" The system confirmed, "Theoretically, yes." With a heavy heart, Chen Ming sighed and decided to just sit quietly and ponder. The system's antics had put him in an emotional slump, and he lost interest in searching for the supply box. An unspoken understanding lingered between Chen Ming and the system as he leaned back in his seat, gazing at the scenery outside, lost in thought. "Maybe I should try to accept this new world instead of just avoiding it," he muttered to himself. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in again. "If you change your mind, we can explore this world together and look for other ways to leave." Chen Ming felt a flicker of interest but remained silent. He knew the road ahead would be long, and he needed time to figure out what he truly wanted. For several days, he remained in a slump, feeling defeated. The system didn't interfere, allowing him to work through it on his own. Then, a game system notification sounded. "Entering the new world soon. Players, prepare yourselves." Initially wallowing in despair, Chen Ming's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He immediately inquired, "What is the new world like?" The system replied, "A technological world." Chen Ming's interest was piqued. "A technological world? Interesting." The answer was vague, yet straightforward. With a new goal in mind, Chen Ming shook off his previous lethargy, tidied up his space, shaved his head, and freshened up. He waited in the car for an hour until he finally received another notification from the game system. After reading the message, he asked the system to provide a route. Chen Ming followed the route ahead, feeling somewhat anxious. The technological world felt completely different from what he had experienced before. In the past, he believed he could navigate through life with the help of the system. But the very essence of this technological world made him realize that the destructive power of weapons was something the system couldn't just help him breeze through. The disguise function might fail due to technological products, and the firepower of his vehicle could be insufficient, while its defensive capabilities might be breached. The vehicle slowly advanced along the narrow mountain path, twisting and turning, causing Chen Ming to feel a bit dizzy. Soon, he asked his AI assistant, Xiao AI, to help with the driving. After about an hour, the vehicle finally arrived at the teleportation portal. As the vehicle entered the portal, a beam of white light illuminated the surroundings, and Chen Ming left the mountainous world behind. Upon arriving in the new world, Chen Ming received a prompt from the system. "Hurry and leave. You are considered a hostile target by the mechanical spider swarm." Chen Ming quickly reacted, pressing down on the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward. He didn't ask why they needed to leave. Instead, he focused intently on driving. The vehicle sped along a technologically advanced road, with the mechanical spiders relentlessly pursuing them, their speed rivaling that of Chen Ming's vehicle. After driving a kilometer at full speed, Chen Ming encountered a small team coming from the opposite direction. Ignoring their intentions, he only wanted to shake off the mechanical spider swarm. As he brushed past the team, they faced the swarm head-on. Before they could react, the mechanical spiders began firing. The vehicle at the front of the team was instantly penetrated, and the vehicles behind it quickly executed a U-turn upon seeing the front vehicle get shot through. Noticing the team's maneuver through the rearview mirror, Chen Ming asked the system to help find a new route to evade both the mechanical spiders and the team. The system scanned the surrounding environment and quickly provided him with a new route. With the new information, Chen Ming let Xiao AI take over the driving while he directed her on the way. With the team drawing the attention of the spider swarm, Chen Ming quickly managed to distance himself from them. He found refuge in a small, high-tech building. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Chen Ming hurriedly inquired with the system to understand the situation in this new world. The system scanned the new world and began explaining its circumstances to him. From the information provided by the system, Chen Ming concluded that the technology in this world had reached a certain level, but there were always those foolish enough to seek immortality. This pursuit of eternal life had led to two divergent paths of development. One focused on technology, transferring consciousness into machines, and the other on biological research, altering one's genes to achieve the same goal. However, Chen Ming felt that both paths would ultimately fail, since, given the nature of game designers, they would likely create chaos. After all, this is a game world that has been designed, not a naturally formed one. Before the players arrived, the world was dominated by three factions: robots, zombies, and normal humans. But now that players have entered, it has become a complex web of four factions. This world is quite challenging. Chen Ming thought to himself. Chen Ming, Dad, is there any way to prevent mechanical units from seeing me as a hostile target? System. Yes, but it's not easy. Chen Ming. That's fine, as long as it works. System. After you take a break, you can go to a location to obtain a mechanical spider. Chen Ming, what? Isn't the mechanical spider a hostile target? How can I still obtain it? System. The mechanical spider can be obtained before it is activated. Once it receives commands, it can no longer be obtained. Chen Ming, I see. Chen Ming immediately asked the system for directions, and the vehicle drove out of the small room. As soon as they exited, they encountered a mechanical dog. The mechanical dog opened fire on Chen Ming's vehicle, but the shots were blocked by the vehicle's energy armor. Seeing that the energy armor could withstand the mechanical dog's fire in this technological world, Chen Ming felt a sense of relief. Xiao AI immediately took control of the machine gun to counterattack, unleashing a hail of bullets. Several mechanical dogs were shot through and fell to the ground. Chen Ming wanted to approach the mechanical dogs to take them away, but the system warned him to leave quickly. He had no choice but to give up. Just a few meters down the road, the mechanical dog exploded. Chapter 146. Major update of the new version. Chen Ming exclaimed, wow. Chen Ming. Self-destruction when unable to move? That's ruthless. System. Exactly. To avoid being attacked by mechanical units in this world, you need the technological crystal of this world. Chen Ming. Technological crystal? What's that? System. It's a type of technology crystal used by the robots in this world to distinguish mechanical units from others. Once equipped with this, you won't be viewed as a mechanical unit by them. Chen Ming. Awesome. I didn't know there was such a feature. After finishing his casual chat with the system, Chen Ming commanded his assistant, Xiao AI. At that moment, the system suddenly said, let me connect to Xiao AI. Once connected, I can guide her on the route. Chen Ming thought for a moment and replied, okay, let's make it quick. System. It'll be fast as long as you allow the connection. Chen Ming. Xiao AI. There will be a system connecting to you shortly, so please don't refuse. Xiao AI. Understood. Commander. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Ming felt the car slow down. He immediately gripped the steering wheel and pressed the gas pedal. Within seconds, he realized the car was somewhat out of his control, and he knew the connection was complete. He relaxed and leaned back in his seat. Then, the system spoke up. I accidentally formatted the consciousness that was parasitizing Xiao AI during the connection. What should we do? Chen Ming. After a few seconds of awkward silence, the car emitted another sound from the system. System. Here's the situation within a 5-kilometer radius. Chen Ming. A display screen appeared in the passenger seat. The screen showed the situation within a 5-kilometer radius centered around the car. Chen Ming saw numerous red dots appearing and disappearing. Confused, he asked, and the system explained that this was a feature it had visualized for the car, allowing him to monitor the area through the display. Chen Ming was pleasantly surprised by this impressive operation. He tapped on one of the larger red dots and saw a convoy of about 200 vehicles engaging in a shootout with a group of spiders. However, the spiders were few in number and were quickly eliminated. This is so clear, Chen Ming exclaimed. System. You should enter the room now. I'll take over directing Xiao AI, so you won't be attacked by mechanical units. Chen Ming. All right. He unbuckled his seatbelt and entered the room, waiting quietly. He asked the system why it hadn't operated this way before, and the system replied that there were outsiders in the car and it didn't want to expose itself. This revelation left Chen Ming speechless. An hour later, at the system's prompt, Chen Ming exited the car. He was fully armed, walking cautiously, following the system's instructions. He entered a small house and then descended into the basement. With the system's assistance, he broke through multiple doors until he reached the final chamber. He pushed open the last door and stepped inside. There, he saw 5 supply boxes, and the system informed him that opening them would reveal 5 mechanical spiders. Chen Ming opened the supply boxes, took out a mechanical spider, and then, guided by the system, entered the commands. Once the commands were input, Chen Ming activated the mechanical spider and instinctively took a few steps back. The mechanical spider followed him, mirroring his movements, prompting him to inquire with the system. Chen Ming, Dad, what's going on? System, I've already input the commands for you. From now on, you just need to give them orders. Chen Ming made an okay gesture to indicate he understood. After acquiring the mechanical spiders, he began to walk towards his vehicle. In no time, he was back in the car, with a mechanical spider following him inside. It was then that Chen Ming took a closer look at the spider. He realized the mechanical spider was an excellent product, capable of moving in various environments without being affected. While Chen Ming was observing the spider, the system informed him that a new version was about to be released. In the future, this world would serve as the baseline, with other worlds gradually integrating into it. And players from the previous server would also merge into this world. Chen Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, is it really this big?" System. Not only that, but the damage of weapons and the defense of armor will also be rebalanced, along with other elements, like the energy used by vehicles and food supplies. Wow, a major update. Chen Ming marveled again. Chen Ming, so when will the update happen? System. It will start tonight at midnight and last until 7 a.m. tomorrow. During this time, the world will be in a state of suspension, and all players must remain in their vehicles. If you drive or exit the vehicle, you will be erased. Chen Ming, got it. I'll have a good sleep tonight and check out the new version in the morning. He parked the car in a small house, activated the camouflage feature, and then entered the room to rest. Chen Ming planned to eat and drink well before getting a good night's sleep to prepare for the new version. As time passed quickly, it soon reached midnight. The game system issued a notification. From now until 7 a.m., version update maintenance is underway. During this time, the world is in a state of suspension. All players must stay in their vehicles. If you drive or exit, you will be erased. After the system notification, the chat channel buzzed with chatter, messages flying by like snowflakes. Meanwhile, Chen Ming lay quietly in bed, resting. In the stillness of the night, as if drifting into a dream, the moon shyly hid behind the clouds, leaving the flowers in silence. When Chen Ming awoke, it was already the next morning. He couldn't wait to browse the information about the new version. New era. Players' weapon, armor, and vehicle levels have been readjusted. The energy sources for vehicles have been redefined, while food remains unchanged. Vehicle functions remain the same. All items can now be obtained directly from supply crates, eliminating the need for blueprints. Different worlds have merged into this one, and the previous server has integrated with this server. After reading the information, Chen Ming felt it was too vague and immediately asked the system. Chen Ming, hey, what's going on? System, weapons now have a level classification with no upper limit. The same goes for vehicles and armor. All items now use a unified energy source in the form of cubes. Equipment level suppression is now more pronounced. Chen Ming, I understand the earlier part, but what do you mean by level suppression being more pronounced? System, for example, if you're walking down the road and encounter someone with a gun shooting at you, if their weapon is level 1 and your armor is level 2, they won't be able to inflict damage on you. Damage is normalized at equal levels, while a difference in levels will directly penetrate armor. Chen Ming, I see. So what level is all my equipment? System, level 1. Chen Ming, is everything level 1? System, yes. Chen Ming, so I need to search for equipment and upgrade items again? System, exactly. Chen Ming, so now everyone is back at the starting line. System, not quite. There are still differences. For instance, your external energy armor and your internal basic armor. If you don't get shot in the head, they would at least need to penetrate 2 layers of armor to kill you. System, also, your vehicle has functionalities and resources that most others lack, which means you're already potentially ahead of 99 of players. Chapter 147. Leaving the city and entering the desert. Chen Ming, is there any difference in the resource distribution between the maps this time? Or is it still the same as before? System, this time is different from last time. Each map will have different resource supplies. After Chen Ming had a preliminary understanding of the information, he prepared to embark on a new journey. However, he soon realized that he only had 10 energy sources left. This left him stunned, and he quickly inquired about the situation with the system. The system informed him that this was due to a reformatting after the version update. This revelation left him feeling unsettled, prompting him to take immediate action to search for resource crates. As he slowly drove out of the alley, Chen Ming began to accelerate. Before long, he came across a retail machine. Overjoyed, he got out of the car and quickly browsed the items. However, when he was ready to make a purchase, he discovered that he had no points left. Reluctantly, he returned to the car to communicate with the system. After discussing it with the system, he learned that transactions now required energy sources instead of points. So, he took one energy source, got out of the car, and inserted it into the retail machine's input slot. Once the machine received the energy source, it began to operate. Chen Ming noticed a lottery feature and decided to ask the system about it. He found out that the retail machine had two options: direct purchase and lottery. With this information, he opted for the lottery. The large screen inside the machine quickly scrolled through options, and 10 seconds later, it stopped. Chen Ming was thrilled to see that he had 5 energy sources. Initially, he felt lucky, but after a prompt from the system, he realized that this was just the machine's guaranteed payout, a common trick. Feeling like he had gained something, Chen Ming didn't get too carried away. Instead, he returned to the car and continued on his way. After driving 5 kilometers, a warning about low energy appeared on the dashboard. At this moment, he felt a wave of panic about his resource scarcity. He used one energy source and pressed on. This time, luck was on his side, and he found a resource crate. Using his mechanical arm, he picked up the crate and continued driving. After another 2 kilometers, he noticed something unusual in his surroundings. The road conditions were poor, with clear signs of recent combat, yet there were no boxes or bodies of other creatures in sight. Sensing that something was off, Chen Ming quickly turned around and fled. Just as he had driven a few meters away, he heard the sound of explosions from behind. Chen Ming accelerated again to put distance between himself and the danger. As he drove, he glanced in the rearview mirror to assess the situation. Not far behind him, an old war vehicle was hot on his tail, firing shells at his car. Chen Ming focused intently, speeding down the technologically advanced road. Suddenly, a fork in the road appeared ahead, and without hesitation, he veered onto one of the paths. However, at the end of the road stood an abandoned building. Chen Ming didn't hesitate and drove straight in, activating the camouflage function. He operated the display to observe the situation outside and saw that the other vehicle slowly entered the building. However, after searching the interior and failing to find Chen Ming, the other party began to wander around the vehicle aimlessly. Chen Ming patiently waited as time passed for half an hour. Finally, the other party left, but instead of immediately driving away, Chen Ming chose to observe the surroundings. He noticed that the other vehicle had not gone far before being ambushed, resulting in an explosion. At that moment, Chen Ming realized that the chances of encountering other players had significantly increased. He began to contemplate his situation, feeling that he could have lived a carefree life, but after the version update, he found himself in financial straits. With the equipment on Chen Ming's vehicle, the 10 or so energy sources wouldn't last long. However, compared to others, he still had some advantages. After thinking for a long time, he concluded that the only way to survive in this game world was to find supply boxes to ensure he had enough resources. With a clearer mindset, he started to take action, but instead of collecting supply boxes in the city, he decided to search elsewhere. He operated the display to scan the surroundings and noticed no other players nearby. Then he sought a route out of the city. After several rounds of filtering, he found a road leading to the desert. Chen Ming set the route on the display, and Xiao AI began to drive according to the preset path. After driving steadily for about 20 minutes, Chen Ming saw the desert stretch ahead. At the same time, the vehicle indicated low energy, prompting Chen Ming to furrow his brow and quickly inquire with the system. The system informed him that his equipment was numerous, leading to a faster energy consumption rate. Understanding the situation, he had no choice but to replenish the energy sources. As the vehicle fully entered the desert area, Chen Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. This was already the 3rd time he had come to the desert. He rolled down the window to enjoy the scenery. As he gazed at the familiar landscape, he reflected on how he had experienced the ups and downs of life, feeling that he was no longer the same person he once was. Just as Chen Ming was lost in his memories, A volley of bullets suddenly shattered his pleasant reverie. Xiao AI automatically dodged the bullets and retaliated against the attacker. The machine gun mounted on the roof opened fire, and within 5 seconds, the other vehicle was rendered inoperative. Chen Ming glanced over to see that the opposing player was already in a state of death. He waited for the opponent to transform into a box. But after several seconds of nothing happening, he had to ask the system. Chen Ming, hey, what's going on? System, in the current version, players do not turn into boxes upon death. They need to be manually operated. After hearing this, Chen Ming had no choice but to operate the monitor to observe his surroundings. Only after confirming that there were no nearby players did he cautiously get out of the car. He approached slowly, keeping an eye on his surroundings while gripping his rifle. A few seconds later, Chen Ming confirmed that the enemy was completely dead, and he strode over confidently. Just as his hand touched the car door handle, a pop-up appeared. Do you want to dismantle the car and all its contents? Without hesitation, Chen Ming selected yes. The car flickered and condensed into a small travel case. Chen Ming picked up the case and headed towards the car's location. Once inside, his companion, Xiao AI, continued driving forward. Eagerly, Chen Ming opened the case after getting in the car. The moment he opened it, the case vanished, leaving behind a small stack of energy sources. He counted them. There were 20 in total. Next, he opened the supply crate he had previously found in the city. Inside, he discovered 5 energy sources and 20 cans of meat. Chen Ming stored the supplies in the car, organized them a bit, and took 5 energy sources for the vehicle's use. With Xiao AI driving on autopilot, Chen Ming began to contemplate his next steps. First and foremost, he had plenty of food. He wasn't sure if it was due to the game world or some other reason, but he found that as long as food was stored properly, it wouldn't spoil. Additionally, he realized he hadn't fallen ill even once since he started. He had initially considered gathering medicine to sell, but since everyone seemed immune to sickness, that idea fell through. Furthermore, he discovered that as long as he didn't die, he could recover from injuries after resting for a few days. Currently, the most pressing priorities were upgrading his vehicle, weapons, and energy sources. Taking down players could lead to a windfall, and with his system's ability to locate supply crates and defeat players for resources, Chen Ming started to formulate a preliminary plan after eliminating the unnecessary options and identifying his targets. Chapter 148, Chaos in the Desert. Beep, beep, beep. The monitor in the vehicle emitted a series of urgent alarms, indicating to Chen Ming that a gang fight was happening 2 kilometers ahead. Upon hearing this, excitement surged within him. He quickly pulled the vehicle over onto the sandy ground and opened the monitor to closely observe the situation ahead. Through the screen, Chen Ming saw chaos unfolding. Multiple factions were engaged in battle, with corpses and wrecked vehicles strewn across the ground, alongside scattered supplies. Instead of feeling fear at the gruesome sight before him, Chen Ming was filled with exhilaration. He silently rejoiced, thinking, who would have thought I could collect so many supplies without having to fight? What a pleasant surprise. He continued to monitor the situation until everything fell silent. Only then did he start the vehicle and slowly drive forward, eventually arriving at the scene of the incident. He didn't rush to get out, but instead waited quietly in the car, vigilantly observing his surroundings. After about 5 minutes, Chen Ming spotted a bloodied individual struggling to crawl away from the area. Once he confirmed it was safe, he fully armed himself and got out of the car, carefully starting to collect supplies from the periphery. Chen Ming picked up several energy sources from ground, but soon realized he could no longer carry any more supplies. Reluctantly, he returned to the vehicle to drop off what he had gathered. As he settled back into the driver's seat, he suddenly remembered the mechanical arm available in the car. So, he began to use the mechanical arm to collect the precious supplies. Just as Chen Ming was reveling in his good fortune, the system suddenly sounded an alarm. Warning, a swarm of mechanical spiders is approaching from behind. Chen Ming quickly began to devise a plan. However, faced with the impending danger, he hesitated. As the spider swarm drew closer, Chen Ming finally made the decision to abandon the supplies he was collecting. After all, safety was the top priority. It seemed that the AI, Xiao AI, sensed Chen Ming's resolve, and without waiting for his command, it took action. The vehicle suddenly accelerated, darting away like an arrow released from a bow. The unexpected burst of speed startled Chen Ming, but he quickly realized that Xiao AI was attempting to evade the spider swarm by leveraging its speed. Despite this, the swarm continued to pursue closely, showing no signs of letting up. They fired relentlessly at Chen Ming's vehicle, and bullets rained down like a storm. However, Xiao AI demonstrated exceptional driving skills and reflexes, skillfully dodging every shot, leaving Chen Ming in awe. As Xiao AI continued to increase the power, the distance between the vehicle and the spider swarm gradually widened. Within 10 minutes, they successfully shook off the spiders, completely escaping the danger. It was only then that Chen Ming breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the system screen, ready to understand what had just transpired. Chen Ming, why did the spider swarm suddenly appear out of nowhere? System, they were attracted by the commotion at the site of the incident. As Chen Ming chatted with the system, he suddenly noticed a small town ahead. He carefully parked his car by the roadside and skillfully operated the monitor to take a look around. No one was in sight. Determined, Chen Ming drove into the lifeless little town. As the car slowly entered the town, he was astonished to find everything exuded a sense of tranquility and peace. Xiao AI found a quaint little house and, without hesitation, drove inside. After hours of driving, Chen Ming felt a bit fatigued and decided to get out and rest. As soon as he stepped into the room, he sensed something unusual. The entire structure of the room had undergone a dramatic transformation. Chen Ming was taken aback and hurriedly asked the system what was going on. The system calmly replied, "This is all the work of Xiao AI." Filled with doubt, Chen Ming began to explore, quickly discovering the bedrooms, living room, bathroom, toilet, gym, entertainment room, kitchen, and storage room. The layout and facilities of these rooms thrilled him, making his previous living environment seem like night and day in comparison. After carefully observing the room structure, Chen Ming eagerly headed to the storage room to organize and consolidate his resources. After all, in such an unfamiliar environment, having a sufficient supply of materials was essential for ensuring survival. He rummaged through and collected a total of 50 energy sources, along with some canned goods. In high spirits, he opened the chat channel, only to be surprised to find that the regional channel had disappeared, leaving only the world channel and the convoy channel. Faced with a screen full of chat messages, Chen Ming felt a bit lost, unsure of how to respond. As time passed, Chen Ming noticed that players were starting to establish bases and actively recruit others to combat rival factions. Before he knew it, he had been observing for several hours, and the sky gradually darkened. After preparing a simple meal, the system suddenly alerted him that a convoy was entering the town. At this moment, Xiao AI had automatically activated her camouflage function. Chen Ming stepped out of the room and approached the monitor to check the situation. Through the screen, he saw 6 small vehicles slowly driving into the town, 2 of which looked nearly junked. From the disheveled appearance of these vehicles, it could be inferred that they had likely fled here after a fierce battle with another convoy. Chen Ming quietly watched everything unfold, pondering what might happen next. The vehicles moved slowly, eventually arriving at a quiet corner. They came to a stop, emitting faint braking sounds. As the doors opened, several men got out of the cars, their expressions tense and weary. One man, in particular, stood out. He was clutching his abdomen, blood streaming down from the wound. He struggled to take a few steps forward, finally leaning weakly against a wall. Minutes passed, and the door of another vehicle opened once again. A woman carefully stepped out, tightly gripping a medical kit in her hands. She quickly approached the injured man, her eyes filled with concern and worry. The woman gently set down the medical kit, swiftly opening the lid to retrieve the necessary supplies. With practiced ease, she disinfected the man's wounds with alcohol. Then, she carefully wrapped gauze around his abdomen to stop the bleeding and protect the injury. The entire process was quick and professional, with no hesitation whatsoever. However, this was not just about treating this one man. Other men bore various degrees of injuries, some with cuts on their arms, others with bruises on their legs. Without a moment's pause, the woman turned to attend to the others. Her movements were swift and highly efficient, as if she were accustomed to such scenes. About 20 minutes later, all the wounds had been properly treated, with each person receiving careful disinfection and bandaging. A hint of relief appeared on the woman's face, but her expression remained serious, as if she were still contemplating what might happen next. Chapter 149. Leaving the town and a chance encounter with a celestial being. Chen Ming was contemplating whether to eliminate them, as it was his first time encountering such a situation. However, after a brief moment of thought, he abandoned the idea. He could tell at a glance that these individuals were impoverished. Even if he took them out, there wouldn't be much profit to gain. Moreover, if he did take action, it could lead to even more trouble. With that in mind, Chen Ming decided to let them go. He re-entered the room, ready to take a good rest. Lying on the bed, he reflected on everything that had happened that day and felt a bit exhausted. Chen Ming opened the chat channel again to browse through the messages, gradually falling asleep as his eyelids grew heavy. In the middle of the night, he was jolted awake by the sound of the system. After receiving the System-S information, he was suddenly wide awake. He quickly got dressed, ran out of the room, and took a seat in the back to operate the display and observe the situation. Chen Ming noticed that multiple factions had suddenly surged into the town. These factions had previously coexisted peacefully, each occupying its own territory. However, for some unknown reason, one of the convoys seemed intent on using this as a stronghold and launched attacks on the other convoys. Caught off guard, the other convoys were at a disadvantage due to the surprise assault. Initially, Chen Ming did not want to get involved in the chaotic battle. However, a sudden artillery shell landed precisely where he was positioned. This unexpected turn of events filled him with rage, and he decided to break his silence. He swiftly deactivated his disguise and activated the mounted machine gun on his vehicle. In an instant, Chen Ming's vehicle became the most dazzling focal point on the battlefield. He operated the machine gun, firing fiercely in all directions, with bullets raining down like a torrential downpour. Within just a few seconds, the people and vehicles surrounding Chen Ming's car were shattered, debris scattered all around. The various convoys quickly took notice of Chen Ming's heavily armed vehicle. They realized that if they did not join forces, it would be nearly impossible to counter the threat he posed. As a result, they coordinated their efforts to try to eliminate this formidable enemy. However, Chen Ming's firepower was overwhelming. His vehicle resembled a mobile fortress, continuously unleashing deadly bullets. Faced with his assault, the convoys could only flee in all directions, utterly powerless to retaliate. Chen Ming pursued them mercilessly for about half an hour. During this time, his vehicle acted like an unstoppable war god, inflicting immense pressure and losses on the various convoys. Ultimately, these convoys had no choice but to retreat from the town to avoid further casualties. As night fell, the town gradually returned to a state of tranquility, allowing Chen Ming to act freely and boldly. His vehicle moved like a ghost, ruthlessly scavenging every possible hiding place for supplies. Energy sources, food, and weapons were all collected into Chen Ming's possession. These valuable resources set to play a crucial role in his future journey. The abandoned vehicle wrecks didn't escape Chen Ming's keen eye. He skillfully dismantled them to extract more energy sources. This series of discoveries left him so excited that he found it hard to sleep, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. However, Chen Ming didn't linger too long in his joy. He was acutely aware of the dangers in this world and knew he couldn't stay in one place for too long. So, without hesitation, he drove away from the small town that had become unrecognizable, his vehicle loaded with supplies. At that moment, the sky remained shrouded in darkness. Chen Ming turned on his headlights, illuminating the road ahead. His gaze was steady and calm, as if he were searching for a glimmer of hope in the darkness. As the vehicle slowly moved forward, Chen Ming gradually disappeared into the night, embarking on an unknown journey. After driving another 20 kilometers, he spotted a car parked by the roadside. Noticing the situation, Chen Ming slowly decelerated and rolled down his window to observe. He saw a woman in a uniform standing gracefully in front of the vehicle, swaying her body to catch his attention. In a coy voice, she asked, "Hey there, handsome. Need a massage?" Chen Ming couldn't help but think, there are streetwalkers here too? However, he had no interest in such encounters and merely glanced at her before continuing to drive away. Seeing him about to leave, the woman called out anxiously, "Don't go just yet. I have other services too." After a few seconds, realizing Chen Ming remained indifferent, she suddenly shouted, "Come out and rob him." Chen Ming shot her a surprised glance, then noticed several red dots on the car's display screen, indicating that people were approaching. Without saying a word, he calmly stopped the vehicle, waiting for them to come closer. Seeing Chen Ming's car stop, the group felt a rush of confidence, thinking he was afraid, and they became even more brazen in their taunts. However, Chen Ming ignored their arrogance and kept his focus on the screen. When the figures of those red dots finally came into view, he swiftly operated the machine gun, and flames erupted from the barrel as bullets rained down. In just a few seconds, those gathered by the woman lay in pools of blood. Witnessing this, the woman was filled with terror, her legs trembling as she began to plead for mercy. But Chen Ming remained unresponsive. He merely stated, "You had your chance, before pulling out a handgun and decisively shooting her in the head. Chen Ming was somewhat surprised by his own marksmanship. This was the most accurate shot he had ever made. Once everyone was dead, Chen Ming drove closer to search for supplies. He found only 3 energy sources, a few small loaves of bread, and several watermelon knives. After failing to find any more supplies, Chen Ming decided to dismantle his vehicle and continued driving forward. He traveled another 30 kilometers, but encountered not a single supply box, which left him feeling a bit frustrated. With no other options, he pressed on for another 20 kilometers. It still came up empty-handed. Reluctantly, he called for help from the system. The system quickly directed him to a route. If he drove 5 kilometers forward and then turned right for 10 kilometers, he would reach a small town. At the center of the town, there was a basement where he could find supply boxes. Energized by the system's guidance, Chen Ming shook off his fatigue and set off once again. 20 minutes later, he finally arrived at the town. It was unusually dilapidated, as if it could vanish at any moment. Without hesitation, Chen Ming drove into the town. Once he reached the center, he activated his disguise, preparing to rest before entering the basement at dawn. Chapter 150, An Endless Brawl. 3 hours later, Chen Ming, feeling invigorated, equipped himself fully and stepped out of the vehicle. Beginning his search for the entrance to the basement, guided by the system, he successfully located the basement entrance. However, when he discovered that the door required a password to open, he immediately requested the system to assist with the hack. Within seconds, the system cracked the code, and Chen Ming promptly entered the password and walked into the basement. The air quality in the basement was poor, prompting Chen Ming to quickly don a gas mask. However, he didn't rush deeper inside. Instead, he fully opened the door to improve air circulation. After waiting for about 5 minutes, he began to cautiously explore the basement. In the initial moments of entering, he was hit by a bone-chilling cold. The inexplicable chill made him question whether he had stepped into a horror-themed game. Chen Ming, Dad, is it safe here? System, safe, but the space is vast, and the supply boxes are scattered around. It will require a lot of physical effort to move them. Reassured by the system's confirmation, Chen Ming let out a sigh of relief and relaxed. With the system's clear guidance, his steps became bold and confident. He strode purposefully toward the deepest part of the basement, carefully observing his surroundings along the way. However, when he noticed the supplies scattered across the floor, he suddenly halted. The sight before him was puzzling and shocking, as if the place had been ransacked. Nevertheless, the system continued to insist that it was safe. Chen Ming tried to comprehend this contradictory situation, but ultimately gave up on thinking and decided to focus on finding the energy sources, which was his primary task for being there. With that, Chen Ming tossed the collected energy sources toward the basement entrance, while the system maneuvered the vehicle to the door and used its mechanical arm to place the energy sources into the vehicle storage. After several hours of back and forth, Chen Ming finally gathered all the energy sources from the basement. By this point, he was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground at the entrance, panting heavily, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. After a brief rest, Chen Ming pulled out some water and bread from his backpack, replenishing his strength while keeping a vigilant watch over his surroundings. Following the earlier hauling, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of the supplies in the basement. Aside from the energy sources, there were numerous firearms, but they were of little use to him, as the weapons in his vehicle were superior to those here. As he looked at the piled-up energy sources, Chen Ming secretly calculated, with this much energy, I can indulge for a while. Thinking this, a satisfied smile spread across his face. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ming made an important decision to seal off the underground bunker and sell its location to other players. This way, he could maximize his own benefits without attracting unnecessary trouble. Without hesitation, he instructed the system to restore the entrance of the bunker to its original closed state. As the system executed the command, the entrance was securely locked, making it impossible to open again. Once everything was completed, Chen Ming felt relieved and jumped into his car, starting the engine and leaving the area. As Chen Ming drove out of the town, he suddenly witnessed a brutal large-scale brawl. The scene before him was shocking. Countless cars were chasing and colliding with each other, while people inside were wielding various weapons and fighting fiercely. Chen Ming immediately recognized the seriousness of the situation and quickly made a decision. Xiao AI, steer clear of them. At the same time, he focused on operating the display in the vehicle. Through the monitor, he could clearly see the data analysis of the brawl. After a brief observation and analysis, Chen Ming learned that there were 3 factions involved in the brawl, with a total of 352 survivors. Faced with such a massive number of combatants, Chen Ming couldn't help but sigh. If this had been before the game update, he might have jumped into the fray without hesitation. But now he had no choice but to take a detour. After all, with so many people involved, the resources they had must be astonishing, Chen Ming thought to himself. Navigating around the site of the brawl, Chen Ming began to prepare to search for defensive supplies. Although his vehicle appeared indestructible, once the energy armor's power was depleted, it would be as vulnerable as a paper tiger, easily penetrable. This situation reminded Chen Ming of the infamous toxic milk powder incident, where continuous game updates felt like harvesting crops, leaving players feeling helpless and exhausted. Chen Ming couldn't help but wonder, did the game designer study at Tencent? Just as Chen Ming was lost in thought, a sudden barrage of gunfire snapped him back to reality. For a moment, he was at a loss, but the car sharply swerved to the left to evade the attack. Once he regained his balance, he glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a small team hot on his tail. Xiao AI immediately reacted, firing without hesitation as a hail of bullets rained down like a storm. However, the opposing team was clearly not to be underestimated. They quickly responded and skillfully dodged Xiao AI's shots. When the first round of firing ended, Xiao AI accelerated, trying to shake off the pursuers. Seeing this, Chen Ming decisively operated the vehicle-mounted sniper rifle, taking aim at the target. Bang! With a sharp crack, a deadly bullet sliced through the air, hitting the vehicle ahead with pinpoint accuracy. The impact caused the driver inside to instantly lose all signs of life, and the vehicle careened out of control towards the roadside. The pursuing team witnessed this scene and realized that Chen Ming possessed such a powerful sniper rifle, understanding that their inferior weaponry could not compete with him. The team made a wise decision to abandon the chase. Chen Ming successfully shook off their pursuit, pressing the gas pedal and speeding ahead. Just then, a gunshot shattered the silence. Xiao AI reacted quickly, skillfully maneuvering the vehicle to evade the attack. Meanwhile, the monitor inside the car clearly displayed the figure of the assailant. Chen Ming saw the look of shock on the attacker's face through the screen. At that moment, Xiao AI was already in action, expertly handling the sniper rifle, aiming at the target, and decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! Another shot rang out, and the bullet struck true. Chen Ming watched on the monitor as the enemy's head exploded from the impact, blood splattering everywhere. He immediately issued a new command to Xiao AI. In situations like this, you don't need to wait for my orders. Shoot directly. Xiao AI replied, understood. She then adjusted the sniper rifle to its optimal state, ready to confront any potential threats. Chen Ming felt satisfied with Xiao AI's performance. He knew he could rely on her to handle various dangers. Chapter 151, A Moment of Unrest. In a time filled with chaos and disorder, Chen Ming felt his nerves stretched to their limits. The vehicle struggled to move forward, and when the odometer showed they had traveled 3 kilometers, Chen Ming suddenly noticed a small squad approaching them on the display screen. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to launch an attack. However, just then, Xiao AI made a sharp turn, causing the vehicle to jolt violently and nearly knock Chen Ming off balance. He barely steadied himself and quickly asked, "What is going on?" Xiao Ai replied urgently, "There's a massive swarm of desert army ants behind this convoy." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming's face changed dramatically, and without hesitation, he shouted, "Quick retreat!" The vehicle immediately accelerated, quickly putting distance between them and the pursuing convoy. But soon, Chen Ming noticed that the convoy behind them was also speeding up in pursuit. Seeing this, Xiao AI decisively opened fire with a machine gun, unleashing a barrage of bullets that formed a firing net, forcing the convoy behind them to slow down. Meanwhile, Xiao AI made another sharp turn, successfully shaking off the pursuing convoy. The vehicle then sped away, gaining speed rapidly. After racing for a while, the vehicle finally came to a gradual stop. Chen Ming looked around, confused and uncertain about what had just happened. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the vehicle's energy had been depleted. With no other option, he returned to the compartment, retrieved a spare energy source, and installed it in the vehicle to continue their journey. As Chen Ming settled back into the driver's seat, preparing to survey the surrounding environment, he suddenly noticed a strange sight, a small mound of dirt protruding from the ground. Just as he was about to examine the mound more closely, the vehicle jolted to life, the sudden movement nearly giving Chen Ming a heart attack. As the vehicle accelerated, the distance between them and the dirt mound quickly widened. At that moment, Chen Ming noticed something crawling out from the mound. Upon closer inspection, he was horrified to see a swarm of gigantic ants. These ants were larger than his pinky finger, emerging in droves from the mound, creating a chilling sight. Seeing these enormous ants sent shivers down Chen Ming's spine. He had never encountered such gigantic creatures before, and fear gripped him. The vehicle continued to speed up, and the ants gradually fell behind. Chen Ming kept his eyes fixed on the receding figures of the ants until they were completely out of sight, finally letting out a sigh of relief. The earlier experience left him shaken, and the image of those massive ants was etched in his mind. Having successfully escaped from the terrifying desert army ants, Chen Ming took a deep breath, slightly relaxing his tense nerves as he continued on his unknown journey. However, the next 5 hours felt like an aimless drift for him. He drove the vehicle across the vast, boundless land, but he had no clear destination in mind. As time ticked away, Chen Ming gradually felt a wave of fatigue wash over him like a rising tide. Just as he thought he could no longer hold on and was about to retreat to the small room inside the car for a much-needed rest, a sudden, sharp gunshot shattered the silence. The unexpected sound of the gunshot struck like thunder, instantly waking Chen Ming from his drowsiness. He stared in shock, his eyes wide, as a bullet whizzed past and embedded itself into the car window, leaving a shocking mark. Fortunately, the glass was sturdy enough to temporarily block the deadly projectile, but the situation remained precarious. Almost simultaneously, his companion, Xiao AI, reacted swiftly, maneuvering the vehicle into reverse at high speed. Chen Ming was stunned for several seconds by the sudden turn of events until another bullet, accompanied by a whooshing sound, shattered the nearby window, sending shards flying. At that moment, Chen Ming snapped back to reality, abruptly ducking down in his seat. Without hesitation, he activated the mounted sniper rifle and quickly completed the aiming and firing sequence. With a sharp crack, a sniper bullet shot out, racing toward the direction from which the bullets came. However, through the display monitor in the car, Chen Ming realized with astonishment that the target was still unharmed. This shocking revelation made him instantly aware that he was not dealing with an ordinary opponent, but rather an extremely skilled adversary. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ming decisively issued a command to Xiao AI, full speed retreat. As the engine roared to life, the car shot away from the scene like an arrow released from a bow. The vehicle sped down the wide, flat road like a wild stallion, tires screeching against the pavement. Chen Ming gripped the steering wheel tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his heart racing faster with the increasing speed of the car, as if it might leap out of his throat. This is truly indiscriminate attack. Finding a safe spot is going to be tough, he muttered to himself, racking his brain for a solution. His already fast-moving mind was now working like it had been equipped with a rocket booster, various thoughts and possibilities flashing and colliding in his head. Just then, Xiao AI's clear and melodic voice broke through the chaos. "Master, there's a car chasing us from behind." Hearing this, Chen Ming's heart tightened instinctively as he turned to look back. Sure enough, a sleek black luxury car was tailing them like a ferocious beast, refusing to let go. Chen Ming, seated in the driver's seat, fixed his gaze on the relentless pursuer ahead. In an instant, flames erupted as a barrage of bullets rained down on the enemy. This sudden and intense gunfire forced the opposing vehicle to slam on the brakes to evade the incoming bullets, causing its speed to drop dramatically. However, it was clear that the pursuers had no intention of giving up on chasing Chen Ming. After a brief deceleration, they quickly adjusted their strategy, flooring the accelerator as their vehicle surged forward like a wild stallion, racing toward Chen Ming. Seeing this, Chen Ming pondered his next move. He calmly shouted to his assistant, "Xiao AI, inside the vehicle, Xiao AI, cease fire for now." As soon as he issued the command, the roar of the machine gun abruptly stopped. Seconds ticked by, and the distance between the two parties gradually diminished. Just when the pursuers thought Chen Ming had run out of ammunition and let their guard down, he suddenly shouted, "Fire!" Xiao AI, already primed for action, immediately executed the order, and the machine gun unleashed a deadly burst of flames once more. The unexpected attack caught the pursuers off guard, forcing them to slam on the brakes again. This back and forth continued several times, successfully draining both their energy and patience. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Chen Ming decided to unleash his final trump card, the rocket launcher. He quietly reached for the launch device beside him, his eyes locked onto the approaching enemy vehicle. Finally, when the enemy car was close enough, Chen Ming decisively pressed the launch button. A rocket shot out, trailing a long plume of fire as it whistled toward the target. Almost simultaneously, Chen Ming heard a terrified scream from the enemy vehicle. What the hell? This was quickly followed by a thunderous explosion. Chapter 152, gradually getting used to the chaos. The intense shockwave from the explosion surged like a roaring ocean wave, violently slamming into Chen Ming's vehicle. A loud, rattling noise erupted, and it felt as if the entire car was about to be flipped over. However, at this critical moment, the Advanced Intelligence System, Xiao AI, swiftly sprang into action, utilizing its remarkable stability and precise control to successfully steady the vehicle, averting a potential rollover accident. After a brief pause, the car sped forward once again. After traveling a considerable distance, Chen Ming began to feel fatigued and decided to find a suitable place to take a break. He skillfully operated the car's display, meticulously searching for a safe location in the surrounding environment. Just then, a detailed map appeared before him. Suddenly, a conspicuous red dot caught his attention. This red dot was located about 5 kilometers away from his vehicle. With a hint of curiosity, Chen Ming gently tapped on the red dot, and relevant information popped up. A sizable convoy was currently engaging a massive worm. Watching the intense battle unfold on the screen, Chen Ming thought to himself, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Embracing his cautious nature of not taking risks or provoking trouble, he decisively abandoned this route and continued to search for other viable paths. After several minutes of tense and focused searching, his efforts finally paid off, and Chen Ming discovered a seemingly safer new route. Without hesitation, he started the vehicle and sped toward his destination. As time passed, the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, and the sky darkened. Due to the earlier turmoil during the day, Chen Ming refrained from turning on the car's headlights to avoid exposing his position and attracting unnecessary danger. The surroundings were pitch black and silent, with only the faint sound of the tires grinding against the ground. At this moment, his nerves were on high alert, fearing sudden attacks from other players or unknown, terrifying creatures lurking in the dark. Thus, the car silently drove for a full 2 hours. The long journey finally came to an end as Chen Ming reached his destination. This was a desolate area scattered with countless small sand dunes, resembling a rolling golden ocean at first glance. After parking the vehicle, Chen Ming quickly activated its camouflage feature, allowing it to blend seamlessly into the surrounding environment. Then, he entered the room and gently closed the door behind him. At this point, his stomach was growling, as if his digestive system was protesting wildly. The hunger felt like a ferocious beast, relentlessly tearing at his body and willpower. He dragged his exhausted and weakened body to the kitchen, intending to whip up something to fill his empty stomach. After a bit of hasty preparation, he finally managed to cobble together a meal that would barely suffice. He quickly devoured the food in front of him with a voracious appetite, barely taking the time to savor the flavors. After satisfying his hunger, he eagerly opened the chat channel, hoping to glean some useful information. However, as soon as he entered, a tide of insults flooded in, filling the screen with a barrage of unpleasant remarks. Chen Ming frowned and promptly muted the meaningless, negativity-laden messages, focusing instead on filtering out the truly valuable content. His efforts paid off. After a thorough search, he finally uncovered some important intelligence. It turned out that numerous outposts were scattered across each map, and these outposts were actively recruiting personnel. Seeing this news, Chen Ming speculated that once the numbers at each outpost reached capacity, a fierce war would likely break out. However, he wasn't particularly interested in such a large-scale conflict. He had never enjoyed participating in these kinds of group activities, finding the interpersonal dynamics overly complex and the rules tedious. With this in mind, Chen Ming decided to set aside thoughts of war for the moment, stepping out of his room to let the system conduct a comprehensive scan of the map and accurately relay the locations of all the outposts to his AI assistant, Xiaowai. With nothing pressing to attend to, Chen Ming made his way to his bed and soon fell asleep. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, he awoke leisurely. After a quick stretch, he got up and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. He brushed his teeth and washed his face in one go, then went to the kitchen to prepare a simple yet nutritious breakfast. After eating, Chen Ming felt invigorated and ready to embark on a new day's adventure. He stepped outside, took a deep breath of fresh air, and resolutely left the small sand dune behind. After traversing some sandy terrain, he finally found himself back on the smooth, solid road. However, before he could relax, he heard the sudden sounds of gunfire and the crash of vehicles not far ahead. Chen Ming quickened his pace, and when he reached the scene, he saw several cars engaged in a chaotic battle in the middle of the road. Smoke filled the air, flames shot up, and the scene was utter mayhem. Without hesitation, Chen Ming jumped into his vehicle, armed with a mounted machine gun, and unleashed a torrent of fire on the battling cars. Bullets rained down like a storm, quickly suppressing the enemy's firepower. Before long, the once noisy battlefield fell silent, leaving only burning vehicles and scattered debris. Chen Ming didn't immediately exit his vehicle. Instead, he cautiously monitored the surroundings through the car's display. Just then, he noticed a woman curled up and trembling behind the wreckage of a destroyed car. Clearly, she was terrified that Chen Ming would eliminate her as well, which was why she had been hiding there, too afraid to show herself. Chen Ming furrowed his brow slightly, but chose to ignore the other party. Instead, he turned and retrieved various weapons and gear from the vehicle, fully arming himself. At the same time, Chen Ming's vehicle automatically initiated its resource collection program, methodically gathering useful items and resources from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Chen Ming skillfully dismantled the damaged vehicles. The clanging of metal and the sound of falling parts intertwined, creating a unique symphony. As time ticked by, under Chen Ming's efficient efforts, in less than 10 minutes, the entire battlefield was cleared, except for the last remaining vehicle wreckage that still needed attention. Chen Ming raised his rifle, cautiously making his way toward that final target. Chapter 153. Chen Ming's idleness. As Chen Ming closed in on his target, he hesitated no longer and decisively pulled the trigger. The sound of gunfire echoed around him, even though his shots missed their mark. The continuous barrage sent the woman into a panic, and she let out a piercing scream. Initially, Chen Ming considered pursuing her, but sensed something was off, so he took a few steps back to find a place to hide. He pulled out a grenade and, without a second thought, hurled it in her direction. Just seconds later, a deafening explosion shook the area, and the surroundings fell eerily silent. Chen Ming wasted no time and quickly returned to the spot, where he spotted a severed arm still gripping a handgun. He let out a sigh of relief, grateful for his timely action. Not lingering any longer, he swiftly gathered useful supplies from the ground and stuffed them into his backpack before heading back to the vehicle. As he drove on, he soon encountered a larger stronghold up ahead. Observing a group of people on the opposite side who were eyeing him warily, he noticed their tension ease slightly upon realizing he was alone in a vehicle. Chen Ming initially planned to pass straight through, wanting to avoid any trouble. However, just as he was about to move on, someone from the group picked up a small megaphone and shouted, "Hey there, passerby. Want to join us at our camp? Or maybe do some trading?" Finding the invitation amusing, Chen Ming decided to stop, rolled down his window, and replied, "What do you need?" The group, seeing him halt and ask, eagerly responded, "Got any weapons?" "The more, the better." After a moment of thought, Chen Ming replied, "I do, but not a lot." Excited by his response, they immediately pulled out some energy sources, eager to trade with him. Chen Ming retrieved a few rifles and machine guns from his supplies and sold them, ultimately gaining hundreds of energy sources in return. The group attempted to persuade him to join their organization or become allies, but Chen Ming preferred the freedom of wandering alone. With that, he set off on his journey once more. During his travels, Chen Ming encountered several skirmishes. Although he wished to avoid getting involved, he inevitably found himself caught up in them. Nevertheless, he maintained a mindset of scavenging what resources he could, taking advantage of the chaos. Thus, he drove steadily for several hours. Just then, the vehicle suddenly swerved sharply, startling him. Once he regained his composure, Chen Ming began to assess his surroundings. Ahead of him, a massive mutated spider was locked in a fierce battle with a small convoy. Chen Ming quickly activated the vehicle's display, eager to check the spider's detailed information. Mutated desert spider. A mutated creature caused by some form of radiation. It has a massive body, sharp limbs, rapid crawling speed, and a tough exterior that makes it difficult for ordinary weapons to inflict damage. It is recommended to use flamethrower-type weapons. Chen Ming exclaimed, "Where did this thing come from?" The system replied, "The convoy ahead accidentally opened a basement and obtained some supplies. But their greed led them to forcefully open the last room, releasing the spider. Chen Ming pondered for a few seconds and asked the system, "Are there any supplies left in that basement?" The system indicated that there were none. What a pity. Chen Ming sighed helplessly. He sat quietly in the driver's seat, gazing at the convoy moving slowly in the distance, his mind racing as he silently considered what strategy to adopt next. He carefully weighed the pros and cons of each possibility. Although he had the firepower to wipe out all the players in the convoy ahead, doing so would provoke the spider. From the previous skirmish, Chen Ming had a preliminary understanding of the spider's attack and defense capabilities. If the spider targeted him, escaping unscathed would be extremely difficult. However, he knew too little about this spider. He was unsure of its speed, its defensive strength, or the extent of its lethality. This fear and confusion about an unknown enemy made him hesitant to take risks. After a few minutes of internal struggle, reason ultimately prevailed. Gritting his teeth, Chen Ming decided to abandon the seemingly tempting but perilous idea of adventure. Taking a deep breath, he gently pressed the accelerator and carefully steered the car to navigate around the convoy ahead. He intentionally selected a relatively concealed curve, hoping to quietly leave this dangerous area. The car drove steadily along the winding road, but soon the initially calm situation took a sudden turn. A massive scorpion appeared abruptly in his line of sight like a specter. This scorpion was enormous, its shell as hard as iron, glinting with a chilling light. Particularly notable was its thick, powerful tail, which swung incessantly, tipped with a razor-sharp, green glowing stinger that clearly contained deadly venom, making it look exceptionally fierce and dangerous. Faced with this sudden threat, Chen Ming remained completely calm. His numerous life and death experiences had honed his ability to stay composed in crisis. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he maneuvered the vehicle with agility, deftly dodging the scorpion's fierce attacks. Just as the scorpion lunged and missed again, Chen Ming seized the moment and unhesitatingly pressed the launch button. With a deafening boom, a powerful rocket soared through the air, leaving a long trail of fire as it shot straight toward the giant scorpion. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the enormous, grotesque creature was instantly shattered into countless pieces, with green ichor splattering everywhere, resembling a grotesque and terrifying downpour. Although the vehicle inevitably picked up some of the foul-smelling venom, Chen Ming merely frowned slightly and didn't let it bother him. The car sped along, and before long, the gentle and sweet voice of Xiao AI chimed in. "Commander, the vehicle is about to initiate the self-cleaning process." As soon as the words were spoken, hidden nozzles around the car extended, releasing powerful jets of water and foam that quickly washed away the dirt and venom from the vehicle's surface. In just a few minutes, the once grimy car was restored to its original shiny luster. Chen Ming nodded in satisfaction and accelerated again. Thus, the car continued to drive smoothly for a full hour. At that moment, Xiao AI suddenly issued a warning. "Commander, there's a supply station 2 kilometers ahead. But please be advised that monitoring has detected a large convoy stationed there." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming raised an eyebrow, preparing to approach the supply station to assess the situation. Chapter 154. Entering the snowfield in just a few minutes, Chen Ming easily covered the 2-kilometer distance. He parked his vehicle not far from the supply station. As he looked towards the station, he noticed that it was already filled with a dense array of vehicles, nearly blocking access completely. With no other option, Chen Ming had to give up on the supply station. After taking a slight detour to avoid the crowded area, he continued on his way. Before long, Chen Ming came across a bridge. A sign stood at the edge of the bridge, clearly indicating the way to the snowfield. Chen Ming stared at the sign, and after a moment of contemplation, he decisively chose to head into the snowfield. The vehicle swiftly crossed the bridge and successfully reached the snowy terrain. Just after getting off the bridge, Chen Ming noticed another supply station. He stopped the car, but didn't rush in. Instead, he carefully observed the surroundings, finding no obvious signs of human activity, nor any indications of human survival on the display screen. Once he confirmed it was safe, Chen Ming slowly drove his vehicle to a stop outside the supply station. Entering the station, he quickly scanned the area and found only a few solitary vending machines. He returned to his car at a brisk pace to grab some energy sources for trade. Chen Ming then swiftly browsed the items displayed in the vending machines, but regrettably, he realized that he already owned most of the contents. Feeling somewhat disappointed, just as he was about to turn and leave, The system suddenly prompted, "There is a lottery mode available here." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming immediately halted, and without any hesitation, quickly switched to the lottery mode. He took out several energy sources and fed them into the lottery machine. However, after several attempts, all he received was a message saying thank you for your patronage. Chen Ming's expression darkened instantly, and within a second, his face flushed red with frustration. Overwhelmed by emotion, he rushed back to his vehicle and retrieved a large bag filled with energy sources. He dumped all of them into the lottery machine in one go, but once again, the outcome was just thank you for your patronage. By the time he reached his 50th thank you for your patronage, his expression had grown numb, as if he had lost all hope, even feeling an urge to give up everything and destroy the world. Clenching the last remaining energy source in the bag tightly, he placed it into the lottery machine and muttered to himself, "This is the last time. If I don't win this time, I swear I'll never play the lottery again." With determination, he pressed the lottery button and watched the scrolling text on the screen. Amidst the numerous thank you for your patronage messages, a dazzling light suddenly appeared. Chen Ming widened his eyes, trying to find a glimmer of hope in that light. Yet, all he saw reflected was his own despair. As he sighed and prepared to leave, the vending machine emitted a sound. "Congratulations, you have won a level 2 vehicle upgrade stone." Chen Ming was filled with joy and excitement as he eagerly grabbed the upgrade stone and dashed towards the car. His steps were light and powerful, as if he were walking on clouds. He nearly sprinted back to the vehicle, and as soon as he got inside, he immediately clutched the upgrade stone in his hand. Without hesitation, he initiated the upgrade process, anxiously waiting for the results. Just a few seconds later, the car's upgrade was complete. Chen Ming's eyes widened as he focused intently on the data displayed on the screen, eager to see how the vehicle's performance had changed after the upgrade. Once the upgrade was finished, Chen Ming began to carefully observe the changes in the car's performance. The first thing he noticed was that the energy consumption required for the car had decreased by a full 5%. This figure thrilled him, as it meant he could save more energy in the future. Next, he discovered that the car's weapon damage had significantly increased, and its defense had also been enhanced. These were precisely the improvements he had long dreamed of, and now they had finally come to fruition. Overwhelmed with excitement, Chen Ming knew that this upgrade was of great significance to him. However, after experiencing such a roller coaster of emotions, he decided to pause his progress and park the car in a safe location nearby. He then activated the camouflage feature to ensure that the vehicle would not be easily spotted. Finally, Chen Ming walked into the house, ready to take a good rest and calm his racing heart. He understood that there were even tougher challenges ahead, but for now, he needed to relax and plan for the future. He went to the kitchen, took out some ingredients from the fridge, and prepared a simple dinner before enjoying his meal. Meanwhile, his AI companion, Xiao AI, thoughtfully set up a monitor for him to keep an eye on the battlefield in real time. As Chen Ming ate, he leisurely watched the changing scenes on the monitor. Suddenly, he noticed a group of snipers engaged in a fierce standoff about 5 kilometers away. These snipers cleverly utilized the white snow-covered terrain as camouflage, making them difficult to spot. Chen Ming continued to eat at a relaxed pace, glancing at the monitor from time to time. However, in the past half hour, there had only been a few distant gunshots exchanged. Chen Ming couldn't help but remark on how resilient the players on this map were. At that moment, an inexplicable sense of crisis washed over him. He realized that this snowy map was even more dangerous than the previous desert map. After all, while the desert map was crowded with players and creatures, at least everything was out in the open and easy to detect. In this snowy landscape, the hidden dangers were everywhere, making it hard to defend against them. Chen Ming was puzzled as to why he had not encountered so many hidden threats during his previous 2 visits to the snowy terrain. Could it be that this game update had brought about some unexpected changes for the players? Just then, the monitor's display suddenly shifted to show the situation around Chen Ming's car, leaving him feeling perplexed. Soon, a convoy of 10 vehicles appeared on the snowy terrain, heading straight for the supply station before finally stopping outside. Before long, all the players inside the vehicles got out and entered the station. Chen Ming couldn't help but wonder what these people were up to. About half an hour later, those who had entered the supply station returned to their vehicles, loaded with supplies. However, they didn't linger at the station for long and chose to move on. The monitor kept tracking the convoy, while Chen Ming was curious to see how they would handle an encounter with the old 6. Sure enough, after the convoy had traveled about 3 kilometers, an unexpected event occurred. They were ambushed. Chen Ming immediately focused on the situation unfolding before him, watching as several sniper bullets accurately struck the vehicle at the front of the line. What was even more surprising was that the vehicles behind showed no concern for their teammates' safety. Without hesitation, they turned around and fled the scene. Chapter 155. Encountering a bloody brawl at the camp. Chen Ming observed from a distance the vehicle of a player who had been shot dead by a sniper. Although 10 minutes had passed, no one had gone to collect the supplies. He understood that this was a trap. During those 10 minutes, Chen Ming gradually pieced together the situation. He realized that the dead players were bait. With this thought, Chen Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "These guys are really cunning." Given that there could be many hidden threats in the snow, Chen Ming didn't dare to take unnecessary risks and chose to stay put and observe the situation. He manipulated the monitor, carefully surveying his surroundings. However, aside from the occasional gunfire, the snow-covered landscape was eerily quiet. After some careful consideration, Chen Ming decided to leave this dangerous, snowy map. He started his vehicle and slowly drove back to the boundary bridge, then returned to the familiar desert map. Looking at the dazzling sunlight, Chen Ming felt a wave of nostalgia. The desert is definitely better. Just then, the system suddenly popped up a notification informing him that weapon prices had surged, presenting an opportunity to cash in. Chen Ming quickly abandoned driving and handed over control to his AI assistant, Xiao AI, allowing it to drive automatically. He then rushed into his room and dumped all his excess weapons onto the trading post. After managing all his affairs, he returned to the driver's seat, only to be surprised to find that Xiao AI was engaged in a fierce battle with a small team. Thanks to its nimble movements and well-equipped weapons, Xiao AI easily wiped out the opponents while swiftly collecting their supplies. Seeing just a few lonely energy sources, Chen Ming felt speechless. Even these supplies were better than wandering around in the wild. The vehicle continued to move forward, darting around like a headless fly. But luck was on their side as they stumbled upon 2 supply crates. The aimless wandering brought a sense of joy to Chen Ming. He felt as if he had transformed into a free little bird, soaring wherever he pleased. This feeling was truly amazing. In the past few days, the chaos on the roads had kept Chen Ming in a constant state of high tension. Now he could finally set down his burdens and enjoy some relaxed, carefree moments. Chen Ming drove his vehicle swiftly along the desert highway. The hot wind blew against him, yet it didn't make him uncomfortable. Rather, it exhilarated him even more. He spread his arms wide, feeling the power and speed of the wind, as if he had become one with nature. In this moment, he forgot all his worries and concerns, focusing solely on the vast, endless desert before him. As the vehicle sped along, time flew by like a fleeting shadow. 6 hours passed, and the excitement that had initially filled Chen Ming began to wane. The fatigue from prolonged driving washed over him like a tide, leaving him feeling drained of energy. Finally, struggling to keep his eyes open, Chen Ming parked the vehicle casually on a patch of sand and eagerly got out to rest. At that moment, all he wanted was a good night's sleep to relieve the dual exhaustion of his body and mind. However, just as Chen Ming was drifting into dreamland, a fierce brawl suddenly erupted not far from him. The deafening sounds of gunfire echoed through the air, yet strangely, these raucous noises did not wake the sleeping Chen Ming. Instead, it was the abrupt notification sound from his virtual assistant, Xiao AI, that yanked him out of his sweet dreams. Startled, Chen Ming sat up abruptly, his head still a bit foggy and dazed. For a moment, he couldn't even tell where he was. It wasn't until he heard a chorus of shouts and curses coming from the monitor beside him that he gradually regained his senses. As he focused, the scene before him was nothing short of spectacular. Countless vehicles and players were frantically attacking each other, with flames shooting into the sky and smoke filling the air. This sight instantly jolted Chen Ming awake. He quickly grabbed the monitor provided by Xiao AI, fixating on the large map displayed on it. At that moment, the area on the map indicating the combat zone was flashing brightly, and the dense cluster of red dots was alarming. Seeing all this, Chen Ming thought to himself, could it be that 2 large camps are engaged in a fierce battle over a precious resource? He couldn't help but gasp in realization that the scale of this brawl was likely far beyond his imagination. Though he still felt somewhat weary, the brief nap he had taken had improved his mental state. At least he was no longer constantly besieged by fatigue. Suddenly, a strong sense of curiosity surged within him, urging him to join the fray and see just how intense the battle had become. Without hesitation, he issued a command to Xiao AI, Find me the best vantage point to get a clearer view of the action. Upon receiving the command, Xiao AI sprang into action like a precise machine, swiftly navigating through the crowd and vehicles. Thanks to its advanced navigation system and intelligent algorithms, it soon arrived at a spot with a wide view and excellent angle. Chen Ming was thrilled. He eagerly picked up his binoculars, unable to wait to gaze at the mysterious area in the distance. However, when he peered through the binoculars, he was instantly frozen in shock. What met his eyes was a horrific scene, filled with shattered debris and dismembered limbs, blood staining the ground, and a strong, nauseating smell of blood hanging in the air. Even someone like Chen Ming, who had seen and experienced much in life, found it difficult to suppress the fear and disgust rising from deep within him at such a gruesome sight. His stomach churned violently, and he couldn't help but gag. After several retches, he was finally able to catch his breath, but his face had turned as pale as paper, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Taking a deep breath, he quickly opened the system interface and eagerly inquired, hoping to get some explanation or strategy regarding the terrifying scene before him. Chen Ming, Dad, what's going on? System, these two camps are fighting over an underground arms depot. This depot can equip 5,000 people with handguns, rifles, machine guns, shotguns, submachine guns, individual rocket launchers, grenades, landmines, smoke bombs, and flashbangs. After receiving the system's response, Chen Ming understood why these two camps were clashing so violently. This was a treasure trove of resources, but unfortunately, he had no chance to claim any of it. After thinking for a moment, he activated his camouflage feature and waited for the two camps to finish their bloody battle, so he could scavenge some leftover supplies to replenish his warehouse. Chen Ming watched as the two camps fought fiercely for 2 hours. As time passed, the firepower from both sides began to wane, and Chen Ming's expression brightened as he sensed an opportunity to collect supplies. His companion, Xiao AI, drove closer to the outskirts and found a spot to park, disguising the vehicle as a wrecked car that had been blown up. Chen Ming checked his gear, then crouched low and stealthily exited the vehicle. Chapter 156. The Unexpected Zombie Horde. Chen Ming lurked stealthily on the outskirts like a sneaky rat, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings in search of resources that could ensure his survival. The scattered energy sources, food, and weapons became his objectives. Despite the widespread distribution of these items, Chen Ming showed no signs of frustration. He tirelessly transported them one after another. Just as Chen Ming was fully focused on his task, a sudden gunshot shattered the silence like a thunderclap in his ears. The unexpected sound instantly interrupted his work, and he was startled, instinctively dodging to the side. At the same time, he heard a piercing shout, "There's a rat stealing something." However, before the shout could finish, it abruptly ceased as the person who had called out was shot dead in an instant. Chen Ming stared in shock at the lifeless body lying in a pool of blood, filled with confusion and disbelief. Where had the bullet come from? Cautiously, he raised his head, trying to peek at the situation around him. Just as he revealed a bit of his head, another gunshot rang out, and a bullet whizzed toward him, striking his head with pinpoint accuracy. The powerful impact sent Chen Ming flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Reeling from a blow, Chen Ming felt dizzy, with stars exploding in his vision. But driven by a strong will to survive, he endured the excruciating pain and decided to feign death, hoping to avoid further attacks from his enemy. He tightly closed his eyes and lay still on the ground, as if he had truly lost his life. Like a lifeless corpse, Chen Ming lay rigidly on the cold ground, motionless. Yet, hidden in the shadows, his hands began to move quietly, with extremely concealed and skillful motions. He stealthily attached an energy source to his high-tech energy armor. The entire process was silent, drawing no attention whatsoever. Before long, a live man appeared beside Chen Ming like a ghost. The man frowned, muttering to himself, "This shouldn't be. Why are there no bloodstains? Does he have a big secret?" Clearly, he was filled with deep doubt and suspicion about the seemingly lifeless person before him. As he prepared to approach Chen Ming to investigate, Chen Ming was fully aware that his opponent had begun to feel confused about his condition and was questioning himself. Just at the moment when the man let his guard down, Chen Ming sprang into action like a cheetah that had been lying in wait. He abruptly turned around, drawing a finely crafted handgun from his waist without hesitation. His finger quickly pulled the trigger, and bullets rained down on the man like a storm. The man's reaction was incredibly swift. He sensed the danger almost simultaneously with Chen Ming's gunshot and immediately made a move to dodge. However, despite his agility, he was unfortunate enough to be hit in the legs by several bullets. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, and he gritted his teeth, enduring the agony from his wounds as he limped away from the scene with all his might. Seeing this, Chen Ming was not about to let such a prime opportunity slip away. Without hesitation, he got up and pursued him, running while skillfully holstering his handgun and quickly switching to a more powerful rifle with a longer range. Steadying the rifle, he moved like the wind, covering great distances with each stride, quickly closing the gap between himself and the fleeing man. Just as he was about to catch up, Chen Ming raised his rifle without a moment's hesitation and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the fleeing figure ahead. The dense bullets whizzed through the air, creating a deadly hail of fire. Chen Ming focused intently on one of the bullets as it tore through the man's body like lightning. With a dull thud, the man collapsed to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, Chen Ming did not rush forward recklessly. His gaze remained vigilant and calm. He quickly switched out the magazine in his gun and, without a second thought, unleashed a flurry of shots into the lifeless body, as if to vent all his fears and anger. It wasn't until the second magazine was emptied that Chen Ming finally ceased firing, cautiously approaching the fallen figure. As he got closer, he crouched down and began to search the man's body meticulously. It wasn't too long before he felt something hard under his hands. Pulling it out, he discovered it was a handgun. Chen Ming's heart leaped with joy as he quickly gripped the pistol. However, he didn't stop there and continued to feel around in search of more useful items. Unfortunately, despite thoroughly searching the man's body, he found nothing else of value apart from that handgun. Reluctantly, he decided to give up the search, just as Chen Ming was about to delve deeper into the area to look for more supplies. He suddenly heard the system's urgent alert in his mind. The strong smell of blood has attracted a large horde of zombies heading this way. Evacuate immediately. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming furrowed his brow and glanced at the vast area of unsearched supplies around him, a flash of reluctance crossing his eyes. But the situation was critical, leaving no room for hesitation. He gritted his teeth, ultimately deciding to abandon the search for now. However, Chen Ming was not one to give up easily. He promptly instructed the system to mark the area on the map for future collection of these valuable resources. After doing all this, Chen Ming wasted no time and turned to sprint back with all his strength. Finally, he arrived breathlessly at the side of the vehicle. Just as he jumped into the car, he looked up and saw a group of snarling zombies, reeking of decay, surging towards them like a tidal wave, ready to encircle them completely. In that critical moment, Xiao AI didn't hesitate for a second. She decisively started the engine and slammed the accelerator, and the car shot forward like an arrow, breaking free from the heavy siege of the zombies. The vehicle swayed as it crushed through the staggering undead, leaving it splattered with grime. Chen Ming ignored the mess and focused on the monitor, observing the scene behind them. He noticed that the two camps, which had been in fierce conflict, suddenly ceased their fighting as the zombie horde approached, and in perfect unison, they redirected their attacks towards the swarm of zombies. Chapter 157. The Last Caravans Earn Big. The vehicle raced forward like a wild stallion, having just successfully charged through a chilling horde of zombies. Chen Ming's joy hadn't fully subsided when, in the blink of an eye, a swarm of mechanical dogs appeared before him. They lined up in unison, raising their weapons as a barrage of firepower rained down on Chen Ming's vehicle. Fortunately, his ride had been upgraded, enhancing its defensive capabilities. It showed no fear against such basic bullets. The bullets struck the car, making a series of cracking sounds, but failed to inflict any damage on its durability. At a critical moment, Xiao AI, seated in the passenger seat, expertly activated the vehicle's weapon system. Rockets screamed out, accurately hitting a group of mechanical dogs ahead. With a series of violent explosions, the mechanical dogs were instantly reduced to scrap metal. However, the remaining mechanical dogs showed no signs of retreat, continuing their frenzied assault on Chen Ming's car. Faced with this relentless barrage, Chen Ming wasted no time in activating the mounted machine gun, accompanied by the deafening gunfire. Tongues of flame erupted, sweeping through the mechanical dog swarm. It wasn't too long before the once menacing pack was completely annihilated. After successfully neutralizing the immediate threat, Chen Ming anxiously scanned the surroundings, relieved to find no other enemies approaching. He promptly ordered Xiao AI to drive them away from the area. As they sped off, some of the damaged mechanical dogs began to self-destruct. Meanwhile, Xiao AI swiftly activated the automatic cleaning function, meticulously removing the bloodstains, dirt, and bullet marks that had splattered across the vehicle during the battle. Just as the cleaning was completed, Xiao AI suddenly made a sharp and perilous turn. The force of inertia caused Chen Ming to lean left, his head colliding heavily with the window. After regaining his balance, he looked through the rearview mirror in shock and saw a massive convoy speeding towards their location at breakneck speed. It was at that moment Chen Ming realized why Xiao AI had made such an urgent maneuver. He quickly scanned the overwhelming number of vehicles and felt a tightening in his chest, thinking, "This scale is beyond what I can handle." Before he could finish his thought, he jerked the steering wheel, executing a wide turn as the engine roared and the car's speed surged. In just a few seconds, they had created a significant distance from the approaching convoy. However, despite Chen Ming's quick reaction, his vehicle could not completely evade the bullets fired from the front of the convoy. The bullets rained down on the car like a hailstorm, making a series of sharp crackling sounds. Fortunately, the bullets lacked significant power, leaving only shallow marks on the car's body without causing any real damage. In the next moment, the vehicle lunged forward like a fierce beast, plunging into the horde of zombies ahead. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the horrifying scene made Chen Ming, sitting inside the car, feel his stomach churn violently. He couldn't help but vomit. After several dry heaves, he finally managed to regain his composure. Wiping his mouth with trembling hands, he turned his gaze to the display screen in the car. On the screen, the two camps that had been fiercely battling it out were now exhausted, unable to withstand the overwhelming tide of zombies any longer. The zombies pounced on them like hungry wolves, mercilessly devouring them. Chen Ming shook his head helplessly, letting out a deep sigh as he muttered to himself, "Sigh. It's all in vain. In the end, it's just making wedding clothes for others." With that, he pressed down hard on the accelerator, and the car surged forward, crashing through the obstacles and speeding into the distance. Thus, the car raced at full throttle for a good 20 kilometers until it was far from the danger zone, gradually slowing down. Finally, the vehicle came to a stop, and Chen Ming leaned back in his seat, panting heavily. Meanwhile, his AI assistant, Xiao AI, began to automatically clean the car, removing the blood and grime that had stained its exterior. Once the car was finally clean, Chen Ming let out a long breath of relief, feeling delighted as he prepared to carefully count the precious supplies he had collected earlier. However, at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. The car suddenly fired a rocket without any warning. The abruptness of this incident startled Chen Ming, causing him to jump in surprise, his heart racing as if it were about to leap out of his throat. Before he could fully grasp what had happened, the rocket had already whistled out and accurately struck a target in the distance. As the sound of the explosion and the fire gradually faded away, Chen Ming, as if awakening from a dream, turned his attention back to the display screen inside the car. To his astonishment, he saw a group of ill-intentioned individuals hiding in the shadows, attempting to launch a sniper attack on him. Thankfully, at the critical moment, the car's intelligent assistant, Xiao AI, detected them and initiated a counterattack, successfully thwarting the enemy's scheme. However, despite the rocket's immense power, which killed a portion of the attackers on the spot, a few crafty ones, realizing that Chen Ming's firepower exceeded their expectations, chose to flee without hesitation. Chen Ming watched them escape without giving chase, instead instructing Xiao AI to find a place to hide. After giving the command, he entered the room to sort through the supplies. It wasn't long before he finished counting, but by then he felt a bit hungry. After treating himself to a nice meal, Chen Ming settled onto the couch to relax. "Hey Xiao AI, play a song by J Cho," he called out. Xiao AI responded, "Now playing East Wind Breaks." Just as the introductory notes began to play, Chen Ming joined in, but his off-key singing was far from enjoyable. As he immersed himself in his own little world, the monitor displayed the final outcome of the recent incident. Chen Ming saw that the last convoy had emerged victorious, annihilating both the camps and the horde of zombies. Now, that convoy was busy cleaning up the battlefield, and Chen Ming felt a twinge of discomfort watching them. After all, some of those supplies could have been his. Chapter 158, Arrival in Maple Leaf Town. After expressing his feelings, Chen Ming tore his gaze away from the screen, as if not looking would lessen the pain in his heart. At that moment, he turned to the system and asked, "Dad, why did a weapons cache appear on this desert map, and why is it so easy to find?" The system replied, "Every map has warehouses, and they come in various types. These warehouses are discovered because the vending machines sell maps that indicate their locations. Listening to the system's emotionless response, Chen Ming was taken aback for a moment, as if awakening from a dream. He suddenly realized that everything was a carefully crafted trap set by the game designers. The obvious goal was to provoke intense battles among players, increasing the game's excitement and challenge. With this thought, a deep sense of fatigue washed over him. Dragging his heavy footsteps, Chen Ming slowly walked into his bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, quickly falling into a deep sleep. At that moment, the moon hung high in the sky like a crescent hook, clouds billowing as if performing a silent drama. A gentle breeze brushed past, leaving a faint trace of its presence. As the first light of dawn pierced through the night, Chen Ming stirred awake, rubbing his sleepy eyes. He quickly got out of bed, washed up, and casually ate a few bites of breakfast before embarking on a new day's journey. Relaxed and at ease, Chen Ming sat in the driver's seat and activated the autopilot feature of his AI assistant. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road, with picturesque scenery unfolding like a scroll on either side. Chen Ming enjoyed the enchanting sights while trying to fully shake off the morning drowsiness. However, this tranquility did not last long. Not long after setting off, a group of menacing bandits suddenly appeared ahead, blocking the road, armed with various weapons. They brazenly halted passing vehicles, forcing drivers to hand over their precious energy sources. Chen Ming noticed that several cars ahead had reluctantly complied, surrendering their energy sources without protest. But he was not someone who would easily yield to evil forces. Confronted by the bandits, a glint of cold determination flashed in Chen Ming's eyes. Without hesitation, he deftly operated the vehicle's weaponry and unleashed a fierce barrage of gunfire at the robbers. In an instant, the sound of gunfire erupted, sparks flying. The bandits were caught off guard by the sudden attack, scattering in panic, desperately seeking cover. Within just a few minutes, Chen Ming had decisively resolved the crisis. Although he successfully repelled the bandits, his previously joyful mood was dampened by this unexpected incident. Bang! Accompanied by a dull yet sharp sound. A high-speed bullet whizzed through the air like lightning, crashing violently against the car window. Surprisingly, the seemingly fragile glass did not shatter. Instead, it only left a shallow dent and a spiderweb of cracks on the surface. Startled by the sudden attack, Chen Ming quickly turned his head, following the trajectory of the bullet to see where it had come from. After a brief moment of panic, he quickly calmed down and issued a command to the smart voice assistant sitting in the passenger seat. Xiao AI, immediately locate the shooter. As Chen Ming considered whether to retaliate, he instinctively glanced at the distance between himself and the enemy. His heart sank when he saw that the hidden foe was in a very concealed position, surrounded by numerous obstacles for cover, making it incredibly difficult to hit the target successfully. Moreover, the two parties were quite far apart. Acting recklessly could put him in extreme danger. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Ming ultimately decided to forego the counterattack and prioritize his own safety. He pressed the accelerator without hesitation, speeding away from the area. The wheels spun rapidly, kicking up a cloud of dust as the car raced off like a wild stallion. After getting a safe distance away from the danger zone, Chen Ming finally let out a slight sigh of relief, but he remained vigilant, keeping his eyes glued to the road ahead. Before long, a fortress-like building came into view. The structure appeared imposing, surrounded by tall, thick walls that gave an impression of being impregnable. As Chen Ming drove closer, he keenly noticed signs of activity within the fortress. Through his binoculars, he indeed spotted men and women bustling about inside. Aware that forcing an exploration of the fortress under such circumstances was unwise, he decisively chose to pass it by. He drove around the fortress and continued down the road. After traveling another 30 kilometers or so, a peaceful little town came into sight. Chen Ming decided to stop for a moment in this town to look for supplies that might be useful to him. He slowly brought the car to a stop and cautiously got out. Fully equipped, Chen Ming was clad in advanced energy armor, holding various weapons in his hands. At the same time, 5 small yet powerful mechanical spiders jumped down from the vehicle, skillfully changing their shapes before securely attaching themselves to Chen Ming's energy armor, as if they had become part of his body. After making thorough preparations, Chen Ming strode confidently towards the center of the town. Not far along, he noticed a person setting up a stall by the roadside. The vendor had a variety of items laid out before him, including an assortment of curious trinkets, worn but usable tools, and some seemingly ancient books. Intrigued, Chen Ming approached and began to select the items he needed. As he got closer, the vendor heard his footsteps, looked up, and greeted him with a smile, saying, "Welcome, traveler from afar, to Maple Leaf Town. How can I assist you?" Chen Ming, noticing the items on display, asked, "What do you have for sale?" The vendor replied, "Ordinary firearms, food, and some medical supplies." Chen Ming thought to himself, surrounded by various trinkets that were actually weapons, food, and medicine. He spoke up, saying, "Thank you, I already have these." He then handed the vendor an energy source. Seeing Chen Ming's generosity, the vendor said, "Would you like a tour of the town? I can introduce you." After a moment of consideration, Chen Ming replied, "Sure," with Chen Ming's affirmative response. The vendor quickly packed up his stall and began acting as his tour guide. Luo Xuan introduced himself, saying, "I am Luo Xuan. I've been in this game world for a while now, and I can see you have a distinguished presence, boss. You must be a big shot. I hope you can support your little brother in the future." Chen Ming, hearing the flattery, didn't counter it, but instead said, "Please introduce me to this town." Luo Xuan replied, "Of course. This town originally had no inhabitants. It was our leader who brought us here to settle down. At first, life was tough, but it has improved a bit now. I worked hard in the early days, and later I got some resources, which is why I set up a stall here and also became a tour guide." He continued, "The reason we call this town Maple Leaf Town is that the leaves eventually fall back to their roots, and everyone hopes to live to a natural death. So it's named Maple Leaf Town." Luo Xuan added, "Our town is somewhat remote, and there isn't too much competition, so most people are friendly. On behalf of everyone in the town, I welcome you, boss." Listening to the initial introduction, Chen Ming nodded and said casually, "Is there a drink shop? I'm a bit thirsty." Luo Xuan replied, "Yes, there is. I'll take you there right now." With that, he smiled and led Chen Ming toward the drink shop. Along the way, the two chatted and laughed, and soon they arrived in front of a delicately decorated and distinctive drink shop. As soon as they entered, Chen Ming's attention was instantly drawn to the freshly made fruit juices on display. The colorful juices exuded an enticing fruity aroma that made his mouth water. Without much hesitation, he casually ordered 2 cups that looked particularly delicious. The shopkeeper quickly served them the 2 cups of freshly squeezed juice. And Chen Ming took out a precious energy source from his pocket to hand to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, seeing Chen Ming's generosity, expressed his gratitude. Chen Ming nodded and politely handed one of the cups to Luo Xuan before picking up his own and taking a gentle sip. Luo Xuan smiled and thanked Chen Ming as he accepted the juice. He then continued to lead Chen Ming as they strolled through the peaceful and serene town. As Chen Ming walked leisurely, he carefully observed everything around him. He noticed that the people here were very friendly and warm. They always greeted each other with a nod or a cheerful hello. Occasionally, he could hear the sweet chirping of birds. All these sights combined made Chen Ming deeply feel the rich, harmonious atmosphere of this town. Chapter 159, Leaving and Entering the Island. Chen Ming stood still, a wave of emotions washing over him. After a while, he regained his composure and continued to stroll through the serene little town. Though modest in size, the town exuded a unique charm and character. The streets were lined with quaint, old-fashioned buildings, arranged in a way that seemed to tell the stories of time. Chen Ming walked briskly, unknowingly covering most of the town. But as time passed, the novelty began to wear off, and he found himself feeling a bit bored. His initial excitement to discover more interesting things here gradually faded, prompting him to decide to leave. Turning towards the parking area, Chen Ming soon reached his car. After getting in, he comfortably settled into the driver's seat and spoke to the car's intelligent voice assistant, Xiao AI, activate autopilot. As soon as he finished, the car smoothly started and followed the preset route ahead. For the next 4 hours, Chen Ming enjoyed the unchanging desert landscape outside the window while letting his thoughts wander. Suddenly, a uniquely designed bridge came into view, spanning a wide body of water and connecting the mainland to a distant, mysterious island. Captivated by the bridge, Chen Ming curiously asked the system, "Where does this road lead?" The system promptly replied, "This is the passage to the island." Hearing this, Chen Ming recalled his only trip to an island, a memorable experience that left him with a positive impression overall. Without much hesitation, Chen Ming decisively commanded Xiao AI, "Then let us head to the island." Upon receiving the command, the car accelerated, racing across the bridge towards the island. As Chen Ming observed the panoramic view of the island on the display, he was left speechless and utterly astonished. To his surprise, This seemingly small island exhibited distinct seasonal characteristics. In disbelief, he looked around and saw areas lush with green trees and vibrant flowers, reminiscent of a lively spring. While in other parts, fiery red maple leaves signaled a strong autumn presence. And even more astonishingly, there were places blanketed in white snow, as if he were immersed in the depths of winter. This extraordinary natural landscape completely captivated Chen Ming, leaving him entranced. Just as he was fully immersed in the breathtaking scenery before him, a sudden strange sensation coursed through his body. Looking down, he noticed that the mechanical spider, which had been quietly resting on him, was now slowly extending its metallic form. As the mechanical spider moved, a heavy pressure began to bear down on Chen Ming. Initially, he didn't grasp what this change meant, but as time went on, the pressure intensified, making it increasingly difficult for him to breathe. Finally, Chen Ming was jolted awake from his stupor, a layer of fine sweat breaking out on his forehead. He stared wide-eyed in shock at the mechanical spider moving around him, filled with confusion and fear. Without hesitation, he sent a distress message to the system, urgently asking, "What on earth is happening? Why is the mechanical spider suddenly applying pressure on me?" Before long, the system's cold voice echoed in Chen Ming's mind. After analysis, it has been determined that the island you are on is home to a special type of plant. The pollen from this plant has a disorienting effect, gradually leading individuals into a state of obsession. Clearly, you were just affected by this pollen. Upon hearing this explanation, Chen Ming couldn't help but gasp, a wave of dread washing over him. He thought to himself that if the mechanical spider hadn't applied pressure to wake him up, the consequences could have been dire. This thought triggered an immediate urge to turn and flee the island. However, just as he was about to act, the system spoke again. "Don't give up so easily. This island is hiding many supply crates, which may contain valuable resources and equipment. Leaving now would be a real shame." After hearing the system's words, Chen Ming's wavering resolve was once again solidified. Gritting his teeth, he thought that since he had come this far, it would be a waste of opportunity not to try and find those supply crates. Taking a deep breath, he mustered his courage and continued to explore the mysterious island. Chen Ming carefully parked his vehicle by the dividing bridge of the island, then quickly organized his gear, stepping out with a fully armed stance. The 5 small, nimble mechanical spiders followed closely behind him. As soon as Chen Ming set foot on the mysterious island, a stark change in temperature hit him, as if he had abruptly transitioned from the scorching heat of summer to the chilling cold of winter. Yet, faced with this sudden change, Chen Ming showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he proceeded with steady and determined steps, moving forward slowly. After walking several dozen steps, a supply crate suddenly came into view on the ground ahead. It lay there all alone, standing out conspicuously. Chen Ming spotted the crate from a distance, but did not rush forward. Instead, he cautiously halted, thought for a moment, and then issued a command to the mechanical spiders beside him. Upon receiving the command, the mechanical spiders sprang into action, swiftly crawling towards the location of the supply crate. In no time, they reached their destination and began to drag the heavy crate with their powerful mechanical arms. However, just as the crate had been pulled for only 2 seconds, something unexpected happened. A massive serpent, its body covered in scales, suddenly lunged out from the nearby bushes like a flash of lightning. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and charged aggressively at the mechanical spider that was transporting supply crates. Seeing this, Chen Ming reacted swiftly. Without hesitation, he raised his rifle and aimed at the oncoming serpent, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The bullets rained down like a storm, striking the serpent's body repeatedly. Instead of retreating, the serpent became enraged by the attack. It opened its enormous mouth, large enough to swallow an elephant, and unleashed a jet of dark green venom. Chen Ming quickly sidestepped to avoid the toxic spray. Just as he narrowly escaped the venom, the lush trees behind him suffered a terrible fate. The corrosive liquid splattered onto the trunks and leaves, emitting a hissing sound as it rapidly eroded the trees, leaving them unrecognizable. Meanwhile, the mechanical spider, seeing its master in danger, decisively abandoned its task of transporting the supply crates. It pivoted and launched a fierce attack against the ferocious serpent. Chapter 160 just arrived on the island and encountered a giant snake. The 5 mechanical spiders, like well-trained warriors, unleashed a barrage of bullets that rained down on the giant snake, piercing its massive body and leaving it riddled with wounds, almost unrecognizable in its bloodied state. It fell to the ground in agony, its body twitching and struggling as if making a final stand. However, as time passed, its feeble movements gradually ceased, and soon it lay completely still, as if all the world's commotion had nothing to do with it. Seeing that the giant snake had finally stopped moving, Chen Ming felt a slight relaxation in his tense nerves. He let out a long sigh of relief, silently thankful that the beast was finally dead. He then decisively commanded one of the mechanical spiders to investigate the situation. The spider crawled swiftly to the snake's side, like a nimble leopard, and cautiously used its mechanical tentacles to gently touch the snake's corpse. In those 5 seconds of silence, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. Just as Chen Ming was about to instruct the spider to drag the supply box, the seemingly lifeless giant snake suddenly erupted with a stream of venomous saliva, spewing forth like a volcanic eruption. The black venom, bubbling ominously, shot towards Chen Ming at high speed. Reacting swiftly, he rolled to the side like an agile monkey, while the other mechanical spiders seemed to receive an urgent command, quickly dodging out of the way. The venomous spray corroded large patches of the previously lush green grass, leaving behind charred marks and emitting a pungent odor. Chen Ming couldn't help but feel relieved that he hadn't too recklessly approached, as being so close could have resulted in him being thoroughly corroded by the deadly venom. After the snake's sudden counterattack, Chen Ming cautiously directed the spider to test the snake's corpse again. This time, the giant snake had completely lost any signs of life, remaining utterly still, as if it had truly returned to the void. Having confirmed this, Chen Ming firmly instructed the spiders to drag the supply box over. The 5 mechanical spiders moved with steady steps, pulling the heavy box closer to Chen Ming, as if heralding the fruits of victory from this life-and-death battle. 10 seconds flew by, and the mysterious supply box appeared before Chen Ming. Excited, he stepped forward, eager to open it and discover the treasures hidden within. However, just as he was about to reach out and touch the box, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed, dousing his fervent heart with a bucket of icy water. Warning, this supply box is covered in snake venom. Startled, Chen Ming instinctively stumbled back several steps, his gaze fixed on the box that exuded an eerie aura. But after a brief moment, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. After a moment of thought, Chen Ming turned and ran back to the vehicle, rummaging through the contents. Before long, he found a sturdy crowbar among the clutter. He gripped the crowbar tightly, as if it were a lifeline, then cautiously approached the supply crate again. Once he stood still, he swallowed hard, slowly raised the crowbar, and gently touched the surface of the crate. Time seemed to freeze. He was so nervous that he forgot to breathe, his eyes fixed on the point where the crowbar met the crate. To his surprise, the crowbar didn't corrode away from the venom as he had feared. Seeing this, Chen Ming felt a surge of joy, and his previously tense nerves relaxed a bit. Without hesitation, he gripped the crowbar with both hands and exerted all his strength to pry open the crate. With a sharp crack, the lid of the crate finally opened, just a crack. As Chen Ming applied more force, the entire crate was completely opened. In an instant, a brilliant light burst forth, and the crate seemed to fulfill its purpose before vanishing from sight, revealing its contents to Chen Ming without reservation. However, when he realized that the item inside was just an ordinary rifle, his expression changed dramatically. First came disbelief, followed by deep disappointment and helplessness, which culminated in a frustrated complaint. After all that, it's just a rifle. Come on. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in again. Don't underestimate this rifle. It's an energy rifle powered by energy sources. Upon hearing this, a flash of realization struck Chen Ming like lightning, and 3 big exclamation marks appeared in his mind. He widened his eyes and re-examined the seemingly ordinary rifle in his hands. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he focused intently on the rifle and said to the system, "Tell me more." The system responded, "Since this world version underwent a major update, various technological items have been transformed into energy-based versions. However, these powerful designs are not easily granted to players. The designers behind them have their own unique considerations. They want players to earn these valuable resources and equipment through their relentless efforts." After listening to the system's explanation, a strong desire for exploration surged within Chen Ming. Without hesitation, He quickly inserted an energy source into the rifle's magazine and eagerly began testing the weapon. The rifle absorbed the energy source, and Chen Ming steadied his grip, took a deep breath, and gently pulled the trigger. An energy round shot out like lightning, hitting a nearby tree with pinpoint accuracy. He cautiously attempted single shots, each time pulling the trigger with intense focus and caution. As time ticked by, Chen Ming pulled the trigger a total of 100 times. At that moment, he suddenly felt a slight numbness in his fingers, but his gaze remained fixed on the tree before him. The once sturdy and robust tree began to soften and melt away, as if it had been scorched by intense heat, seemingly losing all its vitality. Chen Ming observed this transformation closely, pondering to himself, a single energy source can actually support firing up to 100 rounds. If I keep the trigger pressed at this rate, it's likely that all the energy contained in the source would be depleted in just 15 to 20 seconds. But I must admit, the destructive power of this new weapon has increased several times compared to previous models. Even more importantly, it also possesses a highly destructive corrosive effect. With this thought, Chen Ming couldn't help but feel a thrill at the remarkable features he had just discovered. Chapter 161: Encountering Parasitic Ants and Escaping the Island. With a brand new powerful weapon in hand, Chen Ming felt like a fickle lover, showing disdain for his old weapon that had once accompanied him through thick and thin. However, he didn't discard the old weapon carelessly. Instead, he chose to keep it strapped to his back, as it carried memories and emotions from his journey. After the encounter with the giant snake, Chen Ming became increasingly cautious. He first deployed 4 mechanical spiders, positioning them about 5 meters away in different directions to create a simple early warning system. Then, he carefully moved forward with the remaining spiders in tow. Walking slowly and steadily, Chen Ming's eyes scanned the surroundings like a hawk, not daring to let his guard down for even a moment. At the same time, he remembered to insert a precious energy source into his new weapon, ensuring it would unleash its full power when needed. After advancing a cautious 100 meters, Chen Ming finally approached a remarkably lush tree. At first glance, he felt a surge of inexplicable wonder. The tree presented a bizarre sight. One half was vibrant and green, as if it were in the lively spring or summer, while the other half was filled with withered yellow leaves, swirling in the wind like the desolation of late autumn or early winter. Chen Ming stood still, observing intently for several seconds, yet he couldn't make sense of it. In desperation, he turned to the system that had been silently accompanying him. Soon, the system explained that the oddity was due to the tree being infested by some kind of parasite. Upon hearing that it was caused by another organism, Chen Ming's nerves instantly tightened, and he took several steps back. In this perilous and unfamiliar territory, any slightest movement could conceal deadly danger. With a confused expression, Chen Ming asked, "What kind of organism is it?" The system replied, "Ants." Chen Ming was even more perplexed. Ants? What kind of ants could cause such a situation? Aren't ants usually found in ground? The system patiently explained, "These are parasitic ants. They can reproduce on various plants and animals. Once their eggs hatch, they will parasitize the host body until the host's life comes to an end." Hearing this, Chen Ming was alarmed and immediately retreated, quickly heading in another direction. After all, knowing the astonishing numbers and reproductive capabilities of ants, he understood that he could not afford to attract such trouble. However, just as Chen Ming had taken a few steps, he heard the system's urgent warning in his mind: "Run faster. The ants have detected your presence and are converging on your location." Chen Ming didn't dare to waste a moment. He immediately took off running. The mechanical spider that followed him scurried closely to the ground at high speed. Unfortunately, the vibrations from Chen Ming's rapid movements attracted even more ants, which sensed his position through the tremors and surged toward him like a tidal wave. After running for a considerable distance, gasping for breath, Chen Ming finally stopped. As he panted heavily, he looked at the dense army of ants pouring in like a flood, his heart racing with fear. Just when he thought he was in dire straits, a brilliant idea struck him. He could ride on the mechanical spiders. Without hesitation, Chen Ming quickly climbed onto the broad back of one of the spiders, taking a moment to catch his breath. It was astonishing how fast these mechanical spiders could crawl, racing forward like the wind. Chen Ming steadied himself on the spider's back, gripping his powerful energy rifle, and began to fire relentlessly at the ground below. The sharp sound of gunfire echoed as bullets rained down like droplets of rain. The ants at the front were instantly hit by the searing energy projectiles, turning into pools of black liquid that dissipated into the air. To his surprise, Chen Ming discovered that the bullets fired from his energy rifle had a remarkable property. They didn't disappear immediately upon impact, but lingered like molten lava, continuing to burn whatever they touched. Seeing this, Chen Ming quickly stopped shooting and redirected his aim to the area around him before pulling the trigger again. With each shot, trails of light blue scorch marks gradually appeared along the path the spider traveled. The oblivious ants that touched these heated tracks were instantly melted away, leaving no trace behind. Delighted by the effectiveness of this tactic, Chen Ming continued firing his energy rifle without pause, unleashing a relentless barrage around him. Bullets whizzed out, creating an impenetrable web of firepower on the ground. Before long, he successfully reached the spot where their vehicle was parked. He nimbly leaped off the spider's back and dove into the car in a flash. Almost simultaneously, the mechanical spiders climbed into the vehicle as well. Chen Ming barely had time to settle in before the car shot forward like an arrow. Feeling a bit shaken, Chen Ming glanced in the rearview mirror. He noticed that the ants' speed had decreased significantly, with some appearing lifeless. As his car crossed the boundary bridge, he realized that these ants had not followed. They remained at the entrance of the bridge. Chen Ming immediately instructed his AI assistant, Xiao AI, to stop and then inquired about the situation. Chen Ming, hey, what's going on? System. The designer has set it so that the creatures on the island cannot leave the island. Chen Ming, what was the situation with those ants that stopped moving at the intersection just now? System. They exhausted their energy and died. Upon receiving this information, Chen Ming took out his binoculars to observe the situation on the island. Seeing that the ants were still at the intersection, he abandoned the idea of returning. He instructed Xiao AI to find a spot to activate the camouflage function and then entered the room. Chen Ming put his gear back in the storage and fed energy sources to a few mechanical spiders. Just as he was inserting the energy sources, an idea suddenly struck him. Chen Ming, Dad, can we modify the mechanical spiders? System, yes. Chen Ming, got it. Chapter 162, Setting Fire to the Island and its Self-Repair. After chatting casually with the system for a while, Chen Ming felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. So he went to bed to rest and quickly fell into a deep sleep. When the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Chen Ming's face, he slowly woke up. After completing his morning routine, he hurriedly finished breakfast and immediately began a meticulous inspection of the various equipment. This thorough check lasted a full half hour, during which Chen Ming's brain was constantly working at full speed, contemplating how to deal with the troublesome army of ants. While Chen Ming was busy tidying up the storage room, a flamethrower placed in a corner suddenly caught his eye. In an instant, a light bulb seemed to go off in his head. Without hesitation, he dashed over, grabbed the flamethrower, and carefully placed it in the passenger seat. He then turned around and quickly returned to his room to arm himself completely. Once everything was ready, Chen Ming started the car and drove straight to the island's entrance. However, upon reaching his destination, Chen Ming did not rush to get out of the car. He took a deep breath to steady his nerves and then asked the system, "Are there any ants around here?" The system quickly responded, "Some of the ants in the area have died, but there are still some that are parasitizing the nearby plants." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming did not act rashly. He pondered for a moment before giving instructions to his AI assistant, Xiao AI. Control the robotic arm and use the flamethrower to burn the nearby plants. The obedient AI immediately activated the robotic arm, firmly grasped the flamethrower, and aimed it at the surrounding vegetation before pressing the ignition button. A faint spark flew out instantly, igniting the plants and quickly spreading the flames. What began as a small fire rapidly grew into a roaring blaze, mercilessly consuming the surrounding forest, with thick smoke billowing into the sky. Chen Ming sat calmly in the car, showing no signs of anxiety as his gaze remained fixed on the burning plants. Watching the flames spread and intensify, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Setting fire to the mountains will only lead to a long prison sentence. As time passed, the fire grew fiercer, threatening to engulf everything in its path, as if a cataclysmic disaster had descended upon the land. The scene was both breathtaking and terrifying. Thus, the inferno raged for a full hour. However, at that moment, the previously clear sky unexpectedly began to drizzle. At first, the raindrops were sparse, but within seconds, it poured down like a torrential rain. Chen Ming was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide open in disbelief at the sudden change in weather. Despite the ferocity of the flames, They had no choice but to gradually succumb to the relentless downpour. Before long, the torrential rain successfully subdued the fire. After a considerable amount of time, the rain finally extinguished all the flames. Chen Ming, filled with doubt, gazed at the land that had just undergone a baptism of fire and water, his heart brimming with confusion and uncertainty. He muttered to himself, "Dad, what's going on? Why did it suddenly start raining? I know the weather on the island can be unpredictable, but this is just too coincidental." The system explained, this is actually a protective mechanism set up by the designer, intended to prevent dangerous behaviors like arson for the sake of obtaining supply crates. Hearing this, Chen Ming helplessly ran his fingers through his hair, mumbling under his breath, seemingly lamenting the sudden rainfall. When the intense downpour finally extinguished the raging fire, it was as if an invisible hand had abruptly drawn the curtain on the rain, bringing it to a sudden stop. At the same time, a red sun slowly rose above the horizon, golden sunlight flooding the entire sea and the mysterious island like a tidal wave. Chen Ming stood quietly in place, witnessing this rapid and marvelous transformation, no longer as shocked as he had been during his first encounter. After all, having survived in this game world for so long, he had already witnessed too many unimaginable sights. Just then, the system, which had been silent, suddenly chimed in with a notification. The island is undergoing self-repair. This is the perfect opportunity to venture inland and gather supply crates. This message struck Chen Ming's mind like a bolt of lightning, instantly awakening his previously dulled senses. Knowing time was of the essence, he wasted no time in opening the trading interface, his fingers swiftly gliding over the screen as he anxiously searched for clothing suitable for moving freely in the rain. After careful selection, he finally found a set of gear he liked and quickly completed the purchase. Eagerly, Chen Ming donned the newly acquired outfit and equipped himself with various defensive weapons. Fully arming himself, once everything was ready, he jumped out of the vehicle, followed closely by 5 mechanical spiders. They marched in unison, like loyal guardians, closely trailing their master. Chen Ming took a deep breath and then sprinted forward with all his might. As he ran, he remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. To his surprise, the usually active flora and fauna were eerily silent, as if the entire world had frozen in time. Seeing this, Chen Ming couldn't help but feel a sense of glee. He thought to himself, if he could reach the center of the island this smoothly, it would be perfect. However, human endurance is ultimately limited, and it wasn't long before Chen Ming began to pant, his steps growing heavier. Reluctantly, he had to pause and take a short break. After a brief rest, Chen Ming suddenly had an idea and jumped onto the broad back of one of the mechanical spiders. He issued a command to the others to head toward the center of the island. The mechanical spiders immediately fired up their engines and raced toward the island's center at breakneck speed. Before long, Chen Ming arrived at the center of the island, where he saw a palace resembling ancient ruins. He took a few steps back and aimed his energy rifle at the grand entrance, instructing the mechanical spiders to open the door. Several of the mechanical spiders slowly pushed the door open, and Chen Ming was relieved to find no ambush waiting for him. He sent one of the spiders ahead, and after a few minutes, the mechanical spider returned. Chapter 163. Entering the Island Palace. When Chen Ming saw that the mechanical spider had returned safely, he felt a slight sense of relief and immediately prepared to delve deeper into the palace. After careful consideration, he decided to send one of the mechanical spiders to accompany him underground, while the others would spread out to vigilantly guard the surroundings of the palace. With a mix of apprehension and anticipation, Chen Ming slowly stepped into the mysterious palace. At first, he moved with extreme caution, as if the ground beneath him concealed countless unknown traps. The palace was eerily silent, with only the faint sound of his footsteps echoing in the empty corridors, adding to the ominous atmosphere. To better understand the internal structure of the palace and its potential threats, Chen Ming instructed the system to conduct a comprehensive scan of the entire area. Meanwhile, he continued to move forward slowly, attentively listening for any subtle sound around him. The mechanical spider following him acted like a loyal guardian, silently ensuring his safety. As they progressed along the corridor, the path ahead gradually narrowed, making the once large mechanical spider appear somewhat clumsy and inconvenient to maneuver. Recognizing the situation, Chen Ming decisively commanded the mechanical spider to reduce its size. The spider quickly complied, its body folding and compressing like a transformer, ultimately becoming a small, delicate pendant that hung snugly on Chen Ming. This way, it would not hinder Chen Ming's movements, while its keen sensory abilities could help monitor any potential threats from behind. Once the mechanical spider successfully transformed, Chen Ming adjusted himself slightly before continuing deeper into the palace. Time passed, and Chen Ming lost track of how long he had been walking. He only felt his legs growing heavier, a wave of indescribable fatigue washing over him. Despite his exhaustion, he gritted his teeth and pressed onward. After several more minutes, a hint of doubt crept into Chen Ming's mind. Logically, after such an extended period of system scanning, he should have already received a detailed and accurate map of the terrain in his mind. Yet, why had the system not provided any relevant information until now? Was it malfunctioning? Or did this palace have some special interference mechanism preventing the system from functioning properly? A flurry of speculations raced through Chen Ming's mind, intensifying his already heightened anxiety. Suddenly, he felt a powerful force wrapping tightly around him, like a massive python constricting its prey with its thick, powerful body. Every inch of his skin felt the suffocating grip, as if it were crushing his bones to dust. The pain was indescribable, leaving him in a state of extreme discomfort and torment. Only a few seconds had passed, but for Chen Ming, it felt like he had endured centuries. Suddenly, something even more terrifying occurred. He realized that the scene before him was becoming increasingly blurred, as if a solid piece of glass had been violently shattered on the ground, instantly covered with a web of cracks. The cracks multiplied and widened until the entire glass shattered completely, and with it, his vision vanished, plunging the world into endless darkness. Faced with such a bizarre and unprecedented situation, Chen Ming's heart was filled with fear and panic. This terrifying sensation was something he had never experienced before, completely beyond his comprehension. Instinctively, he tightly shut his eyes, trying to escape it all. However, just as he closed his eyes, a strong sense of weightlessness suddenly overwhelmed him. He felt as if he were plummeting rapidly, as if falling into an unfathomable abyss. In that moment, he lost all sense of balance, his mind went blank, and it felt as if he had completely disconnected from the reality around him. At the same time, he could hear urgent shouts echoing in his ears. "Wake up! Wake up!" These voices seemed to come from a distant horizon, yet also felt so close. Chen Ming knelt on the ground, trembling all over, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. He struggled to open his mouth, gasping for air, desperate to escape this nightmare. Finally, after a painful struggle, Chen Ming slowly opened his eyes, where he could see his surroundings again. He found himself still in that familiar corridor. However, he was utterly exhausted, as if he had just fought a life-and-death battle. Looking around at the unchanged scene, it dawned on him, like waking from a dream, that it was the mechanical spider that had applied pressure to him, enabling him to break free from that horrific illusion. Regaining his senses, Chen Ming looked at the mechanical spider with terror in his eyes and trembled as he asked, "Dad, what kind of illusion is this? How can it be so powerful?" At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. "The bricks around you have a problem. They possess a special ability to interfere with visual nerves, causing loss of sight and leading to a state of sensory failure. If you cannot escape this influence in time, you will ultimately face death. The reason I had the mechanical spider apply pressure to you was to break the control of this illusion and awaken you." Chen Ming quietly closed his eyes, completely surrendering himself to the mysterious and powerful system. In the tranquility, he could clearly feel the guidance from the system, as if an invisible hand was gently leading him forward. One step, two steps, Chen Ming cautiously followed the instructions given by the system, not daring to let his guard down. As time passed, his steps quickened, yet he maintained a steady and cautious pace. Finally, after a journey that wasn't too long but was filled with tension, Chen Ming successfully reached the end of the corridor. Standing there, he saw a massive and heavy door towering before him, adorned with intricate and ancient carvings that emanated an awe-inspiring aura. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming slowly extended his right hand and began to carefully explore the wall beside him. Before long, his fingers brushed against a slightly raised object. It was a deeply hidden button. However, just as he was about to press it, Chen Ming hesitated. After all, no one could predict what lay behind that door. So, he decided to consult the system first. "Dad, can I press this button?" Chen Ming asked softly, a hint of apprehension in his heart. The system quickly responded, "You may press it." With the affirmative answer, Chen Ming no longer hesitated and decisively pressed the button. A deep mechanical hum filled the air, followed by a crisp click as the door slowly began to swing open. Chen Ming fixed his gaze on the doorway, silently praying not to encounter what is often referred to as a door kill. Fortunately, until the door was fully opened, nothing unusual occurred. Chapter 164. The Zombies in the Palace. Chen Ming stepped cautiously yet steadily into the heavy door. As soon as he crossed the threshold, he found himself in a spacious but eerily empty room. The entire space was shrouded in a dim, yellowish light, seemingly concealing countless unknown secrets and dangers. Chen Ming dared not let his guard down for a moment. He quickly retrieved his headlamp from his backpack and switched it on. A bright beam of light instantly pierced the darkness, illuminating a small area before him. He gripped the flashlight tightly, carefully turning his body to observe his surroundings. Just then, an extremely faint sound of breathing suddenly reached Chen Ming's ears. Although the sound was weak, it resonated with unsettling clarity in the deathly silence of the environment, as if it were a call from the depths of hell. Startled, Chen Ming immediately halted all movements, held his breath, and strained to listen to the mysterious sound. After determining the rough direction of the noise, Chen Ming raised his rifle and cautiously began to move toward the source. Each step was as light as a feather, fearful of making even the slightest sound that might alert a potential enemy. Gradually, he inched closer to the corner that filled him with dread. When he finally turned the corner, a horrifying sight greeted him. A pale, human head lay exposed. The head drooped, eyes tightly shut, with disheveled hair, looking as if it had just crawled out of a grave. Faced with such a ghastly scene, Chen Ming didn't think twice. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! 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 3 crisp gunshots shattered the stillness of the room, with bullets racing out like lightning. Unfortunately, due to the tension and poor lighting, 2 of the bullets merely struck the wall, sparking a shower of embers. Only the last bullet found its mark, hitting the head squarely. To his surprise, the head did not topple or burst as he had imagined. Instead, seconds later, it began to melt away, transforming into a strange, viscous liquid that flowed onto the ground. At the same time, a nauseating stench permeated the air, making him gag. Seeing this, Chen Ming did not rush forward to inspect the situation. He remained vigilant, rifle at the ready. After a few more seconds, confirming that it was temporarily safe, he resumed his cautious advance. As he approached the spot where he had fired, he finally realized that this so-called human head was not actually human at all, but a grotesque, decaying zombie. Chen Ming crouched down to examine it, struggling to comprehend how a zombie could breathe. However, he quickly adapted to the bizarre reality. Just as he stood up and prepared to leave, a deep growl echoed from the shadows around him. His heart raced as he realized there were other dangers lurking nearby. Swiftly scanning his surroundings, he spotted several figures slowly moving toward him in the darkness. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the rifle and fired several shots at the approaching shadows. However, this time, the zombies seemed to be more agile. Bullets only hit one of them, while the others quickly closed in. Chen Ming realized the danger and turned to run towards a narrow passage, with the zombies hot on his heels. Just as he felt they were about to catch up, a sudden light appeared ahead. It turned out to be a hidden room filled with weapons and ammunition. He rushed inside and immediately shut the iron door. As the zombies slammed against it in a frenzy, Chen Ming let out a long sigh of relief and began to search the room for anything useful. He noticed a special crossbow hanging on the wall, along with some vials emitting a blue glow. Just as he was about to grab one of the glowing vials for examination, the pounding from outside abruptly stopped, replaced by a stronger sense of unease. Chen Ming tightened his grip on his rifle, eyes fixed on the doorway. At that moment, he heard a faint crawling sound from above, as if something was moving along the ceiling of the room. He looked up and saw a massive, spiky, mutated zombie crouching on the ceiling, its eyes glowing with a sinister green light, dripping with slime. Chen Ming was taken aback and quickly sidestepped. The mutated zombie lunged down, its claws carving deep grooves into the floor. Chen Ming instinctively opened fire, but the mutated zombie was too fast, evading his rifle shots. However, the walls were being shredded by the bullets, and the system indicated to Chen Ming that the blue vials could temporarily blind the mutated zombie. Seizing the moment while the mutated zombie was dodging, Chen Ming stopped shooting and swiftly grabbed a vial of the blue liquid, hurling it at the zombie. The vial exploded upon impact, emitting a dazzling blue light and thick smoke. Taking advantage of the zombie's momentary blindness, Chen Ming opened fire again, his bullets piercing into the creature's body and beginning to dissolve it. In just a few seconds, the terrifying mutated zombie was gradually disintegrated under the relentless barrage of bullets, melting away until it completely vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. Seeing this, the tension in Chen Ming's heart finally eased a bit. He involuntarily took several steps back, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled, trying to calm his racing heart from the adrenaline rush. At that moment, the system alerted him that there were 3 vials in the room. Hearing this, Chen Ming's previously weary eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Like a hunting dog catching the scent of prey, he eagerly began to search the area. Soon, he spotted a weathered supply crate lying quietly not far away. Overjoyed, he walked briskly towards it, while remaining highly alert, wary of it being another hidden trap. When he reached the crate, Chen Ming stopped, cautiously observing his surroundings to confirm it was safe before carefully extending his hands to open the mysterious supply crate. As the lid was slowly lifted, a faint glow emanated from within. As the light faded, 3 bottles of potions in different colors were neatly arranged inside the box. Quietly waiting for Chen Ming to take them out and assign them new purposes, Chen Ming asked, "Dad, what are these potions?" The system replied, "Body Enhancement Potion, Antiviral Potion, and Kin Potion." Chen Ming was puzzled, with multiple question marks hovering over his head. He then inquired again, "I can understand the enhancement and antiviral potions, but what is the Kin Potion?" The system explained, "The Kin Potion allows any living being to perceive you as one of their own and not attack you, although mechanical units and single-species organisms will still attack." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming immediately consumed all 3 potions. After gulping them down in one go, he quietly awaited the changes in his body. A few minutes later, he began to feel the effects. Finding a spot, he lay down. Half an hour later, as he felt the toxins being expelled from his body, he knew the transformation was complete. At that moment, the outside was eerily quiet. Chen Ming cautiously opened the door to test the effects of the potions. Outside, zombies were wandering about, but upon seeing the door open, they merely turned their heads and then looked away. Seeing that the zombies did not attack him, Chen Ming boldly moved forward. Chapter 165. Acquiring Supplies and Leaving the Island. Chen Ming strolled leisurely through the grandiose palace, his pace unhurried. His gaze darted around like 2 sharp bolts of lightning, scanning every corner in detail without missing a thing. Following the detailed route provided by the system, he meticulously examined nearly every location. However, to his disappointment, the so-called weapons scattered throughout were either too damaged to be of any use or far too ordinary to be practical. Faced with this situation, Chen Ming shook his head in resignation and chose to abandon the search for these seemingly worthless weapons. Only one last location remained unexplored. As he pondered this in his mind, he quickened his pace towards his destination. Before long, the final spot came into view. Coming to a halt, Chen Ming took a deep breath to steady his slightly nervous emotions and quietly issued a command to the system. "Please open this door for me." With a faint sound, the heavy door slowly creaked open. Once the door was fully ajar, a massive mutated zombie stood silently within. Towering and muscular, it exuded an intense feeling of pressure. Chen Ming's heart raced, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. Fortunately, the terrifying mutated zombie did not attack him. Chen Ming let out a small sigh of relief, his heart temporarily settling back into his chest. However, he remained cautious, carefully maneuvering his steps to avoid the dangerous creature, fearful that any sudden movement might provoke it and lead to disaster. After navigating past those grotesque, sluggish zombies, Chen Ming finally reached the last door of the building. He cautiously grasped the doorknob and gently twisted it. The door opened. Taking a deep breath, he slowly stepped into the room. Once inside, he was careful not to let his guard down and immediately began to search the surroundings meticulously. His eyes scanned every corner and crevice like a hawk, leaving no trace unchecked. Before long, he spotted the long-awaited supply crate in a dimly lit corner. Chen Ming hurried over to the crate, excitement bubbling within him as he opened it. However, as he took a look inside, a sense of disappointment washed over him. Lying within was a weapon resembling a rocket launcher. Compared to the powerful equipment he had imagined, this weapon seemed rather ordinary. Just as Chen Ming sighed inwardly, a familiar and cold voice echoed in his mind. This is an energy rocket launcher. Upon firing, this weapon not only deals massive explosive damage to the target, but also ignites all nearby living beings it attaches to, causing them to burn continuously. Additionally, a highly corrosive energy liquid will remain at the explosion site, further eroding the target. After listening to the system's introduction, Chen Ming's previously dull eyes suddenly lit up, sweeping away his earlier feelings of disappointment. Excitedly, he extended both hands and tightly gripped the energy rocket launcher, as if he could already envision himself wreaking havoc with this powerful artifact. Without hesitation, Chen Ming turned and left, after successfully maneuvering past the enormous mutated zombie once more. He quickened his pace and sprinted toward the exit. Along the way, he nimbly weaved through the narrow passages, avoiding various obstacles and dangers. Soon, Chen Ming arrived at a long corridor. At this moment, the corridor was relatively spacious, with not many zombies around. So, he decisively stopped, let the mechanical spider down, and then leaped onto its broad back. After issuing a crisp and commanding order, the mechanical spider seemed to be infused with immense power, quickly springing to life. Its 8 slender, sturdy metallic legs began to move rhythmically, each step carrying the force of a thunderous charge. Accompanied by a faint rumble, the mechanical spider sped forward like lightning, carrying Chen Ming with it. In the blink of an eye, Chen Ming burst out of the palace. However, just as he stepped outside the palace door and had no time to catch his breath, he unhesitatingly commanded several other mechanical spiders to return. Upon receiving the order, the 5 mechanical spiders swiftly turned around and dashed back in the direction they had come from at their fastest speed. Within just a few minutes, these mechanical spiders had successfully returned to the vehicle. About 10 minutes later, Chen Ming also made it back to the car. He quickly and carefully placed the heavy energy rocket launcher into the storage compartment, then settled back into the driver's seat. Without hesitation, he pressed down on the accelerator, driving the vehicle swiftly away from the mysterious island. As the car sped along, it wasn't long before Chen Ming found himself in a vast, open grassland. This grassland stretched out like a giant green velvet carpet, reaching all the way to the horizon. Chen Ming stared at the grassland in confusion, pondering how he had emerged into this expansive field. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to disregard it and continued driving forward with determination. Thus, the car traveled across the grassland for about 20 minutes before finally exiting the green sea and entering a rugged mountain road. As soon as they entered the mountainous area, Chen Ming noticed a few cars not far ahead, chasing each other and cheering with excitement. As he got closer, he realized that these were a group of reckless street racers, immersed in the thrill and exhilaration of high-speed driving. However, Chen Ming paid little attention to the wild street racers, choosing instead to focus on his own journey. He silently gripped the steering wheel, carefully maneuvering his vehicle as he slowly passed by them, continuing along the winding mountain road until he gradually disappeared into the depths of the high mountains. After driving for a while, Chen Ming discovered that the road ahead had collapsed and was impassable. Just as he felt frustrated, he noticed a narrow path leading up the mountain beside him. Gritting his teeth, he turned the steering wheel and took the small road. The path grew narrower, and Chen Ming's car struggled to advance. Suddenly, he heard a strange roaring sound coming from deep within the woods. Before he could react, a massive mechanical bear burst out, blocking his way. The mechanical bear glimmered coldly, its eyes flashing red. Chen Ming quickly calmed himself. He instructed his AI assistant to take control of the car while he rolled down the window and began firing his energy rifle. The bear was enormous, making it easy for Chen Ming to hit his target. Watching the mechanical bear dissolve under the fire of his energy rifle, he didn't stop to assess the situation, but instead continued forward. After weaving around a few large trees, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the path led to a wide road, and at the end of the road, he could faintly see the outline of a futuristic city. Chapter 166. Entering the city and the light and darkness within. As the distance to the city dwindled, the outline of the bustling metropolis gradually became clearer. Chen Ming drove his vehicle into this familiar yet unfamiliar city with a complex mix of emotions. Upon reaching the city entrance, he caught sight of several figures. Were they real players or merely NPCs in the game? Chen Ming pondered this in silence and refrained from approaching them right away. To be cautious, he decided to steer clear of the wide main road, sought the system's assistance, and ultimately found a relatively concealed entrance, quietly slipping into the city. Once inside, Chen Ming was left speechless by the scene before him. The streets were lined with dilapidated buildings and ruins, interspersed with human remains, abandoned vehicles, various damaged weapons, and even scattered food and energy sources. The chaos around him resembled the aftermath of an apocalyptic disaster, leaving Chen Ming deeply shocked. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly regained his composure, striving to stay calm. As he drove a short distance further, a sudden bellow like thunder rang out, making Chen Ming's ears ring. "Stop! Who are you? Where did you come from? Show your team emblem at once." Chen Ming hurriedly hit the brakes, slowly rolled down his window, and asked in confusion, "How do I display my team emblem?" The person on the other side shouted impatiently, "Open your team interface to show your emblem. Don't waste time." Following the instructions, Chen Ming quickly managed to display his team's emblem. At that moment, he noticed the tension on the other person's face visibly relax, and they let out a long sigh of relief. "If you want to stay alive, don't cause trouble. Understood?" Chen Ming replied, "Understood," and drove away. As he continued to drive, Chen Ming couldn't shake off the encounter he had just experienced. The city was fraught with danger, and everyone was on high alert. After a short while, he noticed a group of people gathered, seemingly arguing about something. Driven by curiosity, Chen Ming decided to get out and take a look. As he approached, he realized they were quarreling over a pile of energy sources. One person spotted Chen Ming and shouted, "Who are you? Want to steal the energy sources?" Chen Ming quickly waved his hands, explaining that he was just passing through. At that moment, someone in the crowd recognized his team emblem and said, "He seems to have just entered the city. He probably doesn't have the guts to cause trouble." Upon hearing this, the crowd's attitude softened a bit. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming inquired about what was happening and why it was so chaotic. Someone sighed and explained, "Not long ago, several teams worked together to clear out the mechanical entities in this city. We paid a hefty price to secure this place for survival. After a brief period of peace, several factions began to clash over resources, and our team had to pay a heavy price to drive the others away. The higher-ups haven't even had the chance to clean up the spoils of war yet, so everyone is eager to take advantage of the current lack of ownership over supplies." Chen Ming understood this situation all too well. After a preliminary assessment, he turned and left the scene. As he slowly walked toward the car parked nearby, his mind was racing with thoughts about the complex and chaotic circumstances unfolding before him. He knew that in such a tangled situation, it was best to avoid getting involved. As the old adage goes, better to keep a low profile. However, deep down, he sensed that there might be some rare opportunities hidden within this seemingly chaotic mess. This city, filled with ambition and desire, was temporarily subdued, but he felt it wouldn't be long before it surged back. Chen Ming wandered aimlessly along the streets for a while, trying to gather more useful information by observing his surroundings. Eventually, he found a relatively concealed and safe spot to park his vehicle and quickly activated the car's camouflage system. After completing these tasks, he hurried into a nearby room. Upon entering, he immediately instructed the system to display a detailed map of the city on the monitor in front of him. As the image gradually came into focus, the screen revealed several dense blue strongholds and scattered red ones. He first focused on the blue strongholds and zoomed in on them. Through the magnified image, he could see a bustling crowd inside, animatedly engaged in conversation. Some were raising their glasses and drinking heartily. Others were openly displaying affection, fully enjoying the moment. Next, Chen Ming shifted his attention to the red strongholds. In stark contrast to the blue ones, the scenes here were quite grim. Many vehicles were damaged and haphazardly parked. The people in these strongholds mostly bore various injuries, with some frantically tending to each other's wounds, and the air was thick with tension and despair. This stark contrast reminded Chen Ming of the fierce struggles that had taken place, and he stared at the individuals in the red stronghold, contemplating what schemes they might be plotting in secret. Deciding to investigate the situation in the red stronghold further, Chen Ming changed into a nondescript outfit and quietly approached one of the red strongholds. As he got closer, he overheard some hushed conversations. "Damn it, to have survived? I must be tough," a hoarse voice said. "We were supposed to win easily. I don't know which idiot messed it up," replied a younger voice, laced with frustration. Chen Ming found a hiding spot to listen in. "Should we stay or retreat? Make a decision." A woman's voice chimed in. "Let's go. We lost, but at least if we leave, we can still live. Staying here, the odds are we'll die," a deep voice said. "Since we have to leave, we might as well stir things up a bit. We can't let them live comfortably in this city, a hoarse voice replied. Let's rest for now. In a few days, we'll see how things look and then make a plan, a woman's voice suggested. Not hearing any further conversation, Chen Ming quietly left and headed back to his car. He tapped on the window, lost in thought. He was weighing whether to go for a big score and then leave or to play it safe and take a small gain while ensuring he wouldn't be targeted. After pondering for a while, without coming to a conclusion, Chen Ming went into his room to perform basic maintenance on his mechanical spider, checked various equipment, and then went to sleep. Chapter 167, Tracked Down After a Mistake. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated Chen Ming's face, he slowly opened his eyes. Stretching out his stiff limbs, he yawned and sat up in bed. After a brief session of stretching to shake off the sleepiness, he got up and headed to the bathroom. Standing in front of the sink, Chen Ming looked at his reflection in the mirror. His eyes were still heavy with sleep, but he felt relatively refreshed. He quickly completed his morning routine and then made his way to the dining table for breakfast. After enjoying a simple sandwich and a cup of hot milk, he felt invigorated and full of energy. After breakfast, Chen Ming went to the room where his energy armor was stored. He skillfully opened the energy interface of the armor and carefully inserted the prepared energy source, watching as the energy gauge gradually filled up, bringing him a sense of reassurance. Next, he rummaged through the storage area and finally found several space stones radiating a mysterious glow. These space stones were incredibly valuable materials that could provide additional storage space for the energy armor. Chen Ming picked up his tools and meticulously embedded the space stones into the designated spots on the armor. As the last stone was installed, the entire energy armor emitted a faint glow, indicating that the space expansion feature was successfully activated. Afterwards, he placed his commonly used weapons and some essential items into the newly expanded space, ensuring everything was ready. Stepping out of the vehicle, Chen Ming brushed off the dust from his clothes and issued a command to the mechanical spider beside him. The mechanical spider swiftly transformed into a small pendant and securely attached itself to Chen Ming's waist. With everything in place, he began to stroll through the city with a relaxed gait. At first, Chen Ming observed his surroundings with curiosity. However, it wasn't too long before he noticed that the supplies that were once abundant on the ground had become quite scarce, and many of the scattered debris seemed to have been cleared away. Seeing this, Chen Ming couldn't help but think, it seems this city is gradually restoring order. Perhaps it won't be long before it gets back on track. The only uncertainty was whether the suspicious individuals he encountered last night would take any action. Lost in thought, Chen Ming unwittingly found himself standing in front of a small tavern. He paused, looked up at the tavern sign, hesitated for a few seconds, and ultimately decided to go in for a closer look. As he pushed the door open, a wave of chilly air hit him. Contrary to the lively scene he had imagined, the tavern was unusually quiet, with only a few patrons sitting in the corners, quietly conversing. Chen Ming approached the bar, and the bartender glanced at him before returning to polishing a glass. He ordered a drink and listened intently to the conversation of the people in the corner. Have you heard? There's a batch of high-grade supplies in this city, and many people have their eyes on it, one of them whispered. Chen Ming's interest was piqued, and he pondered to himself. Could this be related to those suspicious characters from last night? Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance, breaking his train of thought. Just then, a group of oddly dressed individuals entered the tavern, each more peculiar than the last. The leader, with a hawk-like gaze, scanned the entire room before locking eyes on the staircase leading to the private rooms on the second floor. He strode purposefully towards it. Chen Ming, observing this, didn't act hastily. Instead, he patiently waited for the group to ascend before slowly lifting his head to glance in their direction. He then pretended to get up to use the restroom, casually walking as if he were uninterested, but intentionally veering off course to get closer to the stairs. As soon as he stepped onto the second floor, he spotted a server standing in the corridor. The server, sharp-eyed, immediately approached Chen Ming upon seeing him and politely asked, "Sir, may I ask which private room you are a guest of?" Caught off guard by the unexpected question, Chen Ming quickly regained his composure, putting on a naive smile as he replied, "I'm sorry, I was just a bit curious about what's up here. I'll just take a quick look and leave." With a nod to the server, he turned and headed back downstairs. Seeing Chen Ming take the hint, the server didn't press further and respectfully escorted him back down. However, just as Chen Ming turned to leave, the server swiftly pulled a walkie-talkie from his pocket and spoke into it in a lowered voice. "Heads up, There's a strange man who just went up to the second floor and then came back down. Though Chen Ming was already downstairs, his keen senses allowed him to catch the faint sound of the server's transmission. In that moment, he understood the situation. Nonetheless, he maintained a calm exterior, as if nothing had happened, and leisurely returned to his original seat, continuing to sip his drink. Sitting quietly in the tavern, he resembled a statue, time seemingly frozen at that moment. A full half-hour passed before he finally stood up, feigning boredom and disinterest on his face, and then slowly made his way out of the tavern. Yet, the moment he stepped outside, a sharp intuition told him that someone was following him. Chen Ming thought to himself, "It seems I can't stay here any longer. I need to come up with a way to shake off this tail quickly." With that, he casually but intentionally headed towards a bustling commercial street filled with people. Once on the street, he blended into the crowd like a fish in the sea. He twisted and turned, stopping and starting, occasionally feigning interest by stepping into a shop to browse the merchandise, all while keeping a watchful eye on the movements of his pursuers behind him. After a thorough observation, Chen Ming discovered that there were 3 people following him. The 3 individuals were clearly well-trained, carefully maintaining a distance from Chen Ming that allowed them to keep him in sight without raising his suspicions. However, this little trick was no match for the clever and resourceful Chen Ming. Suddenly, he quickened his pace and darted into a nearby shop. As soon as he entered, he pretended to clutch his stomach, acting as if he urgently needed to use the restroom, muttering, "Oh no, I can't hold it any longer." At the same time, he took advantage of the distraction to swiftly toss a pre-prepared energy source onto the floor. The energy source emitted a faint but striking glow, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the store. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Ming dashed toward the back exit, yanking the door open and slipping outside in a flash. Once out of the shop, he found himself in a dimly lit area with a maze of winding paths. The narrow alleys crisscrossed like a labyrinth, making it difficult to navigate. However, for Chen Ming, this environment became the perfect place to shake off his pursuers. He moved with the agility of a nimble mouse, swiftly darting through the dark maze. Sometimes he veered left, other times right, and occasionally he would make a sudden retreat, causing his pursuers, who had been closely following him, to lose sight of him entirely, leaving them frustrated and confused. When the 3 of them finally caught up to the area, they were bewildered to find that Chen Ming had vanished. They exchanged glances, unsure of what to do next, and ultimately decided to split up in search of him. Meanwhile, Chen Ming was cautiously climbing a staircase, doing his best to make no sound. Upon reaching the upper floor, he quietly tucked himself into a corner, holding his breath and remaining completely still. As time ticked by, Chen Ming maintained a high level of alertness, attentively listening for any signs of movement around him. Chapter 168, The City with Underlying Currents. Finally, after a long wait, he heard footsteps from downstairs gradually fading away. Clearly, the 3 individuals had given up searching this place and left in another direction. At this moment, Chen Ming let out a long sigh of relief. But at the same time, a deep sense of confusion welled up within him. He was merely curious about the second floor of the small tavern. So why was he subjected to such intense surveillance and pursuit? Could it be that this seemingly ordinary second floor concealed some unspeakable secret? With this thought, Chen Ming found the situation increasingly perplexing. After careful consideration, he decided it was best to return to his car, calm down, and sort through the clues and information he had gathered so far, hoping to clarify his thoughts and further investigate the circumstances behind the incident. However, just as Chen Ming was about to get up and head downstairs, he used the system to monitor the movements of nearby individuals in real time. To his surprise, although the 3 had left the area they had been searching, they hadn't gone far and were lingering nearby, seemingly waiting for something. Aware of the precarious situation, Chen Ming knew he couldn't act recklessly. He had no choice but to continue waiting patiently until night fell and the streetlights came on, at which point the 3 figures finally disappeared into the darkness. Once he was certain it was safe, Chen Ming carefully made his way downstairs, glancing around nervously as he exited the mysterious building. Once outside, he felt like a startled bird, taking a winding path to avoid being followed or discovered again. After a long and cautious journey, he finally returned to his car parked by the roadside. He quickly started the engine and drove away from the spot. To better observe the situation in the tavern, Chen Ming deliberately drove to a spot where he could access the upper parking lot directly. After securely parking his car in a relatively concealed spot, he turned on the monitor, focusing intently on the screen to keep a close watch on the activities within the tavern. Through the monitor, Chen Ming saw the tavern bustling with people. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary. However, he knew this was just the surface. While he was lost in thought, he noticed a familiar face entering the tavern. It was one of the individuals who had been tracking him. Initially feeling a bit drowsy, Chen Ming instantly perked up upon seeing that figure. He quickly zoomed in on the monitor for a clearer view. Through the screen, he watched as the person walked to a table in the corner of the tavern. Upon reaching their destination, they sat down and began to speak in hushed tones with another individual seated behind the table. Drawing on his accumulated experience, Chen Ming made a rough analysis of the behavior of these two individuals. After some thought, he concluded that there were two possible scenarios at play. The first scenario was a rather common and cliché power grab. Perhaps these two individuals are conspiring to overthrow the current ruling class. The second possibility is somewhat more complex. Somewhere in this city lies a hidden cache of valuable resources, and these two are attempting to gather intelligence on these resources or discuss how to distribute them. With this thought in mind, Chen Ming couldn't help but furrow his brow, silently questioning, "Dad, are there really a lot of resources in this city?" The system responded, "No, this city was once a hub for mechanical units, but the resources have long been depleted." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming was initially taken aback, then fell into silence. He began to mentally calculate what actions to take next. This city is now rife with factions and complexities. There are failed forces attempting to make a comeback, alongside ambitious individuals secretly plotting to seize power, creating an undoubtedly chaotic situation. However, for Chen Ming, this chaos also represents an opportunity. If he can cleverly exploit the contradictions and conflicts of interest among the various parties, he might just be able to profit significantly and then escape from this treacherous place amidst the turmoil. After a considerable time, Chen Ming remained focused on the outside, yet he noticed nothing out of the ordinary. Eventually, he shook his head in resignation, deciding to stop observing and instead walked into the room to get some much-needed rest. In the following days, Chen Ming kept a silent vigil, feeling both anxious and hopeful. Each day dragged on, monotonous and long. He could only pass the time with the occasional nap. Finally, one day, just as Chen Ming was drifting between sleep and wakefulness, a thunderous explosion suddenly shattered the silence. The blast resonated like a thunderclap, jolting him awake. Accompanying the sound, the entire building seemed to tremble. Lying in the vehicle, Chen Ming felt his body lurch violently. He quickly shook his head, trying to clear his still drowsy mind. Then he slapped his cheeks a few times, hoping to wake himself up further. After this commotion, Chen Ming finally felt a bit more alert. He didn't dare waste any time. He swiftly donned his gear and hastily left the room, nearly leaping out of the vehicle. Once outside, he immediately grabbed the binoculars he always carried and began to anxiously scan his surroundings. Chen Ming first glanced at his watch, which clearly read 1:00 a.m. His hand trembled slightly as he carefully surveyed the area. To his surprise, despite the enormous explosion, he saw no signs of chaos or disturbance nearby. Could it have happened farther away? Chen Ming pondered. Just as he was lost in thought, his companion Xiao AI promptly displayed images on the monitor for him. On the screen, a disturbing sight emerged. Bodies sprawled in every direction, clearly indicating that an entire squad had been wiped out. Nearby, a few individuals were hurriedly clearing out a storage facility. Chen Ming speculated that this was likely a case of thieves attempting to steal supplies, but triggering a trap that resulted in their deaths. Alternatively, it could be that desperate underlings were trying to pilfer from their superior, or perhaps former losers were seeking to sabotage the supplies of the current victors. However, it seemed quite reckless to leave explosives outside the warehouse. Didn't they fear blowing everything up? Chen Ming thought to himself. After a moment of silence, he returned to his vehicle and entered his room, lying on the bed as his thoughts drifted far away, and soon he fell asleep. Chapter 169. Strolling in the City. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window and warmed Chen Ming's face, he slowly opened his eyes. After stretching, he quickly got out of bed, washed up, and enjoyed a simple yet delicious breakfast. Once he finished his morning routine, Chen Ming meticulously prepared himself for the day ahead. He carefully checked each piece of equipment to ensure it was properly worn and in good working order, ready to face any potential dangers and challenges. Additionally, he took a monitor from his vehicle and carried it with him, just in case it was needed. With everything in order, Chen Ming drove his vehicle to a corner of the wall. Skillfully operating the control system, he activated the vehicle's camouflage feature. Instantly, the car blended seamlessly into the surrounding environment, making it almost impossible to notice unless one looked closely. Satisfied, Chen Ming got out of the car and prepared to delve deeper into the mysteries of the city. Walking at a leisurely pace, Chen Ming strolled through the city without a care in the world. Before he knew it, he found himself in a bustling commercial district. The area was teeming with people, players trading incessantly, and the sounds of lively chatter filled the air, creating a scene of chaos yet prosperity. At the same time, Chen Ming noticed many patrol officers weaving through the crowd, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Feigning nonchalance, Chen Ming stopped at a stall where the vendor greeted him enthusiastically, launching into an elaborate description of the various goods on display. While pretending to be genuinely interested, Chen Ming casually fiddled with a few items. After a while, he pulled out an energy source and handed it to the vendor, smiling as he asked, "How's the market for this lately?" The vendor's eyes lit up with surprise upon receiving the energy source, as Chen Ming's generosity was evident. Consequently, the vendor's demeanor became even more attentive, answering all of Chen Ming's questions in detail. After asking a few key questions, Chen Ming had a general understanding of the situation. He politely thanked the vendor and turned to leave the stall. From their conversation, he learned that the number of players in the city was steadily increasing, while the supply of resources was becoming increasingly strained. As a result, prices for various goods were quietly rising. With a slightly heavier step, Chen Ming continued on his way, eventually arriving at a cozy little shop that resembled a milk tea CAF. The shop exuded a warm and tranquil atmosphere, drawing Chen Ming in without hesitation. Inside, the decor was simple yet comfortable, with soft lighting casting a welcoming glow over the wooden tables and chairs, creating a pleasant ambience. Chen Ming found a seat by the window, ordered a cup of milk tea, and then fell into deep thought. Images flashed through his mind: the bustling city, the vast desert, the snow-covered landscape, the picturesque island, the lush green pastures, towering mountains, and the dense forests. Every place contains varying degrees of resources, but it also comes with its own unique risks and challenges. After much contemplation, Chen Ming was well aware that resources in the city are relatively easy to discover and come with a lower risk factor. In contrast, while the wilderness offers richer resources, it also harbors significant dangers. As time goes on, more and more players flock to the city, seeking a relatively stable environment for survival and opportunities for development. However, Chen Ming understands that this situation cannot last forever. The limited resources within the city will inevitably lead to intense competition and even conflict. Just as Chen Ming was lost in thought, a loud commotion suddenly shattered the tranquility. His mind was pulled back to reality, and he frowned, looking toward the source of the noise with some displeasure. He saw a group of people gathered together, seemingly arguing about something. Shaking his head in resignation, he redirected his attention to the milk tea in his hand. As he took a gentle sip, the rich, sweet flavor spread across his palate, easing some of the tension in his nerves. He then sank back into contemplation, pondering the potential situations and strategies he might face in the future. At that moment, the noise grew even louder. Unable to ignore the disturbance any longer, Chen Ming set down his cup and walked toward the crowd to see what was happening. As he approached the door, he witnessed a patrolling officer draw their weapon without hesitation and shoot at a player. After a few sharp gunshots, the player fell to the ground, blood staining the floor. Chen Ming watched indifferently as the scene unfolded before him. The onlookers, seeing the patrol officer handle the situation swiftly, dispersed on their own. The officer, unfazed, walked over, crouched down, and began to search the deceased player's belongings, what is commonly referred to as looting. Moments later, the officer stood up, satisfied, holding the loot they had gathered from the dead player. At that point, the area was deserted, with only Chen Ming remaining, still clutching his half-finished milk tea. Just then, the shop attendant noticed Chen Ming standing up, seemingly preparing to leave, and a thought crossed her mind. Is he trying to leave without paying? She quickly called out in a gentle tone, "Sir, you haven't settled your bill yet." Hearing her reminder, Chen Ming snapped back to reality, realizing his actions might have led to a misunderstanding. He smiled slightly, slowly pulled out a glowing energy source from his pocket, and handed it to the attendant. Afterward, he turned back and sat down at his table. At that moment, Chen Ming's thoughts surged like a tidal wave, a myriad of ideas flooding his mind. His gaze would occasionally fixate on a single point, then drift off into a daze, completely immersed in his own world of contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away quietly, and before he knew it, it was already noon. Chen Ming snapped out of his thoughts and got up, walking out of the cozy little CF. He strolled leisurely down the streets, looking around for a place that could satisfy his taste buds. After some searching, he finally came across a quaint little restaurant that exuded warmth. Although small, the sign hanging at the entrance radiated a homely vibe that felt particularly welcoming. Without hesitation, Chen Ming stepped inside and casually ordered several dishes that looked incredibly tempting. After paying, he settled at a table, waiting quietly for his meal to arrive. Before long, a mouth-watering spread was placed in front of him. Chen Ming couldn't wait to grab his chopsticks and dig in. He savored each bite, and in no time, the food on his table was completely devoured. With his hunger satisfied, Chen Ming left the restaurant feeling content. The sun was still shining brightly, but a slight chill accompanied the gentle breeze. He walked slowly down the street, digesting his meal while enjoying the scenery around him. Thus, he wandered aimlessly for the entire afternoon. As the sun began to set, the sky gradually darkened. A stunning sunset painted the horizon with vibrant hues, casting a soft, rosy glow over the entire city. Bathed in this twilight, Chen Ming felt a deep sense of tranquility and pleasure. Chapter 170. The Sudden Invasion. This was one of the rare moments when Chen Ming could step out of his car and leisurely stroll down the street. The sun was shining on him. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, and everything felt so peaceful and beautiful. However, just then, the system suddenly emitted a frantic alarm. Warning, take cover. Chen Ming was momentarily stunned, pausing for a full second before snapping back to reality. Then, instinctively, he rolled to the side, just in time. The people around him were startled by his sudden movement, casting bewildered glances in his direction. They exchanged confused looks, silently wondering what was wrong with this guy. His behavior was simply too bizarre. Before anyone could figure out what was happening, the rocket streaked in like lightning. In an instant, flames erupted into the sky, and the explosion echoed deafeningly. This terrifying scene left everyone present in shock. Dozens of innocent bystanders were instantly reduced to a gruesome sight. The remaining survivors, filled with panic, quickly scattered in all directions, hastily pulling out various weapons from their waists or backs, vigilantly scanning their surroundings for any further danger. Meanwhile, Chen Ming seized the opportunity to silently blend into the chaotic crowd. His movements were swift and ghost-like, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. After a moment, when Chen Ming noticed that no one was paying attention to him, he suddenly stood up and sprinted away. His speed was incredible, like an arrow released from its bow, as he raced through the streets. Soon, a towering skyscraper came into view. Without hesitation, he dashed straight toward it. He climbed the stairs rapidly, running up several floors without stopping until his legs felt weak and he was gasping for breath. Finally, he slowed down to catch his breath, allowing himself a moment of respite. Once his breathing steadied, Chen Ming collected himself, raised his arm, and gently pressed the hidden button on his mini display. The screen lit up, and he focused intently on the data and images, trying to trace the origin of that deadly rocket. Just at that critical moment, a piercing announcement blared through the speakers. All units on standby. There's an enemy invasion. Await further instructions to retaliate. Hearing the broadcast, Chen Ming furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, the city's response to an attack is so swift, it's not something an ordinary team could manage. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Chen Ming quickly regained his focus, his gaze locked onto the display in front of him. The screen showed that fires had erupted throughout the city, with fierce battles breaking out in every corner. The outskirts were the site of the most intense fighting, smoke billowing and flames soaring. In contrast, the battles within the city were more scattered and sparse. The sounds of gunfire and cries of battle filled the air, deafening and relentless, continuing for several minutes. Gradually, the sound began to fade slightly, but it was still ringing in his ears. Before long, the broadcast echoed again. Attention all players. Those near the outskirts of the city should immediately head to the front lines to fend off the invaders, while players inside the city are responsible for eliminating the enemies that have infiltrated. After hearing the announcement, Chen Ming decisively switched interfaces. When he assessed the situation inside the city, he was astonished to discover that most of the invaders had powerful rocket launchers in their hands. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted as a rocket screamed through the air, striking the building next to Chen Ming's without missing its mark. In an instant, the ground shook violently, and the shockwave from the explosion caused Chen Ming to stumble, nearly losing his balance. Faced with such a critical situation, he dared not hesitate for a moment. He promptly turned off the display screen and swiftly set up his beloved sniper rifle. Through the scope, he meticulously searched for targets and quickly locked onto one figure. Without any hesitation, Chen Ming gently squeezed the trigger, and the bullet shot out like lightning, heading straight for the targeted enemy. With a loud bang, the bullet raced forward and accurately struck its target. In that instant, the enemy let out a scream and collapsed to the ground. Chen Ming's gaze was sharp as an eagle's. Without pausing, he quickly aimed again, gently pulling the trigger, sending another lethal bullet whistling through the air, hitting the second target with pinpoint accuracy. And so, Chen Ming continued to fire, each shot accompanied by the fall of an enemy. After the last invader in his sight was taken down, Chen Ming took a few steps back. His mind raced, drawing on years of combat experience and keen insight to quickly deduce the true intentions of these individuals. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned without hesitation and rushed downstairs, his steps swift as the wind towards the vehicle parked not far away. At the same time, the car seemed to have a mind of its own, automatically starting and racing toward Chen Ming under the system's control. Man and machine moved in perfect harmony, and it wasn't too long before they successfully converged. Chen Ming nimbly opened the car door, jumped in, and then slammed on the accelerator, the vehicle speeding away like a wild horse. About 10 minutes later, Chen Ming finally arrived at the most severely affected area on the outskirts of the city. From a distance, he could see smoke filling the air and chaos reigning. The outer walls of the city were riddled with holes, teetering on the brink of collapse. Chen Ming's eyes were sharp as he quickly found a suitable building to set up his rifle. He parked the car in front of the building, leapt out, and moved fluidly. Immediately, he retrieved his sniper rifle from the car and set it up with practiced ease. Chen Ming raised his binoculars and observed the unfolding battle through the lenses. The scene before him made him gasp. Both sides were engaged in intense gunfire, with a dense barrage of machine gun bullets intertwining to create deadly webs. Occasionally, rockets streaked across the sky, leaving long tails of flame as they exchanged fire. The entire battlefield resembled a hell on earth, a sight too horrific to behold. Even Chen Ming, who had witnessed his fair share of chaos, felt a pang of discomfort, but he pushed through it, gripping his weapon for his own safety. After successfully hitting several single targets, he managed to diminish the invaders' firepower a bit. He temporarily lowered his weapon to avoid being caught by a surprise shot. System, run. Without hesitation, Chen Ming took off. Just as he reached the ground floor, a rocket exploded, demolishing the building he had just vacated. He jumped into a car, found a higher vantage point, and prepared to operate the rocket launcher mounted on the vehicle. Chapter 171. Chen Ming leaves the city amidst chaos. With deafening roars, rockets streaked across the sky, crashing down on the invaders' positions like shooting stars. In an instant, flames shot up to the heavens, smoke billowed, and the entire battlefield was thrown into chaos. The invaders, who had been on high alert, were caught off guard by this sudden and fierce assault, throwing them into disarray and leaving them powerless to retaliate. Not far away, Chen Ming, who had just completed a round of rocket fire, quickly drove away from his original position. At that moment, a familiar voice came over the loudspeaker. The internal invaders have been completely eliminated. All players should move to the perimeter to fend off the invaders. Hearing this news, Chen Ming, who had been on edge, finally let out a sigh of relief. However, just as he relaxed, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He eagerly asked the system, "Dad, now that the invaders have all come to this city, isn't their base completely empty?" The system promptly responded, "That's right. All the invaders are concentrated here now." Feeling surprised at the confirmation, Chen Ming muttered to himself, "They all came? What's going on here?" Logically, the invaders should have come to seize resources. But with all of them mobilized, it was puzzling. The number of players in this city was substantial, and their strength was not to be underestimated. What gave the invaders the confidence to believe they could conquer this place in one fell swoop? With a mind full of questions, Chen Ming continued to head toward the perimeter while pondering the reasons behind the situation. Chen Ming asked, "Dad, are the invaders one group or several?" The system replied, "3 groups." Chen Ming exclaimed, "3 groups? Does that mean one group discovered resources in the city and didn't inform the others, instead planning to invade other cities? The system confirmed. You guessed it. With the system's urgent and clear hint, the fog in Chen Ming's mind dissipated instantly, and he quickly understood the malicious intent of the unwelcome invaders. Without hesitation, he jumped into his car and slammed on the gas, the vehicle speeding away like an arrow released from a bow. At that moment, he had only one goal in mind: to find the mysterious tunnel hidden beneath the city. This underground tunnel was the safest and most reliable route for Chen Ming to escape the city in such a perilous situation. As he drove, the vehicle darted along, the tires screeching against the ground. However, not long after, guided accurately by the system, Chen Ming finally discovered the entrance to the underground world he had been hoping for. Without hesitation, he drove into the underground tunnel, and darkness instantly enveloped him. Despite the pitch-black surroundings, Chen Ming relied on his headlights, keen intuition, and skilled driving to navigate swiftly through the tunnel. However, to his surprise, shortly after entering the tunnel, he encountered another convoy ahead. Faced with this sudden situation, Chen Ming didn't hesitate for a moment. He decisively pressed the button, and one rocket after another shot out, trailing long flames as they soared straight toward the enemy convoy. At the same time, the mounted machine gun roared to life, unleashing a torrent of bullets that rained down like a storm, instantly weaving a dense net of firepower. The opposing convoy was clearly caught off guard by Chen Ming's unexpected and fierce assault. Just as they realized Chen Ming's vehicle was closing in, they hurriedly began to fight back. Gunfire erupted, and flames shot into the sky. However, Chen Ming's vehicle had already undergone comprehensive upgrades, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities against ordinary firearms, effectively mitigating the damage sustained. In contrast, the enemy was far less fortunate. Chen Ming's powerful and relentless fire suppression left them with nowhere to hide. In less than a minute, the originally aggressive convoy was completely shattered, collapsing entirely. Chen Ming skillfully operated the vehicle's display, carefully scanning the surroundings to confirm whether there were any survivors. His gaze was sharp, missing no corner. After a thorough sweep, he found no signs of life. Thus, he activated the robotic arm to begin collecting resources from the battlefield, clearing debris and picking up scattered items. The entire process took a full half hour. However, when Chen Ming finally tallied his haul, he couldn't help but curse loudly. The meager supplies before him were pitifully disproportionate to the ammunition he had expended. Looking at the bodies strewn across the ground, Chen Ming angrily cursed the group of miserly foes. After spending half an hour to gather a few scattered resources, his frustration grew. He instructed Xiao AI to head along the route to the deserted city, driving through the dim underground tunnel for an hour. Xiao AI eventually found a spot that could reach the surface again. Once back above ground, Xiao AI accelerated, speeding down the road. After an hour of relentless driving, they reached their destination. Upon arrival, Xiao AI gradually slowed the vehicle. Just as Chen Ming was feeling increasingly irritable, a shadow suddenly flashed by outside the car window. Chen Ming instantly became alert, gripping his weapon tightly and focusing on the direction the shadow had vanished. Xiao AI also emitted an alarm, indicating an unidentified object was approaching. Chen Ming cautiously exited the vehicle. As soon as he stepped out, a massive mutated creature appeared before him, towering at least twice the height of a person and covered in sharp spikes. The creature opened its gaping maw and roared, lunging toward Chen Ming. He swiftly sidestepped to avoid it, while simultaneously firing his weapon. The bullets struck the mutated creature, sparking on impact, but its tough hide meant that this level of attack inflicted little damage. As Chen Ming nimbly dodged, he began to devise a strategy. He noticed some discarded building materials nearby, and an idea began to form in his mind. He lured the mutated creature closer to the materials, then seized the opportunity to use a mechanical arm to push a massive steel plate down onto the creature. The mutated being was knocked to the ground, and Chen Ming took the chance to rush forward and throw a powerful grenade into its gaping mouth before quickly running away. With a loud explosion, the mutated creature was blown to pieces. Chen Ming let out a long sigh of relief, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and then got into his vehicle. The car drove into the city and, after 5 minutes along the road, arrived at the location indicated by the system. Chen Ming, is there a location that can be accessed by vehicle? System, yes. Chen Ming asked the system for the coordinates and drove towards them. Upon arrival, he got out of the car, and opened the gate to drive inside. Chapter 172. Just as the supplies were about to arrive, the game updated. Just when Chen Ming was about to log in, the long-unheard game notification sound chimed in. Game update. All players in game are waiting in the vehicle for the update to finish. Update duration is until midnight. Chen Ming, damn it. The supplies are almost within reach, and now there's an update. Since the game had updated, Chen Ming had no choice but to stay put in the vehicle. He opened the chat interface, where messages flew by in a frenzy. Hey guys, who understands? I was just chatting with a beautiful girl, and we were about to meet up to play poker, and now this update happens. Damn it, I just found a basement full of supplies. I was so close to getting them, and now there is an update. This is infuriating. Amp. I'm so pissed. I just followed the convoy to take over a small city, and before I could loot the supplies, the update hit. By the time the update is over, I bet there'll be a fight for those supplies. Chen Ming glanced at the chat messages for a while. Then, checked the time. There were still 3 hours left until the update was over. Bored, he decided to chat with the system. Chen Ming, what is the deal with this update? System, a new batch of players is coming. Chen Ming gasped at this information. Chen Ming, aren't the new players just going to be easy targets? System, perhaps some of them will be easy targets, but not all of them are here to be cannon fodder. Chen Ming was left with a bunch of questions after hearing the system's ambiguous response. System, new players will receive energy resources as a gift from a game system. Seasoned players can develop quickly. Chen Ming, doesn't that put us old players at a disadvantage? We didn't get anything like that before. System, no, you all start with 100 points. Chen Ming, what good is 100 points? Forget it, he thought. No point in chatting any longer. It was better to take a short rest and conserve energy, as he would need to be fully alert to transport those important supplies later. With that in mind, he collapsed onto his bed like a tired bird returning to its nest and soon drifted off into a deep sleep. He had no idea how much time had passed when suddenly a sharp, piercing notification sound erupted like thunder, jolting him out of his sweet dreams. Grumbling in dissatisfaction, he lazily rubbed his bleary eyes, and as his vision gradually cleared, he realized that the screen in the vehicle was flashing the words, "Update complete." To shake off the lingering drowsiness and regain clarity, Chen Ming slapped his cheeks with both hands. In no time, Chen Ming felt invigorated, his mind clear and sharp. He quickly sprang out of bed like a fish leaping from water, swiftly put on his shoes, and hurried to the car. With practiced ease, he started the engine and drove the car steadily into the warehouse. As soon as he entered, his eyes were met with neatly arranged boxes of energy sources, standing like well-trained soldiers, quietly radiating a faint but undeniable glow. Not daring to waste a moment, Chen Ming called out to his assistant, Xiao AI, quickly scanned the number of energy sources. No sooner had he finished speaking than a red beam shot out from Xiao AI's location, swiftly sweeping over each energy source, and finally displaying detailed data on the screen, a total of 500 energy sources. Chen Ming felt a flicker of disappointment upon seeing the result, but he still issued a command to Xiao AI to begin collecting the supplies. At his command, a soft humming sound filled the air as mechanical arms, like agile snakes, swiftly extended out, accurately grasping each energy source and methodically placing them into the car as storage. While Xiao AI was fully focused on collecting the energy sources, Chen Ming sat in the car, his eyes fixed on the ever-increasing numbers, but his mind was filled with doubts and dissatisfaction. Finally, he couldn't help but ask the system, "Hey, this is just 500 energy sources. How can that be considered a large amount of supplies?" The system's mechanical voice responded immediately. "How can 500 energy sources not be considered a large amount? When did you become so greedy?" Taken aback by the system's response, Chen Ming had expected it to understand his desire for more resources. However, he quickly snapped back to reality. After all, this wasn't the time to daydream. As seconds ticked by, after a tense and orderly collection operation, all 500 energy sources were successfully gathered. Chen Ming immediately retreated. He drove away quickly from the warehouse filled with various supplies, carefully searching for the road to the outside world. It didn't take long for him to spot the entrance to a hidden underground tunnel tucked away in a corner. To make the most of this driving time, Chen Ming instructed Xiao AI to activate the automatic cruise mode. Then he moved to the small room at the back of the car. Upon entering, he was greeted by a row of various ordinary firearms lined up against the wall. He skillfully selected these guns, one by one, to hang them up in the trading hall for sale. After completing this task, Chen Ming returned to the driver's seat, continuing to monitor the road ahead while hoping that this sale would bring him substantial rewards. When Chen Ming glanced at the trading hall interface again, he noticed that the progress bar for selling the guns was moving frustratingly slowly. He frowned, wondering if the pricing was too high. Just then, the system suddenly emitted an alarm. Unidentified vehicle detected nearby. Chen Ming closed the trading page filled with flashing data and information in front of him. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, and at that moment, Xiao AI took control of the machine gun, unleashing a torrent of fire at the enemy vehicles. Countless bullets rained down, instantly weaving a dense web of fire in the air. The enemy on the opposite side was clearly caught off guard by this sudden assault, frantically trying to dodge the deadly barrage. However, while some managed to react quickly and evade, a few unfortunate souls were struck by the merciless bullets due to their slower movements. In an instant, blood splattered as they fell to the ground, dead on the spot. After the initial chaos, the enemy quickly regained their composure and attempted to organize a counterattack. Unfortunately, their weapons were far too ordinary and lacked the heavy firepower needed to penetrate Chen Ming's incredibly sturdy vehicle. In contrast, the machine gun on Chen Ming's side resembled a raging flood, continuously pouring fire onto the enemy, creating a terrifying blanket of suppression. Those once formidable enemy vehicles now resembled lonely boats in a storm, at any moment poised to be completely engulfed. Chapter 173. Heading to the newbie zone. After successfully eliminating the enemy, Chen Ming quickly sprang into action, starting to clean up the battlefield and collect supplies. Although most of these items were just scattered bits and pieces, they didn't hold much value for Chen Ming, but he could sell them to others for some energy resources. He adeptly gathered the scattered weapons, ammunition, food, and water, tossing everything into the warehouse. Once he finished, Chen Ming wasted no time and jumped back into the driver's seat, revving the engine and continuing on his journey. The wheels spun rapidly in the dimly lit underground tunnel, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chen Ming focused intently on the steering wheel, maneuvering the car like lightning through the darkness. Before long, a faint light appeared ahead. It was the junction leading to the surface. As he approached his destination, a wave of anticipation washed over him. He took a deep breath and called out to the vehicle's communication system. "Dad, I want to go to the newbie zone. Can you open the portal?" As soon as he finished speaking, the system responded, "Sure, opening the path for you now." Hearing this, Chen Ming was filled with joy. He quickly slammed on the brakes and waited patiently for the system to open the passage. Time ticked by, and finally, the system notified him that the road had been successfully opened, providing a detailed route for him to follow. Chen Ming nodded gratefully and drove in the direction indicated by the system. Throughout the journey, he remained highly alert, keeping an eye out for any potential dangers. Before long, a massive portal came into view. It emitted a mysterious glow, as if leading to another unknown world. Without hesitation, Chen Ming drove straight into it, feeling a powerful force envelop his body. When the light faded, he found himself once again in the vast, boundless desert. The car continued to navigate the undulating sand dunes for a while when Chen Ming suddenly spotted a large gathering of vehicles in the distance. He had no idea what was happening there, but to avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to disguise himself as a newcomer and cautiously made his way towards the crowd. As he got closer, Chen Ming could see the people in the gathering. They were sitting together, engaged in a heated discussion, seemingly negotiating how to help each other face the challenges that lay ahead. Chen Ming slowly parked his car, feigning a look of confusion, and gradually approached the group. "I think since we're all newcomers, we should help each other out and share resources. That would be beneficial for everyone," he suggested. "Do you think that is possible? This is a game world. Who knows what others are thinking? What if a backstabber shows up? You'd be in for a surprise," one person replied. "I think this might just be a big VR game, and there is probably a bug preventing us from logging off. It should be fixed soon," another chimed in. As people took turns expressing their opinions, Chen Ming quietly sat and listened. His gaze was fixed on a few players whose comments were particularly provocative and persuasive, revealing a hint of curiosity and contemplation in his eyes. It was surprising that the game had only been live for less than a day. Yet experienced players were already starting to form teams. Their skill and organizational abilities were far superior to what they had been before. Chen Ming silently pondered. Time passed minute by minute, and the group discussed for over half an hour. Unfortunately, despite the strong players sharing their views, they ultimately couldn't reach a consensus and left in disagreement. However, The other ordinary players, swayed by the compelling words of these individuals, eagerly chose to join the teams they had created. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the atmosphere became quieter. Chen Ming slowly stood up and walked toward his car parked a short distance away. Just as he opened the door, ready to get in and drive away, he suddenly heard a gentle tapping sound. An unfamiliar woman was softly knocking on his car window. Knock, knock. Chen Ming rolled down the window and asked, "Is there something you need?" The woman replied, "Can we talk?" Chen Ming raised an eyebrow and said, "Sure, as long as you can keep up." With that, he rolled up the window and drove off. Seeing his decisive move, the woman hurried back to her car to follow him. After 10 minutes of the two cars chasing each other, Chen Ming suddenly stopped. The woman behind him slammed on her brakes, almost causing her car to flip. Chen Ming got out and sat on the front of his car. The woman also exited her vehicle, shouting angrily, "Are you crazy? You just drive off when things get tense, and then you stop abruptly? I almost flipped my car." Chen Ming pulled out a gun and pointed it at her, saying, "This is the grave I picked for you. Do you like it?" Seeing the gun, the woman's legs gave way, and she knelt down. Chen Ming noticed how quickly she fell to her knees and felt speechless. The woman said, "Big brother, I just said a bad word. It doesn't warrant pulling a gun." Chen Ming, seeing her frightened expression, decided to have a little fun and replied, "Because you cursed at me, I'm really angry now." The woman quickly responded, "I'll put out the fire for you right away." With that, she began to take off her clothes. Chen Ming lowered his gun and said, "I'm not interested in you." The woman, hearing his words, asked, "Big brother, are you?" Chen Ming interrupted her, "Shut up. My sexual orientation is normal. Lust is a double-edged sword. Who knows if your blade will end up killing me?" Upon hearing this, the woman hurriedly put her clothes back on. Chen Ming spoke as she was getting dressed. "Go ahead. What do you want to talk about?" After the woman finished putting on her clothes and tidying herself up, she said, "Big brother, when we were chatting at the gathering earlier, I felt you were different from them. You don't seem like someone who just arrived in this game world. You seem like you've been here for a long time." Chen Ming replied, "You have a good eye. You're much better than those people." The woman continued, "Before I came to this game world, I had a passion for researching things, like psychology. Through observation, I've noticed that those people are probably skilled players, but they've never truly experienced a survival game. If you stick with them, you might end up being betrayed when danger arises." As Chen Ming listened to her words, memories flashed through his mind. The woman added, "You were clearly disdainful of what those people were saying just now." Chen Ming asked, "Was I? I didn't feel that way." The woman responded, "Some of it is subconscious behavior, and it's often very fleeting. You might not even notice it yourself." Chapter 174, Tester. At that moment, the woman's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Chen Ming, as if she could see right through his innermost thoughts. A sly smile crept onto her lips as she continued, "Big brother, just look at you. So wise and powerful, with such an extraordinary aura. How could you possibly do without someone as considerate as me by your side?" With that, she threw Chen Ming a flirtatious glance. Hearing this, Chen Ming couldn't help but take a sharp breath. He thought to himself, this woman is no ordinary person. Compared to Chen Shui and Li Yueshi he had encountered before, she was simply in a league of her own. However, at the same time, he had to admit that this woman was indeed quite talented. Still, he couldn't shake off his worries. What if taking her in ended up being a trap? After all, such things had happened before. Thus, Chen Ming stood there, pacing back and forth, his brow furrowed, his mind racing with thoughts. Minutes passed, and finally, he stopped as if he had made a decision. Taking a deep breath, he slowly addressed the woman. "All right, you can stay. Now tell me, what is your name?" Upon hearing Chen Ming's approval, the woman's face lit up with excitement. She eagerly replied, "My name is Li Lin. Thank you for taking me in. May I ask your esteemed name, big brother?" "Chen Ming," he replied nonchalantly. Then, Chen Ming thought to himself that since he had decided to take Li Lin in, he might as well add her as a friend. He took out his phone and sent her a friend request. To his surprise, Li Lin accepted it almost instantly. Seeing this, Chen Ming couldn't help but be impressed by her quick response. He then tentatively invited her to join his team, and as expected, Li Lin agreed without hesitation. However, Chen Ming did not let his guard down just yet. With a quick flick of his eyes, he came up with a little test for Li Lin. He deliberately adopted a serious expression and said to her, "All right, since you're coming with me, you'll need to break down your vehicle and come to mine." Li Lin was momentarily taken aback by Chen Ming's words, then playfully replied, "Brother Ming, you're being a bit too direct." Yet, despite her words, she showed no hesitation. In less than a second, She turned and walked towards her vehicle, quickly disassembling it. After gathering a few scattered energy sources, Li Lin followed Chen Ming into his vehicle. As soon as she stepped inside, a pleasant warmth enveloped her, and she couldn't help but take a deep breath, relishing the comfortable temperature. Compared to her somewhat shabby ride, this place felt like paradise. She silently marveled at how impeccable the interior of this car was. At that moment, Chen Ming's lips curled into a sly smile as he deliberately asked, "Hungry?" Li Lin, a bit embarrassed, nodded and softly replied, "A little." Chen Ming smiled and waved her over, saying, "Come with me." They then walked together into the room. However, as soon as Li Lin stepped through the door, she was left speechless by the sight before her. The interior of Chen Ming's car was incredibly spacious, adorned with dreamlike decorations that were hard to believe. After a long moment, Li Lin finally snapped out of her shock. Though she was still in awe of the luxurious vehicle, she quickly composed herself. At that moment, she noticed that Chen Ming had turned and walked towards the kitchen, intentionally leaving his back to her. Watching Chen Ming busy himself, Li Lin didn't offer to help. Instead, she began to curiously explore the lavish space on her own. She gazed around, lightly touching the exquisite decorations and high-tech gadgets, as if she were in a futuristic world. Carefully, Li Lin wandered through several rooms until she finally reached the door of a warehouse. When she gently pushed it open and stepped inside, her eyes were instantly drawn to a dazzling array of weapons. Various guns, swords, and ammunition were neatly displayed on the shelves, glinting ominously. At that moment, a fire seemed to ignite within her, a surge of uncontrollable impulse washing over her. She quickly approached a row of firearms and picked up a beautifully crafted handgun. The heavy weight felt oddly exhilarating in her hands as she expertly loaded it with bullets. However, just as she was about to pull the trigger, her heart suddenly plunged into a fierce internal struggle. Now that Chen Ming doesn't know I have a gun, I could just take him out and keep all this for myself. An evil thought flashed through her mind. These weapons would allow her to thrive in the gaming world, and claiming them would undoubtedly bring her immense benefits. But then another voice chimed in. "He is a big shot who kindly took you in. How could you be so ungrateful?" This voice rang like a warning bell, continually hammering at her conscience. Just as Li Lin wrestled with the battle between good and evil within her, Chen Ming was busy in the kitchen, completely at ease. Tying on an apron, he hummed a cheerful tune while methodically preparing a meal. Though his cooking skills weren't exceptional, he still relished the joy of making food. At that moment, Chen Ming's eyes were glued to the monitor. On the screen, Li Lin was in a dim corner, her body trembling as if she were desperately struggling. However, Chen Ming merely smirked, a hint of disdain on his face, completely unconcerned about the scene unfolding before him. With energy-based weapons at his disposal, regular firearms couldn't penetrate his energy armor. Now, let's see what choice this woman will ultimately make. As time passed, Li Lin, who had been struggling intensely, suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, her gaze becoming clear. She began to realize that everything happening before her could very well be a meticulously designed test. After all, how could a stranger she had only met recently allow her to so easily walk into the warehouse and successfully obtain a weapon that could threaten his life? Once she connected these dots, Li Lin unhesitatingly released her grip on the gun, gently placing it on the ground, and then quickly turned to leave the warehouse. She moved swiftly, her thoughts focused solely on returning to the living room quickly, to once again play the role of the obedient and compliant person, in order to avoid raising any further suspicion or alertness from Chen Ming. Before long, Li Lin was back in the living room. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil inside her, and forced a sweet smile onto her face as if nothing had happened just moments ago. Meanwhile, there was a slight noise coming from the kitchen. It turned out Chen Ming had already prepared 2 bowls of steaming, fragrant noodles. He came out, deliberately putting on an attentive and considerate demeanor, carefully carrying the 2 bowls of noodles in his hands. At the dining table, Chen Ming and Li Lin sat across from each other, with not a word exchanged between them, the atmosphere feeling somewhat heavy and oppressive. Yet, they silently picked up their chopsticks and began to dig into the noodles before them. The only sounds in the room were the occasional sounds of chewing, with nothing else breaking the silence. Chapter 175. Returning to the old server with Li Lin. A few minutes later, Chen Ming spoke up. "Don't you have anything to say?" Hearing his words, Li Lin felt a chill run down her spine. She stammered, "B-boss, I have no topics to discuss." Chen Ming replied with a soft "oh." His casual response made Li Lin breathe a sigh of relief. She was glad her choice was the right one. The two quickly finished their noodles, and Chen Ming said, "You wash the dishes. I have something to discuss with you afterward." Li Lin obediently nodded and went to clean up the dishes. In just a few minutes, she had them washed and returned to the living room. Where they sat facing each other, Chen Ming asked, "What are your thoughts on future developments?" Li Lin relaxed at the mention of discussing development. "Brother Ming, you're an experienced player. You should know more than I do. There's no need to ask me. How about you start a harem? I wouldn't mind playing the supporting role." Chen Ming rolled his eyes and said, "Forget about your silly ideas." Li Lin laughed it off. "Then I guess I'm out of my mind." Chen Ming pulled out a gun and said, "Then there's no need to keep you around." Seeing him pull out the gun, Li Lin broke into a cold sweat. "Brother Ming, I was wrong. I won't joke around like that again." She then seriously asked, "What is the situation with the old server and the new server? How much do you know, Brother Ming?" Chen Ming replied, "In the old server, the teams are the largest groups. Basically, all players are in teams, except for a few lone wolves who prefer to go solo. It seems that there are quite a few high-level players in the new server, so it probably won't take long for them to catch up." Li Lin suggested, "Then we should sell weapons in the new server to speed up the development of new players while also collecting energy sources." Chen Ming understood the selling weapons part, but was confused about why they needed to speed up the new players' development. Noticing his confusion, Li Lin explained, "You old players must have arrived when the game world was still in its early stages. Back then, resources were probably far more abundant than they are for us now. The current server is likely to advance quickly, with both resources and development speed being pushed by the game system. Most old players already have weapons, and their selling prices won't be high, while new players have scarce weapons, making it easy to sell them at high prices." Li Lin added, "I can sense that you, Brother Ming, are like an observer surviving in the game world." The system chimed in, "This girl is quite interesting." Chen Ming asked, "Am I able to return to the old server and sell things in the new server?" The system replied, "What do you think?" Chen Ming understood immediately. "You should rest for now. I'll go drive." Li Lin replied, "Okay." Chen Ming left the room and took his seat in the driver's seat. Xiao AI was on autopilot. Soon, Chen Ming returned to the old server. Not long after arriving, he encountered two convoy battles. From the monitor, Chen Ming saw that the two convoys combined had about 600 vehicles, primarily armed with rifles and machine guns. He parked at a distance, preparing to wait for the fight to end before making his move. Just then, Li Lin emerged from the room. As she settled into the passenger seat, she caught sight of the two convoys exchanging fire on the monitor. The flickering lights of gunfire momentarily stunned her. After a few seconds, she spoke up, "Brother Ming, is this the old server? Did you really survive in such an environment before?" Watching the intense gunfire on the screen, Li Lin recalled the time when she first entered the game world, got out of the vehicle to gather supplies, and encountered a man who tried to force himself on her. She had lured him in with her looks and then turned the tables on him with a knife. Feeling like a child playing house, Chen Ming replied, "Here, this is the norm." Li Lin fell silent. After a few seconds, she asked, "So, Brother Ming, how many can you take on?" Chen Ming said, "Without heavy firepower, I can take on 200 vehicles easily." His words lit up Li Lin's eyes, and she felt a surge of excitement. This is at least a top 5 lone wolf in the entire server. How did I get so lucky to run into him? Has my luck finally changed? Did my ancestors bless me? It must be my ancestors. Li Lin asked, "So, are we just going to wait here?" Chen Ming replied, "It's unclear if they have heavy firepower. Just wait for the cleanup." Li Lin then asked, "Brother Ming, can I make a small request?" Chen Ming responded, "Go ahead." Li Lin hesitated. "Can you give me some equipment?" Chen Ming replied, "You can find it in the warehouse yourself." "Liela protesta. But I don't know where the warehouse is." Chen Ming said, "You're one of us. Don't be shy. Besides, haven't you been there before?" Li Lin felt a chill run down her spine, looking at Chen Ming with trembling anticipation. Chen Ming smiled at her. "Go ahead, take whatever you like." Li Lin shook all over, as if enveloped by an invisible fear. She stepped cautiously into the room, each step feeling like she was walking on cotton, utterly powerless. Before long, Li Lin was fully armed. She wore a heavy helmet, a bulletproof vest, and had a handgun strapped to her waist. Carefully, she sat back in the passenger seat, her eyes filled with anxiety and tension, glancing around nervously. When she sneaked a look at Chen Ming beside her, she found him staring back. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and Li Lin quickly averted her gaze like a startled rabbit, lowering her head and silently praying not to draw his attention. Time passed minute by minute, and about half an hour later, the distant sound of intense gunfire and shouting could be heard. It turned out that two convoys had engaged in a thrilling firefight here. However, the battle did not last long. Both sides ultimately had to retreat one after the other due to heavy losses. Just then, Xiao AI, the car, SAI, automatically sped towards the scene of the incident. Upon arrival, the sight was shocking. Numerous vehicle wrecks littered the roadside, some burned to a charred black. Many dismembered bodies lay sprawled on the ground, blood staining the earth, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. Li Lin took a brief glance, but could no longer endure the horrific scene. Her stomach churned, and she immediately threw up. Chen Ming, witnessing Li Lin's vomiting, turned pale, his brows tightly knitted in a look of disgust. At this moment, Xiao AI inside the car voiced its complaints, expressing that it was no longer clean and pure. It then automatically opened the car door, and without hesitation, Chen Ming raised his foot and forcefully kicked Li Lin out of the car. Caught off guard, Li Lin was bewildered by the sudden kick, losing her balance and crashing heavily to the ground. She lay on the dirt and blood-stained ground, momentarily at a loss for how to react, struggling to adjust her breathing in an attempt to recover from the shock and pain. Meanwhile, Chen Ming paid no attention to Li Lin's condition. He casually grabbed a pack of tissues and began meticulously wiping down Xiao AI, diligently cleaning the dirt off the car's interior surfaces. Once the stains were cleared, Chen Ming satisfiedly exited the car and walked into the chaotic battlefield, methodically starting to gather supplies. Chapter 176. Here and gone, after throwing up for a while, Li Lin finally felt a bit of relief in her stomach. Meanwhile, Chen Ming, unhurried and calm, began gathering various supplies from around them. His movements were skilled and methodical, as if he had done this 1,000 times before. After taking a moment to rest, Li Lin turned back to the vehicle to grab a bottle of water. She opened the cap and rinsed her mouth. Once the unpleasant taste faded, she quickly caught up with Chen Ming to join in the supply collection effort. They started by dismantling an abandoned vehicle, meticulously searching for any potential energy sources within. Next, they rummaged through various corners to find some food that hadn't expired yet and functional weapons and gear. As they were busy, a sudden loud bang echoed through the area. A bullet whizzed through the air and struck Li Lin's body. Fortunately, she was wearing a bulletproof vest, which prevented any serious harm. Nevertheless, instinctively, Li Lin collapsed to the ground, closing her eyes to feign death. At the same moment, upon hearing the gunfire, Chen Ming reacted swiftly. He dashed to a nearby concealed spot to hide. Then, he adeptly turned his arm, manipulating the display on the inside of his arm at lightning speed, trying to determine the enemy's exact location from the data shown. Just a few seconds later, he successfully locked onto the target. Without hesitation, he pulled a rifle from his waist, aimed at the enemy's hiding spot, and unleashed a fierce barrage of gunfire. The sound of gunfire filled the air as a hail of bullets rained down like a storm. Caught off guard, the enemy could only curse loudly while scrambling to escape in a panic. Seeing this, Chen Ming temporarily ceased fire, but he remained on high alert. Instead, he quickly pulled out a grenade and hurled it in the direction of the enemy as they attempted to flee. In a flash, he swapped in a new magazine and continued shooting in the same direction to further confuse the enemy and disrupt their senses. With a deafening explosion, the grenade detonated, sending shockwaves that shook everything around. As the dust settled and silence fell over the area, Chen Ming quickly stowed his weapon and turned his attention to Li Lin. Calling out loudly, "Are you dead? If not, get up quickly." His voice was urgent and clear, cutting through the haze of smoke and dust on the battlefield. Hearing Chen Ming shout, Li Lin sprang up from the ground like a nimble rabbit. She brushed off the dust from her clothes, complaining as she did so, "Ugh, there are just too many damn traps in this server. It's impossible to stay alert." Chen Ming shook his head helplessly and replied, "There's nothing we can do. I've seen this situation so often that I've gotten used to it. We just need to be cautious." After saying that, he began to vigilantly scan the surroundings, on guard for any sudden appearances of enemies. Li Lin nodded and suggested, "Brother Ming, I think once we finish gathering this batch, we should head to the new server as soon as possible. At least it should be safer there." After a moment of consideration, Chen Ming agreed, acknowledging that Li Lin had a point. He responded, "All right, but we need to be extra careful when searching for supplies later." Upon receiving Chen Ming's approval, Li Lin excitedly gave an okay hand gesture and turned back to continue her work of collecting supplies. Time ticked by, and just about 10 minutes later, the system suddenly emitted a series of urgent alert sounds. Chen Ming's heart raced, and he quickly glanced at the screen. The system displayed that another convoy was approaching their location. Chen Ming's expression changed, and he shouted urgently to the busy Li Lin, "People are coming. We need to retreat now." Upon hearing this, Li Lin didn't hesitate for a moment. She immediately dropped the supplies she hadn't finished picking up and sprinted toward the vehicle parked not far away. At the same time, Chen Ming began to retreat quickly as well. However, he didn't run blindly. He strategically placed landmines as he moved back. With skilled hands, he laid the mines along the sides of the road and in key positions, hoping to create some trouble for the pursuing enemies. After randomly placing a few mines, he estimated it was enough and quickened his pace to catch up with Li Lin, who had reached the vehicle. They both jumped inside, started the engine, and sped away. Just as the vehicle had barely driven a short distance, a thunderous explosion erupted behind them. However, Chen Ming seemed unfazed, completely ignoring it. He calmly commanded the system to assist him in finding the route to the new server. Following the route planned by the system, they sped along and finally reached the area of the new server without any issues. But fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks. And just as they stepped into this new territory, a sudden black sandstorm swept in without warning. The swirling sand rose like a raging sea, overwhelming them. In the face of such a critical situation, Xiao AI decisively took control of the vehicle and unhesitatingly slammed on the gas, instantly maximizing the car's speed. The vehicle shot down the road like an arrow, racing away at breakneck speed, while the relentless sandstorm was left far behind. Meanwhile, Li Lin, sitting beside him, quickly opened the chat channel to keep a close eye on the various information constantly scrolling through. She heard someone in the channel complaining, "It's only the second day, and we're already facing this terrifying natural disaster. Are we even going to survive?" Some people were anxiously seeking help, saying, "Friends, do you have any safe and reliable hiding spots? Could you kindly share the exact coordinates so I have somewhere to take shelter?" Others were shouting in panic, "How long is this damn sandstorm going to last? It's been right on my tail, and it's driving me crazy." Watching the flood of desperate pleas and complaints on the screen, Li Lin couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She turned to Chen Ming with a wry smile and said, "It seems we really picked the wrong time to come here." Chapter 177, The Emergence of Li Lin. Chen Ming seemed oblivious to Li Lin's words. His entire focus was on the surrounding environment. The sky was filled with swirling yellow sand, crashing like tumultuous waves, obscuring the sunlight and making it nearly impossible to see the path ahead. However, Chen Ming was not intimidated by this harsh scene. He calmly observed his surroundings, and suddenly, his gaze fixed on a gap in the distance. That gap appeared to be a lifeline amidst the yellow sea, radiating a faint yet hopeful glow. Without hesitation, Chen Ming pressed the accelerator, driving his vehicle toward the opening at full speed. The howling wind whipped past the car, and the swirling dust pounded against the windows. But Chen Ming maintained a firm grip on the steering wheel, resolutely moving forward. After passing through the gap, he deftly maneuvered the vehicle through the sand multiple times. Each crossing tested his driving skills and reflexes to the limit, but with his outstanding technique, he successfully avoided one deadly tornado after another. As time passed, the car gradually distanced itself from the violent tornadoes. When Chen Ming finally noticed that the road ahead was free from their rampage, a sense of doubt crept into his mind. This unexpected calm felt too abnormal, prompting him to stay vigilant. He cautiously searched for a relatively safe spot to stop the vehicle, quickly activating its camouflage feature. In no time, the once conspicuous car blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment, seemingly disappearing into the vast sea of sand. Just then, a powerful wind sound approached from afar. Chen Ming nervously focused on the source of the noise, and he saw a massive tornado racing toward him at an astonishing speed. However, surprisingly, when the tornado neared the car's location, it seemed completely unaware of it, sweeping past and continuing its path into the distance. Chen Ming's previously furrowed brow suddenly relaxed, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes as he grasped the situation before him. The swirling black sand resembled a ferocious beast, lunging forward with a heart-stopping intensity. Yet, Chen Ming was not daunted by this terrifying sight. He decisively halted his advance, standing firm like an unyielding mountain. Time ticked by, and after half an hour, the raging black sandstorm began to wane. The fierce winds gradually subsided, and the dark sand slowly settled, revealing a scene of devastation and chaos. The once flat ground was now riddled with varying depths of crevices and pits, as if a giant hand had brutally kneaded it. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming slowly extended his finger to tap the screen, opening the chat channel. In an instant, desperate messages flooded the screen. How could this natural disaster on the news server have arrived so swiftly? Chen Ming silently pondered, a wave of anxiety rising in his heart. However, he didn't let this sudden situation overwhelm him. Instead, he forced himself to calm down and sat quietly, waiting. Just then, a crisp game notification rang in his ears. Congratulations to the surviving players. The probability of encountering supply crates will be significantly increased in the next hour. The chat channel, which had been filled with despair, erupted into cheers. Those who had just been lamenting seemed to completely forget the previous disaster and were filled with joy, eagerly anticipating the chance to find precious supply crates. Seeing this, Chen Ming wasted no time and quickly started the vehicle. With the roar of the engine, the car shot forward like an arrow, officially beginning their thrilling quest for supply crates. The vehicle sped along, and not long after, a faintly glowing supply crate suddenly appeared not far ahead. Li, who had been staring out the window, was so excited that she almost shouted. She was eager to jump out and grab the crate. But just as she was about to open the door, Chen Ming activated the mechanical arm in the car. The massive metal arm extended and bent with agility, precisely grabbing the supply crate and securely placing it inside the vehicle. Li Lin was stunned by this maneuver as the car continued to move. And Chen Ming opened the supply crate to see what was inside. After a moment, he discovered it contained only a few energy sources, which he casually tossed into the car. After a while, Li Lin asked, "Brother Ming, was it like this for you guys before?" Chen Ming replied, "Not at all. We collected supplies for several days before suddenly facing challenges, and then there were disasters along with some dungeons and games." He added, "The contents of the supply crates were also varied, everything from weapons, food, to blueprints." Li Lin remarked, "You guys had it much more interesting before. It's so standardized now." Chen Ming responded, "Interesting? You didn't see what it was like when we first got into this game. It was much more brutal back then. Killing was the norm. You saw it yourself. People on your new server can chat and help each other. When we met, we'd just fight and kill each other." After driving a bit further, Chen Ming noticed several cars parked haphazardly along the road ahead, which seemed out of place. His heart tightened, and he instinctively reached for his waist, pulling out a handgun and gripping it tightly. He then slowly pressed the brake, bringing the vehicle to a gradual stop. At that moment, someone from the other group spotted Chen Ming's car approaching and began to shout, "Hey friend, do you have any energy sources in the car? Hurry up and lend them to us." As soon as Chen Ming heard those words, he immediately understood that this group of people was clearly a gang of robbers setting up a checkpoint. His expression turned as cold as ice, lips pressed tightly together, remaining silent as he quietly sat in the driver's seat, observing the situation. Meanwhile, Li Lin, seated in the passenger seat, showed no fear as she got out of the car. With a graceful twist of her slender waist and light steps, she approached the group of robbers. She spoke in a sweet, delicate voice. "Oh, big brothers, we're really as poor as church mice. We have no energy sources left. Please, have mercy and let us pass, okay?" However, the robbers were not easily swayed by Li Lin's words. One of them, fixated on her alluring face, leered with a vulgar grin and taunted, "Well, a little beauty, if you're so poor, why stick with this useless man? Why not join us instead? We'll make sure you eat well and enjoy all the pleasures of life." To their surprise, Li Lin nodded without hesitation and replied, "Sure, brothers, as long as you don't hurt me or my companions." With that, she deliberately threw a flirtatious glance at them and slowly walked towards the three robbers. Seeing such a stunning woman approach, rather than relaxing their guard, the robbers became even more tense, gripping their weapons tightly, watching her every move as if they were facing a formidable enemy, wary of any tricks she might play. Just then, Li Lin approached with light yet determined steps. Their eyes were locked onto her, and when they noticed she was empty-handed and had no weapons, they collectively let out a sigh of relief. However, as one of them felt a sense of relief and reached out to grab Li Lin, no one anticipated what would happen next. In a flash, Li Lin's movements were like lightning. She swiftly drew a razor-sharp dagger from her waist and, without hesitation, struck down hard on the outstretched hand. Blood sprayed instantly, accompanied by a piercing scream that echoed through the air. The man whose hand was severed collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. This sudden turn of events jolted the other two robbers back to reality. Their faces were filled with shock and fear. But they quickly regained their composure and hurriedly pulled out their own weapons, charging at Li Lin with murderous intent, determined to eliminate this seemingly fragile woman. But Li Lin didn't give them a moment's chance. After her successful strike, she darted to the side like a nimble leopard. At the same time, her other hand quickly retrieved a handgun hidden behind her. Then, 3 sharp gunshots rang out, the sound crisp and clear as 3 deadly bullets struck true, hitting the 2 armed assailants with lethal precision. As the sound of gunfire faded, the 2 bodies fell heavily to the ground, lifeless and silent, having met their end on the spot. At that moment, only the terrified man, who had just lost his palm, remained. His eyes widened in horror as he watched his companion perish within mere seconds, his heart filled with endless fear and despair. Glancing at the cold, ruthless woman before him, who moved with remarkable agility, he trembled in terror, scrambling to escape from his dreadful place. Chapter 178. Wandering Everywhere. Li Lin walked with a light heart, whistling a cheerful tune as she tucked her pistol in her waistband. She gracefully turned around and made her way to the short knife she had hastily dropped while evading earlier. The knife lay quietly on the ground, glinting with a faint cold light. Li Lin strolled over to the knife, bending down to pick it up as if it were a precious treasure. The moment she grasped the hilt, a chill and a surge of power coursed through her palm. Then, with slow and steady steps, she advanced toward the man who had lost his hand. "Brother, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Li Lin teased, a playful smirk on her lips. "Why don't we have some fun together?" Her voice was sweet and melodious, yet at that moment, it carried an unsettling chill. The man, hearing her malicious words, trembled violently. He turned to glance back at the approaching Li Lin, his face turning pale as a ghost. Driven by the instinct to survive, he ignored the intense pain in his hand and the blood flowing from his wounds, desperately crawling forward, as if he believed that moving faster would help him escape this terrifying woman. Meanwhile, Chen Ming sat quietly in the car, expressionless as he observed everything unfolding before him. He slowly lowered his gun, his gaze never leaving Li Lin and the man with the severed hand. The atmosphere inside the car was relaxed, and Chen Ming looked on with indifference. Suddenly, Li Lin swung her arm, swiftly tossing the short knife like a bolt of lightning. The knife sliced through the air in a sharp arc, heading straight for the man who was frantically crawling away. With a dull thud, the knife struck the man squarely in the back, embedding itself deep within. In an instant, the man fell still, blood gushing from the wound and staining the ground beneath him. Once the man had completely succumbed, Li Lin expressionlessly pulled out the bloodied knife. She carefully wiped the blade with the edge of her clothing until it gleamed once more, then slowly stood up. Next, Li Lin walked steadily back to where they had parked the vehicle. Upon arrival, she quickly began to search the area. However, to her disappointment, there was nothing of particular value aside from a few scattered supplies. Undeterred, she efficiently sorted and packed the materials she found. After finishing this task, Li Lin turned back to the vehicle, skillfully using tools to dismantle it. She selected useful parts and materials, placing them into Chen Ming's car. Having completed everything, Li Lin clapped her hands and glanced at Chen Ming. Though they had not exchanged a single word, their understanding seemed to be conveyed through the exchange of glances. Chen Ming silently nodded, settling into the driver's seat to start the car and continue down the road. About 500 meters after setting off, a supply crate suddenly appeared ahead. Chen Ming immediately maneuvered the mechanical arm, aiming to grab the crate. But at that moment, a roar of engines echoed from behind, as a vehicle sped toward Chen Ming's car like a wild horse breaking free. With a deafening crash, the sound of the collision reverberated throughout the space. Fortunately, Chen Ming's car was incredibly sturdy, and despite the violent impact, it emerged unscathed. In contrast, the offending vehicle was left severely mangled, its front end completely destroyed. Chen Ming reacted swiftly. He pulled out his rifle, pushed open the car door, and jumped out. He then sprinted toward the wrecked car, raising his gun and unleashing a barrage of bullets aimed at the driver's seat. The bullets rained down like a storm, shattering the car windows in an instant. Once he confirmed the driver was dead, Chen Ming intended to scavenge supplies from the vehicle. Just then, a cold notification from the system echoed in his mind. The other party pulled the pin on a grenade before dying. A chill ran down Chen Ming's spine, and without a moment's hesitation, he rolled backward at top speed. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous explosion erupted, flames shooting into the sky and thick smoke billowing out. Luckily, Chen Ming had managed to dodge in time and was unharmed by the blast, narrowly escaping disaster. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaling as if trying to release all the tension and pressure within him. After a while, he felt slightly more relaxed and gradually stood up. At that moment, Chen Ming was startled to discover that the other party had chosen to self-destruct. Witnessing this, his initial urge to continue searching for supplies vanished completely. Without hesitation, he turned and strode back toward the car. Inside, Li Lin felt only a slight tremor. However, this minor jolt made her deeply impressed by the quality of the vehicle Chen Ming was driving. After all, it was incredible that the car remained relatively stable despite such a powerful explosion. Chen Ming quickly approached the driver's seat, opened the door, and sat down. Once settled, he turned to Li Lin in the passenger seat and spoke in a calm tone. It seems the conflict over this server has officially begun. Li Lin instinctively wanted to respond, but when she saw the serious expression on Chen Ming's face, the words caught in her throat. Noticing her silence, Chen Ming didn't press her for a reply, but continued speaking. "I'd like to ask, what kind of work were you doing before you came here? Of course, if you don't want to share, that's fine too." Li Lin kept her head down, her hands tightly clasped together, as if battling an inner turmoil. Faced with Chen Ming's question, she remained silent. Seeing this, Chen Ming chose not to press further, instead quietly starting the car and continuing to drive forward. The car continued to move smoothly along the road. After about half an hour, a large shopping mall came into view. From a distance, Chen Ming noticed around 30 vehicles of various kinds parked in the open area in front of the mall. He cautiously drove closer and found a relatively concealed spot to park. Then, he quickly pressed a button to activate the car's camouflage feature. After doing this, he sat quietly in his seat, his eyes fixed on the mall entrance. As time ticked by, around 10 minutes later, a chilling scream suddenly pierced the air, reaching Chen Ming and Li Lin's ears. Both felt a surge of tension and immediately grabbed the firearms they had beside them, entering a state of heightened alert. Chapter 179. Encounter at the mall. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the quiet air. A few figures, their faces filled with terror, burst around a corner, screaming and frantically waving their arms, as if something extremely horrifying was chasing them. Just seconds later, several more people, in a panic, followed the first group, running down the path. At that moment, a chilling scene unfolded as a horde of grotesque, decaying zombies came rushing in from behind. Chen Ming took a closer look and realized it was just a group of zombies. Instantly, the tension in his chest eased. However, unlike him, Li Lin, who was sitting nearby, felt her stomach churn at the sight of these ugly, foul-smelling creatures and nearly vomited. With an expressionless face, Chen Ming quietly observed the thrilling chase unfolding before him, contemplating his next move. As time ticked by, several minutes passed. Chen Ming sensed the moment was right and quickly checked his gear. Once he confirmed everything was ready, he wasted no time getting out of the vehicle. Seeing Chen Ming take action, Li Lin hurriedly organized her equipment and followed closely behind him as they both exited the car. But who could have anticipated that just as she stepped out of the vehicle, her gaze inadvertently fell on Chen Ming, who had 5 square-shaped objects silently sliding off him. Instinctively, Li Lin opened her mouth to warn him that something had fallen, but before she could speak, the scene before her left her completely stunned. The 5 square objects seemed to come to life and began to transform. Just a few minutes later, 5 mechanical creatures, roughly the size of humans and resembling spiders, had fully reverted to their original forms. These mechanical spiders glinted with a cold metallic sheen. Their sharp claws and pointed fangs gleamed menacingly in the sunlight. Li Lin widened her eyes in disbelief at the astonishing scene, her mouth agape, momentarily forgetting to close it. In those brief seconds, Li Lin was enveloped in shock, her mind blank. However, when she regained her composure, she felt an immense sense of relief that she hadn't acted impulsively against Chen Ming moments before. Chen Ming extended his right hand, gently waving it in front of Li Lin before saying, "Let us go, we're heading in." Upon hearing this, Li Lin snapped back to reality, replying quickly, "Oh, okay." With that, Chen Ming strode ahead, flanked by 4 of the mechanical spiders, clearing the way for their group. Li Lin followed closely behind, accompanied by one of the mechanical spiders. Looking at the spider beside her, she instantly understood. It was a personal bodyguard assigned by Chen Ming to ensure her safety. And so, the group moved forward slowly. After walking for a while, they finally arrive at the entrance to the mall. However, Chen Ming did not recklessly rush in like a fool. Instead, he first paused, directing the mechanical spiders to enter the mall and scout ahead. Meanwhile, he quickly raised his left arm and began skillfully operating the small screen mounted on it, closely monitoring the real-time situation displayed. A clear structural diagram appeared on the screen. Chen Ming focused intently on it, his mind racing as he tried to unravel the complex lines and markings to extract useful intelligence. Just as he was about to immerse himself in a deeper analysis of the information, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The zombies, which had been quietly lurking inside the mall, suddenly seemed to be activated, launching a fierce attack with outstretched claws. In an instant, the mechanical spiders retaliated, unleashing a torrent of bullets like a sudden storm, mowing down the grotesque zombies one after another as they howled in agony and fell into pools of blood. Despite the chaotic scene, Chen Ming remained remarkably calm and composed. He seemed unfazed by the gunfire and screams behind him, his eyes glued to the structural diagram as he quickly scanned the entire layout of the mall. He then closed the screen, preparing himself to charge in at any moment to investigate further. Next, Chen Ming adeptly turned on his headlamp, and a bright, steady beam of light pierced the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. Taking a deep breath, he stepped toward the entrance of the mall. Behind him, Li Lin felt somewhat helpless without a flashlight, so she cautiously kept close to Chen Ming, using the light in his hand to follow him into the mall. As soon as they stepped through the mall's entrance, Chen Ming was delighted by the sight before him. The floor was littered with mangled body parts and pools of dark blood, presenting a scene of utter devastation. Clearly, the brief yet intense attack had come to an end, showcasing the formidable combat capability of the mechanical spiders. After a moment of observation, Chen Ming decisively ordered 3 of the mechanical spiders to continue clearing out the remaining zombies in the mall. The spiders immediately sprang into action, moving swiftly with their agile metal legs, quickly disappearing into the dark depths, leaving only a faint sound echoing in the vast, silent mall. Within a few seconds, the sound of gunfire erupted again. Chen Ming pulled Li Lin out of the mall to wait for the mechanical spiders to finish their cleanup. As time ticked by, the gunfire persisted, leaving Chen Ming puzzled. In his mind, the mechanical spiders should have completed their task and returned by now, so the ongoing gunfire felt quite strange. He had no choice but to turn on the screen to assess the situation. On the display, 3 mechanical spiders were engaged in battle with a massive zombie. The bullets from the mechanical spiders couldn't penetrate the zombie's body, but Chen Ming did not retract his command, so the mechanical spiders continued their assault. Realizing the predicament, Chen Ming immediately ordered the mechanical spiders to lure the zombie outside. Following the command, the mechanical spiders began to retreat, and the giant zombie, angered by their harassment, chased after them furiously. Meanwhile, Chen Ming, while leading Li Lin to fall back, watched as the mechanical spiders drew the giant zombie away. The mechanical spiders moved quickly, reaching the doorway in no time, while the zombie, with its cumbersome body, moved at a painfully slow pace. Chapter 180. Taking down the giant zombie in the mall. Chen Ming stood quietly in place, holding his breath and focusing intently as he waited for a while, but the chilling zombie never showed itself. A hint of doubt crept into his mind, and he furrowed his brow, pondering, where could this zombie be hiding? He carefully opened the screen in his hand again, meticulously searching for potential locations where the zombie might appear. After scanning the area, his gaze finally settled on a corner where the zombie stood, seemingly lost and confused, as if it had lost its target and was now in a daze. Seeing this, a plan formed in Chen Ming's mind. With that thought, he turned to Li Lin beside him and whispered a few instructions, briefly explaining his thoughts and the next steps of action. Although Li Lin appeared worried, she nodded in understanding and supported Chen Ming's decision. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming stepped into the mall, maintaining a high level of alertness as he kept an eye on his surroundings. Due to his quick pace, he reached the zombie's location in just a few minutes. However, when the zombie saw Chen Ming appear, it did not immediately lunge at him as he had anticipated. Instead, it continued to stand there, completely unresponsive. Chen Ming was taken aback, thinking, strange, this zombie seems to be oblivious to me, a living person. Just as he momentarily lost focus, the system suddenly pinged a notification, reminding him that he had previously taken a potion, which meant he wouldn't be subject to the zombie's active attacks. With this realization, Chen Ming snapped back to attention and understood the situation. With no time to hesitate, he quickly drew a handgun from his waist, aimed at the zombie, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! 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 The crisp sounds of gunfire shattered the silence. But unfortunately, the bullets seemed to inflict minimal damage on the zombie, barely scratching the surface. Seeing that the bullets in his handgun were about to run out, Chen Ming decisively stopped shooting and turned to sprint away. He ran without looking back, completely focused on escaping from the pursuing zombie. The gunfire had enraged the zombie, which let out a low growl and began to chase Chen Ming relentlessly. Thus, Chen Ming ran desperately ahead while the zombie pursued him closely. Whenever he felt the zombie was about to catch up, he would suddenly accelerate and put some distance between them. Once he felt he had created a safe gap, he would slow down to catch his breath, waiting for the zombie to approach again. This cycle continued, and after an intense chase and dodging, Chen Ming finally managed to lure the troublesome zombie outside the mall. Like an arrow released from a bow, Chen Ming dashed towards the mall entrance. Just as he passed through the doorway, he tossed a few black objects behind him, powerful landmines. At the same time, he turned and shouted loudly to Li Lin, who was not far behind, "Get back." Li Lin understood immediately and quickly retreated, crouching down with Chen Ming at a safe distance from the mall entrance. Time ticked by, and the surrounding silence was unsettling. Suddenly, a bone-chilling roar of a zombie shattered the stillness, followed by heavy, clumsy footsteps that seemed to make the ground tremble. When the zombie stepped on a landmine, a series of earth-shattering explosions erupted, sending flames shooting into the sky and illuminating the area as if it were broad daylight. Thick smoke accompanied by a wave of heat rushed towards them, causing both of them to instinctively cover their ears and widen their eyes, staring intently at the explosion site. The intense vibrations from the blast reached Chen Ming, making his heart skip a beat. However, he did not rush to get up and check the situation. He knew that acting recklessly at that moment could lead to unforeseen dangers. So, he suppressed his urge and remained quietly in place, patiently waiting. When the roaring flames gradually weakened and finally subsided, the two cautiously stood up, preparing to move closer for a better look at the current situation. To Chen Ming's astonishment, the zombie that should have been consumed by the flames was still stubbornly alive, letting out a deafening roar from its grotesque mouth. Upon closer inspection, Chen Ming noticed that while the zombie's skin was severely damaged, surprisingly, the wound seemed superficial and had not inflicted substantial harm to its insides. This zombie was tougher than he had expected, Chen Ming thought to himself. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he decisively put away his regular firearm and took out a more powerful energy weapon. He took a deep breath and quickly moved a few steps forward to get closer to the zombie. In contrast, Li Lin remained cautious, gripping her handgun tightly but hesitating to approach. With steady hands, Chen Ming aimed the energy rifle and pulled the trigger without hesitation. In an instant, a barrage of dazzling energy bullets rained down like a storm. The moment the bullets left the chamber, Li Lin was stunned by the sight before her. The bullets seemed almost alive. Upon contact with the zombie's body, they adhered firmly to it and began to rapidly dissolve its form at a visible pace. As Chen Ming continued to shoot, he skillfully adjusted his aim according to the zombie's movements and position, ensuring that every shot hit its mark. Seconds turned into minutes. And after what felt like a long 5 minutes, the last energy bullet struck the zombie, completely erasing the once fearsome creature from existence. Chen Ming slowly turned around, his gaze landing on Li Lin, whose mouth was agape in shock, wide enough to fit an egg. Her eyes were wide and fixed on the energy rifle that emitted a cold, shimmering light, as if she had been petrified in place. The corners of Chen Ming's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. He reached out with his right hand, gently placing it under Li Lin's chin, then lifted it up to close her gaping mouth. After doing this, Chen Ming softly said, "Let's go." His voice was quiet, but carried an undeniable authority. Hearing his words, Li Lin seemed to awaken from a dream and abruptly snapped back to reality. She let out 2 short gasps of surprise. Oh. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she hurriedly moved her legs, closely following Chen Ming's pace. Before long, they re-entered the mall. Unlike before, this time the terrifying mechanical spiders did not follow them inside. They remained quietly stationed outside the entrance, like loyal sentinels. Once inside, the two quickly split up to meticulously search every corner, hoping to find some useful supplies. Chen Ming navigated carefully between the rows of shelves, his eyes sharp, missing no potential hiding spot for treasure. Meanwhile, Li Lin appeared somewhat anxious, vigilantly observing her surroundings while using both her hands and feet to rummage through various boxes and packages. Chapter 181. Searching the mall. The shelves inside the mall were eerily empty, and what was once envisioned as a treasure trove now had very little left. Chen Ming and Li Lin had spent a full half-hour here, but their findings were meager, with only a few scattered energy sources collected. Chen Ming furrowed his brow, filled with doubt. How could such a large mall possibly have so few supplies? Did the group that just left manage to grab most of the resources? But that didn't seem quite right. If that were the case, why would there still be some energy sources left for them to find? Or perhaps this mall had limited stock to begin with, which explained its desolate state. Chen Ming paused, standing still in deep thought. Li Lin, equally perplexed, couldn't help but voice her frustration. How could such a big mall have so few supplies, especially with a giant zombie guarding it? It's just not reasonable. Upon hearing Li Lin's words, Chen Ming immediately realized they couldn't continue searching aimlessly. He quickly called upon the system in his mind, asking urgently, "Dad, what's going on?" After a moment, the system's cold voice echoed in Chen Ming's mind, "Basement." Although it was a simple two-word response, for Chen Ming, it felt like a precious treasure. Armed with this crucial information, he wasted no time in telling Li Lin, "Let us go downstairs and check. There should be a basement here, and maybe all the supplies are hidden there." With that, the two hurriedly made their way down from the third floor. After some time, they finally reached the first floor. Once there, they didn't dare to waste any time and immediately began a thorough search. However, to their disappointment, despite turning the entire first floor upside down and checking every nook and cranny, they were unable to locate the entrance to the basement. Chen Ming felt like his head was about to explode, filled with confusion and unease. He sighed helplessly and sought help from the system again. "Dad, where exactly is the entrance to the basement?" "Soon," the system replied. "The entrance to the basement is on a wall in the innermost room on the third floor. Just pry it open to get in. But I must warn you, there are not only a bunch of regular zombies inside, but also a giant zombie guarding it." After hearing this, Chen Ming's expression grew serious. He slowly turned to Li Lin and said, "It looks like we want to find an entrance on this floor. We can only check the third floor now." Li Lin asked, "The third floor?" Chen Ming quickly replied, "When I was searching earlier, I noticed a room where the wall looked different from the others. But I didn't think much of it at the time and missed it. This time, we'll definitely find it." With that, the two took a deep breath and stepped once more onto the stairs leading to the third floor. They quickly arrived at the exact location indicated by the system. However, the seasoned Chen Ming did not act recklessly. Instead, he paused like a cheetah stalking its prey. His sharp eyes narrowed slightly as his mind raced, considering the various scenarios they might face next and the corresponding strategies. After a brief moment, a bold yet cautious plan took shape in his mind. He calmly extended his hand, deftly tapping on the flickering screen to his left, his fingers dancing across it as precise commands were swiftly issued to the 5 mechanical spiders. Upon receiving the orders, the mechanical spiders darted toward the target room like arrows released from a bow. Time seemed to slow down at that moment, each second stretching out endlessly. After a full 3 minutes, the mechanical spiders successfully reached the room. Following Chen Ming's earlier instructions, the 5 mechanical spiders agilely used their sharp claws to pry open the wall, quietly slipping through the concealed entrance into the basement. Just then, a sudden burst of gunfire echoed through the corridor. Li Lin stood on the third floor, gun drawn and on alert, not daring to move. Meanwhile, Chen Ming was completely focused on the screen in his hands, carefully observing the activity inside. At that moment, the mechanical spiders demonstrated a high level of coordination. They maneuvered skillfully through the darkness, each attack precise, and one by one, the snarling zombies fell to the ground, howling in defeat. As time passed, about 10 minutes later, all the zombies in the basement had been eliminated. The tension in Chen Ming's mind finally eased a bit. He turned to Li Lin, who was equally tense, and waved his hand gently, signaling her to follow him. Cautiously, the two made their way down the passage, entering the basement filled with the stench of decay and the metallic tang of blood. Their footsteps were unusually slow, eyes scanning the surroundings warily, not daring to let their guard down for a moment. Chen Ming felt particularly uneasy, fearing that the mechanical spiders might have missed something, allowing a hidden zombie to suddenly spring out and launch a surprise attack on them. Thus, they moved forward, each step fraught with unknown danger. After a long and arduous journey, they finally reached the last room at the deepest part of the basement. However, What confronted them was a massive and sturdy iron door, firmly shut, as if sealing away all secrets within. Chen Ming did not rush to force the door open. Instead, he paused, calmly operating the screen in his hands, attempting to use various technical means to assess the situation inside. After all, he had no idea how strong the zombies behind the door might be. Chen Ming saw a massive zombie clad in armor on the screen. He was shocked. It was the first time he had encountered an armored zombie. For a moment, he couldn't decide whether to open the door or retreat. Chen Ming, Dad, is there another exit? I want to lure the zombie out to fight. System, yes. There is an exit in the room ahead. Chen Ming. He forced himself to stay calm and paced back and forth. After a while, he came up with a tactic. He turned to Li Lin and said, I'll have the mechanical spider take you back outside first, and then I'll go out from here. If a zombie comes out, assess the situation and act accordingly. Li Lin nodded in agreement with Chen Ming's plan. Chapter 182. Securing supplies and sustaining severe injuries. After receiving the orders, the mechanical spider sprang into action, carefully lifting Li Lin and steadily carrying her as they began to crawl toward the entrance. Their movements were synchronized, each step precise and powerful. Once 4 of the mechanical spiders had carried Li Lin out of sight, Chen Ming initiated his plan. He signaled the remaining mechanical spider to remain quietly on standby to the left. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming cautiously approached the tightly shut iron door, his fingers deftly entering a series of numbers on the keypad. With a soft click, the lock on the iron door loosened slightly, but the door did not open fully. Chen Ming didn't let his guard down. As soon as a small gap appeared, he swiftly retreated to a safe distance from the door. Almost instantly, a deafening roar erupted from within the room, and a massive, grotesque zombie lumbered forward, charging directly towards Chen Ming. Facing the oncoming zombie, Chen Ming remained calm and collected. He quickly turned and sprinted away, leveraging his speed to draw the zombie's attention. Meanwhile, he continually changed his running path, cleverly leading the zombie away from the door. Once the zombie was completely out of the doorway, the mechanical spider, lying in wait on the left, launched its attack. Its weapon systems activated instantly, unleashing a hail of bullets that accurately struck the zombie. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chen Ming found a relatively concealed corner to hide and quietly observe the unfolding situation. The zombie, clearly enraged by the relentless gunfire, roared and shifted its direction, lunging towards the mechanical spiders. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming wasted no time and sprinted back towards the room at full speed. With the mechanical spiders keeping the zombie occupied, Chen Ming slipped into the room without drawing its attention. Once inside, he immediately accessed the system prompt. The system indicated that there was an entrance in the basement that led down. Having encountered such scenarios numerous times before, Chen Ming didn't rush to the entrance. Instead, he relied on the bright light from his headlamp to scan the entire basement quickly. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a supply box in the corner. Without hesitation, he strode over and yanked the box open. As the lid flew open, beams of light shot out from inside, revealing some valuable items. A piece of armor upgrade energy stone, a weapon upgrade stone, and a small converter. However, time was of the essence, and Chen Ming couldn't afford to examine the items closely. In a flurry, he hastily stuffed all of them into his spatial gear. After completing the series of actions, Chen Ming did not dare to waste a single moment. He quickly crawled out of the area where the supply box was located and glanced around, beginning to closely observe the current situation. At that moment, the mechanical spider was engaged in a fierce struggle with the zombies, using its agility and dexterity to fight back. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle, neither yielding an inch, and the situation was extremely tense. The basement, already in disarray, was now in complete chaos, filled with broken debris and scattered items due to the intense conflict. Chen Ming understood that he could not stay here for long, so he quickened his pace, searching the room for an escape route. Finally, after a thorough search, he discovered a tightly shut door. Unfortunately, it was blocked by a large amount of clutter, making it impossible to open easily. Faced with this dilemma, Chen Ming remained calm. He skillfully operated the mechanical arm equipped on his body, using its tremendous strength to gradually move the obstructive debris aside. At the same time, he reached out to the system for help, requesting the code needed to open the door. With the system's assistance, Chen Ming successfully obtained the code and managed to open the exit door. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the basement like an arrow released from a bow, emerging onto the ground above. Having just escaped danger, Chen Ming did not let his guard down. He glanced back at the mechanical spider, still entangled in battle within the basement, and decisively issued a retreat command. Upon receiving the order, the mechanical spider swiftly broke free from the zombies and rushed toward Chen Ming's direction. Chen Ming's eyes widened as he watched the mechanical spider crawl out slowly. He gripped his weapon tightly, his body tense and on high alert for any potential danger that might emerge from the basement exit. Time ticked by, and the terrifying zombies did not pursue him as he had anticipated. Only then did Chen Ming begin to relax slightly, letting out a long breath. However, just as he was secretly relieved and preparing to quickly evacuate this perilous place with the mechanical spider, a sudden flash of fire streaked across the sky. A shell was hurtling towards him at lightning speed. The projectile was so fast that even the system didn't have time to issue a warning alarm. In an instant, Chen Ming was struck and fell to the ground. Fortunately, the energy armor he was wearing exhibited formidable protective capabilities, withstanding the deadly blow. Despite this, the enormous impact from the explosion still sent Chen Ming flying, his body tumbling through the air for over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The force felt like a heavy truck had collided with him, leaving him dizzy and disoriented, as if his internal organs had shifted. His vision blurred, and he could only vaguely see the scene before him as his consciousness began to fade. Finally, after suffering such a severe blow, Chen Ming could no longer hold on. His eyes rolled back, and he completely lost consciousness. The mechanical spider beside its master, seeing Chen Ming injured and unconscious, quickly moved forward to lift his body and scuttled away on its metal legs towards the parked vehicle. Meanwhile, Xiao AI, who had been monitoring the situation, noticed something was off and hurriedly drove the car toward Chen Ming's location. On the other side, another mechanical spider that had taken Li Lin away was also racing toward the vehicle. Once both of them and the mechanical spiders were inside the car, Xiao AI hit the gas. The zombies, emerging from the shadows, could only see the exhaust of the vehicle and let out a frustrated roar. Chen Ming lay on the bed, battered and bruised, while Li Lin looked at him with a mix of emotions. She was torn inside. Should she finish him off or save him? She struggled with her decision. Chapter 183. The system saves the child. With her heart in turmoil, she stood dazed in place as if time had frozen, each second stretching out painfully long. Minutes passed, yet her furrowed brows remained tightly knit, as she weighed the pros and cons and the possible consequences in her mind. Finally, it seemed she had made some sort of decision. She slowly lifted her head, her gaze becoming resolute. Enough. Whether life or death, let fate decide, Li Lin thought to herself. Meanwhile, on the other side, the system was already taking action. It swiftly cracked the complex game system and successfully accessed the trading hall. Here, the dazzling array of items was overwhelming, but the system had a clear goal and promptly purchased the necessary medicine for treatment. However, the cautious system did not stop there. Understanding the importance of not revealing its existence too easily, it meticulously planned its next steps. After securely placing the acquired medicine in the warehouse, the system sent a precise command to its loyal mechanical spider. The mechanical spider, like a well-trained special forces unit, stealthily and nimbly made its way to the warehouse. In no time, it successfully retrieved the life-saving medicine. When a mechanical spider arrived next to Chen Ming with the medicine, Li Lin, lost in thought, was caught off guard by the sudden movement, startling her greatly. However, she quickly realized that it was not a dangerous situation, but a helping hand coming to save Chen Ming's life. At that moment, Li Lin couldn't help but feel relieved that she hadn't impulsively tried to eliminate Chen Ming or take his supplies. Otherwise, given the mechanical spider's formidable strength, she might very well be the one lying on the ground now. With a sense of reverence, she quietly stepped aside, watching as the mechanical spider methodically treated Chen Ming. She observed as the mechanical spider skillfully opened the medicine bottle, carefully applying the liquid to Chen Ming's wounds, and then expertly bandaging them. The entire treatment process was seamless, without a hint of hesitation. With the final step completed, Chen Ming's injuries were finally under preliminary control. All they could do now was patiently wait for time to pass and hope for a miracle. Time silently slipped away, and several hours later, Chen Ming gradually awakened. However, at that moment, he felt an overwhelming heaviness in his head, as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing down on him, and his consciousness was somewhat hazy. He struggled to move his head slightly, But that minor movement triggered an internal upheaval, and an intense wave of pain surged through him, spreading from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet, with every inch of skin and nerve screaming in agony. Gasping, Chen Ming couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The excruciating pain was almost unbearable, forcing him to abandon the thought of moving any further, leaving him weak and limp on the bed. After resting for a moment, Chen Ming steeled himself, trying to acclimate to the pain, and began to contemplate his current situation. After careful consideration, he decided to seek help from the system. He focused his mind and began communicating with the system in his thoughts. Once he understood the ins and outs of the situation, Chen Ming couldn't help but feel a wave of fear wash over him. It turned out that if it weren't for the powerful energy armor he was wearing, he would likely have already met his demise at that very moment. With this thought, Chen Ming felt a sense of gratitude swell within him for this life-saving gear. At that moment, the door was gently pushed open and a figure walked in. It was Li Lin. Upon seeing that Chen Ming had awakened, a flicker of joy appeared on her face. However, she didn't say much. Instead, she silently turned and left the room. A short while later, Li Lin returned, carrying a steaming bowl of porridge. She carefully sat down by the bed, scooped up a little porridge with a spoon, blew on it gently to cool it down, and brought it to Chen Ming's lips. Chen Ming obediently opened his mouth and took in the warm, tasty porridge. Thus, Li Lin patiently fed him spoonful after spoonful. However, after just a few bites, Chen Ming indicated that he was full and didn't need any more. Li Lin nodded slightly, placed the bowl on the bedside table, and then got up to leave the room. At this point, Chen Ming was alone in the room. He took a deep breath, adjusted his state of mind, and once again engaged in a deeper conversation with the system. With disbelief, Chen Ming looked at his own body and muttered, "Dad, with my frail constitution, how could I possibly withstand a cannonball hit and still survive after being blasted over 10 meters away?" At this moment, the system responded smugly in his mind, "Of course. If I hadn't locked your health just in time with your little frame, you would have been a goner long ago." Hearing this made Chen Ming's eyes widen in shock. He stammered, "Dad, you actually have such an amazing function." The system casually replied, "Hee, that's just a little trick. But you can't use this function recklessly. If you use it too many times and the game designers notice something unusual, they might just kick you out of the game and toss you into a space crevice, leaving you nowhere to cry." Chen Ming's heart sank, and he hurriedly asked, "Space crevice? What exactly is that?" The system patiently explained, "Actually, there's a portal between every world. However, the managers of each world cleverly hide these portals to prevent random crossings. The so-called space crevice is a tiny gap located where each space connects. Inside it, apart from endless darkness, there is nothing else. It can truly be described as a dead silence." As Chen Ming listened to the system's description, he couldn't help but recall a Taiwanese drama he had watched during his childhood. The show is filled with all sorts of absurd plot lines, hilarious moments, and laughably over-the-top scenarios. Looking back, it's both funny and ridiculous. Chen Ming, "So how long until I can move?" System, "Just lie down for a few days and you'll be fine." Chen Ming obediently nodded and fell asleep again. A few days later, he was able to get up and walk around. He stretched and moved his somewhat stiff limbs. Seeing Chen Ming full of energy again, Li Lin smiled and said, "You're finally better. We should continue exploring this game world." Chen Ming nodded in agreement. Chapter 184. Chen Ming's Recovery and Quest for Revenge. Chen Ming slowly stretched his stiff body, each joint seeming to protest with a series of cracking sounds. After a few minutes of gentle movement, he felt his body gradually loosen up, as if it had been rejuvenated. At that moment, Chen Ming had only one thought in mind: to take down the zombie that had nearly cost him his life. The vehicle was on autopilot, as he quickly retrieved the precious armor upgrade stones and weapon upgrade stones from his storage and used them. With a flash of light, Chen Ming felt his armor become even more resilient, and the weapon in his hand emanated a chilling aura. After completing these preparations, Chen Ming carefully placed the small converter into the workshop. He then skillfully used the energy source to charge his armor. With the system's precise tracking assistance, it wasn't too long before the silhouette of the zombie appeared within Chen Ming's line of sight. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming calmly checked his gear, confirming everything was in order before decisively exiting the vehicle. He steadily hoisted the massive rocket launcher, aimed at his target, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. A brilliant beam of energy shot out of the barrel, slicing through the air like a lightning bolt, and struck the zombie's massive body dead on. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the sturdy armor on the zombie began to dissolve at a visible rate. The attacked zombie let out an angry roar, opening its massive jaws and launching a projectile toward Chen Ming. However, Chen Ming, already on high alert, demonstrated astonishing reflexes as he swiftly rolled to the right multiple times. Just then, the projectile exploded not far behind him, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Despite the powerful shockwave generated by the explosion rushing toward him, Chen Ming's energy-filled armor successfully withstood the impact. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly adjusted his stance, shouldered the energy rocket launcher once more, and fired another shot. This time, the projectile seemed to have a mind of its own, hitting the zombie squarely in its thick thigh. The severely wounded zombie instantly lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. With a sharp gaze, Chen Ming's hands moved rapidly over the weapon system, skillfully switching his firearm to an energy rifle. With a faint humming sound, the muzzle of the energy rifle glowed with a dazzling light blue hue, resembling a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Chen Ming firmly squeezed the trigger, his finger unwavering as time ticked by. After a full 10 seconds, he finally released his finger. Immediately after, he switched weapons at a dazzling speed, this time opting for the more powerful energy rocket launcher. He aimed at the target and pressed the launch button without hesitation, sending a projectile soaring toward the distant zombie with apocalyptic ferocity. With a thunderous boom, the shell accurately struck the zombie's body, instantly erupting in a burst of energy liquid. Seeing his shot hit its mark, Chen Ming quickly stowed the energy rocket launcher into his armor storage space. He then darted to the right, moving as swiftly as a cheetah. Just then, 3 shells flew in from behind, heading straight for the spot where Chen Ming had just been. With a deafening explosion, the ground was blown apart, creating a massive crater, and the shockwave knocked Chen Ming to the ground. He rolled several times before barely managing to regain his footing. Breathing heavily, his gaze remained resolute. After a brief moment to collect himself, he reached back into his armor storage and pulled out a standard rocket launcher. He aimed at the zombie and decisively fired a shell. The projectile shot forth like lightning, piercing through the remnants of the zombie's already melted armor. Without a second thought, Chen Ming tossed aside the now empty rocket launcher and retrieved the energy rocket launcher once more. Steadying his aim, he targeted the massive body of the zombie and fired again. This time, the shell accurately struck the zombie's upper body. As the shell exploded, a spray of energy liquid erupted, showcasing its powerful corrosive properties. Upon contact with the zombie's flesh, it began to rapidly dissolve its muscle and tissue. For a moment, the anguished screams of the zombie echoed across the battlefield. Seizing the opportunity presented by the zombie's diminishing mobility, Chen Ming quickly loaded an energy source into the energy rocket launcher. As the energy source fit perfectly into the launcher, a surge of power coursed through it. Without hesitation, Chen Ming pulled the trigger and a brilliant light shot from the barrel, racing away like a shooting star. The projectile, carrying unparalleled impact, struck the target, a snarling zombie with claws bared. In an instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated around, deafening all in the vicinity. But this was just the beginning. Chen Ming swiftly switched weapons, trading the energy rocket launcher for an energy rifle, and unleashed a barrage of fire. Countless beams of energy rained down like a storm, hitting the zombie's body. In no time, the zombie was enveloped in a thick layer of energy liquid, which seemed almost alive, continuously eroding its flesh and bones. The zombie writhed in agony, tried to escape this deadly bind, but it was futile. Before long, the zombie ceased its struggles, completely consumed by the energy liquid, its body gradually dissolving until it vanished without a trace. Watching this scene, Chen Ming's tense nerves finally began to ease. He took a few deep breaths, stepped forward with somewhat heavy steps, bent down to pick up the rocket launcher he had just discarded, and stowed it back into his armor. After completing all of this, Chen Ming collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. The fierce battle he had just fought had drained him of a significant amount of stamina and energy. At this moment, he needed to take a good rest to regain some vitality. Chen Ming sat on the ground for 10 minutes, and when he felt sufficiently rested and was about to leave, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a square object resembling an energy source at the spot where the zombie had fallen. His attention was drawn to it, and he walked over to the zombie's location. The energy liquid was still present there, so he had no choice but to use his mechanical arm to scoop up sand and cover the liquid. The sand formed a pathway, allowing Chen Ming to edge closer. He reached out to grab the object from the farthest distance his mechanical arm could extend. Chapter 185. Wandering Aimlessly. This was the first time Chen Ming had ever engaged in battle with zombies and successfully obtained an item. He examined it closely. At first glance, it looked remarkably similar to an energy source. However, Chen Ming couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. If it were just an ordinary energy source, there should logically be more than one around, yet here it was, sitting all alone, which felt quite strange. After staring at the mysterious item for several seconds without any clarity, he reluctantly picked it up carefully and turned to walk towards the car parked not far away. Meanwhile, sitting in the car, Li Lin could no longer contain her curiosity. Seeing Chen Ming return, she hurriedly approached and asked, "Hey Ming, what did you find over there?" As Chen Ming handed the item to Li Lin, he replied, "It looks like something similar to an energy source, but I'm not really sure what it's for yet. Let's just keep it for now." They chatted casually for a bit. Just then, the car slowly approached a small village. Chen Ming turned to Li Lin and quietly asked, "Should we go in and take a look?" Li Lin glanced at the village before them. The entire place was eerily quiet, enveloped in a strange atmosphere that sent shivers down her spine. After hesitating for a moment, she shook her head and said, "This village looks really creepy. Something feels off. Maybe we should just skip it." Chen Ming nodded in agreement and pressed the accelerator, causing the car to speed away again. After driving about 800 meters, Chen Ming suddenly noticed two men grappling fiercely on the ground by the roadside. He quickly slowed down and rolled down the window, calling out to them, "Hey, do you guys need any help?" Upon hearing his voice, the two men, who had been locked in a struggle, immediately stopped and turned to look at Chen Ming. One of them, with a blank expression, replied, "No, thanks for the offer." Chen Ming silently rolled up the window, his gaze fixed ahead as he gently pressed the gas pedal, and the vehicle smoothly continued forward. The scenery flew by, but Chen Ming's mind remained lost in thought. After driving for about 5 kilometers, Chen Ming finally caught sight of the outline of a city in the distance. As they drew nearer, the city's shape became clearer. Driving at a steady pace, it wasn't long before he reached the entrance to the city. This time, he didn't turn to ask Li Lin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, but instead prepared to drive straight in without hesitation. However, just as they were about to pass through the entrance, a tall, muscular man clad in black leather suddenly stepped forward, blocking Chen Ming's path. The man in the leather jacket stared at Chen Ming with a stoic expression, and in a low, indifferent voice asked, "Are you two planning to enter the city?" Chen Ming furrowed his brow slightly, but quickly regained his composure, nodding politely as he replied, "That's correct. We are indeed entering the city." Upon hearing Chen Ming's affirmative response, the corner of the leather-clad man's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a barely noticeable smile, and he continued, "In that case, according to regulations, you both need to pay 2 energy sources as the entry fee." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ming reached into the storage compartment of the car and pulled out 2 energy sources that emitted a faint glow, tossing them without hesitation to the man in the leather jacket. The man skillfully caught the energy sources, his face instantly lighting up with a beaming, obsequious smile as he warmly said, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to our beautiful Frostwind city. We hope you have a wonderful time here." Chen Ming merely nodded in acknowledgement without saying much more, then pressed the gas pedal, smoothly driving the car into the city. The wheels rolled forward, stirring up a slight cloud of dust. Once inside the city, Chen Ming arrived at a square where 4 large vehicles stood in the center. These cars had a steampunk design and were entirely made of metal, each featuring a thick exhaust pipe that belched out thick black smoke. Surrounding these vehicles was a group of young people dressed in flashy leather jackets, sporting wildly colored and styled hair. They were either sitting or leaning on their impressively cool motorcycles, smoking cigarettes, and engaging in casual conversation, punctuated by bursts of laughter and raucous shouting. At that moment, the game system unexpectedly popped up a prominent notification. "Would you like to join a faction?" Without hesitation, Chen Ming decisively clicked no to reject joining this unknown faction. Li Lin, beside him, made the same choice, clearly sharing Chen Ming's thoughts. As the car slowly passed by the flamboyantly dressed group, it continued forward for a considerable distance before encountering yet another faction that appeared different but was essentially similar. However, faced with this invitation, Chen Ming and Li Lin once again chose to decline. Chen Ming first scanned the surroundings warily, confirming that it was safe for the time being before parking the car in a relatively open and quiet area. They then began to carefully inspect their various equipment to ensure everything was in optimal condition. Once they were fully prepared, they opened the car doors and stepped out. Before getting out, Chen Ming specifically took out the mechanical spiders, transforming them into decorative pieces to hang on himself. The two walked leisurely, enjoying the unfamiliar surroundings. As they strolled, they curiously observed the novel environment, not overlooking any corners that might pose a danger. Before they knew it, they came across a uniquely decorated beverage shop. Chen Ming strolled into the CAF and casually ordered 2 cups of delicious, fragrant milk tea. After finding a comfortable seat by the window, he settled in peacefully. Before long, a cheerful waitress approached with a light step, balancing a tray that held 2 steaming cups of aromatic milk tea. She gently placed the drinks on the table and politely said to Chen Ming, "Sir, here are your 2 cups of milk tea. Enjoy. That will be 2 energy sources." Chen Ming smiled and nodded, handing over the payment for the energy sources. Once he received the milk tea, the two began to relish the sweetness and warmth of the moment. They leisurely sipped their drinks while engaging in cheerful conversation. Although Chen Ming appeared to be casually chatting, his ears were like radar, attentively picking up snippets of conversation from the other customers around him. He discreetly observed the expressions and actions of those nearby, trying to capture any useful information. Chapter 186, Distribution of Power in the City. The two of them sat leisurely in a beverage shop, basking in the warm sunlight and engaging in casual conversation. Unbeknownst to them, they picked up some quite useful information from each other's words, like key pieces of a puzzle, giving them a better grasp of their upcoming journey. After a while, perhaps feeling a bit tired from chatting or thinking they had gathered enough information, they slowly stood up, brushed off the dust from their clothes, and strolled away from the little leisure spot. As they wandered through the city's streets and alleys, they resembled curious explorers, taking in the sights around them. Along the way, they noticed numerous camps set up in various corners of the city, some grand in scale with tents standing tall, while others were quaint and unique. Chen Ming couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. The development speed of this new server is truly astonishing. After aimlessly wandering for a while, they felt a slight fatigue in their legs and decided to return to their vehicle parked not far away for a short rest. Once back at the car, Chen Ming skillfully opened the door, climbed inside, and quickly activated the vehicle's camouflage feature. With a soft whir of mechanical sounds, the entire car gradually blended into its surroundings, seemingly disappearing from sight. Once everything was set, Chen Ming let out a long sigh of relief, leaned back in his seat, and prepared to fully enjoy this rare moment of respite. He operated the screen, and a magnificent panoramic view of the city unfolded in his mind like a painting. The map was detailed and clear, with every street and building precisely marked, including hidden passages and secret doors tucked away in the city's corners. What caught his attention even more was that the map clearly indicated the locations of various camps. These strongholds were scattered throughout the city like stars in the sky. But 2 of them stood out prominently due to their massive scale, resembling 2 dazzling pearls embedded in the city's landscape. Thanks to the clever assistance of the mysterious system, Chen Ming was able to gain insight into the detailed information about these 2 strongholds. First, he saw an introduction about Zybode, a self-proclaimed half-city lord, known for his autocratic ruling style. He was greedy and ruthless, with an almost obsessive thirst for power. Furthermore, he delighted in inflicting various inhumane tortures on those who defied his will, solidifying his authoritative position. In stark contrast was the leader of the other stronghold, Lant. It was said that Lant was the leader of the resistance, known for his kindness and generosity, always considering helping others as his duty. Under his leadership, the resistance gradually grew stronger, becoming a formidable force that could not be underestimated. Apart from these 2 major factions, the map also shows a scattered distribution of various player camps. However, it is unfortunate that most of the areas occupied by players are barren lands with scarce resources. Chen Ming stared intently at the map, his gaze shifting back and forth between the Zybode faction above ground and the Lant resistance forces hidden in the underground tunnels. Gradually, a bold and clever idea began to take root in his mind. At that moment, Chen Ming's sharp eyes caught an important detail. The players' camp distribution was extremely loose, but surprisingly, their positions cleverly surrounded the Zybode camp. Even more intriguing was the occasional sighting of a small group of players quietly infiltrating the city. Chen Ming pondered to himself, judging by the situation, it's highly likely that these guys are aiming for Zybode. hoping to defeat them in one fell swoop and then freely divide the abundant resources here. However, he was also well aware that Zyboat was not an easy opponent. Their vast power and strength were not something ordinary players could easily shake. Therefore, Chen Ming speculated that this group of players would likely employ various schemes to take down Zyboat. Perhaps they could try to recruit the resistance forces, coordinating with them to launch a lethal strike against Zyboat, or they might deliberately expose the resistance's movements right under Zyboat's nose, provoking a fierce conflict between the two sides and then reaping the benefits. Various possible scenarios and response strategies kept surfacing in Chen Ming's mind, like a tide surging within him. Lost in his thoughts, he was unaware of how time slipped away quietly. Eventually, utterly exhausted, he could no longer hold up his heavy eyelids and fell into a drowsy sleep. When morning arrived, Chen Ming slowly opened his eyes, stretched, and sat up. In another room, Li Lin rubbed her sleepy eyes, and the two exchanged a smile in the living room before heading to the bathroom for a quick wash. Shortly after, they sat down at the dining table to enjoy a simple yet delicious breakfast. After finishing their meal, Chen Ming took a deep breath and said to Li Lin with a serious expression, "No matter what their final outcome is, we must seize this opportunity to make a profit and then quickly get out of here." Li Lin nodded in agreement. Next, Chen Ming took a set of advanced energy armor wristbands from a box and handed them to Li Lin, along with a powerful weapon, while also checking to ensure the energy source was sufficient. With everything ready, they each found a strategic position to quietly observe the movements of the resistance forces and the players. At that moment, the resistance was still holding their ground in the dark, damp underground tunnels. However, unexpectedly, a significant number of players had chosen to join the Zyboat faction, complicating the situation even further. Chen Ming stared intently at the scene before him, thoughtfully giving Li Lin a few brief reminders, and then, without hesitation, he pushed open the car door, preparing to head towards the rebel position. He hurriedly navigated through the bustling streets, occasionally turning left and sharply veering right. Along the way, he skillfully dodged pedestrians and vehicles, moving like a nimble cat. After a challenging half-hour trek, he finally arrived at the entrance of the rebels' underground tunnel. Once he stopped, Chen Ming didn't rush into the tunnel. Instead, he cautiously scanned his surroundings, carefully observing the environment. Not far away stood a towering building, which might serve as an excellent observation point. Taking a deep breath, he quickly made his way toward the high-rise. By the time Chen Ming managed to reach the top floor, he was panting heavily and drenched in sweat. However, there was no time to rest. He swiftly pulled a finely crafted pair of binoculars from his backpack, raised them to his eyes, and began to meticulously search for any signs of the Zyboat forces in the area. Chapter 187. The Two Set Landmines. Chen Ming cautiously surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, meticulously searching every corner, but he still couldn't spot Zyboat or his subordinates. The area was sparsely populated, with only a handful of solitary players scattered about. Chen Ming furrowed his brow, pondering how to avoid detection by Zyboat and the watchful players lurking nearby. As time passed, Chen Ming fell into deep thought, his mind racing. After a period of intense contemplation, a preliminary plan began to take shape in his mind. He took a deep breath and quickly sprang into action. He dashed down the stairs with the speed of the wind. Running too hurriedly, his breathing became heavy and labored, echoing loudly in the corridor. He could even feel that his stamina wasn't what it used to be. Once he calmed his breath, Chen Ming adjusted his state and continued toward his target. Before long, he arrived near the entrance of the resistance base. Cautiously, he pulled a landmine from his pocket and gently placed it on the ground before silently turning away like a ghost. After completing this task, he kept moving, heading straight for the spot where his vehicle was parked. Back in the car, Chen Ming immediately made his way to the storage area. He retrieved another landmine from the warehouse, holding it carefully as he left the vehicle, slipping through unnoticed corners like a phantom, skillfully setting them up at various key locations. Once everything was arranged, Chen Ming quietly shut the car door and calmly climbed back inside. Sitting in the driver's seat, his eyes quickly scanned the car's screen, carefully observing the specific locations where the landmines had been placed. By now, night had fallen, engulfing the area in darkness, with only a few stars twinkling in the sky. Chen Ming stared intently at the screen, pondering. It was too late to act now. Rushing into action might lead to unnecessary trouble. It was better to wait until dawn to continue placing landmines near Zybode's location. With this thought, he slowly closed his eyes, leaned back in his seat, and allowed his body to relax into a brief state of rest. The long night finally passed, and the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the car window, warming Chen Ming's face. He gradually woke up, stretching and loosening his stiff limbs. After a quick wash-up and completing his daily routine, Chen Ming felt re-energized. He entered the room and briefly explained the plan to Li Lin. Once she finished her morning preparations, Chen Ming nodded firmly and said, "All right, we can start executing the plan now." With that, both of them opened the car doors simultaneously, carefully picking up the prepared landmines from beside their seats as they got out of the car. Chen Ming walked steadily towards Zybode's main camp, while Li Lin followed Chen Ming's earlier instructions and turned toward the various camps of Zybode's subordinates. Chen Ming walked slowly along the road, alone. Ahead, he noticed a few of the Western Brothers' lackeys loitering on either side of the path, chatting amongst themselves in crude language. Their raucous laughter echoed through the air, making them appear particularly arrogant and overbearing. Chen Ming frowned slightly, but chose not to confront them directly. Instead, he skillfully adjusted his route to avoid them, wanting to steer clear of any unnecessary trouble. After all, he had more important matters to attend to. Like a ghost, Chen Ming navigated through the Western Brothers' headquarters, carefully placing a landmine at every corner he passed. These mines were like a web he had spun, waiting for the enemy to stumble into his trap. Throughout the process, he remained vigilant, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, leaving no detail unnoticed. Once all the mines were set, Chen Ming began to operate the screen on the inside of his arm. The data on the screen flashed rapidly before locking onto Li Lin's location, providing him with detailed navigation. Following the directions, he moved quickly. About 10 minutes later, he spotted a group of people ahead. Peering closer, he saw that Li Lin was surrounded by several burly, menacing-looking men. They were groping her and making lewd remarks, clearly trying to provoke her. Strangely, Li Lin showed no signs of resistance. Instead, she wore a half-smile, seemingly enjoying the attention of the crowd. Chen Ming hid around the corner, quietly observing the scene unfold. A few seconds later, Li Lin said something that sent the men into uproarious laughter. Then, she turned and walked away, the men following closely behind, spewing vulgarities as they discussed how they would toy with her. Seeing this, Chen Ming quickly understood Li Lin's intentions and followed without hesitation. The group walked for about 5 minutes before entering a seemingly run-down small house. Once they filed in, Chen Ming didn't rush in after them. Instead, he chose to wait quietly outside. Leaning lazily against the cold wall, he silently began counting down. At that moment, his slightly slouched posture resembled that of a lovesick puppy, anxiously and helplessly waiting for his goddess to indulge in a tryst with other men. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As Chen Ming completed his countdown, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly erupted from inside the small house. The chilling cry seemed capable of piercing eardrums, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, just a few seconds later, the horrifying noise abruptly ceased, and the surroundings returned to a deathly silence. Not long after, Li Lin slowly stepped out from behind the door. Just as she crossed the threshold, she unexpectedly spotted Chen Ming, who wasn't supposed to be there. The sudden appearance startled her quite a bit. Instinctively, driven by a self-preservation reflex, she swung the sharp blade she was holding and lunged at Chen Ming. Fortunately, thanks to a timely warning from the system, Chen Ming reacted quickly, dodging to the side with lightning speed. After her initial attack, Li Lin exclaimed, "Oh, it's you?" Chen Ming replied, "Have you run out of grenades?" Li Lin responded, "Oh, right." Chapter 188, The Sudden Tiger. Chen Ming looked at Li Lin with confusion and asked, "What were you doing just now?" Li Lin smiled charmingly, her lips curling up slightly as she replied softly, "Throwing a landmine is just so boring, so I thought I'd have a little fun with these guys." Chen Ming was momentarily speechless, faced with such absurd behavior and thoughts. He didn't know what to say. After a brief silence, he helplessly shook his head and said, "All right, let us hurry up and go." With that, the two of them wrapped up what they were doing and headed straight for the car. Upon reaching the vehicle, they quickly got in. As soon as they settled in, Li Lin eagerly reached for the car screen to check the specific locations where she had placed the landmines. As the screen lit up, dense grids filled with data appeared before them. Li Lin couldn't help but gasp, secretly amazed at the sight. It was only at that moment that she realized Chen Ming was planning a large-scale operation. Instinctively, She turned to look at Chen Ming, who was sitting beside her, her eyes revealing a hint of admiration. She thought to herself, this powerful figure really is impressive. He stands out from the crowd right from the start. Thankfully, I had the insight to recognize this hidden expert at that gathering. As long as I can hold on to this sturdy leg, my future days will surely be quite comfortable. Moreover, seeing how he seems to have no interest in women, I won't even need to sell my looks. This is fantastic, truly a stroke of luck for me. With this thought, a proud smile unconsciously appeared on Li Lin's face. Chen Ming looked at the woman beside him, who wore a strange grin and was acting oddly, and sighed inwardly. Why is this woman starting to act crazy again? He really couldn't understand what her actions and expressions meant at that moment. Chen Ming silently thought, the landmines are already buried. I just need to wait for the right moment for them to explode. For now, it's best to rest a bit. So, he decided to temporarily ignore this peculiar woman and turned to go into the house to find something to eat. Just then, Li Lin spoke up, well bro, you rest first. I'm going to take a walk. Chen Ming turned his head at the sound of her voice and saw Li Lin standing next to the car door, still wearing that puzzling smile. He watched her lips move slightly, unsure of what to say to her. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Ming finally said lightly, be careful. Hearing this, Li Lin happily nodded and gave him a big okay gesture before gracefully getting out of the car and walking away with a cheerful stride. Meanwhile, Chen Ming slowly closed the door behind him and headed to the kitchen to prepare some simple food to satisfy his hunger. Chen Ming quickly prepared a simple meal and slowly ate it while operating his screen, watching the happenings in the city as if it were a TV drama to accompany his meal. After finishing his meal, he went into the bathroom for a shower and then retired to his room to rest early. The next morning, he woke up leisurely, stretched, and sat up in bed, quickly going through his morning routine. Just as he was ready to head out, he unexpectedly found Li Lin sitting in the living room. She was yawning and drowsily nibbling on a small piece of bread, looking so fatigued that it seemed she could fall asleep at any moment. Chen Ming stared at her in confusion for a while before finally asking, did you party all night last night? Hearing this, Li Lin looked up, her eyes a bit dazed, and nodded slightly, responding with a hint of weariness. You could say that. I was dancing my heart out at a little bar in the city last night. On my way home, I even took care of a few guys who were looking to loot. They were quite resourceful, to be honest. She took another bite of her bread after finishing her sentence. Chen Ming didn't show much surprise or concern. He simply replied calmly, as long as it doesn't affect our plans, feel free to do whatever you want. Relieved by Chen Ming's response, Li Lin replied, okay, got it. I'm going to catch up on some sleep now. After their brief exchange, Chen Ming turned and left the room, strolling leisurely through the city, his gaze occasionally scanning the groups and solitary figures along the streets. However, he didn't recklessly approach anyone for information. Instead, he chose to stick to his predetermined path. After walking a bit further, Chen Ming suddenly heard a deafening tiger's roar. The sound seemed to penetrate the very soul, instantly putting him on high alert. Strange. How could there be a tiger's roar in the city? Chen Ming pondered, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He quickly raised his arm and activated a small but powerful screen on the inside of his forearm, trying to use high-tech means to pinpoint the direction and location of the roar. As his fingers skillfully swiped and tapped on the screen, the image gradually became clear. There, in the display, a massive and imposing tiger appeared before him. To his surprise, the tiger seemed to have an injury on its hind leg, with blood seeping from a wound. Surrounding the tiger was a group of players dressed in various eccentric outfits, carefully confronting the tiger while wielding different weapons. Seeing this scene, Chen Ming suddenly understood. It seemed that this tiger had likely strayed into the city from the wild, perhaps scared or chased in urban territory. The players had clearly noticed this situation and were attempting to subdue or capture it. In the distance, Chen Ming spotted the injured tiger surrounded by players. The scene instantly ignited a spark of curiosity deep within him, compelling him to quicken his pace toward the action. He began to jog. The sound of the rushing wind in his ears seemed to urge him on. After a while, he finally arrived at the scene, breathless and leaning on his knees. But his eyes were fixated on the fierce battle unfolding not far away. He saw the massive tiger lunging ferociously at one of the players, its gaping maw sinking in mercilessly. A chilling scream echoed as the player was instantly bitten down and fell to the ground lifeless. Yet, the other players didn't flinch. They seized the opportunity to raise their weapons and fiercely attack the tiger. In an instant, flashes of blades and shouts of battle filled the air. Just as it seemed the players were about to inflict serious damage on the tiger, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The tiger suddenly whipped its powerful tail, sweeping across like a steel whip. With a series of thudding sounds, several players who couldn't dodge were thrown into the air, crashing heavily to the ground. However, one brave player refused to give up. He swiftly drew a handgun from his waist, aimed for the tiger's vital spots, and pulled the trigger. With two loud bangs, the bullets whistled toward the tiger. The tiger was hit, but instead of collapsing, it charged toward the shooter. Seeing the tiger barreling toward him, the shooter panicked and tried to escape, but his fear immobilized him, and the tiger pounced, knocking him to the ground, leaving him motionless. The other players, witnessing how difficult it was to kill the tiger, began to panic and sought to retreat. Chapter 189, Killing the Tiger. Run. With this terrified shout, the players, who were previously somewhat calm, instantly fell into chaos, scattering like a tide in all directions. At the same time, a deafening roar of a tiger echoed through the forest, as the fierce beast lunged at the players around it like a bolt of lightning. The tiger opened its massive jaws and swept its paw across the area, catching the nearby players completely off guard, sending them crashing to the ground like kites with their strings cut. However, the players further away reacted differently. Some, paralyzed by sheer fear, found themselves rooted to the spot, unable to move an inch, while others, braver or more cunning, wasted no time in fleeing the dangerous location. Chen Ming stood quietly to the side, observing the chaos with a cold gaze. To him, killing this tiger would only yield some tiger meat, which held little appeal. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a message suddenly popped up from a system. You can obtain an upgrade stone by killing the tiger. Upon reading this message, Chen Ming looked at the majestic tiger in surprise, pondering to himself, what is going on here? He immediately questioned the system. What is the deal? Why is there such a reward? Quickly, the system responded. This is a special design added by the game designers to encourage players to actively explore the wilderness. Successfully defeating the tiger will yield various items, provided it's a special monster, not an ordinary one. Understanding dawned on Chen Ming, and he nodded repeatedly, his expression reflecting that he finally grasped the situation. However, despite this newfound clarity, he did not act rashly. Instead, he remained steady, patiently waiting for the best moment to strike. He knew that rushing could lead to unnecessary trouble, so he decided to hold back until all the other players had left. As time passed, the 5 minutes seemed to fly by. The surviving players still in the area gradually withdrew. Seeing this, Chen Ming took a deep breath, carefully retrieved his ordinary rifle from behind, gripping it tightly in his hands. He aimed at the tiger not far ahead and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger, unleashing a volley of bullets like a sudden storm. Caught off guard, the tiger endured the barrage of gunfire, blood splattering everywhere. Surprisingly, such a ferocious attack did not immediately bring it down. It only inflicted a few wounds, causing it to bleed profusely. Realizing the ordinary rifle was ineffective, Chen Ming quickly stowed it away with fluid movements. He then switched to a more powerful energy rifle and resumed his fierce assault on the tiger. This time, however, the tiger was clearly on guard. With agile movements, it leaped like a flash of lightning through the air, effortlessly evading the line of fire. Seeing this, Chen Ming decisively ceased fire and instinctively rolled to the side, trying to avoid any potential attack from the tiger. Just as he had anticipated, the ferocious tiger charged at him like a starving beast, its speed leaving him stunned. Chen Ming locked eyes with the tiger from close distance, feeling the murderous intent and fierce aura emanating from it. His heart raced, but his hands remained steady. Almost instinctively, he raised his energy rifle again and fired wildly at the tiger, which was now within arm's reach. With such proximity, the tiger had nowhere to dodge, and the bullets from the energy rifle struck its massive body like a torrential downpour, completely engulfing it in a hail of gunfire. Countless bullets rained down mercilessly on the tiger's enormous frame. Each bullet contained immense energy, piercing through the tiger's tough hide and embedding deep within its flesh. As the bullets continued to hit, the tiger's body began to dissolve, blood and flesh becoming a gruesome mess. However, this fierce creature seemed to sense its impending death. With wide eyes and bared fangs, it let out an ear-splitting roar and summoned the last of its strength to pounce at Chen Ming, attempting to take him down with it. Chen Ming quickly sensed the tiger's movement, and with a swift motion, he rolled to the side. Even though his reaction was fast, some of the liquid remnants from the energy bullets still splattered onto him. Fortunately, the energy armor he wore provided strong protection. The moment the liquid came into contact with the armor's surface, it was neutralized by the energy field, causing no substantial harm to Chen Ming. Seeing that his armor had successfully countered the dangerous liquid, Chen Ming chose not to pursue the wounded tiger further. Instead, he suddenly turned and began to run, aiming to put more distance between himself and the tiger while depleting its remaining strength. He zipped across the open space like a bolt of lightning, moving at incredible speed. The severely injured tiger closely followed him, struggling to keep up. Due to its serious injuries and the prolonged chase, the tiger's steps grew increasingly heavy and its breathing more labored. Chen Ming continuously changed directions, darting left and right, exhausting the tiger in the process. As the tiger's stamina waned, its once fierce gaze was now filled with despair and helplessness. As time passed, the tiger's life force was finally drained, and it collapsed to the ground, unable to move any longer. Chen Ming stopped in his tracks, slowly turning around to gaze at the lifeless tiger carcass on the ground. A surge of complex emotions welled up within him. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, noting the absence of other players. Once assured of his safety, he took a deep breath and walked steadily toward the spot where the dead tiger lay. As he approached, he pulled a sharp knife from his armored space, gripping it tightly in his hand. His gaze fixed on the area where the tiger had struggled violently, causing an unknown liquid to seep out. Without hesitation, he plunged the blade into the flesh. With each swing of his arm, the knife sliced through the skin and muscle, producing a chilling sound. After a few cuts, Chen Ming suddenly felt the blade hit something hard. A flicker of excitement surged through him, prompting him to instinctively apply more pressure. After some effort, when the incision was large enough, he tightened his grip on the handle and carefully continued to trace the earlier marks. One cut, two cuts. Finally, with one last forceful thrust, the object detached completely from the tiger's body. Chapter 190. The final check before the plan. Chen Ming carefully cradled the mysterious object in his hands, scrutinizing it for several seconds. It appeared unremarkable, yet he sensed an underlying power that was not readily apparent. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to store it safely in his armored space. Just as he was preparing to do so, a sharp and piercing gunshot suddenly shattered the quiet atmosphere. A bullet whizzed past him, narrowly missing his foot and sending a cloud of dust into the air. In the blink of an eye, Chen Ming reacted with remarkable agility, rolling to the side like lightning and crawling forward at an incredible speed. Within moments, he found sturdy cover behind a solid structure. Simultaneously, his keen eyes scanned the surroundings like a hawk, alert to any sign of movement. However, after a brief observation, everything remained eerily silent, with no signs of disturbance. With no other options, Chen Ming activated a small, sophisticated screen on the inside of his arm, employing an advanced tracking system to locate the hidden assailant. His fingers tapped rapidly on the screen, and with a soft hum, the display quickly revealed the attacker's position. To his dismay, he saw a figure with a sniper rifle lying prone on a tall building, aiming down at him from above. A sense of urgency gripped Chen Ming as he zoomed in on the image, trying to discern the assailant's face for a better understanding of the enemy. Unfortunately, all he could see was a face obscured by a dark mask, making it impossible to uncover their true identity. Having pinpointed the target's location, Chen Ming knew he couldn't just sit back and wait. Without hesitation, he retrieved a finely crafted sniper rifle from his armored space, ready to retaliate. Unfortunately, his proficiency with sniper techniques left much to be desired. His shooting skills were abysmal. Aware that a reckless counterattack would only allow the enemy to escape, he took a cautious approach. Just as Chen Ming cautiously peeked out, a sharp gunshot rang out, slicing through the air. A deadly bullet sped toward him like lightning, striking his head directly. In an instant, a tremendous impact slammed into him, but within less than a second, he reacted, drawing on his exceptional acting skills. He feigned being mortally wounded and collapsed limply to the ground. As time passed, Chen Ming's ability to play dead became increasingly refined, as if it had become his go-to strategy for dealing with crises. In that moment, he was secretly formulating a brilliant plan to use this tried-and-true method of feigning death to lure the enemy closer, then launch a surprise counterattack to eliminate the opponent once and for all. However, what he never expected was that, despite waiting anxiously for a full 10 minutes, The cunning enemy never showed up. The prolonged wait caused Chen Ming's body to gradually stiffen, and he began to worry that if this continued, he would be unable to move flexibly when the enemy finally approached, thus missing a perfect opportunity to counterattack. After careful consideration, Chen Ming decided to temporarily abandon his disguise, stand up, and stretch his limbs to regain his agility. But fate has a way of playing tricks. Just as Chen Ming straightened up and prepared to stretch, he heard voices nearby. "Hurry up, or someone will take our loot," came the voice of a young man. "No rush, better safe than sorry. This world is full of dangers. Staying alive is the top priority. Looting is just a bonus," responded a calmer voice. Chen Ming quietly hid around the corner, listening to their conversation and thinking about how to take them down. A few seconds later, he heard the young man again. "See, I told you we should have come earlier. Someone's already taken the loot." The other person looked around and said, "No, it should be that the person isn't dead yet." The young man retorted, "How can you hit someone in the head and they still be alive? That's ridiculous. Forget it, let us retreat. Shouldn't we check? Just leaving like this would be too much of a loss. Sure, you got lucky and found a sniper rifle in a crate, but it has hardly any bullets. Our current survival depends on that rifle for scavenging. Let us go." Chen Ming cautiously peeked out from his hiding spot, quickly scanning the area ahead. He noticed that the enemies he had just faced were now moving further away, their figures gradually disappearing from view. He thought to himself that if he chased after them now, he probably wouldn't find them. Weighing the pros and cons, he decided to abandon this risky idea and turn to leave. However, just as he was about to step away, a sudden commotion of intense fighting erupted nearby. Chen Ming's heart raced, and he immediately froze, straining to listen carefully. The sounds fluctuated in volume, sometimes muffled and sometimes clear, but it was evident they were coming from the direction of the previous voices. Curiosity got the better of him, and Chen Ming crouched low, stealthily making his way toward the source of the noise. As he got closer, the scene of the fight gradually came into focus. He saw the two individuals who had intended to loot his backpack, now armed and engaged in a fierce battle with another group trying to seize their supplies. The two were agile and coordinated, and after a fierce struggle, they successfully took down several opponents. Then, they quickly crouched down, deftly gathering various supplies scattered on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the gear and resources that once belonged to the deceased were swiftly gathered by the two individuals. Once their collection was complete, they rose without hesitation and sprinted away like cheetahs, disappearing into the streets of the city in an instant. Chen Ming watched their receding figures, feeling no urge to pursue them. After all, in this perilous world, it was better to avoid trouble than to seek it out. So, he adjusted his direction and prepared to return to his car. Chen Ming walked back to his vehicle at a varying pace before entering the room. At that moment, Li Lin was still sitting in the living room. Chen Ming asked in surprise, "You're still awake?" Li Lin replied, "I took a nap and I've already woken up." Chen Ming exclaimed, "Wow." Li Lin then asked, "Where did you go wandering off to?" Chen Ming casually responded, "Just took a stroll, killed a tiger, and got something." With that, he pulled out the item. Chapter 191. The conflict in the city begins. A faintly glowing cube. Li Lin casually remarked, "Isn't this an energy source?" Chen Ming replied, "It's not an energy source, but I have no idea what it is." After hearing this, Li Lin picked it up and examined it for a few seconds before saying, "We'll probably know after the next update." But what kind of designer releases something like this without proper design? Chen Ming shrugged. Who knows what the designer is thinking? It doesn't matter. He added, "Let us just take it slow. For now, we're just waiting for this city to go to war." Li Lin teased, "Bro, I realize you're really a bad influence." Chen Ming responded with silence. After their conversation, they both got back to their respective tasks. In the following days, Chen Ming wandered aimlessly around the city, seemingly without purpose. However, he had his own plans, subtly drawing the attention of players who had already joined the Zyboat faction, as well as Zyboat's subordinates, towards the resistance. Days passed, and during his wandering, Chen Ming made a shocking discovery. The players in the city were starting to face a shortage of supplies. It was surprising, especially considering they had all chosen to join the powerful Zyboat faction. Logically, this shouldn't be happening. This phenomenon puzzled Chen Ming, but it also made him realize it could be an opportunity to exploit. Inspired, Chen Ming decided to disguise himself as a player who had also joined the Zyboat faction to blend in with the crowd. He skillfully stirred discontent among other players by using various persuasive arguments to create discord between them and Zyboat subordinates. Initially, People didn't pay much attention to this newcomer's words, but as time went on, Chen Ming's provocative rhetoric gradually planted seeds of dissatisfaction in their minds. One quiet morning, as the sun rose, Chen Ming woke up leisurely. He ambled into the bathroom as usual, taking his time to wash up. After finishing, he strolled to the dining table to enjoy a delicious breakfast. However, just as he was about to proceed with his plan to stir up trouble, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted nearby. The sound was like thunder, instantly shattering the morning's tranquility. Upon hearing the blast, Chen Ming felt a surge of excitement. He realized that the fighting had already begun. In his exhilaration, he barely noticed his unfinished breakfast, quickly stood up, and hurried towards Li Lin's room. Upon entering, he found Li Lin still sound asleep, deeply immersed in her dreams. Chen Ming swiftly approached the bed and gently shook her shoulder, trying to wake her up. Li Lin, groggy and confused, slowly opened her eyes, still drowsy. With no time for lengthy explanations, Chen Ming quickly briefed her on the current situation. Then, he turned and left the room, heading straight for the warehouse. In the warehouse, Chen Ming skillfully selected and donned various high-quality gear, his movements swift and methodical. In just a few minutes, he was fully equipped. Once he completed his gear up, Chen Ming stepped out of the warehouse, agilely took his seat in the driver's seat, took a deep breath, and then confidently started the engine. With the roar of the engine, the vehicle sped away like an arrow released from a bow, racing toward the scene of the incident. Chen Ming focused intently on the flashing red dot on the screen, driving rapidly until he arrived at the scene of the chaos. Before him unfolded a brutal scene where several players were engaged in a fierce life-and-death struggle, armed with various weapons. Their moves were sharp, each strike carrying a deadly threat. However, this bloody battle did not last long. Before long, only one survivor remained on the ground, exhausted and lying in a pool of blood, gasping for air as if he had just emerged from a nightmare. Chen Ming glanced coldly at the survivor before his gaze shifted to the scattered supplies around. The resources were pitifully scarce, hardly meeting his needs, and he couldn't help but frown in disdain. Shao AI, shift to other locations, Chen Ming commanded, then skillfully manipulated the screen to examine the situation in other areas. Soon, he spotted a conspicuous red dot on the screen. With a mix of curiosity and caution, Chen Ming clicked on it, and the image unfolded instantly. It turned out there was a firefight underway. On one side was the formidable and battle-hardened Zybote and his men, while on the other was the fiercely resisting rebel forces. The two sides exchanged fire, with gunshots and explosions ringing out in a chaotic symphony of violence. Chen Ming stared at the screen, internally assessing the scale of the clash. After careful consideration, he decided against directly intervening in the melee. A plan quickly flashed through Chen Ming's mind. First, he would lure Zybote's forces to the front lines. This way, he could slip in unnoticed, infiltrating Zybote's camp and successfully locating the entrance to the basement. With this thought, a sly smile crept onto his lips. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed firmly on the distance, silently contemplating. It was time to activate those landmines he had previously planted. This plan had been swirling in his mind for quite some time, and now it was finally time to put it into action. With slightly trembling hands, he reached for the button that would detonate the mines. Just as his fingertip was about to touch the button, he paused for a moment, as if time had frozen. However, after a brief hesitation, he decisively pressed the button. In an instant, the once calm street erupted into chaos. Vehicles sped past like headless flies, accompanied by screeching brakes and crashing sounds. Meanwhile, a series of deafening explosions rang out one after another, as if the wrath of Thor had descended upon the earth. Flames shot into the sky, thick smoke billowed, and the entire city was shaken by this sudden upheaval. The sound of explosions echoed through the streets, capturing the attention of everyone in the city. People stopped what they were doing, fear etched on their faces as they turned toward the source of the noise, unsure of what terrifying event was unfolding. At that moment, Chen Ming resembled a game player cornered by pursuers, recklessly darting through the busy streets, weaving between vehicles. The cars appeared and disappeared amidst the chaos of the crowd, making them difficult to track. As those around him witnessed his frantic escape, they instinctively joined him in a panicked dash, despite not knowing what was happening. In an instant, the entire city was engulfed in extreme terror. Seizing the opportunity in the midst of this chaos, Chen Ming skillfully evaded the gaze of the crowd, slipping into a secluded alley like a cunning fox. Once he confirmed that no one was around, He quickly activated his camouflage feature. In the blink of an eye, his vehicle blended seamlessly with the surroundings, rendering it nearly invisible. Now, he quietly hid in the shadows, observing the commotion outside and waiting for the situation to unfold further. Chapter 192. Finally, Sibit has left. Around the vehicle, where Chen Ming was parked, people and cars moved ceaselessly. Blood splattered like a fountain, and sharp knives danced in the air, producing chilling, slashing sounds. Immediately following, dense bullets whizzed past, intertwining with the terrified screams of the crowd, creating a horrifying symphony filled with the scent of death. However, Chen Ming paid no attention to the chaotic scene before him, as those were merely inconsequential minor characters. His true target lay in the basement directly beneath Sibit's position. According to the information provided by the system, dormant mechanical spiders were hidden there. Upon receiving this crucial intel, Chen Ming was unable to contain his excitement, and a fierce flame ignited within him. At this moment, he suppressed his exhilaration and quietly lurked in the shadows, patiently waiting for the perfect moment when Sibit would leave. Time seemed to freeze, each second dragging on painfully. As time passed, the death toll in the city continued to rise, and the stench of blood filled the air. Yet through the surveillance screens, Chen Ming noticed that Sibit remained calmly seated, showing no signs of leaving. Faced with this situation, a hint of doubt crept into Chen Ming's mind, when his subordinates were clearly losing the fierce firefight against the rebels. What gave Sibit such unwavering confidence that he could completely crush them? Did he possess some unknown backup plan or secret weapon? This thought made Chen Ming feel increasingly perplexed. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming skillfully pressed down on the accelerator, and the vehicle shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for the area near Sibit. However, the journey was far from peaceful. From time to time, some ill-intentioned individuals emerged, attempting to harass Chen Ming. Not want to back down from these provocateurs. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he decisively operated the machine gun mounted on his vehicle, unleashing a barrage of fire. Those people instantly panicked and fled, covering their heads. Time flew by in the tense atmosphere, and before long, Chen Ming successfully arrived near Sibit. Unlike before, this time he chose not to hide the vehicle. Instead, he decisively got out. Gripping his rifle tightly, he slowly approached Sibit. However, instead of heading directly toward him, he cleverly maneuvered to the back of a small building nearby and quietly slipped inside. Once inside, Chen Ming quickly retrieved a pair of binoculars from his backpack and carefully peered through the window to observe the situation outside. He saw Sibit methodically directing his subordinates while also dispatching several people on some task. Chen Ming counted the number of people left near Sibit and noticed that it was significantly fewer than before, but he remained calm, continuing to patiently await the arrival of the perfect moment. Standing quietly in place, Chen Ming waited with unwavering patience. As time ticked by, just when he was starting to feel a bit impatient, a slight vibration suddenly came from the inside of his arm, followed by a crisp notification sound that shattered the surrounding silence. Chen Ming's heart tightened. He knew something new was happening. He quickly raised his hand and tapped the screen on his arm, which lit up instantly, displaying an image. A large convoy was slowly approaching from a distance. Chen Ming furrowed his brows tightly, feeling a wave of unease wash over him. The unexpected convoy caught him off guard, and judging by their demeanor, they didn't seem friendly. Without a moment to lose, Chen Ming immediately sent an urgent message to Li Lin. At the same time, he turned without hesitation and sprinted towards where he had parked his vehicle. Along the way, he skillfully dodged various obstacles, his feet moving swiftly. By the time Chen Ming arrived breathless at his vehicle, the large convoy was nearly fully entering the city. He dashed into the car, started the engine, and sped away. However, just as he had pulled away, sounds of fierce fighting erupted behind him. Through the screen in the car, Chen Ming could clearly see members of the convoy launching a brutal attack on the scattered players in the city. Despite the convoy's large numbers, Chen Ming noticed that most of their weapons were still cold weapons, such as knives and swords, with only a few individuals wielding handguns or submachine guns. Just as Chen Ming was assessing the situation, Li Lin finally burst out of the building, fully armed and looking sharp. Chen Ming turned to her, and they exchanged a glance, but no words were spoken. At that moment, any conversation felt unnecessary. They needed to address the crisis at hand quickly. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming pressed the accelerator again, speeding forward. At that moment, Li Lin suddenly whispered, "Zybot is on the move." Chen Ming's mind immediately filled with 3 large question marks. However, the urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation, so he decided to set aside that information and focus on parking the car first. He carefully took the screen, his eyes fixed on the fading figure of Zyboat disappearing from view. A surge of joy welled up inside him. I'm getting out now to grab some things from where Zyboat was just now, and then we can leave right away. You wait in the car for me, and I'll come back to get you, Chen Ming said excitedly to Li Lin. Without hesitation, Li Lin nodded and replied, all right, no problem. Chen Ming quickly unbuckled his seatbelt with swift movements. Then, he pushed the car door open and dashed out like an arrow released from a bow. He zigzagged through various obstacles, making his way toward the center of Zyboat's camp. Finally, panting heavily, Chen Ming arrived at his destination. After standing still for a moment, he couldn't wait to catch his breath and immediately turned to face the system, anxiously asking, quick, tell me how to get into the basement. The system quickly provided a hint. Lift the rug under the chair in front of you, then open the door. Without a second thought, Chen Ming kicked the obstructive chair aside with force. Then, he bent down and used both hands to lift the heavy rug, tossing it aside carelessly. As the rug was thrown away, a hidden numerical keypad appeared before him. Without any hesitation, Chen Ming immediately sought the system's assistance to help him crack the mysterious password lock. The system responded swiftly, starting to compute at high speed. Within a few seconds, a soft beep sounded, indicating that the password had been successfully cracked. Chapter 193. The Car Transforms. Chen Ming took a deep breath, gripping the handle of the ground door tightly with both hands. With a strong pull, the door slowly creaked open. A wave of musty air rushed out, prompting Chen Ming to instinctively take a small step back. After steadying himself and waiting for a moment, he pulled out a compact flashlight from his pocket and gently pressed the switch. A bright beam of light instantly pierced the darkness, illuminating the deep space below. As Chen Ming directed the flashlight deeper into the hole, he noticed a large pit approximately 2 meters deep. The bottom of the pit appeared to be covered with a thick layer of dust, looking somewhat soft. Without any hesitation, Chen Ming put away the flashlight, slightly bent his knees, and leaped into the pit. During his descent, Chen Ming quickly adjusted his body position and performed a series of flips in the air. This effectively dissipated the impact of the fall, ensuring that he landed safely without injury. Once his feet landed steadily on the ground, he stood up and began to carefully observe his surroundings. The basement felt quite cramped, with walls made of rough stone and a floor covered in dust and rubble. Above, a dim light bulb cast a weak glow. Chen Ming didn't rush to search for the mechanical spiders. Instead, he raised his left arm to reveal a small screen embedded on the inside of his wrist. He tapped a few times to activate the scanning function, starting a comprehensive scan of the surrounding terrain. Time passed slowly as Chen Ming stood quietly, patiently waiting for the scan results. Finally, not long after, the screen displayed detailed topographical information. He quickly skimmed through the data, his gaze locking onto a corner that indicated the storage location of the mechanical spiders. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he mentally mapped out the best route to reach his target. With light and cautious steps, Chen Ming carefully made his way in that direction. After about 5 or 6 minutes, he finally arrived at his destination. After taking a deep breath, he instructed the system to crack the password for the locked door to the room where the mechanical spiders were stored. With a series of soft beeping sounds, the door lock was successfully disengaged. Chen Ming carefully pushed open the door and swiftly took out his flashlight, turning it on. A bright beam instantly sliced through the darkness, illuminating the entire room. With the beam of light, Chen Ming clearly saw 10 mechanical spiders neatly arranged on the cold cement floor. Their metallic exteriors reflected the flashlight's glow, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. Looking at these silent yet powerful mechanical companions, Chen Ming whispered, "Dad, I'm counting on you." No sooner had he spoken than the system in his mind responded crisply, "Okay." With the system's affirmative reply, Chen Ming felt a slight sense of relief, but for now, he could only stand quietly by, patiently waiting for the system to activate the mechanical spiders. However, the waiting time always felt particularly long and tedious. Out of boredom, Chen Ming decided to find something to do to pass the time. He thought about chatting with Li Lin and perhaps gathering some useful information from her. Without hesitation, he quickly composed and sent a few messages to Li Lin. But after waiting for a while, he received no reply. Feeling helpless, Chen Ming turned to the screen in front of him to see what Li Lin was up to. When the screen lit up, a tense and thrilling scene unfolded before Chen Ming's eyes. He saw Li Lin driving her car, speeding through the city streets with incredible agility. At the same time, she skillfully utilized the car's powerful defenses and offensive capabilities, engaging in fierce confrontations with large convoys attempting to breach the city. Sparks flew from the collisions, creating a spectacular scene. From a distance, Chen Ming noticed Li Lin's figure suddenly come to a halt in an open area, surrounded by vehicles that seemed to sense something, slowly closing in around her. Chen Ming raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding her intentions. As more and more vehicles encircled her, the car Chen Ming was driving began to undergo astonishing changes. In just a few seconds, the once ordinary vehicle emitted cracking sounds as metal parts rubbed against each other, reassembling into a formidable giant robot, a transformer. This sudden transformation left everyone present in shock. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted in terror, "What the hell? A transformer!" Meanwhile, the Transformer's powerful mechanical arms unleashed two massive machine guns that fired dazzling streams of bullets, raining down relentlessly. The nearest cars were instantly riddled with holes, their fuel tanks exploding violently and igniting into flames. Those behind who had not yet been caught in the crossfire were terrified, turning to flee. However, due to the sheer number of vehicles gathered, the road was congested, making it impossible to escape quickly. At this moment, Li Lin seemed to be in a frenzied state, excitedly dancing and shouting loudly. Her manic cheers intertwined with the anguished screams of the fallen, echoing throughout the city and sending chills down spines. Before long, Li Lin decimated the frontline forces with overwhelming force, but the reinforcements hesitated at the horrific scene before them, daring not to advance. That massive convoy was no easy target. After a brief regrouping, they redirected their aggression towards Li Lin and launched a new wave of ferocious attacks. Members of the convoy swiftly drew their machine guns, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets towards the vehicle that Chen Ming was driving. However, the seemingly fierce barrage of firepower failed to shake Chen Ming's vehicle in the slightest. Its body was covered with an impenetrable layer of energy armor, effortlessly deflecting all the incoming bullets. Faced with the failure of the machine gun attack, the leader of the convoy did not lose heart. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out a powerful rocket launcher and aimed it at Chen Ming's car without hesitation, pulling the trigger. With a whoosh, the rocket shot out, trailing a long tail of flame, and struck its target with pinpoint accuracy. Yet, surprisingly, the vehicle showed no signs of damage at all. It remained steadfast in its position without even a scratch. Witnessing this scene, the convoy leader's eyes widened in disbelief. However, he was not willing to give up easily and quickly fired several more rockets in succession. The air was filled with deafening explosions, yet Chen Ming's vehicle remained unscathed, as if these powerful weapons were merely a tickle to it. Eventually, when the convoy leader realized that no matter how he attacked, he could not breach the car's defenses, he let out a resigned sigh and ordered a retreat. At his command, the once aggressive convoy slowly turned around and gradually disappeared into the distance. Chapter 194. Leaving the city after acquiring the mechanical spider, Li Lin stood still, quietly watching the convoy across from her retreat rapidly like a receding tide. Her gaze remained cold and indifferent as she observed their disappearing figures, but she did not issue an order to pursue. Instead, she simply commanded the transformed vehicles to revert to their original forms. Meanwhile, Chen Ming, who had been anxiously monitoring the situation from the sidelines, suddenly heard a faint sound of mechanical operation. His heart leaped with joy, and he immediately turned to see the mechanical spider glowing with blue light, indicating that it had successfully activated. Without hesitation, Chen Ming issued a command for the mechanical spider to closely follow his movements. Thanks to his familiarity with the surrounding environment and his agile skills, Chen Ming quickly found himself back at the edge of a large pit. However, the daunting height made it nearly impossible for him to climb up by sheer willpower alone. Fortunately, Chen Ming was well prepared for this. He decisively commanded the mechanical spiders to take action, and 5 of them began to climb up the pit walls, paving the way for the following units. Shortly after, the remaining mechanical spiders worked together to lift Chen Ming, gradually elevating him back to solid ground. Once Chen Ming finally set foot on firm land again, he let out a long sigh of relief. However, it wasn't time to relax just yet. He quickly composed a brief message and sent it to Li Lin, requesting her to come and pick him up. Following that, He issued a new command for all the mechanical spiders to change their forms and firmly attach themselves to his body, creating a robust armor of protection. After completing these tasks, he carefully sought out a relatively concealed spot with a clear view, quietly waiting for Li Lin's arrival. Just a few minutes later, the distant roar of car engines could be heard. Chen Ming focused his gaze and recognized that it was his own vehicle speeding towards him. From a driver's seat, Li Lin waved her arm to greet Chen Ming from afar, signaling him to get in quickly. Chen Ming, not daring to delay, sprinted towards the car as if propelled by the wind and hopped inside in the blink of an eye. As soon as he closed the door, he eagerly spoke. "Drive away quickly. I'll explain everything on the road." Li Lin understood immediately, nodded, and gave an okay gesture before slamming down the accelerator. The car shot off like an arrow, quickly disappearing into the vast night. As the vehicle gradually started moving forward, Chen Ming rapidly conveyed his current situation to Li Lin. He then skillfully operated the large screen in the car, fully focused on observing the developments in the situation regarding Zibit. The screen displayed Zibit clad in an incredibly cool set of battle armor, like a war god descending onto the battlefield, wreaking havoc. The rebel forces, who had previously put up a stubborn resistance, were utterly helpless against his overwhelming firepower and soon began to collapse and fall to the ground. Seeing this scene, Chen Ming suddenly realized where Shibuya T's audacity came from. Meanwhile, he wasn't idle. He quickly asked the system, "Dad, are there any useful resources left in this city?" However, the system's response left him quite disappointed. There was nothing of value left in the city other than some scattered supplies. After hearing this news, Chen Ming pondered for a moment before turning to Li Lin, who was sitting in the passenger seat. With a firm tone, he said, "Let's leave this city quickly. We need to head to the next destination to find new opportunities and resources." Li Lin showed a hint of confusion at his words. She turned to look at Chen Ming deeply, but ultimately chose to trust his judgment and nodded in agreement. So, Li Lin grabbed the steering wheel, made a sharp turn, and pressed the gas pedal, causing the vehicle to speed toward the city exit like an arrow released from a bow. Thanks to the precise navigation from their AI assistant, Xiao AI, their journey went smoothly. Before long, they had driven out of the city limits and officially entered a mountainous area with treacherous terrain and rolling hills. Looking at the winding and complex mountain roads ahead, Li Lin felt a bit apprehensive. After all, this kind of terrain was filled with challenges and unknown risks for someone as inexperienced as her. With this in mind, she decisively decided to hand over control of the vehicle to the more reliable Xiao AI. As she issued the command, Xiao AI immediately took over the driving, steadily maintaining control of the car as they continued forward. The car sped along the road, and time passed quietly. An hour went by just like that. At this point, they passed by a player camp, but after exchanging glances, neither of them had any intention of stopping, mutually deciding to keep moving forward. Another hour passed, and they finally left the mountainous area. Chen Ming slightly turned his head, looking out the window into the distance. Suddenly, his gaze caught the faint outline of an island. His eyes narrowed as if he were pondering something. Then he turned to Li Lin and asked, "Do you want to check out that island? Usually, there might be some quality resources hidden there." Upon hearing this, Li Lin's previously tired eyes instantly brightened. She excitedly replied, "Sure. I've never been to an island before. Maybe we can discover a lot of fun and interesting things." Seeing Li Lin so interested, Chen Ming nodded and then issued a command to their smart assistant, Xiao AI. "Xiao AI, let's change our course to head toward the island and analyze any relevant information about it at the same time." Xiao AI immediately responded, "Understood, Commander. I will start scanning and analyzing now." As soon as the words were spoken, the vehicle continued at a steady speed toward the island, while Xiao AI fully focused on her task. Utilizing an array of advanced equipment and systems, she began a comprehensive scan and information gathering on the mysterious island. About 10 minutes later, a soft alert tone sounded, indicating that Xiao AI had successfully completed the initial intelligence collection and analysis, transmitting the results to the two occupants of the vehicle. "We're 3 minutes away from the island, and there are 3 convoys on it. One convoy consists of 600 people, while the other 2 have 200 and 320 respectively. These 3 convoys have not encountered each other, likely due to their different arrival times and the island's vast size, which makes such encounters unlikely. Note, with the current armored defense capabilities of the commander, the weapons of these 3 convoys cannot penetrate." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming immediately pulled Li Lin into a room and equipped her with full gear. while also granting her control over 5 mechanical spiders. Chapter 195. Encountering danger upon arrival at the island. After quickly donning their high-quality weapons and gear, the two settled back into their seats. Time passed swiftly, and within just 3 minutes, the vehicle began to approach the entrance of the island. Chen Ming turned to Li Lin, his expression serious, and earnestly advised, "The resources on the island are exceptional, but so are the risks. You must be extremely cautious. If you notice anything suspicious, have a mechanical spider scout ahead immediately. Do not act recklessly or put yourself in danger." Lielaina nudda dasizibeli, signaling her understanding with an okay gesture. However, despite her quick and confident response, Chen Ming couldn't shake his underlying concern. With no other choice, they decided to proceed step by step. As the vehicle bumped lightly along the terrain, it successfully entered the island's interior. Chen Ming skillfully parked in a relatively concealed corner near the entrance and quickly exited the vehicle. Following this, both of them summoned a total of 15 mechanical spiders. These spiders dispersed like well-trained soldiers, surrounding the two and forming a tight defensive circle. With everything in place, they cautiously began to move forward at a slow and careful pace. Meanwhile, Chen Ming made sure to distribute some of the mechanical spiders evenly over a wider area to better detect any potential threats. They continued along what seemed to be a safer path for quite some time. Suddenly, Chen Ming, who was leading the way, came to an abrupt stop, his gaze fixed on a towering tree not far ahead. The tree stood tall and majestic, its leaves lush and vibrant, even in the absence of sunlight. Its colors appeared unusually bright and somewhat eerie. Chen Ming furrowed his brow and shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the unsettling feeling it invoked. He then lowered his gaze to examine the grass beneath his feet, searching for any clues or signs. After a brief moment of contemplation, he lifted his head again, his eyes still locked on the tree. It remained strikingly beautiful, and Chen Ming curiously stared at it for several seconds, unable to discern its nature. Just as he was about to take a detour, he caught a glimpse of Li Lin out of the corner of his eye, walking briskly towards the tree as if entranced. Alarmed, Chen Ming rushed forward, grabbing Li Lin's shoulder and shaking her with all his might. After a few shakes, she finally snapped out of her trance, looking at him with a dazed expression and murmuring, "What is wrong?" Chen Ming's eyes widened in urgency as he exclaimed, "You were mesmerized." No sooner had he spoken than Li Lin's expression shifted from confusion to sheer terror. She widened her eyes and stared intently at the large tree ahead, as if she wanted to scream out loud. However, just at that moment, it seemed like she suddenly realized something and quickly covered her mouth with her hands. Chen Ming was taken aback by Li Lin's strange behavior and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Li Lin trembled as she pointed at the tree in front of them, her voice shaking with fear as she said, There are bodies hanging from the tree ahead. Can't you see them?" Upon hearing this, Chen Ming turned his head in confusion and scrutinized the tree closely. But no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find the bodies that Li Lin described. He then turned his gaze back to Li Lin and replied, "I don't see anything." At this, Li Lin tilted her head in contemplation. Chen Ming, sensing that something was off, quickly called upon the system in his mind. "What is going on?" Soon, the system responded, "Because your mind was affected the last time you arrived on the island, I started protecting your mind from that moment on. I've now blocked your vision. So what you see is different from what others see." Realizing the situation, Chen Ming wasted no time. He pulled out an energy rifle and aimed it at the tree, unleashing a barrage of fire. The bullets shot out like a thick glue, sticking tightly to the towering tree. In an instant, the tree seemed to be enraged by this sudden attack, letting out a deep, rumbling roar as if to challenge its attacker. Seeing this, Chen Ming decisively shouted to Li Lin, "Quick, retreat." Despite his warning, he continued to fire at the tree with the energy rifle. A torrential downpour of energy bullets struck the trunk of the tree, and the glue-like energy liquid quickly spread, enveloping the entire tree in no time. Chen Ming kept his eyes fixed on the tree, now gradually covered in the energy liquid, vigilance flashing in his gaze. As time passed, the trunk, branches, and even leaves of the tree became completely saturated with this mysterious energy liquid. Just then, Chen Ming sensed impending danger and quickly took a few steps back. Before long, an astonishing scene unfolded. The once tall and upright tree began to visibly melt away. Its wooden structure seemed to be corroded by a strong acid, gradually turning into a thick green liquid that flowed onto the ground, emitting a pungent and unpleasant odor. Watching this incredible sight, Li Lin, still shaken, remarked, "Encountering such a bizarre tree right after arriving on the island, I can't help but wonder what other strange situations we might face next." Chen Ming patted her shoulder and reassured her softly, "Don't worry, take it slow. As long as you stick close to me, we should be fine." Upon hearing Chen Ming's words, Li Lin nodded and replied, The two of them cautiously maneuvered around the area where the giant tree had been dissolved and continued moving forward. They remained highly alert along the way, paying close attention to any rustle in the surrounding environment. After covering a considerable distance, Chen Ming felt a sense of unease wash over him, accompanied by an inexplicably familiar feeling. He quickly scanned his surroundings and sensed that something was off. He whispered to Li Lin, "Let's fall back a bit." Li Lin obediently took a step back. Chapter 196, Encountering Parasitic Ants Again. Just as Li Lin hurriedly retreated, Chen Ming was horrified to discover that countless tiny ants, as small as pinheads, were surging toward him like a relentless tide. Although these ants were small in size, their sheer numbers were staggering. Faced with such a terrifying sight, Chen Ming didn't hesitate for a moment. He quickly pulled out his energy rifle and without a second thought, he squeezed the trigger and began to fire. Beams of energy shot through the air like lightning, instantly creating a wide barrier ahead of him. However, those ants seemed undeterred by the residual energy bullets. They pressed on, relentlessly advancing toward Chen Ming and Li Lin. "Retreat! Hurry up!" Chen Ming shouted, his voice echoing across the vast wilderness. Upon hearing the command, Li Lin didn't dare to delay for even a moment. She turned and ran, desperately fleeing alongside Chen Ming. The mechanical spiders trailing closely behind them didn't back down either. They swiftly moved their 8 metallic legs while continuously firing at the relentless ants, trying to slow their advance. After a frantic dash for their lives, the two finally made a hasty return to the side of their vehicle, breathless and disheveled. They scrambled into the car and slammed the door shut. Chen Ming sat in the driver's seat, nervously watching the group of ants that had come to a halt not far away through the window. At that moment, he was filled with confusion. Why did these ants suddenly stop chasing them? Did they have another plan? Just as Chen Ming was lost in thought, Li Lin couldn't help but ask, "Are these army ants?" Her voice trembled slightly, clearly still shaken from the earlier scare. Chen Ming shook his head, his expression serious as he replied, "No, these aren't army ants. They're a type of parasitic ant. Unlike army ants, they don't bite, but they lay their eggs inside living hosts or directly parasitize them, controlling their behavior." Upon hearing Chen Ming's explanation, Li Lin couldn't help but gasp, shivering involuntarily. That is so disgusting," she exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. At that moment, Chen Ming seemed to remember something important and quickly turned to Xiao AI, their AI assistant. "Xiao AI, scan our bodies immediately to check if we've been parasitized." As he spoke, a soft light emitted from the top of the car, starting a thorough scan of both Chen Ming and Li Lin. Just a few seconds later, the brilliant light faded. At that moment, Xiao AI's clear and pleasant voice rang out. "After the examination, you are both in excellent health, with no signs of parasitism." Chen Ming, who had been tense with worry, felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders upon hearing this. He let out a long sigh of relief. Just when he thought their exploration journey was about to take a break, a casual glance suddenly made his eyes widen in shock. The once orderly line of ants suddenly changed direction without warning, marching towards a completely opposite path. This unexpected turn of events ignited Chen Ming's curiosity, causing it to grow wildly in his mind. An idea flashed in his mind. An ingenious plan took shape. Without hesitation, Chen Ming issued a series of commands to the mechanical spider. He swiftly opened the car door and carefully released the mechanical spider, watching it scurry along the newly forged path made by the ants. The mechanical spider moved with its 8 slender metal legs, closely following the faint traces left by the ants as it progressed slowly. After traveling a considerable distance, Chen Ming finally spotted a small campsite ahead. A few players were gathered there, busy with their activities. Some were cooking over a fire, while others were cheerfully chatting, completely unaware that danger was about to strike. At that moment, Chen Ming realized that whenever the parasitic ants temporarily lost their target, they would immediately begin searching for new prey. The unsuspecting players in front of him had undoubtedly become the next targets of these terrifying creatures. Chen Ming knew precisely what was about to unfold. However, he had no intention of sticking around to witness this bloody spectacle. He promptly commanded the mechanical spider to retreat quickly, just as the mechanical spider turned to leave. A chilling scream erupted from the direction of the campsite. The last image froze on the faces of the unfortunate players who had been parasitized. Their once vibrant expressions had turned eerily vacant, as if their souls had been stripped from their bodies. After the mechanical spider completed its mission and returned, Chen Ming sat quietly, his gaze deep and serious, lost in profound thought. His mind raced, contemplating various possibilities and strategies. He recalled the critical information provided by Xiao AI earlier and began to compare and analyze it against the current situation. After much deliberation, a unique idea suddenly flashed in his mind. However, despite its apparent feasibility, Chen Ming knew he couldn't be 100% certain it would work. After all, reality is often complex and filled with unknown factors and variables. Nevertheless, Chen Ming was not the type to be easily deterred by difficulties or hesitate. He decided to bravely take this step to try out the newly formed method and see if it could yield unexpected results for him. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his mindset and prepared himself to face the challenge ahead. Chen Ming took a deep breath, slowly opened the car door, and gracefully stepped out. He then turned around and gently waved his hand inside the vehicle. A small, intricate mechanical spider quickly crawled out from beneath the seat and made its way down Chen Ming's pant leg to the ground. Once he stood firmly, his gaze locked onto the mechanical spider. He raised his right hand and lightly tapped his index finger, sending a faint electric current that accurately struck the mechanical spider. In an instant, a series of blue lights flickered across the spider's body, which began to twist and morph in a dazzling display. Within just a few seconds, the mechanical spider transformed into a suit of metallic armor that automatically unfolded, enveloping Chen Ming like an impenetrable shell. From head to toe, every part fit snugly, with no gaps whatsoever. Chen Ming tested his limbs and found that the armor imposed no burden or hindrance. On the contrary, as he started to run, he felt as light as a feather, moving much faster than usual. This unprecedented experience filled Chen Ming with overwhelming joy, excitement evident on his face. Next, I need to find a parasitic ant to test if this method works, he muttered to himself, determination gleaming in his eyes. He then adjusted his focus and began to search in the direction where parasitic ants were likely to be found, relying on his memory and keen perception. Chapter 197, A New Exploration. With the route provided by the screen, Chen Ming soon found the location of the parasitic ants. He noticed a small group of them gathered together, seemingly busy with some task. Chen Ming cautiously took a few steps forward, moving lightly and slowly, afraid to disturb these seemingly inconspicuous yet potentially dangerous little creatures. As he walked, he closely observed the movements of the parasitic ants, wondering if they might launch an attack on him. When Chen Ming stopped at a distance from the ant colony, he was surprised to find that the parasitic ants showed no reaction to his approach, as if they were completely unaware of his presence. Seeing this, Chen Ming felt a surge of joy and his courage increased. He moved a little closer, yet the ants remained undisturbed, continuing with their activities. Great! It seems this method really works. Unable to contain his excitement, Chen Ming's joy was evident. However, just a few seconds later, he quickly composed himself and decided to return to the vehicle to plan his next steps. Just as Chen Ming turned to head back, he suddenly heard the system emit a warning, a small minefield ahead. Alarmed by this unexpected warning, he halted in his tracks, his brow furrowing in concern. He quickly opened the operation screen in his hand to carefully check the current situation. After some observation, Chen Ming was astonished to discover that this minefield had been deliberately set up by a player team, clearly aimed at hunting the various creatures that roamed the area. With a cold snort, Chen Ming thought to himself. However, considering that avoiding trouble was better than inviting it, he ultimately decided to steer clear of the minefield and go around it. Thus, Chen Ming cautiously navigated away from the dangerous area, remaining vigilant the entire time. About 10 minutes later, he finally returned to the vehicle without incident. The afternoon sun lazily spilled over the somewhat old off-road vehicle, the paint shimmering in the sunlight. Chen Ming hurriedly opened the car door and plopped down into the driver's seat. Without even fastening his seatbelt, he eagerly shared everything that had just happened with Li Lin, who was waiting in the car. Outside, the once bright blue sky was slowly being covered by a massive gray curtain, and the sunset's afterglow was ruthlessly swallowed. Chen Ming gazed through the car window at the dimming sky and sighed helplessly. He knew that exploring the island in the pitch-black night was akin to seeking one's own demise. The various dangerous traps and ferocious beasts that might exist on the island were enough to seal their fate. Just then, his stomach grumbled, reminding him that he hadn't eaten properly all day. He rummaged through the back seat and pulled out a bag of small bread rolls, quickly tearing open the packaging and finishing them off in just a few bites. After finishing his bread, he brushed off the crumbs from his clothes and turned to walk into the room. With nothing else to do, he began to plan what equipment he would bring for the island exploration the next day. Meanwhile, Li Lin was sitting in the car, her fingers rapidly swiping across the screen, her eyes glued to it as she observed her surroundings. The screen displayed a map of the island, with various markers and data flashing continuously. She tried to find useful clues among the information to see if she could uncover any hidden locations on the island. Game version updated. Chen Ming was focused on figuring out how to carry more supplies in the warehouse when he heard this sound. His body jolted, and he paused for a moment, thinking to himself, why did the game suddenly update? However, he didn't stop his work immediately and continued his research. Suddenly, something came to his mind, and he called out Li Lin's name loudly. His heart raced like a drum, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. After searching through several rooms, he finally found Li Lin in his own room. He let out a long sigh, feeling as if all his strength had been drained, and leaned against the doorframe. Li Lin, sitting on the edge of the bed, was confused by Chen Ming's sudden behavior. Frowning, she asked, "What is wrong with you? Why are you in such a hurry? Did something happen?" Chen Ming replied, "The game updated, and I was afraid you might get out of the car." "You can't get out when a game updates." Li Lin asked, "What do you mean? Why can't you get out during a game update?" Chen Ming explained, "In the past, the game would always notify you not to get out during updates. I don't know why there was no notification this time. Since you didn't get out, just do whatever you need to do." After saying that, Chen Ming turned and left, heading back to his room to rest. A night passed without incident. The next morning, Chen Ming woke up early from his dreams, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. He had been thinking about the mysterious island all night, and at that moment, he could no longer contain his eagerness. He quickly got up and began to methodically prepare everything he needed for the island exploration. He carefully checked his detection equipment, ensuring that every function was working properly, and neatly packed the energy supply packs into his backpack. Meanwhile, Li Lin was still lost in her lazy morning routine. She leisurely picked up her toothbrush, filled a cup with water, then slowly squeezed some toothpaste onto it, brushing her teeth while still showing signs of lingering sleepiness. Her movements seemed to be slowed down several times, each step appearing so calm and unhurried. After Chen Ming finished organizing his gear, he glanced at Li Lin, who was still getting ready, and shouted, "Li Lin, I'm heading out to explore the island now. You can catch up once you're done." With that, he strode confidently to the car door, pulled it open, and stepped out with determination. As soon as he stepped out of the car, a refreshing sea breeze hit Chen Ming's face, carrying a hint of saltiness that made him feel particularly invigorated. He quickly moved to the side and began operating the screen. His fingers glided swiftly across the surface, while his eyes remained fixed on the map and the surrounding environmental scan displayed on the screen. Minutes passed, and the screen showed no signs of biological activity within a few hundred meters. Chen Ming couldn't help but furrow his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face. He pondered to himself, "It's even quieter than yesterday. At least I was able to detect some small creatures then. Why is there absolutely no movement today? Could this island be hiding some unknown secret?" However, this small doubt did not deter Chen Ming's determination to explore the island. He took a deep breath, exhaling slowly to calm his mind. Then, standing still, he summoned his mechanical spiders. A swarm of small, agile mechanical spiders quickly gathered from all directions, surrounding Chen Ming. They glinted with a metallic sheen, their 8 slender legs moving swiftly across the ground, producing a faint clicking sound. Chen Ming crouched down slightly and reached out to gently stroke the head of one mechanical spider. It seemed to respond to his command, beginning to crawl slowly up his body. As a mechanical spider enveloped him, Chen Ming felt as if he were protected by a hard yet flexible shell, every movement perfectly synchronized with the spider's motions. Once completely wrapped up, he flexed his body and felt remarkably at ease. Then he took a step forward, heading deeper into the island. The other mechanical spiders, which hadn't enveloped Chen Ming, quickly fanned out around him like loyal guardians, forming a tight protective circle. Their eyes gleamed with red light, constantly vigilant for any disturbances in the surroundings, as if they were safeguarding Chen Ming from potential dangers. As he walked, Chen Ming carefully observed his environment. The island's vegetation was dense, with various trees and shrubs intertwining to create lush green barriers. The ground was covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves, crunching softly underfoot. Occasionally, he could hear the clear chirping of birds in the distance, but he never caught a glimpse of them. Curiosity filled Chen Ming's mind. He wondered how many unknown secrets lay hidden beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of this island, waiting for him to uncover them. Chapter 198. Wandering on the Island. After a long journey, Chen Ming finally beheld a scene of tranquility. However, this was not the kind of peace he had anticipated, as his heart was filled with a thirst for the unknown and an urge to explore. He stood still, operating the screen on the inner side of his arm, his fingers gliding gently as he began to investigate the mysterious island. After a thorough search, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a campsite. Without hesitation, Chen Ming decided to head toward the camp, a surge of excitement and anticipation swelling within him. He quickened his pace, weaving through the dense forest, until he finally reached the vicinity of the campsite. As he approached the camp, an odd sensation washed over him. He paused, scanning his surroundings in an attempt to identify the source of this strange feeling, but found nothing. This sensation made him wary, prompting him to consult the system. Chen Ming whispered, "Dad, what's going on?" The system's voice echoed in his ear. "There is a 3-meter-tall cannibal spider in front of you." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming's heart raced, and he instinctively took a few steps back, quickly retrieving his rifle from his backpack and gripping it tightly, ready for action. His eyes darted nervously around, not wanting to overlook any corner that might be hiding the cannibal spider. However, he did not see the terrifying creature. Just as Chen Ming was feeling puzzled, the system prompted him to activate the mechanical spider's scanning function. He immediately complied, and, as the scan initiated, a massive and grotesque spider appeared within his field of vision, curled up on a tree adorned with webs. The enormous spider's 8 eyes stared fixedly at Chen Ming, as if observing his every move. Chen Ming gasped in fear, being scrutinized by the creature. His body trembled involuntarily, but he quickly overcame his fear and regained his composure. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he focused on the spider and began to inquire about it. The system's voice resonated in Chen Ming's mind, providing detailed answers to his questions. It turned out that this spider had been surviving on the deserted island for quite some time. By continuously consuming various forms of food, it had grown to such a massive size. However, despite its immense power and size advantage, it was exceptionally cautious when hunting other creatures. This was due to its developed cautious nature. It would only strike decisively when it was absolutely certain of a one-hit kill. As for why the spider appeared nearly invisible to the naked eye, the system explained that it possessed the ability to change its skin color like a chameleon, blending seamlessly into its surroundings, making it difficult to detect. After hearing the system's explanation, Chen Ming gained a deeper understanding of the spider. He quietly lowered his rifle and then retrieved his energy rifle from his backpack. Aiming forward, Chen Ming pulled the trigger. A dazzling stream of energy liquid shot out like lightning, striking the spider with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, the energy liquid made contact with the spider's body, rapidly beginning to dissolve its tissues. The severely injured spider was clearly enraged. It let out a piercing screech and then turned to flee in a panic. Chen Ming watched the spider's retreating figure, but didn't immediately pursue it. Instead, he stood quietly in place, lost in thought. The spider's scream quickly raised alarms among those nearby. Chen Ming felt a tightening in his chest, instantly realizing that the situation was dire. His mind raced as he scanned the area for a place to hide. Just then, he spotted a large rock not far away, behind which there was a concealed corner. Chen Ming dashed towards the rock, moving swiftly like an agile cheetah, and quickly slipped into the corner. He held his breath, pressing his body tightly against the stone wall, trying to make no sound at all. Just a few seconds later, a faint sound of footsteps approached from a distance. Chen Ming anxiously peered through the gap in the rock, seeing several individuals walking slowly toward him. They were clearly drawn in by the spider's scream, cautiously surveying their surroundings while gripping their weapons tightly. When they reached the severed spider leg, one of them knelt down to examine the ground closely. After a few seconds of observation, the kneeling individual suddenly stood up and whispered something to a companion nearby. Chen Ming strained to listen, eager to catch what they were saying, but the distance and their low voices made it difficult. He could only make out a few indistinct words. Before he could fully grasp the situation, the group turned and quickly disappeared into the woods. Chen Ming watched their receding figures, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. However, he didn't let his guard down. Judging by their actions, they had clearly sensed the potential danger surrounding the camp. Therefore, Chen Ming decided to follow them quietly to see what they were up to. He carefully peered out from behind a rock and stealthily trailed the group, heading in the direction of the camp. All the while, he dared not make a sound, fearing it might alert them. After what felt like a long wait, Chen Ming finally saw the group stop in front of the camp. Their figures appeared somewhat blurred in the distance, but he could sense they were discussing something significant. After a moment, they began to busily organize their belongings, their movements quick and orderly. Seeing that they seemed ready to leave, Chen Ming didn't approach them immediately to negotiate. Instead, he turned to explore other areas. He stepped forward, filled with curiosity and anticipation for the unknown. After walking for a while, Chen Ming suddenly heard some strange sounds. The noise resembled the roar of some animal, mixed with the rustling of leaves blown by the wind. He stopped in his tracks, alert and scanning his surroundings, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. After a moment of observation, Chen Ming noticed a dense thicket not far away, and the noise seemed to be emanating from there. He cautiously approached the woods and found a concealed spot to hide, activating the screen on the inside of his arm to assess the situation. Using the search function on the screen, Chen Ming quickly and accurately located the source of the sound. As he saw the image displayed on the screen, he couldn't help but gasp. A gigantic centipede had invaded a campsite. Although there were hundreds of people in the camp, their outdated and insufficient weapons posed very little threat to the centipede. Chapter 199. Chen Ming prepares to leave empty-handed. Chen Ming quickly shut down the screen and dashed away like an arrow released from a bow. His speed was astonishing, almost like a gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the outskirts of the camp. Upon arriving at his destination, Chen Ming took a moment to catch his breath and steady himself. He scanned the area with keen eyes and soon spotted a large tree not far away. Its thick trunk and lush branches provided an excellent hiding spot. Without hesitation, Chen Ming climbed the tree with the agility of a monkey, using both his hands and feet. He settled comfortably on a sturdy branch, surveying the situation in the camp from his elevated position. He noticed that several people had already met their demise, while other players were clearly preparing to evacuate this dangerous place. He swiftly drew his energy rifle from behind and fired without a moment's hesitation. Instantly, a barrage of bullets rained down on the camp. Some struck the hard ground, kicking up clouds of dust, while others accurately hit the massive centipede, eliciting a pained screech from the creature. The wounded centipede writhed in agony, frantically spinning around, trying to shake off the energy liquid that clung to its body. However, the liquid adhered to it like a stubborn parasite, continuously eroding its flesh. Seeing the centipede being attacked by the unknown liquid, the players in the camp halted their escape and turned back to retaliate. Meanwhile, Chen Ming emptied the energy from his rifle, leaving a large amount of the glowing energy liquid around and on the centipede. The radiant liquid consumed the creature's body. Overwhelmed by the pain, the heavily injured centipede finally abandoned its attack on the camp and made a hasty retreat, not bothering with the people in the camp. Chen Ming quickly descended from the tree, preparing to chase after the centipede. With his rifle in hand, he sprinted forward while skillfully reloading his energy source. He also instructed his companion, Xiao AI, to help track the centipede's movements, ensuring he wouldn't lose sight of his target. Despite its injuries, the centipede's crawling speed hadn't diminished, making Chen Ming's pursuit exceedingly challenging. He ran tirelessly, closely following the centipede, but it ultimately managed to slip into a cave. Chen Ming halted at the entrance, panting heavily, his eyes glued to the screen, anxiously waiting for the image to clear up. Finally, the visuals sharpened, and to his astonishment, he discovered that the cave was teeming with countless centipedes. They were packed tightly together, sending a chill down Chen Ming's spine. He immediately dismissed the idea of entering the cave. Instead, he decided to find a safe spot to rest and recover his strength. He located a relatively concealed area nearby, sat down to regulate his breathing, and allowed his body to recuperate fully. After a while, Chen Ming felt that his stamina had somewhat recovered. He stood up and began reloading his energy rifle. At the same time, he took out an energy rocket launcher from his armored space, ready to strike at the centipedes in the cave. Chen Ming cautiously moved to a more advantageous position, aimed the energy rocket launcher at the cave, and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the energy projectile shot out like a burning meteor, flying straight into the depths of the cave. After launching the rocket, Chen Ming quickly ducked behind a large rock and operated the screen again to observe the situation inside the cave. The images on the screen showed that several smaller centipedes had been blown to bits by the energy projectile, while the larger centipedes appeared to be in a state of panic. Some of them began to flee deeper into the cave, trying to escape the sudden attack. Others recklessly crawled out of the cave entrance, clearly frightened. The centipedes that crawled out were in a frenzy, scurrying in all directions as if they had been severely startled. Chen Ming carefully dodged these frantic centipedes, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. He nervously watched the surroundings, gripping his rifle tightly, ready to respond to any potential danger. Just as he was observing for a few seconds and preparing to raise his rifle to shoot at the fleeing centipedes, suddenly, a piercing alarm blared. The unexpected alarm sent a jolt of fear through Chen Ming, and he immediately realized that things were about to take a turn for the worse. Without any hesitation, he quickly stowed his rifle and bolted away. At the same time, a wave of black surged toward the area like a raging flood. Chen Ming caught just a glimpse and instantly recognized that it was a swarm of parasitic ants. The sheer number of these parasitic ants was astonishing. Faced with such a terrifying scene, Chen Ming's heart raced, but he was not consumed by fear. He calmly said to his AI companion, "Xiao AI, quickly plan a safe route for me." Xiao AI responded with incredible speed. In less than 5 seconds, it alerted Chen Ming through voice prompts. Run 50 meters to the left, then turn right, and keep running along that small path to avoid the area where the parasitic ants are active. Without hesitation, Chen Ming sprinted down the route indicated by Xiao AI. His strides were powerful and determined, each step filled with the desire to survive. After running continuously for 5 minutes, Chen Ming finally felt the environment around him quiet down, and the chilling wave of black seemed to have been left far behind. He stopped, gasping for breath, sweat dripping from his forehead. After calming his breath, he looked around and confirmed that there were no traces of the parasitic ants, finally allowing himself to relax. Then, he surveyed his surroundings with keen eyes, scanning every corner, and eventually discovered a relatively safe spot behind a dense grove of trees. He walked briskly over and, without hesitation, plopped down as if the weight of the world had been lifted off his shoulders in that moment. Taking a deep breath, he felt the sea breeze brush against him, allowing the slightly salty air to fill his lungs, trying to ease his physical fatigue. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing slightly, and gradually calmed his mind. While resting, Chen Ming's brain didn't stop working. He began to reflect on the gains from this island trip. But what surfaced in his mind was a desolate and lonely landscape. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment, sensing that there was nothing worthwhile to be found on this island. After some deep contemplation, Chen Ming resolved to leave the island. He opened his eyes, stretched his stiff body, and prepared to set off again. Once he regained a bit of strength, he stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and began walking steadily toward the direction of his car. His steps were light and quick, as if the ground beneath him was parting to make way. Throughout the journey, Chen Ming remained highly alert, carefully avoiding any potential dangers. His eyes scanned the surroundings like a radar, not missing any detail. After about 40 minutes, Chen Ming finally spotted his car, that familiar vehicle parked on a nearby patch of ground, like a loyal companion waiting for his return. He quickened his pace, reaching the car door, and with a gentle tug, the door swung open. Chen Ming swiftly climbed inside, shutting the door behind him as if to shut out the outside world completely. Once inside the car, Chen Ming didn't start the engine right away. Instead, he let the mechanical spider crawl off him. The mechanical spider deftly navigated down his body, then quickly transformed back into its original form. Chapter 200, Observations and Boredom. Chen Ming stood by the window, gazing at the island scenery outside, feeling a bit sentimental. He issued a command to Xiao AI to leave the island, then turned around and returned to the living room. He plopped down on the sofa, casually grabbed a piece of bread, and began to munch on it heartily. Just as Chen Ming was enjoying his snack, Li Lin sleepily walked out of her room. Her hair was a bit messy, and her eyes were still half closed. as if she hadn't fully woken up yet. Chen Ming was somewhat surprised to see her in such a state. He had taken a stroll earlier, and now she was just getting up. Seeing Chen Ming sitting in the living room, Li Lin was also a bit taken aback. She rubbed her eyes and asked, "Didn't you say you were going out for a walk? Why are you still here?" Chen Ming swallowed the bread in his mouth and replied, "I've already taken a stroll. There's not much to find on this island, so I decided to leave." Li Lin nodded, not saying much more, and turned to head into the bathroom to freshen up. Chen Ming continued to finish off the remaining bread, and before long, his stomach was satisfied. He stood up, brushed off the crumb from his clothes, and walked out of the room to the car. He opened the door, slid into the driver's seat, and started the engine. The car slowly pulled away from the island, continuing down the road. Chen Ming drove aimlessly, unsure of where he was heading, but feeling that if he just kept driving, he might encounter something interesting. The car passed through a dense forest, then across a vast prairie, and finally, Chen Ming caught sight of the city's skyline once more. At that moment, Xiao AI's voice suddenly echoed in the car. "Commander, based on your location, I found a map of this city, which I hope will be helpful to you." As she spoke, a detailed city map appeared on the screen inside the vehicle. Chen Ming's eyes widened as he focused on the screen, a wave of inexplicable tension washing over him. What he saw was a city brimming with technological prowess, with various mechanical units lining the streets, some towering buildings, others moving robots, giving the entire city a cold metallic aura. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and instinctively he wanted to bypass the city and find another route. However, the system's voice reminded him that this city held important resources. Despite his lingering concerns, Chen Ming decided to heed the system's advice and enter the city. As the car drew closer to the city, Chen Ming's anxiety intensified. He unbuckled his seatbelt and, like a startled rabbit, quickly lay down in the footwell of the back seat, trying to remain unnoticed by the outside world. Time ticked by, and the car finally eased into the city. Chen Ming squeezed his eyes shut, afraid to look at the mechanical units, terrified they might suddenly discover him. However, when the car finally entered the city, he did not feel the danger he had anticipated. On the contrary, the mechanical units seemed indifferent to the car's arrival, continuing their tasks as programmed. Chen Ming cautiously opened one eye to observe his surroundings. Just then, a mechanical unit suddenly noticed the car's presence. It seemed to be activated. Quickly turning around and striding towards the vehicle, Chen Ming's heart raced, almost leaping into his throat. He tightly covered his mouth, fearing he might make even the slightest sound. The mechanical unit drew closer, and Chen Ming could hear its heavy footsteps. However, when it got very close to the car, it suddenly stopped. It appeared to be searching for something, and after a moment of not finding any trace of Chen Ming, it turned back to its original position and resumed its work. Chen Ming let out a sigh of relief, as if releasing all the pressure that had built up inside him. He then signaled for Xiao AI to continue driving forward. Under Xiao AI's control, the car slowly entered the city. On the streets, various mechanical units hurried past. Some were towering robots, while others were small and agile mechanical dogs, each radiating a cold metallic sheen. The car carefully navigated between these mechanical units, while Chen Ming remained lying down, not daring to let his guard down. As time passed, about an hour later, Chen Ming suddenly felt the car come to a stop. His heart tightened, and after a moment of thought, he decided to lift his head slightly to observe his surroundings. When his gaze swept past the window, he found that the car had indeed stopped in an open area. However, uneasily, he noted that the mechanical units were wandering aimlessly around, as if searching for something. At that moment, the door to the room suddenly swung open, and Li Lin stepped out, looking slightly drowsy as if she had just woken up. However, when she saw Chen Ming standing at the door, the words she had prepared to say were abruptly swallowed back. Chen Ming quickly reached out, covering Li Lin's mouth with his hand, while raising a finger to his lips to signal her to be quiet. Li Lin was clearly startled by this sudden action, but she quickly understood Chen Ming's meaning and nodded obediently. Chen Ming cautiously lowered his hand and gently tugged at the hem of Li Lin's shirt, and the two tiptoed into the room. Once inside, Li Lin eagerly lowered her voice to ask Chen Ming what had happened. Chen Ming took a deep breath and tried to explain the current situation to her in clear and concise language. Li Lin listened intently, nodding occasionally to indicate that she understood what Chen Ming was saying. After he finished explaining, she fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating what to do next. After a while, Li Lin seemed to have made up her mind. She walked straight to the screen in the room, ready to take a look at the specifics herself. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, she had browsed through all the content. After reviewing the situation around her, the thought of going out that had initially crossed her mind vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Chen Ming quietly stood by, patiently waiting for her to make a decision. He didn't rush or interfere with her. He simply waited with calm patience. The two of them sat together in silence, both feeling a bit bored. To pass the time, they each picked up a screen and began aimlessly observing the various corners of the game world. In this world, some places were desolate and deserted, as if forgotten by time. Others were bustling with crowds, vibrant and full of life. Some areas were engaged in fierce battles. The sounds of shouting and clashing weapons intertwining to create an atmosphere of tension and excitement. And in yet other places, the ground was littered with bodies, the air thick with the stench of blood and death. Chapter 201. Leaving the highway survival game world. After watching for a while, Chen Ming was gradually consumed by an indescribable sense of bitterness and exhaustion. The endless cycle of killing and death surrounded him, filling him with weariness and oppression. He longed to escape this world filled with bloodshed and violence, yearning to regain his inner peace. Finally, he couldn't help but turn to Li Lin beside him and said, "Do you want to leave this world?" Li Lin seemed taken aback by Chen Ming's sudden question, clearly surprised. However, a glimmer of joy quickly flickered in her eyes as she eagerly asked, "Do you have a way?" Chen Ming nodded silently and explained, "We need to find a ticket to leave here and then use it. That is how we can escape this game world." Li Lin's eyes lit up, and she excitedly exclaimed, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I've been wanting to get out of here for ages." Chen Ming looked at her with a hint of helplessness and softly said, "I thought you liked it here." Li Lin shook her head vigorously. "Who would like to be here? It's either killing or being killed, and every day feels like walking on eggshells." Chen Ming recalled the fierce look on Li Lin's face when she was taking down enemies in the game and couldn't help but say, "You seem pretty happy while killing. I thought you enjoyed the thrill." Li Lin rolled her eyes at him. "That was just because there was nothing else to do. I had to vent my emotions somehow." After hearing Li Lin's words, Chen Ming fell silent and turned to the system, seemingly deep in thought. "Hey, I want to leave this game world. What do I need to do to get out?" He asked the system anxiously. The system was silent for a moment, as if contemplating something, before slowly responding, "Are you sure you want to leave?" Chen Ming replied without hesitation, "Absolutely. I've had enough of this game world. I want to return to real life." The system continued, "Do you remember the 3 unknown energy entities you obtained earlier?" Chen Ming immediately recalled, of course. "What are those energy entities for?" The system explained, "Those energy entities can open a portal that allows you to leave this game world. However, where you'll be transported to is uncertain." Chen Ming's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "What? Why didn't you say that sooner?" The system calmly replied, "You didn't ask." Feeling a bit frustrated, Chen Ming quickly composed himself and began to consider the consequences of this decision. The system added, "But you should know, once you leave this game world, I will return to my original place and will no longer be bound to you." Upon hearing this, Chen Ming's heart started to waver. Although he had been living quite comfortably in this game world, he also understood that one day he would inevitably encounter uncontrollable situations. Moreover, while the system could lock his health, there was no guarantee that bugs wouldn't appear. After careful consideration, Chen Ming finally made up his mind and said to the system, "I want to live. Although my current life in this world is decent, no one knows what the future holds. Since there's a chance to leave, I must seize this opportunity." The system seemed to understand Chen Ming's thoughts and responded, "All right, I respect your decision." Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming issued a command to the system, "Open the portal for me." The system quickly replied, "Okay." Once the communication ended, Chen Ming felt a bit nervous. He sat quietly in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixed ahead as he awaited the portal's activation. Meanwhile, he turned to Li Lin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, explained the situation to her, and urged her to prepare herself. As time ticked by, Chen Ming's heartbeat quickened. Finally, to his anticipation, a brilliant light appeared ahead of the car, and the portal slowly opened. A smile of joy spread across Chen Ming's face as he silently thanked the system. The car drove straight toward the portal, instantly passing through the radiant light and entering it. As the car passed through, Chen Ming, Li Lin, and the vehicle left the world of the survival game. The end.